The man stood in the darkness of a primeval forest that stretched for countless kilometers, a look of astonishment on his face. Before him stood an ancient castle covered in rose vines. Turning his body, Qin Feng saw a fountain facing the castle. In the center of the fountain stood a stone statue of an extremely beautiful succubus with its eyes open. Just as the man looked around, trying to understand his surroundings, a cold voice rang out. "Human lord from the Blue Star world, welcome to the Eternal Continent. As a lord, you will plunder resources, develop power, expand territory, and fight for the supreme eternal throne with 300 billion lords from all the heavens and worlds." Initial castle drawing in progress. You obtain a level 1 castle, Vitality Castle. This castle is unique. Initial military building is being drawn. You obtain a level 1 military building, Succubus Reincarnation Pool. This military building is unique. After hearing this, the man immediately realized that he had traveled through time. The man's name was Qin Feng, and he was a worker on Blue Star. One night, he looked out the window and saw that the sky was an unusual blood red. Soon he felt dizzy. After waking up, I found myself in this place. Since I have traveled here, I should live well. Qin Feng thought so, and then began to plan the next step. At this moment, Qin Feng heard the Heavenly Tao notification sound again. You have received the Heavenly Tao's blessing. Your territory has gained the Heavenly Tao's defense barrier, which lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, the Heavenly Tao defense barrier dissipates, and as a lord, you will face your first test. A wave of beasts will attack your territory, and you must lead your people to defend the castle. Qin Feng became nervous and directly opened the Lord's panel to check the properties of his 2 buildings. Vibrant Castle, Level 1. Upgrading requires 10,000 stones and 10,000 wood. Features. This castle is unique, and only one can exist at a time. Effect. Spring of Vitality. While in the castle, energy recovery speed increases by 100%, troop growth speed increases by 50%, and due effect increases by 30%. Qin Feng then clicked on the information panel for the Succubus Reincarnation Pool, a military structure. Succubus Reincarnation Pool Level 1, requires 5,000 stone, 50 energy stones, and 1 soul particle. Effect. Succubus Reincarnation. You can breed a young succubus every day, with a very low chance of breeding a special physique succubus or a multi-striped succubus. Effect. Accelerated growth. You can give up the opportunity to breed a succubus and accelerate the growth of the succubus. After seeing the effect of the Succubus Reincarnation Pool, Qin Feng was confirmed that this building was not a scam, but could really breed succubi. He was so excited that he couldn't help himself. As a member of the high-level demons, the succubus is a super soldier with strength, good looks, and a good figure. It is 1,000,000 times better than the angels covered with disgusting eyes. Grow. Grow immediately. It was clearly an order that could be completed with a single thought, but Qin Feng roared it out. As Qin Feng issued the order, the succubus statue in the spring suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Amidst the light and fragrance, a small succubus, about 40 centimeters tall, barefoot, and wearing a cute bubble skirt, gradually took shape and floated in the air. When Qin Feng stood still, the little succubus opened her eyes. As soon as she saw Qin Feng, her bright eyes showed endless joy. She flew into Qin Feng's arms and called out sweetly, "Master, men and women shouldn't touch each other, and you're still so young. Can you please be more dignified?" Qin Feng took the little succubus out of his arms and placed it in the palms of the large succubus statue in the fountain. "Sit still, don't move." The little succubus looked at Qin Feng with grievance, but did not resist Qin Feng's order. She sat obediently in the palm of the big succubus, pouting her little mouth, like a punching bag. Qin Feng ignored the grievances in the little succubus's heart. He called up the little succubus's interface and checked the basic information. Fire Succubus Eunice Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents. True meaning of fire. Do. Requires mature form. Potential. Fire attribute. Single pattern succubus. A succubus's potential is determined by its constitution and the number of magic patterns on its body. The lowest magic pattern is a single pattern, and the highest is 9 patterns. Growth state. Larval body. Succubus is divided into larval body, growing body, mature body, and complete body. Combat power level. 4-star general. Killing enemies can quickly increase combat power and accelerate growth. Complete body. 9-star demigod. Seeing Eunice's panel, Qin Feng felt a sense of power and subconsciously opened his own panel to compare. Qin Feng. Identity. Lord. Talent. Superb charisma. Superb energy. Potential. None. Combat power level. 1-star soldier. Territory level. Level 1. Territory buildings. Level 1 Vitality Castle. Level 1 Succubus Reincarnation Pool, Territory Soldier Type, Succubus. This soldier type is unique. Territory materials, none. After comparing their combat power, Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp. As expected of a succubus with a special physique, the larval form has the strength of a 4-star general, 2 levels higher than a lord like me. Once she reaches her full form, she'll possess the combat power of a 9-star demigod. If I don't drastically accelerate her growth, I'd be letting this incredible start down. Well, it's a joyful decision. Qin Feng's most important task at the moment was to survive the beast tide in 7 days. Under this premise, cultivating Eunice, who had a special physique, and accelerating her growth was something every wise lord would do. Thinking of this, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze from the information panel and looked at Eunice, who was sitting obediently in the arms of the large succubus statue. Go to the Vitality Castle first. I'll call you if there's anything later, Qin Feng instructed. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Qin Feng knew that Eunice was very strong, but he didn't know the strength of the monsters outside the Tiandao defense barrier. So, he decided to go to the chat channel to get some information. There are 6 secondary chat channels, from small to large: Friends Channel, Huangshui Valley Channel, Fallen Forest Channel, Skarner Plains Channel, Far East Wasteland Channel, and Eternal Continent Channel. Qin Feng had just arrived in this world, so naturally he had no friends. The 4 major channels, the Fallen Forest, the Skarner Plains, the Far East Wasteland, and the Eternal Continent, were blocked. They must have reached a certain territory level before they could be opened. Therefore, Qin Feng could only settle for the next best thing and enter the Huangshui Valley Channel. At this moment, the Huangshui Valley Channel was already a hot chat. Most of the chats were about low-level soldiers. Someone mentioned a juvenile griffin with the strength of a 5-star warrior, and the others were crazy about it. Qin Feng thought about it and realized that a juvenile griffin with the strength of a 5-star warrior could be considered a top-tier initial combat force in the Huangshui Valley. Qin Feng, who possessed a 4-star general-level troop, was most likely the strongest lord in the Huangshui Valley. This was an extremely cautious judgment. When Qin Feng thought of this, Brother Fu in the chat channel started his second wave of showing off. Amid the shouts of the crowd, that man started the live broadcast hesitantly, and then rushed out of the territory with his 3-headed griffin and started killing monsters. The griffin's attack power is very high, and 2 fireballs can kill a giant forest wolf. However, its endurance is a bit poor. A single griffin can only release 3 fireballs before it has to land and rest, and it takes 5 minutes for it to launch the next round of attacks. But this did not affect the respect and even worship that the lords who watched the live broadcast had for Brother Fu. A burst of cheers suddenly rang out in the live broadcast room, and one after another lords made requests to add Brother Fu as a friend. Some even proposed forming an alliance with Brother Fu, which made Brother Fu smile with joy. This showed how weak the military forces of most lords in the Huangshui Valley were, and Qin Feng was definitely a leader among them. A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. This is the strength of a 5-star warrior griffin. My Eunice is safe. Qin Feng then blew a loud whistle. Inside the Vitality Castle, tiny Eunice was cleaning and making the bed. Because the castle was so large and there was so much to clean, Eunice increased her speed to the limit, whizzing around the castle. Just as Eunice was working hard, a loud whistle came into the castle and into Eunice's ears. Eunice reacted instantly, flew out of the castle, and came in front of Qin Feng. You went to wipe out the giant forest wolves outside the territory. This is my first official mission for you, Qin Feng said. I will obey the master's order, Eunice said seriously, placing her right hand on her chest. She looked completely different after receiving the order than in her normal state. The magic pattern hidden between her brows lit up at this moment, emitting a scorching and murderous aura. After the ceremony, Eunice stood up, the burning power in her body even stronger. Then, she transformed into a red flame, flew out of the territory, and rushed into the forest. Immediately afterwards, the sound of terrified and painful wolf howls reached Qin Feng's ears. At the same time, Qin Feng's lord log began to refresh frantically. Eunice killed the 5-star forest wolf. You gained 5 energy points. Eunice killed the 5-star forest wolf. You gained 5 energy points. Eunice killed the 5-star forest wolf. As the lord's log was refreshed, streams of energy poured into Qin Feng's body, strengthening Qin Feng's physique bit by bit, and directly allowing Qin Feng to enter a comfortable state he had never experienced before. Eunice kills monsters, but the energy she gains can be shared with me. Moreover, this energy is also improving my physical fitness. Qin Feng was shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why the end point of the struggle for hegemony among all races would be the eternal throne. Energy enters the body, cleansing the dust, the physique will become stronger, and the lifespan will be longer. If Qin Feng's succubus army can sweep across the 300 billion lords on the eternal continent, he will gain unparalleled energy and thus become the eternal supreme god. While Qin Feng was shocked, Eunice had already completed her mission. The little girl flew out of the forest, her face pale, obviously tired, but her eyes were filled with joy and pride. All the giant forest wolves within a 300-meter radius of her territory died at her hands. She successfully completed the task Qin Feng had assigned her. Master, Eunice is back. Eunice's voice trembled again, and she flew towards Qin Feng's chest. Behind her, the corpses of 33 giant forest wolves tied together with straw ropes were pulled by her and flew into the air. In an instant, the smell of burnt food in the territory became stronger. Looking into Eunice's expectant eyes, Qin Feng didn't hide this time. He even reached out and touched Eunice's soft succubus horns. Well done, Qin Feng praised. Hee, Eunice couldn't help but laugh. Oh yes, there's this. Eunice took out a pebble-shaped stone from the sleeve of her bubble skirt and handed it to Qin Feng. This stone seems to have strong energy, but it's extremely violent. Eunice looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the stone and looked at it. The stone's information immediately appeared in his vision. Energy stone, building material. It contains powerful chaotic energy and can be obtained by killing monsters. Is this the energy stone? 33 giant forest wolves drop an energy stone. The drop rate of this thing is a bit low. When Qin Feng checked the building information earlier, he knew that if he wanted to upgrade the succubus reincarnation pool, this energy stone was a key material. This is called an energy stone, used for repairing houses. If you can get this kind of stone again in the future, remember to bring it back. Qin Feng explained to Eunice. Okay, Eunice nodded seriously. Qin Feng reached out and scratched Eunice's nose to wipe off the sweat on the tip of her nose. Then he carried Eunice into the castle, reluctant to let Eunice walk alone. A 5-star warrior-level griffin would need to land and rest after firing 3 fireballs. His Eunice, while a 4-star warrior-level warrior, was still a larva, and she had cast over 20 spells in a row, killing a total of 33 giant forest wolves. Although Eunice didn't say it, Qin Feng knew that she was very tired. Entering the castle, Qin Feng saw the clean and brand new furniture that had obviously been cleaned. Qin Feng was stunned. Then he remembered that Eunice had entered the castle before and asked in surprise, Eunice, did you do all this? Yes, master. Eunice felt anticipation in her heart. Master, please praise Eunice and praise me. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job. Qin Feng did not hesitate to praise her. At the same time, he reached out and touched Eunice's head, straightening her slightly sticky hair. In Qin Feng's arms, Eunice trembled with excitement. For her now, Qin Feng's praise was the best reward in the world. Qin Feng carefully placed Eunice on the big bed in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the castle and told her to have a good rest. Then, Qin Feng picked up a kitchen knife, walked outside, and began to deal with the giant forest wolf's body. The eternal continent seemed unreal, but it was also extremely real. The combat power of all creatures here could be quantified by numbers. Eunice was a 4-star general, Griffin was a 5-star warrior, and he himself was just a soldier who hadn't even reached 1 star before. Now, thanks to Eunice, he has been promoted to a 2-star soldier. However, although combat power can be quantified, this world does not have the automatic collection function like in the game. Even cutting wolf meat requires Qin Feng to do it himself, and he has to find a special place to store the wolf meat. 33 wolves. I and Eunice definitely can't finish them all. I have to find a way to sell them, and try to sell the excess at a good price. Qin Feng thought secretly as he cut the wolf meat. Then he opened the Huangshui Valley chat channel to check the market for food so he could set a suitable price. At this moment, the channel was flooded with messages. Chen Xiaojia. Brother Fu, can you help me? My slimes are starving and are about to rebel. Chen Xiaojia. Brother Fu, sell me some food. I'm willing to exchange 10 units of wood for 1 unit of meat. My laborers have no meat to eat and are on strike. Brother Jia, the giant wolves outside the forest are really not easy to deal with. They know how to fight. I brought 12 goblins to hunt one, but the wolf king surrounded us with 16 wolves. 7 goblins died, and the rest were scared and stopped working. Qin Feng was shocked by this news. He had previously assumed the lords of the Huangshui Valley were weak, but he hadn't expected them to have such a hard time dealing with even a giant forest wolf. With the exception of the wealthy Chen Xiaojia, few lords could handle it easily. However, Qin Feng smiled. He understood that the Huangshui Valley was a microcosm of the entire fallen forest, and even of all the Blue Star lords. The lords here had an extremely difficult time obtaining food, and lords elsewhere might not have such easy access to food either. This gave him an opportunity. With Eunice's help, he could provide food, and these lords could provide him with wood and stone, saving him a lot of time and energy. At this time, Qin Shaojia finally appeared in the chat channel. Although he put on a condescending attitude, Qin Feng realized that this rich man might not be as stupid as everyone said. Although Qin Shaojia's words seemed to be describing the truth, he was actually deliberately raising the price. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to expose him, but instead hoped that he would raise the price and push it up. After all, the higher the price, the more resources Qin Feng can get from these lords. Although these lords can't even get food, they certainly can't immediately obtain precious materials such as energy stones or soul particles. Wood and stone can save Qin Feng a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickened his movements. 5 minutes later, Qin Shaojia released the first batch of food. Although it was ridiculously expensive, it was sold out within 5 seconds. 5 minutes later, Qin Shaojia released a second batch of food, this time 8 units. The price was 50% higher than the previous batch, and each unit of food required 15 units of wood. Again, it sold out in seconds. Qin Feng couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this news. "These lords are so hungry for food," he exclaimed. "If this continues, can I sell wolf meat for 30 units of wood?" Qin Feng's eyes gleamed. Lords traded supplies primarily through 2 channels, the chat channel and the hyperspace exchange. Through the chat channel, lords could exchange supplies directly, while the hyperspace exchange was open to lords from across Blue Star. While the market was large, competition was also fierce. Although Eunice only managed to kill 33 wolves, the maximum she could produce was 330 units of food. However, even if that number was doubled and sold at a price of 30 units of wood to 1 unit of food, it would be sold out in a very short time. Chapter 5. Hype. Qin Feng was speeding up the cutting of the giant forest wolf's body, his heart filled with excitement about his profiteer plan. However, on the balcony of the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the castle, Eunice hid behind the red gauze curtain, secretly watching Qin Feng's back, and waves of heartache surged in her heart. At this moment, although Eunice was only a larva with limited stamina, and after casting more than 20 spells, she was already tired and her face was pale. But she still possessed the strength of a 4-star general-level succubus, and her eyesight was extremely sharp. Even from a distance of more than 30 meters, Eunice could still see Qin Feng's sweat dripping from his busy work. She subconsciously moved her wrist, and the bathroom towel flew into her hand. Then, she couldn't help but want to fly over to help Qin Feng wipe the sweat from his forehead and complete these heavy tasks for him. However, just as she was about to get up, she suddenly remembered Qin Feng's order, not to do anything, only to rest. So, she stopped, her expression painful, her eyes full of struggle. "If I don't help him, I'll feel bad, but if I help him, I'll be disobeying orders." Eunice scratched her hair anxiously, and her soft succubus horn stood up slightly because of her anxiety. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and her eyes immediately lit up. "As long as I don't let him find out, helping to cut the wolf meat won't be considered disobeying orders, right?" She was delighted and began to comfort herself. "Yes, I'm a succubus. How can a succubus disobey the master's orders?" She silently encouraged herself, took a deep breath, and decided to take action. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the boning knife instantly appeared in her hand. Eunice rushed towards Qin Feng at the speed of fire, quickly appearing behind him. She began to cut the wolf meat quickly, her movements becoming more and more skillful and her speed increasing. As her movements became more proficient, her mood became more cheerful. For a succubus, the greatest pleasure was to serve her master and receive his recognition and rewards. Eunice's cutting speed was getting faster and faster, and the pile of giant forest wolf corpses was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. She thought excitedly, "It's almost done. If I continue, I will be discovered." She quickly flew back to the castle, hid behind the red gauze curtain, and continued to observe Qin Feng silently. Qin Feng was shocked by his own unusually efficient cutting speed, and his heart was filled with pride. "I actually finished processing 33 giant forest wolves in less than half an hour. Is this what they call the flow state?" He couldn't help but laugh at himself secretly. "If I had known I was so talented in slaughtering, I should have opened a pig farm." Qin Feng raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was about to take a break when suddenly, a fresh and fragrant breeze blew by, taking away the dryness in his body and mind. Qin Feng closed his eyes and stretched out his arms to welcome the breeze. At this moment, a faint laugh came from the balcony on the 2nd floor of the castle, and the red curtains were quietly drawn. When the restlessness completely dissipated, Qin Feng opened the hyperspace exchange. Unlike chat channels, the hyperspace exchange is an open platform for all Blue Star Lords, allowing remote transactions to be conducted according to the will of heaven. Here, Lords can freely register multiple accounts, with virtually no oversight. While adding friends or sending private messages is not possible, this provides some merchants with more room for maneuver. In order to sell wolf meat at a high price, Qin Feng decided to go all out. He registered 30 accounts, the most important of which was Qin Shi Huang, while he gave the other accounts random names to hide his identity. After preparing, Qin Feng began to act. He first used 29 accounts to post buyout messages, exchanging food for scarce energy stones. Some accounts indicated that 1 unit of food could be exchanged for 1 energy stone, while others were even more shady, indicating that 1 unit of food could be exchanged for 2 energy stones. As soon as these posts were published, they immediately caught the attention of other lords. Everyone clicked on them, was stunned by the prices, and left angry comments. What a scoundrel! 1 unit of food for 1 energy stone. That's too much. They say there's no such thing as the darkest, only darker. I've finally seen it today. You profiteers are truly inhumane. Are you out of your mind? I already have energy stones, and you're still worried about not having food. Qin Feng looked at these messages, but his heart was filled with joy. So easy to fool. As the old saying goes, you only find fools to cheat people out of their money. He silently counted the number of comments, and as the number of comments increased, the popularity of his post soared. Then, he quietly posted an acquisition information using the Qin Shi Huang account. Qin Shi Huang. 1 unit of food can be exchanged for 30 units of wood/stone. The current food supply is 325 units. Special Note 1. Purchase limit of 3 units per person. Special Note 2. All profiteers will perish. This information has just been released and has not yet caused much stir. But as time went on, more and more lords discovered this seemingly benevolent post and left messages in the comment section to express their gratitude and support. Those lords who were dissatisfied with the profiteer's practices also began to promote this post. Soon, this post became the focus of the hyperspace exchange and quickly became a hot topic. Chapter 6. The prophets were crazy. In the message area of the hyperspace exchange, heated discussions almost filled the entire page. As expected of a big boss who uses the name Zheng Gu as a nickname, Qin Shi Huang is awesome. Haha. 325 units of food is 2 orders of magnitude higher than those profiteers who only have a few units of food. If those profiteers see this, they'll be so angry that they'll be like 2 Buddhas ascending to heaven. Not only is the quantity large, but Qin Shi Huang is also very generous. He's overthinking it. In order to ensure that as many people as possible can buy food, he actually thought of limiting purchases. Yes, he really did. I'm crying. Your Majesty, have you come to save this old slave? Your Majesty is merciful. May your Majesty live as long as the heavens and enjoy endless blessings. Dead are the profiteers. Long live the first emperor. From today on, I am a die-hard fan of the Qin Shi Huang. If anyone dares to say a bad word about the first emperor, I will make his but taste the taste of a steel gun. At this point, it had been just over an hour since the 10 billion Blue Star humans arrived on the Eternal Continent. In such a short period of time, anyone who could sell dozens of units of food was already a big shot. Someone like Qin Feng, who could sell 325 units of food, was a truly exceptional individual. Behind this, Qin Feng employed subtle tactics, leveraging those shady posts to ultimately win the praise of numerous lords. His success was practically inevitable. After reading the messages and satisfying his inner vanity, Qin Feng logged into the hyperspace exchange's backend, preparing to begin shipping. He established a purchase restriction policy to control the growth rate of lords and ensure that food could be distributed to more lords in need. In theory, the purchase restriction policy relied on the lords' initiative, but faced with the huge market demand, lords had little time to register new accounts, or even to change accounts. The 325 units of food were snapped up by the lords almost immediately after they went online. You delivered 3 units of food to Zhang Ergu, and you received 90 units of wood. The wood is temporarily stored in the hyperspace exchange backend. Please collect it within 24 hours. If you collect it after this time, you will be charged a 10% handling fee. You delivered 3 units of food to Li Erden, and you received 90 units of stone. One prompt tone after another sounded. The voice in Qin Feng's ears was full of rhythm, and the number of materials in the transaction background skyrocketed rapidly. In this transaction, Qin Feng sold 325 units of food, and obtained 4,230 units of wood and 5,520 units of stone. With only 2 such transactions, he was able to gather the wood and stone needed to upgrade the Vitality Castle and the Succubus reincarnation pool, and even have some left over. Haha, being a profiteer feels really good. Qin Feng laughed and sighed, picking up the last 5 units of wolf meat and preparing to go back to the castle to cook. When he first entered the castle, he noticed the existence of a kitchen, which was perfect for cooking. I'm hungry, and Eunice should be hungry too. Just as he was walking towards the kitchen, the hyperspace exchange cursor suddenly appeared before his eyes, followed by an instant influx of 999 plus follow-up requests. What happened? Qin Feng was slightly stunned, then, with a thought, clicked on the hyperspace exchange. Instantly, a translucent screen appeared before Qin Feng's eyes, and information scrolled at an extremely fast speed. Iron Silver Spear Xiaohua Rong followed you level 8 Great Gale followed you Chen Xiushui real name online. Requesting an alliance with Qin Shi Huang followed you Li Yu Arrow top level Amethyst Behemoth. Let's make friends followed you. As mentioned before, the hyperspace exchange is full of gambling and secrecy. It's impossible to add friends by tracing back to forum accounts, and private messages between forum accounts are also unavailable. All communication must take place through the comments section below the transaction post. However, humans always find loopholes in such rules. Lords modify their forum IDs and use the follow function to convey information. As the world's first super big boss to release more than 300 units of food in one go, Qin Feng has obviously become the target of attention and alliances of other lords. Qin Feng frowned slightly as he watched the rapidly scrolling follow-up messages and the rapidly growing number of follow-back requests. The battle for supremacy among all races was no simple game. It was filled with murder, blood, and death. The will of heaven had long ago declared that the ultimate goal of this world was to select those worthy to sit on the eternal throne. This meant that, with the exception of a few inactive lords, the game between most lords was a zero-sum game. Faced with enormous profits, it was a matter of life and death. In this situation, attempting to form an alliance without absolute control was simply courting death. Although Qin Feng owns 2 unique buildings and has great development potential, in the current situation, he must ensure that his information is protected and not let other lords know all the resources he owns. Therefore, he became famous on the hyperspace exchange under the pseudonym Qin Shi Huang, instead of using his real name. Qin Feng made a quick decision, ignoring all attention and joint requests, and directly set up a setting on the hyperspace exchange background to block all attention information. However, this did not mean that he gave up this wave of at least millions of traffic. As a mature profiteer, Qin Feng would not miss any opportunity to make money. He immediately changed the signature of the Qin Shi Huang account. The second batch of food will be sold on time in 2 hours. Those who need it can prepare wood and stone in advance. As soon as the modified signature was released, Qin Feng's post became popular instantly. The number of messages skyrocketed, and thousands of lords began to pour in. Some of them continued to request an alliance, some asked for targeted sales, some discussed ways to cooperate with Qin Feng, and some even played the victim and pretended to be a soft sister. Feng Guohua. My lord Qin Shi Huang, my name is Feng Guohua. I only have 4 units of wood. Can you lower the price a little when you exchange it next time? I really need food. Various messages poured in, but Qin Feng was not interested at all. He only cared about one thing, making money. Chapter 7. Of Follies in the Forest. As a young man who had experienced the blessings of a 996 work schedule, Qin Feng's impoverished life had trained him to become a skilled cook. 5 units, totaling 50 kilograms, of giant forest wolf meat were quickly cooked, and the entire castle was filled with the alluring aroma of oil. Not bad, Qin Feng commented with satisfaction, removing the firewood from the stove and extinguishing it with wood ash. Then, Qin Feng whistled, calling Eunice, who was resting upstairs, to come down for dinner. Eunice heard the whistle and immediately moved. She turned into a fire shadow, swooshed to the kitchen, and then threw herself into Qin Feng's arms without any hesitation. To her, Qin Feng's arms were warmer than the big bed on the second floor. Every extra second she stayed, there was a great happiness. Master, she sniffed. What a nice smell. She didn't know if it was the aroma of the giant forest wolf meat or Qin Feng's embrace that made her feel happy. I told you the key points, didn't you understand? Qin Feng picked her up and gently placed her in front of the stove. How's your recovery going? Qin Feng asked. It's going very well. Eunice feels full of strength. She shook her arms, then rolled up her sleeves, showing off her seemingly small muscles. She had been secretly observing Qin Feng and saw him smile with immense pleasure as he sold giant forest wolf meat. If Qin Feng hadn't ordered her to do so, she would have already rushed out of the castle, left the territory, and gone to fight monsters outside the defensive barrier. It's good that you've recovered. Come eat. After that, we'll have to get back to work. Qin Feng smiled and touched Eunice's succubus horn. He kept 3 pounds of wolf meat, leaving the remaining 47 pounds to Eunice. Given similar body sizes, the stronger the individual, the greater the energy required for growth, and thus the greater the food requirement. Soon, the two of them devoured the food before them, their mouths dripping with grease. Eunice seemed to have never seen such delicious food before. She lay on the stove, stretched her limbs, and enjoyed the satisfaction of this moment. Her little toes also stretched out like pearls. Ah, so satisfied. Master, after eating and drinking, Eunice stood up and looked at Qin Feng with admiration in her eyes. Your cooking is really delicious. Can you teach Eunice someday if you have the chance? Of course. Qin Feng raised his hand and wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth with his sleeve. When there are no external threats to our home, I will teach you how to cook. Yeah, okay. Eunice's cheeks flushed slightly, and she agreed a little shyly. Although Qin Feng only gently wiped the oil from the corners of her mouth, she felt a subtle electric current, and her whole body softened. I wish I could grow up quickly. After dinner, Eunice left the territory under Qin Feng's instructions and headed to the forest to hunt wild monsters. Unlike her previous impulsiveness, this time she no longer cast magic wildly right away. Instead, she began to calculate carefully, managing her physical strength. If she could solve the problem with 2 punches, she would never waste her skills. Bang, bang, bang. Eunice's small fists were incredibly powerful, and the monsters surrounding her territory could barely escape a single blow. Her strength as a 4-star warrior should not be underestimated. With each kill, countless subtle energies rose from the monsters' corpses, gradually pouring into Eunice's body. These energies continued to accumulate, and eventually, the energy in her body gathered into a blazing red light. Her strength broke through, and she jumped from a 4-star general to a 5-star general. Killing monsters can actually improve my strength. Does this mean that I can grow quickly by killing a large number of monsters? Eunice was excited. A constant stream of power surged in her body. She imagined that she would be able to better serve Qin Feng when she grew up. Master, wait for me, she whispered, her hands moving more vigorously. However, as time went by, Qin Feng began to feel anxious. It's been almost 2 hours. Why hasn't Eunice come back yet? He anxiously gazed toward the dark forest in the distance, his boning knife tightly gripped in his hand, a strong desire to investigate. Also, almost 30 minutes have passed since the last energy entered my body. Qin Feng's heart tightened. This means Eunice hasn't killed monsters in a long time. He began to worry whether Eunice was in danger. Could there be an accident? Qin Feng felt uneasy. Now, Eunice was his only soldier, and any accident could be fatal to him. With the energy he received, Qin Feng could sense Eunice's condition. If there's no new energy input for a long time, it means she might be in danger. He took a deep breath, a ruthless look in his eyes. Eunice is my only soldier, and nothing can happen to her. He walked out of the territory and headed deeper into the forest. He knew that with his current strength as a 7-star warrior, facing the giant forest wolf would not be too stressful, but if he encountered a stronger enemy, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Today is the first day of the Advent. If Eunice dies, not only will I not be able to deliver the second batch of food on time, but I will also lose the initiative and other lords will take the opportunity to surpass me. Qin Feng thought as he continued to walk deeper into the forest. He began to rationalize his decision, even though he knew they were just excuses. What truly compelled him to leave his territory was the unwavering desire to not allow his loved ones to be hurt or killed. You haven't been home for almost 2 hours. When I find you, I'll beat your ass to a pulp. Qin Feng cursed inwardly. Suddenly, a rustling sound came to his ears, like the sound of a heavy object dragging on the ground. Qin Feng's heart suddenly tightened, and the image of a giant snake slithering forward appeared in his mind. Such a big commotion, how big must this snake be? Qin Feng became alert, and immediately imagined Eunice being swallowed by the giant snake, her stomach acid corroding her. He began to hesitate. Should he continue forward or retreat? Should I rush forward and fight, or retreat and save my life? Qin Feng was caught in a dilemma. At this moment, his emotional part made him want to rush forward immediately, while his rational part reminded him to wait until he became stronger before seeking revenge. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed inwardly, quickly climbing a large tree, his boning knife tightly grasped, ready to deal with any enemy that might appear. Eunice's 4-star general strength convinced him that the monsters in the novice zone near the territory would be hard to harm her. Even if an enemy did appear, Eunice would definitely be able to respond. If she is only slightly injured, I will give it a try today. If not, I also want to see what that thing looks like and what exactly swallowed my soldier. However, at this moment, a soft and pleasant tune suddenly sounded in the forest, breaking the tense atmosphere. This morning, the weather was fine, and I saw the master taking a bath. Chapter 8. Master, are you concerned about me listening to the lyrics of the song? Qin Feng's face turned red and white, and his mood became complicated. The good news was that Eunice was fine and even sang a song. The bad news was that Eunice was singing a little yellow ballad, and the person who arranged this song was actually Qin Feng himself. Rebellion. Rebellion. The succubus of the Qin family has rebelled. Qin Feng roared inwardly, his face darkening as he leaped down from the tree. He tucked his boning knife behind his waist and rubbed his hands together fiercely, his palms burning red. The song continued, repeating the same two lines, and then crisp footsteps could be heard. Eunice was clearly approaching. With a crack, another dry branch was broken by her small feet. Eunice came staggeringly, holding a straw rope in her hand. On the rope was tied a pile of various wild monster meats, which were dragged on the ground with her steps, like a ferocious giant snake. Their eyes met, and Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fire, whether it was anger or shame, while Eunice's mouth opened in astonishment, and her singing stopped abruptly. Her small body trembled like a sieve, and her soft succubus horns suddenly stood up. At the same time, a ray of red light from the sunset shone on her face, making it flush red. Master! Master! Eunice lowered her head, digging her toes into the dead branches and broken leaves on the ground with such force that she could almost dig a deep groove in the ground. Oh, you sing very well, keep singing. Qin Feng half closed his eyes, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. It's a nice day this morning. Eunice didn't want to sing anymore, but Qin Feng's order made her continue singing. Her voice was trembling unbelievably. It was a simple tune, but it was ridiculously off-key. Huh, you really sang when I asked you to. You're so brave. Qin Feng snorted coldly, walked over, picked up Eunice, and slapped her hard a few times. It's okay if you don't come back for 2 hours. It's okay if you didn't say hello in advance. You little thing. How dare you write a dirty rumor about me? Tell me, who gave you the guts? I won't dare anymore. I won't dare anymore. Never again. Eunice didn't dare to resist at all. She even let down her guard and let Qin Feng beat her. Every slap hurt so much that Eunice was almost crying. Master! Her tearful look softened Qin Feng's heart, and he finally lowered his raised hand. This won't happen again. Qin Feng turned around, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the territory. Come home with me. Oh, Eunice said, lowering her head. Knowing she had done something wrong, she followed Qin Feng nervously. The journey home was short. At their pace, it would take about 3 minutes. But to Eunice, who felt time was stretching so long, 3 minutes seemed like a century. What should I do? This is the first time my master has been angry. How can I make amends? Well, let me count the things I did wrong first. Singing. That's definitely wrong. Leaving home for 2 hours without saying hello. No. I came out to kill monsters under the master's orders, and the master didn't give me a time limit. So how can I be considered wrong? Pooh. 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 The master is absolutely right. Eunice, you just did something wrong. Don't even think about it. Something's wrong. Why do I feel like the master isn't blaming me for not saying hello to him, but is actually concerned about me? Thinking of this, Eunice's eyes suddenly lit up, and the pain in her but seemed to disappear instantly, and her heart was filled with an indescribable sense of happiness. Yes, master cares about me. She jumped up excitedly, ran to Qin Feng, and blocked his way. Master, you left the territory to come to me. Are you concerned about me? She said, staring into Qin Feng's eyes. In the past, she would never dare to do this, as it would be considered an overstepping of her bounds. But at this moment, she was filled with happiness, and she wanted an answer from Qin Feng himself. What are you talking about? Can't I just come out and relax? Qin Feng's face flushed slightly, and he denied it rather stubbornly. Confucius said, only women and villains are difficult to raise. If you are close to them, they will be disrespectful. If you are far away, they will complain. He couldn't give Eunice too many opportunities to make her push her limits. But Eunice's sharp mind quickly caught Qin Feng's true thoughts. She chuckled. Master, don't pretend. You just care about me. Qin Feng said nothing, still walking with his hands behind his back and a stern face. Seeing this, Eunice chuckled and followed Qin Feng's example, putting her hands behind her back and walking slowly. At this moment, Eunice no longer felt that time was dragging on too slowly, but instead began to wish that time could just stop for a moment. She wished the journey home would be longer. After returning to her territory, Eunice placed the freshly hunted food where she had previously stored the wolf meat. Half an hour earlier, she had cleared out all the wild monsters within a 500-meter radius of her territory. She returned last because she couldn't bear to see Qin Feng working so hard, so she cut up all the wild monsters into standard units of food and prepared to sell them. She harvested 920 standard units, nearly double the amount from last time. In addition to wolf meat, she also obtained 8 energy stones, and the drop rate was 3 times higher than before. It seems that as time goes by, the drop rate of Eternal Continent is also constantly increasing. I wonder if there is a limit to this increase. Eunice's strength has also improved significantly, from a 4-star general to a 6-star general. She seems to have grown a little taller as well, and she is not far from the growth stage. You, go back to the castle and have a good rest. You are not allowed to work. Qin Feng took out 20 units of food, tied them up with straw ropes, and handed them to Eunice. Eunice's face was not as pale as before, but she was still a little tired and needed to rest. Okay, master. Eunice took the food, smiled sweetly at Qin Feng, and then quickly ran into the castle and put the food in the kitchen. After that, she returned to her old position on the second floor, covered her body with a gauze curtain, and began to peek. Chapter 9, Upgrade. Level 2 Vitality Castle. The setting sun's rays shone across the fallen forest, and the sky gradually cooled. However, the lords on the Skarner plains were ablaze with excitement, especially the human lords in the distance, who, like them, anxiously awaited the event. Because the 2-hour appointment was about to end, and there were only a few seconds left before the second batch of food from the Qin Shi Huang boss went on sale. For many lords, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as they can buy food from Qin Shi Huang, their hungry soldiers can be satisfied and survive the coming night, waiting for the next day's dawn and the opportunity to breed new soldiers. At this point, the comment section under the Qin Shi Huang account's acquisition post was already flooded with new messages, all expressing a remarkably consistent message. Brothers, please be humane. Those of you with plenty of food, can you please give us, those of us who are desperately short of it, a chance to save our own? That's right. Let's give the opportunity to those who need it. 30 seconds left. Boss Qin Shi Huang is about to make his move. Please, if you don't want to be a human being, at least be a human being this time. Feng Guogua. Dear brothers and sisters, my name is Feng Guogua. I am really short of food. Can you give me a spot? I will thank you. Under the gaze of countless anxious eyes, the second batch of trading posts was finally released on time under the Qin Shi Huang account. Qin Shi Huang. 1 unit of food is exchanged for 30 units of wood/stone. The current food supply is 900 units. Special note 1. To ensure more lords can obtain food, each purchase is limited to 5 units. Special note 2. All profiteers will die. As soon as the purchase post was published, the 900 standard units of food were instantly devoured by the extremely hungry lords. The lords who grabbed the food sang praises in the comment section. Zhang Mengyue, real name online, Master Qin Shi Huang. You are my god. I keep my short hair for you. Beyond visual range anti-aircraft cannon, Master Qin Shi Huang. You are my adopted parent. I will always remember your kindness. How selfless. To meet everyone's food needs, Qin Shi Huang immediately provided 900 units of food. We're in the Wangshan area of the Erased Mountains. There's a boss here who owns the top-tier unit, the Golden War Lion, yet he can only sell 100 units of food. This shows how powerful Qin Shi Huang's troops are, and how high his character is. How high is Qin Shi Huang's character? Don't ask. The answer is, it's higher than the sky. High and strong. The lords who hadn't grabbed any food angrily complained in the comment section, complaining about their own slow hand speeds. Have you all transformed into animals? 900 units of food, and they were all gone in less than a second. Did you use a cheat? This is a hyperspace exchange, not a group for grabbing red envelopes. You beasts. Can you please leave me some food? I can't hold on any longer. Feng Guogua, brothers and sisters who grabbed the food, can you trade it with me? I'm willing to exchange it for 50 units of wood. Feng Guogua said, I really need food. It doesn't matter if I go hungry, but my soldiers can't go hungry. They're even smaller than me. Besides these people, a few other lords were discussing what unit Qin Shi Huang had randomly received. Some said it was a dragon, believing it represented the strongest unit. But soon, someone objected, saying that he also got a dragon randomly, but the dragon needed to rest for an hour after each expedition, and its endurance was far inferior to Eunice, who was blessed with the Vitality Fortress. Some say it's an omnic army, since they don't need food and can sell what they capture. Some lords speculate it's a spiritual army, like glowing, eye-covered angels, while others say it's a demon. But this statement was quickly refuted, because the image of Qin Shi Huang was too great, and no one was willing to accept that his troops were evil demons. Looking at these messages, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Most of this information was irrelevant, but some of it caught his attention. For example, a lord mentioned that there was a lord in the Wangshan area of the Erase Mountains who owned a golden war lion, but this lord could only offer 100 units of food for sale. If these words are true, then I should be considered one of the top lords. Qin Feng thought silently. At this time, the background of the hyperspace exchange displayed the latest transaction results. You withdrew 11,520 units of wood. You withdrew 16,230 units of stone. Qin Feng took out these materials and piled them next to the castle. Through these two transactions, his wood and stone materials exceeded 10,000 units, which was not only enough to upgrade the Vitality Castle, but the remaining materials were also enough to meet the stone needs of the Succubus reincarnation pool. I wonder if the first lord to upgrade the castle will get the achievement reward. Qin Feng thought to himself, and at the same time clicked on the panel of the Vitality Castle, preparing to upgrade. With a single thought, he activated the upgrade. Instantly, a beam of light descended from the dark sky, crashing down upon the Vitality Castle. A tremendous humming sound echoed, and the wood and stone on the ground magically levitated, transforming into streams of light and merging into the castle. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 seconds later, a brand new, vibrant castle appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Compared to before, the castle was now even more magnificent and taller. The original 2-story castle had become 3-story, and the rose vines on the castle had become more vibrant, with pale pink flowers that seemed to be glowing. Your Vitality Castle has been upgraded to a Level 2 Vitality Castle, increasing your territory range by 500 meters and your territory building's defense by 300%. As you are the first of the Blue Star's billions of lords to upgrade your castle to a Level 2 castle, you are awarded a gold-level treasure chest as a special achievement reward. Your achievements will be announced to the world soon. Please set an announcement ID. If you choose not to set an announcement ID, the announcement will be published under your real name. Tip: world announcements will increase your reputation, which is a double-edged sword. You may gain the respect of other lords, but you may also attract hostility from other lords. Chapter 10, World Announcement. Qin Shi Huang's unrivaled power. Most of the time, Qin Feng is extremely rational. Not to mention that the will of heaven reminded him that the world announcement is a double-edged sword. Even without the reminder of the will of heaven, Qin Feng would not choose to use his real name to issue an announcement. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly set the announcement ID, Qin Shi Huang. The moment these 3 words were typed into the translucent dialogue box in front of him, the deafening sound of the announcement exploded in the ears of the billions of Blue Star Lords. World Announcement. Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has been detected as the first to upgrade his castle to Level 2. A special achievement reward has been given to Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang, and he has received 1 gold treasure chest. We hope all lords will learn from their destiny, grow stronger, and create brilliance. World Announcement. Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has been detected as the first to upgrade his castle to Level 2. A special achievement reward has been given to Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang, and he has received 1 gold treasure chest. We hope all lords will learn from their destiny, grow stronger, and create brilliance. World Announcement. Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has been detected as the first to upgrade his castle to Level 2. A special achievement reward will be given. The deafening world announcement sounded 5 times before it stopped. When the dust settled, tens of billions of Blue Star Lords were in great shock. One regional chat channel after another began to boil over, and in an instant, it was filled with noise. Holy crap! It's only been a few hours. Boss Qin Shi Huang has already upgraded the main city to Level 2. Holy crap! This is too scary. I was still struggling to pick mushrooms, and Qin Shi Huang had already finished leveling up. How can the gap between people be so huge? That's shocking. But considering what Qin Shi Huang did in the hyperspace exchange, I'm impressed that he was the first to upgrade his castle to Level 2. If you don't understand, just ask, who is this Qin Shi Huang? Who is Qin Shi Huang? That's a good question. Since you've asked it sincerely, I, Li, will mercifully tell you. Qin Shi Huang. He's the code name for the most powerful lord among the billions of lords on our Blue Star. Not only is he powerful, but he also possesses an incredibly noble character. While other lords could only offer a few dozen or 100 units of food, he directly offered 900 units of food to sell on the hyperspace exchange. Furthermore, to ensure that more lords can obtain this life-saving food, He has also imposed purchase limits, eliminating the possibility for scalper lords to make unscrupulous profits. Oh my god. Oh my god. 900 units of food. And there's a purchase limit. How come I didn't know about this? Aw, I feel like I missed out on $1 billion. Does anyone know when the next time Qin Shi Huang will sell food? Same question. It's for no other reason than to admire the unparalleled demeanor of the first person to upgrade the castle to level 2. On the Eternal Continent, there are countless chat channels in areas similar to the Huangshui Valley. The name Qin Shi Huang, which was obviously a code name, immediately became the focus of public opinion. Due to the huge gap in strength between them, and Qin Feng's good man behavior in the hyperspace exchange. A large number of lords who had bad luck at the beginning and randomly received low-level troops directly became Qin Feng's followers, madly promoting Qin Feng's strength and noble character, while bringing great prestige to Qin Feng. Unintentionally, this also attracted countless jealous glances at Qin Feng. Chat channel in the Wangshan area of the Erased Mountains. Let me tell you, Boss Qin Shi Huang is truly amazing. We've only been here for a little over 4 hours, and he's already sold over 1,200 units of food. He's saved the lives of hundreds of lords. I can prove what the above person said. My soldiers were so hungry that they were about to rebel. If it weren't for the food from Qin Shi Huang, I would have been torn to pieces by now. More than 1,200 units. Based on the selling price on the hyperspace exchange, doesn't that mean he got at least 30,000 units of materials? Holy crap, so many materials. No wonder he was the first to upgrade the main city to level 2. I'm impressed that Qin Shi Huang was the first to upgrade his main city to level 2. Putting everything else aside, the fact that he provided food to help hundreds of lords alone makes him worthy of being the first to upgrade his main city. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This saved the lives of hundreds of lords, but doesn't that mean he's the Buddha of the present day? The lords chatted one sentence at a time, and the conversation became more and more heated. After seeing the chat records of these lords, Li Xiongyan, who controlled the top-level troops, the Golden War Lions, had a cold expression on his face. Before Qin Feng triggered the world announcement, Li Xiongyan, as the most powerful lord in Wangshan area, had been standing at the center of the local 1,000 lords, accepting praise and praise from all members of this channel. Every time he sells food in regional channels, he receives countless applause and admiring glances. But now, everything has changed. 5 consecutive world announcements pushed him from the center of everyone's discussion to a corner where no one cared about him. The gap was too huge, and the contrast between the before and after was too strong. The uncomfortable Li Xiongyan gritted his teeth and swore secretly with resentment. A bunch of bastards. If it weren't for me, you would have starved to death. How dare you brag about other lords in front of me? Do you even take me seriously? And that damn Qin Shi Huang. Just act like your stupid saint. You must know. This is a world of slaughter. Good intentions alone won't bring you eternal power. Strength is king here, and one day I will surpass you, pull you down from the clouds, trample you under my feet, and crush you to pieces. Huangshui Valley Chat Channel. What happened in the Wangshan area chat channel also happened in the Huangshui Valley channel. The lords here were also talking about Qin Shi Huang. Unsurprisingly, the lord who bought food from Qin Shi Huang became the fan leader and led all the lords in the channel to praise him. As they discussed, they also went to the hyperspace exchange to collect information. A Blue Star Lord ladder ranking list was created using the amount of food sold. Not surprisingly, Qin Shi Huang, who sold more than 1,000 units of food, naturally ranked first. And he is the first by a huge margin. The shipment volume of one person is more than that of the next 9 people in the top 10. This, unsurprisingly, triggered a wave of public opinion and also aroused the jealousy and disgust of Chen Xiaojia, the rich man who claimed to be the strongest lord in Huangshui Valley. Brother Fu is not a fool. The reason why he pretended to be stupid in the chat channel at the beginning was, on the one hand, to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and on the other hand, to establish the label of the strongest lord in Huangshui Valley, so that the lord who would control this area in the future would work for him. But Qin Feng's world announcement shattered his thoughts. Not only did it make the Huangshui Valley Alliance group that he had painstakingly built become deserted, it also increased the difficulty for him to intimidate and conquer the players in the region. If he ever shows any intention to control the actions of others in the future, those leaders may think of the name Qin Shi Huang and are more likely to compare him, Chen Xiaojia, with Qin Shi Huang. Once this comparison is made, it is easy for the lords to come up with an idea. Who are you, Kumba? Are you Qin Shi Huang? What gives you the right to order me around? You're just a pig with a green onion stuck in its nose, so why are you pretending to be an elephant? Damn it. Qin Huang, you deserve to die? You ruined my plans. You'd better pray that I don't find out who you are. Otherwise, I will not let you go. Rich brother Chen Xiaojia was thinking angrily, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered that before the world announcement sounded, a huge beam of light had appeared not far from his territory. The pillar of light descended from the sky, mysterious and magnificent, as if someone's main city had met the conditions for upgrading, and the will of heaven had sent down the light of sublimation. No way. Chen Xiaojia was surprised, and suddenly a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. P.S. Please vote. I'm a newbie and want votes. Chapter 11. Flame Suit, Eunice's new equipment. Qin Feng turned his gaze away from the Huangshui Valley chat channel and looked at the newly renovated Vitality Castle with a smile on his face. A translucent panel appeared in his eyes. Vibrant Castle. Level 2. Upgrading requires 80,000 stones and 50,000 wood. Features. This castle is unique and only one can exist at a time. Effect. Spring of Vitality. While in the castle, energy recovery speed increases by 200%, troop growth speed increases by 100%, and do effect increases by 60%. Effect. Wind of Recovery. Vitality Castle can accumulate a wind of recovery every 6 hours, with a maximum of 4 winds of recovery existing at the same time. Each wind of recovery can restore a unit with a combat power level below the 9-star commander to full status and attach a 30-minute Vitality Spring effect. The level has been upgraded to 2, and the changes in Vitality Castle are enormous. The first is the effect of Spring Vitality. Compared to before the upgrade, the effect of Spring of Vitality has been doubled, which can greatly increase Eunice's recovery speed. In the future, when there are more Succubi in Qin Feng's territory, this effect will play an even more enormous role, allowing Qin Feng's troops to have at least 3 times the endurance of other top-level troops. Then there is the new effect, Wind of Resurgence. Unlike Spring of Vitality, Wind of Recovery is an active ability. Although it can only accumulate up to 4 winds of recovery now, it has the terrifying ability to instantly raise the status to full. Applying this effect to high combat power troops will make the cost-effectiveness surprisingly high. Qin Feng is not a fool. He saw the value of the Wind of Revival at a glance, and this also strengthened his determination to accelerate Eunice's growth. In addition to the upgrade of the castle itself, as the first person among the billions of Blue Star Lords to upgrade the castle to level 2, the Will of Heaven also rewarded Qin Feng with a golden treasure chest. On the Eternal Continent, treasure chests can be dropped by killing wild monsters, but the drop rate of treasure chests is extremely low. Eunice has killed more than 100 wild monsters in total, and not even a treasure chest has dropped. This shows how low the drop rate of treasure chests is and how precious they are. Arms are divided into different levels of combat power, and treasure chests are naturally divided into different levels according to their rarity. According to known information, there are 9 levels of treasure chests, which vaguely correspond to the levels of combat power. From bottom to top they are Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Epic, Legendary, and Mythic. The higher the level, the more precious the treasure chest is, and the more valuable the items opened from it are. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took out the treasure chest rewarded by the Will of Heaven from his personal panel. The treasure chest is very large and made entirely of gold, which exudes wealth and splendor. I don't know what I can get with my luck. I hope my luck doesn't run out when I draw the building. Thinking secretly, Qin Feng made up his mind and opened the first treasure chest after coming to this world. You obtain gold-level equipment, Flame Armor. The moment the treasure chest lid was opened, a crimson light burst out violently, melting the rich gold, or rather, directly evaporating it. This means extremely terrifying heat and energy, but Qin Feng, who was standing close to the treasure chest, did not suffer any harm. He could not help but sigh at the supreme power of the Will of Heaven in this world. Qin Feng stretched out his hand gently and grabbed the battle suit floating in the air. The texture of the battle suit is extremely soft, as if it were woven from the finest silk. Flame Suit. Quality, 5-star gold. Attributes, defense plus 50%, energy recovery speed plus 20%. Additional effect, Fire Sublimation. When a unit with fire attribute wears this equipment, the basic attribute bonus of the equipment is increased by 50%. Additional effect, Fire Resist Ring. When the unit wearing this equipment is attacked by an enemy unit, there is a 12% chance to release Fire Resist Ring to absorb damage and counterattack the enemy. The damage of Fire Resist Ring depends on the wearer's combat power. Additional effect, Adaptive Deformation. Gold-level equipment has the ability to adaptively transform according to the wearer's body shape. After looking at the attributes of the flame armor, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction and said, "Huh, it seems that I am lucky. I got a piece of equipment that is extremely suitable for Eunice." There is no doubt that the flame armor arrived at an extremely timely moment. After making many judgments, Qin Feng decided on a strategy to first accelerate Eunice's growth to a grown body, and then breed new succubi to enrich the combat power of the territory. Under this general policy, the flame battle suit that can enhance Eunice's combat power is obviously an excellent equipment. It can almost be said that the appearance of this equipment perfectly fits Qin Feng's territory development strategy. Well, how can I get the flame armor to Eunice? Qin Feng thought secretly while stroking his chin. We can't let her get it too easily. If it's too easy, she'll probably get carried away. Didn't she just sing a song and choreograph me? It can't be too difficult. After all, the flame suit can improve her combat power. If she becomes stronger, doesn't that mean I become stronger too? Forget it, just give it to her directly. She is still so young. It is not the time for her to accept the master's mission. Thinking of this, Qin Feng returned to the Vitality Castle and started to cook dinner. He decided to give the flame battle suit to Eunice after dinner. There is no need to imagine that when the girl gets the battle suit, she will be surprised and look at him with infinite gratitude. Soon, Qin Feng prepared dinner and blew a whistle to call Eunice down to eat. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Eunice's tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. "Master, which ones are Eunice's?" Eunice looked at Qin Feng with an embarrassed look. She was extremely greedy. "It's all yours." Qin Feng patted Eunice on the head gently. "Eat it, don't waste it." "Really?" Eunice opened her eyes wide in shock and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. "Master, are these really all Eunice's?" "It's yours, all yours. Don't look at me. Just eat it with confidence." Qin Feng repeated again. "Then I'll start," Eunice said as if seeking agreement. After Qin Feng nodded 3 times, she began to eat with relish. Eunice was very small, and even if the 2 world wars made her grow 1 centimeter taller, she would still only be 41 centimeters tall. But her appetite was amazing. Her belly, which was the size of half a palm, was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much sizzling barbecued meat she put in it, there was not even a trace of bloating. This appetite is okay for just 1 succubus, but if there is an army of succubus in the future, how much food will be needed to feed them? Qin Feng stroked his chin and thought. He had already foreseen that food would be one of the biggest problems facing him in the near future. Soon, 20 standard units, a total of 200 kilograms of barbecue, were eaten by Eunice. At this time, her belly finally had a slope, which meant she was full. Comfortable. So comfortable. Lying on the stove, Eunice spoke with great joy and satisfaction, rubbing her belly with her little hands and patting it from time to time. Seeing Eunice's extremely happy face, Qin Feng's worries about food immediately disappeared. "It's just a little food, just kill monsters and cut their meat." "What? There are not enough wild monsters to eat." "Oh, then go grab it." They robbed the natives and the old power empire on the Eternal Continent. The Blue Star Lord dared to provoke and interfere, so he robbed them together. Nothing was more important than filling Eunice's belly. P.S. Please vote. I am a newbie and want to be on the member list. Chapter 12. Dancing Under the Sunset. After dinner, Qin Feng took Eunice to the 3rd floor of the castle to get some fresh air to help digest the food. At this moment, the castle has a hall, kitchen, bathroom, storage room, and 24 small bedrooms on the 1st floor. The 2nd floor has 8 large rooms with their own bathrooms, and Qin Feng's bedroom is among them. The 3rd floor of the castle is the smallest in area, but very important in function. Because this is the blockhouse of Qin Feng Castle, there are 4 doors and 36 circular holes with a diameter of 70 centimeters on the arched wall. The walls and ground near the holes are engraved with extremely complicated magic runes. You can tell at a glance that this thing can be connected to magic-powered city defense weapons to enhance the castle's defense. Sitting on the white jade railing outside the arched tower, Eunice looked up at the brilliant rays of light drifting across the sky and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Indeed, the pristine scenery of this place is beautiful. Qin Feng was also looking at the rosy glow in the sky. Before coming here, he had never seen such a gorgeous glow. It must be related to the serious air pollution in the city. Seeing it at this moment, he couldn't help but feel emotional. But while admiring the boundless splendor of this place, Qin Feng did not forget that the nature of this world is full of blood and killing. 7 days later, he and his castle will face the impact of the beast tide. And during these 7 days of development, his Eunice could not always be safe. As Eunice's hunting radius continues to increase, the wild monsters they encounter will definitely become stronger and stronger, and they may encounter monsters with commander-level combat power at any time. When the castle is upgraded, The pillar of light that reaches the sky and the earth will also cause trouble for Qin Feng. With such a big commotion, he didn't believe that no human lord in the Huangshui Valley saw it. You should know that the area of Huangshui Valley is only 72,000 square kilometers, but there are a total of 1,000 human lords stationed there. That is to say, the maximum straight-line distance between the castles of the two closest lords cannot exceed 18 kilometers. Wars between lords may be triggered at any time. Before that, the war between the human overlords and the indigenous forces of the Huangshui Valley will be triggered at a faster speed. There are indigenous forces in this world. Looking out into the forest from the third floor of the castle, even with Qin Feng's not-so-outstanding eyesight, he could see faint smoke from cooking fires in the distance, which was obviously a settlement. According to a rough estimate, the settlement is only 6 kilometers away from Qin Feng Castle in a straight line. This fully proves the correctness of the message that the will of heaven broadcast in Qin Feng's ears when he came here. This is a bloody world of killing with giant beasts, demons everywhere, and all races fighting for supremacy. Death and opportunity coexist, and danger and resources coexist. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing for me to come to this world. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll just take it one step at a time. Qin Feng sighed, then took out the folded flame battle suit hidden in his pocket and handed it to Eunice. Here, Eunice, this is for you. What is that? Hearing Qin Feng's voice, Eunice turned her head and saw a fiery red battle suit. Looking at the beautiful patterns on the battle suit and feeling the powerful energy fluctuations contained in the battle suit, Eunice looked at Qin Feng in surprise and said in a surprised and unbelievable tone, "Master, is this battle suit really for Eunice? Isn't this too expensive?" Qin Feng's territory is very rich and has 2 unique buildings with unlimited potential. But Qin Feng's territory was also very poor. The most powerful weapon was the boning knife in the kitchen, and the most powerful protective gear was the raincoat in the castle warehouse for shelter. Under this circumstance, the gold-grade battlesuit that Qin Feng took out at this moment seemed extremely valuable and rare. It was for this reason that Eunice couldn't believe that this battlesuit really belonged to her. Really? Would I lie to you? This battlesuit is especially suitable for people like you who have a fire-attributed physique. Put it on quickly and let me see the effect, Qin Feng said, and at the same time stretched out his hand and handed the battlesuit to Eunice. Mu took the battlesuit, and Eunice had a more concrete and clearer perception of the energy contained in the suit. She knew that once she put on this battlesuit, her defense would be increased by at least 50%. What does that mean? This means that she will be difficult to be harmed by wild monsters outside her territory. This means Qin Feng cares about her infinitely. Master, why are you so nice to Eunice? After taking the battle suit, Eunice looked at Qin Feng with eyes filled with tears of emotion and great gratitude. You've been so kind to Eunice. What can Eunice do to repay your kindness? Qin Feng reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Eunice's eyes and said softly, "Don't cry. Put on the battle suit quickly. Let me see the effect and see if it fits you well." Okay, my master." As she spoke, Eunice put on the flame battle suit. The moment it was put on, the adaptive effect took effect and the flame suit began to burn. In the brilliant flames, the suit gradually extended into an extremely exquisite dress embroidered with dark, golden, mysterious runes. As the saying goes, Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. Eunice looked even more exquisite in her new clothes. In the light of the fire, her already fair skin appeared extremely pure and white. She looked like a flawless porcelain doll, which made Qin Feng, who was watching from the side, exclaim in admiration. Not only Qin Feng, who was watching from the side, but Eunice herself was also very satisfied with the effect of the flame battle suit after putting it on. She stood on tiptoe on the white jade railing, a barely perceptible shyness showing on her restless little face. She gently pulled at the hem of her skirt and spun around to show herself to Qin Feng. As she turned, the shyness on her face became more intense, and she took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. She increased the speed of her rotation, and under the reflection of the rosy glow from the horizon, in the glow of the red flames of her flaming armor, and in the slightly hot night breeze, she danced. This is her gift as a succubus to her master Qin Feng. After the dance, Eunice lowered her head slightly and asked softly, "Master, does it look good?" "Very good." Qin Feng applauded and thought to himself, "It would be even better if you danced this dance for me when you grow up. Then, from now on I will dance for my master every day." "Okay." Eunice lowered her head even more, as if she was afraid that Qin Feng would reject her request. "Okay, once we settle down, I can spare half an hour every day to review your dancing." Qin Feng responded gently, with a smile on his face. At this moment, He suddenly felt that traveling to this world to become a lord did not seem to be a bad thing. After all, in a modern city, with his financial resources, he couldn't afford to go to brothels and listen to music every day. P.S. Please vote. Eunice will dance for you as a token of gratitude. Chapter 13. Black Moon Tide, Wild Monster Riot. After dancing, Eunice accompanied Qin Feng on the third floor to enjoy the evening breeze for a while. After the food in her stomach was completely digested into energy and stored in her body, she turned to Qin Feng and said, "Master, I've rested enough. Can I go hunting now?" "No rush. After the sun sets in this world, some changes should occur. You cannot leave the territory until you understand the impact of these changes." Looking at the sun getting lower and lower in the distance and listening to the increasingly impatient roars of wild beasts in the forest, Qin Feng inexplicably felt a palpitation in his heart. Perhaps to confirm Qin Feng's inner thoughts, the sun in the distance completely fell below the horizon, and the sound of the heavenly prompt suddenly exploded in Qin Feng's ears. Night falls, and the black moon tide covers the eternal continent. Wild monsters gain 300% strength. Castle troops other than mechanical, void, demon, and dark types lose 50% strength. Night falls, and the black moon tide covers the eternal continent. Wild monsters gain 300% strength. Castle troops other than mechanical, void, demon, and dark types lose 50% strength. Night falls, and the black moon tide covers the eternal continent. The world announcement sounded 5 times in a row before it stopped, reminding the lords of the dangers of the night environment with the utmost sincerity. But danger often means opportunity. For Qin Feng, who possesses demon-type troops, the Huangshui Valley shrouded in darkness is like a treasure. Judging from the prey Eunice brought back, the strongest wild monster around my territory is a 3-star warrior-level violent brown bear. Even if its strength increased by 300%, it would still be no match for Eunice, who possesses the strength of a 6-star general. What's more, my Eunice is now wearing the flame battle suit. In terms of defense alone, I'm afraid it can reach the level of a 1-star commander. As long as we don't go deep into the forest and are not surrounded, it will be basically difficult to break through the defense. Qin Feng's brain was working rapidly, proving from multiple aspects the safety of Eunice going out hunting. After calculating over and over again, Qin Feng turned to look at Eunice and said seriously, "Eunice, listen to my orders." As soon as she finished speaking, Eunice immediately jumped down from the railing, half knelt in front of Qin Feng, and lowered her head to obey. "I command you to set out immediately and eliminate all monsters within a 300-meter radius of the territory. During this period, return to the territory every 30 minutes to rest. No delays allowed." "Yes, my master," Eunice answered seriously. At this moment, she no longer had the shyness she had when dancing, nor the playfulness she had when peeking at Qin Feng. All she had was the solemnity and coldness of a warrior. After the ceremony, Eunice stood up, turned into a red flame, and flew towards the forest outside the territory. Qin Feng stared at Eunice's figure for a long time, and then thought that no matter how much he looked, he could not help Eunice. So he simply opened the Huangshui Valley chat channel and began to gather information. At this moment, the chat channel in Huangshui Valley was in chaos. Some lords who had been silent for a long time emerged and started complaining. "Damn, the monsters in the wild have increased their combat power by 300%. Is this going to kill us? Damn, during the day, I could still use some tactics to kill a few wild monsters. But now, facing the absolute gap in combat power, tactics are useless. Haha. The most hateful thing isn't the sudden increase in monster strength, but the fact that the darkness of night will affect the combat effectiveness of our Lord's troops is the most disgusting thing. Yes, my goblin warriors were already very weak, and now they have been weakened to the level of 4-star warriors by the night. Their combat power has plummeted by January 2nd. You can be secretly happy that you still have 4-star combat strength. My unit's combat strength has dropped directly to 3 stars. A lord who randomly landed on a slime ground outraged. Damn it. You beasts, you beasts. During the day, you were all whining and whining with us about your weakness and inability to defeat monsters. Yet at night, your troops suddenly become much stronger? Even after being nerfed, they're actually stronger than 3-star soldiers. He continued to roar. Am I the only honest person in this channel? My poor slimes. Not only have they been hungry all day, but now their combat power has been reduced to half a star. Why is my life so miserable? This person's words were like a seasoning, instantly diluting the fear in the chat channel. Lords appeared one after another and teased this lord who had extremely bad luck. Anyway, night has fallen and most people can't go out hunting, so they might as well joke with each other to pass the time, which is also a form of entertainment. Qin Feng did not join in this entertainment activity. He quickly browsed through the speeches in the channel and wrote down the lords who expressed the combat power and species of the troops intentionally or unintentionally. On the other side, he clicked on the member list of the chat channel and added notes after the names of these people. Once the Lord's War breaks out, any two lords may become enemies. Before gaining an overwhelming advantage, intelligence is often an important factor in determining the outcome of a war. After analyzing a large amount of food sales/purchase quantities and listening to the players' comments, Qin Feng had a clearer understanding of the Huangshui Valley. Just as he had initially judged, there were nearly 600 lords in this area who, on the first day of their arrival, did not have the ability to kill wild monsters independently. These people have survived until now by picking mushrooms, buying food, and starving themselves. The girl named Feng Guagua is the representative of the starving lords. Her troops seem to be weaker than slimes. According to her, all the mushrooms in her territory have been picked up by her, and she is about to starve to death. These lords are at the bottom of the pyramid of lords in the Huangshui Valley. They are the largest in number, but have the weakest combat power, so they are not a concern. There are nearly 200 lords in the second tier. The initial strength of these people's troops is mostly around 2 to 3-star warriors. They can hunt monsters through strategies, but they can only ensure self-sufficiency in food even if they try their best and cannot sell it to the outside world. The third level is composed of lords who are randomly assigned to 4-star soldiers or above and have the ability to kill wild monsters independently. This group has about 130 people, and they are considered the backbone of the lord class in the Huangshui Valley area. The fourth class is smaller, with more than 60 people. The strongest person in this class is the habitual pretentious rich man Chen Xiaojia, but the actual strongest person is yet to be determined. Because people at this level basically didn't say much in the chat channel, but they did sell food in the chat channel. Although the quantity was not as much as Chen Xiaojia took out, not to mention compared with Qin Feng, who knows if these people are hiding their abilities. As for the top of the pyramid, it is Qin Feng himself. Eunice has extremely high hunting efficiency, crushes the food sales of other players, and is the first among the 10 billion Blue Star players to upgrade to a level 2 castle. All these prove Qin Feng's strength. No matter how humble Qin Feng is, even if he is too humble to be considered cautious, he will not deny that he is the strongest lord in Huangshui Valley. The lords at the bottom of the Huangshui Valley are nothing to worry about. Once the beast tide arrives, at least 2/3 of them will die. Don't worry about the second and third strata. As long as they don't unite, they can't threaten me. As for the lords of the fourth tier, hey, these people need to be careful. Aside from a few individuals, the others have protected their information very well. They must have ambitions for hegemony, and the strength of their troops will give them courage. Who knows, maybe in the near future, I will face them head-on. Qin Feng was secretly calculating, feeling a little pressure in his heart. But considering that at least 95% of the lords in the entire Huangshui Valley are now hiding in their territories, under the protection of the Tiandao defense barrier, it can be confirmed that he is the only one who dares to send troops out of the territory to hunt and upgrade in the dark. His mood immediately became relaxed. P.S. Please vote. Please recommend. Please vote for membership. Chapter 14. Posting. According to Qin Feng's request, Eunice would return to the territory to rest every 30 minutes. With the terrifying recovery ability of the Vitality Castle and the supply of food cooked by Qin Feng, Eunice has been in good condition. It was not until the black moon rose to the zenith that the heavenly Tao issued another warning, announcing that the strength of wild monsters had increased to 500%, that Qin Feng completely recalled Eunice. So far, Eunice has gone hunting 8 times in total. We brought back more than 3,000 units of food, and once the exchange is completed, it will be more than 90,000 units of materials. The second upgrade of Vitality Castle is just around the corner. In addition to food, the harvest of energy stones was also not small. A total of 31 energy stones were harvested. Together with the previous ones, the number of energy stones in Qin Feng's hands reached an extremely terrifying 40. After that, work hard, explode 60 more energy stones, and then produce a soul particle, and Qin Feng's Succubus reincarnation pool can be upgraded. Not only will the number of Succubi bred increase, but the building effects will also be enhanced, and the development speed of Qin Feng's territory will begin to soar. Last but not least, it means that Eunice's own combat power has increased. After a fierce battle in the dark night and killing 400 or 500 enhanced beasts, Eunice gained a lot of sublimation energy, and her combat power level soared directly from the original 6-star general to the current 1-star commander level. When her combat power experienced its first major leap, Eunice's height also soared dramatically, from 41 centimeters in the evening to 62 centimeters. After opening the panel and taking a closer look, Eunice was only 78% away from entering the growth stage. Her growth rate was so fast that even Qin Feng was surprised. The arrival of night is truly a great opportunity. Killing monsters in the dark has made Eunice grow nearly 20 times faster than before. Although part of this is due to the upgraded Vitality Castle, this magnitude of improvement is truly exaggerated. I wonder if the other lords have seized this opportunity. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately arranged for Eunice to return to the castle to sleep, while he himself opened the hyperspace exchange to check the food sales postings. At the current stage, the most intuitive way to judge the strength of a lord is to see how much food he can sell. A lord who couldn't produce food wasn't necessarily weak. Perhaps it was simply because his troops were too voracious. However, a lord who could produce hundreds of units of food for sale was undoubtedly a powerful being. The lord who can sell hundreds of units of enhanced wild monster flesh and blood is undoubtedly the strongest among the strong. At this moment, there are 3 such awesome people in the hyperspace exchange. The first one is a woman named Li Yuero, top-level soldier amethyst behemoth. This person not only went online with his real name, but also marked his military branch. She took out 141 units of enhanced wild monster flesh and blood and put them for sale in the hyperspace exchange. The second one is a middle school student with the ID Dark Knight King. This person's avatar is a vampire with fangs. It is obviously not the initial random avatar, nor his own avatar, but his type of soldier. Vampires are dark creatures. Low-level vampires are weak, but high-level vampires are extremely powerful. Judging from the 132 units of food this person had taken out, the vampire troops he possessed were likely extraordinary, likely just one step away from reaching the top level. In the darkness, the combat power they could unleash could surpass even the most conventional top-tier troops. The third person who took out over 100 units of food was a lord with the ID. No information could be seen from his ID. This person's profile picture was pitch black, and it was obvious that he had captured the image of the Black Iron Knight. No information could be obtained to confirm who he was. The only information Qin Feng could learn from his post was that this person had put out 130 units of food for sale and was very powerful. Not only Qin Feng felt this way, the hungry lords who were wandering around the hyperspace exchange looking for opportunities to buy food also felt that these 3 people were very powerful. In the comment section of these 3 people's posts, countless people sang praises for them. Goddess Yuero, you are my god. I feel like Goddess Yuero and Boss Qin Shi Huang are on the same level. They are the strongest among the billions of lords on our blue star. The Dark Knight King is not weak either. His troops are vampires. They can thrive in the darkness, and who knows how powerful they will be after they wake up. Big Brother Diandiandian is also an awesome figure. Although he's not as good as Goddess Yuero and the Dark Knight King, he's still a big shot who has taken out over 100 pieces of enhanced wild monster flesh. I declare it. Boss Qin Shi Huang, Goddess Yuero, King of the Dark Knight, and Boss Diandiandian are the 4 most powerful Blue Star Lords in the current version. Who agrees and who disagrees? I agree. They truly represent the first tier. Looking at these messages, Qin Feng agreed very much. His Eunice was able to get more than 3,000 units of food, more than half of which was due to the Vitality Castle. Excluding the bug of the Vitality Castle, he could barely stay in the same echelon with Li Yuero and others. But although he agreed, Qin Feng was very dissatisfied with the evaluation result. This is not out of vanity, but out of hard, practical interests. He left the world announcement to the Qin Shi Huang account, and personally put the account he created at the center of public attention. The purpose is to continue to expand the number of Qin Shi Huang's fans, so that more lords and leaks will know Qin Shi Huang, look up to him, and even worship him. In order to continue to maintain the supreme reputation of Qin Shi Huang, and to facilitate the use of prestige to continue to reap hundreds of billions of Blue Star Lords in the future, he must take action this time. He wants to make Qin Shi Huang the only T0 level existence among the tens of billions of Blue Star Lords. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng walked to where the food was piled, uploaded all the food that Eunice had divided to the back end of the hyperspace exchange, and set up automatic delivery. Then he posted a very short acquisition post. Qin Shi Huang, 1 unit of food for 30 units of wood/stone. The current food supply is 3,105 units. Purchase limit, 5 units per person. This time, Qin Feng did not warn the so-called profiteer. In the face of the sheer amount of food, A small act like warning the unscrupulous merchants could no longer enhance his prestige, so he simply kept it brief. Isn't there a saying that the shorter the sentence, the more powerful it is? Because there is no preheating in advance. In addition to Li Yuero, the Dark Knight King, and the remaining lords who sold dozens of units of food took away a large amount of traffic. When Qin Feng first posted this message, it did not cause a sensation. But Qin Feng was not disappointed at all, nor was he in a hurry. He directly closed the hyperspace exchange and walked towards his bedroom on the second floor of the castle. He knew that his post would go viral. In the current hyperspace exchange, he is the only lord who has gained tens of millions of fans. As long as he posted, a small red dot would appear on the panel of everyone who followed him and open the hyperspace exchange panel. As time goes by, there will definitely be a large number of people clicking on the little red dot. And that moment was the beginning of the storm. P.S. Please give me a membership ticket. Please, give the child something to eat. Chapter 15, Detonating the Hyperspace Exchange. When Qin Feng walked from the food storage area to the castle gate, more than a dozen lords who followed Qin Feng saw the little red dot, then clicked on it, and found the post posted by Qin Feng. They were shocked and excited, howling wildly in the comment section, shouting that Qin Shi Huang was awesome. But then they calmed down. They thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they had to register a few more accounts and buy as much food as possible while not many people had discovered the post. Thus, a silent march began. These dozen or so lords registered and changed accounts frantically. In just a few seconds, they used up all the wood and stones they had obtained during the day and exchanged them for nearly 200 units of food from Qin Feng. When Qin Feng walked up to the second floor of the castle and headed towards his bedroom, hundreds of lords who followed Qin Feng discovered Qin Feng's post. They were shocked by the terrifying amount of food for sale and excited about their good luck. When they opened the hyperspace exchange, they found the post from Qin Shi Huang. The key is that the post is still hot, and there are more than 2,000 units of food available for exchange. Thus, a larger-scale silent march began. The lords competed with each other, and the huge trading volume in a short period of time directly made this post extremely popular, attracting a large number of lords who did not know Qin Feng to click on the post to check it out. The moment they clicked on the post, 99% of the lords were shocked, and the remaining 1% were shocked into puppets that could not move, speak, or leave messages. From this moment on, the number of comments in the message area of the acquisition post began to skyrocket, increasing at an exponential rate. Sentences filled with shocking emotions appeared in the comment section, and a storm began to brew. Holy crap! Over 3,000 units of food. What kind of monster is this Qin Shi Huang? It's nighttime, not daytime. The monsters in the wild are at least 3 times stronger than during the day. How powerful a territory must be to kill so many monsters and get so much food. Fuck, even in the daytime, more than 3,000 units of food is extremely terrifying. That's right. Goddess Li Yuero opened 4 posts today and sold over 500 units of food in total, which is equivalent to 1/6 of the amount sold in Qin Shi Huang's post. The rapid increase in comments further increased the popularity of this post, attracting more people to check it out. At the same time, those lords who followed Qin Feng also discovered Qin Feng's latest developments in batches and clicked on this post one after another, in groups. Huge amounts of traffic poured in, and tons of messages gushed out. In a short time, this post became the most popular post on the hyperspace exchange. But this is far from the limit of this post. As more and more lords saw the terrifying amount of food in the post, they saw the tip of the iceberg of Qin Feng's terrifying strength and couldn't help but express shock. The popularity of this post has risen rapidly beyond imagination again and again. In 10 seconds, the popularity of this post reached the total popularity of the top 10 posts. 20 seconds later, the popularity of this post exceeded 100 million, which is 10 times the total popularity of the top 10 posts. 30 seconds later, the popularity of this post reached the terrifying billion level, which means that 90% of the lords who were still hanging out in the hyperspace exchange at the moment had seen this post. 40 seconds later, the immense collective unconscious will gradually become unified. With the consensus of over 100 million lords, the Blue Star World Lords ranking list, non-heavenly will version, was released. The lord ranked first on the list is codenamed Qin Shi Huang. What is different from the 9 lords on the list after him is that there is a line of gold-plated notes behind this ID. There are 4 characters written on it. No solution, T0. T0. A specialized term in the Blue Star gaming field, generally used to describe a character, a profession, or a player who possesses terrifying strength far exceeding the rest. The term itself carries an unexplainable meaning. Strictly speaking, There is a grammatical error in adding the prefix unsolvable before T0. However, from a practical point of view, only such a description can truly express the overwhelming admiration that the 100 million lords felt when they faced the majestic ID Qin Shi Huang, the lord represented by him, and the terrifying battle record of that great god. No solution. It means there is no solution. It means unbeatable. And this is the evaluation of the Blue Star Lord, who is worth over 100 million, when facing the Qin Shi Huang, giant who took out more than 3,000 units of food in one breath, and took out so much food in the dark. In other words, at this moment, the personal worship of Qin Feng by the lower-level lords has reached its peak. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up early. He sat up from the bed and stretched. Last night, when he walked into the bedroom, the thoughtful Eunice had already warmed the bed for him, using her body warmth and a faint fragrance, which allowed Qin Feng to enjoy a deep sleep that he had not experienced for a long time. Although I only slept for 6 hours in total, I felt extremely energetic after getting up. Master, you're awake. As soon as he opened his eyes in a daze, a towel of the right temperature, neither too cold nor too hot, was handed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was surprised. It was the first time for him to enjoy such treatment. He couldn't help but look sideways. The one who handed him the towel was his little succubus Eunice. Of course, it could only be Eunice. If it was anyone else, it would be a big disaster. At this moment, Eunice was kneeling beside Qin Feng's bed with her legs together. She was still wearing the skirt made of the flaming battle suit. Her face was pink and white with red. It was not known whether it was because of the cold flames on the skirt, or because she was embarrassed by the posture she had posed. Don't do this next time. I don't like you kneeling. Qin Feng reached out and touched Eunice's head, then pulled Eunice up. Only after Eunice had completely stood up did he take the towel and wipe his face. After washing your face, it's time to brush your teeth. Eunice had prepared the toothbrush cup, toothbrushes, and even the coarse salt for brushing teeth for Qin Feng. She took the towel and put it in the basin. Then she trotted over and brought all the toothbrush utensils to Qin Feng. Where did you learn this skill of serving others? Qin Feng was somewhat uncomfortable with being treated so well for the first time, and said with a slightly red face, You don't have to learn. These are my duties, master. Don't feel burdened by this. If you do, Eunice will only think that she has not done her job well and has not served you well. Eunice said very understandingly, By the way, I've prepared breakfast too. It's definitely not as good as the one made by the master, but it should be acceptable. Having said that, Eunice lowered her head slightly. In order to complete today's breakfast, she wasted almost 10 units of food before she barely mastered the barbecue method and made barely acceptable food. She was nervous. She was uneasy. She was afraid that Qin Feng would not like it. P.S. Eunice, please vote for membership and recommendation. Eunice will thank you. Chapter 16. Accelerated Growth. Eunice's cooking skills are quite average, only slightly better than those of the young girls in the Blue Star world. Not to mention compared with the chefs, even compared with Qin Feng, she is far behind. However, Qin Feng did not despise it. Instead, he ate his share very attentively. After all, it was Eunice's intention. Besides, this isn't much better than those other lords who were so hungry they ate hallucinogenic mushrooms. After breakfast, Qin Feng took Eunice's hand, walked out of the castle, and came to the Succubus reincarnation pool. At this moment, the water in the Succubus reincarnation pool is already filled with energy, emitting tremendous life force. The level 1 Succubus reincarnation pool has two effects. The first is naturally to breed new succubus larvae. The second is to consume a succubus breeding quota and accelerate the growth of an existing succubus. For Qin Feng at this moment, accelerating Eunice's growth is undoubtedly the most rational and most realistic choice. First of all, Eunice now has the combat power of a 1-star commander, and she will definitely become stronger after accelerated growth. However, the newly bred succubus only has the combat power of a general. The absolute gap in strength cannot be made up by adding one more type of soldier. Secondly, today is the second day since the Lord arrived in the Eternal Continent, and it is imperative to expand the hunting range of the troops. Stronger individual strength can not only expand Eunice's hunting range, but also ensure Eunice's personal safety when hunting. Third, the larger the range of Eunice's exploration, the sooner Qin Feng will know the surrounding enemy situation and then make arrangements in advance. Before you gain the absolute power to sweep away everything and crush all living beings, intelligence will be the key to victory. Finally, Eunice can also establish a safe development circle for subsequent succubi when opening the map, similar to a novice village. By leveling up in this safe development circle, the probability of death of the succubus Qin Feng subsequently bred can be considered 0. Thinking of this, Qin Feng ordered Eunice. Eunice, stand in the pool. Okay. Eunice nodded, then stood in the pool. Although she didn't know what Qin Feng was going to do at the moment, she knew one thing clearly. The master's orders were destiny and must be obeyed. As soon as Eunice stood still in the pool, a translucent dialogue box appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision. Detected a target with accelerated growth. Eunice, 22% of juvenile form. Do you want to consume one succubus breeding quota to accelerate the growth of Eunice, 22% of juvenile form? Hint. If you choose accelerated growth, you can increase Eunice's larval growth rate from 22% to 52%. The accelerated growth effect of the level 1 succubus reincarnation pool can only increase Eunice's growth progress by 30%, which is completely unable to achieve Qin Feng's expectation of cultivating Eunice to a grown body in one step. But Qin Feng's unique building is not just the succubus reincarnation pool. He also has the Vitality Castle. Vitality Castle, Level 2. Effect, Spring of Vitality. While in the castle, energy recovery speed increases by 200%, troop growth speed increases by 100%, and due effect increases by 60%. Effect, Wind of Resurgence. Vitality Castle can accumulate 1 Wind of Resurgence every 6 hours, with a maximum of 4 Winds of Resurgence active simultaneously. Each Wind of Resurgence restores a unit below a 9-star commander to full strength and grants a 30-minute Vitality Spring effect. Current Wind of Resurgence count is February 4th. From yesterday's upgrade to now, the Vitality Castle has accumulated 2 Winds of Recovery. Once used, it can give Eunice 2 layers of Vitality Spring buffs. It can directly increase Eunice's growth rate to 300%. Under this circumstance, the accelerated growth effect obtained by consuming a succubus breeding quota can bring Eunice a growth increase of an extremely terrifying 90%, which can mature Eunice from a larva to a mature body in one step. Thinking of this, Qin Feng gently stretched out his hand, pointed at Eunice's forehead through the air, and shouted, "The wind is coming." The moment the words fell from the air, 2 streams of green air suddenly surged out from the Vitality Castle, and with a bang, they poured into Eunice's body. As the green wind entered her body, 2 buffs of spring vitality suddenly appeared on Eunice's panel, which lasted for a full 30 minutes. Eunice, who enjoyed the double buff, also felt extremely comfortable at this moment. She closed her eyes and let out a moan from her throat. "Ah, is it so cool?" Qin Feng's brows trembled slightly, and then he moved his mind and activated the accelerated growth effect of the succubus reincarnation pool. You consumed a breeding quota, and you accelerated the growth of Eunice, 22% of the larval body. Energy infusion. 2 lines of dialogue popped up on the translucent panel. At the same time, the water in the succubus reincarnation pond swirled violently, evaporating into mist and transforming into a whirlwind. It flowed through Eunice's pores and into her body, carrying her into the air. As the energy entered her body, Eunice's body gradually glowed, and red flames shot up into the sky, illuminating Qin Feng's territory red, giving Eunice a new magic pattern. Another line of text appeared in the translucent dialogue box. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly trembled. He had never expected that the first time he used the accelerated growth effect, he would trigger an extremely low probability event and give Eunice a new magic pattern. As mentioned earlier, the potential of a succubus is determined by 2 aspects. The first is physique. The limit that a succubus with a normal physique can reach is definitely not as good as that of a succubus like Eunice, who has a special fire attribute physique. Secondly, and most importantly, is the number of magic patterns on the succubus. A succubus can have up to 9 magic patterns, 8 of which are located in fixed positions, between the eyebrows, chest, lower abdomen, lower back, left thigh, right ankle, right arm, and left wrist. The last magic pattern is in the swinging position. It may appear on the tip of the tongue, and only close people can see its true appearance. It may also appear in a more hidden corner, and only a winding path can be used to get a glimpse of it. The more magic patterns there are, and the more hidden the location of the last magic pattern is, the higher the potential of the succubus will be. After becoming a complete form, the stronger the combat power will be. I don't know how many magic patterns Eunice can get this time. It would be great if she could directly reach the level of a 9-pattern succubus. Qin Feng thought greedily, perfectly interpreting the phrase, "I want it all." As if she sensed Qin Feng's thoughts, Eunice in the flames closed her eyes tightly, trying her best to absorb and receive the sublimated energy brought to her by the succubus reincarnation pool. The red flames grew bigger and bigger, and the overwhelming heat forced Qin Feng to take several steps back. And within this flame, Eunice began to grow at an extremely fast speed. Her innocent little face gradually blossomed into a young, vibrant, and beautiful, delicate, and captivating face. It was a pity that Eunice's eyes were closed. If those watery eyes were open, even the gods would be unable to resist their alluring and captivating gaze. The small body continued to grow taller and taller, from a little over 60 centimeters to about 1.68 meters. The curves of the body also became apparent, thin where it should be thin, and curvy where it should be curvy, making the figure extremely attractive. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled. My Eunice is finally grown up. When the mist transformed from the pool water was exhausted, and the flames on Eunice's body gradually went out, he called up Eunice's panel to check the changes in Eunice. Chapter 17. Master, Eunice has grown up. Fire Succubus Eunice. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, Mystery of Fire, Do, requires mature form. Potential, Fire attribute 3-striped Succubus. Growth status, Growth, 0.1%. Combat power level, 7-star commander. Complete form, 3-star god. After reading Eunice's panel, Qin Feng was shocked. Eunice's progress this time was enormous. The first is potential. The magic pattern grew from a single pattern to 3 patterns, which directly increased Eunice's maximum combat power from a 9-star demigod at the beginning to a 3-star god at the moment. There are only 3 more stars, but the increase in ultimate strength is more than 3 times. 100 times is too low. The second is talent. Qinglu has not been unlocked yet and needs to mature, but the true meaning of fire has been upgraded to the mystery of fire. This means that Eunice can control the fire element more easily and release more powerful magic at a lower cost. The third is strength. Before the sublimation, Eunice was a 1-star commander. After the sublimation, Eunice possessed the combat power of a 7-star commander. It seems that there are only 6 more stars, but in fact, Eunice's combat power at this moment is more than 10 times that of before. The improvement is so great that Qin Feng can't help but feel proud and complacent. Finally, and most importantly, Eunice has grown up and has become a mature person. She is no longer the doll she used to be, but a beautiful girl. Although the growth rate will slow down, and it will be difficult to grow at a rocket speed with the help of the accelerated growth effect of the level 1 Succubus reincarnation pool, Eunice, with her girlish body, can help Qin Feng do more things. When Qin Feng thought of this, the flames wrapped around Eunice were completely extinguished. She slowly opened her eyes, and tremendous firepower surged out of her body, extending the flaming battle suit on her body to the extreme, turning it into a red slim dress with gold threads. On Eunice's bare feet, there was also a pair of red crystal high heels inlaid with gold threads made of flames. Falling back to the ground from the air, Eunice half knelt in front of Qin Feng, lowered her head, and called softly, Master. Qin Feng said softly, his voice trembling slightly. Master, Eunice has grown up? Eunice still lowered her head, but her face was flushed and her voice was more charming than before. Yeah, I know. Qin Feng replied. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing something, or as if he was making a decision. Master, please give orders to Eunice. Please let Eunice serve you. Unable to get the answer she wanted from Qin Feng, Eunice mustered up the courage to speak. As she spoke, she lowered her head even lower, and her pretty face became redder and hotter. Qin Feng let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and then said, Let's go and clear out the wild monsters outside the territory first. We can talk about other things tonight. This was an extremely difficult decision. When making the decision, Qin Feng was extremely reluctant, but he finally made the arrangement. Eunice would be his sooner or later, so there was no rush. But the beast tide would arrive promptly in 7 days. He couldn't waste any time that could be used to improve his territory, and he certainly couldn't spend his precious daytime enjoying Eunice's charm and tenderness. Go ahead, I'm waiting for your good news. After saying this, Qin Feng turned and left, heading towards the castle. Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Eunice stood there in a daze, her expression dumbfounded, and subconsciously thought that Qin Feng didn't like her. But then, she remembered Qin Feng's breathing, which was obviously much heavier than before when he was talking to her. She immediately smiled and no longer questioned her charm. Qin Feng walked up to the 3rd floor of the castle and leaned on the railing overlooking the earth. Eunice was no longer in the territory, but in the forest outside the territory, there appeared a ray of fire that moved extremely quickly. At this moment, Eunice's fighting style has changed dramatically compared to the first day, and her ability to control fire has become extremely subtle. The attacks were no longer those extremely energy-consuming large-scale fire tornadoes, but extremely precise fire blades, fireballs, and fire pillars. To deal with weak wild monsters, such as a violent brown bear with the strength of a 3-star warrior, a small fireblade can cut it in half. If the enemy is slightly stronger, fireballs will be used to deal with it. And if the enemy is even stronger, fire tornadoes will be used to wash the enemy's face. Like the forest wolf, a wild monster that only has the strength of a 5-star warrior. There was no need for Eunice to do it herself. The 2 elemental firemen she summoned were enough to kill it. The combat power of the 7-star commander is truly extraordinary. If the other commanders knew that my Eunice could kill monsters so easily, they would probably drool with envy. Qin Feng thought to himself with great satisfaction, and then he opened the hyperspace exchange to check out today's market conditions. Just as Qin Feng expected, the food sales post he posted firmly held the top spot in the hyperspace exchange. The popularity of one post is higher than the last 9 of the first 10 posts combined. No, it is thousands of times higher. Click on the post and take a look. The total number of comments in the post exceeded 100 million, and the top 10 most popular comments were all praising Qin Feng, each with millions of likes. Master Qin Shi Huang is truly amazing. Not only was he able to kill enemies in the dark, he even sold over 3,000 units of food. He truly deserves to be the #1 lord among the billions of Blue Star lords. Mr. Qin Shi Huang is awesome. His Majesty the First Emperor is awesome. This humble servant pays his respects to you, sir. Seeing the second most popular message, Qin Feng's face twitched, and he almost couldn't hold it back. He really didn't expect that the lords would flatter him in a role-playing way, which reminded him of the Wanlu Academy incident. He felt that those who called him Your Majesty and called themselves old ministers. He should be the servant who paid his respects to the young masters in the Wanlu Academy incident. He is the kind of person who is not capable of being of any important use. However, even though he dislikes it, Qin Feng still likes others' flattery very much. The inherent vanity of human beings is secondary, and the benefits that can be brought by fame are eternal. Continue reading below. Master Qin Shi Huang is truly formidable. Your Majesty, is there any room left in your harem? I'm 36E, I'm good at sex, and I'm not clingy. Can you take me in? Your Majesty, I want to be your maid. Please don't despise me. Your Majesty, although I am not a woman, I can change my gender for Your Majesty. Please give me a chance. Boss Qin Shi Huang, I admire you so much, and I'm a loyal fan. Could you please give me an autograph one day? By the way, when will you be selling food next time? Could you give me an advance notice? After reading the first 6 messages, Qin Feng finally saw a useful one. An advance notice must be given. This kind of thing can not only continue to increase his fame, but also hype up the popularity of the food trading post, so it must be done on a big scale. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately modified his signature. The next food transaction will open in 3 hours. Please prepare wood and stone in advance if necessary. After changing the signature, Qin Feng continued reading. The contents of the top 10 most popular comments were very consistent, and Qin Feng, who was not in the mood to enjoy the flattery, quickly skipped them. Then he skipped the first 20. Then he skipped the first 30. After scrolling through more than 100 messages, the number of messages praising Qin Feng gradually decreased, from 100% to about 70%. At this time, some valuable information appeared in Qin Feng's vision. Chapter 18, Great Harvest. The message ranked 147th in popularity, received 1.54 million likes, and 17 million replies. The message and replies are as follows. Li Yuero, top-tier amethyst behemoth. Let's be friends Qin Shi Huang. Can you come back for a while? Wow. Is Goddess Yuero planning to become the imperial consort? His combat power is quite high, but I don't know what he looks like. Goddess Yuero, why don't you put 2 photos in your personal space so that we can check them for His Majesty? A toad dreams of eating swan flesh. If His Majesty is interested in you, then my 36E is not so attractive. Goddess Yuero, how did you also fall for Boss Qin Shi Huang's genes? My heart is broken. Li Yuero, this ID looks familiar. Qin Feng touched his chin and recalled, and soon he figured out who this woman was who went online with her real name and unscrupulously marked her military branch. This is a woman who competes with Qin Feng for business. When night fell yesterday, this woman took out more than 100 units of food to sell, which caused quite a stir in the hyperspace exchange at the time, and she was called the Yuero goddess by many people. It was precisely because of the challenge from this person and several other lords that Qin Feng put more than 3,000 units of food into the hyperspace exchange in one go to defend the reputation and prestige he had worked so hard to build. Let me check back in. What does this woman want to do? Does she want to form an alliance with me? Or does she want to make a deal with me alone? Qin Feng thought about it and realized that it was impossible to add friends in the hyperspace exchange, and the Lord's panel was not Xiuqiu's account. As long as they were not in the same chat channel, he could not add friends even if he knew the real ID. If one wants to use hyperspace exchanges to conclude alliances or reach cooperation, they must first be exposed to the public eye. There is no privacy at all, and nothing big can be accomplished. Besides, this woman can reveal her real name and military branch. Even if she has some brains, she doesn't have much. If you cooperate with her, you might end up crying because of her stupidity if you're not careful. With this in mind, Qin Feng made a decision to ignore Li Yuero's request to follow back. He would just pretend he hadn't seen it and put it aside. If there was a chance, he would use it as a tool. If not, he would just put it aside. The second valuable message is at position 162, with 1.32 million likes and 54 million replies. The message and reply content are as follows. Dark Knight King. Qin Shihuang, I heard you're quite impressive. You actually sold over 3,000 units of food last night. I'm afraid you've drained your entire household. Fuck you, Dark Knight King. Dark Knight Maggot King is more like that. Your Majesty, you have the final say. Hurry up and apologize to His Majesty. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Go to hell. Go to hell. How dare you insult my Majesty? I won't forgive you. The master insults the minister and the minister dies. Brothers and sisters, your Majesty's ministers and concubines, charge him. After thinking about it, Qin Feng remembered who this Dark Knight King was. He was a middle school student with a second-year syndrome who used his own army type as his avatar. He sold more than 100 units of food last night. On the surface, his strength was only weaker than Li Yuero. Qin Feng was very clear about the other party's intention in sending this message. It was nothing more than vanity, and he wanted to hype his own fame in this way. Qin Feng didn't want to pay any attention to this person at all. The reason why I read this post was that I even clicked on the reply to read the messages from other lords. What Qin Feng mainly wanted to verify was what level he was at in the minds of the lower-level lords. After a quick look at the replies to the Dark Knight King's message, a rough estimate shows that 99% of the lords were insulting the Dark Knight King, and 1% thought that the Dark Knight King had a very unique personality. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled. The ratio of 99 to 1 was enough to prove how high his prestige was in the hearts of the lower-level lords at the moment. It also meant that the profits he could earn would be calculated in astronomical figures. Time is like sand between your fingers, always slipping away silently when you are not paying attention. While Qin Feng was browsing the posts of the lords in the hyperspace exchange, he was sorting out the information based on the amount of food they sold and the information in the message area. The sun had risen to the northeast, and Eunice returned to the territory with a huge amount of divided food. Seeing Qin Feng standing on the railing on the third floor of the castle with a serious expression, Eunice instantly felt that Qin Feng was really handsome, and he looked even more handsome when he was working seriously. If he could work seriously with her, he would be even more handsome. Thinking about the task that might happen at night and would require 2 people to complete, Eunice's pretty face couldn't help but turn red, and then she lowered her head shyly. Bah, bah, bah. How vulgar. Eunice, how can you be so vulgar? Have you forgotten your master's instructions to you? He wants you to be more dignified. He likes dignified women. Thinking of this, Eunice took a deep breath and adjusted herself to normal. Then, she looked up at Qin Feng again, wanting to speak seriously, but when she spoke, her voice became extremely charming, beautiful, and affectionate. Master, Eunice is back. Hearing Eunice's sweet call, Qin Feng immediately raised his head twice. But his willpower was so terrifying that when he looked at Eunice, his expression was normal. Are there any injuries? What's the harvest? When Eunice heard Qin Feng's first question was about herself, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. The master really cares about me the most. She smiled sweetly at Qin Feng. Master, Eunice is not injured. Not only is she not injured, I also brought back a lot of spoils this time. As she finished speaking, Eunice shook the straw rope in her hand, and a huge yet extremely subtle force was transmitted along the rope. The flesh and blood of the wild monsters that were tied up at the back and whose real bodies were still hidden in the dense forest were all shaken into the air, and then fell in rows beside the reincarnation pool. The place where the meat pieces were previously piled was piled up 7 or 8 meters high, forming a small hill. Damn, seeing the mountain of wild monster meat, Qin Feng couldn't help but be secretly shocked. There was no need to count them in detail. Qin Feng could tell at a glance that based on the scale, the flesh and blood Eunice got from this hunt would probably not be less than 10,000 standard units. Is this the combat power of the 7-star commander? Giving up a pregnancy quota to accelerate Eunice's growth is simply the wisest decision. However, these were not all that Eunice gained from this hunt. After placing the beast meat, Eunice turned around gently, and flames suddenly ignited where she was standing, and she appeared beside Qin Feng in a graceful manner. After standing still, Eunice half knelt down, raised her hands, and held them up, presenting a large pile of at least 100 black stones in front of Qin Feng. Master, in addition to the food just now, Eunice also brought back 107 energy stones this time. Please check them. Chapter 19. Liu Arrow. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw the energy stone in front of him. He originally thought that if he wanted to collect 100 energy stones, he would have to wait until tonight at least, and Eunice would need to hunt in the dark again to collect them all. After all, this thing is an energy stone. When the drop rate is the highest, it takes 10 wild monsters to drop one. If you are unlucky, you may not even drop one among 30 wild monsters. But now, Eunice presented a total of 107 energy stones in front of him, directly meeting the energy stone requirements of the Succubus reincarnation pool. As long as the soul particles were obtained, Qin Feng could immediately upgrade the most critical Succubus reincarnation pool. Such a great achievement. How could Qin Feng not be shocked? You did a great job. The energy stone is in my bedroom. Find a place to rest. I'll cook for you later. Okay. Eunice answered sweetly, then stood up and was about to walk to the second floor of the castle. But before she entered the door of the tower, Eunice stopped. She turned her head to look at Qin Feng and said timidly with a little expectation and a little fear, Master, if I really do a good job, can you give Eunice a small reward? Well, what reward do you want? Qin Feng turned to look at Eunice, not questioning the rationality of Eunice's request at the moment, but simply asking a question. Eunice lowered her head and blushed. She crossed her fingers and said shyly, Master, I know that my reward is too much, but Master, can you hug me? I think you can hug me, just a gentle hug. Eunice raised her head, her little face still red, but there was great courage in her eyes. She is no longer the little girl from yesterday, but a grown-up girl of 1.68 meters in height. However, she cannot get into Qin Feng's arms. But she longed for Qin Feng's warm embrace so much. Not only at this moment, but even when she was hunting in the wild just now, she longed for it all the time. Qin Feng was stunned, then he smiled. He slowly walked to Eunice and took her into his arms. The moment Qin Feng hugged her, Eunice's whole body was shaking. Her calves were trembling, and she almost couldn't stand. Her forearms were trembling. She tried several times before she was able to wrap her arms around Qin Feng's waist. Her little head was also trembling and moved awkwardly. After several seconds, it finally pressed against Qin Feng's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Eunice's heartbeat suddenly became violent. At the same time, she also heard that inside that warm chest, another extremely warm heart was beating wildly, and the frequency of the beating was gradually becoming consistent with her heart. After hugging for dozens of seconds, Eunice, whose body was almost limp as mud, had a flushed face. She gently broke free from Qin Feng's arms, stumbled downstairs, and went back to her room to rest. Qin Feng shook his numb arms. He enjoyed the tingling sensation as if he had been electrocuted when they hugged each other just now, and he enjoyed Eunice's gentle body fragrance and lingering breath even more. But he knew that now was not the right time to enjoy all this. During the day, the hyperspace exchange is his battlefield. As the master of the Vitality Castle, the master of Eunice, and the master of the entire clan of high-level demon Succubi, he must use all available time to develop his territory by any means necessary. Only in this way can he withstand the beast tide and survive in this extremely cruel world. Only in this way can he protect his territory, his woman, and the child that his woman will bear for him, which may not exist now but will definitely exist in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Feng jumped down from the third floor of the castle and landed steadily, without splashing any dust. Eunice entered the growth stage and killed more than 1,000 low-energy monsters, but her growth rate only increased by 0.1%, and her combat power remained at the level of a 7-star commander. But Qin Feng is different. He has a low starting point, but has great room for growth, and his speed is extremely fast. With Eunice's all-out hunting, his strength increased rapidly. Yesterday, when he first came to this world, he was just a 1-star soldier, but today he has reached the level of a 9-star war master, which is more powerful than the Fire Griffin of Qinshaojia, the strongest lord in Huanshui Valley. With such powerful strength, he wouldn't die even if he jumped off a cliff, let alone a building. If you were lucky, you might even be able to pick up secret books or something like that. Walking to the mountain of food, Qin Feng left 100 units and uploaded the rest to the back end of the hyperspace exchange. At the same time, the 3-hour appointment arrived, and Qin Feng opened a post in the hyperspace exchange to sell food. Qin Shi Huang. 1 unit of food for 25 units of wood/stone. The current food supply is 12,105 units. Purchase limit, 10 units per person. Compared with before, the trade-in price is much lower. But there is no way around it. With the birth of the second batch of troops of the lords, more and more people enter the hyperspace exchange to sell food, and the price of food naturally becomes lower. In Qin Feng's opinion, instead of waiting for the market to force him to lower the price, he might as well lower it himself. Apart from anything else, he can still get back the reputation-related evaluations such as Mr. Nobleness and Your Majesty's Kindness. Just as Qin Feng guessed, as soon as the acquisition post was released, a large number of people began to sing praises in the comment section. One after another, the lords who could not get enough food regarded him as the savior and the first emperor who saved the country and the people. They had no idea that the title of Qin Shi Huang not only meant unprecedented achievements, but also meant the most iron-blooded, even the most cold-blooded, tactics. Scan a plain, Arts River Basin, Lilo grassland. On the grassland, a woman with a graceful figure and beautiful appearance sat on the shoulder of a huge purple behemoth. Behind her were 3 other smaller amethyst behemoths. Her name is Liuero, and she is a woman who dares to use her real name on the internet. At the same time, she was very obedient. After seeing the comments from the lords, saying, after she posted the photo, Qin Shi Huang would definitely follow her back. She resolutely chose to use her real appearance as her profile picture, and it was a full-body photo, showing off her face and figure, both of which reached a 9-point level. However, she was eventually fooled by the lords. After changing her profile picture, she not only did not wait for Qin Feng to follow her back, but instead gained the attention of a large group of LSPs. There were also countless requests for photos in the comment section of her acquisition post. Qin Shi Huang, why didn't he reply to me? Isn't my point obvious enough? As someone who possesses the top-tier amethyst behemoth, am I not qualified to be his friend? Isn't it just a random discovery of a top-tier soldier capable of exerting power at night? Why is this person so arrogant? Could it be that he thinks that he can survive the coming chaos, the struggles between the Blue Star Lords and the Lords of other worlds, or even the struggles with the ancient empire on the Eternal Continent, by relying solely on his own strength? Looking at the message she posted, the number of likes and replies kept increasing. Liuero frowned and wondered what Qin Feng was thinking and why he didn't follow her back. After a long time, Liuero still couldn't figure it out. She didn't think Qin Feng had any reason to refuse her invitation. She felt that she was at least qualified to be Qin Feng's focus. The reason why she hasn't followed back is probably because Qin Feng didn't see her message, and because she has too many followers, she has turned off the notification sound when being followed. Therefore, she stopped worrying about this matter and retreated to the first-level interface of the hyperspace exchange to look for new valuable partners. But at this moment, a post that was gaining popularity rapidly and jumped to the second place in popularity at the speed of a 100-meter sprint attracted her attention. Qin Shi Huang. Why is he posting again? And it's about selling food. How long has it been since the second day started? This is too outrageous. Shocked and confused, Liuero clicked on Qin Feng's new post and saw the full text. Then, her body stiffened. Chapter 20. Big Shock. Second World Announcement. More than 10,000 units of food. What a devilish number. Reading the full text of the post and counting the numbers behind the existing food, Liuero was plunged into unprecedented shock. If we say that the more than 3,000 units of food that Qin Feng uploaded to the hyperspace exchange last night were obtained by the lords with hard work, desperate efforts, and luck, they would have had a chance to get them. Now, the more than 10,000 standard units of food that appeared in the sales post could not be obtained by relying solely on hard work, luck, or sending troops out hunting at any cost. If you want to get such horrific food that costs up to 5 figures, the only thing you can rely on is strength, absolute strength. What exactly are Qin Shi Huang's military units? Could it be the top of the top arms? That's not right. Isn't the top-level military force the limit of the initial military force? You know, the strongest individuals among the top-level soldiers, after reaching their full form, all have the strength of a peak war emperor. What kind of troops are more powerful than the top-tier amethyst behemoth? And they're so powerful they're overwhelming. If it really exists, then doesn't it mean that once Qin Shi Huang's troops reach their full potential, they can reach the demigod realm? That's the demigod realm. Is this the realm that the initial troops can reach? No, impossible. Qin Shi Huang was able to obtain so much food. It couldn't be because of the military. Military forces account for at most 30%. He must have had other opportunities. He must have discovered a powerful weapon during the massacre last night. And it wasn't the city defense cannon in my territory, but a powerful weapon that can be transported out of the territory for combat. After deducing this, Liuero felt that the logic became rigorous. Her self-esteem was also re-established at this moment. Whether it's weapons or military units, I recognized Qin Shi Huang's strength for being able to sell so much food. If I can establish a connection with him and convince him to join my cause, with our combined strength, prestige, and potential, we can surely unite the billions of lords of Blue Star and jointly fight against lords from other worlds, or even directly confront the ancient empire of the Eternal Continent. Liuero felt relieved. She waved her hand gently, and the amethyst behemoth continued to move forward, looking for monsters to kill on the grassland. She calmed down and began to think about how to establish contact with Qin Feng and how to persuade Qin Feng to join her great plan. While Liuero was thinking about her grand plan, Qin Feng was doing something very realistic. That is to upgrade the castle, sound the world announcement, and raise the prestige of Qin Shi Huang. The purchased wood and stones were taken out from the hyperspace exchange and piled on one side of the castle, forming two huge mountains. At this moment, the amount of wood and stone in Qin Feng's hands exceeded 150,000, which was an extremely terrifying number, more than the materials in the hands of 100 ordinary lords combined. However, having plenty of materials does not mean that they cannot be used up. Even if they cannot be used up at the moment, they will be used up in the future. Qin Feng's two core buildings are unique buildings, and the materials required for upgrading are much higher than those of ordinary buildings. Moreover, the wood/stone obtained in exchange for food does not mean that it cannot be used as currency to exchange for other building materials. The market of the hyperspace exchange will always change as the power of the lords increases. When most lords could not afford to obtain large quantities of food, food would be expensive. But when the lords became stronger and food became easier to obtain, the prices of wood and stone went up. In other words, wood/stone that is cheap now will definitely become expensive one day in the future. Imagining that scene, and thinking about the 130,000 materials needed to upgrade Vitality Castle from level 2 to level 3, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel the pain in his heart. It's too expensive. Too expensive. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 130,000 materials, which is equivalent to what my Eunice produces in an hour and a half of work. This is all Eunice's precious hard-earned money. If you don't give me a good building effect and a big treasure chest during this upgrade, you're really letting me down. Thinking in his heart, Qin Feng chose to upgrade with great pain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A familiar trembling sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, a dull bang was heard in the sky, and a thick beam of light descended from the sky, covering Qin Feng's Vitality Castle along with some of the surrounding wood and stone materials. The upgrade has begun. From level 2 to level 3, the time it takes to upgrade the Vitality Castle has increased significantly, and the noise it makes has also become much louder. The only thing to be thankful for is that it is daytime now. If people are far away, they will not be aware of the reddish light beam falling from the sky. A few minutes later, Qin Feng's Vitality Castle was successfully upgraded to level 3. The familiar sound of the heavenly Tao prompt appeared in Qin Feng's mind again. Your level 2 Vitality Castle is upgraded to level 3 Vitality Castle. The territory range is increased by 1,000 meters, and the territory building defense is increased by 500%. Since you are the first of the Blue Star's billions of lords to upgrade your castle to level 3, I will grant you a special achievement reward, 1 platinum treasure chest. Your achievements will be announced to the world soon. Please set an announcement ID. If you choose not to set an announcement ID, the announcement will be published under your real name. Tip: world announcements will increase your reputation, which is a double-edged sword. You may gain the respect of other lords, but you may also attract hostility from other lords. After the prompt sound ended, Qin Feng set Qin Shi Huang as the announcement ID without hesitation. The moment the decision was made, a deafening sound of the heavenly Tao prompt rang out, causing the 10 billion lords from the Blue Star world to feel a shocking feeling that was enough to make their souls tremble. World announcement: Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has been detected as the first to upgrade his castle to level 3. A special achievement reward has been given to Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang, and he has received 1 platinum level treasure chest. We hope all lords will learn from their destiny, grow stronger, and create brilliance. World announcement: Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has been detected as the first to upgrade his castle to level 3. A special achievement reward has been given to Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang, and he has received 1 platinum level treasure chest. We hope all lords will learn from their destiny, grow stronger, and create brilliance. World announcement. Blue Star Lord Qin Shi has been detected as the first to upgrade his castle to level 3. A special achievement reward will be given. Just like last time, the world announcement looped 5 times before stopping. However, this time, along with the world announcement, the time of hundreds of billions of Blue Star Lords, in addition to Qin Feng, also stopped. At this moment, they all seemed to have pressed the pause button. One by one, they were stunned, like wooden chickens. P.S. A new author is asking for votes online. Please give me a golden ticket. Please. Chapter 21. So powerful that it makes people despair. Holy crap. Boss Qin Shi castle has been upgraded again. Did I hear that correctly? Last night, he went from level 1 to level 2, and this morning, he went from level 2 to level 3. This speed is too terrifying. So far, there have only been 2 world announcements, and both times, they were obtained by Qin Shi. This time the reward is a platinum-level treasure chest. After receiving the gold-level treasure chest yesterday, Qin Shi's strength has skyrocketed. The next morning, he slaughtered over 1,000 monsters and obtained over 10,000 units of food. If this platinum-level treasure chest can reveal a treasure that can amplify Qin Shi's strength, how insanely powerful would he be? Master Qin Shi, can you form an alliance with me? No, no, no. Are you willing to accept my surrender? Where are you? I want to come and join you. Your Majesty, Qin Shi, please accept me as your mate. I'm a top-tier technician at the Golden Age foot massage parlor, and my skills are excellent. After the shock, one lord after another began to express their shock in their respective chat channels. In the comment section of Qin Feng's latest food purchase post, more and more lords asked to form an alliance with Qin Feng and expressed their willingness to surrender. A large number of female lords began to post photos in Qin Feng's post, as if they were treating this place as the scene of a super large beauty pageant. It's a pity that the lord's personal panel only provides a camera function and does not have a beautification function. As a result, these women who claim to be 9-point beauties but are actually not up to standard in appearance have their true faces exposed in an instant. Not only did they not wait for Qin Feng to stop, but were instead clamored by countless LSPs to be next. Not only the lower-level lords, but also those lords who were temporarily at the forefront among the hundreds of billions of Blue Star Lords were shocked by Qin Feng. In the Skarner Plains, the Fallen Forest, the Huangshui Swamp, and a castle artificially covered in blood plasma. When the middle school boy Dark Knight King heard the platinum treasure chest mentioned in the world announcement, he was so envious that his mouth was about to drool. Yesterday, he assigned a vampire hunt at all costs, and found a silver-level treasure chest, which contained a pair of fangs that could improve the quality of the vampire's bloodline. Although this pair of fangs is only silver grade, it is highly compatible with his troops. After using it, the strongest vampire under his command was promoted from Viscount to Earl. After a night of fierce fighting, the potential of his Count vampire was greatly developed, and his strength was directly raised from a 9-star warrior to a 6-star general. It was precisely because of this that the Dark Knight King had the confidence to provoke Qin Feng in the message area of the hyperspace exchange. Even though he was criticized by countless fans of Qin Feng, he didn't care. He firmly believed that he must be the chosen one because he had equipment that perfectly matched the initial troops on the first day. The so-called Qin Shi, the so-called Liuero, the so-called are nothing but roadblocks on his way to the highest point. No, it's a stepping stone. But at this moment, when the world announcement shocked the world with the announcement of the reward for Qin Feng, the Dark Knight King, who was full of confidence and firmly believed that he would become the master of the eternal throne, began to doubt himself. This is a platinum-level treasure chest. Even if Qin Shi doesn't have the great fortune of being blessed by destiny like me and can't get treasures that match his own military type, at the very least he can get platinum-level treasures. That's a platinum-level treasure. It's 2 levels higher than my vampire fangs. Shouldn't this treasure be mine? I'm the one destined to receive it. Alasei Mountains, Wangshan area. Li Xiongyan stood in a daze on the top floor of the castle. He felt that the wind around him became bleak at this moment. More than half an hour ago, he collected the materials needed to upgrade the castle and successfully upgraded his castle to level 2. At that time, he was full of vigor and vitality. In his opinion, Qin Shi, who was so powerful and praised as the number 1 by the lower-level lords, was only 9 hours ahead of him in developing his territory. With Qin Shi's saintly character of benefiting the world, he will definitely be overtaken by me in the future. But at this moment, the sudden world announcement shattered his determination. It made him realize that the gap between himself and Qin Shi was not as simple as 9 hours. From the time the sun rises in the morning, only 3 hours have passed on the second day, Did Qin Shi take an aphrodisiac? How did he grow so fast? He even managed to upgrade his castle to level 3. You know, the materials needed to upgrade a level 3 castle are several times more than those required for a level 2 castle. Where did he get so many materials? Thinking of this, Li Xiongnian subconsciously clicked on the hyperspace exchange. Ever since Qin Shi became famous in the hyperspace exchange, Li Xiongnian has never opened the hyperspace exchange again, but instead exchanges supplies through the regional chat channel. He knew without a doubt that the shipment volume of Qin Shi would increase, and the voices of admiration and praise from the lower-level lords would also increase accordingly. Li Xiongnian couldn't stand this the most. But at this moment, no matter how much he didn't want to look, he had to open the hyperspace exchange to find out how much materials Qin Shi had obtained. Otherwise, he would be tortured to death by his own restless curiosity like a cat's scratch. If Qin Shi randomly gets a top-tier castle like mine, then upgrading it 3 levels would require a total of 50,000 materials. As long as I see his acquisition post, I can deduce how much material he currently has and see the gap between him and me. Yeah, as long as I can see the gap clearly, I will definitely be able to catch up with him. He's a man who loves to show off, act impressive, and act like a saint. He'll never achieve anything great. I'll catch up with him sooner or later. Thinking in his mind, Li Xiongnian browsed the acquisition post. Then, he was shocked to find that the top 2 most popular acquisition posts were actually posted by Qin Shi. What shocked him even more was that the scale of food sold by the 2 purchasing posts was extremely large. One had more than 3,000 units, which was despairing to look at, while the other took out more than 10,000 units of standard food in one breath, which was suffocatingly desperate. Is this the amount of food a person can take out? How much wood and stone would it take to put these together? Can I really catch up with Qin Shi, that stupid saint? Can I really? Calculating the materials represented by that horrific food, Li Xiongnian's pale face twitched uncontrollably. It looks exactly like when a patient with facial paralysis has an attack and their facial muscles twitch irregularly. Chapter 22, Water of Resurrection. The source of mana. Lilua Grassland. Li Yuero, who was hunting the armored rhinoceros with Amethyst Behemoth, also heard the world announcement. Her originally focused expression froze at this moment. When Li Yuero saw the sales post that Qin Feng put up, she knew that the second world announcement would definitely be taken down by Qin Feng. But even with this mental preparation, when she heard the news, her heart tightened and her calm state of mind became tense. I got a gold-level treasure chest in the first world announcement, and a platinum-level treasure chest in the second announcement. From now on, won't I get all the diamond treasure chests? Li Yuero started to speculate. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she felt that all of this was very possible, but she just found it hard to accept. No, I can't just stand by and watch him pocket all the world announcements. Otherwise, his strength will only grow stronger, and it will become increasingly difficult for me to convince him to join my plan. As soon as she thought of this, Li Yuero no longer thought about the world announcement. The moderate tension gave her strong concentration. She put all her energy into finding wild monsters and commanding the Amethyst Behemoth to kill monsters, level up, and accumulate resources. Fallen Forest, Huangshui Valley, Qin Feng territory. Looking at the brand new Vitality Castle that had become taller and more magnificent, Qin Feng's heartache gradually subsided. He called up the Vitality Castle panel and began to check the upgrade effect. Vibrant Castle. Level 3. Upgrading the Hall of Pleasure requires 500,000 stones, 300,000 wood, and 150,000 iron ore. Features. This castle is unique and only one can exist at a time. Effect. Spring of Vitality. While in the castle, energy recovery speed increases by 300%, troop growth speed increases by 150%, and dew effect increases by 90%. Effect. Wind of Recovery. Vitality Castle can accumulate a wind of recovery every 6 hours, with a maximum of 8 winds of recovery existing at the same time. Each wind of recovery can restore a unit with a combat power level below 9-star military officer to full status and attach a 60-minute Vitality Spring effect. Effect. Water of Resurrection. The Vitality Castle can condense a drop of Water of Resurrection every 7 days. The Water of Resurrection has a resurrection effect. The stronger the target to be resurrected is, the more Water of Resurrection is needed. After reading all the information about the Level 3 Vitality Castle, Qin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Earlier, when he was browsing posts and gathering information in the hyperspace exchange, he learned something. Like the types of soldiers, The Lord's castle also has different levels, which can be roughly divided into ordinary, medium, excellent, special, top, and unique levels that are much stronger than the top. It is not clear how many levels there are in between. The higher the level of the castle, the greater its function and the more materials are required to upgrade it. The Vitality Castle has a unique label, and you can tell at first glance that it is a castle building that is extremely difficult to upgrade. Qin Feng also anticipated this. But when he saw the materials needed to upgrade the level 1 hall of the level 3 castle, he finally understood how heavy the unique prefix of the Vitality Castle was. 500,000 stones, 300,000 wood, 150,000 crude iron. This is going to exhaust Eunice to death. There's no way to gather so many materials in such a short time. I was thinking of taking advantage of this growth period to upgrade Vitality Castle to the 3rd stage in one go, but now I'm done for. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. But this is not entirely a bad thing. The greater the cost of upgrading, the stronger the improvement effect after the upgrade. Compared to level 2, the effect of level 3 Vitality Castle is much more powerful. The buffs associated with Vitality Spring have been greatly enhanced. The energy recovery effect is increased to 300%, the accelerated growth effect is increased to 150%, and the dew receiving effect is increased to 90%. Once a succubus matures in the future, it will surely shine brightly. The effect of second wind has also been increased. Although one wind of recovery is still accumulated every 6 hours, the maximum storage capacity has been increased from 4 to 8. The combat power limit of units that can heal has also reached the 9-star military officer level. Even the duration of the status buff effects, such as gifts, has been increased from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. Finally, there is the new building effect, Water of Resurrection. As a building effect that can revive combat units, its value is invaluable. The only drawback is that the cooling time is a bit long, and it takes 7 days to condense one drop. But Qin Feng believed that as the level of the castle increased, the condensation speed of the Water of Resurrection would inevitably accelerate. In the later stages, he might be able to drink the Water of Resurrection as plain water. In addition to the addition and enhancement of architectural effects, the Vitality Castle now has an extra floor. However, unlike the last upgrade, this time the extra floors are not on the surface, but underground. Looking at the holographic projection of the Vitality Castle in the translucent panel, Qin Feng was very curious about the underground first floor. He quickly walked into the castle and came to the underground first floor. The underground floor of Vitality Castle is extremely huge, with an area twice that of the first floor. But at this moment, there is nothing in here. No, that's not right. It's not accurate to say that there's nothing here. The walls and the ground here are all carved with mysterious runes. In the very center of the ground, there are many deep golden grooves, as if they can hold something. This place is not simple. Just based on the staggering number of runes here, Qin Feng could easily judge that the value of this floor was probably higher than the value of the 3 floors above ground combined. However, at this moment, Qin Feng does not have the ability to use the negative first floor. When his strength grows stronger, he may get unprecedented surprises here. After checking all the changes in the Vitality Castle, Qin Feng withdrew the platinum treasure chest rewarded to him by the will of heaven. After taking it out, Qin Feng opened the treasure chest directly without any hesitation or using any metaphysical operations. Unlike the previous time when he opened the golden treasure chest, this time there was no big noise when the box was opened. Only a stream of light flew out of the box and entered Qin Feng's mind. You have obtained one of the secret scrolls of ascension to the gods, the source of mana, incomplete. The reminder sound of the heavenly Tao sounded in Qin Feng's ears at the right time. Explain to him what the knowledge that entered his mind along with the flow of light was. The source of mana is a practice method unique to humans or human mages. It is the supreme method summarized and compiled by the 37th generation great sage Karsus of the Shieling Empire in the Eternal Continent. If one practices it to the extreme, he can condense the divine nature and ascend to the throne of God. As the Lord of Succubus, the strongest among the billions of lords on Blue Star, Qin Feng does not need to do anything himself most of the time, and personal strength is not of much use to him. However, having the ability but not using it and not having the ability to use it are two different things after all. Qin Feng was actually happy to have a method of cultivation. Apart from anything else, it was also nice to show off in front of his subordinate Succubus. Compared with the indigenous people of the Eternal Continent, Qin Feng, who has the Lord panel, has two unique advantages. First, as a Lord, he does not have any bottlenecks and can upgrade infinitely. Second, he can share the energy when his subjects kill monsters. Even if he doesn't practice regularly, His combat power will increase rapidly. When he needs it, he only needs to be proficient in the source of mana, and he can exert at least 70% to 80% of his own strength. Huh. I'm actually looking forward to the day when my magical power becomes perfect. After all, who can refuse the idea of becoming stronger just by lying down? Qin Feng thought with a smile. Then, he left the underground floor and went to the kitchen to cook for baby Eunice. Chapter 23. Iron or Veins. It's time to eat. Qin Feng called after the meal was ready. Eunice had grown up, and it was not easy for him to whistle, so he called Eunice over like calling a dog. Master, I'm here. Eunice's excited voice came down from the second floor, and then she turned around and appeared in front of Qin Feng. Ever since she grew up and mastered the ability to jump over fire, this girl would never walk unless it was absolutely necessary. Eat it, it's all yours. Qin Feng smiled and touched Eunice's head, pinching her succubus horns. Compared to when she was a child, Eunice's succubus horns were much harder, and the curvature became larger, like an irregular steering wheel, which made Qin Feng inexplicably want to grasp it tightly. All this is mine, master. You are so good to me. Eunice was extremely excited. She subconsciously hugged Qin Feng's arm and acted coquettishly. She rubbed her plump breasts against Qin Feng's arm, and Qin Feng almost caught fire from the rubbing. Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. When you're done, come up to the third floor and see me. Qin Feng's voice became a little stern. As he spoke, he pulled his arms out of Eunice's embrace. His movements were quick, but he felt a little reluctant in his heart. Can it be on the second floor? For example, your master bedroom. For some unknown reason, Eunice said something that made her blush. By the time she realized it, she couldn't take it back, and she couldn't even lower her voice. So, she decided to go all out, and despite the heat and redness on her face, she stared at Qin Feng, waiting for an answer. Qin Feng was speechless for a moment, and the violent impulse in his heart urged him to quickly go along with it. He nodded in agreement. But then, Qin Feng thought of the hundreds of thousands of materials needed to upgrade the pleasure hall, and the soul particles needed to upgrade the succubus reincarnation pool. These all take time to develop, and broad daylight is the critical period for developing these materials, so time should not be wasted on matters between men and women. Eat your meal, and remember to eat it cleanly, otherwise, I will spank you. Qin Feng suppressed the restlessness in his heart, uttered a few harsh words, and then went up to the third floor. After Qin Feng left, Eunice finally couldn't hold it anymore. She stomped her feet on the spot with a blushing face. Eunice, how can you be so impatient? Have you forgotten that the master told you to be more dignified? This proves that the master likes dignified succubi. How can you say such shameless words in front of the master? Do you still have any shame? Eunice scolded herself for several minutes and repeated in her mind many times that she should not rush in and knocking down her master, but should proceed step by step. But then, she saw the 200 kilograms of barbecue in the kitchen, and she remembered what Qin Feng said when he left. The memory she had just developed was thrown out of the window again. Hey, didn't the master just say that if I don't finish this food, he'll spank me? Well, if I leave a piece of meat uneaten, it should be considered as not finishing it, so I should be punished by the master. On the third floor of the castle, Qin Feng stood leaning against the railing. The scenery of the fallen forest is extremely beautiful, but Qin Feng's attention is not there, but on his chat panel. After coming to this world, Qin Feng didn't say a word in the Huangshui Valley chat channel, and his presence was almost zero. But at this moment, a person named Feng Guogua sent a private message to Qin Feng through the Huangshui Valley chat channel. Feng Guogua, brother Qin Feng, are you the Qin Shi Huang? When Qin Feng saw this message, his heart tightened for a quarter of an hour. He had never exposed his personal information on any platform. Apart from posting about selling food, he has not said a word in public and has not even responded to the attention of his millions of fans. He really couldn't imagine where this person named Feng Guogua got such an incredible ability to judge that he, Qin Feng, was the unrivaled Qin Shi Huang. Hiss, what does this person want to do? No matter what she wants to do, she will never admit it. It would be even better if we can figure out her purpose. Thinking of this, Qin Feng replied, No, what's the matter with you? Feng Guogua on the other side responded almost at the speed of light, looking dazed. You too, right? It seems that Qin Shi Huang is no longer in our chat channel. Seeing this, Qin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Feng Guogua to be his fanatical fan, and an extremely stupid one at that. In order to find him, she actually used a human flesh search to conduct a carpet search. If this girl were to do a census, she would definitely be a good candidate. However, besides being surprised, Qin Feng also felt a surge of curiosity, or a kind of vanity. He asked, What do you want to talk to Qin Shi Huang about? After getting Qin Feng's answer and knowing that Qin Feng was not Qin Shi Huang, Feng Guoguo had already accepted her fate and was ready to leave the chat channel and continue to starve. But at this moment, Qin Feng did something different from the more than 30 Qin lords in Huanshui Valley. He asked Feng Guoguo a question, and this question directly aroused Feng Guoguo's desire to talk, which had been suppressed for a long time, and her heart that was struggling to survive. She said, "Brother Qin Feng, I'm looking for Mr. Qin Shi Huang to buy some food. I'm unlucky and always miss the food sales posts in the hyperspace exchange. My troops are also very weak. Not only can they not leave the territory to fight monsters, but my efficiency in gathering wood is also very low. From yesterday to today, I have only collected 80 units of wood in total. The brothers and sisters in the chat channel all complain that I have too little wood, and no one is willing to sell me food." She continued, "Brother Qin Feng, do you have any extra food? Can you sell me 5 units of food? I only have 80 units of wood, but I have an open-air iron mine in my territory. The remaining amount is my debt to you. Once I've fed my soldiers, I'll join them in digging for iron to pay you back." Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and a gleam of light shone in his eyes. Feng Guoguo's words sounded very pitiful, but Qin Feng was not moved. What he really cared about was the iron mine in Feng Guoguo's territory. In the Fallen Forest, stones and wood are easy to collect, but iron ore is different. It requires veins. Without veins, no matter how powerful the Lord is, he cannot get iron ore. Mineral veins are generally hidden underground. The open-pit mineral veins in Feng Guoguo's territory are rare among the rare ones. They are the opportunity for Qin Feng to upgrade the Vitality Castle into the Joy Hall. "Can you take a picture of me, just of the mineral vein?" Qin Feng said. "Sure." Feng Guoguo answered very quickly, and soon the photo was taken. A mineral vein lying on the ground like a black dragon appeared in the chat panel. Behind the vein stands a high-tech castle. Although it is only a level 1 castle and not large in scale, the walls that reflect black and gold light still demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this castle. On the open space in front of the castle, there were 32 little people lying. These little people were only 30 centimeters tall, smaller than Eunice when she was newborn, and did not seem to have any fighting ability. But these little men have black patches on their bodies, which are similar in texture to metal and reflect a luster similar to that of the castle. Even without seeing the panels of these little men, Qin Feng could feel that these little men were very unusual. There was a high probability that they were an extremely special type of top-level soldiers, most likely related to the technology department. "Why do I feel like I bumped into a baby?" A strong feeling of encountering treasure surged in Qin Feng's heart. Without hesitation, he jumped down from the 3rd floor of the castle, took out 10 units of wild monster meat from the pile of meat, and used the trading function of the chat channel to send it to Feng Guoguo. Chapter 24, Commander-Level Wild Monster, Silverback Giant Ape. In the Huanshui Valley, on the edge, on a low barren mountain. Looking at the food that appeared in the chat panel and showed the words, "waiting to be collected," a full 10 units, which could save 33 lives, Feng Guoguo, who was so hungry that his face was pale and he could collapse at any time, suddenly became excited. Crystal tears streamed from her eyes, and her typing hands began to tremble. It took her more than 10 seconds to type out 2 words. "Thank you. It's a small matter. I saw your troops. They are indeed very hungry. I believe you are too. So, I gave you 5 more units of food. You can fill your stomach first. Just put the payment issue aside for now. Don't worry," Qin Feng said. Seeing the words sent by the kind-hearted brother Qin Feng in the chat panel, Feng Guoguo felt even warmer in her heart and more tears in her eyes. She asked many people, but only Qin Feng was willing to respond to her. Moreover, Qin Feng was the only one who did not despise her mere 80 units of wood and gave her a whole unit of excess food. "No, no, no, brother Qin Feng. Guoguo will pay you back as soon as possible. If I dig up iron ore in the future and you need it, I will give it all to you." As she spoke, Feng Guoguo raised her trembling hands and gave all 80 units of which she had piled next to the iron ore vein to Qin Feng. After doing all this, she walked to the front of the castle and came to the little people who were so hungry that they were dizzy and unable to move, and they didn't even have the strength to pick mushrooms. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Little people, please get up. We have food, and we don't have to starve anymore." Hearing the words of the 14-year-old Lord's sister, the little people opened their eyes, excitement and heartache flashing in their tired eyes. They are the Bana men, the most special top-level soldiers in the Eternal Continent. They have a constant 1-star combat power, but in terms of scientific research, they have terrifying talents that even super soldiers and unique soldiers do not have. Once they grow up, They will then create the weapons of war that are imprinted in their minds. Their combat capabilities will be no less than that of the intelligent machine army, which can be called a cosmic disaster. On the third floor of the Vitality Castle, Qin Feng looked into the distance at a low, barren mountain not far from his territory, lost in thought. Qin Feng had good eyesight, and there were no plants blocking his view on the barren mountain, which made it very easy for him to see the black mineral vein that was winding like a dragon on the barren mountain, as well as a small black dot as black as ink next to the black mineral vein. Presumably, Feng Guogua's territory is on that barren mountain. My troops are powerful, but they are few in number. Feng Guogua's troops are initially weak, but they are numerous. Having her mind for me is a good thing. Moreover, with my strength and Feng Guogua's personality, it's easier for me to control her. Although I only spoke a few simple words to Feng Guogua, but Qin Feng still came up with a rough portrait of Feng Guogua. He is young, kind-hearted, emotional, impulsive, lacks vigilance, but knows how to be grateful. If we add to this Feng Guogua's previous carpet-style human flesh search, the clumsy label can also be attached to Feng Guogua. When Qin Feng thought of this, Eunice took the last piece of barbecue and walked up to the third floor with a slightly red face. Master, I haven't finished the barbecue. There's only one piece left. I really can't eat any more. Eunice's acting skills are very good. She obviously longs for punishment, but at this moment, she pretends to be afraid and hides the expectation in her heart. Okay, I got it. Just don't waste it next time. Qin Feng looked straight at the barren mountain, not far away, without turning his head. Oh, that's it. Where's the promised punishment? Where's the promised spanking? Eunice was stunned. She didn't know whether to throw the barbecue in her hand or to hold it. See that barren mountain? I want you to open up a passage from the territory to there. Qin Feng ordered. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, Eunice left the territory and advanced towards the barren mountains. Qin Feng was talking about opening up the passage, which meant clearing out all the wild monsters from the territory to the barren mountains. At this moment, Eunice is a 7-star commander. This task is not difficult for her, but it will take some more time. While pushing forward, Eunice did not forget to tie up the wild monsters she killed, store them, and mark them. These foods are very valuable and can be traded in exchange for stones and wood for building territories. In addition, the flesh and blood of wild monsters tied up and stored together will emit a strong bloody smell, which will attract all the surrounding wild monsters, making it easier for Eunice to surround and attack the reinforcements. Hiding on a huge tree in the forest, Eunice controlled the 12 summoned little firemen to quickly clear out the wild monsters. These wild monsters are too weak, so she doesn't need to take action herself. The little fireman can kill them with one blow. But at this moment, Eunice heard a series of extremely heavy footsteps. Immediately afterwards, violent tremors spread along the ground to the giant tree where Eunice was. Looking towards the direction where the sound came from, Eunice saw a series of moving bright silver hills. The one at the head was particularly tall, a full 15 meters high. Not only is its body huge, but the aura of the silver monster is also extremely powerful. Roughly speaking, it has at least the strength of a commander. On the third floor of the castle, Qin Feng frowned and looked at the forest in the distance. In a forest about 3 kilometers away from the territory, at the place where Eunice had just fought, a group of silver-backed giant apes were approaching. Through the information collected in the hyperspace exchange, Qin Feng knew the strength of the silver-backed giant ape more clearly than anyone else. This is an extremely powerful species. Adults have the combat power of a peak general, and the leader's combat power can even reach the commander level. This morning, a lord who randomly got the dragon troop complained about it in the food-selling thread he opened. The 4 young dragons under his command encountered these silver-backed giant apes. Not only did they fail to defeat them, but they almost had their wings torn off by these giant apes. As soon as this post was released, it immediately set off a wave of fear of apes in the hyperspace exchange, and many lords prayed to various gods. Pray that the gods will grant them good luck and prevent their troops from encountering the silver-backed giant ape. I don't know if Eunice can defeat these giant apes. Although she has the combat power of a 7-star commander, there are too many giant apes approaching her. Qin Feng looked at the battlefield with worry, and sweat oozed from his palms. Eunice was too far away from him, and he couldn't get there even if he wanted to. Moreover, even if he did, it would be useless. Eunice had to rely on herself for everything. I hope she can win. Even if she can't, she must escape back. Chapter 25. Kill the silverback giant ape and harvest soul particles. When the two meet on a narrow road, the battle is about to break out. Red flames shot up into the sky, and the battlefield 3 kilometers away from the territory was suddenly engulfed by 9 huge fire tornadoes. The shrill and painful sound of the ape's howl suddenly sounded, but it was suppressed in just a moment. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. If Eunice didn't take action, it would be fine, but when she did, it was earth-shattering. As if to confirm Qin Feng's feelings at the moment, the Lord's log began to refresh and kill prompts continued to appear. Eunice killed the 7-star warrior level silverback giant ape, and you gained 250 energy points. Eunice killed the 8-star warrior level silverback giant ape, and you gained 260 energy points. Eunice killed the 8-star warrior level silverback giant ape, and you gained 260 energy points. In just a moment, more than a dozen entries were updated in Qin Feng's Lord log. In the distant forest, giant silverbacked apes as tall as small hills fell to the ground with a loud bang, shaking the burning trees high into the air. Oh my god, what a terrifying suppressive force. Is this the combat power of a 3-striped flame succubus? The combat power level refers to the realm, and the talents and skills possessed by different types of soldiers are the key to whether they can exert the strength of the corresponding realm. After entering the growth form, Eunice acquired many new skills, such as flame jumping, summoning little firemen, and fire tornadoes raging with forest power. Thanks to the high status of the succubus race, all of these skills are powerful. If used properly, you can not only be invincible at the same level, but even win against opponents of higher levels. Therefore, this encounter did not become as tense as Qin Feng expected. Instead, it was a one-sided massacre. The moment they came into contact, Eunice killed all the ordinary silverback apes and severely injured the leader of the silverback apes. Immediately afterwards, the 9 fire tornadoes raging in the forest crushed towards the silverbacked giant ape leader. After approaching each other, they converged into a larger tornado with more intense flames. In a moment, the huge silverbacked giant ape leader was burned to charcoal. At the same time, Qin Feng's Lord log was refreshed again. Eunice killed the 3-star commander-level silverback giant ape. You gained 3,000 energy points and 1 soul particle. After killing the silverback giant ape, Eunice panted heavily and began to recuperate on the spot. If I had known these monkeys were so vulnerable to fire, I wouldn't have released 9 fire tornadoes. It's exhausting. After resting for a few seconds, Eunice jumped down from the giant tree and walked to the side of the giant ape. At this moment, a snow-white crystal was emerging from the chest of the silverback giant ape leader, and huge energy fluctuations were also spreading from this crystal. Hey, what is this? It looks very precious. Eunice picked up the crystal and looked at it curiously. Before this trip, she had been hunting according to Qin Feng's instructions. She had never gone out of the 1-kilometer radius of the territory and had never encountered any monsters above the commander level. It is natural that he cannot recognize this soul particle that is only exploded by monsters above the commander level. The 3rd floor of the castle. Qin Feng stared at the latest message in the Lord's diary, and his breathing became heavier. So, it turns out that soul particles are only dropped by monsters above commander level. I was wondering why I had never gotten one of these after killing so many monsters before. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2, Qin Feng's Succubus reincarnation pool requires 5,000 stones, 100 energy stones, and 1 soul crystal. Qin Feng has a lot of stones, and he is not short of energy stones. Now he also has soul crystals. As long as Eunice returns, he can immediately upgrade the Succubus reincarnation pool. I don't know if the Succubus reincarnation pool will increase the number of succubi bred at once after it's upgraded, or if new architectural effects will appear, like the Vitality Castle. Qin Feng secretly looked forward to it, and then he stopped paying attention to Eunice and went to the hyperspace exchange to collect information. Even the commander-level silverback giant ape can be killed easily. Eunice should be safe and sound on this trip. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was afternoon. At this moment, the sound of the heavenly Tao's reminder suddenly rang in Qin Feng's ears, and also in the ears of all the Blue Star Lords. 5 days later, the heavenly Tao defense barrier dissipates, and a beast tide approaches. Lords who successfully resist the beast tide and perform well in this test will receive generous rewards. Tip: the best performing lord will receive a unique special reward. After the report was broadcast 5 times in a loop, all the major chat channels became lively. Is this considered a game activity? Will they adopt a point system? I think they probably will. The only special reward, that sounds awesome. I want it so badly. Oh, just forget about it. This unique special reward will most likely go to boss Qin Shi Huang. Even if something unexpected happens, it will only go to bosses like Goddess Uro and the Dark Knight King. How could it possibly be your turn? That's true. As the major chat channels became lively, the hyperspace exchange with greater traffic was also extremely bustling. Those who are curious began to rank them in advance, predicting which lords would stand out in the Beast Tide event 5 days later. But no matter how they arranged them, the name Qin Shi Huang firmly holds the first place on every list. Even if some people maliciously lower the ranking of Qin Shi Huang to attract attention, they will be scolded by endless fans, and the post will be deleted at the speed of light. The only special reward? Thinking of the heavenly reminder sound, Qin Feng's face became serious. After witnessing the power of the Vitality Castle and the Succubus reincarnation pool, Qin Feng knew better than anyone how heavy the prefix only was. Once he got it, it would bring a huge leap forward for his territory. I must get this reward this time, and I won't let it fall into the hands of another lord. The names or code names of lords who were quite famous in the hyperspace exchange appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Along with this, there also emerged an overview of territory development derived through a large amount of statistical data. Among these people, the one who developed the fastest only upgraded the castle to level 2. If they want to upgrade to level 3, they will have to wait until tomorrow at the earliest. As for buildings like the troop reincarnation pool, no one has upgraded them so far. Apart from anything else, the prerequisite that soul particles need to kill commander-level monsters is enough to dissuade 99% of the lords at this moment. However, Qin Feng did not become complacent because of this information. On the contrary, he was extremely cautious and always ready to give his all. Make every effort and use all means to improve the strength of the territory and maintain your advantage until the Beast Tide comes. Just as Qin Feng was thinking of this, a series of heavy object dragging sounds were heard. Looking towards the direction where the sound came from, he saw Eunice dragging the flesh and blood of the wild monster Tide into a long dragon into the territory. At the same time, Eunice also looked up to meet his gaze, her pale face covered with sweat, but her eyes and brows were filled with excitement. Master, I'm back. P.S. Please give me a golden ticket, please. Chapter 26. Upgrading the Succubus Reincarnation Pond. Paradise Illusion. Eunice shook her arm, and a huge force was transmitted along the straw rope, shaking away the pieces of meat tied into a long dragon behind her, and then they landed steadily and piled up in the territory. Then, she took a deep breath, and beads of sweat suddenly dripped from her forehead. At the same time, a firework burned at the position next to Qin Feng on the 3rd floor of the castle, and he exchanged positions with Eunice. Master, the mission is accomplished. Eunice half knelt down, with her little face tilted up. Although there was endless fatigue in her eyes, her gaze was burning, and she was obviously looking forward to Qin Feng's praise. Qin Feng looked at Eunice with great pity, wiped the sweat off her cheek, and then pulled her up. He looked around her for a long time, and after confirming that Eunice was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How is the situation?" Although she didn't receive Qin Feng's praise at the first time, the sight of Qin Feng surrounding her and looking at her nervously several times still made Eunice feel warm in her heart. She proudly replied. In reply to the master, the barren mountain is about 9 kilometers away from our territory. As Eunice spoke, Qin Feng learned about her experiences and observations on this trip. The road from the Vitality Castle to the barren mountain can be roughly divided into 3 parts. The first part is 3 kilometers around Qin Feng's territory. In this area, the wild monsters are very weak. The highest level is only 5-star general, and it is a novice development area. The second part is 3 to 6 kilometers. In this area, there lived a group of powerful wild monsters. The silverback giant apes that Eunice had lured here when she surrounded and attacked the reinforcements were the best among them. In addition, the powerful wild monsters in this area also have a refresh mechanism. When Eunice returned, she encountered a refreshed silverback giant ape. However, it is not clear how often these monsters refresh. The last part is 3 kilometers near the barren mountain. Similar to the situation near Qin Feng's territory, this is also a novice development area, but the average strength of wild monsters is much lower than that around Qin Feng's territory. Combined with the previous increase in monster drop rates, Qin Feng guessed that each time a wild monster dies and is refreshed, its strength will increase, and its drop rate will also increase. In addition to this information, Qin Feng also learned 2 important pieces of information from Eunice. The first one is naturally the information about the barren mountain. Feng Guohua is indeed on that barren mountain. After receiving the food provided by Qin Feng, she and her soldiers have gained strength and are working hard to dig iron ore. It seems that it won't take long before Qin Feng will receive the first batch of iron ore. The second is that Qin Feng's territory is located on the edge of the Huanshui Valley. 8 kilometers to the south is the barren mountain where Feng Guohua is located. Further south is a continuous mountain range, and the Huangshui River originates from that mountain range. To the southwest of Qin Feng's territory is an endless swamp wetland, infested with poisonous insects and vicious beasts. The environment is far worse than that of the Huangshui Valley. It is easy to tell that once the lords in the swamp survive the beast tide, they will definitely move eastward to seize the fertile land of the Huangshui Valley. This isn't good. There are mountains to the south, swamps to the west, and I'm on the edge of the Huangshui Valley. Both the east and west are blocked by the lords of the Huangshui Valley. If the development of my territory hits a bottleneck, I'm afraid I'll have to fight on all sides. Qin Feng was secretly calculating in his mind, but there was no change in his expression. He reached out and touched Eunice's head, especially touching Eunice's succubus horns a few more times. Go and rest. Eunice nodded, then reached into the opening of her red dress and took out a small bag woven with licorice, which was sandwiched between the two hills and had the warmth and fragrance of her body. Master, here are the energy stones and a small crystal that I got, Eunice said with a slightly blushing face. She deliberately put the small bag in her chest. Don't doubt it. She was trying to seduce Qin Feng. Okay. Qin Feng took the licorice bag, felt the temperature, and smelled the fresh body fragrance. He felt a little hot for a moment and wanted to kill Eunice on the spot, but he finally decided to vent at night. Before arriving at the Succubus reincarnation pool, Qin Feng took out 5,000 units of stone from the backstage of the hyperspace exchange and piled them around the reincarnation pool. Then, he took out the energy stones and soul particles from Eunice's sachet and placed them in the hands of the Succubus statue. Everything was ready and could be upgraded at any time. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the tension in his heart, Qin Feng thought about it and upgraded directly. With a bang, at the same time Qin Feng made the decision, a ray of sublimation light descended from the sky, covering the Succubus reincarnation pool and the surrounding materials, and the upgrade began. Very different from the movement during the upgrade of the Vitality Castle, the Succubus reincarnation pool shrouded in the light of sublimation did not change much, except that the energy in the pool water was purer and the air around the statue was a little hotter. A faint mist emanated, enveloping Qin Feng and creating an illusion that Qin Feng enjoyed alone. In this illusion, Qin Feng encountered an erotic scene that he had never seen in his life. Succubus pounced on him one after another, and various extremely difficult and erotic actions occurred one after another, making him linger and forget the time. Not knowing how many years he had spent in that illusion, how many wives he had married, and how many children he had fathered, Qin Feng suddenly woke up. At this moment, the sun in the sky did not move. Obviously, not too much time had passed in reality. The Succubus reincarnation pool in front of him did not show any obvious changes. Only after looking carefully for a long time could he see that there was more obvious vitality in the eyes of the big Succubus statue. At the same time, the panel of the Succubus reincarnation pool appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Succubus reincarnation pool. Level 2, requires 50,000 stones, 500 energy stones, and 10 soul particles. Features. This type of military building is unique and can only exist once. Effect. Succubus reincarnation. 2 juvenile succubi can be bred every day, with a low probability of bred special physique, succubi, and multi-striped succubi. Effect. Accelerated growth. You can give up the opportunity to breed a succubus and accelerate its growth. When using this effect on a succubus, there is a low probability of granting it a new magic pattern. Effect. Paradise illusion. Sacrifice 1,000 energy stones and 10 soul particles to create a paradise illusion, covering a 1,000 by 1,000 area, ignoring resistance, and controlling units of War King strength or below for 15 seconds. Seeing the effect of the Succubus reincarnation pool, Qin Feng suddenly understood that the illusion just now was the new effect of the Succubus reincarnation pool. This is an extremely powerful defensive skill. Although the cost is a bit high, it can control all units below the strength of the War King. Once Qin Feng's territory encounters an undefendable siege, this is an ability that is enough to turn the tables. In addition to the new effects, the 2 original building effects of the Succubus reincarnation pool have also been strengthened. The probability of both has changed from extremely low to low, but the specific effect can only be verified after tomorrow when I have the opportunity to breed a succubus. The improvement is quite significant, but upgrading the military buildings didn't trigger a world announcement, which is a negative review. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, then went to deal with the wild monster meat piled up in the courtyard. The quantity of this batch of food was extremely large, almost 1.5 times that of the previous batch. Once it was put up for sale in the hyperspace exchange, the reputation of Qin Shi Huang would surely skyrocket, and Qin Feng would also be able to harvest a large amount of materials. Imagining that scene, the smile on Qin Feng's face became even more intense. But at this moment he did not notice that a crow that had been circling over his territory for a long time cawed twice, and then flew away. 4 kilometers away from Qin Feng's territory, in the forest, there is a settlement with dozens of tents. A green creature opened its eyes, and the expression on its face suddenly became fanatical. Master Priest, I found that woman's lair. She lives with a human man in a castle. The castle is beautiful, tall, and exudes magic. It's very similar to the castle of the aliens mentioned in the prophecy. There was a mountain of food piled high in their courtyard, enough for us to eat for several days. Most importantly, the woman who set fires was already very exhausted. When she performed the fire leap for the last time, her breathing became unstable. Master Priest, I think this is our chance. As long as we capture that castle, even if we don't receive the divine blessing mentioned in the prophecy, the beautiful woman and the food alone will be enough for us to go on an expedition. Chapter 27. Selling Food. 3,000 energy stones. Standing in front of the mountain of food, Qin Feng was amazed. Compared with the last hunt, the food Eunice brought back this time was not only increased in quantity, but also in quality. Among them, there are 13,751 units of food below the commander level that do not have special gain effects. There were 2,181 units of food above the commander level. These came from the 2 commander-level silverback giant apes killed by Eunice. They contained rich energy that could accelerate the growth of troops and increase energy recovery speed, making them extremely valuable. Thinking of this, Qin Feng opened 2 posts in the hyperspace exchange. In the first post, he exchanged food produced by wild monsters below the commander level for wood and stone. The exchange price decreased with the market, reaching 1 unit for 20 units. In the second post, Qin Feng put 1,000 units of silverback giant ape leader's meat, exchanging each unit for 3 energy stones or 100 units of iron ore. There is no doubt that this is a heartbreakingly unfair price, but at this moment in the hyperspace exchange, Qin Feng is the only one selling food from wild monsters above the commander level. It is an absolute seller's market, and there is no worry about selling. Soon after the posts appeared on the hyperspace exchange, tens of millions of Qin Feng's fans discovered them, and quickly pushed the popularity of the 2 posts to 3rd and 4th place. As for the 2 posts that ranked higher, they were the sales posts that Qin Feng had posted before. Oh my god! Oh my god! Boss Qin Shi Huang has added new products again, and he's added 2 new food-selling posts at once. Is there a limit to the amount of food that can be sold in one post? His Majesty the Emperor is truly merciful. He works tirelessly every day to seek benefits for us, his subjects. Holy crap! Not only is the quantity of food this time huge, but there's also commander-level food for sale. Commander level? Holy shit! It's only the 2nd day? His Majesty Qin Shi Huang has actually killed a commander-level monster. Zhao? Not only is it a commander-level monster, it's also a fucking silverback giant ape. What? Silverback giant ape? Am I seeing things? In the morning, the lord who randomly produced a dragon encountered the silverback giant ape. He failed to defeat his young dragon and almost had his wings torn off by the silverback giant ape. After he released this news to the hyperspace exchange, it caused all the lords to panic about the silverback giant ape. Countless lords prayed that they would never encounter the silverback giant ape. But at this time, Qin Feng took out the meat of the silverback giant ape and sold it in the hyperspace exchange. All the lords who learned the news were shocked. I'm buying a ton of it. Not for anything else. Just to get a taste of what the silverback giant ape's meat tastes like. Holy crap. Holy crap. The meat of the silverback giant ape actually has a super energy restoring effect. I just had a battle with a centaur. I just had a battle, and I was exhausted. But after eating the meat of the silverback giant ape, I quickly became full of energy. Brother, you even don't let the centaurs go. Are you still human? Brother, you're such a beast. But if you could tell me what happened between you and the centaur, we could be friends. Because of its rarity and energy restoring effect, the silverback giant ape's meat was sold out within seconds, and a full 3,000 energy stones went directly into Qin Feng's pocket. Haha. As expected, compared to killing monsters myself, cutting leaks in the hyperspace exchange is the fastest way to make money. Qin Feng smiled happily, not only because a large amount of energy stones entered his pocket, but also because he saw one thing from these exchanges. Most of the lords do not have iron ore at the moment. Otherwise, they would not exchange the obviously more precious energy stones for the meat of the silverback giant ape. This is undoubtedly good news, which means that Qin Feng, who has established contact with Feng Guogua, has the greatest probability of becoming the first lord to collect enough iron ore and upgrade the castle into a hall. In other words, the next world announcement and rewards will still be his. Looking at the top of the mountain, on top of a towering castle that doesn't look like a level 2 castle, Li Xiongyan was gnawing on a piece of liver that had a strong smell of blood, his eyes wandering towards the dark primeval forest below Wangshan Mountain, which seemed to stretch to the end of the world. However, he was not focused on any one spot and was obviously thinking about something. You can actually kill a commander-level silverback giant ape and even sell it out, Qin Shi Huang. Oh, Qin Shi Huang, you really can show off. However, you can't be so arrogant for long. Sooner or later, I will find you and kill you. Ha ha ha. 2 hours ago, Li Xiongyan, who was tortured by Qin Feng's terrifying power and was about to collapse, did a bad thing. He tricked a lord who trusted him so much and killed him. He originally wanted to release the evil fire in his heart, but unexpectedly, he got the other party's lord's heart and military building blueprints. For Li Xiongyan, this is a brand new path, which means almost endless development potential. This also made him regain his confidence, and he firmly believed that he, who was ruthless and inhumane, would be the ultimate winner in the struggle for supremacy among all races. The so-called Qin Shi Huang, the so-called Li Yuero, and the so-called middle school boy Dark Knight King would all be stepping stones for him to ascend to the altar. Crunch. Li Xiongyan stuffed the entire piece of liver into his mouth, closed his eyes, and savored it with great satisfaction. After feeling refreshed, he opened his friend panel, selected the third strongest lord in Wangshan area, and sent him a private message. It's been 2 hours, brother. What's your answer? I'm curious. Do you want to follow the call in the regional announcement and join others in sanctioning me? Or do you want to accept my advice and become my insider to help me trick those lords out? Make sure you choose the right one. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you after the heavenly Dao defense barrier dissipates and before the beast tide arrives. Don't question my ability. Ha 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 ha. You revealed your coordinates to me yourself. Lilua Grassland. After struggling for most of the day, Li Yuero finally collected the materials to upgrade her castle to level 2. She successfully upgraded her castle to level 2 and she was very happy. Therefore, she decided to take advantage of her current good mood and sell some food at a low price in the hyperspace exchange to provide benefits to her fellow lords. But when she clicked into the hyperspace exchange, she found that among the top 10 posts, there was once again Qin Shi Huang's food sales post. Fuck, we just sold over 10,000 units of food this morning, and now you're here again. If you keep doing this, I'll have to lower the price to make it count as a benefit. Cursing inwardly, Li Yuero clicked on the third-ranked new post. Then, she was shocked by the flesh and blood of the commander-level wild monster silverback giant ape that was on sale. Chapter 28, Feng Guogua's Choice. Surprisingly, it's actually commander-level food, and it's the meat of a silverback giant ape that can't even defeat a juvenile dragon. Qin Shi Huang, are you still human? How come you're so powerful? When most lords can't even deal with battle master-level monsters, you can actually kill commander-level monsters. Li Yuero was so shocked by the content of the post that her mouth opened wide. At that moment, she was extremely glad that she had checked Qin Shi Huang's post before distributing benefits. Otherwise, her 1,000+ units of food wouldn't be just a benefit, but a cheap ploy for a clown to compete for prestige with the top bosses. Even if she didn't think so herself, countless Qin Shi Huang fans would label her that way. After all, last night's ranking of Lord Strength had already exposed the secret competition among these top lords. Every time they sold food, it would be regarded as a competition or even a fight by the lower-level lords. At the rate he's growing, can I really catch up with him? Li Yuero began to doubt herself. At this moment, no matter how grand the plan she conceived was, and how immortal it would be once completed, it could not give her the confidence to catch up with Qin Shi Huang. But if I can't catch up with him, how can I convince him to join my plan and become my ally? Unknowingly, Li Yuero's so-called allies had become real allies rather than subordinates under her command. Could it be that I really have to go that far? You have to give the position of leader of all the powerful lords of Blue Star to Qin Shi Huang. Li Yuero was a little shaken. But in the end, she was still unwilling to give up the great achievements of Joan of Arc that were worthy of being passed down through the ages, and was reluctant to give up the leadership, even though her organization had not been established at this moment. There must be another way. Maybe I'll have a chance encounter and catch up with Qin Shi Huang. In the Huangshui Valley, on top of the low barren hills, in Feng Guogua's castle. At this moment, she and her little man were drinking the fragrant broth, and each of their faces showed a smile of great enjoyment. Little people, You must remember to be grateful. This meat was kindly given to us by Brother Qin Feng. After you eat and have strength, you must make more pickaxes and dig out more iron ore. Feng Guogwa said with a smile. I know. I will definitely work very hard and double my efforts to dig ore for you, my sister, the Lord, and my benefactor. I will also work hard. If it weren't for you, Lord, sister, and my benefactor, we would have starved to death long ago. Amidst laughter and joy, the Bana people ate mouthfuls of the rich broth, which was digested by their intestines and stomachs, and turned into their clan's unique magnetic energy, which was stored in the black spots on their bodies. This power and the knowledge in their minds are the most powerful weapons of their clan. Going down, they can help them refine iron ore into crude iron, and then forge the crude iron into pickaxes. Going up, it can help them manufacture engineering equipment and manufacturing equipment, so as to complete multiple processes such as mining, decomposition, and manufacturing, and produce powerful weapons of war. Feng Guogwa smiled even more happily after receiving the response from the little people. She loved her little people very much and felt that taking care of them was a very happy thing in itself. At this time, Feng Guogwa noticed more than a dozen small red dots in his field of vision. Well, what exactly happened? Why are all the lords I follow posting? She was surprised and then clicked on the hyperspace exchange with curiosity. At this moment, many new posts appeared in the hyperspace exchange, including Qin Shihuang's 2 posts, but the food had been sold out and her luck was still as bad as before. But in addition to these 2 posts, there are more than a dozen extremely popular posts, which are purchasing iron ore at high prices, offering 20 units of food in exchange for 1 unit of iron ore, and so far, no one has met this exchange condition. Seeing this, Feng Guogwa was excited. She had nothing else at the moment, but a lot of iron ore, a total of 321 units. In the Huangshui Valley, on the 3rd floor of the castle, Qin Feng stood by the railing with a solemn expression, his eyes fixed on the hyperspace exchange. Feng Guogwa, what will you choose? Will you trade the iron ore to me as agreed, or will you trade it to these lords in exchange for excess food? After making a late lunch for Eunice using the meat of the silver-backed giant ape, Qin Feng went to the 3rd floor to continue his intelligence-gathering work. This led him to discover the endless stream of iron ore purchase posts in the hyperspace exchange. These iron ore purchase posts were all brought out by him. Having received 2 world announcements in a row, he has become a model for other powerful lords to emulate. Seeing him purchasing iron ore, these lords reacted immediately. They guessed that this was a necessary item for upgrading the castle, so they started purchasing it in advance. Qin Feng did not foresee this situation in advance. He is also a human being and cannot make every possible plan at this moment. But things have already happened, and Qin Feng is ready to take advantage of this opportunity to see what Feng Guogwa will choose. Just as Qin Feng thought of this, a small red dot appeared in his sight. When he clicked on it, he saw in his friend panel that Feng Guogwa had sent him a total of 321 units of iron ore, both in exact amounts. Oh, what a surprise. Qin Feng was both happy and surprised. He was happy that Feng Guogwa chose to keep her promise and chose to believe him. He was surprised that, judging from a rational point of view, Feng Guogwa's best decision would be to do business with the lords in the hyperspace exchange. Brother Qin Feng, these are the iron ores that Guogwa dug out. Remember to check them. When Qin Feng was in a complicated mood, Feng Guogwa's message came, and then the second message popped up. Brother Qin Feng, Guogwa will soon be able to start mining the second batch of iron ore. If you need it, just tell me, and I will give it back to you. Of course there is a need. Iron ore is in short supply now, and everyone is buying it. Qin Feng said, and then he continued. But Guogwa, I only gave you 10 units of food. According to the current market price, it's only worth half a piece of iron ore. Why did you give me all the iron ore? Feng Guogwa paused after hearing this, and replied after a few seconds. Haha. To be honest with Brother Qin Feng, Guogwa also saw those purchase notices a while ago, and was very tempted. I even thought about selling the iron ore to those lords. Feng Guogwa continued, but one should never forget one's roots. When I was almost starving to death, I begged many people, but they were unwilling to help me. Only you, Brother Qin Feng, helped me. My life, and the lives of my little people, were all saved by you, Brother Qin Feng. I can't forget your kindness. I won't forget it. Not to mention that 1 piece of iron ore can only be exchanged for 20 units of food, even if it can be exchanged for 200 or even 2,000. As long as you need it, Brother Qin Feng, I will give you the iron ore even if I don't want food. Chapter 29, Goblin Invasion. Seeing the message sent by Feng Guogwa, even a rational person like Qin Feng was moved at that moment. If those words were spoken by an adult, Qin Feng would never believe it. But these words came from the mouth of Feng Guogwa, a very clumsy little girl. No matter how suspicious he was unwilling to question this kindness and gratitude. Yes, of course I need it. As long as it's the iron ore you give me, I will buy it unlimitedly and at a premium. Qin Feng said seriously. If others treat him well, he will return the kindness tenfold. Feng Guogua deserves such treatment. No need. No need. Just buy it at half price. Otherwise, even if Guogua starves to death, she will not take the food given by you, brother Qin Feng. Feng Guogua replied almost instantly. Both her tone and the speed of her reply could make Qin Feng feel her panic and urgency at the moment. Then, before Qin Feng could reply, Feng Guogua sent another message. Brother Qin Feng, few people can mine iron ore these days, which is why it's so expensive. I mine iron ore very easily, and I can mine it in just a few strokes. How can I charge you a high price? What's more, you saved my life. How can I repay you with evil? Qin Feng was silent for a long time before he finally replied, okay. Then, he took out 10 units of silver-backed giant ape meat and mixed it with the remaining ordinary food and sent it all to Feng Guogua. He added, keep these for now. I'll make up the remaining balance later. Outside Qin Feng's territory, in the dense forest, a group of goblin warriors appeared here quietly, hiding in the dense bushes. Master Priest, it's here. Pointing at Qin Feng's castle and recalling Eunice's beauty, the goblin who spoke wiped the corner of his mouth. Then get ready and follow my orders. An old goblin wearing a skull necklace said harshly among the goblins. As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 20 goblin warriors around him instantly gripped their spears tightly, and the sharper spears were placed at their feet. At this moment, a terrifying glint of ferocity and growing evil intent appeared in the eyes of each goblin. They are few in number, but they are the elite of the tribe. The weakest of them have the strength of a general, and the 3 strong goblins in the lead have the combat power of a commander. Otherwise, they would not be able to build a settlement in this forest, let alone attack the castle of the aliens in the Oracle, which would definitely cause chaos in the world. Prepare your spears. Aim at the human man on the 3rd floor of the castle, and kill him first. Yes. 3, 2, 1, kill. The goblin priest shouted, and more than 20 extremely sharp spears suddenly broke through the air, with a terrifying whistling sound, like the soul calling order from hell, with imposing momentum and extremely precise, piercing towards Qin Feng on the 3rd floor of the castle. Pick up your spears. Charge. While the spear was flying, the goblin priest issued a second order. The goblin warriors around him immediately took action, picked up the spears at their feet at the speed of light, jumped out of the bushes, raised a trail of dust, and rushed towards the castle. Though few in number, their charge was undoubtedly imposing. Its brilliance, combined with the swiftly streaking spears in the sky, evoked a sense of awe and awe. The shocked forest animals froze in their tracks. Even the more powerful wolves and ferocious brown bears were terrified by their imposing charge, leaving them urinating. Listening to the whistling sounds of weapons breaking through the air and looking at the spears and goblins suddenly appearing from the sky and the ground, Qin Feng's face changed. He couldn't tell for a moment how he had provoked this local force. However, Qin Feng did not panic. His territory was protected by the heavenly Dao defense barrier, and those goblins could not enter or break through. The spear, which had flown halfway, hit an invisible barrier and broke into pieces, falling like flowers scattered from the sky. The goblins charging on the ground were also blocked by the barrier, and they were knocked unconscious and fell to the ground one by one. What is this thing? I can't even break it open. A burly goblin spoke. When he charged, he had already thought of how to ravage the arsonist woman, but now he couldn't even get into the other party's lair, which made him very annoyed. Master Priest, we are blocked by an invisible layer. You must shatter it quickly. We can't let the woman inside escape. Another burly goblin turned around and looked at the priest in the bushes anxiously, seeking help. Get out of the way. An old voice sounded, and the goblin priest began to cast a spell. Light green energy surged from the earth and turned into a huge python. The python gradually solidified, and within 30 seconds it would have a complete entity and hit the barrier. The dragon rose, and all the goblins' breaths paused. This was their high priest's ultimate move. Even the 9-star commander-level silverback giant ape king couldn't withstand this attack. Once this move is used, the transparent barrier blocking their progress will inevitably be defeated, the men inside will be killed, and the women will be captured and raped. Thinking of this, they excitedly let out war cries, spreading great fear just like they did in previous battles and hunts. The noise was so loud that Eunice, who was resting on the 2nd floor, naturally noticed it. She jumped into Qin Feng's side like a flame and half knelt to ask for a fight. Master, our territory has been attacked. Please allow me to slay all the invading enemies. Don't be anxious. They can't break through the defense barrier of heaven. You've only been back for half an hour. You should take a rest first. It won't be too late to do anything after they are exhausted, Qin Feng said with a smile, then turned to look at Eunice. Then he was stunned. Compared to when she came back, Eunice's aura was more than twice as strong at this moment, and her little face was no longer pale, but rosy and full of vitality. What's going on? How come you recovered so quickly this time? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Master, I've made a breakthrough. Eunice stuck out her tongue. Also, the meat master just gave me contains very strong essence energy. It has accelerated my recovery. Qin Feng asked doubtfully, then called up the Eunice panel. Fire Succubus Eunice. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, Mystery of Fire, Do, requires mature form. Potential, Fire attribute 3-striped Succubus. Growth status, Growth, 2%. Combat power level, 9-star commander. Complete form, 3-star god. He has become a 9-star commander so quickly, and his growth rate has increased by almost 2 percentage points. Qin Feng said in surprise. Ever since entering the growth stage, Eunice's growth rate has slowed down rapidly. The energy behind the 2 percentage point growth is probably more than that of the entire larval stage. Master, I forgot to tell you before that when I killed powerful monsters, I felt that the energy I gained seemed to have increased. No, I should say it returned to normal levels. Eunice expressed her feelings when fighting with the silver-backed giant ape. After listening, Qin Feng realized that there seemed to be an experience limit for soldiers killing monsters. Killing wild monsters that were far below their own strength would result in a loss of experience points, while killing monsters of similar combat power would gain full experience points. Killing monsters above their own level would gain more experience points. So, Master, can you please stop worrying about me and let me go out to fight? I will pick off the heads of those ugly goblins and present them to you. Eunice asked for a fight. Go, Qin Feng ordered with a smile. The moment the words fell, Eunice bowed gracefully, then turned into a Hokage and flew out. Linkong tore the green dragon, on which all the goblins pinned their hopes, into pieces. Chapter 30. A clean and sharp kill. More soul particles. When the goblins saw Eunice flying out of the castle, they were stunned at first, surprised at Eunice's recovery ability, and then they were delighted. Great. I was just worried you'd be hiding in that tortoise shell and not coming out. Now look, you've come to our door, so don't blame us for being merciless. Master Priest, no need to continue gathering strength. Bombard that woman and cripple her, but don't kill her. We have to capture her and let her bear our child. Yes. This woman can set fires and has a strong recovery ability. She must be very fertile. The child she gives birth to will have an extremely strong physique and may even be able to master magical powers. She can become a priest like you and help us communicate with the gods in the sky. Not only the goblin warriors had such fantasies, but the goblin priests who cast spells also thought so. Before coming here, he had only heard about Eunice's beauty from the goblins in the tribe. Seeing her now, he was shocked and wanted to catch Eunice and ravage her immediately. Thinking of this, the goblin priest smiled evilly and controlled the green dragon that had condensed 1/3 of its power to charge towards Eunice. The green dragon flew away at a high speed, bringing up a wind as strong as a knife, and cut through the trees in the forest in an instant. Seeing this scene, the goblin warriors became excited. The residual power emitted by the green dragon is so strong. Once its real body hits Eunice, it will definitely cause even more terrifying power. They will surely be able to break Eunice's defenses in an instant, destroying her and turning her into a weak body that can be done to anyone, and then she will be taken back by them and turned into a tool for their sexual gratification and reproduction. But just when all the goblins were looking forward to victory, the green dragon was about to hit Eunice. Everything turned upside down. Expectation turned into astonishment, and astonishment spread into fear. In midair, Eunice, whose whole body was on fire, waved her hand lightly, and a red streak suddenly extended out. When it fell quickly, it split into endless fire lines and tightly clung to the green dragon. Then, the fire line bloomed like a night blooming Sirius, erupting with tremendous pulling force, and in an instant, it tore the green dragon into pieces and turned it into a green energy rain all over the sky. As the energy rain fell, the goblin priest in the bushes was instantly counterattacked, spitting out blood, and an unprecedented look of shock appeared in his eyes. How could it be? The extremely sharp whistling sound shook the mountains and forests and spread far away. But the sound did not last, because the line of fire in the sky had already fallen down, and with a bang, it cut off the goblin priest's head and flew into the air, interrupting his long roar. Lord's sacrifice. Evil woman, what are you doing? The surrounding goblin warriors roared in anger and fear, and then rushed towards Eunice with a desperate spirit. In an instant, spears flew into the air and iron spears rained down. They have more throwing weapons, and Eunice has more fire lines. The fire lines in the sky contracted, passing through the goblins' necks and cutting off their heads, and then they returned to defense at a faster speed, encircling the weapons that were flying towards them with sharp sounds of breaking through the air and neutralizing their force. The whole battle came and went quickly. In less than 2 seconds, more than 20 goblins were killed by Eunice. Qin Feng's Lord log began to refresh at an alarming speed. Eunice killed a 5-star commander-level goblin priest. You gained 3,100 energy points. You also received 1 soul particle. Eunice killed a 3-star commander-level goblin, and you gained 3,000 energy points. Eunice killed a 4-star commander-level goblin, and you gained 3,100 energy points. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng took a deep breath in shock. If it weren't for the constantly refreshing kill prompts in the Lord's log, he would not have been willing to believe that all this was real. He felt that Eunice was not just a 9-star commander, but had reached the pinnacle of a 9-star commander. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such a terrifying suppressing ability. Just when Qin Feng was thinking about this, the reminder sound from heaven rang in his ears. You killed an elite member of the Goblin tribe. The Goblin tribe's favorability towards you has dropped by 50 points. It is currently 70 points. The current relationship is a blood feud. Hint 1. From now on, the goblins in the Fallen Forest will desperately search for you. Only by completely killing them can you find peace. Hint 2. The local forces on the Yonghan continent have a basic favorability rating for the Lord between -20 and 20. Different strategies can change their opinion of you. Are we going to get involved in a war with local forces so soon? Luckily, I have the protection of the Heavenly Dao defense barrier now, so I don't have to worry about these monsters stealing my home. While informing Qin Feng of the New World rules, the Heavenly Dao's reminder also gave Qin Feng a sense of urgency, which made Qin Feng think of breeding new succubi and expanding the territory's combat power in terms of quantity. Well, we'll breed new succubi tomorrow, one at a time. If the first one doesn't have a special physique, I'll use the Wind of Resurrection and a breeding slot to accelerate her growth. That way, while I send Eunice to wipe out the goblins in the distance, I can have the other succubi wait and surround the area to attack the reinforcements. When Qin Feng thought of this, Eunice had already returned with the spoils. She first handed the most precious energy stone and soul particles to Qin Feng, and then removed the protective force, took down the floating spear, iron gun, and the goblin's body and placed them on the ground on the 3rd floor. After getting these back, Eunice was extremely excited. She stared at Qin Feng expectantly, as if waiting for praise. Master, Eunice has fulfilled the mission. Please check the results. The goblins have very high combat power. The weak ones all have the strength of generals. Including the priests, there are 4 commander-level goblins. They directly exploded 1 soul particle and 11 energy stones, which made Qin Feng very satisfied. The harvest of weapons was also considerable, with a total of 69 throwing spears, 23 iron spears, and a wooden staff. They would definitely make a lot of money if they were sold, and Qin Feng was also very satisfied. But when he saw those green-skinned humanoid creatures, Qin Feng frowned, not understanding why Eunice brought these things back. Eunice, I understand that you brought back weapons, but why did you bring back these goblins? Qin Feng asked, pointing at the goblin corpses. Eunice raised her head proudly, showing off her treasures and saying, Master, these goblin corpses contain very strong energy. The effect of eating them is no less than that of the silverback giant ape. Some of them even have the power of the silverback giant ape leader. They are very precious. Qin Feng was surprised. This time, he finally understood the food views of succubi like Eunice. As long as they are not of the same tribe as him and the Lord, everything else is food. He is truly a devil. I really underestimated you before. P.S. Today is also the 5th chapter, an update of over 11,000 words. Please collect, vote, and comment. Your readers' support is the greatest motivation for me to continue writing. Thank you very much. Chapter 31, Open and Covert Fighting. Qin Feng put all the weapons that Eunice had brought on the shelf. Each weapon can be exchanged for 3 energy stones, or 100 units of iron ore, and the price is the same as the meat of the commander-level silverback giant ape. Like the previous food sale post, this weapon sale post also caused a stir in the hyperspace exchange. In the message area, the lords praised him crazily, and Qin Shi Huang's reputation soared again, and no one could match him. His Majesty the First Emperor is planning to unify the world. From sunrise to now, Your Majesty has sold 3 batches of goods. Basic food in units of 10,000, commander-level food with special recovery effects in units of 1,000, and now nearly 100 silver-level and above weapons. In just 10 hours, Your Majesty has achieved 3 consecutive leaps. At this rate of growth, even if you bundled the top 10 lords together, they wouldn't be enough for Your Majesty to defeat with one hand. Based on Your Majesty's previous sales practices, the next batch of weapons is expected to arrive soon, and the quantity will undoubtedly increase dramatically. Your Majesty's subjects, are your energy stones and iron or ready? I'm crying. I do have an energy stone, but my soldier type is a snake. I don't have hands, so I can't use the weapons given by His Majesty the Emperor. Your Majesty, can you please share your coordinates? I want to join you. If you're willing to accept me, I'll pack up my castle and military buildings and come find you right away, serving you at every turn and guiding your horse. Your Majesty, my military branch is the Golden Warrior. I wish to become your subject. Please give me a chance and tell me your coordinates. Amidst endless flattery, many lords who were shocked by Qin Feng's terrifying growth rate began to establish connections, asking Qin Feng to reveal his coordinates so that they could bring their families and seek refuge with him. I don't know if there are people with bad intentions who have other plans. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled contemptuously. He is not stupid, so how could he reveal his coordinates and true identity just because of a few nice words? In the afternoon, Qin Feng did not let Eunice go deep into the forest to look for traces of the goblin tribe. He only assigned Eunice to kill monsters and hunt within a 2-kilometer radius around the territory, and let the wild monsters refresh as many times as possible. This is not cowardice, nor does it mean that Qin Feng is afraid of the goblins in the forest. This is because the night is about to fall. Under the black moon tide, the strength of wild monsters will be greatly enhanced, and the explosion rate of wild monsters and the energy value rewards after killing them will also increase. In the dark, the hunting efficiency of guarding the territory and besieging the enemy to attack reinforcements is obviously higher than aimlessly searching for the goblin tribe in the forest. After growing to the 9-star commander level, Eunice's endurance became much stronger, and it was no problem for her to sustain low-intensity battles for 7 or 8 hours at a time. But Qin Feng still asked Eunice to return to the territory to rest every 2 hours. Firstly, it is convenient for him to sell food, and secondly, it is to keep him in the best condition at all times so that he can go on a killing spree and upgrade madly when night falls. Time passed minute by minute, the sun set in the sky, the sunlight faded, and the black moon rose from the horizon. At the same time, the heavenly Tao prompt sound exploded in the ears of lords all over the world. Night falls, and the black moon tide covers the eternal continent. Wild monsters gain 300% strength. Castle troops other than mechanical, void, demon, and dark types lose 50% strength. Night falls, and the black moon tide covers the eternal continent. The notification sound rang 5 times in a row before it stopped. The chat channel that had been silent for a whole day suddenly became lively. The same is true for the Huangshui Valley chat channel. Oh no, the night is here again. The development time for the second day is fucked up again. The next night is the domain of the big guys, and has nothing to do with us peasants. Brothers, it took my troops 2 days to grow to the 9-star combat level. The beast tide is coming in 5 days. Can I really withstand it? You're lucky. My slime, even at its full form, is only at the strength of an 8-star soldier. If I can't produce new troop types and buildings in the remaining 5 days, I'm afraid I'll be the first to die in the beast tide. I feel sorry for the brother upstairs for 2 seconds. I'm going to go play with my centaur now. Brother, see you tomorrow. I hope to see you again the next day. Holy crap. So you're the bastard from the hyperspace exchange. I didn't expect you'd be on our channel. Quick, give me a friend slot. Start a live stream for me. As night falls and wild monsters go berserk, most lords are not qualified to go out hunting, so the chat channel becomes their entertainment. Immersed in the joyful atmosphere, the lords did not notice that the rich brother Chen Shaojia, who was extremely active on the first day, had become silent at this moment. Not only did he not speak in the large group, he also stopped speaking in the Huangshui Valley Alliance group he had set up. Somewhere in the forest of Huangshui Valley, 6 fire griffins moved in and out of the Tiandao defense barrier, releasing fireballs to attack the roaring monsters outside the territory. Chen Shaojia watched all this in fear, fearing that if his troops were not careful, they would be torn to pieces by the strengthened wild monsters. However, no matter how much he feared these things, he had to hold on. He had to improve his strength as quickly as possible while concealing his growth progress as much as possible. Since the first world announcement sounded yesterday, he discovered that the light of sublimation fell not far from his territory, and the desperately powerful Qin Shi was very likely standing beside him. Rich man Chen Shaojie immediately felt a terrifying pressure so strong that he dared not relax. He no longer pretended to be cool, and tried his best to fade out of Qin Shi sight. He never dared to give Qin Shi the idea that he might compete with him for resources. At the same time, he began to try his best to squeeze the energy of his soldiers, so that they could kill as many monsters as possible and grow quickly. Boss Qin Shi, I was wrong to act so arrogant in front of you before. I admit my mistake. If you plan to take control of the entire Huangshui Valley's resources, I will fully support you. I just hope you don't take me seriously and don't mess with me. Some people go out hunting despite the risk of their soldiers dying, just to increase their strength and save their lives. Some people sent out their troops to slaughter wild monsters, preparing to surpass Qin Shi in one fell swoop, become the strongest among millions of lords, and enjoy the respectful gazes of countless lords. On the top of Wangshan Mountain, a mysterious level 2 castle exudes a terrifying light that does not belong to this level. The owner of this castle is called Li Xiongyan, a man who is extremely ruthless, decisive, brutal, and cruel. This afternoon, he intimidated the third most powerful lord in Wangshan District, made him his spy, and tricked out the top 20 lords in Wangshan District. Just when these people formed an alliance and waited near the territory of this murderous devil, ready to respond to the call of the heavenly Dao announcement and kill him in one fell swoop when he was out hunting. He made a surprise attack with his army, using the special troops, the mountain drill beasts, which were bred from the looted military buildings, and his own Golden War division, to launch a beautiful ambush, killing all 18 lords, including his spies. Now, he controls a total of 20 military buildings, and the number of soldiers under his command has exceeded 100. He was full of vigor and vitality, and the dark night turned into a beautiful landscape in his eyes. He looked at the dark forest stretching to the horizon with a look of contempt and a calm tone. Qin Shi, the second dark night has arrived. I'm sure you won't miss this opportunity. I'm really looking forward to it. You shined so brightly on the first night. How will you perform tonight? Will you be half as good as I am? Chapter 32, Evil Fire. Fallen Forest, Huangshui Swamp, and the Fringe Area. After night fell, the Dark Night King, who had been depressed for a whole day, finally cheered up. At this moment, he has 6 vampires under his command. The strongest one has obtained the silver-level treasure vampire Feng and evolved into a Count Vampire. After a day of killing, his strength has been upgraded from a 6-star general to a 9-star general, and his speed is faster than other vampires who are only at the master level. This shows how exaggerated the bloodline of the vampire Count is and how terrifying his efficiency in obtaining energy is. I can't do it during the day. I can't compete with those lords who have top-tier troops. But the night is my home turf. I am the Lord of Vampires. I am the King of the Night. I am the Son of Destiny. The Dark Lord walked out of his castle covered in blood plasma. He waved his hand heavily and ordered his vampires with red eyes to go out hunting. Scana Plain, Arts River Basin, Lilo Grassland. After fighting for a whole day, Liyuero gained a lot. She was very lucky to get a silver-level mace by defeating monsters. For her, this was already a great adventure. With the blessing of the mace, the strongest amethyst behemoth under her command will burst out with combat power far beyond its usual level. Qin Shi rise was rapid, but not without traces. The first was the golden treasure chest rewarded by heaven, and the second was the hunt under the black moon tide. Especially the second time. After spending last night together, Qin Shi fighting power skyrocketed like he'd taken an aphrodisiac. So, if I want to catch up with him and talk to him from the same height as him, I must seize this opportunity in the dark night. Even if I can't get more resources than him, I must at least match his. Thinking of this, Liyuero's expression became firm. She snapped her fingers, and 4 tall amethyst behemoths immediately walked out of the territory and charged towards the roaring wild monsters outside the territory. The leader was carrying a huge mace, and with one hit from the mace, at least 3 or 4 wild monsters were shattered to pieces. On the Eternal Continent, countless lords were exerting their strength in the darkness of the next day. They are not stupid. Liyuero can judge that the night is an important opportunity for rise, so they can do it too. After this night, the situation of hegemony on the Eternal Continent will inevitably change. New lords will rise to fame, and some of the strong ones who were previously ranked among the top 10 lords by the lower-level lords will also fall. But Qin Feng won't. He will continue to shine in the vision of all Blue Star lords. Just like the eternally burning sun in the sky, it never goes out. In terms of the number of military types, Qin Feng must have the least in the entire Eternal Continent. He even gave up the second chance to give birth to a succubus, and instead accelerated Eunice's growth and increased her combat power. But if we talk about the quality of the troops, Eunice, who has now reached the limit of a 9-star commander, can be said to be the strongest troop. At this moment, Eunice was in the forest. With a flick of her finger, countless beasts had their heads cut off by the fire and fell to the ground with a bang. Eunice killed the giant forest wolf, Black Moon Enhanced Version, and you gained 30 energy points. Eunice killed the violent brown bear, Black Moon Enhanced Version, and you gained 600 energy points. Eunice killed the silverback giant ape commander, Black Moon Enhanced Version. You gained 18,000 energy points. You also received 1 soul particle. With the rapid update of the Lord's log, Qin Feng's physique became stronger and stronger, his muscles became more and more powerful, and his combat power level directly soared from the previous peak of the 9-star warrior to the level of a general. This also made him feel a little tempted to go out of the territory and fight. Anyway, the wild monsters outside the territory are suppressed by Eunice, so there is no danger in going out. He only needs to output with all his strength to experience the joy of mowing the grass with his unparalleled strength. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Feng began to read the origin of mana fragments in his mind. He first activated the magic power in his body according to the magic power circulation method in the fragment. Half an hour later, he successfully mastered the method of operating magic power. Then, he began to learn the skills recorded in the source of magic power. Another half an hour later, Qin Feng successfully mastered 3 skills: Exploding Fireball, Windblade, and Thunderstrike. These 3 skills are the easiest abilities to learn as recorded in the source of mana, and their power is average. However, when Qin Feng's 5-star general ability is used, it can also cause very powerful killing effects, at least for those wild monsters below the general level. Everything is ready. It's time to go out and kill. Qin Feng smiled slightly, jumped down from the 3rd floor of the castle, walked out of the Tiandao defense barrier, and stood next to Eunice. "Master, why did you come out? It's dangerous here," Eunice said worriedly when she noticed Qin Feng approaching. Her voice no longer had the lingering tone of the past, but was full of worry and concern. "I have the strength of a general now, and I have to try my skills. I can't just stay in the castle and enjoy the scenery. Besides, I have always been looking forward to fighting alongside you one day." Qin Feng threw a fireball and blew up a giant forest wolf. You killed the forest giant wolf, Black Moon Enhanced Version, and you gained 180 energy points. Compared to sharing Eunice's experience, the energy gained from killing monsters by yourself is obviously more. This made Qin Feng very happy. After all, the improvement of combat power also means the improvement of physical fitness. He will have 3,000 beauties in the future, so he absolutely cannot do without a good body. But at this moment, Eunice beside Qin Feng spoke. "Master, just go back. It's dangerous outside. Fighting side by side doesn't have to be limited to the battlefield. We can fight side by side at home as well. Besides, by then, our shoulders can be even closer. We can fight side by side even at home. God damn, when we fight side by side at home, our shoulders can be closer." "Eunice, are you really trying to persuade me to go back by saying this?" When these words were spoken, Qin Feng was stunned on the spot. He didn't know whether Eunice said this as part of her daily seduction mission or whether she had just spoken carelessly in a hurry. At this moment, Eunice, who had reacted, blushed. She accidentally set out the deepest thoughts in her heart. In a panic, the sharp and unstoppable fire lines became erratic, and if they were not careful, they would cut the violent brown bears with their heads and bodies separated into countless pieces, which was a huge waste of energy. It was so inexplicable that a surge of evil fire surged in the hearts of the 2 people who walked out of the territory to fight. A certain agreement reached tacitly this morning also amplified this evil fire, making them both look forward to the fierce fight to the death that would take place in the castle after the battle was over. This directly changed the nature of the entire battle. The goal has changed from killing quickly to accumulate resources to completing the task as quickly as possible. "I'm going completely crazy." Qin Feng fired madly, and exploding fireballs flew out of his hands, specifically targeting wild monsters with a lower strength than that of a general. Eunice released more flames, which condensed into more fire lines, sweeping across a larger area and cutting off more heads. An even more tragic and shrill roar exploded in the forest. The wild monsters that appeared right in front of Qin Feng's territory suffered a collective disaster. Chapter 33, Energy Outpouring. Qin Feng and his companions' battle with the wild monsters lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning. In other words, even after the moon was at its zenith and the wild monsters received a 500% increase, they still killed for 2 hours. During this period, Qin Feng returned to the territory for rest and recuperation 5 times. Eunice only took 2 breaks. Master, are you coming back? After killing all the refreshed wild monsters for the last time, Eunice lowered her head shyly and asked softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. After she finished speaking and waited for Qin Feng's answer, a strange blush appeared on her pale face, and her body began to tremble, almost unable to stand. Yes. Qin Feng's heart beat wildly, and his voice became dry. Just pack up the spoils and drag them back. No need to cut them up. We can do it tomorrow morning. He had been looking forward to the upcoming life and death battle for 2 whole days. No matter how terrifying his perseverance was, within these 2 days, Eunice had worn away all of it by her endless tricks, whether direct, subtle, close-up, or covert. Since you can no longer tolerate it, there is no need to tolerate it anymore. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. It's time to use the dragon strike that has been accumulated for 2 days. Eunice felt unprecedented excitement as she strung together the straw ropes to tie up the wild monster's corpse. The hyperspace exchange is already bustling with activity. Under the cover of night, countless powerful lords on the Eternal Continent joined the battle and harvested a large amount of resources. This caused the number of food sales posts in the hyperspace exchange to increase exponentially. Among these terrifying number of posts, 4 of them are the most eye-catching. They respectively occupy the 2nd, 6th, 7th, and 8th places in the current hyperspace exchange popularity ranking. The 8th rank post sold more than 2,000 units of food and was posted by a person with the ID. This person showed amazing combat power in the first night, and his output was only lower than Qin Feng, Li Yuero, and the Dark Night King. It was not surprising that he could appear in this position, but it made people sigh. The 7th rank post sold a total of more than 5,000 units. The poster was Li Yuero, a goddess-like figure familiar to many lords in the hyperspace exchange. Many LSPs who follow goddess Li Yuero are extremely dissatisfied with the fact that she can only rank 7th tonight. They are shouting that as long as goddess Yuero continues to post photos, they will use comments to push this post to a higher rank. But Li Yuero herself accepted the result and did not agree to the LSP's demands because of the false reputation. Because those ranked before her are either Qin Feng's old posts or powerful people with greater sales volume than hers. This guy called the Dark Night King is quite impressive. He actually took out over 8,000 units of food tonight and killed more monsters than me. I'm afraid he's encountered a great opportunity. He's someone worth paying attention to. Li Yuero followed the Dark Night King, who ranked 6th in shipments tonight, and included this young man in her list of potential allies. Continuing to scroll up, past the 3 old posts sent by Qin Feng, Li Yuero saw the darkest dark horse that emerged from tonight's battle. This person's post ranks 2nd in popularity among all posts in the hyperspace exchange. Not only that, its popularity index is only 1/3 lower than the popularity of the post in which Qin Feng took out 10,000 units of food for the first time, causing all the lower-level lords in the entire hyperspace exchange to have an orgasm in their brains. The sales volume of this post was enormous, reaching a terrifying 20,000 units. Although there were no commander-level monster flesh and blood for sale, the quantity alone exceeded the total of the 2 new posts Qin Feng opened this afternoon. However, if the shipment volume alone is huge, it is not enough for this post to gain popularity over Qin Feng's 3 old posts and directly rise to the 2nd most popular post, charging and challenging Qin Feng's most popular post. What really made this post famous was the ID of the poster. This is an extremely rampant, arrogant, domineering, and naked ID. He pointed directly to the savior-level figure in the hearts of countless low-level lords, and to Qin Feng, who was regarded as the emperor by countless people. His ID is Undertaker Xiangyu. Xiangyu, the king of Western Chu in ancient Chinese history, was a hero who destroyed the eternal foundation of the great empire of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The name alone is enough to make people think of many things. But the person who posted the message was obviously afraid that everyone would not understand, so he directly added the prefix, Undertaker, before Xiangyu. The words are concise, and the point is clear. He, the Undertaker Xiangyu, is going to destroy the supreme reputation that Qin Shi Huang has earned in the hyperspace exchange tonight. He wants to use a shipment volume far exceeding that of Qin Shi Huang. Strongly suppress the Qin Shi Huang, who holds the position of the First Lord in everyone's heart. Wow, where on earth did this guy named Undertaker Xiangyu come from? Not only did he take out 20,000 units of food in one go, but he even dared to challenge Qin Shi Huang. Isn't he afraid of being humiliated? If Qin Shi Huang takes out more food than him, how will this arrogant guy cope? After reading the extremely simple food sales rules in the post, and even looking at the ID, Undertaker Xiangyu, several times, Li Yuero felt that this was a young and frivolous person. But then she thought that it was not daytime at this moment, and the battle just now involving countless powerful people was not comparable to a battle in the daytime. Under the cover of night, the black moon tide surges, and the wild monsters have a terrifying threefold increase. In this environment, he could kill over 1,000 wild monsters and sell a full 20,000 units of food. The difficulty is probably even greater than when Qin Shi Huang led his troops to kill commander-level monsters during the day. Moreover, it is already past 2 in the morning, and the wild monsters have been in a 500% amplification state for more than 2 hours. Logically, the battle should have ended long ago. At the speed at which Qin Shi Huang decomposes food, he should have posted a post to sell food. But up to now, Qin Shi Huang has not posted any food sales posts. It is very likely that he was shocked by this fierce man named Undertaker Xiangyu. Damn, could this Undertaker really be able to pull Qin Shi Huang down from the altar? Li Yuero was even more shocked. How is this possible? That's the man I couldn't catch up to even with all my might. How could he be surpassed so easily by someone else? After chasing Qin Feng for too long, Li Yuero unknowingly had a thick filter through her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng. This made her subconsciously choose to deny it when she realized that someone might have the strength to surpass Qin Feng. At this moment, Li Yuero inexplicably expected Qin Feng to stand up and respond, take out more food, and slap Undertaker Xiangyu hard in the face. This does not mean that she admires or likes Qin Feng so much. She just wants to use this method to make sure that the person she has been chasing is the real #1 Lord of Blue Star. However, Li Yuero, who was extremely nervous, struggling, and confused, and was about to lose her goal, was not aware of it. At this moment, Qin Feng was in no mood to pay attention to the challenge launched against him by Li Xiongyan, who went by the pseudonym Undertaker Xiangyu in the hyperspace exchange. He is very busy. So busy that I can't get away at all. Chapter 34. Who agrees? Who opposes? At the end of the Alasei Mountains, at the top of Wangshan Mountain, Li Xiongyan looked up at the sky and sang loudly with infinite heroism. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty invincibility is. Alone in the summit. The cold wind kept blowing. Oh, my loneliness. Who can understand me? It was already 3:30 in the morning. Li Xiongyan was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. He had so many ambitions in his heart that he could only express them through this crazy singing. Because, at this moment, 3 full hours had passed since he posted the food sales post. And the enemies he is anchored on, he stares intently at them, and will do whatever it takes to surpass them, even if it means committing heinous crimes. The Qin Shi Huang, who gained supreme fame in the hyperspace exchange, was called His Majesty the First Emperor, and had countless ministers bowing to him in the void, had not made any response to his challenge so far. Qin Shi Huang, why don't you respond to me? I wrote my ID so directly. I was just about to rush over and spit at you. Why don't you respond to me? Ha ha ha, you can't sell more food than me, so you don't dare to respond. You know your reputation will be damaged if you respond, so you're pretending to be dead and not seeing anything, right? Qin Shi Huang, I really want your contact information right now. I really want to ask you, how do you feel about being the stepping stone for my rise, since you love showing off so much? An unprecedented feeling of joy rose from Li Xiongyan's heart. At this moment, he felt that all his previous efforts were worth it. He had finally transcended his nightmare. In his opinion, his victory this time will foreshadow countless victories in the future. After learning the secret, he launched a lord war on the 2nd day of his arrival. By attacking and killing other lords, he was sure to gather the most military buildings at the fastest speed. Then, he would lead thousands of troops and sweep northward, bringing the flat and fertile forested plains under his control. The wider plains beyond would also be his territory. This feels so good. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. People often say that if you don't return home after your wealth and status, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. I'm so awesome. Even Qin Shi Huang was suppressed so hard that he dared not utter a word. If I don't go up to him and fight him, how can I be fair to him? Well, let's be immature this time. It's not too late to be low-key in the future. Li Xiongyan smiled grimly and excitedly. Then, he clicked on the hyperspace exchange, and in his second-ranked post, he randomly picked a post that cursed him as Qin Shi Huang's loyal servant, and left a message. Qin Shi Huang is trash. I finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? After the face-to-face shooting, Li Xiongyan felt much happier and went to rest. But his words kept many people awake tonight. Following his reply, the number of secondary replies increased exponentially. Soon, the number of secondary replies reached 100,000. Among them, 90% were cursing him. Most of these are low-level lords. They have a great deal of affection for Qin Feng, who is powerful and has pioneered the purchase restriction policy to ensure the rights and interests of the largest number of low-level lords. Many people who call themselves Your Majesty, Qin Feng, and claim to be loyal servants of Qin Shi Huang originated from them. But only about 10% of people stood on Li Xianyun's side. When people face someone who is far superior to themselves, they will always feel awe. But if the other person is close to them, or looks closer, the awe will disappear and be replaced by a feeling of, I can do it too. Most of the people who support Li Xianyun belong to this category. Most of them have sold food in the hyperspace exchange. They think they are on the same level as Qin Feng. Once they encounter an opportunity, they will be able to soar into the sky like a rock. They had this potential idea before Li Xianyun posted. After Li Xianyun posted, Qin Feng did not respond, and it seemed as if he was really suppressed by Li Xianyun. This made the group of people who believed that they would be able to surpass Qin Feng one day if they encountered an opportunity, directly regard Li Xianyun as their internet substitute, stand on Li Xianyun's side with a full sense of substitution, and start to scold him with ferocious faces. Brother Xiang Yu is right. Qin Shi Huang is garbage. It's almost 4 o'clock and you still don't dare to reply. If he's not garbage, then what is he? Do you think that the Emperor Qin Shi Huang is just as idle as you? He must be busy with important things and has no time to bother with clowns like you. He's an old man. You idiots really think he's the emperor. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. You guys are really good at making excuses for not having time to bother with us. If Qin Shi Huang doesn't respond for a day or a month, you'll all say he's busy and has no time to bother with us. You call us clowns, but I think you guys are the clowns. Come and see, some people are anxious. He is anxious. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. The lord doesn't have to go out hunting, and sleeping is not as enjoyable as arguing. This made them not worry about what to do tomorrow and put all their attention into this war of words. Time passed minute by minute, and while Qin Feng was busy having fun, the verbal battle had already intensified to an unprecedented level. This was reflected in the hyperspace exchange, where the popularity of Li Xianyun's post skyrocketed, suppressing the old post that Qin Feng himself could not shake. Early morning of the third day. No, strictly speaking, it was at noon on the third day that Qin Feng finally woke up. The first thing Qin Feng felt when he woke up was that his legs and feet were a little cold and weak. This made him press his eyebrows with an extremely complicated expression. What a sin. 6 hours of daylight are gone, what a shame. While Qin Feng was sighing, Eunice, who had woken up early, came to the bed with the prepared toiletries, blushing, half knelt down, and handed a wet towel to Qin Feng. Master, please wash up. Eunice's voice was soft and gentle. Okay. Qin Feng took it, quickly tidied himself up, and then hurried downstairs. Eunice had already prepared breakfast, which looked and tasted much better than yesterday. Qin Feng ate it in one gulp, then walked out of the castle and came to the front of the territory. There are 2 reasons for this rush. First, the sheets needed washing and the castle had to be left to Eunice. Secondly, the Succubus reincarnation pool can breed new Succubi, which requires Qin Feng to operate. 6 hours have been wasted. Qin Feng must make up for it. There can't be any more delays. Chapter 35. Ice Succubus Siver. Standing in front of the Succubus reincarnation pool, Qin Feng took a deep breath and took out a card from his trouser pocket. Temporary luck bonus card, silver level. After use, it increases the user's luck value by 10 points. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Qin Feng was very lucky, so he randomly got 2 unique buildings right at the beginning. The first time he bred, he got Eunice, a succubus with a fire physique. The first time he used the accelerated growth effect, he gave Eunice 2 full magic patterns. But luck is always conserved. If you make more money in one place, you will definitely lose it in another place. For example, the place where he first landed was surrounded by enemies from 3 sides. Once a lord rises in the Huangshui Swamp, Huangshui Valley, and Wangshan area and wants to expand outward, he will inevitably be the first to be hit. Another example is a treasure chest. The Dark Knight King of Huangshui Swamp has so far obtained 3 treasure chests by killing monsters. Although they are all silver level, it can be said that he is extremely lucky. Li Yuro also got 2 treasure chests, one of which contained city defense weapons, and the other contained a mace, which increased the combat power of her strongest amethyst behemoth. Li Xianyun, this unruly person, was the first to discover the secret of the Lord's War. He was also extremely lucky to complete a conspiracy with an extremely low probability, killing more than a dozen lords and obtaining 20 military buildings. Qin Feng killed the most wild monsters, and the monsters he killed were also the strongest among the billions of lords, the kind that had refreshed many times. But after 2 days of continuous fighting, he only got a silver treasure chest, which contained a prop card, temporary lucky bonus card, that could only be used once. Although I'm reluctant to part with it, I'll use it first. It'll be a profit if I can breed an extraordinary succubus. Temporary luck bonus cards, you can wait until you have enough multi-patterned special physique succubi before you start stockpiling them. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly used the temporary lucky bonus card. You used the consumable item, temporary luck bonus card, and you gained a temporary luck bonus of 10 points, which lasts for 5 minutes. The moment the Lord's log is refreshed, Qin Feng stared directly at the giant succubus statue in front of him, and with a thought, he began to conceive. This time, Qin Feng only used up 1 succubus breeding quota. He thought that if a succubus with a special physique was bred, the remaining spot could be used with the added effect of the wind of resurgence to accelerate its growth to a grown body. It all depended on whether the succubus would blame Qin Feng for not giving her a childhood. As Qin Feng gave the order, the water in the succubus reincarnation pool began to shine brightly. A small ice blue ball of light flew out from the palm of the big succubus's hand, floated into the air, and stretched into a 45-centimeter tall succubus. Ice blue light. Did I lose again? Another succubus with a special physique has appeared. Qin Feng became excited and immediately called up the information panel of the little succubus to check. Ice succubus Sivir. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, true meaning of ice, do receiving, requires mature form, advanced cooking, especially good at pickling. Potential, ice attribute single-line succubus. Growth state, larva. Combat power level, 4-star general. Complete form, 9-star demigod. It really is a succubus with a special physique. Qin Feng became even more excited and directly drew out 4 winds of revival, pouring them all into Shiver's body. Then, he consumed a succubus breeding quota to directly accelerate Sivir's growth. The wind of recovery of the level 3 vitality castle can increase the growth rate of troops by 150%. 4 winds of recovery combined together will increase the growth rate by 600%. 1 succubus breeding spot can increase the growth of a young succubus by 30%. This combo allowed Sivir to directly jump from the larval form to the grown form. Moreover, during this process, the great succubus statue also gave Sivir 2 new magic patterns, one on her lower abdomen and one on her thigh. 2 magic patterns. I actually encountered a low probability event among low probability events. I made a killing. The temporary luck bonus card is awesome. Qin Feng looked at Sivir's panel in admiration. At this moment, the data on it had changed drastically. Ice succubus Sivir. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, mystery of ice, advanced cooking, do receiving, requires mature body. Potential, ice attribute 3-striped succubus. Growth status, growth, 1.1%. Combat power level, 8-star commander. Complete form, 3-star god. An 8-star commander level succubus, with 3 stripes, and an ice attribute physique. Fighting hand in hand with Eunice is like a world of ice and fire. Who can withstand it? When Qin Feng thought of this, Sivir, who had completed her sublimation, opened her eyes. Sivir's eyes are ice blue, and she exudes an aura that says, keep away from strangers. Unlike Eunice, who has a girlish figure, Sivir, whose figure has been fixed after entering the growth stage, has the figure of a queen. She is much taller and is covered by a long ice silk skirt, looking aloof and noble. But such a proud and noble woman. The first moment she saw Qin Feng, she quickly fell back to the ground from the sky, half knelt in front of Qin Feng, and called out, Master. The voice was icy cold, but the emotions contained in it were extremely fierce, extremely exciting, and extremely sincere. In Xiwier's heart, Qin Feng is the god who created her, and the master she will serve even at the cost of her life. Although she only glanced at Qin Feng once, she completely imprinted this figure into the deepest part of her soul. From this moment on, she will carry out every order of Qin Feng with infinite determination, and she will serve Qin Feng with all her heart until the end of time. Always love, always trust, always obey, never betray. All of this is almost unreasonable. But in Sivir's heart, being firm in all this is the greatest truth of the universe. Don't kneel, get up. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and lifted the air, and Xiwier stood up in response, with infinite fanaticism in his cold eyes that could burst out at any time. It was a look with great contrast, but Qin Feng knew what it meant, because he had witnessed the fierce emotions hidden in this look, on the day when Eunice grew from a child to a girl. "Master, I'm ready to go hunting." Just as Qin Feng was thinking about how to respond to that cold yet passionate look, Eunice's voice rang out. Then, she emerged from the flames and came to Qin Feng's side. The moment she appeared, Eunice was smiling and stretched out her hand to hold Qin Feng's arm. But at this moment, she was surprised to find that the person standing in front of Qin Feng was Shiver, who had a strong aura and an extremely strong icy aura. Her eyes became alert, but she inexplicably felt that the appearance of this woman would not threaten Qin Feng, so she did not take action, but just asked doubtfully, "Master, who is she? Master, who is she?" Almost at the same time, two completely different voices, carrying the same doubts, sounded in Qin Feng's ears. This wave of simultaneous attacks caused Qin Feng's mind to go blank and his brain to crash. PS Today is also an update of 5 chapters and more than 10,000 words. Please collect, vote, and comment. The author will carefully read and consider every opinion of the readers. Chapter 36, Shura Field. Although Qin Feng is good-looking and is the kind of handsome guy who falls in love with you at first sight, he comes from a poor family and can only wear a school uniform that has been washed white. Leave school, enter society, and start working. Qin Feng's financial situation did not improve either. He used 1/3 of his income to pay off his student loans and donated half to the orphanage where he was raised. This makes many women, after being obsessed with his looks, leave him because of his poor financial situation, saying that you are so outstanding and deserve a better woman. Of course, Qin Feng deserves a better woman. Otherwise, he would not have randomly gone to the Succubus reincarnation pool and the Vitality Castle in the first place, and met Eunice, a girl whose eyes were only focused on him. But he was suddenly surrounded by 2 girls like this and was questioned by them. This kind of urban romance that was almost like a Shura field was the first time he encountered it. No matter how rational and calm he was, it was very difficult to bear. Master Qin dreams of enjoying the happiness of having 2 wives and experiencing the feeling of being in the same world as ice and fire. But at this moment, he was too inexperienced and chose to remain silent. He could only choose to remain silent. Seeing that Qin Feng did not answer, the 2 women immediately had a bad feeling in their hearts, especially when they saw that the other party also had succubus horns on his head, and the succubus exclusive magic patterns were faintly emerging on his body. "I'm not the master's only one." The 2 girls thought at the same time, and their mood dropped a little, but they were deeply in love with Qin Feng and did not blame Qin Feng for this, and they did not even have the slightest negative emotion towards Qin Feng. "Although I am not the master's only one, I am the master's first succubus after all, and last night." Eunice thought about the absurdity and madness of last night, her face burning, but her eyes were full of confidence again. "Although I'm not the master's only one, nor the first succubus to appear by his side, I'm much taller than this succubus, and I'm a much better match for the master. This is my advantage. I can definitely snatch the master from her hands and bring her to my side." Shiver looked Eunice up and down. She was 1.72 meters tall, while Eunice was only about 1.68 meters. This made her very complacent. She raised her chin and looked down at Eunice with contempt. "Hello, sister. My name is Eunice. Can you tell me your name?" Eunice stretched out her hand. After the 2 analyzed their own advantages, Eunice took the lead in attacking, and right from the start she used the senior's noble and upright first-come first-served position-suppressing punch. Facing Eunice's attack, Shiver did not show any weakness. She raised a faint smile on her lips, her ice blue eyes narrowed slightly, and she raised her chin a little higher. "Hello, Miss Eunice. Just call me Shiver." Shiver said in a cold voice, and punched out 800 miles away. Not only did she not have any intention of shaking hands with Eunice, but she also did not verbally acknowledge Eunice's status as a sister. In this round of confrontation, Eunice fell into a disadvantage. It was not right to continue to extend her hand, and it would be even more inappropriate to retract it. The expression on her face became awkward at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Little brat, you still want to fight with me and want me to call you sister? Do you have that ability? Go back and practice for another 800 years. Looking at the expression on Eunice's face, Shiver was very happy in her heart. She raised her chin a little bit, narrowed her eyes even tighter, and was full of contempt. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng became anxious. How could the atmosphere be so tense after just meeting? If it stayed like this, how would he be able to persuade them to fight side by side in the future? Thinking of this, Qin Feng walked directly between the 2 women. He grabbed Eunice's slightly stiff arm with one hand, and placed his fingers on the magic pattern on the inside of Eunice's wrist, transmitting the scorching heat to his fingertips. The other hand reached out and grabbed Sylvie's hand, whose body temperature was obviously several degrees lower. While grabbing it, Qin Feng glared at Sylvie, as if blaming her for being ignorant. Then, he put his two hands together, clasping them tightly together, and said sternly, "Don't be so distant. We must be harmonious." Oh, Eunice lowered her head like a punching bag. When Qin Feng and Xiweir couldn't see, a cunning light rose from her eyes, and a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "Okay." Shiver squeezed out the word, "okay," from between her teeth. Looking at Eunice's aggrieved look with her head down, she finally realized that she had underestimated the enemy and was tricked. "You green tea. You're playing dirty tricks on me, right? This revenge. I've got that." He held the two girls' hands for several minutes, until both girls showed forced smiles. Qin Feng sighed and let go of his hands. The road ahead is long and arduous, Qin Feng thought, and secretly sighed again. His eyes involuntarily drifted 45 degrees to the sky, and he suddenly felt a sense of vastness and desolation. Eunice and Shiver's loyalty to Qin Feng is the full 100 points. As long as Qin Feng gives an order, they will absolutely obey the order and become good sisters who love each other. But Qin Feng is not going to do this. Admittedly, doing so will definitely help him reduce a lot of trouble, but it will make the two girls with distinct personalities lose their individuality and lack charm, and their lives will become boring. He will also slowly be alienated into an emotionless pile-driving machine. Feelings are something that are slowly developed day by day and moment by moment. If you have no experience, just learn. No matter the result, the process is always exciting and worth remembering. With Eunice and Siver's extreme love for him, he was already invincible. To cheat in this situation is simply a sign of extreme lack of confidence. That's about right. As time goes by, things will get better as you get used to each other. Thinking of this, Qin Feng retracted his gaze from the 45-degree angle looking up at the sky. He looked at the two women and began to assign tasks. "Eunice, remember the goblin from yesterday? Remember, follow the master's orders." Eunice's eyes became serious. She no longer wanted to compete for favor. She stared straight into Qin Feng's eyes, waiting for orders. "You are strong. Go find out their movements. If you encounter a goblin tribe, don't leave any alive, kill them all." After 2 fierce battles last night, Eunice grew a lot. Although she did not receive the enhancement from Chenglu, her growth rate increased from 2% to 5%. Her strength also increased from a 9-star commander to a 1-star military officer. When going to war, she would be the sharpest knife in Qin Feng's hand. "Yes." Eunice accepted the order and saluted, then leaped into flames and headed towards the west of the territory. "Siver." Qin Feng looked at Siver and said seriously, "Today you are responsible for clearing out wild monsters within 3 kilometers of the territory. Return to the territory every 2 hours. When you return, remember to bring back all the spoils. Don't miss anything with energy." Compared with Eunice, Shiver's strength is weaker, but she can still complete simple tasks such as sweeping the territory very well. After all, yesterday, Eunice, who was only a 7-star commander, opened the passage to the barren mountain through the Vitality Castle. "Yes, sir." Sylvie bowed politely. When she stood up, her ice-blue dress spread out, and endless icy air rose into the sky. She turned into a cold air current and flew towards the forest in the east of the territory. Chapter 37, A Little Trick. After the two women left the territory, Qin Feng should have been relieved, but he felt like a humiliator and instead missed the tense and exciting Shura field that had just happened. "I didn't expect that I would have this hobby. How could I like to see women fighting for me? I'm so bad, a real beast." Qin Feng cursed himself, but his expression became unconsciously complacent. He thought that the treatment he had just received was something that no one in Blue Star or here, whether they were rich or lords, had ever enjoyed. After all, Succubi possessed extreme beauty and charm, far beyond the reach of real-world internet celebrities and actresses blinded by money and stretched wide open. They were certainly not comparable to the centaurs that some animal was obsessed with. After savoring the blessing and happiness that ordinary people could never achieve in 8 lifetimes, Qin Feng began to review the results of yesterday's battle. Yesterday, he and Eunice killed monsters for nearly 8 hours, causing the wild monsters outside the territory to refresh back and forth several times. This made last night's results so fruitful that Qin Feng could hardly believe it. Except for the silver treasure chest that has been used. A total of 3 soul particles were harvested last night. With the one dropped by the goblin priest, the number of soul particles in Qin Feng's hand directly reached 4. As long as Eunice's hunting during the day is successful, and the number of wild monsters refreshed at night is no less than that of yesterday's commander-level monsters, the soul particles needed for the second upgrade of the Succubus reincarnation pool will be gathered. The second is the energy stone. Compared with the precious soul crystals, The number of energy stones in Qin Feng's hands can be said to be astronomical, including those earned from selling food and those dropped from killing monsters last night. The number of energy stones in Qin Feng's hands has reached an extremely terrifying 4,361. Just looking at the number is enough to make the other lords feel the pressure. Finally, of course, it's food. After the fierce battle last night, Qin Feng harvested more than 30,000 units of food, which were divided into standard units for sale by Eunice, while Qin Feng was sleeping this morning. Among them, there are more than 27,000 standard units of ordinary food. Commander-level food has more than 9,000 standard units. The quantity is extremely large. Once it is released, it will inevitably cause an uproar in the hyperspace exchange and will inevitably increase the reputation of Qin Shi Huang again. Although it was already noon of the third day and there were only 6 hours left until the third black moon tide arrived, a large number of the tens of billions of Blue Star Lords were already able to achieve self-sufficiency in food. However, there are still players who need food, and they can be sold out quickly by simply lowering the price a little. I don't know what the market conditions are like today, Qin Feng thought, then clicked on the hyperspace exchange to check today's food exchange quotes. Hey, what's going on? Someone's food selling post is more popular than my old post. Seeing the first-ranked post from a lord with the ID, Undertaker Xiangyu, Qin Feng was surprised but also found it a little interesting. So he clicked on the post, wanting to see how strong this person was. More than 20,000 units of food. This guy is pretty good. Yeah, you actually used your ultimate right next to me and mocked me in public? Interesting. When seeing the actual sales quantity, Qin Feng also saw the message of Undertaker Xiangyu, with countless replies, or the declaration of war. Considering this person's name and his own reputation in the hyperspace exchange, Qin Feng immediately understood the purpose of this person releasing such a huge amount of food and openly provoking him. You want me to be your stepping stone, to use my fame to get to the top, and then learn how to reap the benefits from me. The idea is good, and I appreciate it, but I really don't like your style of doing things. Qin Feng smiled calmly and did not take the challenge from Undertaker Xiangyu seriously. Everyone has different opportunities and destinies, so naturally there will be lords who rise first, and there will also be talented people who come later but succeed. But the Undertaker Xiangyu obviously does not belong to either of these two, especially the latter, and this is even more so for Qin Feng. After just over 20,000 units of food were produced, Ying came out and barked wildly, using her ultimate skill right in front of him, trying to step on his reputation to get to the top. Such people are either impatient fools or evil guests with extreme personalities. They are not hypocritical enough to be the masters of the world. Qin Feng didn't want to bother with the former. He didn't want to bother with the latter even more. Extreme personalities will eventually lead to failure. History has proven this countless times. Little brother, I won't play with you in person this time. I've sold so much food these past few days, given out so many benefits, and won over the hearts of so many lower-level lords. Let them give you a little shock. After this loss, you must learn to be smarter next time. Don't rush up to me like a reckless man and start a fight right in my face. Qin Feng said with a faint smile, and then divided the food that Eunice had divided into 3 parts. The first part is 2,000 units of commander-level silverback giant ape meat. This is the raw material prepared for Sivir. This girl is a good cook, and it is also the rations left for the 3 of them. The second part consisted of 2,000 units of ordinary food and 200 units of commander-level silverback giant ape meat. This was payment for Feng Guoguo's goods. While certainly more valuable than the iron or Feng Guoguo provided, it wasn't as valuable as Feng Guoguo himself. It was still a good deal. The rest is the third part. Qin Feng put all these foods on the hyperspace exchange. 1 unit of ordinary food was exchanged for 15 units of wood or stone, which was the highest price in the market. Commander-level food is still the same price as yesterday, costing 3 energy stones or 100 iron ore per unit. Despite the high price, sales are strong. The energy restoration effect alone is enough to drive endless lords crazy for it, especially those with unusual XP and a penchant for playing house with centaurs. As soon as the food sales post was put on the hyperspace exchange, countless lords who followed Qin Feng flocked to Qin Feng's post and left crazy messages and replies. Someone counted the amount of food Qin Feng sold. Holy crap! His Majesty the First Emperor is truly amazing. He actually produced over 30,000 standard units of food at once. Some people are paying attention to how much commander-level food Qin Feng can produce this time. Fuck. Over 30,000 isn't the point, okay? Isn't the point that His Majesty the First Emperor provided a full 7,000 units of commander-level food this time? Some of Qin Feng's diehard supporters were frantically shouting in the comments section how mighty the first emperor was. His Majesty the First Emperor is mighty. His Majesty the First Emperor is wise. I am willing to die for His Majesty. There are Qin Feng's ultimate diehard fans who turn last night's humiliation into today's strength. They organize their words, engage in verbal battles, name names, and criticize the Undertaker Xiang Yu and his supporters. The national quintessence rises up in layers, and the attack power is shockingly high. Fuck you, Undertaker. You're just pretending to be dead. Get up now. See how your father, the first emperor, crushes you to death. Undertaker Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu. I think he's a clown bastard. The Undertaker. I think he's the one who's going to die. Let's go to the 8th floor. Undertaker Xiang Yu. If I had known you were such an idiot, I should have shot you into the wall. Undertaker Xiang Yu. Stop cursing. Brothers, stop cursing. You've slapped me so hard that my face is swollen. I'm almost crying. Undertaker Xiang Yu. Chapter 38. I also want to ask, who agrees? Who opposes? In places with too many people, humans always enter a state of collective unconsciousness and become single-threaded animals. Qin Feng doesn't remember what the scientific name is, but he calls it the stone Leji effect. At this moment, the lords who were leaving crazy messages on Qin Feng's post were obviously not organized by anyone, but they were holding their breath and trying their best to send Qin Feng's new post back to the first or second place in popularity. Yesterday, their idol lost the top spot in popularity. Today, while slapping the faces of the Undertaker and his supporters, they also want to take back everything they have lost, including the idol's imperial glory and their own pride. Endless messages of praise, admiration, shock, or crazy insults to the mourners poured out, faster and faster, like a raging wave, like the smoke rising into the sky when an 18-magnitude earthquake destroyed the earth and mountains, like knives, like guns, like a rain of arrows that covered the sky and poured down like rain. They rushed into Qin Feng's post in a panic, ready to open up a second battlefield. However, they were shocked by the terrifying amount of food Qin Feng took out. The supporters of Undertaker Xiang Yu, who were temporarily unable to organize their words, criticized him to pieces and fled in panic. Very fast. In this one-sided war of words, the two new posts published by Qin Feng quickly became the first and second most popular posts. At this time, some of Qin Feng's endless fans began to spontaneously organize the masses, intending to launch a war with greater momentum and more brutal lethality. Keyboard in hand. The world belongs to me. Brothers, 5 million of you. Join me in pushing the Emperor's old posts into the top 10. Likes count. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At first, this message did not cause much response. But as more and more people saw it, the number of likes for this reply increased at an extremely terrifying rate. The replies below also poured in like crazy, and some of the people even changed their IDs and started cosplaying. Under the throne of the first emperor, here comes the general of the cavalry. General Zhang Han. I was originally the vanguard. For the glory of His Majesty. Seeing that someone organized people to do big things and got a lot of attention, more people followed suit and formed large teams. Keyboard in hand. The world belongs to me. Brothers, come on, 5 million of you. Follow me to open up a second battlefield in the post of the one who committed suicide. Likes count. Once we have all the people, we'll move out. Go, go, go. Today, by order of His Majesty the First Emperor, kill the shameless children who are attending the funeral. Kill them. Keyboard in hand. The world belongs to me. Brothers, 5 million of you. Follow me to all the chat channels to spread the Emperor's name. Go, go, go. Promote our national prestige. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. The collective unconscious torrent surged wildly, and Qin Feng's diehard fans turned into tireless gold medal keyboard players. Or publicize in major chat channels how terrifying the amount of food Qin Feng sold today is, and how powerful the recovery effect of the commander-level food is. Or they would frantically deduct one from Qin Feng's previous posts, using the simplest and most brutal method to increase the popularity of these posts, with the main focus being on a strong momentum. Among these major battles, the most intense one took place in the post published by Undertaker Xiang Yu, also known as Li Xiongyan. To be precise, it was under Li Xiongyan's reply. In a hyperspace exchange where private messages, adding friends, and efficient negotiation are impossible, it is a miracle for millions of people to collectively send a message. The power of miracles is always extremely great. Almost just a moment ago, the comment section of Li Xiongyan's arrogant reply was occupied by Qin Feng's diehard fans. Undertaker, is a shipment of 20,000 so impressive? His Majesty the First Emperor shipped over 30,000 this time, and over 7,000 of them are at the commander level. What are you showing off in front of His Majesty the Emperor? You ugly overlord of the West. Stop playing dead. Weren't you so arrogant and domineering yesterday, calling our emperor trash? How come now that the emperor has posted a response to you, offering more and better food than you did, you've shut up? This is so damn unlucky. If I were you, I'd draw my sword and commit suicide. No way. No way. This person couldn't be hiding under the quilt and crying because of what we said. Ha ha. Girls. Who understands? This guy called Shicho Bawang is so bad. After seeing his posts and his replies, I feel so unlucky. A large sum of money will buy a pair of eyes that have never seen the idiotic appearance of the Western ugly overlord. We ask for the same. Chinese culture is extensive and profound, and it is unique in the world in terms of swearing and sarcasm, with the unique advantage of more than 5,000 years of history. The above-mentioned ones are all relatively mild ones, which is a very small part. The largest group of people had extremely strong combat power. They used Li Xiongyan as the center, Li Xiongyan's grandparents, parents, sisters, brothers, and children as the radius, and Li Xiongyan's family tree as the indiscriminate killing range, and let out terrifying soul-stirring war cries. If words could kill, if Li Xiongyan had any family, they would have died hundreds of thousands of times, and the ancestors buried in the cemetery had suffered endless torment in the cycle of life and death. But this is not the limit of the fighting power of Qin Feng's diehard fans. The essence of human beings is actually a repeater. The reply with the greatest lethality is often to copy the other person's words, and then hit back at them exactly as they were, repeating them over and over again, pulling up the other person's hand and slapping him in the face. As time went by, one smart person after another finally remembered this point. No one knew who started it, but as people kept cursing, the message area of Li Xiongyan changed completely. The new messages, swept up by the torrent of collective unconsciousness, unified their formats and wordings at a speed so fast that it was painful. The queue became extremely neat, and the lethality increased exponentially. Undertaker Xiangyu is trash. I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Undertaker Xiangyu is trash. I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Feng Guogua. The Undertaker Xiangyu is trash. I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Somewhere in the Huangshui Valley, the extremely excited Feng Guogua put down the bowl of soup in his hand and followed the main group to march in formation. She had just finished mining iron ore and wanted to find some fun to watch at the hyperspace exchange while eating. But I never expected that instead of having fun, I encountered some big news. After understanding the whole story and finding out that today's heated war of words was entirely caused by the arrogant provocation of the Undertaker, Feng Guogua was filled with righteous indignation and joined the large group condemning the Undertaker. Among the billionaire lords on Blue Star, Feng Guogua likes two people the most. The first and forever favorite person is Brother Qin Feng, who saved her and her little one's life. In her opinion, Brother Qin Feng is the warmest and most lovable person in the world. The second is the Qin Shi Huang, who proposed the purchase restriction policy and possessed the greatest kindness and strength. Although she was unlucky and never bought food from Qin Shi Huang's posts, this did not prevent her from admiring and worshipping Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 39, The Heart of a King. Ding 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 ding. A series of crackling prompt sounds rang in Li Xiongyan's ears. On his hyperspace exchange panel, there were 999 plus small red dots piled up. Each one of them was his. He was so angry that his face turned blue. A bunch of bastards. A bunch of rotten dogs. I'll kill you sooner or later. I'm going to kill you sooner or later. Li Xiongyan roared at the sky. He roared like this last night, but it was different now. Back then, he roared to release the infinite pride in his heart, but now he roared because he was angry. And you, Qin Shi Huang, you shameless thing, you hypocritical saint, I will kill you sooner or later. Li Xiongyan was filled with murderous intent and wanted to eat human liver again. In his opinion, the reason why Qin Shi Huang posted the food sale post at noon today was to take advantage of the early morning time to leave the territory and hunt more monsters. Otherwise, if Qin Shi Huang had obtained more than 30,000 units of food yesterday, he should have posted a message last night to slap him in the face. How could he wait until noon today to respond? Besides, how powerful are commander-level monsters? Killing them during the day is a struggle, and with the increased power of the night environment, which Lord's troops are capable of killing commander-level monsters. Li Xiongyan thinks he can't do it. He also believed that he controlled 20 types of military buildings, and his strength must be the real number one among the lords of Blue Star. It would be impossible for someone weaker than him to kill a commander-level wild monster under the cover of night. On the Li Luo grassland, Li Yuero, who was out hunting on a purple crystal behemoth, also saw Qin Feng's post, and even saw the unprecedented and increasingly intense verbal battle in the hyperspace exchange. Unlike Li Xianyan, Li Yuero did not think that most of the food Qin Feng was selling at the moment was freshly cooked this morning. She didn't think about it that way at all. All she felt at this moment was relief, a relief she had never felt before. Qin Feng had shocked Li Yuero so many times that without her noticing, Li Yuero began to regard Qin Feng as someone she must catch up with. If not surpass him, then at least she must catch up with him. Now, Qin Feng has proved his strength with a shipment volume far exceeding that of Li Xianyan, and has inadvertently strengthened Li Yuero's faith, allowing her to once again become the woman with a strong sense of faith. Ha! Qin Shi Huang. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't be surpassed so easily. Even if someone eventually surpasses you, it will only be me, Li Yuero, and never someone as impetuous as the Undertaker. But I have to work hard too. From today on, I will no longer allow you to widen the gap between me and you. Qin Shi Huang. Just wait. I will catch up with you little by little. One day, I will be able to talk to you on the same level as you, and I will tell you about my great ambitions. I believe that by then, you will definitely be convinced by my great plan. On the third floor of the Vitality Castle, Qin Feng smiled faintly and closed the panel of the hyperspace exchange. In this massive counterattack specifically targeting Li Xianyan's provocation, Qin Feng never expressed any obvious attitude, but simply released some of the food he had brought. But even so, those fans who fanatically worshipped Qin Feng still flooded Li Xianyan's comment section with unparalleled enthusiasm. He also pushed Qin Feng's reputation to an even more terrifying height, causing the number of his fans to directly exceed 100 million. Most of this is due to the amplifier effect of the collective unconscious torrent. But if Qin Feng had not accumulated enough reputation and fanatical fans before today's incident, no matter how terrifying the amplification factor of the amplifier was, it would not be able to achieve such a terrifying effect. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. This is a famous saying by Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. It translates to, the people can lift the emperor up like water, but they can also overturn the emperor's dynasty like a torrent. If the emperor, the one holding power, doesn't want to be abandoned by the people, he must love them like his own children. But Qin Feng didn't think so at the moment, because after witnessing today's collective unconsciousness, Qin Feng discovered that the vast majority of people do not have their own thoughts, and when they gather together, they lose their ability to think, and will become the knife in the hands of the killer and the water under the giant ship, controlled by the ruler. Those in power never, and certainly shouldn't, listen to the voices of the dominated. The only two things they need to consider are how to use the amplifier to drive this torrent, and how to conceal their true intentions in the process. As long as I stand high enough and my status is important enough, I only need to use a little trick to turn the huge torrent into my own use. Let them charge for me. Let them become the sword in my hand, and lay the foundation for my dominance over all races. Qin Feng's expression gradually became rational and cold, until it was cruel, after secretly deducing and drawing inferences from one example. From this moment on, he finally possessed the kingly and hegemonic heart that a lord who was fighting for supremacy over all races should have. Time passed bit by bit, and Qin Feng's lord log was refreshed again and again. But at this moment, he no longer paid attention to all this, but instead devoted all his energy to deducing the overall situation of the struggle for hegemony. From how to fight against the impact of the rising lords from the Huangshui Valley, Huangshui Swamp, and Erase Mountains, to how to get out of the Huangshui Valley and unify the rich fallen forest, to how to encourage the surviving human lords to act as his vanguard and declare war on the ancient empire on the eternal continent. Qin Feng deduced bit by bit until the sun set, until Eunice and Shiver, who were waiting behind him and staring at his back in fascination, prepared the 7th cup of warm water, and until the announcement of the coming of the black moon rang in his ears, he ended his deduction, stood up from the table, and stretched his body. Give me water. Qin Feng didn't turn around, but just gave the order calmly. Oh. While Sylvie was still in a daze, Eunice had already brought warm water, said softly, walked to Qin Feng, and handed him her cup of water. What's the result? After taking a sip of water to relieve the dryness in his mouth, Qin Feng's voice remained calm, but with a hint of cold and terrifying majesty. In reply to the master, Eunice wiped out 2 goblin tribes in total, and brought back 432 weapons, 3 soul particles, and 211 energy stones. Eunice said in a trembling voice. The extremely unfamiliar and cold and majestic aura on Qin Feng at the moment made her stutter a little. Xiweir, what about you? Qin Feng asked the second question. I brought back 13,000 units of ordinary food, for 1,000 units of commander-level food, 1 soul particle, and 133 energy stones. The arrogant and cold Sivir was also not used to the cold Qin Feng at the moment. Her voice was trembling, and she no longer had the coldness she had when she was first born. Well done. After drinking the water in the cup, Qin Feng walked up to the 2 girls, touched their hair, and then enjoyed the dinner that Xiwei prepared for him. Serving behind Qin Feng, Eunice and Shiver looked at each other, both of them with questioning eyes. They used the succubus's inherent ability to communicate and whisper. Xiwei, have you noticed the change in the master? He seems to have become extremely cold and domineering now. He just asked me this, and my legs felt weak. Do you feel the same way? Me too. That's Sister Eunice. Has the master always been like this? He's so dangerous, so charming. Sister, can you teach me how to communicate with the master in this state? You came before me. Sister, you must be more experienced than me. I have a hell of an experience. This is the first time I've encountered this situation, Eunice thought to herself, but she was still quite satisfied with the 2 times that Shiver called her sister. She said, "Call me sister more often and I will teach you." Chapter 40, Battle for Points. After enjoying the delicious food at his leisure, Qin Feng finally came out of his previous absolutely cold state and returned to his usual peaceful state. It's night again. Come on, Eunice, Sivir, let's go out and kill some monsters. Qin Feng stood up from the dining chair, walked between Eunice and Shiver, put his arm around one of them, and walked out of the castle and into the forest with a smile of enjoyment on his face. Eunice, you fight east. Sivir, I'll take care of the west. As for those lucky fish that escaped, I'll take care of them. Whoever achieves more victories tonight will receive a reward. Okay. The 2 girls answered in unison, and then looked at each other in tacit understanding. From this moment on, the relationship between teacher and student collapsed. The cooperative relationship between the 2 of them turned into a competitive relationship. What they were fighting for was the qualification to fight side by side with Qin Feng. Not only Qin Feng, but more lords on the Eternal Continent also participated in the 3rd night of war. Li Xiongyan had been waiting for this war for a whole day. He firmly believed that tonight, with the number of his troops doubled to more than 200, he would be able to suppress Qin Shi Huang with great ease. He will use his absolute shipment volume and quality to crush Qin Shi Huang and return every inch of the humiliation he endured in the hyperspace exchange during the day. Li Yuero also joined the war. She completed the upgrade of the military buildings during the day, and the number of amethyst behemoths increased to 8. She was determined to kill more than 1,000 wild monsters tonight and get at least more than 10,000 standard units of food. Only in this way could she stabilize the gap between herself and Qin Shi Huang. The middle school boy, the Dark Knight King, was also extremely excited. He had tasted the joy of exploding equipment. Last night, he opened 2 treasure chests in one breath, and they were both vampire fangs, treasures that can enhance the bloodline of soldiers. This made him once again believe that he was the son of destiny. Given time, he would be able to raise all the vampires under his command to a higher bloodline and then dominate the entire world. Was also prepared. His troops were very special and required a long time to develop. They also needed careful planning to unleash their most powerful force. Therefore, unlike other lords, his goal tonight is not to kill as many wild monsters as possible or to obtain as much sublimation energy as possible, but to spread it by any means necessary. Apart from those who have already made a name for themselves, whether they are black or red, or those lords with relatively low presence. On the boundless Eternal Continent, more lords have joined the war tonight. More and more people walked out of the territory, and even the black moon in the sky seemed to be happy. Just when the number of lords leaving the territory reached a certain limit, the sound of the heavenly Tao prompt suddenly exploded in the ears of every lord. 50 million lords have been detected leaving their territories to participate in the Black Moon War. A limited time points battle, Black Moon Tide, has begun. During this battle, lords and their units will earn points for each monster they kill. The stronger the monster, the more points they earn. This points battle will last for 8 hours. After the battle, rewards will be calculated based on points, with the highest scoring player receiving triple the rewards. Detected that 50 million lords have left their territory and participated in the Black Moon War. The limited time points battle, Black Moon Tide, has begun. The cold and merciless reminder tone of the heavenly Tao sounded 5 times in a row before it stopped. At this time, all the chat channels were boiling. Oh my god, points competition, triple rewards. I really want to join. Why are you joining in? You're a slime, and if you run out to join, you'll just be feeding the monsters. Hey, damn it. Another one of those things where you can see, but not eat. When will there be an event where low-level lords like us can participate? This time it's His Majesty Qin Shi Huang's turn again, and that's the home turf for those other big guys. Who will be the final winner this time? You already mentioned His Majesty the First Emperor, so why ask who the ultimate victor will be? It has to be him. Huh? That's a ridiculously stupid question. The first world announcement was obtained by His Majesty the First Emperor, and the second as well. Not only that, he was also the first lord to kill a commander-level wild monster, and he also holds the title of lord with the most cumulative shipments in the hyperspace exchange. If he's not number one, who else could be? The prestige and popularity accumulated over 3 days and 3 nights earned Qin Feng countless supporters and admirers. In almost every channel, he is the favorite to win tonight's points race. But there are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are still supporters of Li Xiongyan and fanatical fans of Qin Feng arguing with each other in the hyperspace exchange. Naturally, their voices are heard in all the major chat channels. Even if they are so weak that they are suppressed the moment they are uttered, they still exist. It's hard to say. What if your Qin Shi Huang becomes impotent today? Everyone says Qin Shi Huang is the strongest warrior in the world, but I don't think that's true. If he was really that awesome, why would he wait until the next day to post a food sale and challenge the Undertaker? Huh. Idiots. Bugs. Just wait for Qin Shi Huang to be crushed by the Undertaker. I've had enough of Qin Shi Huang, always showing off in the hyperspace exchange. Tonight, we have points as the standard. I want to see if he can still hold on. With their speeches, the war of words gained a new battlefield. While the sounds of quarreling were rising one after another, Li Xiongyan, who was at the top of Wangshan Mountain, was filled with ecstasy. Ha ha ha. A battle for points. It's actually a battle for points. I understand. This points battle must be a preview of the Beast Tide War in 7 days. Opportunity. This is an opportunity. Not only is this a chance to build up strength, but it also allows me to prove to the world that I, Li Xiongyan, am the strongest lord, and that Qin Shi Huang is a hypocritical saint. He was able to beat me in shipments today entirely by relying on sneak attacks, sneaking away, and getting up early to secretly kill monsters. It's time to prove myself. I am the ultimate master of this world, and I am the man who will eventually sit on the eternal throne. Li Xiongyan laughed crazily, and there was a strange crimson in his eyes. I don't know if it's because he ate too many human livers since entering this world, but his already extreme and dark personality has become even more extreme and dark. He gritted his teeth and cut his wrist, letting the bright red blood drip onto his castle, which was even more bizarre than himself. A huge chaotic shadow suddenly rose from behind him and attached itself to his body. PS Today is also an update of 5 chapters and 11,000 words. Please vote, collect, and comment. The great support of readers is the greatest motivation for the little author to write. Chapter 41, Storm Rising. Arthas River Basin, Lilo Grassland. It was a long time after the 5 consecutive prompt sounds of the heavenly Tao stopped that Li Yuero, who had been stunned for a long time, finally calmed down, feeling nervous and expectant. At this moment, she felt the same as Yi Gong, the dragon-loving man in Chinese mythology. Before the points battle, which was an extremely fair reference system, Li Yuero dreamed of seeing clearly the gap between herself and Qin Feng. But at this moment, every wild monster killed by the lords participating in Tide of Black Moon will be converted into corresponding killing points according to their strength, thus ranking them and realizing their strength. Li Yuero was looking forward to it, but also a little nervous. The weight of this anxiety seemed to be even heavier than the expectations in her heart, and it made her breathing difficult for a moment. The points battle is about to begin. In another 8 hours, the gap between Qin Shi Huang and me will be reflected in the most direct data. I will be able to see how big the gap is between us. This should be something that makes me very happy and that I look forward to. Why do I feel so scared? Could it be that my subconscious mind has been afraid to face up to this gap? Is it that I know deep down that it will be difficult for me to catch up with him? Looking at the countdown from 60 to 50 in front of her, and then looking at the 8 purple crystal behemoths around her, Li Yuero felt mixed emotions and suddenly felt powerless. But at this moment, the great ambition rooted in her heart gave her strength. She thought of that great goal, and thought that once that goal was achieved, all the lords of the Blue Star would live happily under her protection. She thought that in the future, countless descendants of the Blue Star people would praise her name. A surge of strength gradually surged in her body, and there was no longer fear in her eyes, but determination. No matter how big the gap is, no matter how cruel the truth is, I will accept it and catch up. I am Li Yuero. Never give up. In the fallen forest, on the edge of the Huangshui swamp, in a castle stained with scarlet blood, the Dark Knight King entered the ID, Dark Knight King, in the translucent dialogue box in front of him. Just like the hyperspace exchange, tonight's points battle also allows lords to use code names instead of their real names. The Dark Knight King's real name does not match his aesthetic taste, so he used his favorite ID in tonight's points battle. After tonight, the name of the Dark Knight King will resound throughout the world. Billions of Blue Star lords will know me. I will become the idol of countless lords. I can do it. Looking at the 9 vampires behind him, the King of Darkness was very confident. In the past 3 days and 2 nights, although he did not collect soul particles and upgraded his military buildings, he did not obtain more vampires. However, in terms of quality, his vampires have made great progress. In 3 days and 2 nights, the Dark Knight King obtained a total of 3 silver-level treasure chests. He was extremely lucky to get 3 vampire fangs, which upgraded his 3 vampires to the Earl bloodline. Among them, the vampire who was first promoted to the Earl bloodline had reached the 3-star commander level. Together with 2 general-level vampires, he could even kill the commander-level silverback giant ape. Although the 2 vampires who were sublimated later did not possess the combat power of a commander, they were also at the peak of the 9-star generals. As long as they killed for a while in the dark and sucked a little more blood, they could be promoted to the commander level in minutes. With my strength, apart from Qin Feng who openly killed many commander-level monsters, the other lords should not be able to beat me. Ha! I really am the child of destiny. Otherwise, how could the limited time points competition be started in the dark? Isn't this clearly the will of heaven taking care of me, a lord who possesses dark-type vampires? Hey, just be a little more modest. In this night's points battle, I'll fight for top 10 and aim for top 3. After my troop structures are upgraded, I'll challenge Qin Feng. Scana Plains, Arthas River Basin, Evil Moon Corridor. A man covered in green flies glared angrily at the sky and cursed. It's only been 3 days since I've arrived. I've only been developing for 3 days, and I've only sold less than 20,000 units of food, and you're actually giving me a points battle? You're actually giving benefits to all the Blue Star lords in the world. You're out of your mind. After cursing the will of heaven for a long time, the man looked down at the dialogue box in front of him, wondering whether he should continue to use the ID he had previously used in the hyperspace exchange. After thinking for a long time, he decided to continue using the ID. His troops are special and take a long time to develop. They need a lot of arrangements to unleash their full destructive power. However, they are top-level troops after all, and their status is ultimately there. No matter how weak their combat power is in the early stages, it is extremely limited. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get into the top 5,000 in this points competition. This ranking is perfect, not too eye-catching, and it can also help me sell my goods. Thinking of this, he clicked OK in the dialogue box. The Eternal Continent is vast and boundless, and there are as many small areas with thousands of people as the Huangshui Valley, the Evil Moon Corridor, Wangshan, and the Huangshui Swamp, as there are stars in the sky. And hidden in these small areas are countless lords who have extremely high luck at the start, randomly obtain powerful military units and buildings, and possess strong initial strength, but have never or do not want to show up. If it weren't for tonight's points battle, these people would have planned to remain in hiding until they had a clear understanding of the situation. No matter what form of society it is, such silent people will always be the majority. People like the Dark Knight King and Li Xiongyan, who are either middle school students or perverted and extreme, are a minority. But today, they finally couldn't hide it anymore, nor were they willing to hide it any longer. Everyone knows that the battle for points is a rehearsal for the Beast Tide War, and it is the greatest opportunity after arriving here, except for the random initial building. If used well, you can directly lay the foundation for ascending to heaven on the spot and reaching the sky with a single thought. If it is not used properly, the initiative will be lost, and other lords will leave it far behind. It will then become a stepping stone for others to ascend to the eternal throne and become a dry bone in a desolate tomb, eroded by wind, sand, and time in an unknown place, and erased and disappeared. Silently, the curtain of silent and fierce competition slowly opened. A turbulent era has finally arrived. Chapter 42, Prologue to the Killing. Fallen Forest, Huangshui Valley, Qin Feng Territory, within the Heavenly Dao Defense Barrier. The moment the Heavenly Dao reminder sounded and the countdown appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision, Qin Feng turned around with Eunice and Shiver and returned to the territory to recuperate. The battle for points has begun, with more than 50 million lords participating. This means that the price of food will plummet tomorrow, and the focus of tonight's battle will shift towards obtaining more points rather than spoils of war. After all, no matter how much food, energy stones, or soul particles you have, none of them are more important than the reward for being the first in the points battle. Eunice, Sivir, what I just told you is invalid. Don't collect any loot tonight, even the soul crystals. Leave them for tomorrow. I want you to use the greatest lethality, the most precise killing methods, and the most sustained fighting methods. Kill as many monsters as possible until 2 in the morning. This is an order. Remember it. Qin Feng entered Qin Shi Huang into the translucent dialogue box in front of him and said to Eunice and Shiver at the same time. Hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in Eunice's eyes. Her combat power was obviously stronger than Sivir's, and with the blessing of the flame armor, she would definitely get more spoils than Sivir in the battle tonight, and she was destined to receive Qin Feng's reward. But at this moment, Qin Feng changed his mind and didn't care about the reward at all. She was a little unhappy. Okay, Master. Eunice promises to complete the task, Eunice said with a pout, subconsciously hugging herself with her arms, and the 2 soft lumps of flesh on her chest bulged with anger. Yes, sir. Seeing Eunice's expression, Sylvie beside her laughed happily. She also knew that her fighting ability was not as good as Eunice's, and she would definitely not get the reward according to the original method. Now that Qin Feng changed his mind, Eunice could not get the reward either. She was so happy that she almost flew away. Sivir, you must seize this opportunity tonight and strive to kill as many monsters as possible to quickly increase your strength. Although there's no match tonight, it will definitely happen again in the future. Next time, you must have the fighting power to completely defeat that little green tea bitch Eunice. You must snatch the master from that little slut. Xiweir secretly encouraged herself in her heart. At this moment, her body was also prepared, and the magic power in her body was running rapidly. As long as Qin Feng gave an order, she would rush out of the territory and freeze all the roaring monsters outside the territory into ice sculptures. On the edge of the Huangshui Valley, on a low and barren mountain, Feng Guoguo weakly wielded her pickaxe to dig for ore. This wasn't because she hadn't eaten enough. With Qin Feng's food, she had been eating well recently. She was so absent-minded because she was worried about someone. Brother Qin Feng, you should also participate in this points battle. You must be careful. Don't get hurt by those ferocious monsters. If you get hurt, Guoguo will be very sad. This afternoon, Feng Guoguo received the payment from Qin Feng, a total of more than 2,000 units of food. Feng Guoguo usually inquires about information in the chat channel and hyperspace exchange. She knew that her brother Qin Feng must be very powerful to be able to produce so much food in one night, at least stronger than Qin Shaojie in the Huangshui Valley chat group. This means that her brother Qin Feng will definitely not give up the points battle tonight, and will definitely be one of the 50 million lords who leave the territory. After silently praying for Qin Feng for a while, Feng Guoguo opened the chat panel and sent all the more than 2,000 units of iron where she had mined today to Qin Feng. She had originally planned to send it out after collecting the auspicious number 6666, wanting to give the kind brother Qin Feng a surprise. But she gave it to him in advance after all. She was not sure whether these ores could help Qin Feng, but she thought that if her brother Qin Feng only needed these ores, he could upgrade his buildings and increase his combat power. Brother Qin Feng, be careful and don't get hurt. After distributing the ore, Feng Guoguo typed. But after waiting for a long time, she did not get any response from Qin Feng. Instead, she waited for the countdown for the points battle to return to 0. Bang bang bang. Feng Guoguo's heart began to beat wildly, and her eyes were filled with worry and fear. Kill. The moment the countdown in his vision reached 0, Qin Feng swung his hand violently, slashing down with his palm blade. Eunice and Shiver, who had been prepared and on standby at all times, rushed out of the territory and descended onto the battlefield. One was in the north, the other in the south. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the 2 women released their strongest area killing skills. The 3 magic patterns on Eunice's brow, wrist, and upper arm lit up, and a fiery red streak shot out and extended, directly cutting the battlefield in half. Then, the spear exploded, releasing terrifying high temperatures while splitting into 2 directions of fire, setting fire to the trees wherever it passed, and severing countless heads from the necks. Sivir was not to be outdone. She took out a wine gourd from somewhere and gulped down the wine, made from the icy magic power that had accumulated in it for half a day. The moment she finished drinking it, Sivir was covered in ice and turned into a huge, multifaceted ice crystal with an extremely regular shape. Then, endless spikes burst out from the ice crystals, piercing through the trees, piercing the bodies of the roaring monsters, and dividing the forest in the south of Qin Feng's territory into one narrow space after another with interlaced ice spikes. At this moment, the world where Sivir was located seemed to be frozen by frost. The water vapor in the air quickly condensed at an extremely low temperature, and then clung to the ice edges, turning into rapidly growing spikes. A series of piercing sounds were heard, and blood splattered everywhere, staining the dark blue ice edges with red patterns, and then they were wrapped in water vapor, forming scarlet lines. All this happened in an instant, but in this extremely short moment, Qin Feng's Lord log was directly refreshed by 15 entries. Eunice killed the forest giant wolf, Black Moon enhanced version. You gained 36 energy points. You gained 6 kill points. Sivir killed the forest giant wolf, Black Moon enhanced version. You gained 36 energy points. You gained 6 kill points. Eunice killed the violent brown bear, Black Moon enhanced version. You gained 720 energy points. You gained 72 kill points. Sivir killed the violent brown bear, Black Moon enhanced version. You gained 720 energy points. You gained 72 kill points. Chapter 43. Reaching the summit in an instant. Shocking waves sweep across the sky. Oh my god. His Majesty the First Emperor's killing points have reached the top. 100,000 points in an instant. An instant 100,000 points isn't the scariest thing. This only proves that the First Emperor unleashed some ultimate move we don't know about. He wiped out a whole wave of monsters. The truly terrifying thing is his point growth rate. His Majesty the First Emperor can increase his points by over 10,000 per second. His points are increasing so fast, it doesn't even look like they were typed out. They look like they were written down. No, it's impossible to be that fast without writing it casually. The moment the countdown for the points battle ended, a translucent ranking list appeared in the sight of the 10 billion Blue Star Lords. This ranking list is very long, with more than 50 million people on it. It would probably take a whole day to finish reading from the beginning to the end. But no matter how shockingly long this list is, the arrangement based on the number of strokes in the ID puts Qin Feng at the very back at the beginning. All the lords who were watching the leaderboard were able to immediately see the ID, Qin Shi. They saw the killing points behind this ID instantly surpass 100,000 points. They saw the exaggerated and extreme growth rate of points, which almost broke the limit of human lords. The reason is very simple. The moment the list appeared, the ID Qin Shi topped the list with 100,000 killing points. Then, it maintained a firm grip on the first place on the list at a terrifying growth rate of more than 10,000 killing points per second. No one could shake it. No one could rival it. It was so conspicuous that it could not be more obvious, like the blazing sun in the daytime, like the evil light of the dark moon. Under heaven, no one could escape its radiance. Holy crap, this is too powerful. How many monsters did he kill in this second? I'm afraid it must be over 100, or even 1,000. Is this the true strength of His Majesty the First Emperor? This is too terrifying. Oh, I'm crying. I can't even get 1,000 kill points in a minute, but the First Emperor can get 10,000 kill points in a single second. Is the gap between us really that big? This match shouldn't even be called the points battle. It should be called Qin Shi sweeps across the desolations. Billions of low-level lords were shocked beyond words by Qin Feng's increasing points growth rate. Even the top lords were shocked. Arrays Mountains, the top of Wangshan Mountain. Awesome. So awesome. Feeling the energy entering his body, looking at the rapidly refreshing Lord's log, and gazing at the terrifying flames of war rapidly erupting between the mountains and forests, Li Xunyan was so excited that his whole body was trembling, and his scalp was numb with pleasure. With my over 200 types of troops and my killing speed, I should be the undisputed #1 on the leaderboard. I should have completely crushed that hypocritical saint, Qin Shi. Thinking to himself, Li Xunyan raised his hand to block the translucent scoreboard in front of him. His mentality at this moment was exactly the same as that of a gambler looking at his cards. Nervous and exciting, excited and expectant. He pulled his palm towards the lower right little by little, and the 5 big words score ranking on the translucent panel passed through Li Xunyan's sight, and the serial number 001 appeared in his field of vision. Li Xunyan took a deep breath nervously, and the anticipation in his eyes became even brighter. He moved his right hand further to the right, wanting to see and confirm that behind the serial number 001 was his ID, Undertaker Xiangyu. However, Li Xunyan's expectations were ultimately dashed. The person who ranked first was not him, but Qin Shi, whom he placed a heavy bet and paid a terrible price to surpass. How is that possible? How could you, a hypocritical saint, be ranked ahead of me? I even used that trick. Why do you deserve to be ranked ahead of me? Li Xunyan roared in disbelief. His pupils suddenly constricted at this moment, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying and unacceptable. His right hand, which was blocking the ranking list, was also withdrawn at this moment. 180,000 points. How could you possibly have 180,000 points? Even after using that trick, I only got a little over 20,000 points. How could you possibly have so many? After his vision was unobstructed, Li Xiaoyan saw the 5-digit killing points behind the ID, Qin Feng. He also saw himself ranking second with only more than 20,000 points and being suppressed. At this moment, his ferocious face twitched. However, the huge gap in the total points was not what shocked him the most. What really brought him endless pressure was the terrifying increase in the killing points of Qin Feng. Li Xiaoyan has more than 200 military units and can get more than 4,000 points per second. 6 seconds after the points battle began, his total killing points reached more than 20,000 points. Compared with other people on the list, the points growth rate of more than 4,000 points per second is extremely terrifying, directly twice that of the third place. But compared with the Qin Feng above him, his point growth rate of more than 4,000 points per second seems extremely weak. It is not even 1/3 of the growth rate of Qin Feng's points. Over 10,000 kill points in 1 second. How is this possible? Qin Feng, what kind of evil magic did you use? How the hell are you even more evil than me? Li Xiaoyan roared in frustration, feeling endless humiliation in his heart. He remembered his provocation against Qin Feng last night and his final verdict on Qin Feng this morning. His face suddenly became hot, as if he had been slapped 180,000 times. No, I absolutely cannot let you ride on my head forever. I want to surpass you. I must surpass you, this hypocritical saint. I want to prove that I, Li Xiaoyan, am the true overlord of this world. I am the man worthy of ascending to the throne of God. Li Xiaoyan roared, then picked up a sharp boning knife and cut 3 bottomless wounds on his wrist. Blood flowed out of the wounds and was absorbed by the castle under his feet. At this moment, Li Xiaoyan's castle became even more bizarre, and the chaotic shadow behind him became more solid at this moment, while Li Xiaoyan himself shriveled up by almost 1/3 in an instant. On the edge of the Huangshui swamp, in a castle covered in blood, the Dark Knight King looked at the ranking list in front of him in astonishment, his pupils trembling. Before the battle for points began, the Dark Knight King firmly believed that with his strength, it should not be a problem for him to get a top 10 ranking in the points ranking. If he worked harder, after tonight, he could even challenge the Qin Feng, who was in great glory and was sought after by thousands of people. He felt that he was the chosen one, and that tonight's points battle was prepared for him, the Lord who was extremely lucky to have randomly obtained the rare dark-type vampire. He would definitely be able to stand out in tonight's war and become the idol of the Endless Lord. However, when the battle for points really came, the top lords who had been hiding silently in the shadows began to exert their strength. The iron reality eventually tore apart the unrealistic fantasies of the middle school boy and revealed the bloody truth before him. What the hell are you monsters? Especially Qin Feng. Your shipment volume on the hyperspace exchange is only a little over 2 times higher than mine. Yet how come your killing points are dozens of times faster than mine? You bastard. You're bullying me. Looking at Qin Feng, who ranked first on the list and scored 180,000 points in just a few seconds. Looking at the top 3 on the list, the 2 demons besides Qin Feng have killing points of more than 20,000 points. Looking at the top 10 on the list, there are monsters that can get at least 2,000 points per second. Looking at the top 100 on the list, there are beasts that can get at least 1,000 killing points per second. The middle school boy, the Dark Knight King, looked at himself who was ranked 7,321st and saw his killing points increasing by more than 300 per second and shed tears of pain. At the same time, Arthas River Basin, Lilo Grassland. Looking at the wildly increasing killing points of Qin Feng on the points ranking list and the terrifying momentum that seemed to be unstoppable, Liuero was shocked and opened her mouth wide, and her mind went blank at this moment. It took her several seconds to recover from the huge shock. She recalled the most important purpose of participating in the Black Moon Tide today and began to calculate the gap between herself and Qin Feng. Unlike those low-level lords who don't even understand the density and refresh mechanism of wild monsters. As the 4th most famous lord in the hyperspace exchange, Liuero knew one thing very well. There's a limit to the number of wild monsters in a region. As the number of wild monsters spawning increases, their strength increases, and the kill points earned from killing these stronger monsters will also increase proportionally. So, based on this mechanism and combined with what she knew, she secretly calculated Qin Feng's real killing efficiency and strength. Over the past 3 days and 2 nights, I've killed every wild monster within a 3-kilometer radius of my territory, until they spawn twice. Under these circumstances, I can earn 2 kill points for killing a wolf, and a ferocious brown bear can earn me 24 kill points. Qin Shi Huang's cumulative shipments in the hyperspace exchange are almost 3 times my own. That means, in the past 3 days and 2 nights, he's killed every wild monster within a 3-kilometer radius of his territory until they spawn 6 times. For every wild monster he kills, he gets nearly 3 times as many kill points as I do. Then, by dividing the total points in 1 second by the average points for killing monsters, I can get his approximate killing speed. How many kills can he make in 1 second? Having come to this, Li Yuero was stunned. Because that was a result she didn't want to believe at all. He can kill over 200 monsters per second on average. And those are the ones that have been enhanced at least 6 times. The moment the ranking competition started, he killed almost 2,000 monsters with a single move. How? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Could it be that all of his troops have the combat power of a 9-star commander, and they are also the kind of units that can release large-scale spell attacks? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If that's true, given his killing speed, he could kill all the monsters within a 3-kilometer radius of his territory in just 20 seconds. How is that possible? Facing the answer he calculated, he felt the gap between him and Qin Feng, which was so terrifying that it was almost impossible to make up. Li Yuero subconsciously denied it directly. She shook her head frantically, as if doing so would change the calculated result. But at this moment, she was shocked to see the killing points behind the Qin Shi Huang account, which was ranked first on the points ranking list, stopped increasing. The blood red number stopped at 407,816 points. This is almost the limit of the killing points that can be provided by the 7th collective refresh of wild monsters within a 3-kilometer radius of the territory. The battle for points started exactly 20 seconds later. The time it took Qin Feng to kill all the wild monsters near the territory was exactly the same as she had calculated. Seeing this, Li Yuero was stunned. Then, she felt her body begin to weaken, as if all her strength had been drained away by some existence, and her vision began to blur. In the end, this woman who was full of vigor and vowed never to give up sat down on the ground dejectedly. She lost her motivation to move forward. Her goals are too high, too strong, and too far. Even if she spent her whole life, she would never be able to catch up. Li Yuero's calculation method is extremely rough. The amount of food you can get after killing monsters will vary depending on the output method. Under normal circumstances, the amount of meat Eunice gets from killing monsters is very high. She basically burns them with fire or harvests them with a fire line, and the corpses are very intact. But brute force monsters like Amethyst Behemoth are different. They like to flatten wild monsters into mud and take very little meat. But strangely, Li Yuero's calculation was correct by accident. Qin Feng actually killed all the wild monsters within 3 kilometers of his territory until they collectively refreshed 6 times. All of this was done last night, when Qin Feng and Eunice were both burning with evil fire. Last night, nearly 30% of the wild monsters were blown into pieces by Qin Feng and Eunice's crazy output, and most of the remaining half were missing limbs. The amount of food obtained was actually equivalent to Li Yuero killing all the wild monsters near her territory 4 times. The reason why Qin Feng was able to take out an amount of food equivalent to 6 kills in the hyperspace exchange was mainly because Eunice's hunting trips made up for the shortfall. On the 3rd floor of the castle, Qin Feng stood leaning on the railing. He looked at the battlefield outside the territory from afar, his eyes cold and his expression grim. At this moment, the north of the territory has been covered by an endless sea of fire, and the scene in the south is like purgatory. The temperature there has dropped to minus 100 degrees Celsius. Everything, whether dead or alive, has been frozen into ice. Once the ice melts, the things inside will turn into powder in an instant. Ice and fire intersected and collided at the horizontal line in Qin Feng's territory, forming a hollow Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish that was breathtaking yet powerful. This hollow Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish drained all of Eunice and Siver's magic power. But it was all worth it, because they would exist for 8 hours, enough to last until the points battle was completely over. During these 8 hours, any wild monster that respawns in this range will be killed by the terrifying torrent of magic power the moment it respawns, and the results will be converted into Qin Feng's energy value and killing points. Are you ready for the next phase of the battle plan? Qin Feng withdrew his gaze from the yin-yang fish and looked at the exhausted Eunice and Shiver lying at his feet, and asked in a calm voice. Eunice replied, "Master, we've calculated it. Without the blessing of Wind of Resurgence, relying solely on the castle's vitality spring, we can both recover to our full strength in 2.5 hours and unleash another ice and fire attack. Before the points battle ends, at least 2 more hollow Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish formations will appear in this forest. Eunice concluded with great determination, her expression as if she was issuing a military order. With the blessing of the wind of resurgence, we can create more hollow Tai Chi Yin Yang fish formations. Moreover, under the status enhancement effect of the wind of resurgence, we can recover 20% of our combat power half an hour after releasing the formation, and then we can fight while recovering. Sivir added. When I asked these two girls to think about the battle plan, Qin Feng once told them about the triple effects of the Vitality Castle. They were also told that there were 3 winds of resurrection in the castle, and that a 4th wind of resurrection would appear in 6 hours. By doing this, we are letting these two girls decide how to use the resources in the territory to fight. After all, they are professionals in fighting. At this moment, seeing his unmatched kill points on the leaderboard and listening to the two women's battle plans, Qin Feng felt that the decision he had made was extremely wise. You are very good. I am very pleased. Thinking of this, Qin Feng smiled and gave a verbal commendation, then slowly raised his hand and pointed it at Eunice and Shiver. He shouted, Wind. P.S. Revisions are complete. This chapter is nearly 5,000 words long. Readers, please refer to this version for details. Chapter 44, Chaos Shadow. The Third Sacrifice. Preface. Chapter 43 has been revised, with over 2,000 words added and several inappropriate details removed. Readers who have read Chapter 43 before the afternoon of June 14th are advised to reread it for a more enjoyable and smoother reading experience. The wind is coming. The moment Qin Feng finished speaking, 2 green winds surged from the castle under his feet, rumbling and gathering into a green dragon, and then penetrated into the bodies of Eunice and Shiver. As the green wind entered their bodies, the two women's exhausted faces immediately regained vitality. The dried-up source of magic power in their bodies also became extremely full at this moment, and strength returned to them again. Master. The two women stood up and saluted, waiting for the order to attack. I have 2 requests. First, turn the hollow yin-yang fish formation into a solid one. Second, when you circle the area and kill monsters in the forest, remember to surround from the outer circle to the inner circle. Qin Feng smiled calmly and pointed out 2 insignificant details in the two women's battle plan. Yes, sir. The 2 women replied in unison. Then one turned into flowing fire, and the other turned into icy blue air, flew out of the territory, and disappeared into the forest. With their flying speed, it wouldn't take long for them to cross the territory. A torrent of ice and flames with a width of 3 kilometers would create another Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish formation in the dark forest, slaughtering endless monsters. However, at this moment, no lord except Qin Feng could foresee this. They only saw that Qin Feng's killing points stopped growing. After a moment of surprise, a very small number of people fell into extreme ecstasy. In all the major chat channels, the verbal battle that shook the entire hyperspace exchange yesterday has quietly continued into a war. Oh my god, why did His Majesty the First Emperor's killing points stop increasing? No way. He was clearly growing so rapidly just now. Could it be that His Majesty the First Emperor is a time-traveling man who can only output intensely for 20 seconds before he has to stop? Guards gather. Someone is slandering the First Emperor as a second-rate man. Show up quickly and throw this idiot into the sky prison. Anyone could be a quick killer, but His Majesty the First Emperor definitely can't. He's just resting and adjusting now. I bet that in 5 minutes at most, His Majesty's divine might will descend upon the eternal continent once again. That's right. His Majesty the First Emperor is truly the best among the billions of Blue Star Lords. He is an eternal hero who can use his ultimate move in less than a second and directly take away 100,000 kill points. Let Rajiba fall. He's still the mighty ruler of all ages, but he's still the second man. All he does is brag like Qin Shi Huang is your ancestor. What a bunch of idiots. If you ask me, that Qin Shi Huang is just an idiot who loves to show off his power. You can tell from his ID. Qin Shi Huang. That's the title of the first emperor of China. What qualifications does he have to use that name as his ID? That's right. If he wasn't such an ambitious idiot, how could he have used his troops' ultimate moves to clear out the mobs right at the start of the points championship? Granted, he did get 100,000 points, but he also completely destroyed his own troops. As a result, he can't kill a single monster and can't get a single point. Hey, let me see. The more mature and steady Undertaker is still more powerful. Look at Undertaker's points. Although he is not as good as Qin Shi Huang for the time being, with his growth rate of over 4,000 points per second, he can catch up with Qin Shi Huang in 80 seconds at most. How can it take 80 seconds? The Undertaker's average points per second has already exceeded 5,000 and is still rising. If you ask me, he can catch up with and suppress Qin Shi Huang in 40 seconds at most. Draft. What an idiot the Undertaker is. How can he be compared to the first emperor? Humph. That Qin Shi Huang is nothing but a quick success, vain, and arrogant rat. He will be crushed by the Undertaker tonight. Damn it. Give me the coordinates. Come and fight me. Report it if you want. You idiots. Do you think I'm afraid of you? As the verbal battle became increasingly intense, Li Xiongyan on the top of Wangshan Mountain seemed to hear the voices of his supporters, and he became even more ferocious and crazy. Kill. Kill him for me. Li Xiongyan's eyes were red, and he waved his dry hands violently and irregularly. As he swung his sword, imperceptible dark red energy spread out into the mountains and forests. While continuing to solidify the fearless spirit of his troops, it also brought about a powerful side effect, which could greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the troops in a very short period of time. Kill. Kill him for me. Kill faster. I want you to kill faster. My average points per minute have reached 5,500, and my total points have reached 150,000. In just a few seconds, I'll be able to catch up with Qin Shi Huang. Ha ha. Qin Shi Huang is truly an idiot. I thought he was so powerful just now. Turns out, he only managed that burst for 20 seconds. Ha ha ha. Even rabbits can outlast this idiot. Li Xiongyan laughed, and a sound that was not like a human came out of his dry throat. But at this moment he did not notice it. Instead, he was extremely excited and enjoyed the powerful strength brought to him by the castle's architectural effect. He was looking forward to completely catching up with Qin Shi Huang and feeling the supreme joy of stepping on him and suppressing him severely. 160,000 points. 175,000 points. Almost there, almost there. My goal is about to be achieved. I will definitely achieve it. I will definitely be able to suppress Qin Shi Huang. Thinking about the abuse he received from tens of millions of diehard fans of Qin Shi Huang in the hyperspace exchange, and the humiliation of being suppressed by Qin Shi Huang time and time again, Li Xiongyan became more and more crazy, more and more excited, more and more ferocious, and more paranoid. However, just when he was extremely paranoid, extremely ferocious, extremely excited, and extremely crazy, his killing points stopped increasing, and the total number of points froze at 203908. Why would you stop? How could you stop? Looking at his kill points, Li Xiongyan was stunned. A hint of doubt gradually appeared in his blood-red eyes, and then turned into ferocity. Then, a flash of inspiration came into his mind. It split the madness that filled his mind and gave him a shred of sanity. I killed all the monsters in the territory. So, Qin Shi Huang, he just stopped, not because he was exhausted, but because he had killed all the monsters near his territory long before me. He stopped because he was waiting for the monsters to refresh. That's not right. We killed them all, so shouldn't the points be the same? Why are his points twice as much as mine? Could it be that before today, he had wiped out all the wild monsters near his territory 6 times? How is this possible? This doesn't correspond to his shipment volume in the hyperspace exchange. A hint of doubt and a little clarity appeared in Li Xiongyan's eyes. But soon, his mind was taken over by madness again. He laughed grimly, swung the boning knife, and cut several more cuts on his wrists, letting the dark red blood drip onto the castle. Opportunity. This is an opportunity. As long as I sacrifice more, I will be able to gain greater power and spread the Lord's control to further places. I can open up a new battlefield while Qin Shi Huang is waiting for the monsters to spawn, and I can still defeat him. I will definitely defeat him. An even greater paranoia emerged in Li Xiongyan's blood-red eyes. At this moment, the chaotic shadow behind him became more solid, as if it was about to become a physical entity. If someone were standing here at this time, he must have been able to see that within the almost completely solid shadow, there were actually 19 human heads howling in pain. Chapter 45, Crazy Points Ranking. Li Xiongyan has a quirk. He always longs to taste the taste of his own kind. Before coming to the Eternal Continent, he did not have this condition and the law restricted him. But when he entered the Eternal Continent, a world where there was nothing but killing, without any law to restrain him, he was eventually dominated by the desires in his body after killing someone to vent his anger for the first time, and tasted the taste of his own kind for the first time. This led him to discover a secret. No, there are 2 mysteries. The first secret is to kill the Lord to obtain the opponent's Lord's heart and military building blueprints. The Lord's heart can be transformed into the purest sublimated energy, which can be injected into one's own castle to slowly improve its rank. After using the military building blueprint, it can be transformed into a real building, nurturing soldiers and enhancing the strength of the territory. The second secret is that apart from the Lord's heart and the military construction blueprints, the most valuable thing of the Lord is actually their body with unlimited potential. As long as you eat it, even if you only eat a little bit, you can get divine revelation. Li Xiongyan has received divine revelation 19 times. He saw another way to upgrade the castle from divine revelation. He used the flesh of 99 kinds of wild monsters and the corpses of 19 human lords to construct a ritual that could be called a miracle, giving his castle an extremely powerful architectural effect. At this moment, the chaotic phantom that Li Xiongyan summoned with 3 sacrifices was the concrete manifestation of the architectural effect. The 3 sacrifices gave the Chaos Shadow an extremely long control range and 3 abilities: Absolute Control, Flesh and Blood Frenzy, and Puppet Regeneration. Through the connection with Li Xiongyan, the Chaos Shadow grafted these 3 abilities onto Li Xiongyan. This allowed him to eliminate the soldiers' instinctive fear through Absolute Control, imbue them with a pseudo-frenzy through Flesh and Blood Frenzy, and through Puppet Regeneration, imbued them with the terrifying temporary ability to constantly revive as long as their physical bodies survived. The gift given by fate had already been secretly marked with a price, and Li Xiongyan himself knew it. But he was extreme and crazy to begin with, and had long lost his mind in repeated anger. As early as the first sacrifice, his mind was influenced by some high-level existence. He had already given up everything. Kill him! Li Xiongyan roared and waved his hands, emitting more obvious dark red ripples. The ripples spread out at an extremely fast speed, covering all the military units he had spread out in the mountains and forests, giving them even more powerful strength. As long as their physical bodies were not completely destroyed, they could continue to resurrect from the dead as long as the effect lasted. From this moment on, Li Xiongyan no longer cared about the casualties. No matter how powerful the wild monsters 3 kilometers outside the territory that had been strengthened by the Black Moon were, even if they were commander-level silverback giant apes, he dared to send his troops over and beat them to death with sheer numbers and a desperate fighting style at all costs. Under this circumstance, Li Xiongyan's killing points growth rate suddenly skyrocketed. In just a few breaths, his average killing points per minute increased from over 6,000 points to 8,000 points, which was half of Qin Feng's previous killing points growth rate. And it continued to grow. That's it. That's it. If I keep this momentum, I will definitely be able to catch up with Qin Shi Huang. No. How can I just catch up? I can crush him. After all, at this moment, he is still in the castle waiting for the monsters to spawn, while I am one step ahead and have deployed all my troops. Jia. An inhuman laugh came out of Li Xiongyan's throat again, but he was unaware of it. He was just immersed in the ridiculous fantasy of catching up with Qin Feng and suppressing Qin Feng. Not only Li Xiongyan himself, but also his supporters, after seeing his fierce and advanced killing points increasing rate, one by one they had an orgasm in their heads. The war in the major chat channels is becoming more and more fierce and tense. Idiots. See that. The Undertaker's kill points are still increasing, and so are his total points. He's about to catch up with your dog emperor. Catch up? How is that even possible? Your idiot loser is still over 100,000 points behind the first emperor. With such a huge gap, he can't catch up even if he has 10 lives. Ha! You're still being so stubborn. Your dog emperor's points haven't even budged. How stupid would one be to think that the Undertaker can't catch up to him? You know, the Undertaker's points have been skyrocketing and haven't stopped. Is there no limit to the increase in points? Are the monsters near the territory? Endless wait until your idiot killer kills all the monsters around the territory, and see if his points still increase. That's still better than your instant man dog emperor. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family. Oh, sure, come on if you're capable. Give me the coordinates. I'm coming to kill you right now. The flames of war in the major chat channels are becoming increasingly intense and fierce. Both sides are unwilling to give in and are determined to continue the argument with their necks stiff. But in fact, the balance of victory and defeat in this battle has quietly turned. Qin Feng's killing points hadn't increased for a long time, which made the attack power of Qin Feng's supporters weaker and weaker. They could only repeat, "Tell me the address, or I'll kill you. Tell me the address, and I'll come over and kill you right now." These words are full of anger, but lack much actual lethality. However, Li Xiongyan's skyrocketing kill points growth rate and the ever-increasing total points greatly boosted the morale of his supporters, allowing them to maintain the composure and calmness of a victor, despite their anger, and to express their sarcasm. Don't try to kill me at every turn. You don't even dare to leave the territory. Do you have the ability to kill me? Look, they're getting impatient and want to kill people to vent their anger. After all, their dog emperor is about to be caught up. Compared to words like, I'm going to kill you right now, these sarcastic words are obviously more lethal and easier to break people's defenses. Idiots. Your dog emperor is about to be caught up. Are you angry or not? Undertaker is only 30,000 points away from catching up with you guys. Aren't you very upset? Are you anxious? What a bunch of clueless idiots. The Undertaker is clearly the strongest. Right? Right. That's right. That's right. Qin Shi Huang's Dogecoin was able to outperform Undertaker in the hyperspace exchange today, all thanks to his early morning escape and stealthily kill monsters. Otherwise, how could he possibly come up with over 30,000 units of food? Seeing that Li Xiongnian's points were about to catch up with Qin Feng, the morale of Li Xiongnian's supporters suddenly soared. If it were not for the virtual translucent light curtain that could not make any sound, a keyboard concerto would have sounded across the vast eternal continent at this moment. Compared to them, although Qin Feng's supporters are more in number, their morale is declining uncontrollably due to the ever-narrowing gap. In the chat channel, most of Qin Feng's supporters are silent, and only a few diehard fans are still struggling to hold on. The gap continues to narrow. 22,000. 14,000. The last 6,000. Upon seeing this, Li Xiongnian's supporters immediately opened champagne and frantically sent the ID, Undertaker Xiangyu, in all the major chat channels. Qin Feng's supporters were completely suppressed by them, and their voices were silenced. However, just when everyone thought that Qin Shi Huang would die tonight. In the hyperspace exchange, the great Qin Empire that countless lords have been talking about will collapse tonight. In front of countless lords. On the points ranking list, the killing points behind the Qin Shi Huang account suddenly skyrocketed, even faster than before. P.S. I've already finished the chapters 1 left behind yesterday. Please give me reviews. Please vote. Please give me rewards. There will be an update today. Chapter 46, Unparalleled Dominance. Time goes back 5 seconds. After leaving the territory, Eunice and Sylvie flew north. They flew at an incredibly fast speed, and it took them less than a minute to reach a location 6 kilometers north of Qin Feng's territory. We arrived at the north shore of a deep lake. Are you sure it's here? Shiver looked at Eunice and asked with a frown. Sure. Casting the spell in this place can maximize the killing range and achieve the best effect. Eunice nodded. She had been here before when she went hunting, and it was different from the forest in the south of Qin Feng's territory. There are no thick-skinned monsters like the silverback giant ape here. Instead, there is a commander-level water snake that hides in the lake. It is difficult to kill it with fire, but Sivir's extreme cold ice can easily kill it. As long as you are sure how to kill, you decide. Sylvie looked at Eunice. Although she didn't like this green tea girl, she was carrying out the task assigned by Qin Feng at the moment. She could only suppress her dislike in her heart and cooperate with Eunice with all her strength. I go north. You go south, said Eunice. As soon as the words fell, the two women immediately started moving. The crimson streak stretched straight toward the north, and the icy blue extreme cold air flow spread toward the deep lake in the south. Almost in an instant, a terrifying and murderous ice and fire formation took shape. In the forest of Huangshui Valley, a huge circle was drawn with an initial diameter of 2 kilometers. In an instant, it killed and severely damaged countless wild monsters. And after 20 seconds, the diameter of this circular formation will increase to a terrifying 6 kilometers, connecting to the hollow Tai Chi Inyang fish surrounding Qin Feng's territory in the south, and the Tiandao defense barrier of Fu Guchun Xiaojia's territory in the north. At that time, countless wild monsters will die in this formation. They may turn into ashes or be powdered, but they will all bring Qin Feng unimaginable killing points. The moment the formation took shape, countless wild monsters lost their lives with shrill howls. Thanks to this, Qin Feng's killing points, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally changed on the points ranking list. This change increased Qin Feng's killing points by 150,000 points, which directly increased Qin Feng's total points from more than 400,000 to more than 550,000 points in an instant. However, this is not the most shocking thing. What's even more terrifying is that Qin Feng's killing points are growing so fast that they can soar to nearly 23,000 points in 1 second. Seeing this scene, Li Xiongnian's supporters fell silent collectively, and the chat channel that was controlled by their screen sweeping also froze at this moment. The words, Undertaker Xiangyu, floating above it are no longer a glory, but a great shame, making all the lords who have used this ID feel extremely humiliated and embarrassed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Isn't that Qin Shi Huang lacking a successor? How could his killing points skyrocket again, and even faster than before? If my memory serves me right, I seem to have heard from a top boss that it takes at least half an hour for the wild monsters near the territory to refresh. Without monsters, where on earth did he get so many kill points? You idiot Undertaker. Why can't you just try harder? We were only 6,000 points away from catching up. We could have won if you had scored another 6,000 points. How the hell could you fail at the crucial moment? I was cheering you on in the chat. I was using my real name. While Li Xiaonian's supporters were collectively speechless, feeling embarrassed or humiliated, Qin Feng's supporters were stunned. It took a long time before they became excited. They ran, they shouted, and they fought back frantically in the chat channel. Ha ha ha. His Majesty the First Emperor is awesome. Qin Shi Huang. You are my god. You are the eternal god. Too strong. He truly deserves to be called the First Emperor. He's already racked up 150,000 kill points in a flash. I'm afraid his troops may have unleashed a forbidden spell. A momentary burst of energy isn't the most impressive thing, right? Shouldn't the strongest be the tens of thousands of kill points earned by the First Emperor in a single second? How many monsters would one have to kill to get that? Where's that idiot who just said that the First Emperor was incompetent? Come out and get scolded. Right? Come out and get scolded. Weren't you just shouting that your murderer was the strongest lord? Why don't you let him talk about the total points? If you can't come up with enough total points, you can just use the point growth rate. Weren't you guys just good at math? Come on. Calculate for me how long it will take for the murderer to catch up with His Majesty the First Emperor. A bunch of idiots. A bunch of clueless guys. A bunch of idiots. Just like the people who killed you. You are all weak. Catch the dog that has fallen into trouble and give it a good beating. After being beaten, Ying barked wildly and dared not make a sound. Qin Feng's supporters began to flood various chat channels with messages. The action of Li Xiaonian's supporters opening champagne was replicated one by one. When Qin Feng's supporters achieved an unprecedented victory. Standing on the top of Wangshan Mountain, Li Xiaonian, who was originally very strong but now as thin as a mummy, faced the biggest failure in 2 worlds. Why? I've sacrificed myself 3 times in a row, but why can't I surpass you? Qin Shi Huang, have you also discovered the secret? Have you received a better divine revelation than me? This is not right. It is obvious that only someone like me can be chosen by the gods. How could a saint like Qin Shi Huang be qualified to be chosen by the gods? Under the influence of the crazy tactical command at all costs, although Li Xiaonian obtained hundreds of thousands of points, he also lost nearly 1/3 of his military units. Before Qin Feng rose up, when he felt that the dawn of victory was about to shine on him, he did not think this was an unacceptable loss. But at this moment, looking at Qin Feng's killing points that were skyrocketing, looking at Qin Feng's killing points growth rate, that was so terrifying that it exceeded the limit of cognition. However, he felt heartache amidst a huge sense of failure. The Qin Shi Huang you mentioned did not receive divine revelation. Suddenly, an extremely dry and terrifying voice sounded behind Li Xiaonian. Li Xiaonian's body shuddered violently, and then he turned around, yelling several times in fear, and retreated wildly, but fell to the ground unexpectedly. What frightened Li Xiaonian so much was the chaotic phantom he had summoned through 3 sacrifices. At this moment, the phantom had completely solidified, sprouting 19 heads, each of which looked identical to the lords Li Xiaonian had killed and eaten. Chapter 47, Winning the Championship. 73 million points. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Li Xiaonian fell to the ground and kicked his legs wildly, trying desperately to get away from the terrifying creature with 19 heads. But he couldn't get away at all, as his feet had been bound by 2 terrifying dark red flesh buds that had appeared out of nowhere. As he struggled violently, the flesh on his feet became tighter and tighter. Didn't you say you were chosen by the gods? Why are you so afraid of me, the god who chose you? The 19 heads of the Black Shadow spoke at the same time, and the 19 voices mixed together to form an extremely dry and terrifying voice, which was no different from the laughter of Li Xiaonian, who had fallen into an absolute state of madness before. Li Xiaonian, the power I lent you will dissipate in 1 minute. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes before I devour you? I will use your name from now on, and I can help you fulfill those unfulfilled wishes. When he heard the word wish, Li Xiaonian was stunned for a moment. Then, the panic in his eyes slowly faded away. What replaced it was surprise, which then turned into excitement, and finally into madness. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Wishes? Of course I have them. Lots of them. And they're huge. Do you want them? I can give them all to you. Yes, as long as you tell me, I will take them all." The Black Shadow answered very directly, and the 19 pairs of eyes on the 19 heads revealed extremely greedy looks. "Yes, absolutely. Cough, cough, cough," Li Xiaonian said ferociously. Then he began to cough violently, and the sound of his cough was like a broken wind, miserable and shrill. Each sacrifice would consume 1/3 of his lifespan. He sacrificed himself 3 times in a row, and the only reason he was still alive and able to speak was because of the 2 bloody flesh buds that bound his feet. First, I want you to kill Qin Shi. I want you to torture him, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. Cough, 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 ha ha ha. Yes, the shadow replied, but I'm curious why you hold such a deep grudge against him. I remember him never provoking you. You haven't provoked me? Huh, how can you ask such a question? Li Xiongyan stared at the black shadow fiercely, gritting his teeth, and said, I clearly wanted to be a good person, and I clearly already became one. But that hypocritical saint, Qin Shi, easily tricked all my dogs into singing his praises. That dog is Li Xiongyan's dog. What right does he have to do that? Li Xiongyan roared. Not only that, he also encouraged his group of mad dog-like fans to chase me and bite me. Millions of people chasing after me and biting me. Does this mean he didn't provoke me? Is this the jealousy of you humans? Such terrible jealousy, such terrifying resentment. It's really the best tonic. The shadow thought secretly and then asked, Do you have any other wishes? Yes. I want you to kill all those who have cursed me, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. Ha ha. Li Xiongyan laughed crazily, and then looked at the black shadow with extremely sharp eyes. You are a god, such a simple thing. You should be able to do it. They're your compatriots. How can you have such deep resentment towards them? I don't understand. The black shadow shook his head and misled. Compatriots? Ha ha. I never considered them compatriots. I only treated them as dogs. If they were obedient, I could keep them. But if they weren't, of course they should be killed and eaten. Li Xiongyan hummed comfortably. Although he was about to die at this moment, he could still recall the unique and wonderful taste when he tasted human liver for the first time, which made him intoxicated. Do you have any other wishes? The black shadow continued. If you have the ability to complete the first 2, then you can ascend to the eternal throne of this world for me. Li Xiongyan looked at the black shadow. His eyes were no longer crazy, but full of longing. When I came to this world, a voice told me that it was the eternal and immortal throne. If I obtained it, I would gain eternal life. That is eternal life. What a wonderful thing. I can't get it, and I will never allow anyone else to get it. Never. Li Xiongyan went crazy again. A strange red light appeared on his dry face, and he looked extremely ferocious. He said, If in the final war, a useless god like you can't sit on that seat, then you will destroy that seat for me. Blow it up for me. Okay, I promise you. The shadow said. Then, are you ready to pay the price? Price? I'm going to die. Why should I be afraid of the price? Tell me, what do you want? Li Xiongyan said. I want your soul, said the black shadow. When he said this, his 19 heads and 19 pairs of eyes trembled for a moment. Li Xiongyan's eyes, which were about to go out, suddenly lit up. Huh, I know who you are. I know who you are. You are not a god. You are Li Xiongyan's castle. You are the castle I created, brought to life. You damn traitor. The black shadow trembled violently, and 19 pairs of eyes showed disbelief. Huh, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I can't hurt you now. Cough, cough, cough. Li Xiongyan started coughing violently. His life was already a candle in the wind. Come, take my soul. I grant you my permission. Li Xiongyan turned over and crawled towards the black shadow, with flames burning in his eyes, extremely fierce. He was dying, but he remembered the novel he had read on Blue Star. There is a plot mentioned countless times in these novels where the devil wants to take over the body of the destined protagonist, but in the end, the protagonist swallows his soul instead. Li Xiongyan felt that he could do it too. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. It's just something as intangible as the soul. If it's given, then it's given. As long as Qin Shi can die, he is willing to pay any price. Come, take my soul. Hearing this voice, the black shadow trembled all over, and his 19 heads also trembled at this moment, as if he had seen the most terrifying devil. After more than 7 hours, the limited time points battle, Black Moon Tide, which affected all the lords of Blue Star and involved more than 50 million lords, came to a perfect end. In this war that lasted for a full 8 hours, Qin Feng consumed a total of 4 winds of revival, supporting Eunice and Shiver to release 5 ice and fire formations in the forests around the territory. In this battle, he killed countless enemies. The killing points he obtained reached an extremely terrifying 73 million, and he topped the list with an absolute crushing advantage. His Majesty the First Emperor is awesome. Long live His Majesty the First Emperor. The Emperor of Qin swept across the world, looking like a tiger. How majestic he was. Swish the sword to cut through the floating clouds. and all the princes will come to the west. Chapter 48, Wonders of the World. Aztec Obelisk. The limited time points battle, Black Moon Tide, has concluded. Rewards will be distributed based on kill points earned. The first place Lord, Qin Shi Huang, who earned 73,654,300 points, will receive triple the points reward. The limited time points battle, Black Moon Tide, has concluded. Rewards will be distributed based on the number of kill points. The cold heavenly reminder sound rang 5 times in a row before it stopped. Then, endless streams of light descended from the sky, landing in countless corners of the eternal continent with a loud bang, and rewarding the lords who participated in the points battle. You achieved the highest ranking in the limited time points battle, Black Moon Tide, and received a triple reward increase. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards as your trophy. On the 3rd floor of the Vitality Castle, the light of sublimation descended in front of Qin Feng and transformed into 3 objects: a miniature obelisk, a mysterious token, and a black gold staff. Qin Feng's eyes swept over these 3 items. In an instant, 3 translucent information panels appeared in front of him that only he could see. Aztec Obelisk. Level 1. Upgrading requires 100,000 black jade, 10,000 Yonkil alloy, 1,000 vitality orbs, 100 soul source crystals, 10 dragon hearts, and 1 godhead fragment. Features: this building is a world wonder level building and is unique. Effect: endless sublimation. When the Aztec Obelisk exists in your territory, the troops and subjects in your territory will be in a state of apocalypse at any time, and may undergo transformation every second and enter a higher potential level. Decree of the Gods. Quality: 9-star holy object. Driving this item requires demigod level strength. Features: this is a sacred item and is unique. Effect: command the gods. The gods' command can accumulate a supreme divine light every 100 years. Once the divine light comes out, all gods will bow down and dare not disobey. Original staff. Quality: 9-star holy object. Equipping this weapon requires demigod level strength. Features: this is a relic level equipment and is unique. Attributes: 100x damage increase, 100x recovery, 100x mana increase. Additional effect: primordial power. When the wearer's magic power is attributeless, it is automatically converted into primordial power, which can be used to release martial arts, magic, spells, and divine arts. Additional effect: primal shelter. When equipped with this staff, heaven and earth will protect you. All attacks directed at you that do not exceed the saint level have a 90% chance of being invalidated. After seeing the 3 treasures in front of him, Qin Feng was shocked. Whether it is the obelisk, the token, or the final staff, Qin Feng wants to own them very much. These 3 treasures are extremely powerful, almost super powerful. No matter which one you get, it will be a great blessing. However, Qin Feng can only choose one of them at this moment, or in other words, he can only choose the obelisk. Because at this moment, Qin Feng only has the strength of a 1-star commander. Even if he gets it, he cannot use the God's Decree and the primordial staff. The only thing that is useful to him at the moment is the world wonder level building, Aztec Obelisk. Hey, take the Aztec Obelisk. With a long sigh, Qin Feng reached out and took the Aztec Obelisk out of the white light. It can be placed together with the God's Decree and the primordial staff for him to choose from, and the upgrade conditions are so harsh. The Aztec Obelisk is obviously a treasure of the same level as the first 2, and may even be better. But after making the choice, Qin Feng felt as if he had lost 2 500 billion lottery tickets. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to encounter the God's Decree and the primordial staff again. These 2 treasures are so powerful, I really want them. Secretly envious, Qin Feng threw the obelisk into his own territory. With a clang, the obelisk landed on the central axis of Qin Feng's territory, just south of the Vitality Castle. Then, the miniature obelisk, which was only the size of a volleyball, suddenly grew up and instantly became a 33-meter-high tower. A gentle and timeless light emanated from the dark tower, enveloping Qin Feng's entire territory. Shirehua Plateau, the Eye of Hell. Wang Haoran looked at the translucent dialogue box in front of him and remained silent. Lying on his side were 3 enormous golden dragons, each as big as a basketball court and extremely majestic. You achieved 10th place in the limited time points battle, Black Moon Tide. Please choose one of the following 2 rewards as your trophy. Dragon Summoning Flute. Quality: 9-star legend. Equipping this weapon requires War Emperor level strength. Attributes: energy recovery speed plus 300%, defense plus 250%. Additional effect: dragon wings. Blow the dragon flute to increase the speed of dragon soldiers by 500%. Additional effect, dragon reincarnation. Blow the dragon summoning flute to summon the spirit of a deceased dragon to fight for you for 60 minutes. After the duration ends, the dragon is reduced to ashes. Ancestor's cocoon. Quality, 9-star legend. Effect, glorious sacrifice. Sacrifice any dragon soldier to activate the ancestral cocoon. The ancestral cocoon has a 1% chance of successfully activating, transforming into a new ancestral dragon and activating the new Dragon King bloodline. There is a 99% chance that the ancestral cocoon will fail to hatch, causing the entire dragon clan's favorability towards you to decrease by 50 points. It's so hard to choose. Wang Haoran frowned, unable to make a choice for a moment. Erase mountains, the top of Wangshan Mountain. In front of a huge tumor, the translucent dialogue box formed by the will of heaven trembled wildly. You achieved 758th place in the limited time points competition, Black Moon Tide, and received the diamond-level treasure, the Heart of Gold. Hint, you have 30 seconds to claim this item. Hint, you have 15 seconds left to claim this item. If the time limit expires and the Lord does not claim the reward will be invalid. On the edge of the Huangshui swamp, in the castle of the Dark Knight King. Dracula, come here. The Dark Knight King held a pair of fangs emitting platinum light and waved towards the strongest vampire count under his command. This pair of fangs was his reward for finishing 7,386th in the points battle. As long as it is used on a vampire, the vampire's bloodline can be directly upgraded to the prince level in one go. In the Alsace River Basin, on the Lilo grassland, in the open space in front of the castle. Liyuero has been sitting here dejectedly for almost 8 hours, and she still hasn't recovered from the huge blow. The reward for the 10,000 first place is actually a gold-level treasure chest. Ha! Is this considered consolation for a loser like me? This is ridiculous. Hearing Liyuero's voice filled with sorrow, 8 purple crystal behemoths moved towards her, surrounded her, and sat in the center to block the wind for her. Amethyst Behemoth's loyalty is very high, initially at 90 points. During the past 3 days and 3 nights of contact, its loyalty to Liyuero has reached the full value of 100. But they have low IQ, cannot speak, and don't know how to comfort people. They just knew that the Lord's sister was very sad now, and the night wind in the forest was too cold, so they couldn't let the wind make the Lord's sister sick. Chapter 49. The army approaches. Goblins attack. Go away. I am not worthy to be your lord. I am just a waste, a whimsical waste. Liyuero said with great self-mockery. Thinking back to when I first came to this world, I was so high-spirited that I was almost an idiot. I just daydreamed all day long, dreaming about uniting all the lords of Blue Star and persuading Qin Shi Huang to become his subordinate. Liyuero wanted to slap herself twice. What kind of identity and strength do you have, Liyuero? You think you're the 4th most powerful lord in the world. But in reality, you can't even rank in the top 10,000 in the points competition. You're a piece of shit. You still want to convince Qin Shi Huang to participate in your idiotic plan? How can he even pay attention to you? Sister Lord, don't think like that. You are a very good person. The Amethyst Behemoth, who was closest to Liyuero and carrying a huge mace, was talking in a muffled and incessant voice. But with his muscular brain, he could only say over and over again, Sister Lord, don't think like that. You are a very good person. The other Amethyst Behemoths also comforted Liyuero at this moment. One by one, they just kept repeating, Sister Lord, you are very kind. You are a very good person. Listening to the endless chatter, Liyuero felt extremely annoyed. She roared, get out. After being scolded by her, the Amethyst Behemoths collectively shrank their necks, then lay on the ground, rolling their huge bodies like balls. They obeyed Liyuero's orders 100%. No matter what Liyuero said, they would not hesitate even if she asked them to die. Seeing this scene, Liyuero was stunned. Then, the tears that she had been holding back for 8 hours began to flow. At this moment, she finally recovered from her previous state of extreme loss, extreme isolation, extreme powerlessness, and extreme lack of direction. To this world, to those Blue Star Lords who she imagined needed her leadership, she, Liyuero, was nothing. But to these honest Amethyst Behemoths, she, the Lord's sister, is the most important person in the world, and her words are the whole meaning of their lives. Stop, don't roll away. Oh, the Amethyst Behemoths responded with oh, then stood up and returned to Liyuero, sitting around her and protecting her in the middle. The Lord's sister, Amethyst Behemoths scratched their heads. They didn't understand why their sister was crying when they had clearly done as she said and completed the task. Liyuero burst into laughter when she saw the honest look of Amethyst Behemoth. Then she stood up, walked to the treasure chest, and opened it. With a flash of light, a domineering and unparalleled long sword appeared. Liyuero grasped it in her hand, looked at the 8-headed purple crystal behemoth beside her with a firm gaze, and said silently, "From today on, I will live for you. I will build an orc empire for you. It's not because of anything else. It's just because you call me sister." In the forest of Huangshui Valley, after lying in the flames and ice for half an hour, Eunice and Shiver finally recovered about 20% of their combat effectiveness. They no longer needed to lie down and could return to the territory to act coquettishly with Qin Feng. However, after seeing some glittering objects in the flames and ice, the two girls did not choose to return to the territory immediately, but prepared to clean up the battlefield before leaving. "You go back first, I'll rest for a while," the two women said in unison, facing each other from north to south, and then looked at each other awkwardly. "Then I'll be leaving first." Coincidentally, the two said exactly the same thing, and awkwardness spread across the battlefield ruins. After a long moment, the two men spoke again at the same time. "You bitch. You wanted to secretly clean up the battlefield, and then bring the spoils back to show off to your master. You're so despicable." The atmosphere became awkward again. After a long time, the two people who had stopped talking turned into streams of light at the same time, flying away one to the south and the other to the north, and began the competition in tacit silence. Digging and digging in the dark forest. An energy stone on the left, a soul particle on the right. Eunice sang happily while quickly collecting the spoils scattered on the battlefield. Ever since Qin Feng sternly warned her, she stopped singing her favorite little pornographic song and started thinking about making new songs instead. Just as Eunice was happily collecting the spoils and even happier singing, a feeling of extreme danger emerged from the bottom of her heart. She suddenly turned around and saw a crowd of shadowy figures moving in the forest. "I wonder how much loot that little bitch Eunice has collected. If she gets more than me this time, I'm afraid the master's impression of me will continue to decline." When Bai Tian was just born, Shiver was played by Eunice as a green tea girl. At that time, Qin Feng forcibly pulled her hand and asked her to shake hands with Eunice to make peace. After this incident, Sylvie has been thinking about getting back at Qin Feng when she gets the chance, so that Eunice will lose a lot of impression in Qin Feng's mind. In order to learn from the foreigners and defeat them, she even called Eunice sister. In order to find an opportunity to make up for her loss of composure in front of Qin Feng this afternoon, the arrogant and cold girl even chose to lie, intending to trick Eunice back so that she could clean up the battlefield alone. Forget it. No matter how much loot she can find. I am now also at the level of a military officer, and I am more careful and attentive than her. I can only collect more than her, not less. Thinking of this, Xiweir continued her collection work. However, at this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a burst of red flames suddenly erupting in the dark forest not far away. Shiver was very familiar with that flame. Before they parted ways, she and Eunice had worked together many times, and she still remembered the enchanting and coquettish posture of the flame when it burned. Something happened to Eunice. A thought popped up from the bottom of Xiweir's heart. Before collecting the spoils, they had already cleared out the nearby wild monsters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so exhausted that they would have to lie in the ice and fire to recuperate. At this moment, the forest was actually filled with the kind of fire that would only erupt when Eunice was fighting. Something must have happened. "Little bitch, why are you so useless?" Shiver complained. Then, without even looking at the frost-covered energy stone so close to her, she turned around and flew towards where Eunice was fighting. A dark blue, icy air stream rushed through the forest, a chilling, murderous intent spread, and the trees rustled stimulatingly. "Eunice, nothing can happen to you, little bitch. If anything happens to you, the master will definitely blame me for not taking good care of you." "Yes, that's what I thought. It's not me who wants to save you." Chapter 50, Little Bitch. Call me sister. After finding an excuse, Xiweir wanted to raise her chin, but at this time she had turned into an icy air flow and had no chin, which made her very uncomfortable. Shiver's advance was extremely fast. Although it was not as powerful as it was at its peak, it still flew 700 or 800 meters in less than 10 seconds, and was very close to where Eunice was fighting. "Hold on, little bitch. I'll be there to save you in about 10 seconds. In the forest, a rain of arrows fell towards Eunice. Unlike the goblins she had encountered before, the goblins attacking her now were stronger than the last. Every goblin archer who draws his bow and shoots quickly has the strength of a 9-star general. He also masters the technology of enchanting arrows. If we really talk about actual combat power, he is probably even stronger than the goblin leader he encountered before. How could these goblins appear so suddenly? I didn't find any trace of them when I went out searching today. No, I have to find a chance to escape. I only have 20% of my previous strength now, and I don't have much magic power. If I delay any longer, I will be exhausted to death by them sooner or later. My master will also be in danger. That little bitch Sivir might even be ambushed by these goblins. As soon as she thought of this, Eunice released a fire tornado, preparing to break out. But at this moment, a scornful laugh came from the dark forest behind the goblin army. Immediately afterwards, a huge dark cloud appeared above Eunice's head, and the sound of heavy rain began to fall. Dead water fell from the dark clouds and extinguished Eunice's fire tornado in an instant. How could my flame be extinguished by rain? Could it be that this rain is all weak water? Eunice was shocked by the scene before her. Weak water is a creation of alchemy. By killing ordinary water and then refining it, you can get weak water, which can be called the nemesis of fire. Your Excellency, the High Priest, is mighty, the goblin archer roared, but his arrow-shooting action did not slow down. You vicious woman, you didn't expect that we already knew your methods. These weak waters are prepared for you. Just surrender obediently. By doing so, after we have had enough fun, you might be able to get a decent death. A goblin holding an iron spear rushed towards Eunice, his expression evil and arrogant, full of desire. At the same time, more melee goblins also rushed towards Eunice. Seeing Eunice's beautiful face and the charming figure outlined by the red dress, they couldn't help but imagine how they would ravage Eunice after catching her and before killing her to vent their anger. Don't rush in with all your strength. Leave 1/3 of your people to be vigilant of the surroundings. In the dark forest, an old voice sounded, a little nervous, no longer as contemptuous as before. The moment the words fell, the forward-charging goblin formation retreated by 1/3. The expressions of these retreating goblins were extremely angry and regretful, but they did not dare to disobey the priest's orders. However, just when 1/3 of the goblins retreated, a gap appeared in the tight blockade. An extremely icy breath suddenly rushed out, and in an instant, a 9-meter-high thick dark blue ice wall stood in front of Eunice. It not only blocked the rain of arrows, but also divided the battlefield, keeping most of the goblins outside the wall. Little bitch, catch her alive. Take her back for interrogation. A cold and arrogant voice sounded in Eunice's ears, making Eunice both happy and depressed. Hey, I didn't expect that I would need that little bitch Sivir to save me. Eunice sighed secretly, then waved her palm forward. A line of fire that was not as hot as its peak state, but also extremely terrifying, suddenly condensed and cut off the limbs of a goblin, then rolled it up and pulled it in front of Eunice. We got a survivor. Freeze the dark clouds in the sky for me, said Eunice. Little bitch, call me sister. There was a special taste in Sivir's cold voice. At this moment, the ice wall had blocked 70% of the goblins outside, and the most unfathomable priest was also blocked. Sivir decided to take advantage of this critical moment to get back some of the lost ground. Sister, sister, Eunice answered with gritted teeth, feeling a little aggrieved. Hey, my dear sister, you sound so nice calling me sister. Shiver's voice suddenly became cheerful, no longer as cold as before. Then, a stream of icy air rushed out from the dark forest, instantly freezing the weak water in the sky into ice. It was as big as a football field. My weak water. A goblin priest with a human skull necklace around his neck rushed out hurriedly from the dark forest. As the distance got closer, he raised his staff and was about to forcibly drive the magic power to restore the frozen weak water. But just before he was about to use all his strength, an ice-blue figure suddenly appeared above the weak water that had frozen into ice. Then, surging magic power surged from that person's body. She controlled the weak water ice, turned into an ice-blue stream of light, and ran away. Good sister, remember to follow me. You little bitch, you didn't even take me with you. Eunice stomped her feet angrily, then stepped on the goblin without limbs, controlled the line of fire that bound the opponent, and chased after Sivir. Without the weak water, the goblin priest couldn't put out her fire, and naturally couldn't keep him. Stop! Stop chasing! The goblins were extremely angry. They rushed forward, gathering their strength and pretending to climb over the ice wall. When they continued to chase, the goblin priest who had lost his treasure spoke up to stop them. Master Priest, we can't let those two women get away. You've seen how terrifying they were in their prime. If we wait until they recover, we'll probably end up like the 3 tribes that were wiped out. As the voices of doubt rose and intensified, the goblin priest roared and used a louder voice to suppress these opposing opinions. In the footage Qin Feng sent back to the temple, there was no woman who could use ice. We didn't prepare explosive fire before we came here, so we can't break her ice. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy goblin warriors around them stopped roaring and lowered their heads one by one. Their priests were right. Without the explosive fire, they would have no chance of breaking the extremely cold ice of a military-level figure. Master Priest, what should we do? Yes. What should we do? Shouldn't we avenge the Green Feng tribe, the Blue Feng tribe, and the Yellow Feng tribe? The corners of the goblin priest's mouth twitched fiercely, and it was obvious that he was still heartbroken about the weak water that had just been intercepted. After a long while, he finally said, "Notify all the goblin tribes that have arrived. I will convene a joint meeting of the priests of the 30 tribes in the name of the Water Feng priest." P.S. Today's 5 chapters are finished, including the supplementary chapters. Today's 10,000 chapters have more than 17,000 words. Please comment, vote, and add it to your bookshelf to make up for the loss. Chapter 51. I Shouldn't Have Eyes. Flying on the solid ice formed by the weak water, when there were about 5 kilometers left to return to the territory, Shiver stopped and frowned as she looked at Eunice, who was moving slower and slower in the dark and dense forest in the distance. I can't just go back like this. If I return to the territory first, that little bitch Eunice will definitely tell the master about my misdeeds. Yes, that's right. I'm not worried that the little bitch Eunice is too exhausted to go back. Thinking of this, Shiver changed direction and flew backwards towards Eunice in the forest. When she got close, she hovered the weak water ice above Eunice's head. "Come up, on the ice," Zyweir said with disdain, and then raised her chin slightly. Huh. Seeing Sylvie coming back, Eunice showed a look of surprise in her eyes. The sun is rising from the west. Otherwise, this woman would come back to take me away. Although she was confused, Eunice did not refuse Shiver's kindness. She had just been doused with weak water that restrained fire, and all her fire magic power was suppressed. She was almost at her limit to escape from the battlefield and come here. Taking a deep breath and cheering herself up, Eunice mobilized the magic power that was flowing slower and slower in her body, performed a fire jump, and came to the top of Shiver's ice. Thank you. After throwing the limbless goblin on the ice, Eunice sat cross-legged in front of Shiver with an embarrassed look on her face. Who are you thanking? If you want to thank someone, you have to call them something. Call me sister. That's the name I prefer. Sylvie narrowed her eyes slightly to hide the smile in her eyes and raised her chin a little higher. You. Looking at Shiver, who looked like she was taking advantage of someone, Eunice was furious. The little gratitude in her heart disappeared instantly. She simply closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, pretending that she didn't hear or see anything. On the 3rd floor of the castle, Qin Feng looked at the forest in the distance with a serious face. Although there was an evil black moon hanging high in the sky at this moment, there were no shrill roars of beasts in the nearby forest. All the wild monsters were killed by the ice and fire formation outside the territory the moment they were refreshed. The points battle has almost ended for half an hour. Why haven't Shiver and Eunice returned yet? Could it be that something happened to them? A bad premonition arose in Qin Feng's heart. He clenched his fists and tremendous power surged out. In the 8-hour points battle, with the all-out killing of Eunice and Shiver, his strength had been raised from a 5-star general to a 3-star commander. In this forest, he was already considered an extremely powerful existence. If he adds the magic skills recorded in the fragments of the source of mana that he obtained, he can even cross 3-star levels and kill a 6-star commander-level monster in one-on-one. Count down to 10. If Eunice and Shiver haven't returned by the end of the count, I'll go out and get them. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Feng began to count silently in his mind. However, at this moment, Qin Feng saw a faint blue light in the sky not far away flying towards his territory. The speed of that light spot was incredibly fast, and in a short while, it arrived outside the territory's heavenly defense barrier. The originally small point of light turned into a dark blue ice the size of a football field, and at the very front of this solid ice sat the 2 girls, Eunice and Shiver, who made him worried. Next to the 2 women lay a goblin with green skin and no limbs. "Master, we are back." An extremely joyful, enthusiastic, and beautiful voice sounded, and then Eunice jumped down from the ice, turning into a red flame, with a whistling sound, and rushed straight into Qin Feng's arms. "Mr. Eunice almost lost sight of you. Not long ago, I was collecting spoils in the forest when suddenly a group of green goblins emerged from the forest and surrounded me." Amidst Shiver's gnashing teeth, in Qin Feng's warm and safe embrace, Eunice hugged Qin Feng's neck, hanging on him like a sloth, and told him about the goblin attack in a tearful voice. Okay, don't cry anymore, be good." Although Qin Feng knew that Eunice's tearful look was fake, he still couldn't help but reach out to wipe away the crystal tears from the corners of Eunice's eyes and kissed her tender face that seemed to be able to squeeze out water. "Yeah, Eunice, don't cry. Eunice, be good. Eunice, listen to your master." Eunice murmured softly in agreement, and like a cat, she nudged her head against Qin Feng's chest. Ah, you damn green tea bitch, you little slut, if I had known you would do this to me. Even if my master scolded me to death, even if I jumped from here, I would not turn around to pick you up. Apart from the two of them, Sylvie, who was standing aside, suddenly felt that she was an outsider. She shouldn't have appeared at this time, and she shouldn't have had a pair of eyes to see the scene in front of her. Xiweir, will you interrogate? Just when Xiweir was full of anger and had no place to vent, Qin Feng's voice rang in her ears. In reply to the master, I have no experience in interrogation, but I can search souls. However, if I don't control the strength well, it is easy to kill the person whose soul is searched. In response to Qin Feng's question, Xiweir first bowed and saluted, and then answered honestly in a serious manner. Okay, since you know the soul-searching technique, I'll leave this goblin to you. I want you to use the soul-searching technique to find out the entire content of their actions, no matter how big or small, and then tell me every word. Qin Feng said seriously. Yes, sir. Sivir saluted again, and then walked towards the goblin. In the other's fearful and trembling eyes, Sivir raised her palm, and dark blue magic power surged out, poured into the goblin's head, and began to search its soul. Master, leave this to Sylvie. She can handle it on her own. Eunice said in a soft voice. Master, Eunice is so tired now. Can you carry Eunice back to the room? Eunice wants to sleep. Eunice, can you please speak properly? Is there a slipper stuck in your throat? Hearing Eunice's charming voice, Qin Feng's scalp went numb, but his feet involuntarily walked towards the nearest gate among the 4 gates on the 3rd floor of the castle. Okay, I'll take you back to your room to rest. Qin Feng replied, his voice a little dry. What sin have I committed? An indescribable feeling surged from the bottom of Sivir's heart, torturing her almost to madness. The rage burning in her chest also grew stronger at this moment, causing her to subconsciously increase her magic output. Chapter 52. The Terrifying Goblin Army. Eunice's room on the 2nd floor of the castle. Ever since Sylvie came, Qin Feng couldn't let Eunice stay in the same room with him all the time. At night, he prepared a room for each of the 2 girls. We're here, get down quickly. Qin Feng took a deep breath and let Eunice get off him. Xiweir was still searching the soul on the 3rd floor. It shouldn't be long before there were results. Qin Feng had to go and listen. Secondly, it was almost 3 in the morning. He needed to rest and not act like he did last night. Otherwise, he would have to get up at noon tomorrow. No, Eunice doesn't want to sleep alone. Eunice is afraid of the dark. Eunice wants to be held by her master while she sleeps. In Qin Feng's arms, Eunice stared at her autumn water eyes and acted coquettishly. Ever since last night, she fell in love with the feeling of fighting side by side with Qin Feng. The appearance of Xiweir made her feel a sense of crisis, making her want to hold Qin Feng tighter. Stop it, I still have things to do. Qin Feng suppressed his reluctance and stretched out his hand to pinch Eunice's face. Go to sleep obediently, or I'll spank you. Really? Are you really going to fight? Eunice's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Master, are you serious this time? Are you not lying to me? Then I won't sleep. You can beat me, master. Please whip your Eunice hard. Eunice bit her lips lightly and said expectantly, this is so fucking scary. If I don't run away, who the hell can handle this? I can't handle it anyway. Qin Feng fled Eunice's room in a panic, rushed into the kitchen, and drank from the water jar. He told himself as he drank, tomorrow is the 4th day. After 3 days, the heavenly Tao defense barrier will disappear and the beast tide will arrive. Qin Feng, remember, during these 3 days, you must not indulge in the gentleness of the world. You must firmly grasp these 3 days and develop vigorously. You must not let that little pervert Eunice drain your energy. After repeatedly reminding himself that sex is a drug that penetrates the intestines and a knife that scrapes bones, Qin Feng took a deep breath and began to prepare dinner for Shiver and Eunice. The 2 girls fought for most of the night and must be hungry. When the rich aroma of barbecue wafted out of the kitchen, Xiweir had just finished the interrogation, the soul search, and came down to report to Qin Feng. Master, I have fulfilled my mission. I have completed the soul search and obtained the information you wanted. The moment she entered the kitchen, Shiver half knelt down and then spoke to report. Okay, well done. Go call Eunice down for dinner. We can discuss the goblin issue at the dinner table. It's a good opportunity for everyone to come together and discuss countermeasures. After saying that, Qin Feng held up 3 huge iron skewers. On each of them, there were at least 150 units of silver-backed giant ape meat. The meat was full of oil and fragrance. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied with his craftsmanship. Okay, master. Sivir took a deep breath and forced herself to respond. She originally wanted to report to Qin Feng alone, and then use the report as an excuse to practice the tea art skills she had just learned from Eunice, But Qin Feng did not give her this opportunity, and insisted that she call that little bitch whom he disliked so much. You little bitch. Sooner or later, I'll snatch my master away from you. Just wait. Although very reluctant, Shiver left the kitchen, went up the stairs to the second floor, and called Eunice. Soon, when Qin Feng put the midnight snack on the table, Eunice and Sylvie appeared in the dining room on the first floor. What a nice smell. Master, are you making all of this yourself? The color and fragrance are not much better than what Shiver makes. You are truly worthy of being my master. The moment she walked into the dining room, Eunice's eyes lit up, she clenched her fists under her chin, and praised Qin Feng with an extremely admiring tone. Master, Eunice really admires you. Looking at Eunice's extremely exaggerated movements and pretentious postures, Shiver couldn't help but grit her teeth, and several veins popped out on Bingjia's palms. She wanted to slap Eunice immediately. Don't be too ridiculous. I know exactly how good I am at cooking. Not to mention better than Sylvie. I'd still be secretly happy even if I had half her ability. Qin Feng subconsciously rejected Eunice's flattery, but the smile that couldn't help but form on the corner of his mouth revealed his true feelings at the moment. Sit down, sit down. Qin Feng pulled out stools for the two girls. Shiver waved her hands repeatedly to indicate that they didn't need to be so polite. However, Eunice pouted and muttered something like, I'm better than Shiver. Then she sat down on the chair, rubbing the stool and moving herself towards Qin Feng. After the three of them sat down, Qin Feng divided the food and then looked at Shiver. Tell me, what did you find out from your soul search just now? How did those people find us? How many of them came this time? What is their highest combat strength? In reply to the master, this time there are 33 bronze-level goblin tribes and 12 silver-level tribes. Xiweir began to tell the story in detail. After listening, Qin Feng discovered 4 key points. First, there is a goblin kingdom in the Fallen Forest. The kingdom is located underground and is connected to all the goblin tribes in the Fallen Forest through underground passages as dense as a spider web. Second, in the capital of the Goblin Kingdom, there is a temple dedicated to the Mother Earth, and every goblin priest can connect to the temple through his thoughts. The priest who was previously killed by Eunice transmitted the scene before his death back to the temple through this link. The king of the Goblin Kingdom also used this link to convey the order of revenge to the entire Fallen Forest. Third, there were a total of 48 goblin tribes coming to attack Qin Feng. 33 bronze, 12 silver, and 3 gold. Among them, bronze is the weakest, only mastering weapon forging technology. Silver is slightly stronger, mastering enchantment technology and alchemy. Gold is the strongest, and tribal priests can use the power of formations, and its power should not be underestimated. Eunice had previously encountered a silver-level tribe. Although they had only recently passed the temple assessment and advanced to silver, and their high priest had not yet earned the title of Mercury Feng, they were still a powerful tribe that mastered alchemy. Fourth, the number of goblin troops that came to encircle them was extremely large. In addition to nearly 10,000 combat soldiers and division-level goblins, there were 963 general-level goblins, 246 commander-level goblins, and 3 military candidate-level goblins. This amount. It's hard to handle. Qin Feng frowned, wondering whether he should use the prestige of Qin Shi Huang to offer a limited-time event to the lords of the Fallen Forest. Chapter 53, Brother Qin Feng. Are you the Qin Shi Huang? For Qin Feng, it was not a difficult task to drive the lords on the Eternal Continent to do things for him. He only needs to post a purchase notice in the hyperspace exchange to easily divert the attention of tens of millions of lords and make them voluntarily declare war on the Goblin Kingdom. The only 2 things that need to be considered are whether the premature outbreak of war will cause a surge in the strength of some of the lords, and whether the extent of the surge in their strength is within Qin Feng's tolerable range. Combining these 2 key points, Qin Feng began to deduce carefully. The cold and cruel aura he had in the afternoon once again emerged from him. The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly became tense and depressing, and Eunice and Sylvie no longer fought openly or secretly. Master, am I preparing to do something big again? Eunice's intuition was extremely sharp, and she noticed it immediately. So dangerous, so scary, but so charming. Master, how can you be so perfect and so attractive? Xiweir looked at Qin Feng, who was thinking and deducing, her eyes almost tearing. After deducing it several times from different angles, Qin Feng finally came to a conclusion. For him, driving the Lord to declare war on the Goblin Kingdom would bring more benefits than disadvantages. After the battle for points, both Eunice and Shiver made great progress. Eunice's combat power level was upgraded from 1-star military candidate to 3-star military candidate. Shiver also jumped to the military candidate level and possessed the combat power of the 2-star limit. Without a doubt, this was an immensely powerful force. Once the two of them joined forces, the wild monsters in the forest, possessing only realms but no skills or equipment, would be left wailing in the ice and fire before losing their lives. But the 48 attacking goblin tribes were very different. Not only did they possess powerful commanders and military officers, they were also highly organized and possessed a vast number of enchanted weapons and alchemical items. They were an unparalleled and violent war machine. They were definitely not something Eunice and Sivir could confront head-on. Killing war machine. Just bigger war machines. And when the two war machines collided passionately, Qin Feng was not only able to divert the goblins' hatred towards him, but also hide himself among the vast sea of lords. Once there is an opportunity, he, the strongest lord of Blue Star with subordinates at the military level, can take advantage of the situation and devour those gold-level goblin tribes that are going on the expedition, pocket the greatest benefits, and continue to maintain his advantage. Secondly, the full-scale war can also provide Qin Feng with a huge strategic depth, so that the succubus that Qin Feng will breed in the next few days will have sufficient development time. After all, Qin Feng's territory is located right at the junction of the Erased Mountains and the Fallen Forest, and the Goblin Kingdom is the indigenous force in the Fallen Forest. Once the battle between the million-level lords and the Goblin Kingdom in the Fallen Forest breaks out in full swing, Qin Feng, who is located on the edge of the Fallen Forest, will be able to find peace in this storm. Hey, I can come up with such a mean trick. I'm so mean. As expected of me. Qin Feng grinned evilly, and the coldness and cruelty in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a hint of satisfaction. If it wasn't already 3 o'clock in the morning and most of the lords had gone to bed, Qin Feng would have wanted to post something in the hyperspace exchange immediately to stir up trouble. After having supper, Qin Feng went upstairs to sleep. As the supreme ruler of Vitality Castle, he certainly didn't have to do things like washing dishes himself. To impress him, Eunice and Sivir were the ones who rushed to do these little things. After taking a quick hot bath, Qin Feng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. At this time last night, he was fighting side by side with Eunice, and he was very uncomfortable without this activity. Hey, lust is a poison that penetrates the intestines. Lust is a steel knife that scrapes the bones. Qin Feng muttered something, then opened the chat interface, ready to go to the chat channel to see what those sleepless players were doing, especially the one who was keen on playing house with the centaurs. This idiot could always come up with some new and confusing operations. However, the moment he opened the chat panel, a message from more than 9 hours ago popped up on Qin Feng's friend panel. Feng Guogua. Brother Qin Feng, be careful and don't get hurt. Along with the message came more than 2,000 units of iron ore. Obviously, Feng Guogua guessed that he participated in tonight's points battle. She gave him the ore to help him, and the message was the true feelings of this little girl. The feeling of being cared for by others is very wonderful, and Qin Feng gradually felt touched. He replied, "Nothing. I'm not injured. Everything is fine." Qin Feng did not expect Feng Guogua to reply. After all, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning and the little girl was probably asleep. He accepted the ore from Feng Guogua, then lifted the quilt and got up, preparing to send part of the food that Xiweir had brought in the afternoon to Feng Guogua as a way of settling the payment for the goods. However, at this moment, his friend panel vibrated. Feng Guogua replied in seconds, "Phew, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're not injured. Good night, Brother Qin Feng. Guogua will get up tomorrow morning and continue to help you mine ore. Have you been waiting for my reply all night? I actually have such a heavy weight in this girl's heart. She couldn't even sleep until she heard that I was safe and sound." Qin Feng was shocked by Feng Guogua. The reason why he gave Feng Guogua food at first was actually because he was after the mineral veins in Feng Guogua's territory and the labor force under her command. Even if he gave more food in the subsequent transactions, it was just a small concession made when his mind was filled with emotion. He never considered Feng Guogua as his own real person. Strictly speaking, he just regarded her as a tool whom he had a slight liking for and did not need to be treated too harshly. But at this moment, after feeling the sincere emotions hidden in the long 9-hour wait, Qin Feng felt disgusted with his own meanness for the first time. "Guogua, why have you been waiting for me for more than 9 hours? Aren't you sleepy?" Qin Feng said. "Huh, a little bit, but thinking that Brother Qin Feng is still fighting and battling wild monsters in the battle for points, I can't sleep. I just want to do something and help you," Feng Guogua replied. Then she sent a photo. In the photo, Feng Guogua, with a gray face, is pointing with a pair of scissors in one hand and holding a black pickaxe in the other. She was standing on an iron ore vein, with dozens of units of iron ore beside her. There was no one around, and her little person had gone to sleep. Only the chirping of cicadas in the territory kept her company. Brother Qin Feng, look, Guogua is very powerful. She has dug out 70 or 80 units of iron ore by herself. Tomorrow morning, I can give birth to 16 little people. By then, we can dig out at least 5,000 units of iron ore for you a day. Feng Guogua said proudly. Then, as if she remembered something, she said, Brother Qin Feng, what are you planning to do with the iron ore? I've inquired about the information in the hyperspace exchange, and many lords say that iron ore is useless. If you buy it, you can only put it aside and watch it. It's better to buy wood and stone. Brother Qin Feng, are you like those lords? You don't actually need iron ore. The reason you bought Guogua's ore and paid her a high price is because you felt sorry for her and didn't want her to starve to death. Having said that, Feng Guogua paused and continued. If that's the case, Guogua shouldn't sell iron ore to Brother Qin Feng. Guogua doesn't want Brother Qin Feng to turn valuable food into a pile of worthless iron ore in his territory, watching it turn to ashes. After seeing these words, Qin Feng felt even more despicable, so despicable that even he couldn't stand it. What a good girl she is. She is still on the verge of starvation, but she can still consider me in every aspect. I actually treated her as a tool before. What a beast I am. With this in mind, Qin Feng decided to protect Feng Guogua. He could not protect all the lords in the world, nor did he want to, but as the strongest among the lords of Blue Star, a man who had obtained 73 million points in the points battle, he was ultimately able to protect Feng Guogua, the pitiful little girl, from the beast tide. Iron ore is very useful to me because I need to upgrade the castle to level 4. Qin Feng said. It's good as long as it's useful. It's good as long as it's useful. Feng Guogua was obviously excited. Knowing that she could indeed help Qin Feng, she felt a little proud and even more proud. But just when she was extremely moved, she suddenly realized something. She asked in astonishment, Brother Qin Feng, what did you say? You want to upgrade the castle to level 4. Chapter 54. You little green tea. You actually stole my house. Could it be? Could it be that Brother Qin Feng, you are the Qin Shi Huang? Shocked, Feng Guogua asked the question that she wanted to ask most in her heart. As far as she knew, among the tens of billions of Blue Star lords, only Qin Shi Huang, who was admired by millions and regarded as the #1 lord of Blue Star, had upgraded his castle to level 3 and was charging towards the castle to level 4. Under Qin Shi Huang, the most powerful lords could only upgrade their castles to level 2, which was a terrifying gap from a level 3 castle. Yes, I am Qin Shi Huang Guogua. You won't blame me for not telling you the truth at the beginning. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng chose to tell Feng Guogua the truth. How could that be? How could Guogua blame Brother Qin Feng? Feng Guogua replied immediately, Brother Qin Feng, to be honest, Guogua is so happy now. My brother Qin Feng is actually the same person as Qin Shi Huang, the most powerful person among the billions of Blue Star lords. Guogua is so happy. I don't have to worry about Brother Qin Feng getting into trouble anymore. He is the strongest lord on Blue Star and the most powerful person in the world. Nothing will happen to him. I feel relieved. In the cold and silent mountain breeze, Feng Guogua, with her face covered in dust, smiled happily. Her bright eyes turned into 2 crescent moons, sparkling in the darkness. Brother Qin Feng, Guogua will work very hard at mining. I must make sure that you, Brother Qin Feng, always maintain the advantage. I will make sure that you are the first to upgrade the 4th level castle and get the 3rd world announcement. This is Guogua's promise to you, Feng Guogua said excitedly, and then she sent a photo. In the photo, Feng Guogua's eyes were still smiling into crescents, sparkling brightly, but she raised the pickaxe sticking on the ground, and thin muscle lines bulged on her small arms. She seemed to be proving that she had the ability to do what she said. No need. You can keep the iron or you dig out later. Qin Feng suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Feng Guogua's excited heart suddenly cooled down. She asked in great surprise, Brother Qin Feng, what's wrong? Why don't you want Guogua's iron ore anymore? Did Guogua do something wrong to upset you? Or do you dislike Guogua's slow mining speed? Don't think too much. You didn't do anything wrong, and I don't think you're slow at mining. Qin Feng continued, but I need you to develop your strength first. In 3 days, the beast tide will arrive, and you must be able to defend your territory. When he said this, Qin Feng had already made up his mind that when the beast tide came, he would definitely send people to help Feng Guogua defend the territory, but he did not say that he hoped Feng Guogua could stand up on his own. Then what about your castle, Brother Qin Feng? If I use all the iron ore to make weapons, won't you have enough or to upgrade the castle? Feng Guogua naturally knew that the beast tide was about to come, but she felt that if she hadn't had Qin Feng's food, she would have starved to death in the cold night of the next day. In her opinion, Qin Feng's development was much more important than her own. I have my own plan. Just follow my instructions. But, don't be stubborn. Just do what I say. Otherwise, don't look for me again. I'll just pretend I don't know you. Okay. Feng Guogua continued. Good night, brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised a smile. Good night. Afterwards, Qin Feng jumped off the bed with a somersault, climbed over the railing of the terrace outside the master bedroom, and gave some of the food illuminated by the starry night light to Feng Guogua. You can't refuse it now. We can talk about the payment later, otherwise I will block you. Qin Feng pretended to be fierce. Okay. Feng Guogua replied, took a step back and sat on the iron oar, holding the pickaxe in his arms. The night wind was cold and lonely, but it could warm people's hearts. Returning to the bedroom, Qin Feng felt warm inside. Once 7 days have passed, and the defense barrier of heaven has dissipated, the moral standards in the hearts of the billions of lords on Blue Star will gradually collapse and rot. This world will reveal its bloody and cruel true face, and war and gunpowder will be the main theme of this world. Qin Feng never refused these things in the past, and he will not refuse them now. Eunice and Shiver in the territory, and little sister Feng Guogua outside the territory will all be sources of his strength. In order to protect these beautiful women, Qin Feng will not have any moral burden even if the entire world is washed clean with blood, fire, and smoke. This world is too ugly, and I'm certainly not a good person. But I will let those who are good to me live. Like my Eunice, like my Siver, like Guogua on the barren mountain. They are the few beautiful things in this world, and should live happily and safely. I will never let them face the darkness and cruelty in the deepest part of human hearts. As he thought about it, Qin Feng finally felt sleepy. He rolled up the quilt, lay on his side, and was about to fall asleep. But at this moment, a fragrant breeze blew into Qin Feng's nose, and Eunice, who had changed her flaming battle suit into a new look through her mind, crawled into Qin Feng's bed. Eunice, what are you doing? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Go back quickly. I have something to do tomorrow. Well, no, Eunice moaned and dived quickly. Yes, just now I thought Eunice was a beautiful thing in the world and must be protected. Now it seems that Qin Feng still feels that he was too arbitrary. This little girl, just a pure hungry ghost. The matter of protection has not been considered yet. Punishment must be put on the agenda immediately. In the middle of the night, Siver, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a noise. After carefully examining it with extreme vigilance for a long time, her face flushed red as she grabbed the cup and covered her head with it. Well, you little bitch, you actually stole the house. It's fine if you're just stealing my house. You little green tea girl, you didn't even close the door. Same time, different place. In a ruined goblin tribe somewhere in the fallen forest. More than 20 goblin priests with human bone necklaces around their necks sat around the fire. In front of them, there were more than 20 translucent light screens, and within the light screens were images of goblin priests. Priest Shuya, why are you calling a joint meeting of priests from 30 tribes in such a hurry? Within the light curtain, an old goblin with a golden human bone necklace around his neck asked in a deep voice. A sense of majesty immediately passed through the light curtain and reached the hearts of all the goblin priests present. This person is the high priest of the most powerful and oldest tribe among the 3 golden goblin tribes on this trip. He possesses the strongest magical power and alchemical attainments in the whole place, and has a very deep research on the art of battle formations. The so-called joint meeting of priests of 30 tribes is a fictitious reference. Legend has it that a long time ago in history, the Goblin Kingdom in the Fallen Forest was established by the union of 30 tribes. Honorable High Priest of the Golden Feng, the reason I'm calling this meeting so urgently is mainly because we ran into the woman that Green Feng had previously sent back to the temple. She's not alone, she has a companion. Like her companion also possesses extremely pure and powerful elemental magic. With a single move, they froze the weak water that our tribe had painstakingly refined. According to my judgment, those 2 women are at least 1-star military officer level. Their strength should not be underestimated. I think we need to take a long-term view and not follow the plan we had when we arrived. We'd better not attack them until that disgusting defensive barrier dissipates. Otherwise, they will be invincible and will wear down all our manpower. Chapter 55, Siege and Killing. The Water Feng priest spoke with worry in his eyes. When he recalled the scene where the weak water he refined was easily taken away by the woman in blue skirt, he felt a little scared. But the Golden Tooth High Priest who was talking to him didn't think so. He said with great contempt, Priest Water Feng, I don't understand how a coward like you could have passed the temple's examination. But I want to tell you that because of your weak words today, I will definitely vote against you receiving the title of Mercury Feng at the joint meeting of the 36 Golden Tribe Priests." Hearing this, the Water Feng priest was about to explain, but before he could say anything, the Golden Feng priest raised a hand in the translucent light curtain to stop him from speaking. "Water Feng priest, you need say no more. A weak and cowardly person like you cannot be considered a wise man of our Goblin Kingdom, let alone one who leads the vanguard to avenge the vicious woman who killed our compatriots. The glory of revenge does not belong to you. Go back and take your tribe back to your territory." The Golden Tooth's voice became stern. The moment the words fell, the 20 or so goblin priests around the Water Feng priest, regardless of whether their internal rating was bronze or silver, looked at him with extremely disgusted eyes, and then roared with ferocious expressions. "Water Feng priest, take your tribe and return immediately. You are not worthy of the honor of avenging your fallen compatriots. The great Goblin Kingdom does not need a cowardly silver priest like you, nor does it need your weak and incompetent tribe." Amid the extremely angry gazes of the goblin priests, the Water Feng priest smiled painfully, then left the room and walked towards the warriors of his tribe who were waiting outside the room. "Master priest, how's the situation? Have you convinced the Golden Feng high priest?" A goblin in the crowd asked. "No, the high priest of the Golden Feng asked us to go back. He said I was a coward, and that we were a cowardly tribe and were not worthy of avenging the Green Feng, Blue Feng, and Yellow Feng tribes," the Water Feng priest said dejectedly. He recalled the ice and fire formation he saw with many other tribes when he rushed here. The scene when the woman in the blue skirt easily took away the weak water he had refined, and the woman in the red skirt who was on fire and was soaked by the weak water. Although her condition was weakened, she was still standing. The Water Feng priest felt that their revenge this time would not be easy. If they rashly followed the original plan and lurked outside the enemy's territory looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, there was a great possibility that they would be killed by the enemy. Then, they would use the impenetrable defensive barrier to gain an invincible position and gradually wear down their brave and fearless warriors until they were completely killed. However, just when the Water Feng priest was worried about the safety of tens of thousands of his goblin compatriots. However, the warriors in his tribe, after repeated eye contact, tacitly moved away from him and retreated to the far left, as if to draw a clear line between themselves and him. "What are you doing?" Seeing the tribal warriors moving away from him, the Water Feng priest was surprised, and then he had a bad premonition in his heart. "Master priest, Master Golden Feng did not make the wrong decision. He should have kicked a coward like you out of the Great Revenge Team. You are truly unworthy of the honor of avenging your compatriots. Master priest, I will call you Master priest one last time. Go away on your own, and go back in disgrace. No warrior from our Water Feng tribe will leave with you. We live for glory. Old man, we could have tolerated your earlier request not to pursue us. After all, we didn't have explosive fire back then. But now we've gathered over 20 tribes. Not only do we have explosive fire, we even have plenty of strike thunder. Our military is so powerful, yet you're asking us to wait for the right opportunity. Not only the Golden Feng High Priest, but I, too, think you're a coward." From the crowd, an extremely young goblin holding a staff stepped out. He was the apprentice of the Water Feng priest, but now, he wanted to expel his master from the tribe. "Old man, from now on, I am the new priest of the Water Feng tribe. On behalf of the entire tribe, I declare that you have been expelled from the tribe." This was what the young priest wanted to say more than half an hour ago, when the Water-Tooth priest decided to persuade the 47 tribes to change their original tactics, slowly plan, and wait for the opportunity to act. The reason why he waited until the Golden Feng High Priest issued the exile order before standing out was to have a legitimate reason. "Old man, get out. You weak and cowardly piece of shit. You're unfit to lead the Water Feng tribe. The title of Water Feng priest should belong to a Muro." The warriors of the Shuya tribe began to roar. Although there was no rehearsal, the roars gradually became more uniform and turned into a force that shocked and chilled people's hearts. The tribal priests in the house heard the noise outside and came out to check. After learning about the situation, they smiled with satisfaction and praised the new Water Feng priest for his bravery. Then they brought him into the room and asked him to participate in the joint meeting of the 30 tribal priests to discuss the plan of revenge. Just 30 seconds later, the old Water Feng priest had not yet come out of his sadness and sorrow, and had not yet taken his old steps to leave the tribe that exiled him. His arrogant apprentice, however, gained the recognition of all the tribal priests present through his heroic declaration of revenge, replaced him, obtained the temporary title of Wise Man, and became the leader of the 6 silver tribes and 18 bronze tribes here. His Shia tribe became the vanguard among the vanguards selected by the joint meeting of priests from 30 tribes. As the strongest spear, he took the initiative to attack the two evil women and the lords of the other world behind them, calling it a glorious responsibility. At 6:30 in the morning, when the sky was just beginning to turn pale, Sivir, who had not slept all night, blushed with shame. She got up from the bed angrily and went down to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two people next door who were still working hard. Eunice, if you harm the master's body, I will not forgive you. Thinking angrily in her heart, Zyweir picked up the kitchen knife and chopped the meat into minced meat, then lit a fire and cooked it to make a big pot of fragrant broth. She then squeezed the lemon into juice and dripped it into the soup pot, along with other seasonings to reduce the greasiness of the broth. After taking a small sip and finding it delicious, Sivir squinted her eyes in enjoyment. With this pot of love broth and the energy-restoring effect of the Vitality Castle, the master should be able to recover quickly. It would be even better if we had some astragalus. If it's aged enough, and the right combination is used, it can at least double the nourishing effect of this pot of broth. Zyweir thought secretly, and then a series of pictures flashed through her mind. She suddenly remembered that in the forest 5 or 6 kilometers outside the territory, there happened to be a place where astragalus grew, and the quantity was huge, at least enough to cook hundreds of pots of nourishing broth. Hey, I can't sleep anyway, so I might as well go pick some astragalus. I can also kill a couple of monsters on the way and get some better-tasting food. Yeah, that's it. If the master sees how considerate I am, he will probably like me more than Eunice, that woman who is good for nothing except acting like a spoiled child. She fantasized that one day she could also sleep in her master's arms, while Eunice next door had fallen out of favor and was left alone in an empty room. A blush appeared involuntarily on Sylvie's icy face. She jumped with great joy, and then turned into a dark blue icy air current, winding out of the castle, away from this place of trouble, and flew towards the precious land where astragalus grew in the forest. At this moment, she was extremely excited, and her whole body and mind were immersed in the wonderful fantasy of the future. She didn't notice that the moment she left the castle, the crows hovering above the castle all opened their red eyes in an instant. Honorable High Priest of the Golden Fong, the enemy has left the castle and entered the forest. Please give the order and allow our troops to attack and kill the enemy. Go. The glory of the kingdom be with you. P.S. I was sick the past 2 days, so I updated less frequently. I will continue to update more than 10,000 words a day in the future. Please vote, collect, read, and comment. Chapter 56. Ambush. An arrow pierces the chest. Warriors of the Waterfong tribe. The time has come to prove our courage and honor. The companions of that evil woman who killed our compatriots have emerged from their tortoise shells. This is an opportunity bestowed upon us by the great Mother Earth, and it's also the best time for our Shia tribe to prove ourselves. Warriors, grab your weapons, put on the alchemical equipment bestowed upon us by the kingdom, and head 2 kilometers northeast. That woman is right there, awaiting our final judgment. In the ruined goblin tribe, a young goblin wearing a silver human skull necklace around his neck gave an inspiring speech. Then, under the watchful eyes of more than 20 high priests from other tribes, he led his people, lifted up the floor disguised as grass, and crawled into the tunnel. A silent and extremely fast march began. Under the guidance of the endless crows in the sky, they firmly locked onto Sivir's position and quickly chased after her. In the forest, Sivir carried a homemade portable refrigerator and dug up the astragalus she found along the way. As the amount of astragalus in the refrigerator increased, the smile on Sivir's face became brighter and more charming. When I return with this astragalus, I will add a little to my master's meals every day. He certainly won't find out right away, and I won't tell you either, but as time goes by, he'll eventually find out. When that happens, my master will look at me with astonishment, then hold my face with infinite tenderness and say thank you for your hard work. Oh, I can't stand the thought of this scene. What a wonderful thing it is. It would be even more enjoyable if the master could hold me in his arms when he's so excited and surprised. That little bitch Eunice, who only knows how to act like a spoiled child, would be so envious, so jealous, and so angry she'd be half dead if she saw this. Sivir was fantasizing with great happiness. She felt that the sunlight that penetrated the shade of the trees and fell on the succubus horns above her head had turned into Qin Feng's warm big hands. The wind blowing through the forest turned into Qin Feng's gentle and tender caress. At this moment, her eyes were a little dazed. However, at this moment that was so wonderful for Sivir, An iron arrow with blazing firepower that penetrated the soil tore apart Sivir's few dreams, shattering them into mist and rain all over the sky, and dripping into drops of dark blue blood. It hurts. Sivir lowered her head as a fiery red enchanted arrow pierced her chest. The shaft was firmly embedded in her body, but the tip pierced through her flesh and exited from her back. Ha! That old man Fernando is indeed a coward. He is really not worthy of being the priest of our Shuya tribe. Priest Amuro was indeed a man of great foresight. He saw at a glance that this seemingly ferocious woman was actually a paper tiger. Look, she didn't even dodge the first wave of arrows, and was pierced through the chest by an arrow. Hey, if we had known this woman would be so slow to react, we shouldn't have tried to block her escape route. We should have just concentrated our fire and killed her instantly. Hee. But it's good that she wasn't killed instantly. This woman is quite pretty, with that slim waist, those breasts, and that big butt. She's obviously a fertile woman. We can bring her back to add to our tribe. Right. Let her continue the bloodline of the great Amuro-sama first. Once Amuro-sama has had enough of her, we'll give her the honor of continuing our bloodline. A group of goblins with extremely ugly appearance but strong bodies emerged from the soil and surrounded Sivir from a distance of several hundred meters. The mud spots were imprinted on their bodies and on their weapons, which gleamed with enchanted light. But it did not dampen their morale, but instead gave them a sense of primitive brutality. It's terrifying to watch. Dozens of kilometers away, the Golden Feng High Priest, who had been watching Amuro's movements through secret techniques, showed a greedy expression. Not only the goblins around Sivir, but also the old man was tempted by Sivir's unparalleled beauty. A strong desire surged in his body. He ignored his identity and the consumption of magic power, and sent a message to Amuro across dozens of kilometers of time and space. Amuro, don't harm that woman's life. I want you to bring her to me. As long as you do this, you and your tribe will be subordinate to my Golden Feng tribe. I can also help you put an end to your rebellion against the Master and your conspiracy to seize power. I can even vote in your favor during the title assessment and grant you the title of Mercury Feng. Hearing the message from the Golden Feng High Priest, Amuro's eyes, which were filled with lust, suddenly calmed down. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and whispered, "As you command." His teacher Fernando was not a subordinate of the Golden Feng High Priest, but a subordinate of another Golden Priest. After expelling his teacher from the tribe, Amuro would inevitably be liquidated by that Golden Priest one day. Now, Sivir's beauty has seduced the Golden Feng High Priest, giving Amuro the opportunity to climb up the social ladder. Although he is reluctant and extremely unwilling to do so, in order to firmly grasp the hard-earned power, he decides to agree to the Golden Feng High Priest's request and prepares to send Sivir over after capturing her alive. However, before that, Amuro still had to enjoy it secretly. In his vision, Sivir, who kept vomiting blood, had a kind of broken and lonely beauty, which made him crazy and made him want to destroy and ravage. "Charge! Subdue that woman! Don't kill her!" Amuro said fiercely. "Yes, sir. Lord Amuro, we will definitely bring that woman back to you safe and sound. I only ask that after you have enjoyed it, you give us a treat too." Obscene words exploded as hundreds of goblin warriors put away their powerful enchanted arrows, gripped their steel spears tightly, and a few of them even charged towards Sivir with explosive fire that could break the ice. Although they were almost driven crazy by the beauty of Sivir, they had been trained by Fernando for more than 20 years, so when they charged, they subconsciously maintained their formation, forming an arrow-like posture and rushing towards Sivir in a stare-like manner. Looking at the goblins getting closer and closer, Sivir's eyes flashed with extreme disgust. These things were not only ugly in appearance, but their thoughts were also ugly and disgusting. If she had not been ambushed by the enchanted flaming arrow, allowing the explosive fire with terrifying heat to enter her body, constantly burning the source of her magic power and reducing her combat power, she would not have waited for these people to take a step forward and would have killed them long ago. 1 step, 2 steps, dozens of steps. When hundreds of goblin warriors rushed to within 30 meters of Sivir, Sivir finally took action. She opened her lips slightly and let out a silent scream. This was the original skill exclusive to the Succubus clan, Banshee Howl. It could not be released by magic power, but only by original power. The cost was extremely high, and the power was also extremely strong. The moment the screams broke out, hundreds of goblin warriors rushed in front of Sivir and stopped in their tracks. However, their bodies continued to rush forward. Halfway through, they broke apart and broke into pieces of flesh. They fell to the ground in a parabola, and when they landed, green blood spurted into blood flowers all over the sky. What kind of evil magic is this? The surviving goblins behind the hundreds of goblins that acted like the sharpest arrows but were killed silently said in shock and amazement, with disbelief and fear trembling in their eyes. Can this woman really be captured alive? Further away, Amuro recalled the words of his teacher Fernando, who had given the same explanation to the goblins of the Waterfong tribe before the joint meeting of the priests of the 30 tribes. At that time, Amuro thought Fernando was a coward, and he also felt that he could take advantage of the opportunity of Fernando's meeting to snatch the Shiya tribe from Fernando. But at this moment, after witnessing the powerful killing power of Shiver, he believed his teacher's words. If the first sneak attack failed to be completely successful and the woman escaped back to the castle and hid in the turtle shell to recover from her injuries, what would be waiting for them would be a mysterious and cruel assassination by a military-level figure. Lord Golden Fong, why don't we shoot her from a distance? This woman is too scary, Amuro said to the high priest of Golden Fong in his mind. He knew that the other party was watching him and must have heard it. No, you must bring that woman to me safe and sound. No room for negotiation. Golden Tooth's voice was still filled with lust and ferocity. He continued, I've sent someone to help you. They're on their way. Chapter 57, Rage. Even if you have to sacrifice the lives of the Shiya tribe, you must keep that woman. If not, I will report you to the temple for exiling the teacher and plotting to usurp the throne. Hearing the Golden Fong high priest's rapid and harsh threats, Amuro deeply regretted his decision to exile his teacher. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He has already done something evil and given the Golden Tooth high priest a handle. No matter how unwilling he is, he can only do as the Golden Tooth tells him to. After all the men in the Shiya tribe died, but there were still women and children in the tribe. If he died, he would not be able to enjoy anything in the world. Go ahead, pin that woman down. But don't harm her life. You must capture her. I will reward you afterwards. Hearing about the reward and looking at Siver's perfect face, surging desires rushed into their brains. The goblin warriors went crazy and roared. Go, capture that woman. Lord Amuro said that if we capture her, he will reward us with that woman. Ha! Brothers, when it's my turn, you must give that woman a few more breaths so I can ravage her. On the fourth day, at noon, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, and Qin Feng woke up slowly. Feeling the soreness and coldness of his body, and looking at Eunice standing beside him with a rosy face and a pleasant complexion, Qin Feng became furious. Look at you. I told you I had to do some serious work today, but you insisted on pestering me. Now, I slept until noon again. Master, wipe your face. Eunice came over and handed over a wet towel. After quickly washing up and going downstairs to eat the nourishing soup that Siver had prepared for him, Qin Feng, who had warmed up, did not notice anything wrong. He went straight to the Succubus reincarnation pool. Before the battle last night, Qin Feng already had 8 soul particles and countless energy stones. Although Eunice and Siver did not collect all the spoils yesterday and were ambushed by the goblin tribe and had to return, they also found 7 soul particles, which was 4 more than the number of soul particles required for the level 3 Succubus reincarnation pool. It's time to upgrade the Succubus reincarnation pool. I don't know what effect the level 3 Succubus reincarnation pool will have. Thinking secretly, Qin Feng placed the required materials next to the Succubus reincarnation pool, and with a thought, he upgraded directly. Unlike the first time the Succubus reincarnation pool was upgraded, this time there was no strange vision like the Paradise illusion. Everything was extremely dull, except that the large succubus statue in the pool blinked slightly. After a while, the upgrade was completed, the area of the Succubus reincarnation pool expanded a bit, and the energy in the pool water became more abundant. Qin Feng was secretly looking forward to it. With a glance, the information of the level 3 Succubus reincarnation pool appeared in his field of vision. Succubus reincarnation pool. Level 3. Upgrading requires 250,000 stones, 2,500 energy stones, and 100 soul particles. Features. This type of military building is unique and can only exist once. Effect. Succubus reincarnation. For juvenile succubi can be bred every day, with a low probability of bred special physique, succubi, and multi-striped succubi. Effect. Accelerated growth. You can give up the opportunity to breed a succubus and accelerate its growth. When using this effect on a succubus, there is a low probability of granting it a new magic pattern. Effect. Paradise illusion. Sacrifice 1,000 energy stones and 10 soul particles to create a paradise illusion, covering a 5,000 by 5,000 area, ignoring resistance, and controlling units of War King strength or below for 30 seconds. Effect. Succubus activation. Sacrifice 1,000 energy stones and 1/4 blood essence to activate the statue of Wuji Succubus. The activation lasts for 15 seconds. After reading the information about the level 3 Succubus reincarnation pool, Qin Feng was shocked. Just like Vitality Castle, if you want to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, the materials required for the upgrade have increased significantly. However, the architectural effect of the level 3 Succubus reincarnation pool has been greatly improved compared to the level 2 one. First and foremost, the number of succubi that can be bred daily has increased from 2 to 4. The probability of bred multi-patterned succubi or succubi with special physiques has also increased from low to low. Correspondingly, the probability of accelerated growth and magic pattern granting has also increased to a lower level. The second is the paradise illusion. The radius of this effect is directly increased from 1,000 meters to an extremely terrifying 5,000 meters, and the control time is also increased from the original 15 seconds to the current 30 seconds. Although the upper limit of the control realm is still the War King, the improvement is also extraordinary. Finally, there's the new effect, Succubus activation. When Qin Feng first laid eyes on the great Succubus statue, he felt it was alive, its eyes radiating with allure. Now, upon seeing the panel information revealing the great Succubus's potential to activate, Qin Feng was naturally overjoyed. However, the cost of activating the great Succubus statue, which consumed 1/4 of its essence and blood, made him feel a little weak. Hey, if you can avoid using the Succubus activation skill, then don't use it. After all, that's 1/4 of my blood. 1 unit is enough for me to handle. Without this much blood, I'll be in such a state of exhaustion. Qin Feng thought secretly, and then began to breed the succubus. Just like before, Qin Feng still nurtured them one by one. This was very beneficial. Once a succubus with a special physique appeared, he could use the accelerated growth and wind of recovery to raise it to a growth form in one breath, causing its combat power to skyrocket. But perhaps because Qin Feng's luck was too good before, the temporary luck bonus card he used last time overdrew his luck in advance, so Qin Feng did not give birth to a succubus with special physiques like Eunice and Sivir this time. He only gave birth to 4 ordinary single-line succubus. Succubus Cheryl. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, forging, do, requires mature form. Potential, single-striped succubus. Growth state, larva. Combat power level, 1-star general. Complete form, 3-star demigod. The attribute panels of the 4 single-line succubi are similar. Their initial strength is 1-star generals, and their complete forms are 3-star demigods. The only difference lies in their talents in life. Cheryl has a talent for forging, while the other 3 succubi are outstandingly talented in weaving, tea art, and dancing. When they saw this, the 4 little succubi opened their eyes. Just like Eunice and Sivir when they saw Qin Feng for the first time, the 4 newly born succubi looked at Qin Feng with the same loyalty and fanaticism. They half knelt in front of Qin Feng and said in unison, "Master, get up. Everyone get up." Qin Feng raised his palm, and the 4 little succubi stood up in response, then floated up and circled around Qin Feng. Surrounded by 4 little succubi, Qin Feng was in a good mood. He said to Eunice, "Eunice, go to Sivir's room and tell her, from today on, you 2 will be captains, each with 2 little succubi." "Okay, master." Eunice agreed with a pout, and then she jumped into flames and disappeared in front of Qin Feng. After a few seconds, she jumped back into flames again. "Master, Sivir is missing," Eunice said nervously. "Master, do you think she went to the forest to collect the spoils we caught last night after making breakfast? It's been so long, and she hasn't come back yet. Do you think she's in danger?" The moment Eunice finished speaking, Qin Feng's heart suddenly ached violently. Compared to Eunice, who was lively to the point of being reckless, Sylvie was extremely calm. Qin Feng didn't think anything would happen to Sylvie, but after hearing what Eunice said, he intuitively felt that something was wrong. It was at this moment that an extremely strong blood energy passed through Qin Feng's nose. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang exploded in his ears, and smoke and dust appeared in front of him. The ground was cracked, obviously caused by something hitting it. Shiver. Qin Feng rushed into the smoke and dust to search. The Heavenly Dao defense barrier can block out anything that Qin Feng does not allow. Who else can break into the territory at this time except Shiver, who left the territory? "Sivir, what's wrong with you?" Qin Feng's voice was anxious and nervous, and his facial expression became ferocious at this moment. His teeth were gritting. He had already guessed who had hurt Sivir so much that she fell from the sky. "Master, I'm in so much pain," a weak voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, a bloodstained arm stretched out and touched Qin Feng in the smoke and dust. Sivir originally wanted to stretch out both hands, but the other hand was nailed to the portable refrigerator containing Astragalus by an iron arrow, and she could not move at all. Qin Feng caught the arm that Sivir stretched out, trembling as he hugged Sivir into his arms. He kissed Sivir's forehead with great heartache, and then asked, "Where are they? Where are the goblins who hurt you now?" The voice is cold. In the meantime, there was endless rage burning and boiling. Chapter 58, Burning Fury. Massive terror. Feeling the trembling and shaking on Qin Feng's body, and listening to Qin Feng's voice full of concern and anger, Xiweir felt warm in her heart. The grievance of being hunted for more than 6 hours could no longer be suppressed, and he didn't want to suppress it anymore. It turned into crystal tears, dripping from his eyes like pearls. "Master, please don't avenge me. Please don't avenge me. Those goblins are so cruel." Although she was extremely moved and heartwarming, she also hoped that Qin Feng could support her and kill all the ugly goblins who bullied and hunted her. But Sivir didn't ask for that after all. Instead, she spoke out to stop him. "Master, those goblins are too strong. Not only are they individually powerful, they also have a large number of commander-level peak combat forces. They also have an even larger number of enchanted and alchemical weapons, which are extremely restraining to us. More importantly, they can also quickly move through underground tunnels. They are too flexible. Ahem. If they hadn't wanted to capture me alive, I wouldn't have been able to escape those terrorist attacks for 6 hours. It's even more impossible for me to return to the territory and see my master for the last time. Ahem." Eager to quench the anger and impulse in Qin Feng's heart, Xiweir spoke a lot of words in a hurry, which actually affected the wound on his chest, and the wound that was originally covered with blood scabs broke open. The intense pain and the pain of the exploding fire in her body burning the source of her magic power combined together, causing her to cough painfully, and ice-blue blood splattered out with her coughs. "Xiweir, be good and stop talking," Qin Feng said in a trembling voice while holding Xiweir. At this moment, the thick smoke and dust surrounding the two of them had dispersed, and Sylvie's full appearance appeared in front of Qin Feng. The horrific injuries and wounds all over her body made Qin Feng feel extremely heartbroken. During the tragic escape, one of the succubus horns on Sivir's head broke off, and it was broken off at the root. Ice-blue blood gurgled out, wetting her soft black hair and sticking it together. Compared to the difficult-to-target head and horns, the injuries on Sivir's torso and limbs were even more terrifying. At that moment, Sivir was pierced by 4 iron arrows enchanted with blazing, explosive fire. One in her chest, one in her abdomen, one in her thigh, and one on the back of her left hand, which held the refrigerator. The 4 arrows pierced Sivir's body, and flames burned inside and outside her body at the same time. As soon as the ice-blue blood fell on them, it was burned by the flames on the arrows, making a sizzling sound and turning into green smoke. "Damn it, that's so abominable." Qin Feng gritted his teeth and thought. Then with a snap, a big tooth shattered directly in his mouth, followed by the second and third. Endless rage burned and boiled. Qin Feng's eyes gradually turned red like a demon, and the surging murderous intent spread out, injecting an incomparable sense of horror and murderousness into the surrounding space. However, the surging murderous intent and boiling rage did not engulf Qin Feng's reason. Not only that, it made him calmer, even as cold-blooded as a killing machine. "Eunice, explore the area around the territory, especially the sky." Those goblins were able to receive the news right after Sivir left the territory. They must have set up surveillance in our territory. "Eunice, I want you to control their eyes. I'll give you 10 seconds to find those people's lair." "Yes," Eunice answered in a deep voice, and then looked up at the sky. Almost in an instant, she discovered a crow circling in the sky. The moment Eunice looked at the crows, the goblin controlling the crows became alert and immediately wanted to withdraw the crows. But it was too late. Eunice's eyes lit up, and she launched the soul-searching technique from a distance of several hundred meters. In an instant, she searched all of the crow's memories and found out where these things came from. Then, a string of invisible flames ignited in Eunice's pupils, and the fire charm was activated instantly. But it was not the usual seduction launched against Qin Feng, but the mind control released on the crows in the sky. Eunice now has the combat power of a 3-star military officer. The fire charm cannot control the commander or the military officer for too long, but controlling a crow is a very simple matter. Puff. In the ruined goblin tribe, a young goblin with his eyes closed suddenly spat out a mouthful of dirty blood and fell to the ground with a thud. "What's going on? Togulin, what's wrong with you?" A series of concerned goblin voices rang out all around. Even the 20 or so priests of the goblin tribe in the center of the room all turned their attention to the goblin named Togulin at this moment. My night crow was snatched away by a woman in a red dress. Togulin was extremely shocked, and then added, She used some kind of evil magic to forcibly cut off the connection between me and the night crow and took control of my night crow. Not good. Quickly turn the night crows around. Don't let the night crows controlled by the woman in the red dress find our temporary headquarters. Yes. Turn around quickly. In the room, one goblin priest after another became nervous. In the pursuit battle that just ended and lasted for a full 6 hours, every goblin priest here watched a live broadcast through the translucent light screen in the room. In total, they followed the orders of the Qin Feng high priest and deployed a force of nearly 2,000 men. Although they didn't go all out in an attempt to capture Sivir alive, it was still an incredibly powerful force, capable of running rampant in the forest. Being able to escape from such a powerful force and kill nearly 800 of their warriors, everyone present was extremely shocked by Shiver's terrifying strength, and their fear of Eunice also increased. At this time, Eunice heard that she had controlled the night crows and was chasing after them towards the place where they had gathered. The goblin tribe priests present all recalled the words that Fernando, the Waterfong tribe priest, had said early this morning. If the first sneak attack fails, what they will face next will be an assassination attempt by 2 military-level giants who are elusive and extremely cruel. Thinking of this, all the priests of the goblin tribe began to breathe rapidly, and sweat oozed out of their foreheads. Pressure enveloped the entire room. How about we make a strategic shift first? Right. Even though we've crippled one of the women, and there's a very good chance we've even killed her, if that woman recovers, we'll be secretly hunted by 2 military-level monsters. Yes, we are definitely not afraid of them in a positional battle, but as long as the lords from another world behind them are not mentally ill, they will not be able to fight a positional battle with us. Staying here is just waiting for death. I've decided that all the night crows must collectively self-destruct immediately. After that, we must immediately relocate and find a new temporary headquarters. In almost an instant, the goblin priests present reached a consensus. But at this moment, above the extinguished fire they were sitting around, in the translucent light curtain, the golden-toothed high priest who had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke. Humph, what's with all that strategic shift talk? I think you just want to escape. No one is allowed to leave, and no one is allowed to explode the night crows. If they come, we will fight. There are no cowards in the Goblin Kingdom who flee without a fight. Chapter 59. Destroy and then stand. Before this, when the woman in blue dress, whom he regarded as a treasure in his hand, escaped from the siege, the high priest of the Golden Tooth felt as sad as if he had lost a treasure. At this moment, when they heard the priest in the command post say that the other equally beautiful woman in the red dress might find their command post and come to take revenge on them, the high priest of the Golden Fong felt the pressure first, fearing that the 10,000-strong goblin army he led this time would suffer heavy losses from the enemy's repeated assassinations, which would then lead to him being reprimanded and punished by the temple. But thinking of the picture sent back by Green Fong, of the extremely beautiful woman in a red dress who looked like a fairy from heaven, a strong desire began to stir in his heart. Even though he knew that the price of capturing the other party alive might be extremely huge, he decided not to retreat. Everyone, stay where you are and be ready. Aren't they just 2 weak women? Women are only fit to wail in pain and humiliation under our crotch. How can they ride on our heads and force the great Goblin Kingdom to retreat? I'll be there with the rear troops in half an hour. I will personally slay that evil otherworldly lord and avenge the Blue Fong, Yellow Fong, and Green Fong tribes. The Golden Tooth High Priest said this in a shocking voice. After he finished speaking, his confidence seemed to be boosted. He thought that with the thousands of cubic meters of weak water, hundreds of explosive fires, dozens of powerful thunders, and countless enchanted weapons in the hands of the vanguard army, no matter how powerful the woman in the red dress was, she would not stand a chance against them. As long as he led the rear army to fight together with the other 2 high priests of the military rank, and coordinated with hundreds of commander-level priests and warriors, he would be able to easily suppress the woman in the red dress and then bring her back to his tribe to ravage her. Master, I've locked onto the location of those goblins. They're in a goblin tribe 5 kilometers away from our territory. Master, shall we set off now? Eunice closed her eyes, then withdrew her gaze from the sky, turned to look at Qin Feng, and said seriously, No, Master, don't go over there, cough cough cough. Hearing Eunice's voice full of strong fighting spirit, Shiver became anxious and coughed to stop her. Don't talk. I'll take care of everything," Qin Feng said with a smile. At this moment, his eyes were as red as blood, but the look he gave Shiver was extremely gentle. "Xiweir, you must trust your master. I never do anything I'm not sure of. Since I want to avenge you, I will definitely do it." Qin Feng spoke with great determination, and his hand reaching for the arrow in Shiver's chest no longer trembled. He gripped the arrow tightly, exerted precise and steady force, and with a click, the steel arrow broke. Shiver frowned, but did not cry out in pain. "Xiweir, bear with it. I'm going to pull out the arrow." Sylvie hummed softly, and her eyes looking at Qin Feng were filled with infinite tenderness, worry, and urgent persuasion. When she was about to speak to persuade him again, she was stopped by Qin Feng's eyes before she said anything. With a whoosh, the arrow that had pierced through Shiver's body was pulled out by Qin Feng, bringing out terrifying sparks. The explosive fire attached to the arrow burned even more violently, burning Qin Feng's palm black. Letting out a long breath, Qin Feng looked at the last arrow hitting Shiver's lower abdomen. By pulling this out, he can use the wind of resurgence to heal Shiver's injuries and restore her to her peak condition. Soon, the last arrow was pulled out by Qin Feng. The intense pain when pulling out the arrow made Xiweir squint her eyes slightly and bite her lower lip, but she did not say a word, and her strength was heartbreaking. "The wind is coming." Qin Feng was almost roaring. The moment he finished speaking, a green wind surged out from the Vitality Castle, transformed into a long dragon, and poured directly into Shiver's body. The incomparable power began to repair the horrific wounds on Shiver's body. The broken succubus horn grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body covered with wounds also became as smooth, tender, elastic, and flexible as before, full of great vitality. At this moment, Shiver's body no longer trembled slightly because of the pain. Instead, she opened her mouth slightly and let out a moan of extreme comfort. Qin Feng also felt relieved at this moment. He suddenly realized that the fact that he had only bred 4 single-striped succubi today wasn't bad luck, but rather unprecedented good fortune. Otherwise, without the wind of resurgence, he would have faced his first death and separation. "Eunice, you take care of Shiver," Qin Feng said to Eunice. "Yeah." Eunice agreed, hurried over, took Shiver from Qin Feng's hands, and held her in her arms with great heartache. "Master, where are you going?" Shiver shouted hurriedly. "If you really want to avenge me, you must take Eunice and me with you. I will be well soon, seriously. Don't think too much. I won't rush over alone in anger," Qin Feng said with a smile, and then pointed at the Vitality Castle and the heavenly defense barriers surrounding his territory. "I'm going to kill them with this thing." The moment he finished speaking, Qin Feng walked to the front of the Vitality Castle under the astonished gazes of Eunice and Sylvie. Before today, many lords clamored for Qin Feng to tell them their addresses, saying that they wanted to bring their families and join Qin Feng. At that time, Qin Feng was also curious. Could the territory be moved? However, after some inquiries, Qin Feng was surprised to find that the territory could indeed be moved. As long as a certain amount of materials are consumed, the territory's main fort can be taken away. After the main castle becomes the Lord's heart, the remaining buildings will also become miniature buildings like the previous obelisk, which can be carried in your pocket and played with in your hands. Correspondingly, when the castle turns into the Lord's heart, the heavenly defense barrier will disappear, and when the Lord's heart turns into a castle again, it will reappear and cover the entire territory. As the saying goes, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go and create the mountain. Those goblins did not launch an attack on Qin Feng's territory. Obviously, they had no way to deal with the Tiandao defense barrier. If Qin Feng did not bring his territory and the heavenly Dao defense barrier to defeat the enemy and grind them to ashes, he would feel that he was letting down the territory mechanism given to the lords by the heavenly Dao's will. I feel even more sorry for the injuries and pain that Shiver suffered. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng immediately activated his lord's interface, preparing to close the territory. Then, with a thunderous killing intent, he slaughtered all the goblins within 5 kilometers. Cut them into pieces. But at this moment, something strange suddenly happened. Behind the Vitality Castle, the Aztec obelisk, made entirely of black jade, inlaid with gems and crystals, and outlined with black energy-conducting metal, began to rotate, bringing up an endless, refreshing airflow. In this airflow, Shiver, who had just recovered, slowly floated into the air with a look of surprise on her face. What's going on?" Eunice said in surprise. She didn't feel that the wind that lifted up Shiver was aggressive, so she didn't stop it. Qin Feng was also surprised, but then he remembered the architectural effect of the Aztec obelisk. Effect E: endless sublimation. When the Aztec obelisk exists in your territory, The soldiers and subjects in your territory will be in a state of apocalypse at any time and may undergo transformation every second and enter a higher potential level. Could it be? Could it be that Xiweir is going to break the queen and stand up again this time? She has undergone a transformation in the apocalypse state. She is about to enter a new level of potential. Chapter 60. Transformation. The Frost Witch. Looking at Shiver floating in the air, Qin Feng felt surprised at first and then delighted. Regardless of whether Shiver's physical condition will improve or the number of magic patterns will increase after this transformation, his combat capability must be stronger than before, at least 1 star higher. To be more exaggerated, it is not impossible for him to be promoted from a 2-star military officer to a 5-star military officer in one go. Thinking of this, Qin Feng stopped his action of gathering his territory and looked at Shiver in the sky with great concentration. In the boundless and vast air currents, Shiver floated into the air, with clear surprise and astonishment flashing in her bright eyes. At this moment, she entered an extremely comfortable state. Compared with the overbearing and forced ripening of the Succubus reincarnation pool, the revelation, or transformation, bestowed upon Shiver by the Aztec obelisk was extremely gentle. Everything is going on in an ordinary way. Just like the spring rain that moistens everything, just like the spring breeze that stirs up waves in the forest, it is peaceful and tranquil, and the tranquility is far-reaching. Soon, Shiver's transformation was complete. She slowly floated down from the sky, raised her hands, and looked left and right in surprise. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel like I've suddenly become much stronger? And there are so many more ice elemental magic and succubus origin skills in my mind. It was the Aztec obelisk that gave you the transformation of apocalypse, Qin Feng said with a smile. Afterwards, Qin Feng called up Shiver's panel to check her changes. Frostwitch Shiver. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, Frost, Advanced Cooking, Dew, requires mature form. Potential, Special Ice Attribute 3-striped Succubus. Growth status, Growth, 9%. Combat power level, 5-star military officer. Complete form, 7-star spirits. Shiver's growth rate has not changed much from before and is still 9%. But her combat power level suddenly increased by 3 stars, reaching the level of a 5-star military candidate. After entering her complete form, her ultimate combat power also increased. He soared directly from the unattainable 3-star god level to the even more unattainable 7-star god level. His future is extremely promising. You've actually been promoted to the 5-star military candidate level in one go. Shiver, this time you've probably lived up to the saying, those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. Qin Feng praised Shiver, and then closed the castle without hesitation. At this moment, although Shiver has recovered to her peak state, her combat power has also improved. But what they are about to face is, after all, an army that is organized, well-trained, has strong combat capabilities, and knows how to fight. If the castle is not moved over and the invincible heavenly defense barrier is not brought up, Qin Feng found it hard to feel at ease. Under the extremely surprised gazes of Eunice and Sylvie, Qin Feng used his lord authority to reclaim his territory. With a flash of light, the Vitality Castle, the obelisk, and the Succubus reincarnation pool shrank rapidly. The Vitality Castle turned into a round, glowing sphere, only the size of a volleyball, but the energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. The Succubus reincarnation pond and the obelisk were scaled down in equal proportions. One became a figurine-like succubus standing in the solidified water, while the other became a black pagoda that could be held in the palm of your hand. Everything is ready. All he needs to do is find something to install the reincarnation pool and the obelisk, and then send the 4 little succubi to Fengguo's territory. Then Qin Feng can take Eunice and Shiver and start a war against the goblins without any scruples. Shiver, hand me that refrigerator. I need to fill it up. Looking around, it seemed that only the handmade refrigerator that Shiver had been carrying in her hand when she returned could be used to store the succubus figurine and the obelisk, so Qin Feng started to think about the refrigerator. Okay. Xiweir nodded in response, then bent down to pick up the handmade refrigerator and was about to hand it to Qin Feng. But when she was halfway through handing it over, Xiweir suddenly remembered the astragalus inside. Her face turned red in an instant, and she let out a strange cry. She took the refrigerator back at lightning speed and threw it into the forest outside the original territory. What? Is this refrigerator still hot? Qin Feng asked in surprise. He was filled with intense curiosity, but he finally held it back. The refrigerator wouldn't run away anyway, and it wouldn't be too late to pick it up and check what was inside after returning victorious. No, nothing, Shiver answered quickly, trying to cover up. Then, She used her frost magic to quickly make a new handmade refrigerator and handed it to Qin Feng in Eunice's extremely suspicious eyes. Qin Feng put the succubus figurine and the obelisk into the refrigerator and held the Lord's heart directly in his left hand so that he could rebuild the fortress as soon as possible. Then, Qin Feng said to Sivir, "Sivir, control your weak water ice. Let's go to the southern barren mountains first. Before the battle begins, I need to find a place for the little succubi to hide away from the spread of the enemy." On the barren mountain, Feng Guogua and her little people were working hard to mine. It is now the 4th day, and Feng Guogua has a total of 64 Bana figurines, and her productivity is extremely high. After only digging for a little over a morning, they had already obtained nearly 3,000 units of iron ore. I'm afraid that by the time the moon reaches its zenith, the iron ore owned by Feng Guogua will exceed 8,000 units. Little people, come on. We will use the iron ore we dig this time to build engineering equipment and realize automated mining. Then, we won't have to work so hard, Feng Guogua said, waving his fist. When she said this, the Bana people around her were all surprised. "Sister Lord, aren't you going to give these ores to that kind-hearted big brother? Sister Lord, could it be that the kind-hearted elder brother doesn't want our ore anymore? Then, where will we exchange it for food from now on? Does this mean we have to go out of the territory and fight monsters on our own? Oh no, I don't want that. Those wild wolves are so scary. One of their mouths is bigger than my body." The little people started talking in panic, and only stopped when Feng Guogua raised her hand and shook it hard. Brother Qin Feng said that he won't accept our iron ore for now, but he will still give us food. Well, you can think of it as advance payment. Our top priority now is to dig as hard as possible and then improve the territory's strength to prepare for the beast tide in 3 days. Instead of iron ore, give us food. That big brother named Qin Feng is so kind. Wow, what a good person. This is the best good person. Dozens of Bana villains began to praise Qin Feng's excellent character. However, at this moment, a huge ice block the size of a football field, emitting a faint blue light and extremely cold, appeared above their heads, instantly interrupting their discussions and bringing them an unprecedented shock. P.S. The foreshadowing is almost over, and the next chapter will start. Daily votes. Please read. Please collect. The great support of readers is the greatest motivation for the little author. Chapter 61. Kill. Not only were the Bana villains shocked, even Feng Guogua was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. What is that? It looks like ice. But how can ice fly into the sky? When Feng Guogua was extremely surprised, a small red dot appeared in her field of vision. Brother Qin Feng is looking for me. Seeing the specially set message reminder appear, Feng Guogua no longer cared about the huge ice that suddenly appeared in the sky, nor paid attention to the shock in her heart. She directly clicked on her friend panel to check the message. Qin Feng, Guogua, open your heavenly Dao defense barrier. I want to put some people here with you. Seeing this message, Feng Guogua replied without hesitation. Okay. She did not ask Qin Feng whether he was standing on the ice in the sky, nor did she ask why Qin Feng left the person with her, nor did she ask how Qin Feng knew the location of her territory. She didn't consider the consequences of rashly placing the strongest of all Blue Star Lords within her territory's barrier, nor did she engage in dark speculation. She simply followed his orders, doing so with the utmost speed. This signified unparalleled trust. With a slight humming sound, Feng Guogua released the heavenly defense barrier surrounding his territory and opened all defenses. Ice blue, football field-sized ice fell from the sky. Seeing the handsome man standing in front of the ice, looking at the man's face that was exactly the same as the avatar of the person he particularly cared about in the friend panel, Feng Guogua's eyes suddenly lit up, gleaming with a light that even the dust on her cheeks couldn't block. She excitedly called out, "Brother Qin Feng." When Feng Guogua saw Qin Feng naturally also saw the extremely excited Feng Guogua. Looking at that innocent face and the infinite trust in those eyes, Qin Feng smiled brightly and nodded. "Guogua, hello." Together with 6 succubi, big and small, he walked down the ice and came to the ground. Qin Feng and his companions were instantly surrounded by Feng Guogua and her Bana figurines. "Big brother, are you the kind-hearted man who gave the Lord's sister food? You're so handsome. Dawei adores you. I told you, good people are usually very handsome. Look, the best of the best is indeed the most handsome. Hey, these 2 sisters are so pretty. Judging from their looks, they must be good people. Hey, there are a few people here who are about our size. Do you want to join us in digging for ore? Let me tell you, digging for ore is a lot of fun." The Bana people chattered around Qin Feng and the others, and everyone's eyes were shining with clear kindness and innocence, just like their Lord Feng Guogua. After exchanging a few simple greetings with the little man, Qin Feng asked Eunice and Sylvie to take the 4 little succubi to play with the little man Bana, while he pulled Feng Guogua aside. Guogua, how is the territory developing? Qin Feng asked. Well, that's great. Guogua now has 64 Bana figures, enough to link and resonate to form a small electromagnetic sympathetic array. As long as they can get 8,000 units of iron or before tonight, they can directly start manufacturing engineering machinery and realize automated mining. Feng Guogua told Qin Feng about the development plan of her territory in detail, from automated mining to the creation of war weapons, to going out hunting, and finally to how to deal with the beast tide in 3 days. After each story was told, the anticipation in Feng Guogua's eyes grew stronger, as if she was waiting for praise. Qin Feng was very understanding and immediately saw the anticipation in Feng Guogua's eyes. He reached out and touched Feng Guogua's watermelon-shaped hairstyle, then praised, "The design is good. We will try to complete it at 200 speed. Red scarf guarantee." Feng Guogua became happy and saluted Qin Feng as a young pioneer. When the chat ended, Qin Feng and Feng Guogua had just walked to the edge of the territory, and no one could hear their conversation. At this time, Qin Feng spoke and stated the real purpose of this trip. "Guogua, I'm going to fight a war soon. There's about a 20% chance that I won't be able to come back from this battle. If it really comes to that, I need you to take good care of the 4 succubi I'm leaving for you." Feng Guogua was shocked when these words came out. Her pupils suddenly constricted and her mouth opened wide. After a long while, she said in astonishment, "Since there is a chance of failure, then, can't we just not fight?" Qin Feng shook his head, and the smile on his lips gradually turned cold. The scene of Shiver being injured emerged in his mind. The hideous wound, the dying injury, and the heart-wrenching pain did not allow Qin Feng to retreat. Not to mention an 80% chance of winning, even if there is only a 10% chance of winning. Qin Feng would never choose to swallow his anger. Developing territory requires rational calculation. Revenge from morning to night requires only blood. The subsequent events were explained clearly, under the watchful eyes of Feng Guogua, for little succubi and 64 Bana villains. Qin Feng, Eunice, and Sivir stepped onto the solid ice, flew away from the barren mountain, and flew towards the horizon. The solid ice became farther and farther away, gradually becoming an undetectable, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. The 4 little succubi seemed to have sensed something. They sat down on the ground dejectedly, their little noses twitching, and they sobbed silently, blaming themselves for being too weak to travel with Qin Feng and their 2 older succubus sisters. Species like the Bana people, who have strong talents in technology but forget to add some emotional touch, are not that sensitive. A Bana figure named Dawei stepped forward, scratching his head. "Sister Lord, why did Brother Qin Feng leave so soon? I was thinking of asking him how I could grow as tall as him." "Dawei, Brother Qin Feng is going to do something important. When he comes back after accomplishing his mission, it won't be too late to ask him how to grow taller." Feng Guogua imitated the way Qin Feng touched her and touched Dawei's head in a condescending manner. Then, she raised her head and continued to look at the place where the ice disappeared in the sky. Her eyes trembled as she silently clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest. In the sky, above the solid ice, beside Qin Feng, Eunice suddenly became alert and asked doubtfully, "Master, can we win this time?" Eunice's alertness was not without reason. Although Qin Feng had said many times that he would never do anything without absolute certainty, this time, Qin Feng left the little succubus in Feng Guogua's territory, which made Eunice worry about whether the trip would be successful. "We will definitely win," Sivir said firmly before Qin Feng could say anything. She clenched her fists, her physique transformed, her combat power increased. An even colder air current converged on the tip of her fist, freezing the surrounding moisture into shimmering ice crystals. Xiwei was also nervous and alert. But she understood that since Qin Feng had made up his mind to fight this war, she, the sharpest knife currently available, should have the belief that she would win. People often say do your best and leave the rest to fate. I don't think so because I am fate. So, there's no way I can lose, Qin Feng said firmly. Qin Feng's voice was more determined and magical than Sylvie's. It infected Eunice and Sylvie in an instant, making Eunice no longer worried and Sylvie more determined. Previously, Qin Feng had rationally judged that the odds of winning were 80 to 20. But now, the prelude to the war was about to begin. Even if the odds of winning were only 10%, he had to be confident of victory. When 2 brave men meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. Whether you can win or not, you have to wait until the fight is over before you decide. A brief declaration before the battle inspires high morale. The solid ice formed by weak water appeared right above the temporary command post of the 24 goblin tribes. Looking at the thick and icy giant ice, the goblin warriors on the ground who were ready and armed to the teeth were all shocked. Even those goblin priests who usually think highly of themselves and think they are the absolute masters of the forest were frightened by Qin Feng's revenge formation at this moment. The solemn atmosphere of war immediately spread, sweat seeped out of countless palms, and saliva filled countless mouths. Kill. At this moment, a sound like thunder exploded in the sky, and then it pierced the world like thunder, rumbling and striking down, shocking everyone. Then the sky suddenly split into two colors, one red and one deep blue. It's like the end of the world. It's like the sky is falling. Chapter 62. The Art of War. The moment when the celestial phenomena change. Endless rain of fire fell from the sky, setting the trees on fire, setting the wooden houses in the dilapidated goblin settlements on fire, burning the earth and cracking it, and enveloping half of the world in endless flames. Outside of the flames, the other half of the world is covered by ice. The moment the dark blue, icy air landed on the ground, violent ice crystal explosions occurred one after another. In just about a second, a world of ice and snow was blasted out on the earth. And at the intersection of fire and ice and snow, the two energies with completely opposite properties collided in a disorderly manner, directly creating a more terrifying explosion and a larger shock wave, spreading infinite shock and fear. Hot, hot, hot. I'm frozen. I can't move. Run, run. This is the same ice and fire formation we saw in the forest. It has terrifying killing power that is enough to wipe out a commander-level existence. Get out first. Hurry, hurry. Get out first. Otherwise, we will all die here. When facing the test of life and death, it is difficult for all living things to overcome their instincts, and they will subconsciously run for their lives. Listen to those miserable howls and those slogans of escaping quickly. Looking at those companions whose bodies were on fire. Looking at those comrades who were frozen into ice sculptures in the cold wind and snow. The goblin warriors had no time to think, let alone judge whether these terrifying ice and fire could actually cause effective damage to them. Driven by instinct, they all rushed towards the outside of the world of ice and fire. At this moment, it was not just the lowest-level goblin warriors who were panicking and losing their minds. Next to the wooden houses in the center of the ruined goblin tribe, one or two goblin priests were shocked by the terrifying sound of ice and fire, the extremely shrill wails, and the panicked slogans of escape, and lost their composure. This is the same ice and fire formation we saw in the forest. It's the kind of ice and fire formation with a maximum coverage diameter of 6 kilometers. A goblin priest cried out in shock, crushing the exploding fire in his hand to form a fire shield, and drank weak water to protect the fragile internal organs in his body from being invaded by the fire. As soon as he arrived, he unleashed a powerful move comparable to that of a military-level beast at full power. That otherworldly lord wasn't worried about running out of followers and being killed by us. Another goblin priest cried out in shock. On the way here, he had also witnessed the terrifying power of the ice and fire formations in the forest. In order to ensure that he would not be crushed by the power of ice and fire, he used all his defensive measures. One after another, the goblin priests lost their composure in front of the ice and fire formation. They forgot to command their troops and forgot to investigate whether the power of the ice and fire formation was really as unmatched as they had seen in the forest. They could only retreat and defend. They deployed defenses to protect themselves as quickly as possible until they could no longer activate any defensive magic or use any defensive alchemical equipment. Only then did they set about putting out the fire, breaking the ice, and preventing the defeated goblin warriors from counterattacking. A goblin priest roared furiously, "You cowards! Stop running! Stop right there! Use your explosive fire to break the ice. Use your weak water to put out the fire. Use your arrows to shoot that big block of ice in the sky. Bring down all those evil villains." A goblin priest wearing a silver skull necklace gave orders. "Where's the captain? Where's the captain? Stop right there. Fight back." A goblin priest who had used several tons of weak water to put out the fire asked in astonishment. "Something's wrong. This is fucking wrong. This fire and ice have no killing power." There were goblin priests who used explosive fire to break the ice, pointing and cursing at the goblin soldiers who had been on fire for a long time and frozen in ice and snow for a long time, but still not dead, and were still roaring and wailing. "Damn it, we've been tricked. We've all been fooled. This isn't the ice and fire formation we saw in the forest. This isn't even a weakened version. They're bluffing. They're using witchcraft to incite rebellion. No, They're taking control of our soldiers." Angry and regretful voices spread across the battlefield. One after another, goblin priests woke up from their previous shock and panic. They bravely reached their hands into the flames and into the ice and snow, then were stunned, then shocked, and then angry. This ice and fire are all fake. They're all fake. They have no killing power. Soon after, the goblin warriors who had been fleeing in panic also woke up in shock. They had a low status in the tribe, did not have as many alchemical weapons as the priests, and did not know defensive magic. But after running in the fire and ice for a long time, they did not suffer any damage that could penetrate their physical defenses. Everyone was safe and sound, with only their hair burnt and their goosebumps standing up from the cold. See through the falsehood and see the truth. Emotions too complex to be expressed in words surged from the hearts of the goblin priests and goblin warriors. At this moment, they felt both angry and humiliated. They roared, and each of them became extremely ferocious and violent. They either drew their bows and arrows, or flexed their muscles to grip their spears, or cast their most proficient magic to attack the weak water and solid ice in the sky. But at this moment, their formation had been destroyed by Qin Feng's bluffing and the wailing and roaring of the war goblins controlled by Eunice and Sivir to the point that it could not be reconstructed in a short time. Many feather arrows and javelins failed to hit the solid ice of the weak water and lost their power, falling freely and piercing through the unfortunate goblin warriors one by one. The goblin priest's magic has enough range to reach the weak water and solid ice. But Eunice and Sivir, the two military-level giants, are not pushovers either. They don't need to defend against the attacks of thousands of soldiers. They can hang up the goblin priests on the ground and hammer them. As the saying goes, when the false is made to appear true, the true becomes false. When the blazing fire line bloomed from the solid ice, it then enveloped it like a birdcage. When the cold, dark blue airflow formed a vortex at the bottom of the ice and then gushed out, turning into a long frost dragon, descending with the sound of thunder and silence. The 20 or so goblin priests did not feel any fear, but instead became extremely ferocious. "You're trying to use the same trick twice. Do you think I'm stupid? Don't worry about those fire lines, and don't worry about that ice dragon. They are just bluffing. They can't break our defense. Aim at that weak water ice. Shatter it for me." Chapter 63. Using the few to defeat the many. Divide and kill. On the battlefield, fire and ice dragons descended from the sky, attacking with the force of thunder and lightning, their momentum almost unmatched. Facing the ice dragon and the line of fire, the goblin priest on the ground sneered and glared fiercely at the three figures vaguely visible on the ice. He had been tricked before and was tricked into using his ultimate skill by a basic attack. In a panic, he consumed a lot of alchemical equipment, consumed a huge amount of mana, and used a lot of defensive magic. At this moment, the humiliation surging in their hearts made it impossible for the goblin priests to continue defending. They only wanted to attack, a frantic attack, using even more violent magic to collide with the ice dragon's fire, tearing the mask of timidity into shreds. With ferocious expressions on their faces, the goblin priests unleashed their magic power with all their might, intending to shatter the ice and kill Qin Feng and the other two who had tricked them on the ice. However, at the moment when their magic rose into the air, the ice dragon swooped down rapidly with tremendous murderous aura and opened its huge mouth. The moment the giant mouth opened, endless frosty breath gushed out, instantly solidifying all the goblin priest's magic in the sky, and then shattered it into crystal ice dust all over the sky. How is this possible? What kind of evil method is this? One man directly shattered the magic of our 23 priests. This is something that even a military-level figure like the Golden Fong Archpriest can't do. Stop it. Stop it. You must stop it. Otherwise we will all die. The shock and panic spread again. The goblin priests hurriedly stood still, using their strongest output strength and releasing magic power desperately to fight against the swooping ice dragon and fire line. However, no matter how hard they mobilized their magic power and cast spells, they could not stop the ice dragon that had consumed half of Sivir's magic power and used the innate power of the Frost Witch. Click, click, click. A series of sounds of intangible magical energy being frozen into physical objects were heard. Immediately afterwards, the huge ice dragon rushed to the heads of the 23 goblin priests and then exploded. Ice dust spread out in all directions. In an instant, ice sculptures were frozen one after another where they stood, breaking their bones and stiffening their bodies. The moment the ice dragon exploded, Eunice's fire lines also reached the center of the battlefield. Thousands of fire lines converged into one place and turned into 99 fire tornadoes. The scorching firepower instantly turned the mud into flowing magma, and then with the cooperation of Sivir, those ice sculptures were burned and those goblin priests were crushed to ashes. On the ice, the Lord's log in front of Qin Feng began to refresh. And with the refresh of the Lord's log, the winning rate of this battle is also soaring. Eunice killed the 5-star commander-level goblin priest, and you gained 3,200 energy points. Eunice killed a 6-star commander-level goblin priest. You gained 3,300 energy points. You gained 2 energy stones. You gain 1 soul particle. Eunice killed the 7-star commander-level goblin priest, and you gained 3,400 energy points. Eunice killed the 8-star commander-level goblin priest. You gained 3,500 energy points. You gained 3 energy stones. You gained 1 soul particle. When the Lord's log is refreshed, it shows a large number of soul crystals dropped. The 99 fire tornadoes floating in the ashes of the goblin priests continued to move forward, and in an instant, they pulled out 99 extremely explosive and scorching fire streams on the earth. As the fire tornado moved rapidly, it also spewed out endless flame tentacles similar to the shape of solar prominences. Endless flame tentacles intertwined to form a wall of flames, dividing the entire battlefield into 3 layers: inside, and outside. The innermost layer directly covered the weakest 3,000 soldiers, who were the weakest and ran the slowest in the previous rout. At this moment, many goblin warriors had been burned into charcoal by the terrifying heat, and the rest were covered in flames, howling miserably as they fled. There are fewer goblins on the 2nd floor, more than 1,700 in number. These goblins are slightly stronger. Most of them are at the level of warriors, and a few are at the level of generals. They are exactly the team leaders mentioned by the goblin priest. At this moment, a large number of warrior-level goblins surrounded the team leader, sharing the limited weak water protection in the team leader's hands and surviving in the flames. The 3rd layer of the flame wall contains the fewest goblins, but they are also the most powerful. Not only do they have the largest number of alchemical weapons, most of them also have the strength of generals, and there are 43 commander-level goblins. Among them was even a goblin priest, a Muro, who had been excluded from the priest circle by other goblin priests because of his poor performance. Eunice, Sylvie, Qin Feng called out coldly in the sky, above the ice. Here, the 2 girls answered in unison. Go and deal with the goblins on the 3rd floor. They are the strongest and must be killed first, otherwise they might escape. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Sivir controlled the weak water ice and took Eunice to kill the goblins in the 3rd circle. Qin Feng himself jumped off the ice and fell directly into the 1st circle. When he came here, the first thing he had to do was to collect the soul particles that exploded from the 23 dead goblin priests. Soul particles are important building materials, but they are also the core materials for activating the super-large control skill, Paradise Illusion. Bluffing and using the fake to attack the real can be effective against goblins like silver priests and bronze priests whose strength has not reached the level of military officer. But when the enemies turned into 3 golden priests with military-level strength, no matter how similar their disguises were, they would be seen through at a glance. If they wanted to defeat them, they had to fight them head-on with strength. While analyzing, deducing, and proving how to deal with the upcoming goblin army, Qin Feng quickly collected soul particles. Soon, he collected all the soul particles exploded by the 23 goblin priests. There were 9 in total. Together with the 5 remaining, it was enough to activate a Paradise Illusion. Qin Feng put the 14 soul particles in his pocket. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the goblin warriors struggling in the flames. Qin Feng's strength is far inferior to that of Eunice and Shiver. Even if he enters the 3rd circle, he will only hold back Eunice and Shiver and become a burden to them. But facing these goblin warriors, most of whom are at the combat soldier level, with the highest being the combat master level, Qin Feng can still kill them and vent his anger. Thinking of this, Qin Feng shook the magic power in his body, released the magic recorded on the source of magic power, and started the unparalleled mowing mode. Chapter 64, Angry Golden Fawn. On the battlefield, Qin Feng cast a spell quickly. He practiced the secret scroll, Source of Mana, that was powerful enough to make him a god. Although it was only a fragment, it gave him magical powers far exceeding those of an ordinary commander. After digesting the energy he gained in the points battle, Qin Feng's combat power was upgraded from a 1-star commander to a 3-star commander. He could release the magic recorded in the Source of Mana and compete with ordinary 6-star commanders. Under such circumstances, it would be a very easy task to deal with some combat-level goblins who had been shocked and injured by Eunice's fire tornado and wall of fire and had no desire to fight. Boom, boom, boom. Exploding fireballs flew out from Qin Feng's hands, shattering the goblin warriors one after another. Qin Feng's Lord Log was refreshed frantically, and basically every soldier could provide him with more than 30 points of energy. During the battle, Qin Feng became more and more familiar with the source of mana, and also had his own experience in releasing and connecting skills. After Qin Feng killed nearly 700 goblin warriors in a row, more than 1,000 goblin warriors in the first layer of fire circle who had no way to retreat and could not break out of the fire wall suddenly went crazy. They rushed towards Qin Feng with tears in their eyes, weapons in their hands, and howling. We're all going to die anyway. There's no way we can get out of this wall of fire. I might as well find someone to take the blame for me. Brothers, kill that human man. He is the leader of those two vicious women. He is the culprit, the greatest evil. Even if we can't kill him, we'll at least leave him with some injuries. We have to let him know that we goblins are not to be trifled with. Follow me. Kill that evil human. The sound of war cries grew louder and louder, erupting from the first circle of fire. After trying many times, he still couldn't break through the wall of fire. Most of his body was burned to charcoal. The goblin warrior was crying, spitting, and his snot and saliva were flying. He attacked Qin Feng at the fastest speed. Facing the charging goblin warriors, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. Indeed, at this moment, these goblin warriors who were trapped in a life-or-death situation and knew they could not survive, possessed an overwhelming fighting spirit that was incomparable to any time before, and a determination to fight to the death that was so firm that it would not collapse. But their formation when they charged was too scattered and chaotic. They roared and howled, and the iron spears they threw and the arrows they shot out could not form any effective fire suppression at all. Qin Feng only needed to slightly turn sideways to easily avoid the attacks, and then release magic to kill. Fireball, Wind Blade, Lightning Strike, Ice Path. Spell after spell flew out from Qin Feng's hands, striking the goblin warriors with incredible precision, either shattering their bodies, severing their limbs, chopping them into charcoal, or freezing them on the icy and snowy road that stretched over 100 meters, with jagged edges and dense icicles. The entire first-level battlefield was transformed into a bloody meat grinder. With every surge of magical power, countless lives wailed as they raced towards the underworld, sinking into silence. The Golden Tooth High Priest, who was observing the battlefield from a long distance through the incomplete formation ruins, bit half of his teeth in anger. In the tunnel, on top of the Imperial carriage was carried by 4 extremely strong warrior-level goblins. The Golden Tooth High Priest looked at the somewhat broken and dim translucent light curtain in front of him with a ferocious expression, and chewed with his huge mouth, breaking his teeth one by one. Damn it! Damn it! I will kill you! I will kill you! The Golden Feng High Priest roared and slammed the armrest of the Imperial carriage, causing the 4 general-level goblins who were carrying him to stagger several times. Through the rune formation in the temporary command center, the Golden Tooth High Priest saw the entire process of this positional battle. At the beginning, when Qin Feng and the other 2 appeared above the goblin headquarters riding on the weak water ice, the Golden Tooth High Priest did not take Qin Feng and the other 2 seriously. In his opinion, without the protection of the Heavenly Dao Defense Barrier, no matter how powerful Qin Feng and the other 2 were individually, they could not defeat more than 5,000 goblin warriors armed with enchanted weapons and alchemical equipment in a positional battle. But then, Qin Feng used a trick to attack the real with the fake, and used a trick to incite the wailing of the rebels, and in an instant he broke the rock-solid formation of the 5,000 goblin army. Then, with the power of thunder and lightning, he instantly killed 23 goblin priests. I saw the 23 goblin priests whose bones and flesh were broken by the frost and dried up, and then burned to ashes by the raging fire. The Golden Tooth High Priest felt horrified, regretful, and finally, rage beyond compare. He was horrified because the power displayed by the combined attack of ice and fire was so great that even he, a 9-star military-level high priest, could not resist it. He regretted it because if he had not acted pretentiously when the expedition started, he would have chosen to follow the army. With his level of strength, he would definitely be able to see through the tactic of using the virtual to attack the real, and would never let the army formation collapse in an instant. Nor would he let the 23 high priests of the tribes under his command die in the combined attack of ice and fire. The anger was because the Goblin Kingdom suffered heavy losses in this positional battle. Not counting those low-level soldiers, in this battle, There were as many as 23 goblin priests killed by the ice and fire combined attack technique. For the Goblin Kingdom, every priest is an invaluable strategic resource. In the entire kingdom, including both old and young, there are only less than 200 goblins who have mastered magical powers and become priests, with an extremely respected status above millions of goblins. So many priests died in one battle. If Golden Tooth cannot bring back the heads of his enemies, what awaits him will be the most terrifying judgment from both the kingdom and the temple. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get there as fast as you can. I must reach the battlefield within 5 minutes. If I can't, I will kill you. The Golden Feng High Priest roared at the goblins under the imperial carriage. Then, he timidly activated the secret method to investigate the battle situation on Amuro's side. After witnessing Qin Feng's fighting style, which was so precise and stable that he seemed to never make a mistake, the Golden Tooth High Priest knew very well that those goblin warriors in the first battlefield circle had absolutely no chance of survival and would be killed one after another by Qin Feng. For the Golden Feng High Priest, the only ones who could possibly keep Qin Feng and the other two until he could rush to the battlefield and clean up the mess were Amuro and the commander-level goblin warriors who were in the same battlefield circle as him. Chapter 65. Annihilation of the 5,000-man army. World announcement. Open it for me. The Golden Feng roared, and then the magic power in his body surged. From a distance of nearly 10 kilometers, he activated a secret technique and transformed Amuro's eyes and ears into his own. From this moment on, everything Amuro sees and hears will be perfectly reproduced one-to-one in the vision and ears of the Golden Tooth. Amuro, hold on. Hold those two women. Hold that human man. Don't let them get away. Otherwise, I'll have your head. Without carefully analyzing whether the situation Amuro was facing was serious, or even thinking about whether Amuro could survive the flying ice and fire, the Golden Feng High Priest roared and gave orders. However, after waiting for several seconds, Golden Feng still did not receive any response from Amuro. The battlefield scene through Amuro's eyes gradually turned black and white, and finally became completely dark, and nothing could be seen anymore. How could this happen? How could Amuro die? He was with dozens of commander-level goblin warriors. How could he die? If he died, who would I ask to hold those 3 people back? How could I avenge the fallen warriors? How would I face the punishment from the temple and the kingdom? In the third battlefield circle, the extremely fierce battle has come to an end. Amuro, who had led people to hunt down Sivir, had been pierced into a sieve by Sivir with countless ice spikes more than 10 seconds ago, and his body was hanging on a huge ice pillar that broke out of the ground. Most of the other commander-level goblins died due to the tacit cooperation between Eunice and Sivir. Those who were still alive were missing limbs, and their combat power was less than half of what it was before. It's over. It's all over. If we had known this would happen, we should have listened to Fernando. His judgment was correct. We simply cannot defeat these 2 military-level monsters. We will only be killed by them one after another. It's all that damn Amuro's fault. If he hadn't led the sneak attack, how could we have been hunted? The real culprit is that pervert, Golden Feng. We all had time to leave. He insisted on making us stay and die. Amuro and Golden Feng are no good. One is a reckless scoundrel. The other is a pervert. I've been a wise man my whole life, yet I fell at the hands of 2 idiots like these. Amuro the idiot. The Golden Giant Feng. The remaining commander-level goblins cursed Amuro and Golden Feng angrily while dodging the attacks of Eunice and Sivir without making any counterattack. Because no matter how they fight back, they will be neutralized by Sivir and Eunice. Whenever the goblins attacked Sivir with explosive fire or arrows enchanted with the power of fire, Eunice, who was watching on the side, would catch these attacks and then fight back. When the goblins used weak water to extinguish Eunice's fire or attacked Eunice herself, Sivir would freeze the weak water in an instant, turning it into even more terrifying ice spikes and returning it to the attacking goblins. The only thing that can have any effect on the 2 women is the more powerful and rare thunder of strike. But 90% of those things are in the hands of the 23 dead priests, and the total number of those in the hands of these commander-level goblins is less than 5. Not to mention killing. Even accurate hits are a luxury. The east is mine. You take the west. After cutting off the neck of a goblin leader with a line of fire, Eunice looked at the last 2 waves of enemies and said to Sivir, "Okay." Zyweir responded simply, and then turned into a dark blue icy airflow and rushed to the west. In an instant, blazing lines of fire and sharp, icy spikes intersected again on the battlefield. In less than 10 seconds, they had blasted the last 2 groups of goblins into pieces. After killing these commander-level goblins, Eunice and Sivir quickly cleaned up the battlefield. but they only pick up soul particles. Apart from that, they won't even take a second look at energy stones or the powerful enchanted weapons of the commander-level goblins. Soon, the two women collected all the soul particles that exploded. There were 11 in total, and the explosion rate was extremely low. Only 11. Eunice glanced at the soul particle in her palm and felt a little lost. Before the battle, Qin Feng told them that soul particles were extremely crucial to this battle, and they must be picked up if conditions allowed. Don't stare blankly at the soul particles. Sivir sat cross-legged beside Eunice, controlling the birds circling in the sky. She dropped them from the sky, flying into deep caves to set up positions. Then she continued, according to the plan, you should close the circle of fire now and burn the 1,000 or so goblins in the middle to death. According to the master's calculations, the goblins' rear forces will soon arrive. We can't afford to be attacked from both sides. Yeah. Eunice nodded, put the soul particle into her pocket, then took a deep breath and lit up the 3 magic patterns on her body. All 3 magic patterns lit up, meaning that Eunice was mobilizing all the magic power in her body. An extremely terrifying torrent of magic power gushed out from Eunice's body, connecting with the fire tornadoes raging on the battlefield and connecting with 3 walls of fire. Then, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. The extremely tall and thick wall of fire began to move, dragged by the 99 fire tornadoes, and attacked the more than 1,000 surviving goblin warriors in the second battlefield circle. At first, the fire wall moved very slowly, and the panicked goblin warriors could retreat in the open space separated by the fire wall. But as Eunice continued to output magic power, the speed of the fire tornado became faster and faster, and the speed of the fire wall also became faster and faster. It only took 30 seconds for 3 fire walls and 99 fire tornadoes to collide with each other, forming an extremely huge and powerful fireball. In an instant, Qin Feng's Lord Log was refreshed at an extremely terrifying speed. The frequency of kill prompts is even comparable to that during the points battle. You killed a 7-star combat goblin and gained 35 energy points. Eunice killed a 5-star warrior level goblin, and you gained 230 energy points. Eunice killed a 6-star warrior level goblin. You gained 240 energy points. You also received 1 energy stone. You wiped out a goblin legion. The goblin tribe's favorability towards you has dropped by 30 points. It is currently 100 points. The current relationship is irreconcilable. In the war with the local force, Goblin Kingdom, you killed a total of 5,342 goblins, exceeding 5,000. You received the war achievement, Level 1 Legion Destroyer. Since you are the first of the Blue Star's billions of lords to achieve this achievement, I will grant you a special achievement reward, 1 diamond level treasure chest. Your achievements will be announced to the world soon. Please set an announcement ID. If you choose not to set an announcement ID, the announcement will be published under your real name. Tip: world announcements will increase your reputation, which is a double-edged sword. You may gain the respect of other lords, but you may also attract hostility from other lords. P.S.1. The author is back to normal, but still insists on updating every day. Dear readers, can you give the author a little support? Chapter 66, Global Shock. The extremely familiar Tiandao prompt sound rang out, and Qin Feng set Qin Shi Huang as the announcement ID without hesitation. The moment the ID was set, the deafening sound of the heavenly Dao prompt exploded in the ears of tens of billions of Blue Star lords at the same time, bringing an unprecedented huge shock. Every lord who heard the content of the announcement clearly felt a tremor and shudder from the deepest part of his soul. World announcement. It has been detected that Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has slain a total of 5,342 goblins in his war against the local power, the Goblin Kingdom. This makes him the first lord to achieve the war achievement, Level 1 Legion Destroyer. As a special reward, Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang receives 1 diamond level treasure chest. We hope all lords will learn from Qin Shi Huang and become bigger, stronger, and more glorious. World announcement. The Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has been detected. A special achievement reward has been given during the war with the local power, Goblin Kingdom. We hope all lords will learn from Qin Shi Huang, grow bigger and stronger, and create glory. After 5 consecutive prompt tones, the whole world fell into silence for more than 10 seconds. Afterwards, all the major chat channels exploded. Amidst endless discussions and shocking praises, the reputation of Qin Shi Huang was at its peak. Holy crap! We wiped out an entire legion of goblins. A legion of 5,000. We did it in just 4 days. I also fought against the Goblin Kingdom. To be more precise, I fought against the Goblin tribe. I had 36 soldiers, and 24 of them were killed the first time we met. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been killed by those brutal goblins. Holy crap, goblins are so powerful. I know you got an excellent unit, but it's only between special and top levels. Even the goblins are so powerful, yet Master Qin Shi Huang can still wipe out an entire army. Master Qin Shi Huang's troops must be top tier. Could they be angels? Or high-level demons? Or even mythical dragons? In just 4 days, Boss Qin Shi Huang directly obtained 3 world announcements. What a pure and ruthless announcement trigger. If winning the points battle can be considered a world announcement, then Qin Shi Huang has won 4 world announcements, one a day, with unwavering punctuality, never missing a single one. 3 world announcements, 1 points competition championship. All King went to Boss Qin Shi Huang. This is leaving no chance for the other lords to survive. Too strong. Too strong. How could there be such a powerful lord? Did we really arrive on the Eternal Continent on the same day? Why do I feel like Qin Shi Huang arrived a month earlier than us? Mom, I want to go home. I really can't stay in this world for even 1 more day. Master Qin Shi Huang, are you in need of a maid? Are you in need of a female slave? I can use ice and fire, I can Sora, and I can rap. Just accept me. I just want to be a pendant on your leg. I will use all my energy, all my time, and all my youth to serve you. Your Majesty, I am your Zhang Han. Where are you? I want to come and join your Majesty. I am willing to serve your Majesty at every turn, even holding the horse's stirrups. Even if your Majesty asks me to climb mountains of swords and walk through seas of fire, I will not frown. Your Majesty, Father, I am your long-lost son. My life is so hard now. Every day, I am trapped in the territory by those wild monsters, and dare not go out. Supreme Father, can you come and save your son? I really can't hold on any longer. The world announcement made all the chat channels extremely lively. Countless people spoke in shock in the channel, some marveling at Qin Feng's terrifying record of annihilating 5,000 troops, some lamenting that Qin Feng had won all the world announcements and points battles so far by himself. Some even licked him with their tongues without caring about their shame. At a time when a huge number of low-level lords were shocked beyond words by Qin Feng. Those top lords who had shown their prowess in the battle for points were not much better off. In the Huangshui swamp, the Dark Knight King, who was leading his troops to kill monsters, suddenly heard the world announcement, and then he was stunned where he was, not even wanting to pick up the energy stones dropped by wild monsters. After a long time, the Dark Knight King finally woke up from his unprecedented state of shock and said with a shocked expression, "Damn it, how can this Qin Shi Huang be so awesome?" Not only did he dominate last night's points battle, he also won 73 million points, placing him first by a huge margin. This afternoon, we wiped out another goblin army of over 5,000 people and got a diamond treasure chest as a reward. This is simply too perverted. A pervert doesn't even look like a human being. Oh, damn it. I was thinking I could challenge him. What the hell am I supposed to do? Only God is qualified to deal with this kind of idiot. Directly north of the original site of Qin Feng's territory, after hearing the 5 deafening announcements, Chen Xiaojie stopped fighting and directly returned to the territory with his griffin and hid there. Last night, the battle for points was going on. Outside the defense barrier in the south of his territory, an extremely huge ice and fire formation once appeared. The moment the formation appeared, it destroyed countless wild monsters. After seeing that scene, Chen Xiaojie knew that his previous judgment was correct. The sublimated light column that descended on the first day was triggered by Qin Shi Huang. The territory of the big boss, Qin Shi Huang, who stood above millions of people, was right next to his territory. Master Qin Shi Huang, I absolutely have no intention of offending you. I certainly don't mean to take advantage of your misfortune and rob you of your spoils. Not only do I not have any now, I never did in the past, and I won't have any in the future. I didn't dare touch any of the monsters your troops killed last night. Forget about valuable items like energy stones and soul particles. I didn't even dare to pick up the meat that was almost frozen into powder. Your Majesty, I Xiaochen beg you, when you return victorious, please do not pass through my territory. Do not notice me, and don't kill me as a sacrifice just because you're in a bad mood. Master, Buddha, Guanyin, Jesus Christ, Hongjun Laozu, Taishang Laojun, all the gods and Buddhas in heaven, please have mercy, bless me. Please don't let Qin Shi Huang have murderous intentions towards me. While muttering in horror, Chen Xiaojie took out dozens of agarwood pieces that he had luckily obtained from his pocket. He asked the fire griffin to light the agarwood, and then stuck it into the mud in front of him, and knelt down and prayed devoutly. Chapter 67. Don't worry. They will be back soon. Arthas River Basin, Evil Moon Corridor. when Qin Feng wiped out 24 goblin tribes, was processing the food very carefully or adding ingredients to the food that was about to be sold in the hyperspace exchange. In order to maximize the use of the randomly selected troops, he needs to sell as much food as possible. As the food he sells is eaten by more and more lords and their soldiers, he will be able to gather more and stronger forces when he competes for the position of overlord. After selling this batch of food, the number of lords I can influence should exceed 3,000. By then, should I explode and do something big? While preparing the food, was thinking secretly. But at this moment, the deafening sound of the heavenly Tao prompt exploded in his ears, reporting to him Qin Feng's terrifying record that was simply beyond belief. After the heavenly Tao prompt sounded 5 times, S' excited expression immediately turned cold. He frowned and looked at the sky for a while, then gave up the immature idea. After all, after selling all the food he had, he could only influence more than 3,000 lords, and they were all the weakest ones. Relying on these people, he didn't think he had the ability to compete with Qin Shi Huang. Sell more? Sell more now. If I want to challenge this monster Qin Shi Huang, I must at least increase the number of lords I can influence from 3,000 to 30,000. At the end of the Alasii Mountains, on the top of Wangshan Mountain, on the 3rd floor of an extremely strange castle, there grows a strange and hideous scarlet giant tree. After nearly 13 hours of digestion and adjustment, Li Xiongyan's soul has become one with the revitalized castle. Its specific manifestation is the giant tree that can wave its tentacle-like branches at will, which is scarlet all over and looks weird and hideous. 5,000 goblins were wiped out. You truly are the enemy I've always wanted to surpass. Qin Shi Huang, you truly have what it takes to continue competing with me. Suddenly, a human face grew out of the giant scarlet tree. It was Li Xiongyan who sacrificed his entire life and was then swallowed up by the revitalized castle. No, it's not actually accurate to say that it was swallowed up. At this moment, Li Xiongyan and the castle are in an extremely strange state. You are in me, and I am in you. At the same time, they have the dual characteristics of a lord and a revitalized castle. Correspondingly, Li Xiongyan's personality also changed. He was still ferocious and crazy, bloodthirsty and murderous, but compared to the irritable lunatic before, he was countless times calmer at this moment. Calculate it. How many lords do I have to kill to be able to wipe out a 5,000-man goblin army? Oh, we have to kill and eat at least another 100 lords, and they all have to be lords with excellent level or higher military buildings. Thinking of this, the evil god Li Xiongyan looked towards the dark forest at the foot of Wangshan Mountain. After waking up and calming down, he quickly guessed that the person who released 5 ice and fire formations in the forest last night must be Qin Shi Huang. Therefore, he was not planning to lead the army down the mountain. He turned his head, and the scarlet tentacle-like tree trunk was instantly twisted 180 degrees. He looked at the extremely deep and distant Arrays Mountains, which were at least 3 times larger than the fallen forest. In the Alsace River Basin, on the Lilo grassland, on top of a huge boulder, Li Yuero, with her face covered in blood, cut off a section of her sleeve and wiped the blood-stained golden sword clean. Compared with before, there was less innocence and less obvious ambition in Li Yuero's eyes. Instead, there is a silent and undetectable wildfire, and a harshness and calmness that is almost like a killing machine. Have they grown to the point where they can destroy an army? You truly are the man who made me feel so hopeless and hopeless. However, the stronger you become, the better it is for me, because it means I can cross the river with you. You wipe out the goblin army, and I will catch the weak dwarf tribe and massacre the village. Even if my final achievements can never match yours, I can still surpass most lords and build an orc empire for my amethyst behemoths and my wolf riders. Looking at a miniature building model that had just exploded at her feet when she was killing a monster, Li Yuero smiled faintly. Then, she opened the hyperspace exchange and uploaded a large number of weapons for sale. These weapons, like the wolf cavalry building models, were all newly acquired by her and were extremely popular. Just now, she did something that she would never do in the past. She took advantage of the situation and massacred 3 dwarf tribes whose elite fighters were all killed in battle, as well as a natural elf caravan whose casualties exceeded 80%. Shirehua Plateau, the Eye of Hell. After the 5 Tiandao prompt sounds ended, Wang Haoran's face became melancholy. At this moment, there was a huge cocoon in front of him, which was the 9-star legendary treasure, Cocoon of the Ancestor. After impulsively choosing the ancestral cocoon, Wang Haoran felt a little regretful. Because the success rate of activating this thing was incredibly low, only 1%. The cost of failure was also extremely high, almost unbearable. This made Wang Haoran hesitate to make a decision and gamble on his luck. But at this moment, this giant cocoon that exudes terrifying vitality and is worth far more than a legendary item after successful activation has become Wang Haoran's biggest opportunity to narrow the distance between himself and Qin Feng. Want to take a gamble? If I don't bet, I'll have wasted the reward for 10th place in the points competition, and I'll definitely be left behind by those top 10 guys. If I bet, I have a 1% chance of winning. I'll get a Dragon King with the bloodline of an ancestor. I'll gain power far exceeding that of Qin Shi Huang. But if I fail, I will lose a golden dragon. The natural favorability of all dragons towards me will drop by 50 points. Wang Haoran's face became troubled again. But after taking 3 deep breaths, he finally put his chips on the line and took a gamble. He's already been in the top 10. He really wanted to experience what it felt like first. The Eternal Continent is boundless, and the distribution of the Blue Star Lords is even more scattered. But almost all the top lords in every region were shocked by Qin Feng's terrifying record. On the southern edge of the Huangshui Valley, on the barren mountain, the same is true for Feng Guogua, who possesses top-level troops but is unaware of it. After the 5th heavenly Dao prompt sounded, Feng Guogua was stunned for dozens of seconds, not knowing whether to hold up the pickaxe in his hand or put it down. Then, she gradually woke up from the huge shock. Her eyes instantly turned into crescents. She threw the pickaxe on the ground with a clang and ran towards the 4 little succubi surrounded by 64 Bana men. Running down the road, she waved her arms, which were covered in mineral dust, and shouted, "Little succubi, don't worry. They won. They'll be back soon." Chapter 68. To destroy someone, you must first drive them crazy. Hearing Feng Guogua's loud shouts filled with infinite excitement, and watching Feng Guogua waving her hands wildly, without any rhythm at all, the 4 little succubi who were extremely sad and crying stopped crying immediately. The succubus's innate and extremely powerful intuition told them that Feng Guogua could not be pretending to be like this. "Sister Guogua, are you serious? Will the master and the others be able to return soon?" Cheryl flew up from the encirclement and comfort of 64 Bana little men and instantly came to Feng Guogua and flew around her. "Really? Sister Guogua, is everything you said true?" At the same time, the other 3 little succubi also took off, holding hands and circling around Feng Guogua's head, making Feng Guogua dizzy in a few moves. "Really? I received a message from heaven." Feng Guogua nodded vigorously, then said, "It said that Brother Qin Feng has already wiped out 5,000 goblins. Not only has he achieved the level 1 Legion Destroyer achievement, he's also received a diamond-level treasure chest." Feng Guogua laughed happily. She scratched her head and said, "I've never seen what a treasure chest looks like. When Brother Qin Feng comes back, I should be able to open my eyes." "Oh, we won. Oh, we won." The 4 little succubi stared at Feng Guogua for a long time. After confirming that Feng Guogua was not lying, they celebrated excitedly. The little succubus who had a talent for dancing even performed a celebratory dance under the gaze of 68 pairs of eyes. Compared to Eunice, who danced for Qin Feng when she got the flaming armor, the little succubus dancing at this moment has obviously more contagious dance moves. In just an instant, all the little people and even smaller little people present became excited and happy. "I've made up my mind. From now on, we will suspend all the work at hand, and everyone will participate in the preparations for the celebration banquet." After the little succubus finished her dance, Feng Guogua, the Lord, began to give orders. "Dawei, you and the 12 little people are responsible for chopping wood. Egudo, bring 12 people with me into the kitchen and help me. Bubble Teapot, you and others go make the iron dinner plates, juicer, and cups. As for fruits and vegetables..." Feng Guogua looked at Shirley. "Shirley, can I ask you for a favor? I want to prepare drinks for Brother Qin Feng and the 2 succubus sisters at the celebration banquet. Could you please go to the forest outside the territory and pick some fruits?" "Yes, sure." Cheryl and the other 3 succubi nodded at the same time. Before Qin Feng left, he told them to listen to Feng Guogua here. At this moment, Feng Guogua asked them to prepare fruit and vegetable drinks for Qin Feng and the 2 seniors. How could they refuse? In the burning battlefield, after the surveillance was completed, Sylvie supported the exhausted Eunice, her eyes full of heartache. In less than 20 minutes, the 2 of them killed nearly 3,000 goblin warriors, including nearly 70 commanders and nearly 400 generals. Although everything seems to be as simple as a piece of cake, in actual operation, there must be no mistakes at all. Whether it is used to lure the enemy, or to create real rain of fire and icy air, or it is mind control that controls goblin warriors and promotes the idea of escaping, Or maybe it was the combined force of truth and falsehood that followed, in which 23 goblin priests were killed head-on. Or it could be the fire tornado and firewall used to divide the battlefield after the goblin sacrifice. Or maybe it was the mutual assistance and support they provided when they attacked and killed the last 40 or so commander-level goblins. If there is a mistake in any one of the links, it may lead to a complete failure. However, this war is not only extremely dangerous. The energy consumption of Sylvie and Eunice was also enormous. Sivir, who possesses the combat power of a 5-star military candidate, consumed nearly 70% of her magic power in this battle. Eunice, who was responsible for dividing the battlefield, besieging the enemy, and finally annihilating them, suffered even greater losses. Although in today's battle, Sivir has been following Qin Feng's instructions and deliberately giving Eunice heads, helping Eunice to be promoted from the original 3-star military candidate to the 4-star military candidate level. But in this battle of unprecedented intensity, Eunice exhausted all her magic power. After completing the final finishing work, she was so tired that she could not stand steadily. Take this time to rest. I've controlled over 1,000 rats and crows and deployed them in the 7 boroughs surrounding this area. The enemy is still 5 kilometers away. Based on their maximum marching speed, we still have at least 3 minutes of rest time. Sivir patted Eunice's back to help her breathe. Only 3 minutes. Eunice frowned, worry flickering in her eyes. In 3 minutes, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover even 10% of my strength. By then, you'll have to fight alone. Be careful of those people's explosive fire. It's okay. I won't suffer the same loss a second time, Sivir said with a smile. Besides, there's still a wind of revival in the Vitality Castle. Don't worry, I won't die. When the two of them were talking to this point, Qin Feng walked up to the 2 women holding a magic wand. He got this staff from a diamond treasure chest, and it was called the Star Scar Staff. Star Scar Staff. Quality, 3-star diamond. Attributes, 15% reduction in spellcasting cost, 30% increase in spell damage, 45% increase in mana recovery speed. Additional effect, Star Blessing. Each time you cast a spell, you will gain a layer of magic shield, which has a defense value equivalent to 150% of your own. Additional effect, Starry Sky Trace. When a spell hits an enemy unit, there is a 23% chance of summoning a small meteor to cause a second strike to it, with 6-star strike damage, depending on the wearer's combat power. After learning the current location of Golden Tooth and others from Sivir, Qin Feng half closed his eyes and calculated for a while, and then explained the basic information of the Star Mark wand to Eunice and Sivir. After introducing the staff, he looked at the 2 women and said, "Who of you wants this staff?" As the saying goes, the palm and back of the hand are all flesh. Regardless, no matter who gets the staff, it won't play a decisive role in the upcoming battle. Qin Feng, fearing being accused of bias and unwilling to make a decision, left the ownership of the staff to Eunice and Sivir to decide. Give it to Eunice. She needs to recover quickly, said Sivir. Give it to Sivir. She still has the fighting power and can unleash the power of this staff, said Eunice. Almost at the same time, Eunice and Sylvie gave answers without hesitation. Then, they all looked at each other in surprise, obviously shocked by each other's magnanimity. You have 2 minutes to push each other. Once the 2 minutes are up, we will have to stagger and run for our lives. Qin Feng said with a smile. Of course, escaping is not really escaping. It is just a bait before luring you into the trap. Qin Feng didn't think that with the half-crippled Sivir and the completely disabled Eunice, he could defeat the 3 military-level monsters and the more than 5,000 elite goblin armies led by them. As the saying goes, if you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. In order to trick the Golden Feng High Priest and 3 other military-level monsters into the Heavenly Dao defense barrier and kill them, Qin Feng must play the role of a low-health alchemist or a low-health Teemo this time, and must make the opponent take the initiative. Chapter 69, Avalon. Do you understand my painstaking efforts? In the tunnel, on top of the Imperial carriage, the Golden Feng High Priest looked at the broken and dim, translucent light curtain in front of him. Looking at Eunice, who was lying in Sivir's arms in the light curtain for a long time without moving, it seemed that she couldn't even raise her hands. An extremely intense light of surprise burst out from his slightly dim eyes. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Speed up. March quickly. March quickly at all costs. Ha ha. I truly do represent justice. Revenge for my compatriots is truly the most righteous thing in the world. No, the gods are helping me. Judging from the way the blue-dressed woman's chest rises and falls when she breathes, she must have consumed a lot of energy in that battle just now. The woman in the red dress is in even worse shape. After releasing her final flame magic, She was so exhausted she couldn't even move a finger. In this battle, I will definitely be able to suppress them, kill the culprit from another world, and then capture those 2 women with powerful magical talents alive. Bring them back and ravage them. Make them give birth to my babies. The Golden Feng high priest laughed wildly. Anyone could hear from his exaggerated voice the almost endless self-confidence in his heart, as well as the lust that had previously subsided but was now burning again. You old pervert. You really don't learn your lesson. Just now, you lost 24 tribes because of your lust. And now you're lusting after me again. You're trying to capture me alive. If I don't report you to the temple and His Majesty the King when I return to the capital, I'm not a qualified golden priest. In the same tunnel, atop a palanquin slightly away from the Golden Feng high priest, another golden priest thought angrily. If his strength wasn't far inferior to Golden Feng's, a mere 2-star military candidate, unable to defeat even Golden Feng's apprentice, he would have long since turned against Golden Feng. Master, wait until you're done having fun. Can you please let me have fun with those 2 women too? Just leave me a breath, just a breath. I don't expect anything else. The last golden goblin priest spoke up. He was Golden Feng's apprentice, possessing the combat power of a 6-star military officer. While his strength wasn't as great as Golden Feng's, his audacity was even greater. On the burning battlefield, Xiweir frowned warily, then said, Master, the Golden Feng is not far away from us. It will appear in about 30 seconds. Should we move? Retreat, Qin Feng said concisely. Then, he helped the powerless Eunice up and walked towards the weak water ice not far away. Soon, all 3 of them walked onto the weak water ice. Sivir took a deep breath, secretly explored the location of Golden Tooth and others in the tunnel again, and then controlled the weak water ice and rose into the sky. You killed so many of my people, and you still want to run away. Can you escape? Looking at Qin Feng and the other 2 who were already riding on the weak water ice and were about to escape in the dim and incomplete translucent light curtain, the Golden Tooth sneered. Then, he turned to look at the 2 imperial carriages not far behind him and said calmly, Mozandi, Avalon, those 3 villains are about to escape. I have to go ahead and stop them. When you leave the tunnel later, you must immediately form an army formation to help me kill that evil lord from another world. The reason for making such an arrangement instead of letting the other 2 gold-level goblin priests go out with him was because the Golden Tooth was full of confidence at the moment. He believed that he could cripple the only threat to him, Sivir, as soon as he appeared, and then kill Qin Feng, the Lord, to get the greatest credit. No, he was the one who took all the credit for avenging the 3 bronze-level tribes and the 24 tribes that went out on the expedition. The so-called construction of military formations to assist him. It's just his excuse to prevent others from taking credit. Yes, sir, Golden Tooth's apprentice answered simply. Although he and Golden Tooth were of the same rank, both being golden priests, as his apprentice, he knew firsthand how narrow-minded Golden Tooth could be. He didn't dare expose Golden Tooth's true intentions at this juncture, nor did he dare to steal the credit from Golden Tooth. Okay, another golden priest named Avalon replied after a moment of hesitation. He didn't know that both Shiver and Eunice mastered the art of soul-searching, and had already figured out the purpose of the formation runes through it. He didn't know that he and the 5,000 goblin army had been under Sivir's surveillance for a long time. He didn't understand that Qin Feng and the other 2 were just running away for show, with the purpose of making them angry. He also didn't realize that there was a subtle sense of weirdness hidden in the pursuit that was about to take place. After agreeing to Golden Feng's request, he mustered up his courage and made a request to Golden Feng. High Priest Golden Feng, when you attack later, can you please not think of capturing him alive? After all, we have learned from the past, and if something goes wrong. Before he could finish his words, Golden Tooth interrupted him. What a mistake. How could this go wrong? Don't you see? That woman in the red dress is completely crippled. She doesn't even have the strength to move a finger. After the battle, that woman in the blue dress also consumed a lot of energy. Her magic power right now is probably less than 30% of her peak. Facing such a weak enemy, how could I make a mistake? How could I let them go? Do you think I'm like that useless Amuro? After a fierce rebuttal, Golden Tooth narrowed his eyes slightly to defend his surging lust. Besides, I'm not planning to capture those 2 women alive for myself. I'm doing it to continue the magical bloodline of the Goblin Kingdom, so that more powerful priests will appear in the temple. You've all seen how powerful those 2 women's magic is. Even without using alchemical weapons, they can take on 23 of our priests. I'm already 180 years old. I don't have many years left to live. What kind of women have I not enjoyed in my life? Would I be tempted by their beauty? Oh, Avalon, you underestimate me. I want to capture them alive so that my blood can merge with theirs and produce powerful babies. These babies will grow up under the protection of the kingdom, and after my death, they will take on my responsibilities and continue to protect our great goblin kingdom. Avalon, can you understand my painstaking efforts? Okay. The golden priest Avalon responded helplessly and lowered his head to show his apology. Golden giant Feng smiled coldly, remembered this grudge, and prepared to settle the score later. Then, he mobilized the magic power in his body. In an instant, countless golden lights burst out from his body, carrying him out of the thick soil layer, flying high into the sky, and flying towards the weak water ice that carried Qin Feng and the other two. Where are you running to? As the distance got closer, the golden tooth roared. Then he launched a killing move, summoning 99 red gold divine thunders from the sky, which rumbled and struck towards the solid ice of Ruoshui. Chapter 70. Walking into a trap. The red gold lightning flashed like a streak of light towards the weak water ice that carried Qin Feng and the other two. The sound was terrifying and earth-shaking. The invisible and intangible air was rippling with layer after layer of extremely violent waves because of these streaks of lightning. Seeing that the lightning was about to strike the weak water ice, an extremely fierce ice-blue divine light suddenly burst out from Xiweir's eyes, and the 3 magic patterns on his body were all lit up. The tremendous magic power rushed into the sky. In just an instant, he created a huge semicircular ice shell, which not only blocked the attack of the golden Feng, but also used the recoil force to escape at a faster speed. Seeing Sivir's subtle and bold emergency response, a flash of surprise flashed in Golden Tooth's eyes, and then he became excited. He transformed into a scarlet gold lightning and chased straight towards the weak water ice. With his full strength bursting out, Golden Tooth's speed was extremely fast. It took him less than 10 seconds to catch up, stand still in the air, and block the way of Qin Feng and the other two. Woman, you are quite capable. Submit to me. Be my slave. I promise you. I will never let anyone else touch you. You will be my exclusive favorite, and you will have the supreme honor of continuing my bloodline. The Golden Tooth said to Sivir, his eyes filled with lust and arrogance. Old thing, get out. Sivir almost roared. She doesn't even have to act to express her anger to the fullest. You're so shameless. It seems I have to make you suffer a little more before I trample on you, to curb your arrogance. Golden Tooth said this angrily. He recalled the experience of training an eagle when he was a child. The more majestic the eagle, the more ferocious its character was. When training an eagle, you had to use heavy hands to severely strike down its arrogance and domineering spirit. Thinking of this, Golden Tooth looked at Qin Feng coldly and said with a ferocious expression, Woman, you've always protected this frail human from another world. This human must be very important to you. Tell me, if I were to crush this frail human man into pieces right in front of you, how would you feel? Would you kneel before me in tears, begging me not to torture your lord anymore? You dare. Xiweir said angrily. The icy aura on her body suddenly became countless times stronger, and it was obvious that she was really angry. Old bastard. You're looking for death. Not far from Sylvie, Eunice also had a face full of anger. Although she had no magic power at the moment, she still had the original power to use. If Qin Feng had not told her before rushing here that everything had to go according to the plan, she would have wanted to mobilize all the original power at this moment, fighting with her life, to kill the Golden Tooth who insulted Qin Feng. Looking at the two women who were extremely protective of Qin Feng, Golden Tooth snorted coldly, and jealousy burned in his heart. He said no more words, but launched an extremely crazy attack, summoning countless divine thunders and smashing them onto the ice shell created by Shiver regardless of the cost. Boom, boom, boom. The red gold lightning bombarded the ice shell, causing an extremely shocking noise. The extremely solid ice shell also cracked at an extremely fast speed under this almost crazy attack. 1-2 countless. In less than 10 seconds, cracks appeared all over the solid ice shell, and it seemed that the next lightning strike would completely shatter it and kill Qin Feng, who was protected by the ice shell. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was standing on the solid ice within the ice shell, also had a panicked look in his eyes. He waved his hands anxiously and shouted urgently, Xiweir, get out. Get out quickly. Looking at Qin Feng, who was so flustered that he lost his composure, and recalling how calmly Qin Feng had killed his subordinates before, the huge contrast between the two made Golden Tooth laugh wildly. It's useless. You can't run away. You only have 2 choices, surrender or death. Oh no. Those 2 women can choose to surrender. But you, the evil lord of another world, can only end up being crushed into pieces by me. After he finished speaking, countless red gold thunders flashed again, and the rumbling sound of thunder seemed to be accompanying the golden giant tooth, which suddenly made his prestige increase tens of thousands of times, as if at this moment, he could suppress the entire world. At this time, Mozandi and Avalon also walked out of the tunnel with an army of 5,000 goblins, and formed a huge military formation on the battlefield. Runes were shining, armor was flashing, swords and spears were standing in rows, and the murderous atmosphere shook the forest. The beasts hiding in the shadows of the trees were frightened by this huge military formation and fled away whimpering. Mighty, magnificent, unstoppable, invincible. Seeing the battle in the sky that had already determined the winner, looking at the crumbling dark blue ice shell like a candle in the wind. The armored goblin warriors on the ground let out heart-stirring war cries. Even the general-level and commander-level goblins felt a sense of honor at this moment and shouted loudly for the Golden Feng, as if it was not the Golden Feng that suppressed Qin Feng and the other two in the sky, but themselves. The cheers of war gradually became consistent. After the frequency was unified, the sound became even more terrifying. At the same time, it boosted the momentum of Golden Feng, making him laugh wildly and launch the final attack. "Break it for me!" The golden giant Feng roared and retracted his right fist. There was a crackling sound, and the red gold lightning flashed. Then it gathered into a terrifyingly powerful ball of light. With a jab from his right hand, it shot out and soared into the sky, turning into a giant red gold lightning dragon. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit towards the almost shattered ice shell. With a click, under the bite of the thunder dragon's huge mouth, the ice shell shattered without any surprise. The weak water ice that Qin Feng and the other two were riding on was also bitten into pieces by the thunder dragon, turning into ice dust and ice cubes all over the sky, and fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Ha ha, it's so vulnerable." The golden tooth laughed wildly. His laughter was extremely rampant and arrogant. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and a terrifying suction force emerged from the palm of his hand, splitting into 3 parts halfway. One force grabbed Eunice, who was already exhausted. One force grabbed Shiver, who had a panicked look on her face and didn't know what to do. And the last force went towards Qin Feng, as if it wanted to tear Qin Feng into pieces in the air. But just when Golden Tooth was feeling extremely proud and felt that he was about to achieve complete victory, the change happened suddenly. I saw that a ball of light that Qin Feng had always held in his hand and had never let go even when fighting with countless goblin soldiers suddenly burst into infinite brilliance. Immediately afterwards, a huge castle appeared in the air, which not only repelled the terrifying suction and grabbing force of the golden giant tooth, but also protected Qin Feng and the other two in the arched bunker on the 3rd floor of the castle. "What is this?" Golden Tooth was shocked, and an extremely bad premonition arose in his heart. He felt that once this castle was built, something bad would happen immediately. "Damn, how come a castle suddenly appeared in the sky?" exclaimed a commander-level goblin. "What the hell is this thing? It can actually bounce off the teacher's grabbing force." You know, the teacher is a top-level strong man at the level of a 9-star military officer. In the kingdom, his combat power is ranked among the top 5. The apprentice of the Golden Tooth, the priest named Mozandi, exclaimed in shock. "This is the castle of the Lord of another world. It has super strong defenses and is extremely massive. Everyone scatter. Don't let that castle hit you." Avalon immediately warned when he saw the castle falling towards his army. At this moment, he was both excited and annoyed. He was excited because the Lord from another world who had wiped out their entire group even summoned out a castle. Although he didn't understand why a castle could be shrunk into a ball of light and carried around, he knew that the castle that evolved from the ball of light must be the last resort for Qin Feng and the other two to save their lives. The reason for their anger was that the old, lecherous Golden Tooth was too ignorant of the limits when he attacked. He pushed Qin Feng and the other two towards their formation like a ball. If the castle was destroyed, at least several hundred brave goblin warriors would lose their lives. At Avalon's reminder, the army formation of 5,000 goblin warriors immediately dispersed in an orderly manner. In the short period of less than 10 seconds from the time the castle appeared to the ground, the entire triangular goblin army formation was dispersed into 18 small army formations. Not only did they quickly avoid the castle's astonishing impact, but they also completely blocked all escape routes on all sides of the castle. From this, we can see how powerful the comprehensive military qualities of the soldiers of this second goblin army of 5,000 are. "Get out of my way. Those 2 women are mine." At this moment, a rough and violent roar was heard from the sky, and the golden giant fangs turned into lightning and flashed. The roar threatened the surrounding goblin soldiers not to snatch people from him. Hearing this, Mozandi did not respond, while Avalon sneered with contempt. Old man, you just said that you were not obsessed with sex, but now you confess it yourself. You are such a beast. However, despite his contempt, Avalon did not object to Golden Feng's decision. After all, the outcome was already decided, and Qin Feng and the other two had even given up their last means of survival. Even if the old lecher Golden Feng was so obsessed with sex, he could not be killed. However, just when the Golden Tooth thought that he could catch Eunice and Sivir immediately, he tore Qin Feng to pieces in front of the two women. It was when Avalon thought that Qin Feng could only survive with the help of the castle and had no chance of escaping. The second accident happened in front of 5,000 goblin soldiers, several hundred commander-level goblin warriors, more than 20 priests, and 3 golden priests. Just like new buds sprouting from an old tree stump that has been struck by lightning and burned into dead wood. Although the buds are small, they represent infinite vitality. At this moment, countless goblins saw the moment when the huge castle fell to the ground and caused cracks in the earthquake. A faint speck of light, smaller than a green leaf, sparkled brightly in the sky over 200 meters above the castle. Then, the light spot began to emit light, and the light drew a beautiful parabola and enveloped the land around the castle. Judging from the speed at which the glow fell, it would probably take less than 30 seconds for it to completely transform into an impenetrable defensive barrier, wrapping up the entire castle in all directions without any blind spots, and then blocking all their attacks. Damn it! How could they even bring out this turtle shell? Golden Tooth cursed angrily. So this is the last resort of the Lord from another world. How can this be? How can his means of survival be that impenetrable defensive barrier? Avalon said, gritting his teeth. The conclusion that the Lord's defense barrier could not be broken was not derived from their own practice, but from the oracle of the Mother Earth enshrined in the temple, which was even more unquestionable than the practical results. As soon as he thought of this, Avalon had the urge to lead his army and rush in to kill Qin Feng and the other two before the defensive barrier was completely lowered. He was afraid that if he acted too slowly, this battle of revenge would fail. Just when Avalon thought of this, the castle that had landed steadily on the ground suddenly gathered a stream of blue light with huge life energy. Under the shocked gazes of countless goblins, the stream of light quickly poured into Sivir's body, and in almost a breath, it restored Sivir's condition to its peak state. At the same time, Qin Feng's voice also sounded from inside the castle, like thunder, like a sacred spark that was about to ignite the torch of hope. Sivir, hold them off. Just 25 seconds. I only need you to hold them off for 25 seconds. Yes. Standing outside the bunker on the 3rd floor of the castle, Sivir, whose strength was restored by the green light, answered in a loud voice. Then, the 3 magic patterns on her body all lit up, and she mobilized the magic power in her body with unprecedented intensity, instantly creating an endless and thick ice wall. 5,000 troops, several hundred commander-level goblin warriors, more than 20 priests, and 3 golden priests were all blocked outside the ice wall. Seeing this scene, Golden Tooth was stunned. His heart began to beat wildly. He felt that if he did not dispatch the army to help him smash the ice wall, which was much thicker and more solid than the ice shell, his expedition might really be in vain. Charge! Charge in! Charge in before the Tiandao defense barrier falls. I will take responsibility for all the consequences. At this moment, Avalon gave orders to the 5,000 troops in a hurry. At this moment, he no longer wanted to care about Golden Tooth's face. He had only one goal: to kill Qin Feng and the other two before the heavenly Dao defense barrier came down. However, he did not know that at this moment, all his response strategies were within Qin Feng's expectations. It's good up there. If you don't rush in, I'm not sure I can kill all 3 of you golden priests at once. Qin Feng spoke in a cold voice, but a smile appeared on his lips, cold and elegant. He opened the refrigerator in his hand, took out the Succubus figurine, and threw it into the open space in front of the castle. With a thud, the large stone statue of a succubus, shaped like a figurine, landed firmly on the ground. Then, it suddenly expanded, transforming into the glittering succubus reincarnation pool. At that moment, both the pool water and the eyes of the giant succubus statue seemed to contain supreme power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Chapter 71. In a snap of a finger, 5,000 soldiers are wiped out. Amidst the sound of exploding fire, amidst the roar of the thunder tearing through the air, Qin Feng walked out of the castle carrying a huge package full of energy stones and came step by step to the succubus reincarnation pool. He put down the package containing thousands of energy stones and placed all the 25 collected soul particles in the hands of the big succubus statue in the succubus reincarnation pool. After listening to the noise outside and calculating the time, he estimated that the 3 golden priests would break through the ice defense and enter the territory in about 15 seconds. Qin Feng pulled out the boning knife from his waist and pressed the blade against his wrist. He planned to use a quarter of his blood and 1,000 energy stones to activate the succubus statue into a fighting force. Then, based on the strength of the great succubus, it will be decided whether to consume the hard-earned soul particles and energy stones, activate the blissful illusion, and control the 3 golden goblin priests who will definitely rush in first, as well as all the goblin warriors within a radius of 5,000 meters. Big Succubus, you better fight for your life. You have to be worthy of the 8 magic patterns on your body and a quarter of my blood essence. After you are revitalized, you must have at least the strength of a war king. It would be best if you could instantly kill all the goblins outside. Otherwise, I'm in big trouble this time. Not only will I have to spend all the soul crystals I worked so hard to collect, I'll also be trapped here for 12 hours, waiting for the wind of resurgence to accumulate. Qin Feng said this with great anticipation. But in reality, he, who always preferred playing it safe, did not pin all his hopes on the great succubus statue. His real trump cards are still those 5. An impenetrable heavenly defense barrier. Sivir has the combat power of a 5-star military candidate. The control time of the 2 blissful illusions lasted for 30 seconds. A castle of vitality that can gather a wind of revival in just 6 hours. And the plan that had been drawn up long ago. Use the false to attack the true, divide and kill, lure the enemy into a trap, and close the door to beat the dog. Instead of being vague, the effect description only states the activation conditions and duration of the succubus activation effect. At this moment, he was looking forward to it. 70% of the reason was that he was reluctant to give up his hard-earned soul particles. The remaining 30% is because there are a total of 8 magic patterns on the body of the succubus statue. This represents an incomparable beauty that comes from an unknown strength. As soon as he thought of this, a cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He exerted force with his right hand, pressing it against the skin. The serrated boning knife immediately cut a hideous wound on Qin Feng's left wrist, so deep that the bone was visible. Scarlet blood flowed out from the wound on Qin Feng's wrist. The vibrant water dripped into the succubus reincarnation pool. With a splat, the blood merged into the pool water, and a powerful suction force emerged. A full kilogram of energy stone turned into light dust at the same time. Qin Feng himself felt like he was being entangled by 1,000 unices at the same time, and he couldn't help but shiver violently. The lush flesh and blood all over his body was sucked dry in an instant. At this moment, Qin Feng could no longer hear the chaotic sounds of explosions, shouts, and war cries outside the heavy ice walls. At this moment, there was only the sound of wind in his ears, an extremely loud sound of wind. The sound of the wind came extremely suddenly, was extremely loud and high, and extremely rhythmic. It was like some giant monster that had ended its trillion-year sleep and was now expelling the old and absorbing the new, swallowing up the heaven and earth. You're very courageous, little one. A voice rang out in Qin Feng's ears. When this voice appeared, the wind that covered the whole world stopped instantly, and all that remained was this gentle yet extremely intimidating woman's voice. Qin Feng raised his head with great effort. And then he saw a woman who was so beautiful that all male creatures in heaven and earth could stop breathing and suffocate to death. At this moment, Qin Feng's mind went blank. It was not that he couldn't find adjectives to describe the beauty of this woman, but he was so stunned that he forgot about description, comparison, and evaluation. With just one glance, he completely fell in love with the stunning appearance of the woman in front of him. It was like King Zhou of Shang seeing Daji for the first time. Just like King Yu of Zhou, who was so depressed that he could not be depressed anymore, he set fire to the beacon towers to trick the princes in order to win the smile of a beautiful woman. When Qin Feng held his breath and looked at the woman in a daze, the woman smiled gently, floated from the air to Qin Feng, naturally stretched out her hand, gently held Qin Feng's face, exhaled orchid, and praised. Including you, there are only 3 of you. You dared to leave the territory and come here to fight a positional battle with the goblins. You are very brave. The 3 of you wiped out over 5,000 goblins without taking any damage. You even managed to lure the 3 most powerful goblin priests into your territory. Even if I didn't take action, you could still use the blissful illusion to decapitate them. You little fellow, you are worthy of the phrase brave and resourceful. When the great succubus said this, Qin Feng calculated that 15 seconds had just passed. 3 goblin priests who looked a little hurried and embarrassed, led more than 300 commander-level goblins, passed through a gap in the huge ice wall, and walked into the territory. With a quick glance, the goblins saw the extremely conspicuous, extremely dazzling, and extremely enchanting succubus. In an instant, all the goblins were stunned where they were, and they formed a human wall inside the ice wall to block the influx of subsequent goblins. The great succubus didn't even look at the goblins that broke in. It seemed that in her eyes, those goblins were just ants that could be crushed to death at will, and it was not worth her wasting her extremely short and precious activation time. The great succubus continued to look at Qin Feng in her palm with gentle eyes. At first, when the will of the heavens of this world placed the hope of my and my race's revival in your hands, I was actually very dissatisfied. After all, back then, you were just a human being weaker than an ant, and you were obsessed with lust. But when I saw you raging over the severely injured Sivir, and saw the goblins who hurt Sivir turning into ashes scattered into the sky in your revenge, I suddenly like you a little bit. At the same time, I am also very fortunate that the hope of my and my clan's revival is in the hands of a little fellow like you. Tell me, how can I thank you? A hint of doubt flashed across the great succubus's bright eyes. Soon after, she smiled lightly, and the teardrop mole under the corner of her eye made her whole face even more charming and attractive. Thank me? Can you please kill those goblins first, and then thank me? The progress bar on your head is already 4/5 done. Qin Feng roared in his heart. At this moment, he had awakened from the almost infinite charm of the great succubus. This was a miracle, but Qin Feng himself did not realize it. As if she had heard Qin Feng's extremely unromantic thoughts, the great succubus reached out and tapped Qin Feng's forehead lightly, with a resentful look in her eyes. But the next second, she decided to give Qin Feng a small reward. She held Qin Feng's face again, gently raised her soft lips, and kissed Qin Feng tenderly. In just a moment, the two pairs of lips separated. Qin Feng had no time to savor the feeling. He just felt it was wonderful, incomparably wonderful, and he wanted to continue even if he died. Little guy, do a good job. I'm looking forward to the day when you can completely revive me. Then, I will reward you handsomely. The big succubus said with a smile, her eyes charming, as if conveying infinite romance. When the progress bar was about to finish in 1 second, the great succubus turned around gracefully, looking at the goblins who had entered the Tiandao defense barrier, and then penetrated the ice wall and the Tiandao defense barrier, looking at the 5,000 goblin warriors in a more distant position. She gently raised her wrist, which was as white as snow, and snapped her fingers lightly. Then, she turned into a motionless statue again, standing in the vibrant pool. As his fingers snapped, a barely perceptible, extremely slow ripple appeared and spread out in all directions of heaven and earth. At the same time, the goblins who had been so captivated by the succubus's extreme beauty that they had forgotten to act suddenly woke up at this moment. Human, where's that woman from before? Where did you hide her? Hand her over to me now, or I'll skin you alive. Like an ascetic monk among the goblin clan, Avalon, who had always strictly restrained his lust, roared at Qin Feng. At this moment, he completely forgot that the fundamental purpose of his trip was actually to avenge his compatriots, not the woman who had just appeared for a moment. Yes. Hurry and hand over that woman. You must also hand over those 2 women. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. The disciple of Golden Tooth, the golden priest named Mozandi, also threatened Qin Feng in a loud voice. He was so obsessed with lust that he was completely unaware that an extremely terrifying ripple was spreading towards him in the space. It's all mine. It's all mine. Human, die. You don't deserve a beauty like that. The golden giant roared and rushed towards Qin Feng, with endless lust and anger burning in its eyes. However, just before he was about to approach Qin Feng, he bumped into the ripple in the space and was instantly cut into 2. The feeling of pain did not reach Golden Tooth's brain immediately. He still had that ferocious grin on his face, his expression wild and greedy, and he stretched out his hands desperately, trying to grab Qin Feng and tear him into pieces. But as he rushed forward, he found that he had no strength to move forward. Feeling a sharp pain, he lowered his head in shock and saw an extremely tragic scene. He was split in 2, the upper body and the lower body. The cross-sections of the upper and lower body were as smooth as mirrors. The skin was cut off, the internal organs were cut open, and the blood that was originally flowing in the blood vessels was cut into 2 extremely smooth halves. But this is not the scariest thing. What really made Golden Tooth feel infinite panic? It was his body that was split into 2 and was gradually disintegrating, turning into pale ashes, carried by the wind and floating all over the sky. What's going on? Why did I suddenly split into two? Why is my body still turning to ash? What kind of evil spell has befallen me? Shocked, Golden Tooth tried many times but still couldn't reassemble his body, let alone reverse the disintegration of his body. He looked at Qin Feng in horror and threatened. Human, what have you done to me? Stop your damned sorcery. Restore me back to my original form. Otherwise I will kill you. I will really kill you. Shocked and panicked, he threatened again and again. But no matter how terrifying the words Golden Tooth said, Qin Feng, who was not far in front of him, remained indifferent and expressionless, while his own body was collapsing at a faster speed. Seeing this scene, Golden Tooth no longer dared to speak harshly. He was filled with fear and tears and begged loudly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have set my sights on your woman. I'm a beast. Please let me go. Please save me. I am willing to be your slave. I am willing to serve you as my master and wait on you for the rest of my life. I swear to the Mother Earth. Master, please stop your magic. Please. Hearing the Golden Feng's painful and shrill wail and looking at the shocking scene before them, all the goblin warriors were stunned. They could never imagine that the usually high and mighty Lord Golden Tooth would actually beg for mercy from a human. At this moment, an extremely intense feeling of humiliation arose in the hearts of these goblins. They were ashamed and angry, and they were about to insult Golden Feng. But at this moment, after passing through the Golden Feng, the ripples that increased slightly in speed approached them and passed through them. Then, an even more shocking scene happened quietly. I saw that one goblin after another was cut into two parts silently, one for the upper body and the other for the lower body. The cut ends were as smooth as a mirror. Not to mention the skin and internal organs. Even the blood flowing in the veins was cut into two smooth halves. Damn it! How come I was cut into two pieces? The apprentice of Golden Tooth said in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. What kind of evil magic is this? Why can't I reconstruct my body? I am a military officer. I am a golden priest. The golden priest Avalon roared in horror. What's going on? What kind of evil magic is this? Mother Earth, save your people. I'm dying. I'm really dying. No pain, no feeling at all. But every goblin who was cut in two felt incomparable fear, a powerful fear that could shatter all their honor, all their pride, and all their self-esteem. Under the influence of this boundless fear, they wailed, cried, begged for mercy, and prayed. But no matter what they said or what they begged, it could not change their fate of collapse. Then, the ripple that passed through them and gained acceleration caused more goblins to join in this unprecedented wailing. In an instant, the only sound left in the entire castle and on the entire battlefield was the sound of shrill wailing. It was not until 3 minutes later that the miserable wails gradually died down, and the goblins began to die one by one in the order in which they were cut in two, and then disappeared into thin air. Qin Feng's Lord Log has just been updated at an increasingly faster speed. With a snap of his fingers, he wiped out an army of 5,000 goblins. Is this the divine power of the revitalized Wuji Succubus? He looked at the kill prompt in the Lord's log, then looked at the motionless statue of the big succubus beside him. Qin Feng felt an unprecedented shock. P.S. This chapter is still 4,000 words long. Please vote. Please bookmark. Please read on. Chapter 72, Second Announcement. The world is shocked. Fallen Forest, the capital of the Goblin Kingdom, the Temple of Mother Earth. In the magnificent temple, next to the tall statue of Mother Earth, a young servant of the god was dozing with sleepy eyes. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across his face, bringing a chill. He woke up with a start, then slapped himself several times, cursing inwardly. How could you fall asleep in the temple? How could you be distracted in front of the statue of Mother Earth? Fernando, doing this is worthy of your elder brother who begged and pleaded with everyone to send you to the temple to be a servant of God. After several slaps, Fernando's sleepiness immediately disappeared. He straightened his body, stood beside the statue with an extremely solemn expression, and looked straight ahead. Then, Fernando was shocked. He saw that among the more than 200 soul lamps in the temple, a full 48 soul lamps were extinguished. Among these extinguished soul lamps, there are even 3 golden soul lamps representing the golden high priest. Something happened. Fernando muttered like an idiot, sweat pouring out of his forehead, back and palms like oil. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. The terrified Fernando suddenly roared wildly, and then he rushed out of the temple while roaring as if he had gone mad, and rushed towards the back of the temple, the residence of the chief priest of the Goblin Kingdom. As Fernando ran towards the chief high priest's residence in fear, Qin Feng's frantically updated Lord's log had just reached its end. The prelude to the world announcement rang out in his ears, a shocking sound. The infinite Succubus Bertini killed a 7-star commander-level goblin. You gained 3,400 energy points. The infinite Succubus Bertini killed an 8-star commander-level goblin. You gained 3,500 energy points. The infinite Succubus Bertini killed a 9-star commander-level goblin. You gained 3,600 energy points. In the war with the local force, Goblin Kingdom, you killed a total of 11,323 goblin warriors, exceeding 10,000 kills. You have obtained the war achievement, Level 2 Legion Destroyer. Since you are the first of the Blue Star's billions of lords to achieve this achievement, I will reward you with 1 epic treasure chest. Tip: the first lord to collect all the Legion Destroyer achievements at levels 1, 2, and 3 will receive the unique mythical war buff, Warlord's Command. Your achievements will be announced to the world soon. Please set an announcement ID. If you do not set an announcement ID, the announcement will be automatically published under your real name. Tip: world announcements will increase your reputation, which is a double-edged sword. You may gain the respect of other lords, but you may also attract hostility from other lords. A translucent dialogue box appeared in front of Qin Feng, waking him up from his previous shock. This, being the first to collect the Level 3 Legion Destroyer achievement, actually grants a unique mythical level war buff. Looking at the text prompt written in the translucent dialogue box, Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp. He was able to achieve such great strength and supreme reputation today, thanks to the 2 unique buildings he randomly received at the beginning of the game. He knew better than anyone how heavy and powerful the weight of a building, a unit, or a buff became when it was attached with the word unique. This buff must not fall into the hands of other lords. I must seize this current advantage and achieve the Level 3 Legion Destroyer achievement as quickly as possible and obtain the Warlord's Order. Qin Feng thought firmly, and then entered the ID, Qin Shi Huang, in the translucent dialogue box. In an instant, the deafening sound of the world announcement exploded in the ears of the billions of Blue Star Lords. World announcement: it has been detected that Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has killed a total of 11,323 goblin warriors in the war against the local power, the Goblin Kingdom. This makes him the first lord to achieve the war achievement, Level 2 Legion Destroyer. As a special achievement reward, Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang receives an epic treasure chest X1. We hope all lords will learn from Qin Shi Huang and become bigger and stronger, creating glory. World announcement: the Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has been detected. A special achievement reward has been given during the war with the local power, Goblin Kingdom. We hope all lords will learn from Qin Shi Huang, grow bigger and stronger, and create glory. After 5 consecutive broadcasts, the world announcement fell silent, but tens of millions of chat channels around the world became excited. It was like a cauldron that had been burning with raging fire for 3 days and 3 nights, boiling endlessly. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Did I hear correctly? Did Boss Qin Shi Huang get the world announcement again? I just got a world announcement over 20 minutes ago, and now I've got another one. Boss Qin Shi Huang, could you please restrain your powers? Leave a few announcements for us. I suggest that the world announcement no longer be called the world announcement. Just call it by the will of heaven. The Emperor decreased. I suggest you stop being jealous. Boss Qin Shi Huang received the world announcement through his strength. If you were capable, you could also slaughter over 10,000 Goblin Kingdom troops in 30 minutes. That's right. His Majesty the First Emperor is awesome. Long live His Majesty the First Emperor. Your Majesty the First Emperor. I have been waiting to be married for 4 days. When will you come to marry me? I want to be your queen. Get out of here, you little bitch upstairs. Look at your pig kidneys, which are thicker than a bucket. Look at your ironed face. There's no way the First Emperor would fall in love with you. In this entire world, only a beauty like me is qualified to be the Empress of the First Emperor. Your Majesty, look at me. I can handle ice and fire. I can soothe and rap. While the lords in the major chat channels were shocked, the most powerful or most promising lords were also stunned by Qin Feng's terrifying record. It took them several tens of seconds to recover from the shock. Some people became discouraged and gave up the idea of catching up with Qin Feng. Some people gritted their teeth and changed the original plan, postponing the feat that was supposed to be a big success or not, and postponed it again and again. But this world is not just about catching up and competition. On a barren mountain at the edge of the Huangshui Valley, there lived an extremely kind little girl. After hearing the world announcement, she smiled from the bottom of her heart. I got 2 world announcements in 1 day. You are truly worthy of being my brother Qin Feng. Chapter 73, Architectural Blueprint Synthesis Platform. In the castle, in the kitchen, Feng Guogua exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her excited voice, the little Bana who was helping her beside her immediately showed a curious expression, looked at her with great doubt, and asked in a chattering voice. Sister Lord, what is a world announcement? Is it that powerful? Sister Guogua, will there be a reward for getting the world announcement? What kind of reward is it? Is it the diamond treasure chest you mentioned earlier? Sister Guogua, how many people have received the world announcement so far? Sister Guogua, can you get the world notice? If you do, can you lend it to me to study? I want to take it apart. Don't ask all at once. One question each, one at a time. Feng Guogua felt a little dizzy because of the noise of the curious, baby-like Bana man. She pressed her forehead and then transformed into a kindergarten teacher. She stretched out her hand and tapped lightly in the crowd, and then stopped at a little girl who was younger than her. Agujuo, you come first. What's your problem? Agujuo was very happy to be chosen by Feng Guogua to be the first to ask a question. She took a step forward and asked excitedly, Sister Guogua, Agujuo wants to ask, what is the world announcement? Feng Guogua smiled and patted Agujuo's head, then explained, the world announcement is the will of the heavenly Tao of this world. It is the highest level of recognition for outstanding individuals among the billions of Blue Star Lords. Each time, an incomparably precious treasure chest will be given. So far, the world announcement has only appeared 4 times, and these 4 extremely precious world announcements were all taken by Brother Qin Feng alone. He alone obtained 4 extremely valuable treasure chests, 1 gold, 1 platinum, and 1 diamond. The last one is the most precious, an epic-level treasure chest. It's equivalent to the points reward earned by the top 100 players in last night's points battle. And every time a world announcement is made, tens of billions of Blue Star Lords will hear the same announcement at the same time. For example, the world announcement just now informed the Lords of the world that Brother Qin Feng had annihilated a 10,000-man Goblin Legion and obtained the Level 2 Legion Destroyer achievement. And he called on all Lords around the world to learn from Brother Qin Feng. In other words, Brother Qin Feng is now the common role model for tens of billions of Blue Star Lords. You could even say he's their idol. When these words were spoken, all the Bana villains present were shocked. At this moment, a light of worship and admiration emerged in the eyes of all of them. Wow, it's actually the highest level of reward. And there's a treasure chest every time. Brother Qin Feng is so amazing. I admire him so much. Just by getting the announcement, I can become a role model for the billionaire lord. This kind of thing is too much of a show. I want to be a role model too. I also want to be the idol of the billionaire lord's sister. After a round of shocking discussions of immense admiration and yearning, Feng Guogua's encyclopedia lecture continued. The little people in Bana lined up very actively to ask questions, and Feng Guogua, the little kindergarten teacher, did a very competent job. She patiently, meticulously, and even enjoyed answering the questions of the Bana people. With this explanation, Qin Feng's image in the hearts of these little people became more and more majestic, and gradually, he occupied the second most noble position in their hearts, almost unshakable. Let's get back to Qin Feng. After setting the announcement ID and detonating the world announcement, Qin Feng dived into the Huangshui Valley chat channel to peek at the lords praising him. Looking at the speeches falling like snowflakes, they were all praising my own speech. Qin Feng's vanity was satisfied to an unprecedented degree. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and he enjoyed it to the extreme. However, Qin Feng did not indulge in this vanity for too long. After peeking at the screen for a minute, he closed the chat panel contentedly and claimed the epic treasure chest that was the reward for the Level 2 Legion Destroyer achievement. The reward for the Level 2 Legion Destroyer achievement is an epic treasure chest, and the Level 3 Legion Destroyer achievement should be a legendary treasure chest, which is directly equivalent to the points reward received by the top 10 lords in last night's points battle. Secretly looking forward to the generous rewards represented by the Level 3 Legion Destroyer achievement, Qin Feng opened the epic treasure chest. With a flash of light, a workbench with an ancient shape and sparkling with magical power appeared in front of Qin Feng. His workbench? Some surprise. Qin Feng has always had bad luck when it comes to treasure chests. Not only is the probability of getting a treasure chest when killing monsters extremely low, far less than that of other lords, but the luck of opening the chest is also extremely bad. As the saying goes, auxiliary props are permanent, but equipment is ever-changing. Except for the time when he opened a silver-level temporary luck bonus card, Qin Feng only opened weapons and equipment in the other 2 times he opened the box. Its value is far lower than the temporary lucky bonus card, which can affect the probability of the appearance of multi-patterned Succubus, not to mention the fangs opened by the Dark Knight King, which can directly sublimate the bloodline of the troops. Is this a blessing in disguise? Qin Feng sighed secretly, then called up the information panel on the workbench and checked it with anticipation. Architectural Blueprint Synthesis Platform. Quality, 9-star epic item. Effect, Building System Binding. When you use the Building Blueprint Synthesis Table for the first time, you can bind this synthesis table to the Lord's Castle to obtain the complete synthesis sequence of the corresponding building system blueprint. Effect, Architectural Blueprint Synthesis. Consume a certain amount of Lord's Heart, architectural blueprints, and a small amount of special materials to synthesize the architectural blueprints listed in the corresponding building system synthesis sequence. Holy crap! This is a divine weapon. After reading the introduction of the Architectural Blueprint Synthesis Platform, Qin Feng was stunned with shock. For those lords who are randomly assigned to low-level castles, the effect of the Building Blueprint Synthesis Table is extremely useless. It can only synthesize garbage building blueprints of similar level to their castle. But Qin Feng was different. The castle he randomly came to was a vibrant castle with unique characteristics. It was the core building of the Succubus clan, one of the high-level demons. Once the Building Blueprint Synthesis Table is bound to the Vitality Castle, Qin Feng will be able to obtain the complete blueprint synthesis sequence of the Succubus clan's unique buildings. Afterwards, he could continuously synthesize architectural blueprints that belonged exclusively to the Succubus clan and madly improve the strength of his territory at a speed that other lords could not understand. Unboxing this time was so cool. Even if this burst of luck costs me 10 years of my life, I still think it's worth it. Qin Feng laughed and sighed. Then he walked straight to the Vitality Castle and bound the Architectural Blueprint Synthesis Table to the Vitality Castle. In an instant, a translucent panel appeared in front of him. On the panel, mysterious text scrolled wildly, and a 6-hour countdown progress bar appeared at the corner of the panel. Obviously, after 6 hours, Qin Feng will be able to see the complete synthesis sequence of the Succubus clan's exclusive architectural drawings. Chapter 74, 3 People, 800 Thoughts. When Qin Feng was extremely excited about the almost incredible effect of the Architectural Blueprint Synthesis Platform, Eunice and Shiver, each carrying a huge handmade refrigerator, walked back to Qin Feng with a full load of spoils. Collecting the spoils was not Qin Feng's request, but the two girls did it voluntarily after they regained their ability to move. The reason was very simple. Every time they returned from hunting with spoils, they could see a smile on Qin Feng's face. That smile of satisfaction that came from the heart made them extremely addicted. Master, we are back, and this time we have a great harvest. After the intense battle, Eunice's voice returned to its usual sticky and lively tone. She smiled sweetly and said to Qin Feng, "We just picked up a total of 211 soul particles, 4,871 energy stones, 18,211 enchanted weapons, and countless enchanted arrows. In addition, there are 27 pairs of mutated fangs, 3 of which belong to the 3 golden goblin priests." Eunice reported with a smile, then placed the refrigerator in front of Qin Feng. "Master, please check." Mutated fangs? Qin Feng asked in surprise. He clearly remembered that after Bertini snapped his fingers, a sharp ripple appeared on the battlefield, capable of cutting off and destroying everything. The second wave of more than 5,000 goblin soldiers were all killed by the terrifying ripple and turned into ashes. Under this circumstance, Qin Feng didn't understand why there were still mutated fangs. Could it be that Bertini thought these fangs were useful, so he didn't disintegrate them and deliberately left them to me? As soon as he thought of this, Qin Feng's eyes were focused on a pair of mutated fangs. In an instant, the attribute data of the mutant fangs appeared completely in Qin Feng's vision. Mutated fangs Type 1. This pair of mutated fangs comes from a commander-level goblin warrior. They contain powerful power and are a rare equipment forging material. They can be used as the main material for gold-level equipment or as an auxiliary material for diamond-level equipment. It really has value. Qin Feng subconsciously shifted his gaze and looked at the big succubus statue standing in the pool beside him. He had only 15 seconds of contact with the great succubus Bertini, and he was extremely passive throughout the entire process. First, she was held in the hands of the great succubus Bertini and played with, and then her first kiss of the day was taken away by that bad woman. But Qin Feng knew very well that although the great succubus Bertini was not as 100% loyal to him as Eunice and Sivir, but she also had a very strong liking for him. Otherwise Bertini would not have taken the initiative to give him a kiss, let alone say such words. "I am very glad that the hope of revival of me and my clan is in the hands of a little fellow like you. Bertini, you left these mutated fangs to me. Do you want me to use them to create equipment, quickly improve my strength, and then let me revive the Succubus clan as soon as possible and revive you. Qin Feng asked silently in his heart. After the great Succubus Bertini came to life, she spoke to Qin Feng about the will of heaven, the Vitality Castle, the Succubus reincarnation pool, and the Succubus clan. This made Qin Feng vaguely guess some secrets about top-level troops like Succubus. In Qin Feng's opinion, there are unique troops like the Succubus and extremely special top-level troops like the Bonneman. There is a high probability that they originated from some destroyed civilizations in the distant history. The castles and military buildings that were unique to their civilization were obtained by the Blue Star Lord who came here. Most likely, it was because the will of the Eternal Continent preserved the last spark of fire for these civilizations during the catastrophe, thus reaching a certain contract with them, making them tools for the will of the Eternal Continent to select the strongest lords. The fact that the building blueprint synthesis platform can synthesize buildings that are exclusive to the Succubus clan under the Vitality Castle system is indirect evidence for this speculation. The racial revival mentioned by the great Succubus Bertini, as well as her own revival, are strong direct evidence of this speculation. After all, only dead ashes can be rekindled. If it never really existed, then revival is nothing but a fallacy. I will revive you as soon as possible, I swear. Qin Feng secretly swore in his heart. For him, the great Succubus Bertini not only possesses 8 magic patterns and unfathomable strength, but is also the best candidate for the mistress of his territory. Although he only had contact with Bertini for a brief 15 seconds. However, Qin Feng felt very clearly the extremely powerful queen's pressure from Bertini. Qin Feng likes pretty girls like Eunice, and also likes cold and aloof ice beauties like Sylvie. But if we talk about his favorite type, it has to be the queen-like beauty who is high and mighty with an imposing aura. He would be particularly excited to conquer such a woman. When he thought of this, Qin Feng, who was greedy for the body of the Succubus Bertini, stretched out his hand as if possessed by a ghost, and gently stroked the cheek of the Succubus statue in the pool, as gently as if he was facing his lover. But then, an extremely cold feeling rose from Qin Feng's heart. He felt that Bertini's statue suddenly came alive at this moment, staring at him with complex and cold eyes. Ahem. The young LSP Qin coughed twice and withdrew his hand. A different kind of excitement arose in his heart. He thought that after returning to the territory, he must take time to test Bertini's limits and see to what extent the other party would really come back to life and beat him up. On the side, Eunice and Sylvie saw this scene and felt the tenderness that was almost obsessive when Qin Feng caressed the cheek of the big Succubus statue. All of a sudden, unprecedented jealousy erupted in the hearts of the two girls, and along with it came an unfathomable fear. Protected by the same heavenly defense barrier, Eunice and Sivir had both witnessed Bertini's stunning beauty, unparalleled martial arts, and unparalleled aura. They were both afraid that one day, this statue standing in the pool would really turn into the queen, who was so beautiful and powerful that her aura was almost solid, accompanying Qin Feng and taking away all of Qin Feng's favor. So, they both thought about how to tie Qin Feng up. A cunning light flashed in Eunice's eyes. She made up her mind that she would find Qin Feng to fight alongside her tonight, and make Qin Feng remember more of her good things. Xiaoyur confirmed her idea during the day, that is, to be nice to Qin Feng quietly, so that Qin Feng would fall deeply in love with her imperceptibly. Well, besides that, I also have to steal some of Eunice's green tea skills. Learn from the enemy and defeat them. But I can't ignore this little bitch just because of the big Succubus statue. She's also a formidable rival, Sivir thought secretly, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 75. Centralizing Power in the Name of War. After sorting out the spoils they had collected, Qin Feng and the other two stayed there for a while, until Sivir's magic power recovered to about 10%, and she had enough magic power to control the ice and bring all 3 of them back. Only then did Qin Feng collect the Vitality Castle as the Lord's Heart and the Succubus reincarnation pool as a stone figure. Holding them on both sides, he climbed onto the newly condensed weak water ice and flew towards the barren mountain where Feng Guoguo was. He would soon be able to pick up the 4 little succubi and go home together. Qin Feng and the other 2 returned with a full load and were in a very good mood. The atmosphere in an underground cave deep in the fallen forest was strange and tense. At this moment, every goblin priest attending the meeting had an extremely ugly expression. After an extremely long collective silence, a golden goblin priest with the strength of a 9-star military officer suddenly slammed the stone table in front of him. He acted furious and said angrily, "I don't understand. We have over 10,000 warriors from 48 tribes going to war. How could we be wiped out? Oh, you can't figure it out. Can we figure it out?" At this moment, Another 9-star military candidate-level golden priest spoke. There must be something wrong with the information the Qin Feng tribe sent back to the temple. Otherwise, just based on the image he sent back, that woman in the red dress who only has the strength of a commander, it's absolutely impossible to kill all of our more than 10,000 warriors. It's impossible to kill 3 gold-level high priests. It's even more impossible for a 9-star commander-level priest like Golden Tooth to be unable to even transmit the scene before his death back to the temple. At this point, he slammed his fist on the stone table in front of him. I believe the Qin Feng tribe must be held responsible for the deaths of over 10,000 of their compatriots. Their names should be nailed to the pillar of shame. I don't think the Qin Feng tribe would send us false information. The Qin Feng priest is loyal to the kingdom. Don't blame him for the failure of this revenge war. Another golden priest stood up and spoke in the crowd. The Qin Feng tribe was his subordinate, and if those present determined that the Qin Feng priest had sent back false information, he would bear at least half the responsibility. Bang bang bang. Seeing that at such a critical moment, the golden priests present at the meeting were still blaming and shifting the blame to each other as before. The chief high priest of the Goblin Kingdom, who was presiding over the meeting, nodded slightly to the king who was sitting in the main seat. After getting permission, he knocked on the table with his staff. Silence. I didn't call a joint meeting of the 36 Golden Tribe priests for you to argue about who's responsible. There is only one issue we need to discuss now. The question is whether or not we should avenge the fallen priests and the warriors who sacrificed their lives heroically. If you decide to take revenge, which tribe should take revenge this time? Or, to put it bluntly, golden priests present here, who among you is willing to shoulder the glorious responsibility of avenging your compatriots? As soon as these words were spoken, all 33 gold-level goblin priests in the audience fell silent. Each of them represents a powerful golden tribe and the most powerful force in the Goblin Kingdom. In the past, not to mention that someone killed more than 10,000 of their compatriots, they also wiped out 3 of their golden priest colleagues. Whenever there are groups, tribes, or clans in the Fallen Forest that dare to challenge the majesty of the Goblin Kingdom, they will all clamor for battle, vying to defend the glory of the kingdom's majesty. But at this moment, when the target of their revenge changed from the weak natives of the Fallen Forest to an incomprehensibly powerful lord from another world, these golden priests who were usually extremely arrogant lowered their heads and remained silent. None of them were willing to take on the task. They were all afraid that they would become the next Golden Tooth, not only losing their lives inexplicably, but even the images of their death would not be able to be transmitted back to the temple. Oh, are you afraid? When everyone was silent, a voice suddenly came from the most honorable seat in the conference room. Unlike ordinary goblins, the man who was speaking at this moment had an extremely calm and steady voice and aura, and carried a majestic and solemn feeling of a dominant leader. It's okay to be afraid. I will fight this battle myself, the Goblin King said in a loud voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the golden priests who had their fears revealed all breathed a sigh of relief. However, just when they thought everything was settled, when revenge will no longer have anything to do with them, the Goblin King, sitting on the throne, straightened his back and gave orders in a loud voice. First, from now on, the resource quota of each golden tribe present will be halved. The halved portion will be used as military supplies. Second, you have 72 hours to gather war supplies. Each golden tribe must provide at least 10,000 cubic meters of weak water, 5,000 explosive fires, and 500 strike thunders. Third, I want each of your tribes to select at least 200 elite goblin warriors above the battlemaster level to join the Royal Capital Guard. In 3 days, you will follow me to fight the demons and avenge our fallen compatriots. I've finished speaking. Is there anyone who objects? Looking at the king's extremely majestic face and recalling the terrifying tactics used by this powerful lord to seize the throne, the corners of the mouths of the 33 golden priests present all twitched wildly at this moment. At this moment, they finally understood who the real target of revenge was at today's meeting. It was not the lord from another world who had killed their compatriots, but the golden priests who controlled most of the resources of the kingdom. What the Goblin King Gulbanga III did today, it is using the name of revenge to implement centralization of power. Knowing this, the golden priests present instinctively wanted to object. But justice is in front, and the crazy and bloodthirsty lower-class goblin warriors are behind. If they opposed the king's demands, Gulbang III would not have to take action himself, as the people in their tribes would overthrow them with angry roars. It's a matter of righteousness. We will not refuse, even if it means death. The golden priests admitted defeat. Since no one objects, then disperse. Go back and prepare. I will send the undead to guard you. Gulbang III waved his hand gently. He said that he would send undead beings with military-level strength to escort everyone away, but in fact, he was just supervising them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed and left. At this time, Gulbanga III spoke again. Chief High Priest, please stay. I have other matters to discuss with you. Your Majesty, please do not humiliate this old minister. The Chief High Priest responded with a slight tremor. As he spoke, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. P.S. Please vote. Please collect. Please comment. The author sincerely thanks you. Chapter 76. The Cold-Blooded King and the Mastermind. The crowd dispersed, and only the Goblin King Gulbanga III and the Chief High Priest of the Temple of Mother Earth, Kamog, remained in the empty conference room. Gulbanga III looked at the High Priest calmly and said in a calm voice, "Something has happened to the natural elf caravan coming from the Evil Moon Corridor. The goods we ordered won't arrive soon. I need you to find new channels and gather the materials for refining the new undead as quickly as possible. I'll see the results when I return from this expedition." The immortals are half-dead puppets that were created according to the secret method bestowed by the Mother Earth when Gulbanga III ascended the throne more than 20 years ago. The main material is the golden priests who died of natural causes in the Goblin tribe, and the auxiliary materials are some rare treasures from heaven and earth. Yes, sir. The Chief High Priest replied tremblingly. He knew that the materials Gulbanga asked him to find were not prepared for the golden priest who had died of old age as before. Instead, it was prepared for those golden priests who had just left the meeting room and were still alive. 3 years ago, the Mother Goddess of Earth gave Gulbanga III a divine revelation, allowing him to obtain the secret method of refining a new type of undead. The undead created through the new secret method can preserve the undead's consciousness during their lifetime to the greatest extent, and their overall quality far exceeds that of the old version. Secondly, after I leave, I want you to spread the word among the 36 golden tribes in the name of the Earth Mother. The kingdom's most loyal high priest, the respected Lord Golden Tooth, did not die at the hands of his enemies, but was framed by jealous golden priests who wanted to replace him. Gulbanga III spoke calmly, his expression remaining calm. But at this moment, Kamog, who was half bending in front of him, was trembling and sweating profusely. Yes, sir. Kamog stuttered in response. 23 years ago, he chose to follow Gurbanguli III, who was still a prince. The old priest Kamog knew that this powerful ruler, who had never existed in the history of the Goblin Kingdom, wanted to break the 1,000-year situation and turn the Goblin Kingdom into a centralized empire. For this reason, for so many years, he, who was supposed to represent the neutrality of the temple, has been secretly working for Gulbanga III, and has been unwaveringly working for Gulbanga III's cause of centralization of power. But at this moment, after hearing Gulbanga III officially issue the royal decree, sounding the clarion call for bloody centralization, the indecisiveness hidden in the old priest Kamog's character still made him hesitate several times in secret. Gulbanga III easily saw through the old priest Kamog's inner thoughts, but he didn't care. As a king, as a powerful ruler determined to achieve major changes unseen in 1,000 years, he only looks at the results and does not care about the process. If Kamog can do well, he can continue to be the chief priest of the Temple of Mother Earth. If he couldn't do it well, he didn't mind refining Kamog into a new type of undead. Although it was a little difficult to use, it was not unusable. Thinking of this, Gulbanga III smiled and continued. Third, a silver priest just bypassed you and pleaded with me. He said he would pay any price as long as I would let his negligent brother go. So, you must sacrifice his entire life and soul to the Earth Mother. He's the only one who survived the war and even met the 2 women with demon horns. More importantly, he volunteered, making him the perfect sacrifice. I want to know from the oracle sent down by the Mother Goddess the true strength of the human lord who killed the Golden Feng, and when the heavenly Tao defense barrier protecting them will dissipate. That's right. The time must be precise. I don't like ambiguity and instability. Yes, sir. After a brief hesitation, the old priest Kamog became firm again. Perhaps he hypnotized himself, or perhaps he agreed with Gulbanga III's ideals and orders from the bottom of his heart. Okay, go ahead. I'm tired. Gulbang III waved his hand. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. Kamog replied in a loud voice and bowed. Then, he straightened his old back, left the meeting room, and walked towards the cell where Fernandi, the servant of God whom he used to like, but was now imprisoned by him, was. As they walked, Kamog's expression became increasingly ferocious. He smiled evilly and thought to himself, my elder brother sacrificed his life to save my younger brother. If my younger brother knew about this, how would he react? Gulbang 3 took advantage of the shock that Qin Feng brought to the Goblin Kingdom and actively sought centralization of power. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the solid ice of Ruoshui and flying towards Fengguo's territory, was also not idle. He became the mastermind behind the scenes and posted 2 purchase requests on the hyperspace exchange, making enemies for the Goblin Kingdom in all aspects. At this moment, he could already foresee that in a few hours, the Goblin tribe in the Fallen Forest would be subjected to a sudden and extreme attack by countless Blue Star Lords. The content of the first acquisition post is as follows. Qin Shi Huang. Purchase. Mutated Fangs. Type 1. Each pair of fangs can be exchanged for 5 soul particles. Purchase. Mutated Fangs. Type 2. Each pair of fangs can be exchanged for 50 soul particles. Currently 500 soul particles available. Special note. After killing a commander-level goblin or above, the mutated Fang Type 1 will drop. After killing a military officer-level goblin or above, the mutated Fang Type 2 will drop. The content of the second acquisition post is as follows. Qin Shi Huang. Purchase the coordinates of any goblin tribe in the Silverwa Plateau. Each verified coordinate can be exchanged for 10 energy stones. Purchase the coordinates of the Goblin Kingdom's capital in the Silverwa Plateau. Once verified, these coordinates can be exchanged for 500 energy stones. 5,000 energy stones are currently available. Special note. Goblins are extremely ferocious, so please be careful when exploring. As soon as these 2 purchase notices, which used special rhetoric and deliberately included misleading information, were released, they caused an uproar in the entire hyperspace exchange. The message area was almost instantly flooded with messages as dense as hail, and the number was still increasing. Damn it! Damn it! His Majesty the First Emperor is too powerful. It's only the 4th day, and he can even kill a military-level goblin with ease. Fuck. His Majesty the First Emperor is indeed His Majesty the First Emperor. I haven't even gotten a single soul particle yet, and yet His Majesty the First Emperor has already spent over 500 soul particles to purchase the mutated fangs. What the fucking heck is a massive investment? This is it. Your Majesty the First Emperor. Are you looking for the capital of the Goblin Kingdom on the Silverwa Plateau? Haha. Does this mean that you are already on the Silverwa Plateau? General Zhang Han. I am willing to die for His Majesty the First Emperor. I am here on the Silverwa Plateau. I will go find the location of the Goblin tribe for His Majesty the First Emperor now. No, I will go find the capital of the Goblin Kingdom. Chapter 77. Welcome Brother Qin Feng's triumphant return. When a group of low-level lords were praising Qin Feng and vowing to help Qin Feng explore the capital of another Goblin Kingdom on the Shurleva Plateau, the top lords who were on the list of last night's points battle settlement also had their own thoughts because of the 2 posts published by Qin Feng. Shirwa Plateau, the Eye of Hell. Wang Haoran looked at the ancestral cocoon in front of him, whose activation progress was only 3%, and his heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. I didn't expect it. Qin Shi Huang and I are actually in the same area, on the Silverwa Plateau. This is a huge problem. With the speed at which he's rising, I'm afraid that once the beast tide passes and the heavenly Dao defense barrier dissipates, he'll lead his army and initiate the Lord War. With my current strength, I'm not qualified to fight him head-on. After all, he's a man who can destroy an army on the 4th day. How can I surpass him? No, how can I survive the Lord's War that he is about to start? The cocoon of the ancestor is definitely the most crucial, but besides that, what other life-saving methods can I arrange in advance? Hey, got it. Mutated fangs. Yes, that's it. Even someone like Qin Shi Huang could give up precious soul particles to collect this thing. This means that this item is incredibly valuable and extremely difficult to obtain. If I can follow in his footsteps and obtain this item, it would at least mean that I'm on par with him in terms of fangs. Thinking of this, Wang Haoran's eyes gradually became cold. Yesterday, he discovered a goblin tribe. At that time, he was afraid of the other party's strength and did not dare to take action, but now, he had to take the risk and charge. I must get my hands on the mutant fangs that Qin Shi Huang values so highly. This thing will definitely be of great use. Wang Haoran said this with firm conviction and clenched his fists tightly. But at the moment, he was so nervous that he didn't know that Qin Feng was not actually on the Shurleva Plateau. Even if a Lord War were to break out, it would be in the Fallen Forest, which is extremely far away from the Shurleva Plateau. The second is that, whether it is Type 1 or Type 2, the value of mutant fangs is actually not as good as soul particles that can be used to upgrade buildings. The reason why Qin Feng took out so many soul particles was actually just to create a gimmick. Just a few minutes after the post was published, Qin Feng opened his own account and spent his own money to exchange the mutant fangs he had obtained for the soul particles in his post in the hyperspace exchange. He didn't even want to leave a single one to outsiders. Except for Wang Haoran, a lord whose strength can be ranked in the top 10, the lords from all over the Eternal Continent were all numbed by Qin Feng's hype and felt dizzy. They all used logic similar to Wang Haoran's and deduced similar conclusions as Wang Haoran. The mutant fangs are very precious. Even Qin Shi Huang wanted to buy them, so we can't fall behind. Without making a sound, they were tricked by Qin Feng. And even if they got the mutant fangs, they knew that the mutant fangs were just a material for forging weapons. They would not realize that Qin Feng had tricked them. I just think that Qin Feng must have mastered the forging technology that can maximize the effectiveness of the mutant fangs, and I feel even more shocked because of this conjecture. The same is true for the Fallen Forest, which is vast and stretches for who knows how many kilometers. Countless lords hiding beneath the water are secretly preparing to hunt the goblin tribe and gnaw their fangs. At this moment, they had no idea that the Qin Shi Huang, who pretended to be on the Shariva Plateau, was actually in this dark forest that seemed to be able to swallow everything. They didn't even realize that Qin Feng had quietly used their intelligence, their smart brains, and their powerful logical reasoning abilities to make them consciously and unconsciously become the knives in Qin Feng's hands. However, there were also people near the Fallen Forest who saw through Qin Feng's tricks. Standing at the top of Wangshan Mountain, the evil god Li Xiongyan, who knew Qin Feng's exact location last night, understood everything. However, at this moment, the evil god Li Xiongyan, who had already merged with the castle and was not only crazy but also extremely calm, did not expose Qin Feng's tricks. He smiled grimly as he looked down the mountain, at Qin Feng's empty territory where the castle had disappeared. In an instant, he understood and saw all of Qin Feng's strategies and tactics for achieving today's victory, as well as the chaos he was seeking. Qin Shi Huang, Qin Shi Huang. When it comes to hypocrisy and viciousness, it has to be you. Go ahead and take the territory to fight and destroy the goblin army. Later, I'll instigate lords from all over the world to attack the Goblin Kingdom, concealing the fact that you're in the Fallen Forest while relieving the pressure the Goblin Kingdom is putting on you. You're such a beast. Even more of a beast than me. Killing people is not enough. It's pointless if you treat people like fools. The evil god Li Xiongyan laughed wildly. He was disgusted by Qin Feng's behavior of deceiving fools. But he still admired the fact that Qin Feng led the territory to fight against the heavenly barrier and made full use of the wood and stone collected in the early stage. He thought he could learn from him and then push it to a deeper level. The Heavenly Dao defense barrier is invincible. But if I use my Heavenly Dao defense barrier to collide with the Heavenly Dao defense barriers of other lords in the Wangshan area, what will be the result? Will it cause the two defensive barriers to collapse or merge? I'm so looking forward to it. The evil god Li Xiongyan smiled grimly. He didn't care at all that the defense barrier of heaven would collapse in the collision. He was just calmly and frantically planning which lord on Wangshan Mountain to start the experiment with. On the other hand, when the entire Eternal Continent and the Blue Star Lords with over 10 billion assets went crazy because of Qin Feng's 2 purchasing notices. Qin Feng and the other 2 happened to be riding on the weak water ice and arrived at the barren mountain where Feng Guogua was. Qin Feng, Guogua, opened the Heavenly Dao defense barrier. As soon as the message was sent, Feng Guogua, who had set up special care for Qin Feng, received it. Okay, she answered happily. Then he hurried out of the castle kitchen with the little Bana, ran to the exposed iron or vein and stood there, celebrating Qin Feng's triumphant return with the highest etiquette. Welcome brother Qin Feng back in triumph. Above the mine, Feng Guogua activated the Tiandao defense barrier, and then maintained the salute posture of a young pioneer and said loudly. As soon as she finished speaking, the 64 Bana figurines behind her also saluted like her and shouted loudly. Welcome brother Qin Feng back in triumph. Chapter 78. Planning for the future. Welcome brother Qin Feng back in triumph. Listening to the greetings repeated over and over again by Feng Guogua and the Bana people, which gradually became unified, an irrepressible smile of comfort and pride appeared silently on the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Hey, what are you doing all this for? Do you know what it means to be low-key? Do you think I'm the kind of person who loves to show off? Am I that incompetent? Qin Feng refused inwardly, but his body was very honest. He actually waved a hand to respond to Feng Guogua and the 64 Bana men on the ground. Brother Qin Feng is waving at me. Look, my idol is waving at me. The little Bana named Dawei, who dreams of growing as tall as Qin Feng, said excitedly. Brother Qin Feng is so handsome. Even his waving is so graceful. He really deserves to be a role model among the billionaire lords. Looking at Qin Feng waving on the ice, Agujuo's eyes were full of stars. If she could fly, she would have wanted to rush forward immediately and ask Qin Feng for an autograph. The little people of Bana were extremely excited to see their idol. Feng Guogua, who personally turned the Bana people into Qin Feng fans through Teacher Guogua's encyclopedia lecture hall, was also extremely excited. Brother Qin Feng, welcome back. When the weak water ice that Qin Feng and the other two were riding on fell to the ground, Feng Guogua, with her short legs that were slightly longer than those of the Bana people, was the first to rush forward and said to Qin Feng excitedly, Guogua, don't do these formal things in the future. They're tacky. Qin Feng walked up to Feng Guogua and touched her head. Then, as if he felt that this level of reward was not enough, he reached out and picked up Feng Guogua, lifting her high into the sky. Being held up by Qin Feng, Feng Guogua looked at the righteous smile on his face. She suppressed the smile and thought to herself, what? You clearly really like the welcome ceremony I prepared for you, but you insist on calling it tacky. Brother Qin Feng, your ability to fool people is really adorably low. Humph, I'm not a child. I'd be fooled by you if I could. After putting Feng Guogua down, Qin Feng chatted with the Bana people who gathered around him for a while. During this process, he made up a set of height growth tips for Dawei, signed an autograph for Agudo, and explained in detail to a Bana figurine named Hammer that the world announcement was not a physical object, could not be touched, and could not be disassembled. After dealing with these matters, Qin Feng asked Eunice and Sylvie to accompany the Bana people to play. The two girls liked children very much, and the Bana people were also very cute, so they gladly accepted the task. Qin Feng walked to the edge of the territory with Feng Guogua and stood at the end of the iron or vein. He said to Feng Guogua, Guogua, I gained a lot in the battle that just ended. Not only did I get over 10,000 weapons, but I also got nearly 200,000 enchanted arrows. Once all of these materials are sold, I will be able to exchange them for an extremely large amount of resources. Not only can I upgrade my castle and military buildings to level 4 at the same time, but I will also have a large surplus of resources. So, please give me a list of the materials needed to upgrade your territory to level 3. I will allocate some resources to you so that you can upgrade your castle and military buildings to level 3. No, 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 Feng Guogua said anxiously, waving her hands repeatedly after hearing Qin Feng's arrangement. Brother Qin Feng, you've helped Guogua enough. Guogua can't ask for your resources anymore. Just take it if I tell you to. I'm not giving it to you. You can think of this resource as a loan, and you have to pay back the principal and interest, Qin Feng said with a smile. He stretched out his hand to pinch Feng Guogua's face and gently pulled it a few times. Then, he said with a serious expression, Guogua, I have a feeling that last night's points battle was not only a preview of the beast tide 3 days later, but also an opportunity given by the will of heaven to us lords to develop our territories and improve our strength. It's even the most important opportunity. The greatest significance of this opportunity isn't actually the points reward, but the monster killing itself. The nearly threefold increase in energy gained by our troops during the Black Moon Tide environment is a significant acceleration of our growth. Having said that, Qin Feng straightened up and looked towards Feng Guogua's castle, looking at the Bana figurines with black metallic patches on their bodies. When talking with those Bana little people, Qin Feng was not only listening to the little people's flattery, he also asked what abilities the little people had. The Bana man is an extremely extreme type of soldier. His individual combat power is extremely weak. Even if he grows to his full form, his strength will remain constant at the level of a 1-star soldier. But when it comes to scientific research, these little people are extremely talented. When every Bana man is born, he has many blueprints of buildings, engineering machinery, and combat machinery in his mind. As they grow, the special pulsed electromagnetic energy in their bodies will become stronger, and the efficiency of collaborative resonance will be improved, which will help them to build the buildings, engineering machinery, and combat machinery in their minds more quickly. The more buildings and engineering machinery there are, the faster the Bana man can mine resources, the stronger his ability to produce troops will be, and the combat capabilities of the combat machinery he produces will become more and more exaggerated. In short, this is a top-level military force with almost unlimited war potential. Once used well, the Bana man can become a world-destroying torrent under Qin Feng. Wherever Qin Feng's sword points, a torrent of mechas and steel will spread out, tearing into pieces all obstacles and people who stand in his way. And when a top-level combat force appears that cannot be resolved by Bana's steel torrent, Qin Feng's own Succubus can take action. For Succubi, fighting in groups of 3 against 10,000 is just a hobby. One-on-one duels are their specialty. Thinking of this, Qin Feng retracted his gaze and looked at Feng Guogua again. Guogua, Your Bana figures are very powerful troops. Once they develop, they may not be worse than the troops of the top 10 lords on the points ranking list last night. You can't waste your great luck in randomly picking them at the beginning. Nonsense. Meeting you is obviously my greatest luck. Feng Guogua looked at Qin Feng with resentment, and then replied, okay. Qin Feng didn't notice the look Feng Guogua had just given him. He continued to persuade her. Besides, I can't keep investing in you regardless of cost and return just because you're cute. In this world of great contention, compared to personal friendships like ours, complementary alliances are the most enduring and long-lasting. You are talking nonsense again. How can the alliance relationship be the longest lasting? The relationship between husband and wife is the best. If all else fails, a child bride will do. Feng Guogua's eyes became more resentful, but she did not say what was in her heart. She just nodded slightly. Okay, since you agree, then it's settled. Qin Feng said firmly and joyfully, from now on, you are mine. I will continue to invest in you until you have the ability to start a war and win. Brother Qin Feng, what are you saying? What do you mean by from now on I am yours? Can't you give me a little more time to prepare myself mentally? You bad guy. Feng Guogua blushed because of her wrong thoughts, then nodded with a righteous face, and missed her parents who passed away early with great resentment, secretly asking them why they didn't give birth to her a few years earlier. Chapter 79. The little succubus is attacked. After confirming the alliance, Qin Feng remembered the succubus he left in Feng Guogua's territory. He looked at Feng Guogua, who was blushing, and thought she was still embarrassed by his earlier offer of help, so he didn't delve into it, and instead asked, Guogua, where are Shirley and the other four? I didn't see them come to greet me before. They left the territory to pick wild fruits. Qin Feng's question woke Feng Guogua, who was immersed in fantasy and reminiscence. She was in a trance for a moment, and then answered quickly, picking wild fruits? Don't succubi like to eat meat? When did they develop this hobby? Qin Feng asked in surprise. It's like this. When you, Brother Qin Feng, triggered the world announcement for the first time, I thought of organizing a celebration party for you. We have no shortage of food, and we can make our own tableware if we don't have enough. The only thing we lack is drinks and after-meal fruits. I want to make this celebration party more perfect, so I asked Shirley and the other four to go out and pick wild fruits. Feng Guogua lowered her head shyly, and then she bit her lower lip lightly. But then, her eyes suddenly changed, and the shy expression on her face disappeared, replaced by nervousness and fear. No, that's not right. I asked them to go out to pick wild fruits more than 40 minutes ago. Why haven't they come back yet? Shit. Could something have happened to the four of them? Qin Feng's face suddenly changed. He encountered a similar situation when he got up at noon today. But at that time, the person who got into trouble was Sivir. Thinking of this, Qin Feng asked anxiously, Guogua, which direction did they leave from? West. Feng Guogua said with difficulty. She felt that she had made a big mistake. West of the barren mountain, in the forest near the Huangshui swamp. A team of 6 was chasing and intercepting 4 little succubi. The leader of this 6-member team is quite famous among the billions of lords on Blue Star. He calls himself the King of the Dark Knight and achieved a good ranking of 7,386th in last night's points battle. When he first saw the little succubi, the King of Dark Knight was mesmerized by their charming looks. Nearly 20 minutes of pursuit and interception made him feel a different kind of stimulation and excitement. He pointed at the little succubi running in front of him and let out a sharp and excited roar. Chase them. We can't let those 4 succubi get away. These are the wives God has rewarded me with. I must take them all back and train them to be child brides. Go back to the source. This encounter at this moment all stems from a sudden decision made by the King of Darkness. This afternoon, the Dark Knight King had a full meal and had nothing to do, so he went out hunting with his soldiers. In his team, besides 4 9-star general-level vampires, there is also Dracula, the most powerful vampire under his command. With the help of the platinum-level vampire fangs rewarded from the points battle, Dracula instantly became a prince-level vampire, his strength skyrocketing to a 9-star commander. He was only 1 step away from completing the transition and being promoted to the rank of military officer. With such powerful combat capability, this 6-man team easily broke through the Huangshui swamp and entered the Huangshui Valley. After entering the Huangshui Valley and witnessing the excellent hunting environment there, the Dark Knight King developed an uncontrollable desire for this precious land. In terms of wild monster density, Huangshui Valley is no better than Huangshui Swamp. But here, there are no treacherous terrain like the swampy mud. The path is completely smooth. Hunting monsters here is much more efficient than in the Huangshui Swamp. After realizing this, the Dark Knight King immediately thought of moving his territory here. But just when he was preparing to return, gather his territory, leave the Huanshui swamp, and settle down in the Huanshui Valley, he ran into 4 extremely beautiful little succubi who were sure to become great beauties when they grew up. At that moment, the Dark Knight King was immediately aroused. He called his men and attacked the 4 little succubi without saying anything. He wanted to capture all 4 little succubi and take them back to train them as his child brides. As the saying goes, if you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. After the official ranking of the points battle, the Dark Knight King realized his own strength and status. Although he no longer thought about surpassing Qin Feng, who ranked first. But he was also confident that with his extremely high ranking of more than 7,000 on the list, he must be the overlord of small places like Huanshui Valley and Huanshui Swamp. Under this circumstance, he naturally thought that the Huanshui Valley, with its excellent hunting environment, was his. The very special wild monster, the little succubus, which was refreshed in the Huanshui Valley, should be in the pocket of this overlord. After chasing for a while, the 4 9-star warrior-level vampires successfully trapped the 4 little succubi under a towering old tree. The vampires were pressing forward, and the little succubi were all terrified and anxious. Their limited magic power was completely used up in this 20-minute life and death escape. If they still don't get any help, they will have to consume their original power and fight to the death with the approaching vampires. Don't hurt them, especially their faces. These 4 succubi are all my wives, my future lord's wives. The Dark Knight King gave a very urgent warning, fearing that the 4 9-star warrior vampires who did not know how to control their strength would kill the little succubus. Your Majesty, please allow me to bring your 4 wives back to you, said Dracula, a vampire who had ascended to the level of a prince and possessed the combat power of a 9-star commander, standing beside the Dark Knight King. As he spoke, he looked at the Dark Knight King with an extremely pious look, as if he were looking up to a god. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything for this little thing. Just pay attention to your surroundings and be alert to any succubus that may appear. The Dark Knight King rejected Dracula's request. Although he is a bit immature, he is not a stupid person. Since the Huanshui Valley can spawn special wild monsters like the little succubus, it also means that more powerful adult succubi may spawn here. Look at these little succubi. They appear to be larvae, but their actual combat power is almost equivalent to that of 3-star vampires. The Dark Knight King continued, if an adult great succubus were to truly emerge from this forest, its actual combat power would likely be no less than that of a military officer, perhaps even a warlord. If they appear, you must take me with you and escape. Your Majesty, you have such a high opinion of these succubi. If it is true as you said, there are indeed adult succubi behind these little succubi. If we capture these little succubi, won't we be asking for trouble? Prince Vampire Dracula asked in fear. Have you ever heard of a done deal? The Dark Knight King smirked wickedly. These little succubi are clearly intelligent species. I just need to take care of them all. Even if the grown-up succubi find me, they'll have no choice but to accept me as their son-in-law. They might even become my fighting force. Chapter 80, Soul Search. I'm so happy just thinking about having a succubus mother-in-law. The Dark Knight King laughed wildly, and a beautiful picture of the 5 mothers and daughters all serving him emerged in his mind, making him tremble with excitement. It was at this time that the vampires surrounding Cheryl and the other 3 reached the optimal attack distance. They took a deep breath, and a red blood mist burst out from their bodies. Their speed suddenly increased by nearly 3 times. They turned into afterimages, stretched out their hands, and grabbed Cheryl and the other 3. Looking at the ferocious hands of the 4 vampires reaching out to herself and her companions, a cruel look flashed in Cheryl's eyes. She stepped forward and stood in front of the other 3 succubi. Then, she suddenly opened her mouth, mobilized her original power, and let out a silent scream. Invisible sound waves emanated from her little mouth, and then magnified and magnified again, turning into circles of colorless ripples that rushed forward rapidly, forming a large trumpet-shaped attack range from front to back, covering all the vampires that pounced on the 4 of them. Swish, swish, swish. A sound like a sharp blade cutting flesh suddenly exploded. The 4 vampires who were at the level of 9-star generals were directly cut by the cutting force of the sound waves, and their wounds were repeated and blood was gushing out. At the same time, the invisible and huge impact force also played a role, directly changing the vampires' route of action and shocking them back. Seeing this scene, the Dark Knight King standing in the distance was completely stunned. It was not until several seconds later, when the other 3 little succubi carried the exhausted Cheryl and ran several hundred meters, that he suddenly woke up from the shock. Oh my God! What kind of monster ability is this? Looking at the aura of these little succubi, they're only at the level of a 3-star general at best. How could they possess such a powerful and strange power that they could actually leap over 6-star levels and send my 9-star general level vampire flying? The Dark Knight King said this in shock, his face full of disbelief. If he knew that the actual combat power level of these 4 newly born little succubi was only a 1-star general, he would probably be shocked. Chase him. The potential of these 4 little succubi is extraordinary. I must get them into my hands. The Dark Knight King said to the 4 vampires that flew back. When he gave this order, he even had the urge to send Dracula out directly. But after thinking about it carefully for a while, he still felt that he should keep something in reserve. Otherwise, once the adult succubus appears, he would probably die immediately without Dracula's protection. Without magic power, the little succubi couldn't run fast relying solely on physical strength. Carrying the exhausted Cheryl, they ran even slower. As a result, it didn't take long for them to be caught up by the 4 vampires who came over. With the previous experience, this time, the vampires did not corner the little succubi. They stood in scattered positions, surrounding the little succubi from the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, and strictly restricted the use of the succubus's original skill, Banshee Howl. You bad guys. A crying voice sounded, and then the little succubus named Nanasi let go of the little hands that were hugging Cheryl's body. She walked out from the group and stood in front of her sisters. She opened her arms and protected the other 3 succubi behind her like a hen protecting her chicks. The master will not let you go. Sister Eunice and Sister Siver will not let you go. I advise you to leave immediately and stop hurting us. Otherwise, the master and the 2 sisters will beat you to ashes. I promise. Tears flowed in Nanasi's eyes as she said this. She was not afraid of death. What she was afraid of was that if she died, she would never see her master Qin Feng again in this life. That's why she stood up and threatened at this moment. They hope that after hearing the serious consequences of hurting them, the other party will choose to retreat quickly. However, the one standing in front of Nanasi at this moment was not the Dark Knight King, the Lord with the second-year syndrome, but 4 vampires. They did not understand the serious meaning behind the initial title of Master. Oh, Master, Sister, what kind of cats and dogs are you? How dare you bring them out to scare people? Stop resisting. Being able to serve our Lord is the greatest honor for you succubi. Surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer great punishment. Let me tell you straight up, my Lord is the man who will become the most supreme ruler in this world. Facing such a powerful being, even if your master and your so-called 2 sisters come, they will have to kneel and submit. The 4 vampires were talking to each other, pressing forward step by step. But just when they were about to reach the best attacking position and launch another attack, an extremely cold voice suddenly sounded behind them. Who are you calling a cat or a dog? Who do you want to make kneel down and surrender? As soon as the words were spoken, the temperature in the forest seemed to drop by 30 degrees in an instant, and the middle of summer felt like the depth of winter. An extremely intense sense of crisis rose from the hearts of the 4 vampires. They turned their heads in horror, and a cold blue dress suddenly appeared in their sight. Then, the heads of 3 of the vampires flew into the sky and exploded into icy dust in midair. The last remaining vampire saw such a tragic scene and subconsciously wanted to escape screaming, but before he could take even a step, a skinny but extremely powerful jade hand suddenly strangled his throat. Sister Shiver. Seeing Shiver appear, Nanasi could no longer bear the grievance in his heart and ran towards Shiver crying. At the same time, the other 2 awake succubi also started crying. They carried Cheryl, who had fainted due to exhaustion, and ran to Siver, crying as they told her about their previous tragic experiences. After hearing the tragic story of the 4 little succubi, and knowing that a human lord and vampires had been chasing them for more than 20 minutes, Siver's eyes became even colder, so cold that it could freeze thousands of lives to death. Don't be afraid. The Master will avenge you. I will avenge you. Eunice will also avenge you. We will all avenge you. Sylvie was obviously trying to comfort the little succubus, but in the end, she gritted her teeth. Look into my eyes, Sylvie ordered angrily. The vampire whose neck was strangled by Sylvie immediately lost control of his body after being given a look of terror by her. He couldn't help but look at Sylvie. The Art of Soul Searching. Launch. Chapter 81. The Fire of Revenge. Your vampire was killed by the Frost Witch Siver. Your vampire was killed by the Frost Witch Siver. Your vampire was killed by the Frost Witch Siver. 3 hot reminders were refreshed in the Lord's log of the Night Lord. Looking at these 3 prompts that appeared at the same time, the Dark Knight King's heart began to pound wildly. While he was terrified, The vampire Prince Dracula standing next to him also felt an uncontrollable sense of crisis at this moment. Your Majesty, something happened. A being with an extremely powerful aura is approaching us. Continue to stay here. I'm afraid I can't protect you. Dracula said. Let's go, said the Dark Knight King in a trembling voice. Being able to kill 3 9-star general-level vampires in an instant and even make Dracula feel pressured, he must be above the military officer level. At this moment, he simply does not have the strength to fight against him. Yes, Dracula agreed in a deep voice, then turned into a group of dark red bats, carrying the King of Darkness, and flew towards the territory in the Huanshui swamp. Feeling the two auras moving away from not far away, Xiweir gritted her teeth and retracted the aura of the military-level creature that was escaping on its own. At this moment, she has only recovered about 20% of her strength. He was not sure if he could kill the 2 men while protecting the 4 little succubi beside him from being attacked, so he could only release his aura to force the 2 enemies back. However, this does not mean that Sivir will let the 2 go. At this moment, she had completed the soul search and knew where the other party's territory was, who the Lord was, and how much combat power there was in the territory. As long as her strength is restored, Qin Feng will give an order, and she and Eunice will be able to rush to the enemy's territory and kill them brutally. As soon as she thought of this, Sivir condensed a stream of cold air and shot it into the sky, exploding the icy rain all over the sky, indicating to Qin Feng and Eunice that she had found the 4 little succubi and was about to return. A few minutes later, Qin Feng and his group gathered in Feng Guoguo's territory. After listening to Sivir's report, looking at the exhausted and unconscious Cheryl and the little succubi with tears in their eyes, Qin Feng frowned coldly and said nothing. After the previous battle, Eunice and Sylvie already knew Qin Feng quite well. They did not think that Qin Feng was afraid of the human lord who called himself the King of Dark Night, nor would he give up revenge for Cheryl and the other 3 just because they were all human and from Blue Star. The reason why Qin Feng frowned and said nothing. The only possibility is that he is deducing what kind of thundering means should be used to chop it into pieces and annihilate it into ashes at the fastest speed. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng came out of his state of calm deduction. Don't stand there. The food for the celebration banquet is ready. Cheryl, Nanasi, and the others have also returned with the hard-earned wild fruits. We have to hold the banquet first, Qin Feng said with a smile as he looked at the people who were looking at him and waiting for his orders. Hearing this, Feng Guoguo was surprised. She had already prepared herself to be scolded harshly by Qin Feng, and was even more prepared for Qin Feng to leave immediately and ignore her. After all, if she hadn't thought of preparing some wild fruit drinks, Cheryl and her other daughters wouldn't have been hunted down by the lord of the Huanshui swamp, and Cheryl wouldn't have become exhausted and fainted. Brother Qin Feng, please scold me. I did something wrong. Please scold me, Feng Guoguo said apologetically. After that moment of surprise, she felt that Qin Feng's calmness at the moment was just the calm before the storm, just a disguise of ignoring her. Don't think too much. In my heart, you did nothing wrong. Qin Feng reached out and touched Feng Guoguo's head. You were kind enough to host the celebration banquet for me. Sending Cheryl out to pick wild fruits wasn't a difficult or dangerous task. What happened to them today was just an accident. You don't need to blame yourself for it. Yes, the master is right, little Guogua. This has nothing to do with you. Eunice squatted down and held Feng Guogua in her arms to comfort her, like a caring older sister. Sivir looked at the Bana figures around her who were silent and lowered their heads, and spoke to comfort these little figures who took the responsibility on themselves and blamed themselves for not having the strength, which led to the injuries of Cheryl and the other 3. Hearing Qin Feng's gentle comfort, Feng Guogua burst into tears. At this moment, she wanted power more than ever before. She felt that if she could pull out 10,000 mechas at this moment, even if her 2 sisters Eunice and Shiver had not recovered enough strength, she could also lead her people out of the territory, make up for her mistakes, and kill the villains who hurt Cheryl and the other 3 into ashes. After more than 20 minutes, what was supposed to be a very long and joyful banquet ended in an extremely solemn atmosphere. During the banquet, no matter how many times Qin Feng, Eunice, and Shiver made jokes, Feng Guogua and her Bana people could not laugh. They were all holding back their anger and wanted to avenge Cheryl and the others. Guogua, we're leaving. We'll come to see you next time. Climbing onto the weak water ice, holding the unconscious Cheryl in her arms, Eunice smiled sweetly and waved goodbye to Feng Guogua. Sivir didn't make many movements, just simply greeted with her eyes. Please organize the resources you need to upgrade to level 3 and send them to me as soon as possible, Qin Feng said to Feng Guogua on the ice. Okay, Feng Guogua responded almost at the speed of light. Then, She gritted her teeth and made the first somewhat extraordinary request in her life. Brother Qin Feng, if possible, can you help me collect some materials to make war machines? I want to avenge Sister Shirley and the others. At the end of the speech, Feng Guogua almost shouted. Obviously, the self-blame in her heart did not disappear despite the comfort from Qin Feng and the other two. Okay, Qin Feng agreed firmly, with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. A few minutes later, Qin Feng and the other two returned to the territory. After learning about what happened to Cheryl and the other three, Qin Feng looked calm, but the anger in his heart had already burned fiercely. The reason he forced himself to smile was just that he didn't want to deepen Feng Guogua's self-blame. Now that he was in his own territory, he naturally didn't need to disguise himself. After putting down the 3 buildings in the territory, Qin Feng walked directly into the study on the 2nd floor of the castle, locked the door, spread a piece of white paper on the table, and wrote down 3 coordinates. Revenge must be taken, and the sooner the better, and the more ruthless the means, the better. The best-case scenario is that when Eunice and Sylvie recover to their peak condition, they can find a way to break through the defense barrier of the Heavenly Tao, and then tear the Dark Knight King living inside into 8 pieces and grind him into ashes. P.S. I forgot to post the last chapter. Please vote, collect, and comment. Chapter 82. Invincible collides with Invincible. Alasei Mountains, Wangshan area. A lord on the mountainside woke up from his nap and looked at the sky outside the bedroom with sleepy eyes. Hey, I wonder how much prey my gold-eating ants can bring back today. The price of food in the hyperspace exchange is getting lower and lower. The only thing I can sell for a good price is food from monsters at the commander level and above. But with my strength, I can't defeat a commander-level monster at all. The Lord muttered to himself in great depression. But at this moment, in his sight, in the sky outside the bedroom, a shining light suddenly appeared, and endless streams of light emerged from this light spot, turning into thousands of shining and colorful silk threads, strung together into a light curtain that spread to the ground. What the hell is this? Such a terrifying energy fluctuation. When the Lord saw the light spot, he immediately felt an extremely intense sense of crisis. He almost subconsciously thought of Li Xianyan, who had caused a bloody storm in the chat group in Wangshan area in the past few days and killed dozens of lords. No way. Does this villain want to kill me through the heavenly defense barrier? Isn't the heavenly Tao defense barrier invincible? Whether it's physical weapons, energy-based skills, shock waves, or even high temperatures, none of them can penetrate the heavenly Tao defense barrier, let alone harm me who is protected inside. The frightened Nap Lord comforted himself with the invincible heavenly defense barrier. But no matter how many times he argued in his mind that the defense barrier of heaven was powerful and insurmountable, the fear in his heart could never be dispelled. However, it was at this moment. The light curtains that spread down from the sky finally touched the heavenly defense barrier covering his territory. Unlike what the Nap Lord had expected, those light curtains did not dissipate when they touched the heavenly Tao defense barrier. Instead, they merged with the heavenly Tao defense barrier to form a larger defense barrier, and the coverage radius was directly doubled. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? It can even break the heavenly defense barrier. Isn't the heavenly defense barrier invincible? The Nap Lord flipped over from the bed, and then threw himself onto the balcony outside the bedroom, screaming in fear. An extremely horrifying laugh suddenly exploded in the territory of the Nap Lord, followed by the horrifying sound of nearly 500 ferocious military units stomping on the ground as they rushed forward. Of course, the heavenly Tao defense barrier is invincible, there is no doubt about that. But if I use invincibility to collide with invincibility, and use concepts to fight against concepts, how will you deal with my slaughter? An explanation voice that was more terrifying than laughter sounded. At the same time, a terrifying number of military units also rushed down the trees in the mountains, opened up the field of vision, and showed the full appearance of the person who was speaking to the Lord of Naps. The one who spoke was a castle rooted in the earth. No, to be more precise, it was a flesh and blood deformed creature in the shape of a castle. And on the top floor of that castle-shaped flesh and blood deformed structure, there was an even more terrifying man who looked like a tree demon. At this moment, the tree demon man was laughing wildly and terrifyingly, with infinite excitement in his eyes. Wangshan District Announcement. Lord Divine Evil, Li Xianyan has launched a Lord War and killed Lord Li Bowen. Lord Divine Evil, Li Xianyan gains 1 Lord point, currently at 23. Killing Lord Divine Evil, Li Xianyan grants all of his opponents Lord points. Wangshan District Announcement. Lord Shinxunian Li Xianyan launched a Lord War and killed Lord Li Bowen. Lord Shinxunian Li Xianyan received 1 Lord point. 3 consecutive regional announcements were updated at the top of the chat channel. The remaining 977 lords in this channel collectively felt boundless shock and fear. They roared in fear in the small group they had formed privately. How come at this point, even after Li Xiongnian has killed so many people, there are still some people who refuse to obey orders and insist on leaving the territory? A bunch of idiots. Can you please stop supporting that lunatic Li Xiongnian? I told you all, there's something strange about this madman. He gets stronger every time he kills a lord. Do you all really want to be killed by this lunatic on the day when the heavenly Tao defense barrier dissipates? In the original site of the Nap Lord's territory, the evil god Li Xiongnian excitedly gnawed on the bloody piece of meat, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. As he was chewing, he found his ears a little itchy. He frowned coldly, then burst into laughter. My ears are itchy. I'm afraid the maggots are scolding me again. What a bunch of losers. They formed a small group, and they call it the Anti-Li Xiongnian Alliance. And what happened? The only thing they did against me every day was scold me in the chat group. They didn't even have the courage to scold me in the whole group. Fuck you. What a bunch of losers. The evil god Li Xiongnian chewed the last piece of meat and said angrily, I clearly announced my coordinates to you cowards, but no one dared to come to me until now. Ha 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 ha. The evil god Li Xiongnian suddenly laughed again. He said to himself, but it's okay if you don't come looking for me. I'll come looking for you. I'll sweep around Wangshan layer by layer. Sooner or later, I'll kill all of you scum. Qin Shi Huang, you are truly my lucky star. If it weren't for your enlightenment, I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought of a way to break through the heavenly Tao defense barrier until it dissipated. And you, the false saint, love being flattered by those scum. I'm afraid that even if the heavenly Tao defensive barrier dissipates, it will be impossible for us to declare war on other lords, and it will be even more impossible for us to discover this method that can quickly increase the strength of the territory. Seeing that he was only 27 points away from exchanging for the first territory buff, the evil god Li Xiongnian laughed wildly with excitement and ferocity. This was the first time he got the upper hand from Qin Feng, and this feeling made him feel extremely comfortable. After more than 3 hours of thinking and eliminating many wrong guesses, Qin Feng confirmed one thing. The trick to solving the Tiandao defense barrier lies in the Tiandao defense barrier itself. On a conceptual level, the heavenly defense barrier is invincible. Nothing can be broken, no method can be solved, and no one can shake it. But in ancient Chinese fables, there is a story that ends with questioning. The spear is the sharpest in the world, and the shield is the strongest in the world. How about using your opponent's spear to attack his shield? On the eternal continent, the heavenly defense barrier is the strongest shield and the sharpest spear. It itself is conceptually invincible. The only thing that can fight against the invincible is the invincible, and the only thing that can fight against the heavenly defense barrier is naturally the heavenly defense barrier itself. When two conceptually invincible beings collide with each other, it's impossible for them to collapse. Naturally, my castle won't crumble from such a collision. There will only be one result when the heavenly Tao defense barriers collide, and that is to penetrate and merge, becoming a larger heavenly Tao defense barrier. Thinking of this, the calm and coldness in Qin Feng's eyes suddenly disappeared. Instead, there is a sharp and cold aura of a peerless divine weapon being unsheathed. He slowly stood up from the table and called out calmly, "Come here." Here. The moment the words fell, 6 voices sounded outside Qin Feng's study. With a slight creaking sound, the door was opened from the outside. Eunice and Shiver, holding Cheryl who had just woken up, and 3 other succubi including Nanasi, walked into the study, half knelt in front of Qin Feng, their eyes excited, waiting for orders. Chapter 83. Panic. It started more than 3 hours ago. Eunice and Sylvie, along with 4 little succubi, were waiting outside Qin Feng's study, while using the architectural effects of the Vitality Castle to restore strength. At the same time, he was prepared to be called upon at any time to start a war and avenge Cheryl. After 3 hours of recovery, except for Cheryl who injured her origin, the other 3 little succubi have recovered to their peak condition. Eunice and Shiver went a step further. Not only did they recover to their peak state, they also digested all the energy they had previously gained, and their combat power levels were improved. In the previous war, Eunice had taken the vast majority of the kills, which had boosted her combat power level from a 3-star military officer to a 7-star military officer. This was an incredible increase in combat power. Compared to Eunice, Shiver's improvement this time was smaller. However, her combat power level also increased from 5-star military candidate to 7-star military candidate. Due to her physique, as a 7-star military candidate, She could actually exert greater combat power than Eunice. After seeing the condition of the 6 succubi, 2 large and 4 small, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then he gave the order. Siver. Exist. Go to the barren mountain and bring Guogui over. When you come back, we'll set out to kill the Dark Knight King and avenge Cheryl and the others. Yes. Xiweir accepted the order and saluted. After the ceremony, she flashed out of Qin Feng's study, controlled the weak water and ice, and rushed towards the barren mountain. Eunice. Exist. You must immediately go to the Huangshui swamp and block the Dark Knight King and his troops within the territory. If they dare to step out of the territory, they will be killed without mercy. Qin Feng frowned. Yes. Eunice accepted the order and saluted. After the ceremony, she appeared in the air with a flaming leap, and then turned into a stream of fiery red light, flying towards the Huangshui swamp. She was solemn and silent, with an imposing aura. Nanasi, Cheryl. Qin Feng's eyes trembled when he read Cheryl's name, but then stabilized. Tempering can make a sword tough and sharp. To become a fearless warrior, one naturally needs to go through the baptism of fire. Yes. Cheryl and Nanasi answered at the same time. Cheryl's voice was weak due to the serious injury, while Nanasi's voice was more solid. But no matter what, the eyes they both looked at Qin Feng were extremely firm. Take your sisters with you and go pick out your favorite weapons from the spoils I brought back. In the battle later, each of you must kill at least 1 vampire. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The 4 little succubi answered at the same time, their voices like thunder and their momentum like a rainbow. Huangshui Swamp, the castle of the Dark Knight King. On the throne, the Dark Knight King leaned his elbows on the armrests, supported his chin with his palms, and stared quietly at the translucent chat panel in front of him, unable to make a decision. He has been maintaining this posture that he saw in anime for more than 3 hours. At this moment, he looked like a Dark Lord who was confident in his decision. But his appearance can only deceive those vampires who are loyal to him. In essence, he is still that person with the middle school syndrome who is fierce in appearance but timid in heart, indecisive in making plans, cherishes his life when doing big things, and forgets his life when seeing small gains. Hiss. Should I tell anyone about the existence of a great succubus in the Huangshui Valley? If I don't tell you, I'll have to bear the wrath of the Succubus clan. Not only will my hunting trips be restricted these days, but once the heavenly Tao defense barrier dissipates, I'll be attacked by the Succubus. But if I tell others about the existence of succubi in the Huangshui Valley, will those succubi with incredible potential be captured by other lords? If another lord had a mother-in-law who was a great succubus, my position as the overlord of Huangshui Swamp and Huangshui Valley would be affected. The Dark Knight King didn't know how many times he had asked himself this question. But even after asking himself countless times, he could not make a final decision. He was unwilling to bear the wrath of the big succubus, nor did he want to give up his hope of capturing the little succubus and then forcing the big succubus to be loyal to him. It's so hard to choose. The Dark Knight King suddenly shouted and hammered the armrests of his homemade throne. But at this moment, Dracula, the strongest vampire under his command, who possessed prince-level bloodline and the strength of a 9-star commander, rushed into the castle with an anxious look on his face. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The great succubus is coming to kill us. She's blocking our territory right now. And the aura of this great succubus is even more powerful than the one we encountered before. Many times more powerful. What? How could they find our territory so quickly? The Dark Knight King panicked. Didn't I tell you to conceal your presence and eliminate all traces when we retreated? Your Majesty, I have done everything you told me to do. I tried my best to erase those traces. But it seems that none of this could be hidden from that great succubus. She still found us, Dracula said in panic. He did not fight with Eunice who came here, but he saw Eunice standing in the air with murderous aura through the heavenly defense barrier. But just that one glance, a gaze that couldn't be any briefer, made this vampire with the combat power of a 9-star commander feel panic and fear from the bottom of his heart, and his body trembled involuntarily, and he couldn't stop until this moment. Your Majesty, what should we do? Are we just going to let that big succubus block our territory and cut off our way out? Dracula said anxiously. Your Majesty, do you have any solution? A female vampire with the strength of a 7-star general who was serving in the castle said in a trembling voice. Is there any solution? The Dark Knight King said, gritting his teeth. He did have a solution, and it was very simple. He had thought of it 3 hours ago. That is to tell the lords in the Huangshui Swamp everything about the existence of the little succubus in the Huangshui Valley. As long as the lords were tricked by him and ran to the Huangshui Valley to capture the succubus, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the wrath of the great succubus would be dispersed, and the crisis in his territory would be resolved. But when he thought of the beauty of the 4 little succubi and the infinite charm and gentleness they would have when they grew up, he couldn't bear to let them go. Ah, the Dark Knight King sighed, thinking with great reluctance. I want both the kingdom and the beauty, but I can't have both. What can I do? I can only give up the beauty and protect my kingdom. I'm sorry, your parents are too harsh. They don't give me any chance, let alone the time to show you my best side. Little Succubus, I have no choice but to give up on you. If you want to blame someone, just blame it on our lack of destiny. Eunice's arrival made the Dark Knight King feel the crisis. In fear and panic, he reached out his hand reluctantly, lit up the Huangshui Swamp Chat channel, and made what he believed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity public. Chapter 84, Shock. Huangshui Swamp Chat channel. The chat channel is bustling with activity at this moment. Although Qin Feng used secret operations to exchange back all the supplies in the 2 purchasing posts he sent out, none of them were left out. But under his influence, there are still a large number of lords who are eager to make trouble for the Goblin Kingdom. Brothers, I just discovered a small goblin tribe. It's not large, with only a dozen or so Battlemaster-level warriors and more than 30 old, weak, and disabled people. Are there any brothers willing to join me in the charge? Add me as a friend, and I'll send you the coordinates. Ha. Brothers, I just killed a goblin tribe of over 20 people. Not only did I get a lot of building materials, but I also got 3 black iron-grade weapons. Ha. From now on, my troops will have weapons to use. His Majesty the First Emperor is truly merciful. Without his reminder, we would never have thought that robbing local forces like the Goblin Tribe is the fastest way to make money. It's good, but the hatred level is a bit creepy. I just killed 2 tribes of more than 20 people, and the goblins' hatred for me has reached a blood feud. I'm really scared that one day they will come out and kill me. What's there to be afraid of? All of us who have killed goblins have deep-seated hatred for them. He wants to deal with so many of us. Does his Goblin Kingdom have what it takes? That's true. With what you said, I'm not worried anymore. I'm going to kill the thief. Today is another day of envying the big boss. Looking at the supplies displayed by the big guys, I'm almost drooling with envy. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough and can't even defeat the weakest goblin tribe. However, just as almost all the lords in the Huangshui Swamp Chat channel were discussing matters related to the goblin tribe, a statement that was obviously off-topic suddenly appeared on the public screen. Lubo, brothers, I got lucky today. I ran into 4 little succubi in the Huangshui Valley next door. Along with this statement, several photos of the little succubi appeared on the public screen. Some were standing there in shock, while others were running away in panic. All of them were taken by the Dark Knight King more than 3 hours ago. The clarity was extremely high, and almost every detail was visible, showing the ultimate beauty of the little succubi perfectly. As soon as the speech and photos came out, the atmosphere of the Huangshui Swamp Chat channel immediately changed. All the male lords turned into sex maniacs, and they were just about to lick the screen with their tongues. Oh my god, it really is a succubus. Looking at those little succubus horns and that soft little face, I freaking stood up on the spot. Brother, no, Dad, tell me the coordinates now. I'm going to catch those little succubi now. Send me the coordinates privately too. This is the Eternal Continent, and there's no law protecting minors. Succubi aren't human beings, and they have no human rights. Damn it, I'm going to be a beast this time. Seeing everyone's reactions, the Dark Knight King felt a sense of relief. He judged that with these old perverts charging ahead for him, the big succubus outside his territory would leave by tomorrow at the latest, and he could then develop in peace. Hey, although this method can solve the current crisis, I'm really... The moment he felt safe, the Dark Knight King's greed for the little succubus surged again, directly distorting his words. Lubo, I can tell you the coordinates, but you have to agree to one request of mine. The perverts were busy flooding the screen with comments. What request? What request? Just tell me. Lubo, if you catch the little succubus and have fun with her, you have to lend her to me for 2 days. The pervert said, that's fine. We're all brothers. We're just lending it to you to play with. As long as you don't break it, anything's fine with us. As soon as this inhumane remark appeared, a female lord in the chat channel criticized it. But as a lord had said before, this is not Blue Star, but the Eternal Continent. There are no laws, and morality is gradually disintegrating in the bloody killings day by day. The male lords simply ignored the female lord's rebuke. After some people got the coordinates given by the Dark Knight King, they directly led their troops to attack and marched towards the Huangshui Valley. Others had a fierce verbal battle with the female lords before setting off. He uttered countless harsh words like, The day when the defense barrier of heaven disappears is the day when you saintly bitch lords will become RBQ. Huanshui Swamp, the castle of the Dark Knight King. Closing the chat channel panel in front of him, the Dark Knight King revealed an extremely helpless smile and said to his vampires, "Okay, don't worry. I've already taken measures. At the earliest tonight, or at the latest tomorrow, the succubus outside our territory will be gone, and we can all go out of the territory and develop safely." When he said this, the 11 vampires around him were stunned at first, and then burst into cheers of great surprise. They couldn't understand what the Dark Knight King was doing by randomly pointing in the air just now, but they had long been shocked and tamed to the point of being almost die-hard fans by the fangs that the Dark Knight King had taken out of nowhere, and that could upgrade his bloodline. No one would doubt what the Dark Knight King said. "Your Majesty is unrivaled in the world. Your Majesty is unmatched. Your Majesty, you are my supreme God. Your Majesty, I will serve you until the end of time." Infinite loyalty collided and intensified into higher, stronger, and louder waves in the midst of the endless flattery, washing over the eardrums of the Dark Knight King, making him laugh out loud. "Ha! Although I no longer have the little succubus, but I have also gained more steadfast loyalty. Even though the female vampires under my command are a little colder and stiffer, they are still useful," the Dark Knight King thought happily. However, just when he was about to be flattered by his vampire subordinates and rise into the sky, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky and spread across the castle of the Dark Knight King, making him feel the extreme coldness and the taste of death. Not only the Dark Knight King, but also the vampires around him felt an unprecedented crisis at this moment. It seems that the heaven and earth will collapse and be destroyed in the near future. Something happened. Something serious happened. The same thought arose in the minds of the Dark Knight King and the 11 vampires. They subconsciously ran out of the castle, stood in the territory, and looked up at the sky. Then, all of them were stunned in shock at this moment, because there was a shining light in the sky, releasing a stream of brilliant light all over the sky, carrying unparalleled power, suppressing their territory. Chapter 85, Crush. "Your Majesty, what the hell is this thing? It's so scary," said the 7-star general-level female vampire in shock. "Your Majesty, can our heavenly defense barrier stop that thing?" Dracula, who possessed the strength of a 9-star commander and had perception far exceeding that of ordinary vampires, asked in shock and fear as he looked at the brilliant light streams spreading down. "It should be possible to block it," murmured the Dark Knight King. "The heavenly Tao defensive barrier is invincible. No one can break through it. No being can rival it, and it will never be shaken." The Dark Knight King almost roared out the last few words. It seemed that by amplifying the volume, he could dispel the fear in his heart, and his heavenly Tao defense barrier could withstand the majestic stream of light that was spreading out from the outside and filling the sky with brilliant colors. However, just as he was strengthening his courage in this way and strengthening his confidence in the heavenly Tao defense barrier, a football field-sized block of ice rose into the air and landed directly above them. Immediately afterwards, a clear voice carrying infinite anger was heard. Feng Guogua, filled with grief and indignation due to self-blame, walked to the front of the solid ice of weak water and announced his death in a clear child's voice. "The heavenly Tao defense barrier cannot be shaken. That's just the foolish opinion of a frog in a well like you. King of the Dark Knight, you are about to die? We will soon break through your heavenly defense barrier. We will soon tear apart your foul body and soul. Even the King of Heaven can't stop me." Feng Guogua's firm and angry voice came down from the sky. It is like the strictest death declaration, like an invitation from the King of Hell, like the faint cry of a night crow before the arrival of death. It is terrifying to listen to it. "Nonsense. You want to break through my heavenly Tao defense barrier. Who do you think you are? The will of heaven on the eternal continent. Oh, don't let your wishful thinking lead you to despair. You're nothing but a human lord. You were just lucky enough to get the top-tier troop, the Succubus. The heavenly barrier is invincible. How could it possibly be shattered by the power of your troops?" When the Dark Knight King saw Feng Guogua, who looked like a human, he immediately realized that the Succubus was not a naturally refreshed monster, but a type of soldier of the human lord. At this moment, he felt jealous, but also a moment of relief. The jealousy was due to the powerful combat capability of the Succubus. The juvenile form was at the level of a general, and the adult Succubus was at the level of a military officer. If Qin Shi had not announced that he was on the Shirehua Plateau, he would have almost thought that the little girl on the ice was the famous Qin Shi. The reason for peace of mind is that since the human lord has appeared, the brilliant light stream outside his territory cannot be a natural disaster. It is most likely the original ability of the Succubus clan. It seems to have unmatched and unshakable power, but in fact it must not be truly invincible, and it cannot break the concept of the invincible defense of the heavenly defense barrier. Humph. Whether or not your barrier can be destroyed, whether or not you can be torn to pieces like a stink bug, is not up to you to decide. Just wait for death, Feng Guogwa said angrily. Hearing this, the Dark Knight King was about to argue again. As the saying goes, it is better to lose the battle than the person. Even if he was blocked in the territory and dared not go out, the middle school boy, the Dark Knight King Lu Bo, was unwilling to be defeated in the art of words and leave Baidi City. However, before he could finish his words, high in the sky, the stream of light that spread across the sky with brilliant colors touched the heavenly defense barrier of his territory. At this moment, the scene that the Dark Knight King had expected did not happen. The brilliant stream of light that filled the sky was not shattered by the heavenly Tao defense barrier, nor did it dissipate into fleeting clouds and smoke. Instead, it unexpectedly merged with his heavenly Tao defense barrier, forming a larger protective shield. How is this possible? This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. The Dark Knight King roared madly, and the cold, icy feeling with a strong smell of death that he had experienced in the castle before filled his heart again. His body began to tremble involuntarily. Not only the Dark Knight King, but also the vampires around him were trembling wildly at this moment. No matter it was the 9-star commander-level Dracula, the 4 3-star commander-level vampire counts, or the remaining 6 vampires who only had the strength of generals, without exception, they all trembled in fear at this moment, as if a visiting card from the god of death had been pasted on their foreheads. Get started. At this time, a cold and gloomy voice sounded. The words were not spoken in a loud voice, not as grief-stricken as Feng Guogwa's previous ones, but they were extremely firm and resolute, as if they were an order from a great and boundless supreme god that could not be taken back or disobeyed. In an instant, the entire range of the heavenly Tao defense barrier was filled with an endlessly cold and murderous aura because of that voice, which instantly made the Dark Knight King and his 11 vampires' limbs stiff and their minds stagnant. Yes, sir. Suddenly, 6 resounding voices of receiving orders exploded from all directions of heaven and earth. Randomly, 6 beams of light flew down from the weak water and solid ice in the sky, surrounding the King of Darkness and his vampires. Boom, boom, boom. The blazing flames burst into the air, and the deadly frost swept away with boundless cold air. In an instant, the fighting power of the Dark Knight King's 11 vampires was destroyed, turning them into lambs to be slaughtered and unable to resist. By the order of my lord, kill the bandits. Nanasi roared, then raised a gun that was 7 or 8 times taller than herself and stabbed it at a vampire whose magic source was frozen by ice and snow. With a bang, the sharp goblin spear pierced through the vampire's stiff body. The explosive fire attached to the spear penetrated into his body in an instant, raging and burning in his internal organs. Oh! A burst of extremely shrill roars suddenly exploded and spread in all directions. The vampire held his head and rolled on the ground in agony. Apart from howling, there were only meaningless mutters coming out of his mouth. Your Majesty, save me, save me. When Nanasi took action, the other 2 succubi also took action. Each of them held a large machete enchanted with strike thunder, which they had obtained from a commander-level goblin warrior. A man pulled a long bow that was soaked in dragon blood and of gold quality. At the same time, they shouted, by the order of our lord, kill the bandits, and then launched an attack. Embed the sharp blade into the vampire's body. Shoot the enchanted arrow into the vampire's body. In an instant, 2 more shrill roars rang out. After roaring for a long time, unconscious mumblings for help came out from the mouths of these vampires whose magic source was destroyed and who were unable to fight back and could only endure the damage. Your Majesty, save me, save me. The shrill and sorrowful cries for help flooded into the ears of the Dark Knight King. His face turned pale in an instant. He had already realized that the other party was torturing his troops so much because they were killing them. With a thud, after thinking for a while, the Dark Knight King knelt down facing the solid ice in the sky. Of course, he was not kneeling to Feng Guogwa, but to a man whom he had only heard of but had never met. Friend, what do you want me to do? Only then will you let me go. Only then will you let my soldiers go. The Dark Knight King roared in humiliation and fear. After saying this, his heart was filled with boundless humiliation. He lowered his head angrily, thinking that as long as he could get through today, he would get back at them sooner or later. As long as I can avenge today's hatred. Even if he had to learn from the low-level lords in the hyperspace and serve as a dog for the first Lord Qin Shi Huang, he would do it without hesitation. However, after waiting for a long time, he still did not receive the forgiveness from the master above the ice. Not to mention forgiveness, there was no response at all. P.S. 4 chapters today, but also 10,000 words. Please bookmark, rate, and vote. This book will soon be available for membership, and golden tickets are very important to this book and to this young author. Thank you. Chapter 86. The Dark Knight King begs for mercy. Qin Feng stood tall and majestic on the solid ice. He naturally heard the Dark Knight King's plea for mercy, and through the ice, he also saw a figure kneeling and kowtowing. But Qin Feng did not intend to forgive. In the West, forgiving a person is God's business. In the East, it is the job of the King of Hell to count a person's karma. Qin Feng has always been a very sensible person, so how could he possibly overstep his authority and forgive others? Since you are not prepared to forgive, responding naturally becomes a meaningless thing. If it weren't for the existence of the heavenly defense barrier, a small character like the Dark Knight King would not be worth Qin Feng's more than 3 hours of thinking. Qin Feng no longer glanced at the Dark Knight King, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. He reached out and pressed the extremely excited Feng Guogua's shoulder and whispered, "Guogua, did you see that 9-star commander-level vampire down there?" "Yeah, I see." Feng Guogua turned around and nodded at Qin Feng. "I'll take you down later. You kill that 9-star commander. Don't worry if you can't kill him. His magic source has been destroyed by Eunice and Sivir. Even the weakest warrior can kill him easily." Qin Feng gave the order calmly. It was obvious that just a few words could decide the life of a 9-star commander-level strongman, but he said it as easily as plucking a leaf. Aye, can I do it?" Feng Guogua was extremely panicked and crossed her fingers, muttering. When Feng Guogua saw Cheryl, who was seriously injured and unconscious, she was extremely angry and wanted to rush out immediately to kill the person who hurt Cheryl. After confirming that Qin Feng really did not blame Shirley for her injury, Feng Guogua's surging self-blame gave her an unprecedented desire for power and quietly ignited the fire of revenge in her heart. But at this moment, when Qin Feng asked her to kill someone, the 14-year-old girl Feng Guogua became subconsciously nervous and afraid. "Don't be afraid, just do as I say. The Eternal Continent is not Blue Planet. Once the heavenly barrier dissipates and the beast tide passes, war and death will be the eternal theme of this land." Qin Feng smiled at Feng Guogua. "Guogua, you will experience killing sooner or later. The sooner you experience it, and the sooner you overcome your fear of killing, the more stable and far-reaching you will be." Looking into Qin Feng's eyes and feeling the encouragement in them, Feng Guogua gritted her teeth and nodded vigorously. Then, she bravely recalled the scene when Cheryl was injured, and her eyes gradually became firm. Soon, the 10 soldiers of the Dark Knight King were killed by Nanasi and his men. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt that the time was almost up, so he gathered a breeze, wrapped Feng Guogua, and sent her down from the ice. "Remember what I told you, don't be afraid. Everything you experience will become your courage and determination in the future." Qin Feng encouraged above the ice. Hearing this, Feng Guogua nodded slightly, and at the same time took a step towards Dracula, whose source of magic power was damaged and whose body was burned to charcoal by the flames. As the distance got closer, the vampire prince Dracula began to tremble like a sieve. Before this moment, every time he saw a vampire fall to the ground and wail for help, and then die from the erosion of explosive fire or violent thunder, the fear and resentment in his heart would grow stronger. Now, except for him, all the other 10 vampires in the territory are dead. A human girl was walking towards him with a bone-cutting knife imbued with magic power, which looked extremely terrifying at first glance. The fear and resentment in his heart grew and climbed to the peak. This moment, Dracula regretted it. He felt that he should not agree to the Dark Knight King's request today and take the Dark Knight King out of the Huangshui swamp and head to the Huangshui Valley. He also felt that everything that happened today was caused by his lord, Ba, that perverted king of darkness. He shouldn't have let the Dark Lord do whatever he wanted. He should have taken advantage of the moment when the Dark Knight King was blinded by beauty and overthrown the Dark Knight King, this useless man, into pieces. Unfortunately, time is a river that always flows forward. On the Eternal Continent, there is no regret medicine for sale that can reverse the course of time. Dracula, who lost his ability to move, could only live with his increasingly violent heartbeat and overwhelming regret, fear, and resentment. He could only watch Feng Guogua approaching helplessly, waiting helplessly for his final moment to come. Until Feng Guogua stabbed the sharp blade into his heart, His last bit of vitality began to wither under the burning of violent thunder and lightning. He suddenly woke up and turned his head. He glared viciously at the Lord, who seemed to be unable to do anything except causing trouble. Looking at the Dark Knight King, who was kneeling in fear at this moment, not daring to raise his head, he cursed angrily. King of the Dark Knight, you misled me. If there is a next life, I will never be a subordinate to a cowardly and indecisive person like you. I will kill you the moment we meet. Ha 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 ha. You're so fucking disgusting. You talk about standing on the eternal throne. You talk about becoming the supreme lord among trillions of lords. Did you get the supreme lordship by kneeling? Did you beg like a dog? Before the death of the vampire Prince Dracula, a deafening voice exploded in the ears of the King of Darkness. Instead of inspiring his fighting spirit, it tore apart the last layer of disguise he had left for his self-esteem in his heart. The Dark Knight King realized with great clarity that the reason he knelt down and begged for mercy and remained indifferent to the vampire's plea for help was because he didn't dare to say, "Everyone has their own responsibility. Come at me." It was not because he wanted to keep the Green Mountains to collect firewood, but to rekindle the dead ashes, raise the battle flag again, and launch a war of revenge against the enemy like a resurrected Dragon King. He just wanted to live. The so-called seeking revenge was just an excuse for him to convince the last bit of self-respect in his heart when he bent his knees. Not only that, when those vampires died in pain, he, who once boasted about becoming the supreme ruler, even secretly fantasized about it. If he killed all my soldiers and took away all my resources, I would beg him again, and he would let me go. The mask was torn off and the disguise was removed. What I got in return was not a rebound in my self-esteem, but it further breaks the bottom line. It is to give up everything and beg for mercy. The kneeling King of Dark Knight began to crawling towards the shadow cast by the weak water and solid ice on the ground above the sky. At this moment, all his soldiers were dead. No matter how embarrassing he was, or how disgusting and humiliating his words of begging for mercy were, no one would hear him, let alone see him. Boss, please let me go. Please. I'm willing to give you everything I have, whether it's a castle or a military building, whether it's materials or weapons, I can give it to you. As long as the boss is willing to let me go, I am willing to be your slave. I am willing to obey your orders for the rest of my life. I do. The words are not finished yet, and the ink in my stomach has not run out yet. An extremely sharp boning knife cut the throat of the Dark Knight King. Cheryl, with a pale face, looked at the human who had been chasing them for a long time with disgust and cursed with disgust. How disgusting. You're almost dead and you still want to dirty my master's ears. You deserve to go to the 18th level of hell. Chapter 87. War is brewing. A storm is born. Cheryl killed Blue, Star-Lord Lubo. You received 1 Lord point, 1 Lord's heart, 1 soldier building blueprint, 3 silver-level weapons, 3787 iron ore, 5476 stone, and 45,781 wood. Pinned announcement for the upper Huangshui River Valley. After testing, Lord Qin Feng has killed Lord Lubo. The Huangshui Swamp and Huangshui Valley chat channels have been merged into the upper Huangshui River Valley chat channel. This area covers 163,000 square kilometers, and the current total number of lords is 1,999. Announcement from the upper Huangshui River Valley. Lord Qin Feng has launched a Lord War and killed Lord Lubo. Lord Qin Feng receives 1 Lord point, currently 1. Killing Lord Qin Feng grants all of his opponents Lord points. Announcement from the upper Huangshui River Valley. Lord Qin Feng launched a Lord War and killed Lord Lubo. The sound of the announcement exploded in Qin Feng's ears. It also exploded in the ears of all the lords in the Huangshui Valley and the Huangshui Swamp. The entire land, covering an area of 163,000 square kilometers, fell silent at this moment. After dozens of seconds, the chat channel, whose number of participants had doubled, suddenly exploded with countless voices either mourning Lubo or denouncing Qin Feng. At this moment, the shadow of war and blood and fire officially gathered into a dark cloud above the heads of all the lords in the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley. My dear brother, how could you die so suddenly? I was thinking of lending it to you for 2 days after I caught the succubus. My brother Lubo is such a good man. How could he die so easily? Brother, wait for me. When I catch the succubus, I'll make a paper figurine and burn it for you. Brother Lubo, I will also burn a paper figurine for you. Rest in peace. Who the hell is this idiot Qin Feng? He even dared to kill my good brother Lubo. I'll grind you to dust. I'm not surnamed Wang if I don't do that. Brothers, Qin Feng is so cruel. We are all compatriots from the global village, but he doesn't even let his compatriots go and wants to kill them. Qin Feng, You bastard. Why don't you come out and explain yourself? Why did you kill Lu Bo? Did you see my brother catch the succubus? So you killed him and stole the goods. Qin Feng, come out and speak. Come out and apologize. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless and joining forces to wipe you out. Qin Feng, you're a demon. You're a beast who wants to kill even your own people. Just commit suicide. Don't force us to do anything to you. Qin Feng, you have the guts to kill someone. Do you have the guts to tell me your coordinates? If you dare to tell me your coordinates, I'll come over and kill you right now. I'll kill you, the murderer who maliciously provoked the Lord's war. After a brief moment of remembrance, what had happened in the chat channel of Wangshan area was almost reproduced 1-to-1 and was directly played out in the chat channel of the upper section of Huanshui River Valley. Countless lords stood up and began to denounce Qin Feng in the chat channel with all their might and indignation. The reason they did this was that they acted as if their own mother had died. When it comes down to it, there are actually only three main reasons. First, after Qin Feng killed Lu Bo, the Dark Knight King, the window paper that shielded the war between the lords was broken. At this moment and here, all the lords understood one thing. After killing fellow Blue Star lords, they can gain lord points. Although they were not sure what the lord points could be used for at the moment, this thing could even cause a regional announcement, so it must not be an ordinary thing. Therefore, they need to find an excuse to come out and beat the drums of war. With the help of Lu Bo's death, all the lords who have such ideas are united to compete safely and justly for the lord points that represent rewards. Second, wherever there are people, there is the world of martial arts. Wherever there is a world of martial arts, there are rankings, there are struggles for leadership, there are endless and complex struggles for interests, and there are endless and dark struggles. From the moment they arrived on the Eternal Continent, all the lords were clear about one thing. The reason they came to this world was not to travel and sightsee, but to fight for supremacy and kill. Indeed, the points ranking list ranks all the lords in the world, allowing a number of top lords to stand out and become idols admired by millions. But apart from a few idiots, not many people would use their real names to participate in the points battle. This has resulted in extreme information opacity. At the same time, on the Eternal Continent, huge dark forests were created. I want to break through the fog above my head and see clearly who is the king of this land, and then arrange the seats, divide the resources, make friends with distant countries and attack nearby ones, and compete for hegemony. It is impossible to obtain information by just bragging and talking nonsense. The only way to determine who is superior is through face-to-face, flesh-to-flesh, swords against spears. So, they needed an excuse to start the war on this land. Third, the reason why these people dare to clamor in the chat channel is that they are secretly trying to provoke a war. It's all because of the extreme lack of transparency of information. It's because they don't know that Qin Feng is Qin Shi Huang. It's because they don't know that Lu Bo, with an ordinary name, is actually the famous Dark Knight King in the Hyperspace Exchange, a powerful lord who can be in the top 10,000 of the points ranking list. From the first day he arrived on the Eternal Continent, Qin Feng knew the bloody and cruel nature of this world. He has always protected his information very well. Except for Feng Guogua, he has never told anyone that he is Qin Shi Huang. He even deliberately sent out false information, implying to the lords of the world that Qin Shi Huang is located on the Shirehua Plateau. But in Lu Bo's own opinion, the name Lu Bo is too rustic and too stupid. Therefore, he never showed off in the chat channel where the name could not be changed. No one knew that he was the strong man who made it to the list in the points battle, the King of Dark Knight. There is no doubt that this is a coincidence with extremely low probability. If either Qin Feng or Lu Bo had revealed his true strength, this massive crusade in the chat channel would not have been possible. The moment the regional announcement sounded, everyone would be plunged into endless fear. Qin Feng figured out these three reasons almost instantly. Therefore, he was not angry because of the insults in the chat channel. His emotions were extremely stable, and his eyes were extremely calm. Qin Feng, I am on the southwestern edge of the Huanshui Valley. To the south of my territory is a barren mountain, and to the southwest of my territory is the Huanshui Swamp. Qin Feng, I welcome you to attack me, don't be scared. In the chat channel, Qin Feng spoke provocatively. For those indignant lords in the chat channel, Lu Bo's death was a good excuse to start a war, and a good opportunity for them to arrange seats and formulate strategies for competing for hegemony. But there are always at least two sides to a matter. For Qin Feng, this incident is also a good opportunity for him to iterate himself and upgrade his territory. I will not offend others unless they offend me. In the past, Qin Feng always regarded this sentence as his code of conduct. But after coming to the Eternal Continent, this statement is obviously no longer in line with the times. The most suitable thing for this world should be, even if no one offends me, I will still offend them. Or it can be said as Boss Chow's famous saying, I would rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me. But change takes time. An absolutely cold heart needs to be sharpened by endless death and killing. In addition, with the help of this war, Qin Feng can also enhance the strength of his territory. Don't forget, he had previously obtained a building blueprint synthesis table, and it was also bound to the Vitality Castle. He was about to obtain the complete synthesis sequence of the Succubus clan's exclusive buildings. And I want to synthesize the architectural drawings listed in the synthesis sequence. Qin Feng needs to collect a large number of Lord's Hearts, a large number of building drawings, and a large amount of materials. Therefore, this is a war that both the pros and cons are extremely looking forward to and eager for. Amidst the rising wind and surging clouds, a thunderstorm was brewing, and the bloody horn was quietly blown. Chapter 88. Crazy Sale of Weapons. Shocking the world. After provoking those ignorant lords, Qin Feng directly closed the chat panel, waited for the storm to brew, moved his sight under the ice, and said to Sivir and Eunice, in the next period of time, human lord sentries may appear near the territory to gather intelligence. You guys go around them. Yes, that's right. You have to go around them. You can't let them see your strength. I'm afraid it will scare them and make them give up their plan to attack me. Okay, Eunice agreed in a light voice. Okay, Shiver frowned and thought for a while. After preparing 36 ways to avoid the problem, he agreed firmly. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng's territory. When Qin Feng restored the Vitality Castle, the Succubus reincarnation pool, and the Aztec obelisk to their original positions, his 6 Succubi also sorted out the supplies in the territory and piled them into 3 small hills on the side of the Vitality Castle. The first hill is a pile of food, including more than 10,000 units of ordinary food and more than 4,000 units of commander-level food. These foods were obtained by Eunice and Shiver during hunting before the points battle. However, because so many things happened today and the events were too frequent, Qin Feng did not have time to take the food to the hyperspace exchange to sell it. The second hill was a huge amount of building materials. This includes nearly 300,000 units of wood, 200,000 units of stone, nearly 10,000 units of iron ore, nearly 7,000 energy stones, and a total of 236 soul particles. The last hill was built by piling up a huge amount of weapons and equipment. Among them were the 3 silver-grade weapons from Liu Bo's legacy, and the rest were all standard equipment of the Goblin Kingdom. There were a total of more than 10,000 weapons and nearly 200,000 enchanted arrows. The quality of this batch of weapons is very high. Basically, they are of about silver 6-star quality. A small number of weapons used by goblin leaders have even reached the gold level and are of extremely great value. I've been busy all day. It's time to sell some supplies, harvest some leeks, upgrade my territory, and get a world announcement. Qin Feng smiled and talked to himself, then waved his hand to send the 6 Succubi out of the territory. They hunted freely in a team of 3, while he uploaded all the food and equipment for sale to the hyperspace exchange. After uploading the supplies, Qin Feng directly started selling them. The first one is naturally a food post. Today is the 4th day, and the prices of ordinary food are ridiculously low. 1 unit of ordinary food can only be exchanged for 1 unit of wood. The price of commander-level food has not changed much. 1 unit of food can be exchanged for 3 energy stones or 100 units of iron ore. The ID Qin Shi Huang has a very high prestige in the hyperspace exchange and has a lot of fans. After the official certification of the points battle, this prestige has reached an extremely scary level. Qin Feng had just posted a food sales post, and 10 seconds later, the food was sold out, and he directly exchanged it for more than 10,000 units of wood, more than 6,000 energy stones, and 200,000 iron ores. Not only that, under his food sales post, there are endless low-level lords expressing their loyalty and gratitude. Your Majesty, the First Emperor, next time you sell food, remember to raise the price a bit. I'm going crazy. Right. That's right. We must raise the price. If nothing else, it must be at least 3 times the market price. We have all been favored by His Majesty the First Emperor. Without the food you generously donated in the beginning, we wouldn't be alive today. Your Majesty, my great Majesty, please give me a chance to repay you. Looking at these messages, Qin Feng frowned, and his belief of, I would rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me, was almost shaken. But soon, Qin Feng became a beast, he thought silently. The Lord must be killed, points must be taken, resources must be seized, and the position of Overlord must be in my hands. If I meet these fans who truly care about me in the future, I will give them a chance to live. As long as they are willing to voluntarily hand over the Lord's heart and all their resources, I will ensure they have a worry-free life. But if they cling to these things they can't hold, don't blame me for being merciless and wiping them out completely. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Feng once again became the increasingly ruthless overlord. He adjusted his breathing for a while, calmed his chaotic thoughts, and then put the mountains of weapons and equipment up for sale in the hyperspace exchange. Qin Shi Huang, selling weapons and equipment. Category A. 1 silver weapon can be exchanged for 6 energy stones, /200 units of iron, or /1,000 units of wood, /1,000 units of stone. There are currently 17,878 silver weapons in existence. Category B. 1 enchanted arrow can be exchanged for 1 energy stone, /33 units of iron, or /167 units of wood, /167 units of stone. There are currently 195,000 enchanted arrows. Category C. 1 gold-level weapon in exchange for 50 soul particles. There are currently 254 gold weapons in existence. As soon as this post appeared in the hyperspace exchange, it immediately ignited tens of millions of lords. At this moment, not only a huge number of low-level lords cheered under Qin Feng's post, but even those lords ranked in the top 100,000 on the points ranking list also cheered wildly. Damn, His Majesty the First Emperor is indeed His Majesty the First Emperor. He actually sold over 10,000 weapons in one go. He's truly too powerful. The quantity is secondary. The most terrifying thing is the quality of these weapons. The lowest level is silver, and there are hundreds of gold-level weapons. Oh my god, I really didn't expect His Majesty the First Emperor to sell gold-level weapons. You know, in last night's points battle, the top 100,000 places only got a gold-level treasure chest. Awesome. Truly awesome. Long live the First Emperor. Your Majesty, I admit that before today, I was once proud and complacent because I had achieved a ranking of over 50,000, and I thought that sooner or later I would surpass you. But now I understand. You are the eternal god. You are my lifelong idol. Your Majesty the First Emperor. Are you a couple? Are you in an online relationship? I'm super sweet. Your Majesty, look at me. I can use ice and fire. I can Sora and rap. Your Majesty, please be kind and take me in. I really don't want to fight for power anymore. I don't want to fight for supremacy anymore. Messages came pouring in like snowflakes. In just over 10 seconds, the number of comments under Qin Feng's post exceeded 10 million. 30 seconds later, the number of comments exceeded 100 million. Without exception, all of them praised Qin Feng. Chapter 89, Upgrade. Level 4 Pleasure Hall. Amidst endless praise and admiration, Qin Feng's weapons were quickly sold out. This wave of profit made people dizzy. In terms of soul particles, after selling all the golden weapons, the number of soul particles in Qin Feng's hands soared from 236 to 12,936. The number of energy stones is even more exaggerated, reaching 45,784 directly. The quantities of the two basic materials, wood and stone, are even more astonishing, both exceeding the 15 million mark. Iron ore, which is more difficult to obtain than wood and stone, is also available in considerable quantities, amounting to more than 7 million standard units. No matter from which aspect. At this moment, Qin Feng can be said to be rich enough to rival a country. After all, the weapons he obtained were the accumulation of many years of experience by 48 goblin tribes. The lords who contributed wood, stone, iron, ore, and the more precious energy stones and soul particles to him were spread all over the Eternal Continent. With this sickle, he directly harvested all the Blue Star lords in the entire continent. It feels great. Thanks for the rocket, Goblin Buddy. Qin Feng laughed and sighed, then began to buy materials for Feng Guoguo in the hyperspace exchange according to the list of materials Feng Guoguo gave him. Thanks to the abundant basic material resources, Qin Feng quickly bought the materials Feng Guoguo needed. Pack and organize these materials in the hyperspace exchange. Qin Feng sent all these materials to Feng Guoguo through the friend panel. Because of the special attention setting, a small red dot appeared in Feng Guoguo's field of vision the moment Qin Feng clicked the material sending button. The moment his eyes swept across the small red dot, Feng Guoguo, who was vomiting on the trash can and had not yet completely recovered from the discomfort of killing someone, immediately grabbed a towel, wiped the corners of his mouth, and then opened the chat panel to check the details. You received 1 million wood, 100 stone, 3 million iron ore, 500,000 copper, or 100,000 silver, or 100,000 river sand. Looking at the nearly enormous amount of supplies on his friend's panel, Feng Guoguo knew that even if he broke himself up and sold himself by the gram, he would not be able to buy even 1/10,000th of these supplies. She subconsciously felt indebted. As time ticked by very slowly, Feng Guoguo's feeling of guilt grew stronger and stronger, as if it was about to condense into a dark cloud, covering and suppressing her completely. But just when Feng Guoguo was about to be completely overwhelmed by the feeling of guilt, a message popped up in the chat panel at an extremely timely moment. Qin Feng, Guoguo, I have collected all the materials you need. You can keep a record of them and pay me back with interest later. Looking at the words Qin Feng added later, Feng Guoguo felt as if a man with a smile as gentle as the spring breeze appeared in front of her. The man seemed to reach out and touch her head, and then reached out and pinched her nose and pulled her face. His movements were intimate, and his eyes were full of unspoken, tender comfort. I will pay it back. I will pay it back with interest. I will give myself back to you, brother Qin Feng. Feng Guoguo let out a long sigh and typed, okay. The sentence is short, but the meaning is complex and varied. After sending the materials to Feng Guoguo, Qin Feng began to upgrade his territory. At this moment, there are 3 buildings in Qin Feng's territory, namely the Aztec Obelisk, the Vitality Castle, and the Succubus Reincarnation Pool. Among them, the Aztec Obelisk is a world wonder level building, and it has an extremely complete wonder form from the beginning. The high-quality materials required for upgrading make Qin Feng the richest lord in the entire continent, unable to help but sigh in despair. The only items that can be upgraded using common materials are the Vitality Castle and the Succubus Reincarnation Pool. Hey, I don't know what level of buildings my Vitality Castle and Succubus Reincarnation Pond are. I guess, even if they're not world wonder level buildings, they're not far off the mark. After all, both of these buildings possess unique qualities. After obtaining the Aztec Obelisk, Qin Feng gained a new understanding of the grades of military units and buildings. Uniqueness is just a particularly cool quality, not the grade of the building. According to the current intelligence, the grades of buildings and arms are roughly as follows: ordinary, medium, excellent, special, top world wonder grade. Damn it, can't you just give me more complete information? I'll die if you're more generous. Thinking about the building and troop grade sequence chart he had compiled, Qin Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart and sneered at the will of heaven. After cursing, Qin Feng started to upgrade the buildings directly. The first thing to upgrade is the Vitality Castle. Upgrading the level 3 Vitality Castle to the level 4 Joy Hall requires a total of 500,000 stones, 300,000 wood, and 150,000 iron ore. When Qin Feng first saw such a terrifying upgrade requirement, he just wanted to curse. But after Goblin Buddy sent him a lot of big rockets, Qin Feng felt that upgrading to level 4 only required so few materials. Did he look down on me? Soon, after a ray of sublimated white light that penetrated the sky and the earth, the Vitality Castle was directly transformed into a Hall of Joy. From the Vitality Castle to the Joy Hall, not only the name has changed, but the castle's form has also undergone earth-shaking changes. But before Qin Feng ran in to check, a translucent dialogue box appeared in front of him. The prelude to the world announcement also sounded in Qin Feng's ears at the right time. Your level 3 Vitality Castle is upgraded to a level 4 Hall of Pleasure. The territory range is increased by 1,500 meters, and the territory building defense is increased by 1,000%. Since you are the first of the Blue Star's billions of lords to upgrade your hall to level 4, I will grant you a special achievement reward. You will receive 1 diamond-level treasure chest. Your achievements will be announced to the world soon. Please set an announcement ID. If you choose not to set an announcement ID, the announcement will be published under your real name. Tip: world announcements will increase your reputation, which is a double-edged sword. You may gain the respect of other lords, but you may also attract hostility from other lords. There was no defense, no hesitation. Qin Feng directly set the ID of the world announcement to Qin Shi Huang. In the hyperspace exchange, in the hearts of thousands of lords, the name Qin Shi Huang has come to represent holiness and power. But Qin Feng felt that this little prestige was not enough at the moment. He had to use world announcements again and again, and legendary achievements again and again, to continuously increase the weight of the ID Qin Shi Huang. Only by doing this can he sharpen the sickle in his hand and harvest leaks one after another. Let more lords take the initiative to say things like, Your Majesty the First Emperor, please raise the price a little. We want to repay you. Chapter 90, World Announcement. Shocking. The moment the announcement ID was set, the boundless and world-penetrating announcement sounded in the ears of the billions of Blue Star lords. Except for Qin Feng, 99.99% of the lords felt a numbness deep in their bones after being shocked. World announcement. We've detected that the Blue Star Lord Qin Shi has been the first to upgrade his castle to level 4. As a special achievement reward, Qin Shi has received a diamond-level treasure chest. We hope all lords will learn from Qin Shi, grow stronger, and create glory. World announcement. Blue Star Lord Qin Shi has been detected as the first to upgrade his castle to level 4. A special achievement reward will be given. At the end of the 5 announcements, all chat channels around the world began to scroll numbly. Through those words, it seemed that one could see behind the translucent light screen faces that no longer knew what shock was. Hey, another freaking world announcement. Another freaking announcement from the First Emperor. When will someone show up who can snatch the announcement from the First Emperor? Yeah, I'm not disrespecting His Majesty the First Emperor. It's just that His Majesty the First Emperor triggers announcements too damn frequently. For days, His Majesty the First Emperor triggered a total of 5 announcements. 1 per day, that's a lot. If you consider the highest reward from the points competition as a world announcement, His Majesty the First Emperor directly received 6 announcements. He's simply inhuman. Here's a proposal. Are you listening, Will of Heaven? Why don't you just send all the world announcements to His Majesty the First Emperor? In the end, he'll get them anyway. That's right. With His Majesty the First Emperor's growth rate, he can no longer be called a ruthless announcement harvester. He should be called an announcement black hole. Damn it. I suggest that from now on, world announcements shouldn't be called world announcements. It would be much better to just call them the Emperor's edicts. Heavens will. Can you hear me? Change your name immediately. From now on, just call us Emperor's edict. Stop announcing your death to the whole world. When 99.99% of the lords choose to play badly because of numbness. In fact, there were still a small number of lords who were frightened by Qin Feng and still had some consciousness. At this moment, on the Hiliva Plateau, next to the fiercely burning eye of hell, the dragon-riding boy Wang Haoran belongs to this small group of people. After hearing Qin Feng's world announcement, his face turned pale. When Qin Feng released more than 10,000 high-quality weapons, causing the endless lords to rush to buy them, the dragon-riding boy Wang Haoran knew that Qin Feng would soon be able to upgrade the castle and obtain the world announcement. But even though he was mentally prepared, Wang Haoran still felt terrifying pressure when he heard the world announcement. The reason was simple. It was just because he was fooled by the information Qin Feng had released earlier. He was convinced in his heart that Qin Feng was on the Hiliva Plateau. Once the heavenly defense barrier dissipated and the beast tide ended, a war between lords would inevitably break out that would sweep across the entire plateau. Damn it! How can your strength increase so quickly? God, since you gave birth to me, Wang Haoran, and let me obtain the top-level military unit, the Golden Dragon, why did you also give birth to a Qin Shi and let me be born in the same area as him? Wang Haoran roared nervously and fearfully, his eyes gradually becoming ferocious. He exerted force with his right hand and crushed the mutated fangs of the commander-level goblin warrior in his right hand into ashes. Just now, he risked injuring the Golden Dragon and led his team to destroy a goblin tribe with a priest and got the coveted mutant Feng. But after he carefully examined this thing for a while, he was shocked to find out. This kind of Feng is actually just a slightly rare forging material. For Wang Haoran, who does not have the forging drawings of weapons and equipment, it is of no use. In the Alsace River Basin, on the Lilo grassland, in a castle, when Li Yuero was doing experiments with a series of materials obtained from robbing the natural elf caravan, the world announcement rang in her ears, causing her hands to pause and her eyes to become melancholy at this moment. Before the points battle, Li Yuero always regarded herself as the 4th strongest among the tens of billions of Blue Star Lords, and also regarded Qin Feng as her target to catch up with and recruit. After the points battle, Li Yuero realized the terrifying gap between herself and Qin Feng, which was like a chasm. She cast aside all her previous unrealistic fantasies. He changed his life goal from chasing Qin Feng, recruiting Qin Feng, and leading the human race to build an unprecedented achievement, to living well and building a safe and stable orc empire for his silly and cute amethyst behemoth and the wolf cavalry he had just acquired. However, although the goal has changed, Qin Feng's status, or weight, in Li Yuero's heart has not decreased. Instead, it has become higher and heavier. Is it already a level 4 castle? You are truly worthy of being the man who made me despair. Li Yuero murmured to herself, her eyes drifting out the window, and then dispersed with great melancholy, dispersing into the sky, outlining the image of Qin Feng in her heart with white clouds. Fuck! On the mountainside of Wangshan, the evil god Li Xiongyan cursed indignantly. He had actually already gathered all the building materials to upgrade the castle to level 4, but he had just been too excited about killing. After killing a lord and robbing all of his resources, he immediately rushed to the next location to continue the bloody killing spree. Fuck! How could I forget about upgrading the castle? Li Xiongyan roared angrily. How could Qin Shi Huang, that hypocritical saint, get there first? I'm so pissed. Li Xiongyan roared, and then angrily held an upgrade ceremony for himself, upgrading himself from level 3 castle to level 4. Hiss! Why are my ears so itchy? While peeking at the screen and listening to other people's praise for him, Qin Feng suddenly felt his ears itchy. He turned around in surprise and found that Eunice, who liked this tune, was not blowing air behind him. Huh? Is someone scolding me behind my back? Qin Feng shook his head and thought to himself. He immediately lost interest in peeking at the screen. His eyes swept towards the pleasure hall, which had changed greatly in appearance and increased in size at least 10 times, and called up its panel. Happy Hall. Level 4. Upgrading to level 5 requires 500 W stone, 300 W wood, 50 W refined iron, and 15 W high carbon steel. Features. This castle is unique and only one can exist at a time. Effect. Vitality Spring. While in the Hall of Pleasure, Vitality Spring's effect is reduced by 400%, troop growth by 200%, and due receiving by 120%. While outside the Hall of Pleasure, but within the territory, Vitality Spring's effect is reduced by half. Effect. Wind of Recovery. Vitality Castle can accumulate a wind of recovery every 3 hours, with a maximum of 16 winds of recovery existing at the same time. Each wind of recovery can restore a unit with a combat power level below the 9-star War King to full status and attach a 90-minute Vitality Spring effect. Effect. Water of Resurrection. The Vitality Castle can condense a drop of Water of Resurrection every 4 days. The Water of Resurrection has a resurrection effect. The stronger the target to be resurrected is, the more Water of Resurrection is needed. Chapter 91. Secret Scroll of Ascension to Godhood. Peak of Martial Arts. Qin Feng's scalp went numb when he saw the material requirements for upgrading the Pleasure Hall to level 5. After the level is raised to level 4, the materials required to continue upgrading the Joy Hall will increase exponentially. The demand for basic materials increased tenfold from 500,000 stones and 300,000 pieces of wood to 5 million stones and 3 million pieces of wood. If Qin Feng had not made a name for himself as the most powerful person in the hyperspace exchange and could reap the benefits of all the Blue Star Lords, he would have been stumped by the astronomical demand for basic materials. The changes in demand for metal materials are even more frightening. Before, we only needed iron ore, and the quantity was only a small 150,000, which could be obtained with some effort. But now, if Qin Feng wants to continue upgrading the Pleasure Hall, he has to smelt the iron ore into refined iron and high-carbon steel. There must be 500,000 standard units of refined iron, a number that is so large that it makes people bald. The demand for high-carbon steel is smaller, with only 150,000 standard units being sufficient. However, smelting high-carbon steel is much more difficult than smelting refined iron. Getting 150,000 tons of high-carbon steel is probably more difficult than getting 1.5 million tons of refined iron. What level of building is my castle? Judging by the exponentially explosive upgrade requirements, by the time it's upgraded from level 6 to level 7, the materials needed to upgrade it will be comparable to the Aztec obelisk, a world wonder. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt his scalp tingling again. But soon, he thought of Feng Guogua on the barren mountain, and of this little girl who was almost turning into his shape. A feeling of pride immediately diluted the resentment and worry in Qin Feng's heart. How could I forget about Guogua? Her army is the Bana villain. For me, smelting ore is indeed a difficult thing. But for the technologically advanced Bana, refining a little refined iron or high-carbon steel is a piece of cake. As soon as he thought of this, the pressure in Qin Feng's heart suddenly dissipated. At the same time, he can also look at the improvement of this upgrade with a relatively calm attitude. When upgrading from the level 3 Vitality Castle to the level 4 Joy Hall, no new building effects appear in the building panel. But this does not mean that the improvement of this upgrade is not significant. On the contrary, the improvement of this upgrade is more drastic and rapid than any previous upgrade. The first is the initial building effect, Spring of Vitality. With this upgrade, Vitality Spring has not only undergone quantitative changes, but also qualitative changes. Not only can it grant all allied units in the Hall of Joy an extremely terrifying increase in recovery and growth speed. This effect can also be spread outside the Hall of Pleasure, applying half the amount of Spring of Vitality to all allied units within the territory. At this moment, Qin Feng has upgraded the castle 3 times in a row. The territory range has long been expanded from the original 250 meters to 3,250 meters. In other words, from now on, as long as the succubus under Qin Feng fights within a range of 3,225 meters around the pleasure hall, they can always enjoy half of the recovery bonus of Spring of Vitality. The battery life is much stronger. Compared to the qualitative change of Spring of Vitality, the improvement of Wind of Revival and Water of Resurgence is slightly smaller. But it is also a real and huge gain, which has greatly improved the overall strength of Qin Feng's territory. After reaching level 4, the rate at which Wind of Resurgence accumulates was reduced from 6 hours to 3 hours. The upper limit for the number of Wind of Resurgence doubled, from 8 to 16. The ultimate combat power that could be revived was also raised from 9-star Commander to 9-star Warlord. Judging from the current situation, Qin Feng no longer has to worry about not having enough Wind of Revival. The improvement of the Water of Resurrection is also not bad. The condensation speed was almost reduced by half. When the Beast Tide came, Qin Feng would be able to obtain the first drop of Water of Resurrection, which would provide an insurance of immortality for the Succubi in the territory. After reading all the information in the Joy Hall, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, and then took out the treasure chest from his personal panel. As the castle level increases, the treasure chest rewards given by the world announcement will also be better. This time, the world announcement gave Qin Feng a diamond-level treasure chest, which is equivalent to achieving the first-level Legion Destroyer achievement, or getting into the top 1,000 in the points battle. Treasure chest. Treasure chest. I'm willing to trade 10 years of my life for an item that can improve my territory's strength. Please don't give me weapons. Thank you. Qin Feng opened the diamond treasure chest rewarded by the will of heaven, saying metaphysical blessings with full sincerity. With a flash of light, the treasure chest opened, and a stream of shining light penetrated Qin Feng's mind. His luck had exploded this time. Not only did he pick up 10 years of life, but he also got a secret scroll of divine cultivation method that was more valuable than auxiliary props. Martial Peak, incomplete. Compared to the source of mana, incomplete, that was opened from the platinum treasure chest, the Peak of Martial Arts, incomplete, that was opened at this moment was obviously much thicker. It is enough to support Qin Feng to cultivate to the level of 9-star War King. What good luck! Qin Feng laughed happily, completely accepting the knowledge that flooded into his mind and the transformation of his body that Wu Lianfengdian had brought to his body. As soon as they entered the Eternal Continent, the will of heaven freed the shackles of physical and spiritual will for the lords of the world. This means that the Lord has no bottlenecks. Not only can he infinitely improve his own strength, but he can also easily practice both magic and martial arts, or even triple cultivation of magic, martial arts and mindfulness. By chance, he obtains supernatural powers and can practice the abilities of 4 systems at the same time. Soon, Wu Lian Peak completed the transformation of Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's body is still fair and well-proportioned, but the power contained in his muscles has increased thousands of times. Using only physical strength, Qin Feng, who only has the strength of a 3-star commander at the moment, is enough to go head-to-head with a 6-star commander-level Goblin Warrior. If Qin Feng digests the energy gained from the Goblin War, he will be promoted from a 3-star commander to a 9-star commander. Qin Feng, who masters the power of both magic and martial arts, can even collide with a 5-star military officer-level Golden Goblin Priest without being at a disadvantage. Even in the hands of a 7-star military-level monster like Shiver, Qin Feng, with all his magic and martial powers unleashed, can still hold on for at least 10 seconds without being defeated. Hey, this secret scroll of Wu Lianjian Feng is really good. Not only did it replenish the blood and essence I lost when I summoned Bertini, it also made my body stronger. That's good. From now on, even if that little pervert Eunice comes to bother me every night, I can wake up the next day full of energy and my legs won't be weak. Well, even if Sivir comes to bother me, the result won't change at all. Qin Feng muttered with an evil smile, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. Chapter 92, Flirting with Bertini. After adapting to a stronger body, Qin Feng set about upgrading the Succubus reincarnation pool. With a thought, the upgrade process began. An array of sublimated divine light descended from the sky, covering the Succubus reincarnation pool and a series of upgrade materials. Soon, 250,000 stones, 2,500 energy stones, and 100 soul crystals dissipated into smoke in the sublimation light column. At the same time, the Succubus reincarnation pool was also upgraded. After being upgraded to level 4, the water in the Succubus reincarnation pool became significantly larger, and the statue of the great Succubus Bertini standing in the pool became more vibrant, with eyes that were even more charming and seductive. Seeing this change, Qin Feng immediately knew that the day when the Succubus reincarnation pool was upgraded to the top level would probably be the day when the 8-patterned great Succubus Bertini would fully recover. Wife, wait for me. I will upgrade you to the maximum level as soon as possible. Qin Feng set out his true feelings in a suicidal manner, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and touched the face of the great Succubus Bertini even more suicidally. His eyes were gentle, and the movements of his hands were extremely tender and affectionate. Unlike when he enchanted Bertini's jade face before, Qin Feng did not feel the extremely cold pressure from the queen at this moment. As the saying goes, when you strike a snake, you should strike with the stick. Seeing that Bertini did not react, Qin Feng's already strong sexual desire swelled up. He suddenly held Bertini's face and kissed her. Then, he was blown into the sky by a force that came from nowhere. Cool. Interesting. After landing, Qin Feng, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, laughed wildly with great satisfaction. The look he gave the great Succubus Bertini was filled with undisguised pride and extremely strong provocation. In a pitch-black space without sky or earth, endless chains bound a woman who was so beautiful that she could outshine everyone and captivate the world. At this moment, anger was brewing in the woman's bright eyes. You little pervert. You even dare to tease me. You're so bold. Thinking back to Qin Feng's extremely provocative and complacent look just now, Bertini was so angry that he wanted to rush out of the cage immediately and beat Qin Feng to the ground. But unfortunately, Bertini can't get out. The chains that bound her were both a constraint on her and a salvation for her from the will of heaven in this world. Once she broke free from the chains, she rushed outside. She can only hold on for 3 minutes at most before she disappears into thin air. Under this circumstance, the only safe way to go out is for Qin Feng to actively provide his own essence and blood, establish a stable dimensional connection, and open up a path for her. Then she sacrificed the energy stone as the source of her magic power to support the survival and actions of her original body or external incarnation. You little bastard. Just wait for me. When you summon me next time, if I don't get back at you for what I did today and give you a good beating, I won't be called Bertini. When Bertini vowed to deal with Qin Feng had already adjusted his body and walked back to the statue of the big Succubus. Stop it. No more kissing this time. I just want to see if you've improved and if you're worthy of all my resources. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Bertini, who was tied up with chains in the dark space, immediately gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and was about to slap Qin Feng again. But after taking several deep breaths, Bertini finally suppressed the urge in his heart and did not slap him. Anger is harmful to your health. Don't be angry. Seeing that Bertini did not react, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, suppressed the urge to rush forward and give her another kiss, called up the panel of the 4th level Succubus reincarnation pool, and examined it carefully. Succubus reincarnation pool. Level 4. Upgrading requires 2.5 million stones, 25,000 energy stones, 1,000 soul particles, and 100 soul essences. Features. This type of military building is unique and can only exist once. Effect. Succubus reincarnation. 8 young succubi can be bred every day, with a medium chance of bred special physique succubi and multi-striped succubi. Effect. Accelerated growth. You can give up the opportunity to breed a succubus and accelerate its growth. When using this effect on a succubus, there is a medium probability of granting it a new magic pattern. Effect. Paradise illusion. Sacrifice 5,000 energy stones and 100 soul particles to create a paradise illusion, covering a 1W×1W area, ignoring resistance, and controlling units of War Emperor strength and below for 30 seconds. Effect. Succubus activation. Sacrifice 10,000 energy stones and 1/4 blood essence to activate the statue of Wuji Succubus. The activation lasts for 30 seconds. Compared to the Hall of Pleasure, the upgrade to the level 4 Succubus reincarnation pool seems very plain and simple. In this upgrade, the Succubus reincarnation pool did not gain any new building effects, but the old building effects were greatly improved. The 4th level Succubus reincarnation pool can give birth to 8 little succubi every day. The probability of multi-striped succubi or succubi with special physiques appearing has also increased from low to medium. The probability of accelerating growth to grant new magic patterns also increases from low to medium. The number of energy stones required to activate a blissful illusion has increased from 1,000 to 5,000. However, the coverage of the illusion directly increased to 1 kilometer, and the upper limit of the combat power level that could be affected was increased from the War King level to the War Emperor level, and the control time was also increased from the original 15 seconds to 30 seconds. The cost of activating the Succubus has also increased. The consumption of blood essence was still 1/4, but the consumption of energy stones suddenly soared from 1,000 to 10,000. This consumption was astonishing. However, huge consumption also means stronger effects. The enhanced Succubus activation effect directly increases the activation time of the great Succubus Bertini to 30 seconds. Such a long time is enough for Qin Feng to hug Bertini and kiss her several times. The only bad thing is that after the kiss, there is a 99% chance that Qin Feng will be beaten into a pig's head by Bertini. Thinking of the miserable scene of himself hugging Bertini and kissing him fiercely, and then being beaten up by Bertini, Qin Feng made up his mind while having a cold war. If they don't kiss, it's fine. But if they do, it has to be amazing. I have to let Bertini, this ignorant guy, understand what the fucking French kiss is. Bertini, I'm looking forward to meeting you next time. I'm telling you straight up, I'm attracted to you, woman. You've successfully piqued my interest. After saying this with his chin raised as if to commit suicide, Qin Feng snorted lightly, patted his robe, and walked towards the pleasure hall with firm steps. After the upgrade, he hasn't seen any changes inside. However, just as he was moving with powerful steps, Bertini in the dark space could no longer bear it. Her eyes lit up, and she suddenly summoned a strong wind with extremely strong penetrating power, breaking through the barrier between the two worlds. She condensed a giant palm behind Qin Feng and slapped Qin Feng's, but hard. Ouch! Murdering your own husband. Such a rebellious act. Is no one going to do anything about it? Qin Feng covered his butt and shouted exaggeratedly, but there was a smile in his eyes. He felt that he had tested Bertini's bottom line, and as long as he didn't cross the line in the future, he could tease Bertini's emotions unscrupulously. Then, through repeated pulling, he gradually transformed Bertini, the beautiful woman with the aura of a queen, into his own shape. Chapter 93. Feng Guoguo's Spy Plan. Rubbing his buttocks that were so painful that they were about to split, Qin Feng walked all 4 floors of the pleasure hall. After reading it, he was shocked. The first and most noteworthy thing is the underground floor. Compared with the 3rd-level Vitality Castle, the underground 1st floor of the 4th-level Joy Hall is more than 100 times richer. The walls and the ground are engraved with magical runes that contain mysterious powers. The golden linear grooves in the center of the ground extend to all corners of the entire underground floor. They are densely packed like a spider web, or like the energy transmission pipelines of some super energy reactor. The second place is the lobby on the 1st floor. Compared to before the upgrade, the 1st floor lobby is now extremely functional. It not only houses the traditional functional areas of kitchen, dining room, conference room, and bedroom, but also 2 new functional areas, the dimensional warehouse and the tactical deduction workshop. There is an extremely large storage space inside the dimensional warehouse, and the Lord panel can be used to store and retrieve materials over ultra-long distances. With this thing, Qin Feng no longer has to pile up the materials he obtained in the territory to be exposed to wind and rain, and he can also store and access them anytime and anywhere, which is extremely convenient. The role of the tactical simulation workshop is also extremely huge. As the master of Eunice, Sivir, and countless succubi, Qin Feng naturally needs strong strength and a strong body, otherwise he will not be able to withstand it. But his most important identity is still that of a lord. Internally, developing the territory and improving the happiness of the succubi. Externally, starting wars, expanding the territory, and plundering resources are his most important jobs as a lord. And after the tactical simulation workshop was established, Qin Feng no longer has to write and draw on a blank piece of paper. Instead, he can use the sand table in the workshop, the world map that can continuously expand with the footprints of the troops, and other auxiliary tools to formulate strategies and deduce tactics, which greatly improves his work efficiency. After talking about the basement floor and the 1st floor lobby, we have to talk about the 2nd floor. Compared with before, there are more rooms on the 2nd floor, including a largest master bedroom and 24 slightly smaller secondary bedrooms. Qin Feng's room is rather solemn in style. The spacious space and simple furniture together create a rather solemn and oppressive feeling. The other rooms were a little hard to describe. When Qin Feng walked in, he thought he had walked into a love hotel with ancient-style decoration. Seeing the furnishings inside, even he, an old hand, couldn't help but feel excited. The last floor is the 3rd floor, which has the functions of observation and setting up magic artillery. In terms of shape, the 3rd floor has undergone the most dramatic changes. From the original circular bunker, it turned into a turret in the shape of a Mayan pyramid. There is more than 300 square meters of space on the top of the tower, which is large enough to accommodate a mythical main gun. The interior of the tower is divided into 3 layers. There are 4 metal rails on the top floor, which can connect 4 legendary magic cannons. The second floor has 8 metal rails that can connect 8 epic magic cannons. The bottom layer has the largest number of metal rails, a total of 24, which can connect to 24 diamond-level magic cannons. At this moment, Qin Feng was leaning on the railing on the 3rd floor, staring at the turret in a daze. He thought that if he could get the forging drawings and corresponding forging materials of the magic cannon, he would definitely fill this turret with cannons and increase the territory's defense capabilities to the limit. And when Qin Feng thought of this, the sun, which was already approaching the horizon, was just setting, and an evil black moon quietly revealed its true appearance from the eastern horizon. The 4th black moon tide has arrived. Including tonight's time, there are only 3 short nights left before the endless tide of beasts sweeps across the entire continent. The 4th black moon is coming, and nearly 50% of the lords in the world have joined the hunt tonight. After nearly half an hour of righteous condemnation, the lords in the upper part of the Huangshui Valley were also tired. They stopped scolding Qin Feng and formed a small group of more than 1,300 lords called the Huangshui River Valley Hall of Fame, and then assigned troops to kill monsters in the wild. They were all tense and ready to take advantage of the last 3 nights to develop rapidly, and then shine in the war against Qin Feng, so as to win a higher seat in the Huangshui River Valley Hall of Fame. Qin Feng's loyal little fan Feng Guoguo is also in this small group of Hall of Fame members. This girl was very clever. Seeing someone was going to target Qin Feng, she took the initiative to report her coordinates, showing the geographical advantage of her territory. She said, "Although I am not very capable, I can explore the terrain near the evil villain Qin Feng's territory for the leaders of the rebel army and provide them with intelligence. They are both rebels and leaders, and all come from the mouth of a cute little girl. How could those lords who claimed to be leaders and roared about attacking Qin Feng, avenging Liu Bo, and establishing order in the Eternal Continent tolerate this?" They immediately pulled Feng Guoguo into their Hall of Fame group and gave her a position as an investigator in the 6th Department of Military Affairs. "Brother Qin Feng, I've made it into their Hall of Fame, and even gained the trust of the most powerful people out there. According to the information I've obtained, the 3 most prestigious people in the Hall of Fame are Chen Xiaojie, Wang Dongshan, and Lu Guanghai. Chen Xiaojie is the rich guy from our previous chat channel. He controls the Flame Griffin. He currently has 15 Flame Griffins, and the strongest Flame Griffin is a 3-star commander. Wang Dongshan's troops are also very powerful. They are special units called the Violent 6-Armed Ape. I don't know exactly how many he has at the moment, but judging by his boasting, I'm afraid their number is no less than Chen Xiaojie's Griffins. Lu Guanghai is the most secretive and hasn't even revealed his military branch. However, he's the one who sells the most food in the Huangshui Swamp Channel, even commander-level food. His strength is probably on par with Chen Xiaojie and Wang Dongshan. Well, that's all for now. I'll continue to report to Brother Qin Feng if I have any more information later. Don't worry. Guoguo is here." Looking at the words sent by Feng Guoguo on the friend panel, Qin Feng felt both heartwarming and funny. He wanted to tell Feng Guoguo that there was no need to go through so much trouble. He could even defeat the army of the Goblin Kingdom. So how could he not be able to defeat a group of rabble with ulterior motives? But he didn't say that in the end. After all, this information was also Feng Guoguo's good intention. "Thank you for your hard work. Please continue to collect information for me. I really need it," Qin Feng said. Feng Guoguo said excitedly, "Okay. Guoguo will never let Brother Qin Feng down and will definitely complete this spy mission successfully." She continued, Red Scarf Guarantee. Chapter 94, Complete Architectural Blueprint Synthesis Sequence. More than half an hour after dinner, Eunice and Sivir each took 2 little succubi out hunting. Qin Feng himself took the architectural blueprint synthesis table and walked into the tactical simulation workshop. After waiting for a while, the 6-hour analysis progress bar returned to 0. The architectural blueprint synthesis platform finally completed the analysis and parsed out the architectural blueprint synthesis sequence exclusive to the Succubus clan. Qin Feng took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down as much as possible, and then clicked on the synthesis sequence list of all building drawings. Sequence 001. Vitality Castle, a wonder of the world, unique. Sequence 002, Ascension Altar, a wonder of the world, unique. Sequence 003, Succubus Reincarnation Pool, a wonder of the world, unique. Sequence 004, Valhalla, an eternal building, and unique. Sequence 005. The original Rubik's Cube, an eternal building, and unique. Sequence 006. The Avatar Monastery, an eternal building, and unique. Sequence 007. The Command Platform, a super building, and unique. Sequence 008. Miracle Workshop, a super building, and unique. Sequence 009. Demon's Eye, a superstructure, and unique. There are very few exclusive buildings for the Succubus clan, only 9 in total. But although the number is smaller, the quality is frighteningly high. 3 wonders of the world, 3 eternal buildings, and 3 super buildings. My Vitality Castle and Succubus Reincarnation Pond are truly world-class wonders. So, below the level of world wonders, there are 7 levels: eternal, super, top, special, excellent, medium, and ordinary. I just don't know how I'm going to synthesize these architectural drawings, one by one, without even explaining the architectural effects. Isn't this like opening a blind box? Qin Feng thought to himself, and then clicked the synthesis button on the architectural blueprint synthesis table. In an instant, 4 sets of synthesis plans with different probabilities appeared neatly in Qin Feng's field of vision. The higher the probability, the greater the cost of the synthesis scheme. The order from low to high is 1. Consume 1,000 Lord Hearts, 1,000 building blueprints, and 10,000 soul particles to start synthesis. There is a low probability of synthesizing a super building blueprint. 2. Consume 10,000 Lord Hearts, 10,000 building blueprints, and 10,000 soul essence to start the synthesis. There is a medium chance of synthesizing a super building blueprint, and a low chance of synthesizing an eternal building blueprint. 3. Consume 100,000 Lord Hearts, 100,000 building blueprints, and 10,000 soul crystals to start the synthesis. There is a high probability of synthesizing a super building blueprint, a medium probability of synthesizing an eternal building blueprint, and a low probability of synthesizing a world wonder building blueprint. 4. Consume 1 million Lord Hearts, 1 million building blueprints, and 10,000 Godhead fragments to start the synthesis. There is a high probability of synthesizing eternal building blueprints, and a medium probability of synthesizing world wonder level building blueprints. Hold. After reading the materials needed for the 4 synthesis plans, Qin Feng was completely numb. With such a huge consumption and such an exaggerated amount of resources, I can't even synthesize the architectural blueprints 100%. I'm forced to gamble on the probability. After cursing for a long time, Qin Feng finally calmed down. It was also at this time that Qin Feng figured it out. If the exclusive architectural blueprints of the Succubus clan could be easily synthesized, otherwise it means that the strength of these buildings does not match the quality of their blueprints. Otherwise, it means that the quality of the architectural blueprint synthesis platform is fake. This thing is not an epic level prop, but a fucking 9-star sacred level prop. Well, even if the probability is lower, it's still lower. Isn't there still the probability of synthesis? Anyway, there are over 10 billion lords on Blue Star. Outside of the Blue Star world, there are countless lords from all the races in the heavens. Isn't it just a little bit of Lord's heart? It's just some architectural drawings. Isn't it just a little bit of soul-related materials? With my strength, I still need to worry about not being able to collect them. After comforting himself several times, Qin Feng threw the architectural blueprint synthesis table into the corner of the tactical simulation workshop. Then, he went up to the 3rd floor alone, leaned against the railing, and stared blankly at the dark night outside. Qin Feng really hoped that the heavenly Dao defense barrier would dissipate immediately. He even hoped that those lords who cursed and scolded him in the chat channel during the day would rush over and be killed, and give him the Lord's heart and building blueprints. He also hoped that the Goblin Empire in the Fallen Forest could send troops as soon as possible. The Lord's heart and building blueprints are provided by the Lords, but the soul particles and soul essence can only be obtained from local forces like the Goblin Kingdom, which has a large number of commander-level and military-level combat forces. However, what Qin Feng didn't know was, while he was looking forward to the day when the heavenly defense barrier would dissipate, others were also looking forward to this day. Chen Xiaojia's territory is about 9 kilometers north of Qin Feng's territory. At this moment, Chen Xiaojia was using the chat panel in a small group of 3, bragging with 2 other leaders in the Hall of Fame with an enthusiastic look on his face. When Qin Feng killed Lu Bo, the Huangshui Valley and the Huangshui Swamp merged, and then triggered the regional top announcement. Chen Xiaojia didn't react at all. He didn't care whether Lu Bo was a true good brother, nor did he want to catch the succubus, nor did he want to avenge Lu Bo. At that time, he only regarded the pinned announcement as news or fun. He could watch the show from the side, but he would never intervene. because his territory is just north of Qin Feng's territory. Before the ID Qin Shi Huang triggered the first world announcement, he was lucky enough to see the sublime light descending from the will of heaven. He knew one thing better than all the lords in the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley at that time. The famous Qin Shi Huang was in this area. With him here, no one else had the qualifications to show off. But as time went on and Qin Feng reported the coordinates of his territory, Qin Shaojie finally changed his mind. He decided not to stand by and watch, but to intervene in this great opportunity. He wants to be Qin Feng's accomplice. He wants to be the loyal dog of His Majesty the First Emperor. He must use all his pretentious abilities to infiltrate the enemy's interior and obtain intelligence for the First Emperor, and then turn against him at the most critical moment. While handing the intelligence to Qin Feng, he will severely beat up his teammates and submit a letter of allegiance from which there is no turning back. Looking at the information he had obtained from the chat panel, and looking at the confident strategic deployment of Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai, Qin Shaojie found it both funny and happy. Just you idiots. They actually wanted to use Lu Bo's death to start a war and suppress the great Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Dream on. I won't let you succeed. The majesty of the great First Emperor cannot be offended. I will tell His Majesty all of your plans. I will turn all of you idiots into my tokens of allegiance. You will become my political capital. The great rock spreads its wings and soars into the sky, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Before, I was still thinking about how to survive the war of the First Emperor. Now it's all good. I can become a loyal minister. My dear friend. I, Qin Shaojie, thank you. Chapter 95. The curtain is about to rise. When Qin Shaojie was extremely excited and fanatical. Deep in the fallen forest, in the temple of Mother Earth, the elderly chief high priest Kamig's dim eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. After listening carefully to the oracle given by the Mother Goddess several times and making sure that he had not heard it wrong, Kamig quickly stepped over Fernando's dried corpse, left the temple, and ran towards the palace of Gulbenga III, the supreme ruler of the Goblin Kingdom. Unlike previous kings of the Goblin Kingdom, Gulbenga III was extremely frugal and self-disciplined. This king not only abandoned all the luxurious life of a king, but also ate only the simplest food for 3 meals a day, married only one wife, and worked until late at night every day. He would never rest until he had finished dealing with today's government affairs. Perhaps it was precisely because of his frugality and self-discipline that Gulbenga III had an extremely glorious and upright image in the hearts of the lower-class goblins, and his prestige was second only to the Mother Earth goddess enshrined in the temple and the founding monarch of the Goblin Kingdom. Although Kamig is the chief high priest of the Temple of Mother Earth, he is a sacred servant of the gods who cannot be looked at directly. But deep down, he always believed that he was a citizen of the Goblin Kingdom, a subject of Gulbenga III, a great lord that had not been seen in 1,000 years, and a man destined to be chosen by both gods and ancestors to assist Gulbenga III in building his unparalleled achievements. It is precisely because of this most basic identity recognition, or sense of mission, that Kamig was able to overcome the indecisive part of his character, to harden his heart and hypnotize himself to complete those bloody and dark tasks, and to become fanatical, crazy, and unaware of it in his repeated struggles. Soon, Kamig arrived at the palace of Gulbenga III and walked to his study with a solemn and simple style. Seeing Kamig arrive, the goblin warrior guarding the study, holding a sharp halberd, bowed and saluted. Greetings, High Priest. His Majesty has decreed that if the High Priest arrives, there is no need to inform him. You may come and go as you please. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 guards helped Kamogra open the door of the study. Kamig nodded to the 2 guards, then took a deep breath, hunched his body slightly, and walked slowly into the study with an extremely humble and respectful attitude. He whispered, Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Sit down. A majestic voice sounded. In the center of the study, Gulbenga III, who was working at his desk, raised his head slightly and waved his hand. A simple wooden chair appeared out of thin air opposite his desk. The king had given the order, and Kamagwan would not dare to refuse it even if he died. He sat halfway in the chair, trembling with fear and feeling honored. He suppressed the enthusiasm and nervousness in his heart, carefully considered his words, and told Gulbenga III the contents of the oracle of the Mother Earth. Thanks to your Majesty's great blessing, after sacrificing Fernando, I was extremely fortunate to receive the oracle of the Mother Goddess. The oracle said that the Qin Feng and our 10,000-strong army were killed by 2 Succubi with military-level strength. These 2 Succubi were subordinates of the evil human lord and were absolutely loyal. They can only be suppressed and killed, and there is no possibility of them being tamed or turned against us. Then there is the heavenly path defense barrier that your majesty is concerned about. As your majesty anticipated, the heavenly Tao defense barriers protecting the territories of those human lords are not permanent. All of them will dissipate at 6 o'clock in the afternoon on the third day after tonight. How could they be so unanimous? A barely perceptible solemn expression appeared on Gulbanga III's determined face. Before asking Kamag to sacrifice Fernando, he told the Golden Goblin priests who were participating in the meeting that he would go out to fight the enemy in 3 days to avenge the dead goblin warriors and goblin priests. To do this, he needed each golden tribe to give him a portion of their resources and manpower. For the entire goblin kingdom, this was an incredibly inspiring call. Driven by the righteousness of revenge, no golden priest dared to disobey his orders. Each and every one of them was to provide him with the weapons, equipment, elite warriors, and resource quotas he needed. While planning his revenge expedition, Gulbanga III also prepared for a protracted war, circumventing the enemy without attacking. He needed time to convert the warriors of the various golden priests into his own. He also needed time to foster hatred among the lower-class goblins towards the golden priests. He needed to make the death of Golden Tusk a major culprit and place the blame squarely on each golden priest. Time is running out. I'm afraid 2 Succubi at the level of military officer wouldn't last even 10 minutes in the hands of the guards under my command. In such a short time, I can't brainwash the new soldiers who join the guards and make them ignore the cost of betraying their original tribe and truly become my swords. With your abilities, you probably wouldn't be able to stir up hatred among the lower-class goblins towards the golden priests in such a short time frame, making them believe that they were the culprits behind the Qin Feng's murder. Gulbanga III pressed his brow, then looked at Kamag. Do you have a way to prolong the duration of this war? At least a half a month. Hearing this question, Kamag's heart beat wildly with nervousness, and his mind went blank at that moment. But then he recalled the prayers he heard from the lower-class goblin villages and tribes while waiting for the oracle of the Mother Goddess, and his eyes lit up. Your Majesty, I have a solution. Oh, tell me, Gulbang III said in surprise. Your Majesty, while I was waiting for the Mother Goddess oracle, I heard the prayers of many lower-class goblin tribes. They said in their prayers that many human lord soldiers had appeared near their tribes. These soldiers were extremely brutal, killing goblins on sight and looting villages and tribes. They couldn't survive. Kamag continued. In my opinion, Your Majesty, if you want to prolong the war, you can start from this point. First, avenge those weakest goblin tribes that don't even have priests, and then finally suppress the human lord who killed the Golden Feng. In this way, you can drag out this war as long as you want. That's a good idea. Kamag, you are very smart, said Gulbanga III. Your Majesty, thank you for the compliment. Thank you for the compliment. A hint of honor flashed across Kamag's old face when he was praised by the monarch he followed, but then he could no longer smile. Gulbanga III made changes to his suggestion, and this change was cruel and ruthless to the extreme. However, your method is still not perfect. The decline of a few scattered weak tribes cannot mobilize the anger of the lower-level goblins across the country. After all, our race, in the final analysis, respects the strong, said Gulbanga III. You're doing this. Isn't that Succubus Lord's territory on the southwest edge of the Fallen Forest? In the next few days, I want you to stir up trouble in the northeastern part of the kingdom. I want you to find a way to wipe out at least 1,000 goblin tribes or villages in the northeast of the kingdom, and put the blame on the human lords. I don't care what method you use to achieve this goal, whether it's passing on information or doing it yourself. On the day the army sets out, I want to hear news of the destruction of at least 1,000 goblin tribes back to the capital. After hearing Gulbanga III's method, Kamag trembled all over. At this moment, Kamag felt that the person sitting in front of him was not the monarch of the goblin kingdom, but a demon that fed on goblins. But in the end, he did not oppose the order of Gulbanga III. Obeying Gulbanga III had become a habit engraved in his bones. Over the past 20 years, under the instructions of Gulbang III, he has done more than 100,000 shady things. Although this mission is a bit cruel, bloody, and has no bottom line, it ultimately has the same essence as the previous missions. Doing one more or one less actually doesn't make much difference. Thinking of this, Kamoji suppressed his trembling body and said, "As you command." After saying this, he bowed deeply, his expression respectful and his eyes devout. Then, he walked out of the study with a swift and fierce gait. Shortly after leaving, his eyes turned red, and his old face, which had originally shown an expression of struggle, became completely fanatical and crazy. While the upper echelons of the Goblin Kingdom were weaving a conspiracy against the lower classes, Somewhere in the Evil Moon corridor in the Arthas River Basin, a man with the ID was also preparing his plan. After being stimulated by Qin Feng's announcement, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This led him to exchange all the resources he had saved from upgrading his third-level castle for commander-level food. He set his sights on those lords who could afford to purchase commander-level food. Looking at the commander-level food piled up like a small mountain around him, took several deep breaths and said to himself, I've done the same thing before. This time, I'm targeting the mid-level lords. These middle-level lords are actually the same as the lower-level lords. They are all going to die. Even if they don't die in the Beast Tide battle, they will die in the future Lord's War. I don't need to blame myself for their deaths. Since I sold my first processed food, there's been no turning back. I'd rather die than let my friend die. I did this just to stay alive, just to save my life. I'm not wrong. He was extremely clear about one thing. If he had not defeated Qin Shi Huang after the Beast Tide battle, if he had not become the strongest among the tens of billions of Blue Star Lords, if he had not filled the hearts of all the lords in the world with a desperate fear. After the Beast Tide, once his initial troops, which were so sick and dirty that they made all the lords feel physically nauseous, were exposed, he would be attacked by lords all over the world. No lord would have the slightest mercy on him after learning the characteristics of his troops. Whether I take the initiative or not, once the Beast Tide arrives and the lords who have eaten that food start dying, that thing will appear. By following the clues, sooner or later all the lords in the world will know that I am the culprit behind all this. By then, they will besiege me, they will encircle and suppress me, they will gather the power of all the lords in the world to kill me. They will absolutely not let me live. Since I know they will never leave me alive, I should cut off their chance of survival first. He who strikes first is strong, and he who strikes later will suffer. From now on, I will no longer be a human being. I must turn all my resources into that kind of food and sell it out like crazy. I must control at least 50,000 lords before the Beast Tide arrives. After some psychological preparation, tore apart the last trace of human moral principles in his heart. He put the more than 3,000 units of commander-level food that he had purchased and processed into the hyperspace exchange. Looking up the mountain, after killing the 36th lord today, the evil god Li Xiongyan felt tired. He yawned, rooted himself in the battlefield covered with blood and corpses, and fell into a deep sleep. As he fell asleep, the thousands of military units under his control also took root in the earth and fell asleep. Their snoring gradually filled the bloody battlefield. However, these snoring sounds do not give people an animal smell. Neither Li Xiongyan himself nor the military units under his command actually look like animals, but rather like a combination of animals and plants. Shortly after falling asleep, Li Xiongyan had a dream. In this dream, Li Xiongyan devoured all the lords in the Wangshan area before the Beast Tide came, successfully upgraded the castle's grade, and also mastered 1,000 types of war weapons. When the endless tide of beasts emerged, he transformed into a towering scarlet tree. With the waving of its tentacle-like branches, he tore countless wild monsters into pieces, causing the sky to be filled with the sweet fragrance of blood rain. Shortly after the Beast Tide battle, he led an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, pointed his sword northward, and turned Qin Shi Huang, who had been oppressing him in the fallen forest, into ashes. He, Li Xiongyan laughed out loud in the wonderful dream. Then, he woke up with shock. He thought of a possibility. This was not a dream, but a revelation given to him by the god standing in the sky after swallowing up the 36 lords. If I kill all the lords of Wangshan before the Beast Tide, and then use the Beast Tide to grow, and then madly spawn troops, I can kill Qin Shi Huang. My god, you really showed me a clear path. Thank you so much. Li Xiongyan spoke with an excited and ferocious expression. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he awakened all the sleeping soldiers. He wanted to continue the killing. P.S. Please vote. Please collect. Please comment. The support of readers is the biggest motivation for the young author to write books. Chapter 96. Sivir's Devotion. As the black moon set in the west, Eunice and Sivir, who had fought for a day and a night, returned to their territory with four little succubi. At this moment, they were sitting together with Qin Feng, squeezed at one end of the long table in the restaurant on the first floor, enjoying the midnight snack made by Qin Feng himself. Several people ate and chatted. From these conversations, Qin Feng learned about the gains of each of the 6 succubi. Under the influence of the 4th-level Hall of Pleasure, supported by the half amount of Spring of Vitality effect, including Eunice and Sivir, the endurance of all succubi has been greatly improved. In the battle tonight, Eunice and Sivir never used up their magic power. Except for the dinner, They did not return to the territory to rest from beginning to end. Compared to the powerful and advanced Eunice and Sivir, the other four little succubi were somewhat inferior, but compared to tonight's battle, they had only returned to their territory to rest 4 times. This led to an extremely rich harvest tonight. As for soul particles, a total of 181 were produced tonight, almost catching up with the time when we killed the goblin army. There are even more energy stones. The number far exceeds 5,000 and is close to 6,000, which is only slightly less than when the lords were profiting from selling weapons. There is even more commander-level food. After slaughtering for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, the wild monsters around Qin Feng's territory are incredibly powerful. In the refresh cycle of more than 8 hours, more than 900 commander-level monsters were directly refreshed. By killing monsters and taking their meat, the commander-level food obtained reached more than 13,000 standard units. In addition, the succubi, who are particularly sensitive to energy, also brought back a large amount of forging materials for weapons and equipment containing powerful energy to Qin Feng. Among them, most of the materials are of silver grade, and a small part even reaches the level of mutated goblin fangs. They can serve as the main materials for gold-grade and platinum-grade weapons and equipment, or as auxiliary materials for diamond-grade weapons. Last but not least, tonight's hunt will bring growth and combat power to the succubi. Eunice and Sivir have very high growth rates. They are both growing bodies and can be eaten. The increase in their growth rate is not large and has only increased by less than 0.5 percentage points. But the remaining 4 single-striped succubi are different. Under Eunice and Sivir's meticulous feeding, they all experienced epic growth. Each succubus had reached nearly 95% growth, with only about 5% remaining before entering the growth stage and reaching the size of an adult succubus. In terms of combat power, the 4 little succubi have also seen significant improvements. They had all been promoted from 1-star generals to 2-star commanders. Relying on the succubus's powerful physiques and exceptional magical abilities, they could practically stand head-on against ordinary 5-star commanders. They were already considered the backbone of Qin Feng's forces. Very good. You are all very good. Keep up your current growth momentum. I look forward to the day when you reach your full form and become powerful beings above the demigod level. At the end of the late-night tea party, Qin Feng said words of praise with a smile, then stood up and patted the shoulders of the 6 succubi one by one in order of left and right to show his encouragement. When it was finally Sivir's turn, Qin Feng obviously increased the strength in his hands, giving Sivir enough hints. I don't know if Sivir can understand my hint. If she doesn't, I'll have to take advantage of that little pervert Eunice again tonight. Why do I feel like I'm opening a blind box? And since it's a blind box backed by that little pervert Eunice, I can't lose money no matter how I open it. Hey, I'm not lustful. Sivir was seriously injured during the day, and as her owner, I have to do something to express my condolences. Besides, I have obtained the martial arts peak technique. I have to test how strong my body is. I will indulge myself just this once tonight. After tonight, no matter Eunice, Sivir, or any other grown-up succubus, they will never be able to get into my bed in the middle of the night. Thinking secretly, Qin Feng smiled slightly, and his steps upstairs became lighter at this moment. After Qin Feng left the restaurant, the 4 little succubi cleaned the table and put away the dishes very consciously. The 2 seniors, Eunice and Sivir, stood there in a daze, looking up at the location of Qin Feng's bedroom with extremely complicated expressions. Master, why did you pat Sivir's shoulder so hard just now? Could it be that the master wants that little bitch Sivir to sleep with him tonight? Oh, master, how could you do this? It was obviously the Lewin family who came first. How could you let that little bitch Sivir sit in the seat that should have belonged to me? I've made up my mind. I'm going to ignore you. For at least 3 hours. Eunice thought angrily. Then she threw her sleeves and walked towards her bedroom. After entering the room, Eunice soaked herself in ice water. She wanted to use the ice water to control her emotions, but she also wanted to catch a cold. If this really worked, she could pretend to be pitiful tomorrow, lying clinging to Qin Feng's arms, refusing to let go, and watching with a smile the little bitch Sivir taking the little succubus hunting alone in the wild. But when it comes down to it, the reason why she made such a difficult concession tonight actually stemmed from a wish buried deep in her heart. Yesterday afternoon, when Eunice saw the severely injured and dying Sivir, she silently made a wish. Don't die. Sivir, please don't die. As long as you can survive, I am willing to give my master to you. Yes, just for one day. Could it be that the master patted me that time really had a deeper meaning? Was he really giving me the opportunity to sleep with him? Looking at Eunice's back as she left angrily, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to Sivir's mind, and she understood Qin Feng's hint. That's right. Apart from the matter of competing for the master's favor. That little bitch Eunice is actually a pretty good person. No, a pretty good succubus. That afternoon, when I was seriously injured and on the verge of death, she held me for a long time and carefully removed the explosive fire from my body. I guess the only thing that could make her so jealous of me and lose her composure like this is the love of her master. Thinking of this, Xiweir's rather pale face suddenly turned red, and she walked quickly towards her bedroom. After washing up, she walked towards Qin Feng's room with unsteady steps and great trepidation. Not long after, she arrived at the door of Qin Feng's bedroom. Although every second on the road felt like a whole year to her, she finally got here, even though the process was extremely difficult. Dong dong dong. Standing at the door, Siver's heart began to beat wildly, and her hand that reached out to grab the handle began to tremble at that moment. Don't get excited. Can you please stop getting so excited? Just think of yourself as that shameless little bitch Eunice. What's the point of having a face? What's the point of being embarrassed? How can I compare to being pampered by my master? How can I compare to being the woman who truly becomes my master? Xiweir encouraged herself for a while. At the end, her cheeks were as red as if they were covered with rosy clouds. The expectation in her heart overcame her nervousness and turned into the courage of a reckless man. With a creak, she opened the door. Chapter 97, Lord's Diary. On the 5th day, when the sun was at its zenith, Qin Feng woke up from his sleep. After waking up, he felt his calves go soft as if they were made of mud. Ah, that's it. This secret scroll of Wulian Peak isn't that great. I did it 8 times last night. How could I be so weak? Sylvie is such a jerk. She's even more clingy than Eunice. She doesn't even consider me her master. She treats me like an animal. Hey, this kind of life. When will it end? Qin Feng's sage time arrived very late. After getting up, he felt weak, and he began to complain very belatedly. Hearing Qin Feng's complaints, Xiweir, who was standing aside holding toiletries, blushed. A thin red mist lingered on her cheeks, making her delicate skin look even more pink and attractive. Master, wipe your face. Xiweir walked to Qin Feng shyly, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Qin Feng was surprised and his old face turned red, but he did not explain anything. With Shiwal's absolute loyalty to him and her absolute love for him, there was no need for Qin Feng to explain anything. Yeah. Qin Feng agreed lightly, took the wet towel and other washing tools, and started washing up quickly. Then, he took Siver downstairs and met Eunice and 5 other succubi in the kitchen in the first floor hall. Unlike usual, Eunice was not rosy-cheeked and energetic. Instead, she had 2 panda eyes, bit her lips, and looked bloated, like a bloated pufferfish. The other 4 little succubi didn't dare to look at Qin Feng. They sat in their seats, burying their heads and looking at their plates and cups. Was the noise last night really that loud? It actually kept everyone awake. Hiss. I remember the sound insulation in my bedroom is pretty good. Could it be? Could it be that Xiweir forgot to close the door when she came in yesterday? Or she just left it open on purpose? Thinking in his heart, Qin Feng subconsciously looked at Shiver. At this moment, Sylvie was looking at Eunice, her face still flushed, but her chin was raised an inch. Her waist, which was slightly bent in front of Qin Feng, was also straight at this moment like a pine tree on a rock, and her face was full of provocation. Well, the case is solved. That girl Sylvie did it on purpose. I finished my breakfast amidst the smell of vinegar. Qin Feng assigned Eunice and Siver to take the 4 little succubi out to kill monsters and level up. He himself came to the succubus reincarnation pool and began to prepare to breed the succubus. After being upgraded to level 4, the succubus reincarnation pool can produce 8 little succubi every day, and the probability of the emergence of special physiques and multi-patterned succubi has also increased. I hope a succubus with a special physique will appear today. Qin Feng prayed secretly before giving birth. After spending these days together and observing each other, Qin Feng confirmed one thing. The lower limit of a succubus's strength seems to be determined by the number of magic patterns, but the upper limit of its strength is determined by its physique. Powerful succubi all possess special physiques. However, these physiques cannot be acquired through the accelerated growth effect of the succubus reincarnation pool. They can only be brought out naturally at birth. The world-class Aztec obelisk can only sublimate a succubus's physique, but cannot grant it to a succubus out of thin air. This is the case with the fire succubus Eunice. When she was still a single-line succubus, her initial combat power was 3 stars higher than that of an ordinary single-line succubus, and her ultimate combat power was a full 6 stars higher than that of an ordinary succubus. The same is true for Siver, who has been elevated from Ice Succubus to Frost Witch. Although both are at the level of a 7-star military candidate, Sivir's actual combat power is higher than that of Eunice, and this is the result of a stronger physique. This is especially true for Bertini, who turned into a statue. Her name is preceded by the prefix infinite succubus, which should mean the infinite body. Her fighting power was so strong that it was almost boundless. With a snap of her fingers, she wiped out a legion of more than 5,000 goblins, including 3 army-level monsters. After studying metaphysics for a while, Qin Feng began to breed the succubus. Just like before, he still nurtured them one by one. In this way, whenever a succubus with special physique appeared, he could use the accelerated growth effect and wind of revival of the succubus reincarnation pool to ripen the new succubus in one go. However, the idea is good and the thinking is extremely clear, but the reality is as bony as a skeleton. This time, when Qin Feng gave birth to a succubus, he did not give birth to Eunice and Sivir, who had special physiques, like the first 2 times. The random castles, military buildings, and box openings before seemed to have overdrawn Qin Feng's luck in advance. As a result, he only bred 3 double-striped succubi, 5 single-striped succubi, and not a single succubus with a special physique. After talking with the newly bred succubus for a few words, Qin Feng asked the 8 succubi to search for Eunice and Sivir near the territory. Under his guidance, the 2 girls grew into qualified team leaders and had extremely rich experience in leading newcomers. He himself went into the tactical simulation workshop and started his work for the day, gathering intelligence in the hyperspace exchange as usual. As usual, analyzed the collected data and summarized the changes in major trends. As usual, he asked about Fengguoguo's condition, praised the little girl, and encouraged her to keep working hard, saying that she would have a bright future sooner or later. Qin Feng had done these things many times and was very familiar with them. In less than half an hour, he finished them all. So boring. Lying on the reclining chair, Qin Feng put his hands behind his head and sighed with melancholy. He was really bored at the moment. He didn't have to worry about killing monsters. The diligent succubus would do it herself and cut the killed monsters into food that could be sold. After destroying the Golden Fong and an army of 10,000 goblins, there was no news from the Goblin Kingdom. Not only that, all the goblin tribes near his territory moved away, as if the place he was in was hell. The coalition of human lords that Qin Feng had been thinking about day and night did not make any movement. These lords are now seizing the opportunity to enhance the strength of their territories. At most, they would send a few sentinels to gather intelligence. Killing them would not only be useless, but would scare these people away and prevent them from coming. Hey, how about writing some diary for fun? In the future, when I build a great empire that unites the entire eternal continent, I can rely on today's diary to write a memoir. Hey, that's interesting. Ha. Just consider it as some fun time. Thinking about the future autobiography of Emperor Qin Feng that will glorify the whole world, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel happy and pleased in his heart. He rummaged around in the tactical simulation workshop for a while, got a notebook, and started writing a serious diary. Year 1 of Advent, month of flowing fire, 5th day? After several in-depth discussions with Sivir last night, I came to a profound understanding of 2 truths. First, there are no fields that are ruined by plowing, only cows that are worked to death. Secondly, peak martial arts training is just garbage, all show and no substance. What's the point of having such developed muscles? You'll still be walking with the help of a wall. Cough, cough, cough. Enough of the bragging and chatting. Let's get down to business. Chapter 98. The taste of the succubus is really good. With the help of the succubus soul-searching technique, I figured out one thing. In fact, long before the arrival of us lords, the local forces on the eternal continent had predicted through various means that we would descend into this world at the beginning of the month of flowing fire, which is equivalent to the 1st day of July in the lunar calendar of Blue Star. This kind of event of the arrival of a lord from another world has happened many times in endless years. On the eternal continent today, the Shilling Empire, with its boundless prestige, is said to have been created by a powerful being among the previous generation of lords, and its legacy continues to this day. Hey, if I could, I'd also like to build an empire that would last for thousands and thousands of years, have a bunch of babies with my succubus, and have my descendants worship my portrait until the end of time. Looking forward to it, JPG. Ahem, let's get down to business. I carried out the 4th batch of succubus breeding today, and a total of 8 little succubi came out. According to the proficiency of Eunice and Sivir in leading people to kill monsters and level up. Probably by the time I have supper tonight, these little succubi of mine will have grown into their full-grown forms, become edible, crossed out, and become powerful fighters. The 4 little succubi bred yesterday can grow even faster. I estimate that they will grow into big girls, crossed out, by the afternoon and become the backbone of the territory's combat power. As their lord, I personally feel extremely gratified. In addition to me, Feng Guoguo's progress is also very good. Her castle and military buildings were upgraded to level 3. Not only did she gain a building effect that could enhance the electromagnetic pulse energy of the Banamin, but the number of Banamin bred also increased from 16 per day to 48 per day. Not only that, with the support of the resources I provided, Feng Guoguo's Banavillain also built a steel plant. Although they can only produce a maximum of 10,000 units of refined iron or 2,000 units of high-carbon steel per day, which is only enough for them to forge their own engineering equipment and weapons, in a week at most, they will be producing refined iron and high-carbon steel for me. Upgrading to level 5 castles is just around the corner. Hey, when I think of this, I want to praise myself. My decision to help Feng Guoguo was simply the most awesome angel investment in history. Then there are the traitors in the Hall of Fame. What a bunch of cowards. They are not at all enthusiastic about giving away heads. They have even set up a small group and scold me in it every day, but they never dare to come with a large force and rush over to kill me as they said. The traitors didn't come, and neither did those perverts. You make dirty jokes about me being a succubus in the group every day, but you don't even come to die. It really disgusts me. However, they can't disgust me for long. I have written down their names in a notebook. 3 days later, I will just sweep them all away. Kill anyone who stands in my way, even Buddha. I will kill them all. Oh, that's right. Forget selling food. Go sell food and cut leaks. Back. Today's hyperspace exchange is a bit strange. I just put the food up and someone with the ID Teletubbies bought it all. With such financial resources, how could that Teletubbies possibly be short of commander-level food? This guy must be trying to be a scalper. Besides that, the fallen forest is a bit weird today. I always feel a bloody taste lingering on my lips, and this taste seems to be escaping from the layers of mountains behind the barren mountain. Oh shit. How strange. What kind of blood can emit such a strong, bloody smell? Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Thinking about it won't lead to any results. It's just pure blind guessing. It's more comfortable to keep a diary. You don't have to use your brain at all. I felt so good that I decided to make a big ambition. Before the Beast Tide War ends, before the Goblin Kingdom is destroyed, I will quit masturbating. From today on, no matter whether it is Eunice, Sivir, or any other succubus, don't even think about climbing into my bed. Year 1 of Advent, month of flowing fire, 6th day. My legs are weak. Not quit. Succubus tastes really good. Smirk, JPG. Sivir YYDS. I really didn't expect that this girl could be so different. Smirk plus JPG. For 2 consecutive days, Eunice didn't find an opportunity to fight alongside me. The girl was a little unhappy. Cough, cough, cough. Let's stop talking nonsense and get down to business. Yesterday's battle was very fruitful, and all my little succubi have entered their growth stages. Now, I have 2 7-star military candidate level warriors, 7 8-star commander level warriors, 5 4-star commander level warriors, and 8 general level succubi. With such a force, I'm afraid no one can be my opponent. That's right. My luck today wasn't great either, just a little better than yesterday. There are still 8 succubi today, 3 single-striped succubi, and 5 double-striped succubi. There are still no succubi with special physiques. Oh, it's so uncomfortable. Feng Guoguo is also making good progress. This girl not only developed engineering machinery and basic weapons, but also started producing electromagnetic kinetic energy machine guns. Oh, that's an electromagnetic kinetic energy machine gun. It is simply like Gatling Bodhisattva in the world, turning 3,600 times in one breath, saving the world with a compassionate heart. Well, before the beast tide comes, I will ask Sivir to build some thick ice walls around Feng Guoguo's territory, so that the electromagnetic kinetic energy machine guns can be more merciful. Oh, by the way, I forgot to cut the leaks again. Start a post to sell goods and reap the rewards. Back. Teletubbies are here again today. Damn it, he cleared out my food again. Is this guy really a scalper? It shouldn't be. My selling price is already very high. Even if this guy buys it, he won't make much money. Could it be that this guy can do something else with those commander-level foods? Hey, besides that, the smell of blood coming from the other side of the mountain is even stronger. I felt like there was a dark cloud over my head. My heart was pounding, and I thought something must have happened over the mountain, so I had to be careful. How about sending Eunice to take a look? Forget it. Since they can make such a big noise, the people over there must be strong. If we send people over rashly, Eunice might be in danger. But you have to take a look. Hiss, how about letting Guoguo make a drone? Yeah, how could I forget about that? Guoguo's army is actually a Banavillain. It's easy to get a drone that can fly and spy. Year 1 of the Advent, moon of flowing fire, 6th day night. The drone exploded. The drone, created by expending all the electromagnetic pulse energy of the 108 Bana figures to forcibly alter the material's properties, exploded. And it didn't capture anything. The people on the other side of the mountain must be extraordinary. This guy is a formidable opponent. I need to think carefully about how to guard against him. I can't figure it out. There is no information about the ball. How can I think about it? How can I deduce it? Am I just guessing blindly? Jow. Uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable. I don't need to abstain from sex anymore. Never mind. It's better to quit. Tomorrow, the heavenly Tao defense barrier will dissipate. If the people on the other side of the mountain really have bad intentions, they will definitely show signs tomorrow. I have to stay strong. Year 1 of Advent, flowing fire month, 7th day, 6:30 a.m. My legs are weak. I'm dying. Siver didn't bother me much and left after a while. I thought I could get a good night's sleep and succeed halfway. But I really didn't expect that this bad woman Eunice would actually sneak into my bed in the middle of the night. Hey, I really wanted to reject her, and I even had a reason ready. But she hugged me and cried, saying that I didn't like her anymore and despised her. There was nothing I could do. I could only give in to her. Then, this bad woman revealed her true face. She tortured me to death. Not only are my legs weak, but my hands are weak too. I don't want to live anymore. This life is unbearable. Let's be destroyed. Chapter 99. A special command to change your fate. Used a wind of revival. I'm fine again. I feel like I can fight another 300 rounds. The wind of resurrection is simply a magical weapon. It is much more powerful than Cinephyl and the like. Selling goods. Cut the leaks first. I'm back. As expected, the Teletubbies took action again and bought out all the commander-level food I took out in an instant. I got up early this morning to sell goods, which is obviously not in line with my usual sales pattern. How can this guy be so punctual? Did he click special follow on my hyperspace exchange account? Hiss. I feel like this guy has a big conspiracy. Buying my food doesn't make it to the charts. Even the craziest fans can't buy out all my food 3 times in a row. The smell of blood coming from the other side of the mountain became stronger. But Guogwa said that she couldn't smell that smell, let alone the smell of blood. She didn't smell any unusual smell. Hiss. The dark clouds above our heads are getting bigger and bigger. I don't believe that the drone sent by Guogwa was smashed to pieces by lightning in the mountains. This situation is going in a very wrong direction. After writing the last sentence, Qin Feng closed the diary and looked at the sand table in the tactical simulation workshop. On the sand table, in the area representing the fallen forest, 3 flags were planted. They represented the Beast Tide, the Hall of Fame Alliance, and the lingering Goblin Army. And in the south of the fallen forest, in the sandbox area representing the Erased Mountains, there is a blood-red plant rhizome inserted. Qin Feng didn't know why he used the rhizome of this plant to represent the danger in the mountains, but he felt that this thing should be used to refer to it. In the sandbox area representing an unknown area, there is a grilled sausage made by Siver. The grilled sausage comes from the commander-level giant forest bear, which is at the same level as the commander-level food acquired by the Teletubbies. It is the most appropriate to use it to refer to the Teletubbies. For me, the Beast Tide shouldn't be a problem. The so-called Hall of Fame is nothing more than a bunch of dirtbags and a rabble. The Goblin Kingdom poses a greater threat, so I'll give it an S rank. After all, they're considered a veteran force in the Fallen Forest and shouldn't be underestimated. But how do you rate the plants in this mountain and the Teletubbies in this unknown area? No, they have to be S. These 2 things are so weird, they give me the creeps. When talking about the evil creature represented by the blood-red rhizome and the person with the ID Teletubbies, Qin Feng began to feel uncomfortable in his stomach. Qin Feng was very familiar with this feeling. When he was on Blue Star, every time he was about to be cheated or suffer a great loss, his body would remind him in the form of stomach discomfort. When this sign appeared at this moment, Qin Feng did not think too much about it and directly gave the monster in the mountain and the Teletubbies an S-level danger rating. They're making me feel so much pressure. These 2 are very likely to stand out in the Beast Tide War and even catch up with me in terms of points. That means after the Beast Tide War begins, I'll be able to have a rough idea of their strength. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This feeling of not being able to control the overall situation and having to peel back the canvas bit by bit to get a glimpse of the full picture made him extremely uncomfortable. Let's breed today's Succubus first. I've been unlucky for 2 days now. My luck should be getting better. If it doesn't work, I'll just use this temporary luck boost card. Qin Feng opened the drawer of the desk and took out a gold-level temporary lucky bonus card. Last night, After killing countless wild monsters, Qin Feng finally got his second monster treasure chest in his life, and from the treasure chest, he opened a small card that could temporarily add 20 points of luck value. Holding the temporary lucky bonus card, Qin Feng quickly walked out of the pleasure hall and came to the Succubus reincarnation pool. Looking at the statue of Bertini, Qin Feng said, "Wife, my situation is not good. You have 8 magic patterns. Please bless me and hope that I can give birth to a succubus with a special physique this time. I really need high-end combat power right now." When he said this, Qin Feng didn't know whether it would be useful or not. But his thinking was simple. If it worked, and calling her wife could earn him a high-level combat power, then that would be great. If it didn't, he wouldn't lose out either. At least he'd gotten the upper hand over Bertini. If he did it a few times, maybe Bertini would get used to the name, wife, and start lowering the difficulty of the strategy. After greeting Bertini, Qin Feng's eyes became firm, and he directly used the temporary lucky bonus card in his hand. You used a gold-level temporary luck bonus card, and you gained a temporary luck bonus of 20 points. This effect lasts for 5 minutes. As soon as the prompt sounded, Qin Feng began to breed the succubus. With a flash of light, a dark red ball of light flew out from the palm of the statue of the great succubus Bertini. When the dark red ball of light flew out, Bertini's extremely charming eyes seemed to lose some vitality and dimmed quietly. "Fuck, you deserve to be called wife." Qin Feng noticed something strange about the Bertini statue and was overjoyed. In the pitch-black darkness without sky or earth, Bertini, who was tied up with iron chains, looked extremely pale. She gasped and muttered to herself, "I've already leveled up twice. Why is it so hard for me to do this little thing?" As he spoke, a look of self-doubt crossed Bertini's face. But then, she threw all the blame on Qin Feng's head. "This can't be entirely blamed on me. I can only blame that little guy outside for losing too much luck. Even a gold-level temporary luck bonus card can't make up for it. Right? This little pervert is to blame. He does it every day and every night. Not only has his body become weak, but his luck has also been ruined. After we get out, if I don't pin this little pervert down and beat him up, I won't be called Bertini. He even dared to call me his wife. He's asking for a beating." Amidst a burst of extremely tense breathing, the dark red ball of light gradually extended, and a 40-centimeter tall little succubus with dark red magic horns on its head appeared in front of Qin Feng. Different from the succubi bred yesterday and the day before yesterday. At this moment, this succubus with dark red devil horns naturally carries an extremely shocking aura of oppression, as if it is the demon god who controls death. When something unusual happened to Bertini's statue, Qin Feng guessed that the succubus born this time was definitely not an ordinary creature. Sensing the aura of this succubus at this moment, he was even more certain of this. In a burst of ecstasy, Qin Feng called up the information panel of the succubus. Chapter 100, The Witch of Death. Hela. Death Witch Hela. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, absolute death, do, requires mature form. Potential, ultra-limit physical 3-striped succubus. Growth state, larva. Combat power level, 9-star general. Complete form, 9-star spirit. Super extreme physique. Seeing the words super limit physique in the column of Hela's potential, Qin Feng not only felt that calling her wife just now was not a loss, but he actually got a great advantage. "Wife, you are so good to me. I love you so much, Mua." Excited, Qin Feng quickly approached Bertini's statue, held the jade-like cheek with both hands, and kissed it. Perhaps it was because Qin Feng was too excited, too real, and seemed unable to control his emotions. Or perhaps it was because he secretly helped Qin Feng and released the Death Witch Hela in advance, which could never be born in the level 4 Succubus reincarnation pool, thus damaging Bertini's origin. This time, Bertini did not summon the terrifying gust of wind that could travel through the 2 worlds to swell Qin Feng's butt. Don't just stand there and laugh foolishly. Hurry and use the remaining breeding slots to accelerate Hela's growth. When she's conceived, the accelerated growth effect will most easily unleash Hela's potential. Let her make up for the loss and give her the greatest possible chance of bestowing new magic patterns upon her. As he spoke, Bertini in the dark space was whipped and had to change his words so that their meaning would be consistent with the description of the architectural effects in the Succubus reincarnation pool information panel. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. His senses were very sharp, and he instantly noticed Bertini's abnormality. He guessed that Bertini was not only sealed in the statue, but also bound by some terrifying rules. Once he said something that he couldn't say, he would be punished. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for Bertini. If it weren't for reminding him about Hela, and that a succubus's magic patterns would be damaged under certain circumstances and require accelerated growth to replenish, Bertini wouldn't have been punished by the rules and laws that bound her. Bertini, I will revive you as quickly as possible. I swear, Qin Feng said seriously. He had never been so serious when facing Bertini, and this also represented his determination. I know. You've told me so many times. There is no place without heaven and earth, Bertini said with a faint smile. As he spoke, a whip condensed from the invisible space and lashed her with a snap, causing her original fire to flicker, as if it would be extinguished in an instant. But Bertini didn't care. Because of Qin Feng, she had been lashed by the whip of punishment many times and had long been accustomed to it. She continued to smile, and her smile gradually grew from light to strong, and then it was bright enough to defeat all flowers and captivate everyone. You have consumed 12 winds of resurgence. Hela, the Witch of Death, gains 12 layers of winds of resurgence. Energy recovery speed increased by 48 times, unit growth rate increased by 24 times, and the effective dew increased by 14.4 times. This effect lasts for 90 minutes. You have consumed 7 succubus breeding slots. You have accelerated the growth of Hela, the Witch of Death. The Lord's log was refreshed, and a prompt sound rang in Qin Feng's ears. A huge amount of energy poured into Hela's body, causing her extremely young body to begin to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Hela grew from a 40-centimeter tall little girl to about 1.75 meters, taller than the tallest Sivir. But entering the growth form and acquiring a body shape and appearance that remain unchanged for eternity does not mean that Hela's growth has stagnated. 7 succubus breeding spots and 12 winds of revival meant an incredibly terrifying amount of growth energy, enough to push Hela's growth rate to over 50%, and that was 50% of the growth state. With the infusion and digestion of huge amounts of energy, and as Hela's growth rate gradually increased, new magic patterns gradually appeared on Hela's body. With a bang, a dark red magic pattern appeared on the inside of Hela's wrist. There was another bang, and a dark red magic pattern appeared between Hela's eyebrows, gorgeous and magnificent, with an astonishing pressure. There was another bang, and a dark red energy appeared at Hela's ankle. This energy was extremely powerful, and it seemed to want to break through something. Another mysterious pattern was drawn at Hela's ankle. But just when it was about to succeed, the energy in Hela's body was exhausted, and the 6th magic pattern eventually dimmed. It was unknown whether it would reappear one day. It's almost the 6 paths demonic pattern. Bertini mentioned the losses before. 7 breeding slots almost restored 6 magic patterns for Hela. How powerful would Hela be before the losses? What a huge price Bertini had to pay for sending such a powerful succubus to my side. She just reminded me, and she suffered. In addition to being shocked and surprised, Qin Feng thought of Bertini again and couldn't help feeling distressed. When talking to Bertini, Qin Feng did not hear Bertini's cry of pain, not even a groan. But at this moment, through Hela's terrifying potential, Qin Feng still vaguely saw the heavy price Bertini paid for this. I will definitely get you out as quickly as possible, I swear, Qin Feng said in his heart, his belief as firm as the eternal stone that repairs the sky. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng once again called up the panel of Hela, the Witch of Death, and examined it with mixed emotions. Death Witch Hela. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents. Absolute death, do, requires mature form. Potential, ultra-limit physique, 5-striped succubus. Growth status, growth, 50%. Combat power level, 9-star war king. Complete body, 9-star god emperor. After reading Hela's information panel, Qin Feng was shocked. At this moment, Hela not only became the most powerful fighting force under his command, but also possessed the terrifying power of a 9-star war king. The appearance of Hela also opened up a new military realm system for Qin Feng. According to current intelligence, the strength levels of the military forces are ranked from low to high as follows: combat soldier, combat division, combat general, commander, military officer, combat king, combat emperor, demigod, and divine emperor. Hela's ultimate combat power is the 9-star divine emperor, which means that after she fully grows up, Qin Feng will be able to launch an attack on the kingdom of the lower gods. There is a great probability that he will become the first god slayer among all the lords of Blue Star. It's stable. With Hela's high-end combat power, the mountain beast, and that Teletubby should have a hard time posing a fatal threat to me. Even the Goblin Kingdom's army would have a hard time crushing me. With a little strategy, I can drag them into the quagmire of mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare. Qin Feng thought secretly that his stomach did not feel uncomfortable, as if it was confirming the correctness of his speculation in a metaphysical way. It was also at this time that an incomparably huge amount of energy burst out from Hella's body, and in an instant, it spread out 3 kilometers. Under the impact of this energy, thousands of wild monsters below the rank of generals outside the territory were directly shattered into debris. The commander-level monsters also had their bones and tendons broken under this huge pressure and fled into the distance with shrill roars. A notification of a massive kill rang in Qin Feng's ears, and Hella opened her eyes. P.S. Please bookmark. Please vote. Please rate. Please read on. Thank you all readers. Chapter 101. The Heavenly Tao Defense Barrier Dissipates. As Hella opened her eyes, endless and terrifying pressure directly enveloped Qin Feng's territory. Feeling this terrifying intimidation that was no less than that of a peerless monster, Shiver, who was cooking in the kitchen, immediately dropped the knife. Eunice, who still had milk stains on the corners of her mouth, was instantly awakened. Without even having time to wash up, she rushed out of Qin Feng's bedroom and ran towards the location of Qin Feng that she sensed. Master, the 2 girls shouted in unison. Sylvie's voice was still as clear and cold as usual, and Eunice's voice was a little sticky, but at this moment, their raised tones showed the same tension and worry. In almost an instant, Eunice and Shiver, 2 girls with the strength of 7-star military candidates, rushed to Qin Feng and protected him behind them. After confirming that Qin Feng was protected without any blind spots, the 2 women fixed their gazes and looked towards the source of the terrifying pressure. In an instant, 6 eyes met. The atmosphere suddenly changed from tense to weird, and then from weird to awkward. Who is she? Eunice and Sylvie asked in unison, pointing at Hella. When facing Hella, the 2 girls felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, but the succubus horns on Hella's head and the heavenly defense barrier behind Hella dispelled some of the 2 girls' hostility towards Hella. Master, who are they? Almost at the same time as Eunice and Sylvie asked, Hella also asked. As she spoke, Hella's expression was both dull and serious. Ahem, this is Eunice, this is Shiver. Then, Qin Feng pointed at Hella. She is Hella, the succubus that was just bred in the reincarnation pool. Qin Feng spoke in a serious tone, like a fool. Although Eunice, Shiver, and Hella were born with 100% loyalty and 100% love for their master. But every time he encountered such a Shura-like scene, Qin Feng would feel a little helpless and didn't know how to deal with it in a fair way. Okay, from now on, the 2-person battle will become a 3-person team battle. Eunice thought to herself as she looked Hella up and down. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find any flaws on Hella's face or figure. A strong sense of fear rose in her heart. Master, you are so weak that you can't even handle Eunice and me. How come you found another succubus of this level? Wouldn't it be better to find more harmless ones like Cheryl and Nanasi? After comparing, Shiver also felt that she could not surpass Hella in terms of appearance and figure, and was even beaten in terms of combat power. A sense of crisis surged in her heart, and there was even a bit of resentment. Have you slept with the master? While Eunice and Sylvie were secretly daydreaming, Hella observed them for a while and found that neither of them was a virgin. Then she asked them directly and frankly to confirm. Hearing this, Qin Feng's old face turned red. At the same time, Eunice and Shiver were also questioned by Hella in an extremely straightforward manner, and their faces turned red, 1,000,000 times redder than the morning glow in the sky. After a long time, the 2 girls nodded awkwardly and uttered a light hum at the same time. Neither of them wanted to answer Hella's question, but as if out of some kind of sovereignty, they finally overcame their inner shame and answered Hella's question directly. Hello, sister. After getting answers from Eunice and Sylvie, Hella rolled her eyes. Although the action was very cunning, it seemed a bit silly when she did it. Hearing the word, hello, sister, Eunice and Sylvie were stunned. Before Hella's arrival, Eunice and Sylvie fought openly and secretly for countless times in order to compete for the title of sister or a higher status, but no one was ever the winner. Today, they saw Hella, a succubus who was completely different from ordinary succubi. Not only was her figure and appearance not inferior to theirs, but in fact, she was even better. They both thought that the battle for the sisterly position would turn into a 3-way battle. They really didn't expect that Hella could accept the identity of the newcomer so calmly and willingly call them sisters. Hella is so cute. Calling her sister sounds so nice. No, I have to make her mine. I want her to help me deal with that little slut Shiver. Eunice thought to herself, then ran to Hella, hugged Hella's arm affectionately, called her sister sweetly, and praised Hella for her beauty. On the side, Shiver had the same idea as Eunice. In her opinion, Eunice was the most annoying bitch. Hella, who humbled herself and called her sister, was a good person. She was a must-have ally and a good helper in dealing with Eunice. So, She ran to Hela's side and hugged her other arm with an extremely friendly gesture. This girl, Sahala, is no ordinary girl. She's definitely not the dull, clueless girl she appears to be. In reality, she's a juicer even scarier than Eunice. Among the 4 people present, except Hela, only Qin Feng saw through Hela's true face. The reason was simple. When he was on Blue Star, Qin Feng had seen countless women like Hela who were so skilled in tea making that they could be called masters, and those with strong tea appreciating skills could be called kings. At this time, the dazed Hela seemed to sense what Qin Feng thought of her in his heart. Surrounded by Eunice and Sivir, Hela stole a moment of leisure and quietly glanced at Qin Feng, as if to say, "Master, look, I have stabilized your harem. How are you going to reward me?" Silently, the Shura field was dissolved by Hela, who appeared dull but actually had a very high emotional intelligence. They returned to the pleasure hall together, had breakfast with the other little succubi who had just woken up, and then divided into 3 teams to go out hunting. Hela has reached the realm of a 9-star war king, and is also a 5-pattern succubus with an ultra-limited physique. Qin Feng naturally cannot waste her combat power, and directly gave her the status of captain. With the addition of Hela, the 9-star war king, today's killing and leveling efficiency has skyrocketed again. From morning to afternoon, except for the time for lunch, Qin Feng's Lord Log never stopped, and was always updated at an extremely terrifying speed. As it was almost 6 o'clock, the Heavenly Dao defense barrier began to dissipate. Qin Feng summoned everyone back to the territory to prepare for the beast tide that was about to flood the entire eternal continent after the arrival of the moonlit night. At this moment, the combat power of his territory has become extremely terrifying. There is Hela, who is at the peak of the 9-star war king. There are Eunice and Shiver, who are 8-star military candidates. There are 8 double-striped succubi that have reached the combat power of 2-star military candidate level. The 12 single-striped succubi, including Nanasi and Shirley, all reached the 9-star commander level at this time. As long as the Heavenly Dao defense barrier completely dissipated and the Black Moon's glow fell, the beast tide would come. Through killing, they can quickly rise to the level of military officer, become powerful beasts, and become the top combat force in the Fallen Forest. Zyweir, have you done what I asked you to do? Looking at the people who were on high alert, and the gradually thinning defense barrier of heaven in front of him, Qin Feng thought of Feng Guogua on the barren mountain, and the evil creatures in the mountain, and couldn't help asking. Done. Following Master's instructions, I've built 3 50-meter thick and 70-meter high ice walls around Guogua's territory. The weak water solid ice safe house is also ready. Whenever they encounter irresistible danger, they can hide in the safe house and wait for support. Very good. After getting the answer, Qin Feng felt relieved and looked towards the Tiandao defense barrier. At this time, the last glow of the Heavenly Dao defense barrier dissipated as the sun set over the mountain, and the dark and strange moon rose quietly. At this moment, deafening world announcements exploded in the ears of lords all over the world. It represents the arrival of the harshest and bloodiest era. Chapter 102, Black Moon Rages. Beast Tide invades. World announcement. The 7-day period has expired. The Heavenly Dao defense barrier has dissipated, and the special limited time points battle, Tide of Wild Beasts, has begun. In this battle, the Lord and his troops will earn corresponding kill points for each wild monster they kill. The stronger the monster, the more kill points they will receive. The points battle will last for 6 hours, and after it ends, rewards will be calculated based on the points earned. The top scorer will receive a triple points bonus. In addition, they will receive a special, unique reward. Reminder, Lords of the Heavens, this beast tide is the first test you must overcome upon your arrival on the Eternal Continent. You must lead your troops to defend the castle. If the castle is destroyed by the beast tide, you will lose your lordship and your soul will be suppressed in the ruins, eternally unable to be reborn. Reminder, from this moment on, until the end of the special limited time points battle, Tide of Wild Beasts, wild monsters on the Eternal Continent will enter in unlimited spawn mode. Each time a wild monster spawns, you will receive a 10% boost to all attributes. Reminder, the Black Moon Tide has arrived, and the Black Moon Tide has received an epic buff. Wild monsters gain a 500% increase in strength. For every 10 minutes they survive under the Black Moon's light, they gain an additional 10% boost to all their attributes. Castle units other than mechanical, void, demon, and dark units have their strength reduced by 50%. And for every 10 minutes they are illuminated by the Black Moon's light, they will suffer a 1% reduction in all their attributes. The world announcement and its prompts cycled 5 times, during which time angry, manic and violent beast roars erupted from all over the Eternal Continent. In the past 7 days, the lords of all races who descended on the Eternal Continent have been killing these beasts day and night, exploding their energy stones, dropping their soul particles, skinning them, and dividing their corpses. The anger in their hearts has long been boundless. Now, the most powerful black moon tide in history has arrived. The boundless black moon glow has given them supreme power, and the vast and boundless will of heaven has given them the ability to revive and refresh infinitely. Possessing such tremendous power, how could they not be angry? How could they not be manic? How could they not seek revenge on the lords of all races who killed them time and time again? As a result, the vast earth began to shake under the trampling of the animals' hooves, and the originally solid ground was surged like waves under the trampling of the huge feet. Endless smoke and dust floated up, instantly covering piece of land after piece. A moment later, it spread to the sky, turning into rolling clouds. When illuminated by the black moon, it looked even more weird, hideous, and terrifying. Looking at the tide of beasts rolling in from outside the territory and listening to the extremely shrill roars, one lord after another felt a tremor in their souls. In the endless chat channels around the world, wails were heard one after another, and the vast majority of lords were denouncing the will of heaven for not giving them a chance to survive. What the hell is heaven's will? You call today's beast tide a special limited time points battle? What kind of point battle is this? This is clearly asking us to die. Not only does the beast tide infinitely refresh, it also lasts for 6 fucking hours. Not only does it last for 6 fucking hours, but every time it refreshes, all attributes increase by 10%. It would be fine if the beast tide could just spawn endlessly, and each spawn gave us a boost to all our attributes. We could just cripple the monsters that rushed near our territory, but we have that enhanced black moon tide. We can't just kill them. They boost all their attributes by 10% in just 10 minutes. If we let them live for 6 hours, I'm afraid they'll turn a soldier-level monster into a commander. It's not enough that the wild monsters are powerful and can be continuously enhanced. We Lord's troops must also find a way to avoid the black moon's light during battle, otherwise our combat effectiveness will drop drastically. Oh, there's no way I can survive this. Mom, I miss you. I want to go home. Heavens will. I beg you, please throw me back to Blue Star. I don't want to be a lord anymore. Your Majesty the First Emperor, are you in our chat channel? If you are, can you please let me know? I am your most loyal female fan. I also have 36E. Your Majesty, I beg you, please come and save me. I can't stop this tide of beasts. I really can't stop this tide of beasts. When countless low-level lords were terrified to the point of madness, and madness to the point of losing control. Among the tens of billions of Blue Star lords, some powerful lords finally recovered from their shock. They adjusted their previously formulated tactics according to the current situation and rules, and began to struggle and seek survival in the desperate situation of life and death. In the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley, about 9 kilometers north of Qin Feng's territory, is the original site of Qin Shaojia's territory. At this moment, Qin Shaojia put away his castle and military buildings, holding one in each hand, and riding on a 9-star commander-level fire griffin. Looking at the beast tide rolling in front of him, Qin Shaojia said with lingering fear, "Damn it. This beast tide is really scary. If my troops weren't able to fly, with just these rubbish soldiers, my castle would be engulfed by an endless tide of beasts in less than 3 hours." After complaining a few words, Qin Shaojia commanded his 33 fire griffins to rise high into the sky. Compared to the beast tide on the ground that almost covered the entire earth, there were far fewer beasts in the sky. Qin Shaojia didn't kill them on a daily basis. As a result, the beasts with flying abilities near his territory were only as strong as they were on the day when the Lord first arrived on the Eternal Continent. Weak, but safe. This beast tide is too fierce. I won't participate. Saving my life is more important. After all, I know the true identity of His Majesty the First Emperor. I have even prepared a generous gift for him. Staying alive and clinging to His Majesty the First Emperor's immensely strong thigh is my greatest opportunity. Compared to the appreciation and acceptance of His Majesty the First Emperor. A mere beast tide energy reward. A mere points reward from the points battle. It's worth nothing. Also in the upper part of the Huangshui Valley, 18 kilometers away from the original site of the Dark Knight King's territory, Wang Dongshan sat on the shoulder of a huge and violent 6-armed ape, and around him was a 4-layer protective barrier formed by 32 violent 6-armed apes. Further outside, there were roaring and snarling silver-backed giant apes. Their number was extremely terrifying, as many as 300. However, These powerful silverback giant apes did not attack Wang Dongshan's violent six-armed ape. They seemed to regard the violent six-armed ape as one of their own kind, and naturally believed that the violent six-armed ape joined the beast tide they were in for the same purpose as them, to kill the human lord, to vent their hatred. It's so comfortable. This feeling is so comfortable. Wang Dongshan was holding a glowing gem on the shoulder of the violent six-armed ape, feeling extremely comfortable. This gem is a gold-level item that Wang Dongshan opened from the golden treasure chest at the end of the last points battle. This orb is a consumable item with unique characteristics, and its effect is simple and rough. After activation, the orb will release a mist of deception for a duration of 12 hours, which will not only make the wild monsters on the Eternal Continent regard the holder and the holder's troops as their own, but also block the negative effects of the Black Moon's radiance. It truly lives up to its uniqueness. The effect is truly powerful. It directly eliminated the immense threat of the endless beast tide. Under the divine mist of the orb, as long as I don't actively attack the beast tide, it won't attack me. Haha, with the protection of this gem, I'm afraid there won't be a lord in the world who is more comfortable and relaxed than me. Chapter 103, A Time of Great Conflict. Heroes Rise. It is still in the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley, on the northwest edge of the Huangshui Swamp, which covers an area of more than 80,000 square kilometers. The last giant in the Hall of Fame, the man named Lu Guanghai, is now standing on the floating mud of the swamp with his troops, fighting a desperate battle with a terrifying number of beasts. Lu Guanghai is not Wang Dongshan. He has not obtained the gold-level props with unique characteristics and has no way to avoid the beast tide. Lu Guanghai is not Chen Xiaojia, and he did not randomly get the special soldier type, the Flame Griffin. He cannot rise into the sky and watch the changing situation. His luck was terrible. When he landed on the Eternal Continent, the soldier he randomly selected was the Slime, a recognized garbage soldier. But Lu Guanghai has always had the courage to burn his boats. He did not have the slightest thought of letting things go or giving up just because his army was a slime, nor did he allow resentment and sadness to fill his heart. Since the military branch is not suitable, he will do it himself. He personally walked out of the territory, relying on the physique he had cultivated over many years of martial arts training and the combat instincts he had gained from countless life and death battles in his mercenary career. He used himself as a combat soldier, gave himself energy points, and leveled himself up. After 7 consecutive days and nights of life and death struggle, Lu Guanghai defeated luck with his ruthlessness. He used the food he had hunted to buy himself a useless martial arts book at the hyperspace exchange that could be used to cultivate to the level of a war king. Then, relying on this martial arts book, he became a 2-star military candidate and had a combat power almost equivalent to that of an ordinary 3-star military candidate. He also used the food he had harvested to exchange for exclusive sublimation tokens that were hated by everyone and dogs for his slimes in the hyperspace exchange. Let the slime, which is so weak that it is almost useless, sublime and mutate again and again. By the day when the Tiandao defense barrier dissipated, the slimes under his command had undergone 4 mutations, and all 4 mutations were related to swamps and mud. When standing in swamps and muddy terrain, a slime with only the strength of a 3-star commander can exert a killing power that is no less than that of a 9-star commander, and its recovery ability can be improved to an abnormal level. God rewards hard work. God will not let down those who work hard. I have suffered so much and it was so difficult before. Even if we survive today's beast tide, even if it's the same as last time, we still won't be able to enter the top 100,000 of the points ranking. I can definitely achieve transformation too. After that, I will definitely become the absolute ruler of the Hall of Fame Coalition, and even the ruler of the entire middle section of the Huangshui River Valley. Lu Guanghai said with confidence. At this moment, the continuously emerging tide of beasts was no longer a danger, but an opportunity for him to transform. Among the tens of billions of Blue Star Lords, Lu Guanghai is a very powerful and courageous person as he dares to rely on the terrain and fight the beast tide head-on. But there is always a mountain higher than the other, and there is always someone stronger than the strongest. Lu Guanghai's strength may be ranked among the top 10 in the middle section of the Huangshui River Valley, but when viewed in a larger spatial scope, the strength of his territory is not enough to rank. At this moment, in the Arts River Basin, on the Li Luo grassland, there is a fierce man whose strength far exceeds that of Lu Guanghai. This is a woman whose eyes no longer have innocence, but are replaced by determination. Her name is Li Yuero. She used to be kind-hearted, but now she is decisive and murderous. With a bang, Li Yuero swung the sword and smashed a 9-star commander-level silver-backed giant ape king into pieces. The remaining power also killed several 3-star commander-level giant apes around the silver-backed giant ape king. Her terrifying sword strike had the power of a full-strength attack from a 3-star military officer, but for Li Yuero at this moment, this level of attack was just a basic attack. 3 days ago, Li Yuero robbed a natural elf caravan. Not only did he reveal the wolf cavalry reincarnation pool, a top-level military structure, but he also obtained a large number of rare treasures with extremely high energy, but whose specific effects could not be found. Most people would not dare to eat something whose effects are unknown. But Li Yuero was different. She felt she had died once before. She felt that if it weren't for those adorable amethyst behemoths, she would have ended her life long ago, overcome by a sense of failure, her body withering into dust, and her soul annihilated in the netherworld. So, after thinking about it for a day and a night, she was willing to become a Shin gnome who tasted hundreds of herbs for the amethyst behemoth. She experimented with her own body and life, and ate all the treasures she had robbed. After eating those things, Li Yuero mutated. She changed from a bright and beautiful beauty into a monster with a body covered with horrible tumors and an ugly appearance. At this moment, her life also began an extremely short countdown. Through the Lord panel, Li Yuero could clearly see the exact time when she was completely engulfed by the tumor on her body. This period of time was very short, only 3 years. This time is also very long, enough for Li Yuero to build an orc empire for her orc warriors on the Eternal Continent. As she became uglier and was about to die, Li Yuero also became stronger. Those tumors that took away her beauty and vitality were like sharp needles that could penetrate into her bone marrow, madly overdrawing her supreme potential as a lord, transforming it into a terrifying speed of strength leap and a martial arts blood that was so rich that it was almost impossible to exhaust. In just 2 days, Li Yuero leaped from a 9-star general to a 5-star war king. At the same time, she also possessed some of the characteristics of void creatures, completely immune to the suppression of the Black Moon's brilliance. The extremely rich martial arts blood gave Li Yuero an endurance that was terrifying and incomprehensible. When she stood on the battlefield, there was a sense of eternity spreading throughout the world. At this moment, she stood at the front of the territory, slashing the wild monsters into pieces one by one with her sword. She alone held off 3/4 of the beast tide heading towards her territory. As the knife flashed, pieces of flesh flew and blood rained down. Reflected on the points ranking list, she is ranked 10th, with a voice that shakes the mountains and seas and is powerful throughout the world. Compared with the ranking in the last points battle, Li Yuero has jumped a full 9,991 levels. Compared to the battlefield where Li Yuero was. Wang Haoran, who is ranked higher on the list and currently occupies 3rd place in the points ranking, is on a battlefield that is even bloodier and more terrifying. Next to the eternally burning eye of hell, in front of Wang Haoran's castle, surrounded by 17 golden dragons, a huge cocoon of light exploded and emitted pure white light. Wherever the light passed, the bones and tendons of the wild beasts were broken, and the sounds of crackling exploded layer by layer. The flesh and bones were squeezed together, turning into a mess of meat, and then exploded into dust all over the sky. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, hearing the endless killing notification sounds in his ears, feeling the Lord's log refreshing crazily, and the supreme joy of endless energy rushing into his body, Wang Haoran widened his eyes in shock, refusing to believe that all this would happen in front of him. The cocoon of the ancestor has only been activated by 51%. How can this thing have such terrifying power? Just the glow that escapes can directly crush and destroy all the wild monsters that attack my territory. Wang Haoran said in disbelief. Even the battlefield before him was evolving in a real and tragic way, right within his field of vision. Even though he, the owner of the ancestral cocoon, could clearly sense how terrifying the energy in the light cocoon was and how astonishing the residual power emanating from it was, he was unwilling to believe that all this would happen before his eyes. He did not think that he was a lord who could achieve such efficiency in killing monsters. Isn't this method of killing monsters instantly a method exclusive to Qin Shi? How could I, the last one in the top 10, have such a terrifying killing efficiency? I'm afraid this must be an illusion. You know, the cocoon of the ancestor is only a legendary item. This kind of power is too super powerful. It's too damn easy to be punished by God. Wang Haoran was so shocked that he muttered to himself. While speaking, he wiped his eyes with his hands. But even though he rubbed his eyes until they turned red, the scene in front of him did not change at all. The cocoon of the ancestor is still shining, and the light still carries invincible power, which can crush wild monsters into minced meat and shatter them into dust the moment they are refreshed. The layers of kill notifications ringing in his ears, the kill details refreshing at an extremely fast speed in his lord's log, the energy that kept rising from the corpses of wild monsters, splitting into two streams, one drilling into the ancestral cocoon, and the other drilling into his body. Tell him everything. Everything he saw was irrefutably true. Fuck. 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 Wang Haoran said fuck dozens of times in a row, and then he opened the points ranking list with great ecstasy, and at the same time thought about it in his heart with great excitement. If I remember correctly, in the last points battle, even Qin Shi Huang couldn't achieve instant victory, but now I have achieved it with the help of the cocoon of the ancestor. Doesn't this mean that I can take first place? Thinking of the first place, the expression on Wang Haoran's face turned ferocious with excitement, and his eyes turned red, as if he could immediately be freed from the endless pressure brought to him by Qin Feng, and at the same time, he could return that pressure intact. However, just when Wang Haoran opened the points ranking list, thinking about confirming his ranking and truly feeling the feeling of being first, he was at the top of the points ranking list and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He was in unprecedented shock, and all the muscles in his body trembled unconsciously at this moment. After a long while, he finally fell to the ground and uttered an extremely powerless cry. Fuck. This is a monster. Chapter 104. The killing points that shocked the world. Ranking list. First place, Qin Shi Huang, 932W killing points. Second place, the evil god Li Xiongyan, 656W killing points. Third place, Haoran Jingqi, 2.46W killing points. Look at the three big words Qin Shi Huang at the top of the points ranking list. Looking at the terrifying 9 million killing points behind the famous ID Qin Shi Huang. Looking at the ID Qin Shi Huang that was famous throughout the mountains and seas, the killing points increased by a huge jump every 10 seconds, and each jump was a terrifying increase of more than 700,000. Wang Haoran fell to the ground and felt that his brain had gone blank at that moment. He could not function, think, or analyze. He could only feel boundless shock. More than 10 seconds later, when Qin Feng's killing points exceeded 10 million and headed towards 11 million, Wang Haoran finally recovered from the huge shock. At this moment, the anticipation he had displayed before opening the leaderboard was gone from his face, nor was the excitement gleaming in his eyes. Instead, there was a dread and fear that had penetrated deep into his bones and soul after the shock. Fuck. I really am such an idiot. Just now, I was actually thinking that I could take first place this time, and then, at the end of the points battle, I would announce to the world that I, Wang Haoran, was on the Silverwa Plateau, returning the fear and pressure that Qin Shi Huang had brought upon me. What's the result? The Beast Tide War has only been going on for less than 3 minutes, and Qin Shi Huang's total kill points are already 3 or 4 times mine. What's even more frightening is the Qin Shi Huang's point growth rate. Wild monsters refresh every 10 seconds, and his points also jump every 10 seconds, and each jump is over 700,000. That's over 700,000 kill points. Even if the monsters near Qin Shi Huang's territory are stronger than those near my territory, and the kill points they can provide are also higher, to instantly get over 700,000 kill points, the instant kill radius of his troops must be at least twice that of my ancestral cocoon. Fuck. 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 Qin Shi Huang. What level of monsters and demons are your troops? My ancestral cocoon is already powerful enough, supermodel enough. How could your troops be able to crush a supermodel like the ancestor cocoon? Next to the Eye of Hell, Wang Haoran was shouting and cursing in horror. After cursing for a long time, the fear and terror in his heart turned into extremely strong unwillingness and resentment. He looked up at the sky and scolded angrily. What the hell? What a crude will of heaven. You've already put me on the Shirwa Plateau. You've even activated my ancestral cocoon to 50%. Why the hell did you have to create a Qin Shi Huang? Even if you had to create a lord to make me despair, couldn't you put him farther away from my territory? Why did you have to put him on the Silverwa Plateau? You don't even give me time to develop. As he cursed, tears began to flow from Wang Haoran's eyes. At this moment, he felt boundless grievance. When he was on Blue Star, he had never felt so aggrieved, nor as cowardly as he was now. He had never trembled like an ant under the prestige of a person. However, just when Wang Haoran felt extremely aggrieved, inferior, lost, and fearful, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. His eyes suddenly brightened, and the light of hope began to burn in his eyes again. Yeah, how could I forget about the wild monster refresh mechanism? With Qin Shi Huang's killing methods, he will have killed all the wild monsters near his territory to the level of War King in less than an hour. That's thousands, tens of thousands of War Kings. It's a mighty force that can almost sweep away all the lords in the world. No matter how powerful Qin Shi Huang's troops are, they can never be a match for so many War King level monsters. He will definitely be killed by War King level monsters after his frenzied killing spree. Ha ha ha. Qin Shi Huang is seeking his own death. He is going to die. Thinking of this, Wang Haoran laughed wildly. Quietly, an old Chinese saying appeared in his mind. Evil will be punished by God, and he deeply agreed. When Wang Haoran was almost going into schizophrenia by being shocked by Qin Feng's killing efficiency, the lords who found ways to fight or avoid the beast tide through different means also took a break from their busy schedule to open the score rankings. They saw the shining ID Qin Shi Huang at the top of the list, and behind this ID, the terrifying killing points that shocked the world. Fallen Forest, the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley, about 9 kilometers north of Qin Feng's territory. On the back of the Flame Griffin, Chen Xiaojia stared blankly at the translucent leaderboard before him. At that moment, he felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body trembling unconsciously. After a long moment, he finally let out a cry of astonishment. Holy crap! Over 10 million killing points. The beast tide has only been going on for 3 minutes. His Majesty the First Emperor has already earned so many points. Furthermore, his kill points aren't increasing gradually, they're skyrocketing. They're jumping. This means that His Majesty the First Emperor can withstand the terrifying 500% amplification of the Black Moon Tide and instantly kill wild monsters. Furthermore, judging by his terrifying increase in kill points, which is over 700,000 in 10 seconds, His Majesty the First Emperor's instant kill radius cannot possibly be less than 3 kilometers. Chen Xiaojia's territory is adjacent to Qin Feng's usual hunting area. He knew better than anyone how powerful the wild monsters around Qin Feng's territory were, so he easily estimated Qin Feng's current instant kill radius. A 3-kilometer instant kill radius. This is a 3-kilometer instant kill radius, not some kind of combat radius. Your Majesty the First Emperor, do you really have to be so fierce? Thinking back to the unparalleled reputation Qin Feng had created along the way, thinking back to the day when he saw the weak water ice moving eastward, and the army-destroying world announcement that exploded shortly afterwards, he imagined the scene of Qin Feng instantly killing countless wild monsters at this moment, with endless glory and greatness all belonging to himself. While Chen Xiaojia was filled with fear and shock, he also felt that the probability of him successfully joining Qin Feng had become extremely weak and slim. My Emperor, you are so powerful. Then, the so-called Hall of Fame coalition is nothing but ants that you can easily destroy. I'm afraid the information I've gathered won't be of any use to your cause. My lord, please restrain your magical powers and give your lackeys a chance to submit their pledge of allegiance. You are so fierce and vigorous. I don't know how to express my sincere devotion to you. As he spoke, Chen Xiaojia felt that his future was becoming even more uncertain. He raised his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His eyes were melancholy, and his expression was vicissitudes. Somewhere in the middle section of the Huangshui River Valley, on the shoulder of a violent 6-armed ape, Wang Dongshan smoked the tobacco he bought from the hyperspace exchange with great pleasure and leisurely blew out puffs of smoke rings. Riding a monkey and smoking a cigarette, life is as happy as a god. Everyone is struggling in the beast tide tonight. I'm afraid that in this whole world, I, Wang Dongshan, am the only one who can be so comfortable and relaxed. Not only do we not have to worry about the beast tide, but we can also follow the beast tide to pick fruits and collect the Lord's heart of the Lord who died in battle. This kind of thing where I don't have to do anything. I don't have to exert any energy, and I can just sit back and reap the benefits. It's so fucking awesome. Playing with the 2 picked up Lord hearts, Wang Dongshan laughed happily. The Lord's heart is incredibly valuable, having the effect of upgrading a building's grade. Wang Dongshan's castle and military buildings are of a special grade, and with each Lord's heart incorporated into them, there's a 3% chance of a transformation, upgrading from special to top tier. I don't know how many kill points those so-called big guys on the leaderboard have earned. The Black Moon Tide tonight is so abnormal. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to score points like last time. Yes, that's right. It must be like this. As the saying goes, each version brings its own god. I have unique items. I can completely avoid the beast tide. I can follow the beast tide and collect the Lord's heart. I am the son of this version in tonight's beast tide battle. In my version, even the Qin Shi Huang, who shone so brilliantly in the last points battle, would have to retreat from me. It's impossible for him to get kill points worth more than 2 Lord Hearts at this point in time. With this thought in mind, the leisurely and comfortable Wang Dongshan opened the points ranking list. He scrolled directly to the top, and then he saw the ID Qin Shi Huang on the list. At the same time, he also saw the terrifying number of killing points behind this famous ID. At this moment, the leisurely and comfortable Wang Dongshan suddenly became no longer leisurely. He stood up from the shoulders of the violent six-armed ape in a flash, his expression full of horror and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? Is this person a human or a ghost? The beast tide has only been going on for less than 3 minutes, and I've already gotten over 10 million kill points. This isn't the same points battle as last time. This Black Moon Tide is an epic buff. Not only does it boost all monster attributes by 500%, it also weakens the Lord's troops. How is it possible that someone could obtain such a terrifying amount of killing points under the unholy light of the Black Moon? And the points increase at such a freaking fast rate. On the northwest edge of the middle section of the Huangshui River Valley, at the bottom of the Dark Swamp. After a long and fierce battle with wild monsters, Lu Guanghai had consumed most of his martial arts energy. He ordered his slime to spit out bubble film to wrap him, and then sank into the mud to avoid the rushing beast tide. I've killed so many monsters that my health is almost gone. I don't know how many kill points I've earned, and whether I can rank in the top 100,000 on the points leaderboard. I hope so. Based on the experience from the last points competition, the reward for the top 100,000 is at least a gold-level treasure chest. Thinking secretly, Lu Guanghai opened the points ranking list. A flash of light appeared, and the leaderboard automatically positioned him. He saw that his kill points had already reached over 80,000 points, and his name was ranked 9,527th. He smiled. I actually made it into the top 10,000. Ha ha ha. From now on, I, Lu Guanghai, am also a powerful man and a top lord. Yeah, keep working hard. After you've rested, go out and kill monsters. Keep pushing forward. Maybe I can climb higher and go further this time. Lu Guanghai thought happily and became more and more unable to control his emotions. He not only fantasized about being able to enter the top 5,000, but also the top 1,000. He even fantasized that after this points battle, after the beast tide subsided, he could use today's harvest to pile up soil into mountains and sand into towers, and then, just like he surpassed other lords, he could also surpass Qin Shi Huang, whose prestige was as big as mountains and seas. I wonder how many killing points Qin Shi Huang, the lord who has been so popular since his arrival, has now. The Black Moon Tide is so powerful this time. No matter how powerful he is, or how deep his first mover advantage is, he can't kill monsters in a circle and rake in tons of points like he did last time. Guess to the death. Guess something that will break the sky. The best score a Qin Shi Huang can get is probably only around a few 100,000. Flipping up the points ranking list, Lu Guanghai became more and more confident in his judgment as he saw that the ranking could be determined by just a few dozen killing points. However, just as he quickened his scrolling speed and pulled directly to the top of the list with a held breath, he saw the ID, Qin Shi Huang, and the terrifying number of points behind this ID that was beyond his imagination, and he almost fainted. 17 million killing points. How the hell is this possible? Alasei Mountains, Wangshan. Compared with 3 days ago, Wangshan at this moment seemed to be shrouded in endless blood mist. The entire mountain area was red, strange, and eerie. At the foot of the mountain, the eerie blood mist was the thickest. Here, the sound of endless flesh being torn apart never stopped, and the sky was constantly raining blood. This blood rain was also constantly evaporated by some powerful force, turning into endless blood mist, rising towards the top of the mountain, dyeing the entire Wangshan mountain red. The person who created this horrifying scene was a man named Li Xiongyan. No, he was no longer Li Xiongyan, but a divine evil. He was no longer human, but a combination of lord and castle, possessing the dual characteristics of both lord and animated castle. After devouring all 999 lords of Wangshan Mountain, Li Xiongyan leaped from a collection of top-level castles and lords to a collection of super castles and lords. At this moment, he was like a demon god. As he waved his scarlet branches, countless wild monsters were shattered into minced meat and splashed into a rain of blood. Too bad. Too bad. After killing all the wild monsters around him and completing their 10-second refresh cycle, Li Xiongyan laughed wildly with excitement. These wild monsters are too weak. There are not enough for me to kill. Qin Shi Huang, are you ready? I want to see your points. If yours is lower than mine, I will come and kill you right away. P.S. This chapter has 4,000 words. Please vote. Chapter 105, Eternal Second Place. Li Xiongyan was shocked. 3 days ago, Li Xiongyan had a dream. The dream was very real. After waking up, Li Xiongyan knew that this was a revelation given to him by the gods in the sky. In order to move towards the end indicated by this dream, Li Xiongyan had been sleepless for the past 3 days. He used his own heavenly Dao defense barrier madly and ferociously to break through the heavenly Dao defense barriers of the Wangshan lords one after another, rushed into their territories, killed and devoured them, plundered their military buildings, and annexed their lords' hearts. He successfully killed all the lords of Wangshan before the beast tide arrived. Li Xiongyan was just like in his dream. Not only did he upgrade his castle to a super level, but he also gained a mythical form. With just a thought, he could transform into a towering scarlet tree. After opening the mythical form, Li Xiongyan became extremely powerful. He could grow tens of thousands of tentacle-like scarlet branches in an instant, and with a wave of the branches, he could easily cover a battlefield 3 kilometers around him. Within this range, no matter it is a 9-star general-level wild monster, a 9-star commander-level wild monster, or a powerful existence that is just a little bit away from breaking through the commander level and being promoted to the military candidate level. None of them could withstand the blows of Li Xiongyan's branches. Once locked, they would be shattered to pieces, with no possibility of escape. Such powerful strength gave Li Xiongyan unparalleled confidence. He felt that there was no need for him to wait for the beast tide to end, nor was there any need to continue developing. He just wanted to kill the Qin Shi, who was as powerful as the mountains and seas tonight in this point's battle that was watched by hundreds of millions of Blue Star Lords. Then he could step on the corpse of Qin Shi to ascend to the throne and make the lords of the world tremble and shudder wildly under his boundless military power. God, it's not that I don't respect the revelation you gave me. The main reason is that I'm too powerful now. I can kill tens of thousands of monsters with just a wave of my hand. I'm so powerful now. How can I continue to endure the resentment and not seek revenge on Qin Shi? Li Xiongyan said with a ferocious laugh, and while he spoke, he still did not stop waving the tens of thousands of scarlet branches that looked like tentacles. He threw pieces of meat into the air, whipped them into minced meat, and shattered them into a rain of blood. Li Xiongyan really enjoyed the feeling of humiliating the wild monster's corpse. To him, this feeling was 1,000,000 times more comfortable than touching the skin of a virgin. If those pieces of meat could be turned into the corpse of Qin Shi, that would be the best and ultimate enjoyment. Just imagining that picture and that touch, Li Xiongyan was so excited that he almost fainted from happiness. The lottery is open. Feeling extremely comfortable, Li Xiongyan shouted excitedly, and then called up the points ranking list. With a whoosh, a translucent list appeared in Li Xiongyan's field of vision. The list automatically positioned itself, allowing Li Xiongyan to see his own ranking at a glance, as well as Qin Shi, who stood firmly above him, leaving him with nearly 10 million kill points. Ranking list. First place, Qin Shi, 1932 W killing points. Second place, the evil god Li Xiongyan, 12.57 W killing points. Third place, Haoranjingqi, 502 W killing points. How is this possible? I am a warrior who is no less powerful than a 5-star war king. I have nearly 30,000 soldiers under my command. What gives you the right to put pressure on me? After a moment of silence, Li Xiongyan roared in a frenzied manner, his expression extremely ferocious. Since becoming one with the castle, Li Xiongyan has become much more rational and calm, despite being crazy and ferocious. In the eyes of the lords of the Wangshan region who died at his hands, he was an emotionless killing machine who was only interested in killing and was not influenced by morality or emotions. Before opening the points ranking list, he also thought so, but after seeing the terrifying number of killing points of Qin Shi and realizing the reality that he was still being suppressed by Qin Shi, he suddenly lost control of his emotions. Qin Shi, you must be fucking cheating. Otherwise, you will never be able to surpass me. You will never be able to get more kill points than me. Qin Shi, you disgusting idiot. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you right now. After losing control of his emotions, Li Xiongyan's eyes became redder than ever before. He didn't even glance at the newly refreshed wild monsters, nor did he care about the nearly 30,000 soldiers on the battlefield. He stepped on the thick and scarlet tree roots and ran wildly towards the dark forest that stretched beyond Wangshan. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That is to kill Qin Shi, beat Qin Shi into debris, shatter him into a bloody rain, and then devour him bit by bit. To be honest, there was no deep hatred between Li Xiongyan and Qin Shi Huang. The reason why Li Xiongyan had been hiding in the dark and competing with Qin Shi Huang and dreaming of one day crushing Qin Shi Huang and killing Qin Shi Huang was actually because Li Xiongyan himself could not stand the flattery of Qin Shi Huang by the lords of Wangshan area. From the moment Li Xiongyan took out food and sold it to the lords of Wangshan area, he had already treated those lords as his own dogs. Li Xiongyan couldn't stand his own dog praising other people in front of him. That's why there was a fight between Qin Shi Huang and Undertaker Xiangyu. That is why when Li Xiongyan realized his death was approaching, he asked the castle that was about to devour him to kill Qin Shi Huang for him one day in the future, drink up Qin Shi Huang's blood, and chew up Qin Shi Huang's flesh. Failures again and again made Qin Shi Huang become Li Xiongyan's inner demon. Now that Qin Shi Huang's kill points completely crushed his, the proud and complacent Li Xiongyan couldn't stand it any longer. He abandoned everything else, completely disregarding the vast difference in kill points. He was determined to destroy Qin Shi Huang today and rid himself of his inner demons. However, just when Li Xiongyan was about to rush out of Wangshan territory and enter the fallen forest, a red light fell from the sky, bringing the extremely crazy Li Xiongyan back to consciousness. His spirit came out to save him. He realized that this place was not the blue planet he was used to. The Lord's battle was not his own unparalleled mowing game, but a bloody and utterly real reality. There are no such things as plugins here, and the points ranking list cannot be influenced by low-end items like plugins. There are only two answers for why Qin Shi Huang can get more kill points than him. First, the instant kill radius of Qin Shi Huang is larger than his. Second, if the instant kill radius of Qin Shi Huang is not as good as his, it must mean that the strength of the wild monsters near Qin Shi Huang's territory is far higher than the wild monsters he killed. No matter which answer it is, it points to one thing. That is, Qin Shi Huang possesses more military power than Li Xiongyan. If he rushes over at this moment, not only will he not be able to kill Qin Shi Huang, but he will also lose his life. But it's one thing to think clearly about. Li Xiongyan still couldn't bear the humiliation of being crushed again, not to mention the smug and heroic declaration he'd made before opening the leaderboard. He absolutely hated the feeling of slapping himself in the face, and he was even more unwilling to admit his weakness. Stop trying to convince me. Get out of my head. How could I be worse than that idiot Qin Shi Huang? How could I be worse than that loser Qin Shi Huang? The reason why my kill points are less than that idiot Qin Shi Huang is simply because I didn't use my full strength just now. I was concentrating all my attention on killing monsters and didn't control the soldiers myself. I'm going back to control the soldiers now. I'm sure I can get more kill points than Qin Shi Huang. I'm definitely stronger than him. P.S.1. Please give me a golden ticket. Please add it to your collection. Please rate it. Thank you. PS2. You can add the skirt to urge for updates. For 131416663. Chapter 106. 30 million killing points. Soon, Li Xiongyan returned to Wangshan. When he returned, nearly 30,000 soldiers under his command were fighting the newly refreshed beasts. These soldiers were transformed into puppets by him. Without his control, his puppet soldiers could only exert about 70% of their own combat power level. But with his control, they could unleash their full strength. If they were further amplified by him, their combat power could be multiplied several times, transforming into terrifying beasts that feared no death and could constantly regenerate and grow stronger over time. How could I possibly be weaker than that stupid Saint Qin Shi Huang? As for my true self, I'm not only a human lord with unlimited potential, I'm also a living castle. I can upgrade through energy, building materials, and the Lord's heart. Talking about soldiers, I have nearly 30,000 soldiers at my disposal. The Lord has only been in this world for 7 days, and no one else can possess such a number of soldiers. In terms of blessings, I am countless times more powerful than that idiotic Saint Qin Shi Huang. Not only have I received the attention of the gods, I have also taken over their bodies and merged with the revitalized castle. I am the destiny. I am the ultimate ruler of this world. Li Xiongyan roared angrily, and dark red smoke gushed out from his blood-red body or trunk, and then turned into countless dark red air currents, pouring into the bodies of nearly 30,000 soldiers under his control. While giving the puppet soldier the mad state and the power of rebirth, Li Xiongyan and the puppet soldier were also linked together. From this moment on, his soldier was his hands, feet, and minions, which he could control as if he were using his own arms. This is a control method that consumes extremely huge amounts of energy. Even though Li Xiongyan now possesses the strength equivalent to that of a 5-star war king, And even though he now has a super-grade castle, he can only control the puppet soldiers in this way for an hour. Once this time limit is exceeded, he will face irreversible collapse and self-destruction in endless exhaustion. Qin Shi Huang, I will surpass you. In less than an hour, I will crush you under my feet. With an angry and ferocious roar, Li Xiongyan began his killing. With himself as the center of the circle, he spread out all of his nearly 30,000 soldiers to a location 3 kilometers away from where he was. He divided them into 3 layers, and including his own share, he opened up a total of 4 battlefields. Li Xiongyan once again showed his mythical form, killing monsters wantonly in the center of the battlefield where the monsters were the strongest. The puppet warriors controlled by him were fighting for their lives on the 3rd level of the battlefield outside with the constantly refreshing wild monsters. Compared with Li Xiongyan, his puppet warriors are extremely inefficient in killing monsters. It basically takes several seconds for a puppet warrior to kill a wild monster of similar strength to itself. But there were too many soldiers under Li Xiongyan, with the number approaching 30,000. When combined together, the killing points they could provide were an astronomical figure. Moreover, Li Xiongyan has endowed all of these puppet warriors with the ability to revive infinitely within a short period of time. Not only can they avoid the weakening of the Black Moon's glory through death and rebirth, but they can also become stronger and more brutal after rebirth. As Li Xiongyan exerted all his strength and without reservation, the growth rate of his killing points skyrocketed. From more than 430,000 killing points per 10 seconds, it soared all the way to more than 1.1 million killing points per 10 seconds, and even surpassed Qin Feng in the growth rate of killing points. Gigi. I knew I was faster than that stupid Saint Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang, just wait for me. At my current rate of increase in kill points, I'll soon catch up to you and crush you. When that time comes, I will definitely come down the mountain and kill you. I swear. Li Xiongyan thought with great excitement, and more dark red air spurted out from his body and poured into the body of his puppet warrior. At this moment, he did not realize one thing at all. The increase in points of nearly 800,000 every 10 seconds was not Qin Feng's full strength at all. As time went by, as the Beast Tide War evolved, and as countless death announcements scrolled to the top of major chat channels, lords one after another found ways to fight against and avoid the Beast Tide. After they were safe and no longer had to worry about the danger of the Beast Tide, they eagerly opened the points ranking list to check their ranking. There are differences in rankings, and there are differences in high and low positions. After seeing their own rankings, some people are happy, some are sad, some are excited, and some are worried. People who are worried naturally have no mood to continue checking the score rankings. They knew that after tonight, the billions of Blue Star Lords would have different futures due to their different rankings on the list. The strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. This is not only because of the settlement rewards after the points battle, but also because the killing tonight is itself the most fair and rigorous screening. The energy value obtained after killing monsters is itself the largest and most generous reward. But it was different for the delighted lords. These people all achieved rankings that exceeded their expectations in tonight's points battle, at least higher than their previous rankings. Human nature is greedy and can never be satisfied. My ranking on the list this time is already higher than last time. If I work harder and make a little more effort, I may be able to get a higher ranking and better rewards. Countless lords who ranked higher on the list this time than last time were thinking this way. So, they pulled up the cursor of the standings. After seeing that a few dozen kill points could make the difference between a certain ranking and a certain one, they received positive feedback and accelerated the pace of moving up the list. Most of the lords, through repeated positive feedback and repeated psychological suggestions of, with just these few killing points, I can do it too, directly moved the cursor of the score ranking list to the top. Then, they saw that Qin Feng's killing points had already exceeded 30 million and were rapidly heading towards 40 million. At this moment, all the lords who had moved their cursors to the top of the rankings were stunned. Ranking list. First place, Qin Shi Huang, 3354 W killing points. Second place, the evil god Li Xiongyan, 29.57 W killing points. Third place, Haoran Jingqi, 758 W killing points. Fourth place, Teletubbies, 2.45 W killing points. Fifth place, Liu Arrow, 1.18 W killing points. Sixth place, Old Lady with Two Guns, 740,000 kill points. Seventh place, Remember to Wear Thermal Underwear, 720,000 killing points. Eighth place, Level 8 Gale, 710,000 killing points. Chapter 107, The Fall of a Legend? The Fall of an Emperor? Due to the glorious deeds before today, for all the lords of Blue Star, the three words Qin Shi Huang mean unparalleled majesty and respect. When the cursor was moved to the top of the scoreboard, the eyes of countless lords who had achieved good rankings were immediately captured by the ID Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang will become the champion of this points battle and will occupy the first place in the points ranking list. All the lords of Blue Star will not feel any surprise about this. Just as people need to eat and drink water to survive, and just as the sun of Blue Star must rise from the east and set in the west, Qin Shi Huang is number one on the list, which has become an unchanging axiom in the hearts of the collective Blue Star lords. It really made one lord after another speechless and dumbfounded. Behind the idea of Qin Shi Huang, which is so majestic and powerful as the mountains and seas, there are more than 33 million killing points. Holy crap, I didn't see that right. Over 33 million kill points. This is something a human can really earn. Is this the true strength of the Qin Shi Huang boss? Is this the true strength of the number one Blue Star Lord who has achieved the World Announcement Grand Slam? Oh my god, this beast tide battle is different from the last one. Not only are the monsters several times stronger, but even at the same level of strength, the kill points they provide have actually decreased. And under these circumstances, Qin Shi Huang managed to get over 33 million kill points. The beast tide war has only been going on for a few minutes, and I've already gotten over 30 million kill points. By the time the beast tide war is completely over, I'm going to get over 1 billion, 10 billion, or even 100 billion kill points. Lord after lord was shocked beyond words by the terrifying amount of killing points accumulated by Qin Shi Huang. They couldn't help but utter sighs of shock and terror one after another. In front of Qin Shi Huang, no matter if he ranked in the top 10,000, he was a genius lord selected from a million, or he ranked in the top 1,000. He was an extremely evil and abnormal super top lord, or he ranked in the top 100. He was a top-level lord who was capable of dominating the whole land and building an unprecedented achievement. The moment they saw the terrifying killing points of Qin Shi Huang, they felt incomparable pressure, incomparable shock, and incomparable frustration. Damn it, Qin Shi Huang is not even a human being. What's with the idea of billions of lords descending upon the eternal continent? What a bullshit fight among all races. I think this world was prepared for Qin Shi Huang alone. Fuck, I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to give up. This is so fucking despairing. The top 10 only have kill points in the millions or hundreds of thousands. And this damn Qin Shi Huang just created a one-of-a-kind kill point score of tens of millions. He doesn't give anyone else any hope at all. Shocked, moved, and desperate. Gradually, some lords began to notice the second-ranked evildoer Li Xiongyan, and then they rubbed their eyes. After confirming that they had not misread Li Xiongyan's killing points, they all showed expressions of panic and disbelief. No, I saw it wrong. Second place doesn't have 2 million points. It's 20 million points. There's actually someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Shi Huang. Just like Qin Shi Huang, earning over 10 million kill points at the current time point. Holy crap, why is there another monster here? And he's on the same level as Qin Shi Huang. Where did this tough guy come from? Why haven't I heard of his name before? To be the only one among the 10 billion Blue Star lords who is so obsessed with Qin Shi Huang, this Li Xiongyan shouldn't be an unknown person. Hiss. In the hyperspace exchange, is there anyone whose sales volume can compare to that of Qin Shi Huang? Could it be that Li Xiongyan is the Undertaker Xiangyu who raced against Qin Shi Huang earlier? Could it be that the boss, Undertaker Xiangyu, has been reborn from the ashes, changed his ID for the points competition, and reappeared to compete with Qin Shi Huang for first place? After a brief shock and panic, many lords who saw Li Xiongyan were reminded of the Undertaker Xiangyu, who was once in the limelight a few days ago and was hailed as the one most likely to surpass Qin Shi Huang. I remembered the entanglement, grievances, and love between Qin Feng and Li Xiongyan. At this moment, the thoughts of the infinite lords became complicated, especially those top lords, especially those lords who broke into the top 10,000 in this ranking. But no matter how complicated their mood and feelings are at the moment, among the myriad of thoughts, a common wish emerged in tacit understanding. They want to see Qin Shi Huang fall tonight. They want to witness the decline of a great and boundless legend. Shirehua Plateau, the Eye of Hell. Looking at the points ranking list on the translucent panel in front of him, and looking at the second-ranked god Li Xiongyan, his points had soared all the way, suddenly advancing to more than 20 million, and was about to break through the 30 million mark, and was about to catch up with, or even surpass the killing points of Qin Shi Huang. Besides being shocked, Wang Haoren also felt relieved and even felt an inexplicable sense of joy. His ancestral cocoon is very powerful. Until now, it can still kill the refreshed wild monsters in seconds, but the killing range is much smaller than that of Qin Shi. The wild monsters near his territory are also far less powerful than those near Qin Shi's territory. He knows that he has no hope of catching up with Qin Shi, let alone getting the first place, and personally knocking Qin Shi down to earth. But the appearance of Li Xiongyan gave Wang Haoren hope, the hope of seeing Qin Shi fall from the altar to the mortal world. At this moment, Wang Haoren couldn't help but clench his fists. He thought to himself, "My dear brother, hold on. You must hold on. You must maintain the current growth rate of your killing points. You must surpass Qin Shi. You must severely undermine Qin Shi's confidence. It would be best if you could cripple him. Brother, I support you. Whether you're Li Xiongyan or Undertaker Xiangyu, I, Wang Haoren, will support you." Not only Wang Haoren, but all the lords who had been suppressed by Qin Feng and all the lords who had felt despair from Qin Feng silently supported Li Xiongyan at this moment. They all regarded Li Xiongyan as their substitute. They were also wondering if legends could fall, if emperors could wither. Then after Li Xiongyan surpasses Qin Feng, they may not be able to use Li Xiongyan as a step to surpass Li Xiongyan. The road did not exist originally. There is no such thing as surpassing legend. It does not exist. But with the first person who walked, roads appeared in the world. With the first lord surpassing the legend, there will naturally be more lords who stand up to surpass the legend and become the new supreme being. Chapter 108. A Girl's Prayer. When countless lords expected that the legend would wither tonight and the great emperor would fall tonight. On the eternal continent, among the hundreds of millions of lords, a considerable number of lords support Qin Feng, hoping that Qin Feng can maintain his first place and continue his legend until the end of time. Most of these lords came from the lower classes. They were not grateful to Qin Feng because they had received his favors. They admired Qin Feng's noble character and were impressed by his legendary past. When facing Qin Feng, they felt no hostility, only admiration and gratitude. Feng Guohua is a representative of this group of people. While she admires and appreciates Qin Feng, she also cares deeply about Qin Feng's safety. Among the tens of billions of Blue Star lords, Feng Guohua was the only one who had seen Qin Feng's true face and knew that he was Qin Shi. At the same time, she was also the one who received the most favors and care from Qin Feng. No matter when they first met, Qin Feng sold her the life-saving food at a low price. Later, Qin Feng sent her construction materials and production raw materials in the name of angel investment. Or perhaps it was the thick and tall ice wall that Qin Feng commissioned Shiver to build around her territory before the heavenly defense barrier dissipated, which was like a natural moat. Or when the Beast Tide War began and the Black Moon's light enveloped the earth, Qin Feng personally designed monster-killing strategies and countermeasures for her based on the strength of her territory. All of them represent Qin Feng's preference for her. Each of them represents a favor as indestructible as a mountain. Feng Guohua is not a coward. On the contrary, she is particularly loyal and righteous. Not only did she open up all her defenses to Qin Feng, she also poured out her true feelings without reservation. She also took the initiative to establish a tall and majestic image of Qin Feng in the hearts of the Bana people. If the will of heaven in this world allows, she is even willing to transfer control of the territory to Qin Feng. If Qin Feng was willing to accept her, she even wanted to treat herself as a gift when she grew up to repay Qin Feng's kindness, which was as heavy as a mountain. Now, when he saw that Li Xiongyan was only 4 million killing points away from catching up with, or even surpassing Qin Feng, Feng Guohua became more worried, anxious, and fearful than ever before. She worried more than anyone else. She was worried that Qin Feng would be pulled down from the altar by Li Xiongyan in tonight's points battle, and then would not be able to bear the huge sense of frustration and would fall into the quagmire of self-abandonment and be unable to extricate himself. She worried more than anyone else. She was worried that Qin Feng would choose to kill crazily and without restraint in order to maintain his advantage, killing all the wild monsters near the territory to the level of War King, and eventually die in the manic beast tide. She was more afraid than anyone else. She was afraid that Qin Feng would be driven into a dead end by Li Xiongyan, who was chasing him closely, in the points battle tonight, and would join the battlefield regardless of his own safety, becoming rotten meat and dry bones under the hooves of the violent beast. Gods, you must protect Brother Qin Feng. Nothing must happen to him. As long as you agree to my request, as long as you are willing to bless him, I am willing to exchange everything I have with you. You can take anything you want. On the high wall of solid ice, surrounded by hundreds of Bana men, within the electromagnetic kinetic energy machine gun defense line that continuously poured out artillery fire, Feng Guoguo closed her eyes and clasped her hands together in front of her chest. She could no longer hear the roars and growls of wild beasts, nor the shrill sounds of bullets tearing through flesh. The only thing that echoed in her heart was her own trembling prayers. Born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, Feng Guoguo never talks about strange things. But now, she was praying silently for Qin Feng. She hoped that the gods could hear her voice and bless Qin Feng. At this moment, she didn't know that Qin Feng didn't need to be blessed by any gods at all. In Qin Feng's territory, there was a majestic existence that was a million or even tens of millions of times more powerful than the so-called gods. At this moment, she was even less aware that gods did exist in this world, and that gods were not the solitary and sacred beings portrayed in novels and movies, but a group of extremely enthusiastic evil spirits, one of the sources of disasters. In addition to the lower-level lords, there is a second outlier among the top 10 lords. At this moment, this alien was sitting on the shoulder of his subordinate amethyst behemoth, commanding a large army towards a small hill on the grassland. Her name is Li Yuero. She was so beautiful that even if we used the most stringent 10-point scale to rate her appearance, she would get at least 9 points. Now his body is covered with tumors, and he looks as ugly as a deformed monster. The beast-tide war has been going on for nearly 8 minutes, and the strange black moon in the dark sky has also been shining for nearly 8 minutes. In order to avoid losses to Black Moon's glory and to give her soldiers some time to rest and recover, Li Yuero decided to make a strategic shift to the settlement built under the hill by the dwarf tribe that she had previously attacked. While walking on the road, Li Yuero opened the points ranking list and checked her ranking for the first time. A bright gaze emerged from the cracks of the tumor, passed through the blood-stained veil covering her face, and fell on the automatically positioned list. Ranking list. First place, Qin Shi Huang, 34.16 W killing points. Second place, the evil god Li Xiongyan, 31.77 W killing points. Third place, Haoran Jingqi, 781 W killing points. Fourth place, Teletubbies, 2.56 W killing points. Fifth place, Li Yuero, 1.21 W killing points. The first moment the list appeared, Li Yuero's eyes subconsciously fell on the ID Qin Shi Huang. It seemed that checking the recent situation of Qin Shi Huang had become her instinct. Realizing this, Li Yuero chuckled lightly, then stopped smiling. A trace of loneliness suddenly appeared on her ugly face. It's already over 34 million points. You are truly worthy of being me, Mr. Qin Shi Huang. When talking about the boss, Li Yuero couldn't help but emphasize her tone. She herself did not realize that this subconscious action of emphasizing her tone actually contained countless melancholy and a trace of unrecoverable regret. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuero saw the evil god Li Xiongyan, who was ranked second on the list, just below Qin Shi Huang. Seeing the name, Shun Nia Li Xiongyan, Li Yuero, who had already become a monster, suddenly felt like she had encountered a fellow creature. She subconsciously thought, why is this person's ID so cold and strange? It's like a monster. But this was not what surprised Li Yuero the most. What really made Li Yuero wipe her eyes several times in confusion was the killing points behind the ID, Shun Nia Li Xiongyan, which had reached more than 31 million and was about to catch up with the number 1 Qin Shi Huang. It was so terrifying that it was unbelievable, incomprehensible, and unacceptable. This person can actually be so close to Qin Shi Huang in terms of killing points. Where on earth did he come from? Why haven't I heard of his name before? When she thought of this, Li Yuero forgot to check her killing points, but opened the chat panel, wanting to take a screenshot of the real-time ranking she saw and send it to Qin Shi Huang. However, it was only after opening the friend panel that Li Yuero discovered that she was not a friend of Qin Shi Huang at all. At this moment, her eyes became lonely again, and the tension and vigilance in her heart turned cold at the same time. There's no way I can remind you. What can I do? I can only hope that you can find the real-time ranking of the leaderboard as soon as possible, and then change your killing strategy accordingly to maintain your first place. As she spoke, Li Yuero smiled helplessly, her eyes becoming even more lonely. According to the logic of those Blue Star Lords who came to this world and whose minds were distorted by blood and killing, Qin Feng should take at least half the blame for Li Yuero's current situation. If he had not been severely hit by Qin Feng in the first points battle, he would have shifted his focus from forming a human coalition to establishing an orc empire for his orc soldiers. Li Yuero would not become the Shen who tasted hundreds of herbs for the amethyst behemoth, nor would she change from the beautiful woman she used to be into the monster she is now, covered with tumors, constantly oozing dark purple pus, so ugly that even she herself could not stand the sight of it. But Li Yuero is a normal person, and she did not blame Qin Feng for her choice. Not only did she not do that, but she admired Qin Feng even more than before. She admired Qin Feng's wisdom, she respected Qin Feng's decisiveness, and she greatly admired the sense of propriety and justice that Qin Feng showed when he was selling goods in the hyperspace exchange. Although, she never really understood Qin Feng. Even though the labels of wisdom, decisiveness, sense of propriety, and sense of justice were all labeled by her for Qin Feng in her mind. Qin Shihuang, don't let Li Xiongyan surpass you. He's a weird guy. Seeing his ID makes my whole body go numb. You must suppress him, whether it's for your own glory or to prevent the only special reward from falling into the hands of this monster. You must suppress him. You must not let him become number one. Li Yuero clasped her hands together and prayed silently. The more she prayed, the more pus would flow out of the tumor on her body, and her fear of Li Xiongyan became stronger. Chapter 109. The Soul-Snatching Demonic Voice. Hellish Chant. Time passes by little, the scarlet blood soaks and pollutes the earth little by little, the score ranking changes little by little, and the moment that everyone has been looking forward to is about to come. With 30 seconds left and 3 more wild monsters to refresh, today's Beast-Tide War is about to reach 10 minutes. On the points ranking list, Li Xiongyan's killing points are already infinitely close to Qin Shihuang. Ranking list. First place, Qin Shihuang, 39.78 million killing points. Second place, the evil god Li Xiongyan, 39.4 million killing points. Third place, Haoranjingqi, 869W killing points. Fourth place, Teletubbies, 297W killing points. Fifth place, Li Yuero, 1.28W killing points. Seeing this scene, countless lords who expected Li Xiongyan to surpass Qin Shihuang, to make the legend wither, and to make the emperor fall, all shouted loudly. Their cheers floated above the hills, created ripples in the lakes, resounded in the vast sky of the plateau, and swirled in the wet, cold, foul-smelling mud of the swamps. At the foot of Wangshan Mountain, Li Xiongyan frantically waved the branches of half of his tentacles, trying his best to spray out dark red waves, wishing to empty all his potential, tap into all the vitality of his soldiers, kill monsters at the fastest speed, increase the killing points at an extreme speed, and tear apart the demon buried deep in his heart that once brought him despair and humiliation. Almost there. Almost there. I'm only 380,000 kill points behind Qin Shihuang now. Only 2 more wild monster refreshes are needed. Just 2 more wild monster refreshes. I can surpass Qin Shihuang and crush him under my feet. This scene makes me feel good just thinking about it. Li Xiongyan roared with great joy and excitement. His voice was so dry and terrifying, as if it came from the throat of a 1,000-year-old mummy. It made one's teeth ache to hear it. At this moment, he has made up his mind. Once he crushes Qin Shihuang, in terms of killing points, it means that when he bursts out with all his strength, he has combat power that exceeds Qin Shihuang. At the same time, it also means that he can immediately walk out of Wangshan and head towards the fallen forest, kill the Qin Shihuang, who already knew the coordinates, and then announce to the world that he, Li Xiongyan, has won an absolute victory, and everyone should kneel at his feet, bow to him, be his subjects, and cry and beg for his forgiveness. In a large lake, on a floating island in the middle of the lake, a man in shorts, holding a long fishing rod, looked excitedly at the scoreboard on the translucent screen in front of him. Li Xiongyan, charge for me. Whether you can pull Qin Shihuang down from the altar and bring down the legend depends on you. You better try harder, kid. To be honest, if I hadn't been born in this great lake, you wouldn't have had the chance to ascend to power by stepping on the corpse of Qin Shihuang. Ha ha ha. The axiom is about to be broken. The number 1 Lord of Blue Star is about to be displaced. Even though I didn't do it, seeing Qin Shihuang fall from the altar, seeing His Majesty the Emperor, as he was called by countless people, lose his dignity and glory, I felt so damn good. Shirehua Plateau, the Eye of Hell. At this moment, Wang Haoran had put away the ancestral cocoon, rode his golden dragon, flew into the sky, and flew towards the territory of another lord. Killing monsters again and again, refreshing them again and again, the strength of wild monsters is getting stronger and stronger. There are already monsters that cannot be killed instantly by the cocoon of the ancestor. Although the killing points obtained from killing monsters have also increased, the increase is far less than the leap in the strength of wild monsters. If he continued to kill like this, not only would it be difficult to earn points, but the golden dragons under his command might also die in the fight. Even if the cocoon of the Ancestral One had been activated by 53%, there was still a possibility of something happening. After realizing this, Wang Haoran decided to run away and leave the mess here to the nearby lord to deal with. He himself planned to run to a remote place and kill those weak monsters. Riding on the dragon's back, looking at the scoreboard, and seeing the increasingly smaller gap between Li Xiongyan and Qin Shi, Wang Haoran did not feel the humiliation of fleeing in fear of the battle at all, but only endless ecstasy. Haraha, Li Xiongyan will soon surpass Qin Shi. Haraha, Qin Shi, you will soon understand the depression and despair I felt before. I hope you're a little more vulnerable. I hope you can't handle the frustration of being pulled down from your perch. I hope you're just completely devastated. Don't blame me for being cruel. Don't blame me for cursing you. Who the hell told you to descend upon the Suruo Plateau? Who the hell told you to become my rival, Wang Haoran? In the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley, on the northwest edge of the Huangshui Swamp, in the mud, Lu Guanghai was still soaking in the mud. His physical strength had recovered a lot, enough for him to go out and kill for a while, but he didn't do that. He gritted his teeth and waited for the fall of Qin Shi Huang and the withering of the legend. Lu Guanghai has always had the courage to fight to the death and has always been determined not to be inferior to others. Lu Guanghai has always been dismissive of those lords who are lucky enough to randomly obtain powerful troops. He feels that with his perseverance, decisiveness, and tenacity, he will be able to crush all those lucky guys in the future. Before today, when I saw the terrifying tens of millions of killing points of Qin Shi Huang on the points ranking list, Lu Guanghai has always thought this way. He firmly believes that luck is only temporary and character determines destiny. But after seeing the killing points of Qin Shi Huang, Lu Guanghai's belief was shaken. An unprecedented feeling of jealousy burned fiercely in his chest, almost enough to burn away all his pride. Li Xiongyan, you must kill Qin Shi Huang. Although there are no cheats in this world, this guy's incredible luck is no less than cheating. This kind of cheating is really disruptive to the balance. There's no reason for him to always stand above us lords and suppress us. Lu Guanghai secretly cheered for Li Xiongyan in his heart. He hoped that Li Xiongyan could replace these unlucky lords and suppress the lucky Qin Shi Huang and dethrone him. He gritted his teeth, and the jealousy in his heart almost twisted him into a state of confusion. However, what Lu Guanghai didn't know was that Qin Feng was not the lucky lord he said. On the contrary, Qin Feng's luck was extremely bad. First, Qin Feng's drop rate when killing monsters was extremely low. Apart from the basic soul particles and energy stones, he had killed so many monsters, but only 2 treasure chests had dropped in total. Second, obtaining the Vitality Castle and the Succubus reincarnation pool was not good luck at all. At best, it could be said to be a mixed bag. When Qin Feng came to this world and gave birth to the first Succubus Eunice, he encountered a life and death crisis that he was not even aware of. If he had any evil thoughts about Eunice at that time, in this world without legal constraints where anything can be done, and if he had done something that someone would consider evil to Eunice, Qin Feng's head would have exploded into fireworks at that moment. Qin Feng has encountered many life and death crises more than once. When Sivir returned injured, if Qin Feng chose to swallow her anger and not leave the territory to avenge Sivir, Qin Feng's head would still be blown off by someone. Even if that person would pay a heavy price for it, she would not hesitate. But just leaving the territory to avenge Sylvie is not enough. If Qin Feng had not demonstrated strong tactical deployment capabilities in the war with the Goblin Army, Eunice and Sylvie would have lost their lives because of his reckless decision. Bertini, who was sealed in a place without heaven and earth and could communicate with the outside world with the help of the Succubus reincarnation pool, would still blow Qin Feng's head off and shatter Qin Feng's soul from a distance. It can be said that Qin Feng is able to live to this day because Bertini helps him time and time again instead of blowing his head off when he is unhappy. It all depends on his character, intelligence, decisiveness, and just the right level of morality, and has nothing to do with luck. Fallen Forest, the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley, Qin Feng's territory. Qin Feng was holding a cup of hot tea and sitting on a chair in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. At this moment, he looked into the distance and smiled at the monsters outside the territory, which fell to the ground and died in the melodious singing of Hela. He had been sitting here admiring this magnificent spectacle for nearly 10 minutes. During this time, he hadn't looked away for a moment, hadn't gone to the chat channel to listen to the Lord's wails to kill time, and hadn't even checked the leaderboard. He only looked at the battlefield outside the territory and watched how the beasts fell to the ground and died in hellish chant. No matter how many times he looked at it, he would never feel bored. Instead, every time he looked at it, he would have a new experience. On the 3rd floor, Next to the railing where Qin Feng usually leaned, Hela stood quietly, her mouth slightly open, singing a song with only melody but no words. For Qin Feng, Eunice, Sivir, and the 20 little succubi, Hela's singing was melodious and pleasant, like sacred music. But for the wild monsters within 3 kilometers of Qin Feng's territory, this is an irresistible and inescapable enchantment song. No matter how ferocious the wild monsters, no matter how powerful the beasts, as long as they have not reached the level of War King or have not been blessed by the domain of War Emperor. Once the devilish sound reaches their ears, their red eyes will dim in an instant, their muscles will lose strength, and their cells will lose vitality. All lives will be wiped out at this moment. She truly is worthy of being the Witch of Death, truly worthy of being a succubus with a super-limit physique, truly worthy of being the super high-end combat power that Bertini has sent me. As for this death song, I could listen to it and watch it for a year and never get tired of it. I'd probably understand it. Qin Feng sighed secretly, took another sip of tea, and then rubbed his ears. His ears had been itching for a long time, probably because someone was cursing him behind his back, but Qin Feng ignored it. The strong never need to face the provocation of the weak. The only thing they need to do is to kill them when they meet them. It was also when Qin Feng was rubbing his ears that a faint blue rune lit up on his temple corner. Then, Sivir's voice, cold yet slightly excited, rang in his ears. Master, including Cheryl and Nanasi, the 12 commander-level succubi have been promoted to the rank of military officer. Please give the next instructions. Chapter 110. The Legend Will Never Die. After the Beast Tide War began, Eunice and Sivir took 8 2-star military-level succubi, as well as 12 9-star commander-level succubi, including Cheryl and Nanasi, out hunting to upgrade. With the assistance of 2 8-star military candidate-level monsters and 8 2-star military candidate-level strongmen, and with the welfare mechanism of infinite refresh of monsters in the Beast Tide War, Cheryl, Nanasi, and others grew at an extremely rapid speed. In less than 10 minutes, they were promoted from 9-star commanders to 1-star military candidates. In just 10 minutes, he fed 12 9-star commander-level succubi to the military candidate level, and also maintained the combat effectiveness of the entire team at above 99%, successfully completing the task assigned by Qin Feng. This made Xiweir feel a little proud when she spoke to Qin Feng. In her words, it seemed that she was waiting not only for Qin Feng's instructions, but also for Qin Feng's praise. Well done. After the Beast Tide War is over, I'll celebrate your victory. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. I want to eat my master, Sivir said softly, her face full of shyness. Over there, Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. After 3 or 4 seconds, he gave instructions, stop talking nonsense. Quickly split into 2 teams and set up the yin-yang fish formation. Okay, I guarantee to complete the task, Sylvie said with a smile. Although she did not get an accurate reply from Qin Feng's hesitation just now, she still felt that her request just now was appropriate. After turning off the communication magic, Sivir gave Eunice a look, and the latter immediately understood and left with 4 2-star military candidate-level succubi and 6 1-star military candidate-level succubi. Sivir herself stayed where she was. After taking a deep breath, she and the remaining 10 succubi mobilized the magic power in their bodies, ready to ignite the fire and forge ice here. As the magic power in Sivir's body surged, the points ranking happened to undergo a major change. Seeing this scene, all the lords who were paying attention to the competition between Qin Shi Huang and Li Xiongnian had different feelings at this moment. Ranking list. First place, Qin Shi Huang, 4056W killing points. Second place, the evil god Li Xiongnian, 40.47 million killing points. Third place, Haoranjingqi, 881W killing points. Fourth place, Teletubbies, 304W killing points. Fifth place, Li Yuero, 1.3 million killing points. Hee. I'm only 90,000 points away from catching up with Qin Shi Huang. No, one more wild monster refresh and I'll surpass Qin Shi Huang, and buy at least 200,000 kill points. Li Xiongnian roared excitedly. At this moment, he felt that each of his branches had become extremely powerful, and the puppet soldiers under his command were also extremely strong and could withstand more dark red waves. Ha! Qin Shi Huang, you'll soon understand how I feel. Fear, tremble, frustration. It's best if you never recover. On the Shariva Plateau, dozens of kilometers away from the original site of Wang Haoran's territory, Wang Haoran, riding on the back of a golden dragon and holding the cocoon of the ancestor, laughed like crazy. He seemed to be able to see the look of Qin Shi Huang, who was covered in dust and extremely frustrated when he found out that he had been surpassed by others and had fallen from the altar to the mortal world. Li Xiongyan, you really can do it. You're a good boy. I, level 8 Gale, admire you. Haha. When I think about justice being overturned and Qin Shi Huang never getting first place again and no longer having a bright future as the #1 Lord of Blue Star, I feel so good that my scalp is numb. On the floating island in the middle of the lake, a man wearing only shorts, who was deliberately rubbing the fabric with something under his crotch, laughed wildly and threw away the fishing rod in his hand. I told you, who can always be lucky? Look, even the Qin Shi Huang, who is generally recognized as the luckiest man, can't be lucky this time. He's finally going to be pulled down from the altar. Haha. Legend. Bullshit legend. Laughing wildly, Lu Guanghai jumped out of the mud. He excitedly waved the weapon in his hand and fought with the wild monsters that had been lingering in the swamp for a long time. While expressing his joy, he kept a close eye on the scoreboard. He was ready to deliver the strongest blow of his life as a celebratory firework at the moment when Qin Shi Huang was truly defeated. While Li Xiongyan was looking forward to the next wild monster refresh, and while others were expecting Qin Feng to be surpassed by Li Xiongyan, there are also countless people praying silently for Qin Feng, and countless more people cheering for Qin Feng. There are countless fans of Qin Feng on the boundless eternal continent. Normally, they claim to be Qin Feng's subjects and the reserve force of Qin Feng's harem. Now, seeing that Qin Feng was about to be surpassed and the idol in their hearts was about to be pulled down from the altar and cast into the mortal world, an extremely unbearable pain surged in their hearts, and then turned into shouts that were almost like roars. The legend will never die. Your Majesty, the first emperor. Victory. There's no way Qin Shi Huang will lose. I firmly believe it. Your Majesty, show your divine power now. Suppress that scoundrel Li Xiongyan. On the barren mountain south of Qin Feng's territory, although Feng Guo did not shout like Qin Feng's fans scattered across the eternal continent, she was praying silently, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. God, please help Brother Qin Feng. Please respond to me. I don't want to see Brother Qin Feng fail. I don't want Brother Qin Feng to suffer a blow. In the Alsace River basin, in front of a crypt entrance dug by dwarves, Li Yuero was waving the golden slashing knife in her hand, chopping the monsters that were rushing over, while staring at the scoreboard in front of her, frowning quietly. You are about to lose. Qin Shi Huang, how can you lose? You are the symbol of invincibility. You will never lose. Thinking of this, Li Yuero gritted her teeth and chopped out the most powerful blow, directly opening a terrifying ditch several meters wide and dozens of meters deep in front of the entrance to the underground cave. Due north of Qin Feng's territory, above the original site of Chun Xiaojia's territory, on the back of the fire griffin, under the cover of the flame shield, Chun Xiaojia looked quietly at the scoreboard and suddenly clenched his fists. Your Majesty, the first emperor. Hurry up. Hurry up. I haven't even seen the ice and fire formation you unleashed before. I know. Your limits are far beyond this. Take a look at the leaderboard. Don't let that loser Li Xiongyan surpass you. As he spoke with clenched fists, Chun Xiaojia suddenly felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Then, when Li Xiongyan's killing points were about to skyrocket in 3 seconds and was about to completely surpass Qin Shi Huang, in one fell swoop, an extremely huge ice and fire formation appeared in his field of vision. The formation was located in the northwest of Qin Feng's territory, close to the Huangshui swamp, and at least 7 kilometers away from Chun Xiaojia's territory. But even from such a distance, Chun Xiaojia still felt a shudder coming from the depths of his soul. His intuition told him that this ice and fire formation and the yin-yang fish within it were definitely more powerful than the last time. Perhaps in order to confirm Chun Xiaojia's idea, Qin Feng's killing points in the points ranking list suddenly skyrocketed. Almost in just an instant, it skyrocketed by nearly 400,000 killing points. However, this was not the end. When Chun Xiaojia was stunned by the skyrocketing killing points, a yin-yang fish formation of ice and fire appeared in the northeast of Qin Feng's territory. The blazing firepower and extremely cold ice merged and converged, releasing an extremely terrifying pressure, which made the fire griffin under Qin Xiaojia tremble. This scene was reflected on the points ranking list, and behind the ID, Qin Shi Huang, more than 400,000 points were added. Fuck, is it necessary to be so extreme? Qin Xiaojia was shocked, but at the same time, he became more excited than ever. What's this? The legend never dies. P.S. Please vote. Please give me a gold ticket. Please comment. Please add me to your collection. There will be more exciting content later. Welcome to read. Chapter 111. Long live His Majesty the First Emperor. As the 2 ice and fire formations appeared in the forest, Infinite energy flew in from all directions at the speed of light and poured into Qin Feng's body. At the same time, Qin Feng's Lord Log was also updated frantically, showing the terrifying power of the two ice and fire formations. But when facing all this, Qin Feng was extremely calm. He had already made tactical deployments long before the Tiandao defense barrier dissipated. He had already had a clear expectation of the performance of the two captains, Eunice and Shiver, at this moment. Naturally, he would not feel surprised or shocked, but only calm. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Qin Feng calmly brought the teacup to his lips and took a sip of the tea. While watching the wild monsters outside the territory fall to the ground in hellish singing, he adjusted the tactics in his mind for the 5 hours after the Beast Tide War. According to hellish monster killing speed, the wild monsters around Qin Feng's territory will inevitably be collectively strengthened to the military candidate level within 45 minutes after the Beast Tide War begins. In about an hour, most of the wild monsters will reach the War King level. This means enormous pressure. Even if Qin Feng is the #1 lord in the Blue Star world, he cannot ignore the killing power and threats posed by tens of thousands of War King level monsters. But danger often means opportunity. Gila is a 9-star War King level warrior. She can hardly obtain energy rewards by killing units below the level of a military officer. Even for a military officer level monster, the energy rewards Gila can get will be halved. Only War King level monsters of the same level as Gila can provide Gila with full energy after killing them. Not only Hela, but also Eunice and Siver, two 8-star military level monsters, can quickly upgrade with the help of the military level monster army in 45 minutes and the War King level monster army in an hour. If he operated more delicately, Qin Feng could even take advantage of this Beast Tide War and the mechanism of infinite refresh and infinite strength of wild monsters to upgrade his 8 double-line Succubi, as well as the 12 single-line Succubi, including Cheryl and Nanasi, to the level of War King. Compared to the points reward for the points battle, compared to the special reward for first place. During the 6 hours of the Beast Tide War, with its infinitely respawning and growing stronger mechanism, the monsters that continuously provide energy seem to be the most valuable rewards of this special limited-time event. Thinking secretly, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and for the first time put down the teacup in his hand. For the first time, he shifted his gaze from the fallen monsters to the big Succubus statue in the territory. Effect: Paradise Illusion. Sacrifice 5,000 energy stones and 100 soul particles to create a paradise illusion, covering a 1W×1W area, ignoring resistance, and controlling units of War Emperor strength and below for 30 seconds. After being upgraded to level 4, the architectural effect of the Succubus reincarnation pool, Illusion of Bliss, has been enhanced unprecedentedly. The ultimate combat power that could be controlled soared from the War King to the War Emperor, and the influence radius of the building effect also soared directly to 10,000 meters. Excluding those that fell near Qin Feng's territory, there was no time to pick up soul particles and energy stones. At present, Qin Feng had a total of more than 12,000 soul particles and more than 43,000 energy stones in his hands, which were enough to drive 8 blissful illusions and enough to reverse the tense battle situation 8 times. These 8 opportunities mean a huge gain in energy value, an astonishing leap in the combat power of Qin Feng's soldiers, and a reward that is no less than a world wonder level building, or even 2. I want the special reward for first place, I want the points settlement reward, and I want the biggest and most generous energy gain of this Beast Tide War. I want everything. All of them are mine. Qin Feng thought with a smile, his expression still calm and indifferent, but his eyes were extremely firm, like the sky-repairing stone that would last forever. Qin Feng was extremely calm, without any emotional fluctuations due to the skyrocketing killing points and the energy value madly pouring into his body. He still calmly analyzed the situation and judged that the Beast Tide itself was the biggest hidden reward of this special limited-time event. The Blue Star Lords scattered in various corners of the Eternal Continent were either so excited that they were speechless or so shocked that they were stunned by the sudden change in the points ranking. Ranking list. First place, Qin Shi Huang, 4222W killing points. Second place, the evil god Li Xiongyan, 4159W killing points. Third place, Haoran Jingqi, 905W killing points. Fourth place, Teletubbies, 309W killing points. Fifth place, Li Yuero, 1.32W killing points. Seeing that the ID, Qin Shi Huang, still occupied the first place on the list, seeing that the difference in killing points between Qin Shi Huang and Li Xiongyan had suddenly soared from the original 90,000 points to the current 1.63 million points, seeing that there was no possibility for Li Xiongyan to surpass Qin Shi. On the Eternal Continent, the lords who had previously cheered, blessed, and prayed for Qin Feng first burst into tears of excitement and were speechless. Then they gradually recovered from this unprecedented shock, excitement, and joy, and uttered fierce and loud praises. Long live His Majesty the First Emperor! Someone was shouting among the rolling mountains. The sound he made with all his might was shaken and echoed by the heavy mountains, and then stretched for who knows how many kilometers and passed through who knows how many mountains and forests. Long live His Majesty the First Emperor! Still in the rolling mountains, the sound of the mountains shaking and echoing reached the ears of a lord, instantly igniting all the excitement in his heart. He responded to the echo as if singing a duet, and shouted, letting his voice join the echo of the mountains. Awesome. So fucking awesome. Watching His Majesty the First Emperor defending first place. It's a million times more satisfying than if I had won first place myself. Someone was praising loudly in the lake, and the huge volume directly caused a series of ripples in the lake. The fish under the water were disturbed, and the beasts under the water seemed to be startled by the sudden sound, controlling the water flow. You are truly worthy of being my first emperor. You are truly worthy of being the idol I swore to follow my whole life. I declare that Your Majesty the First Emperor is the #1 Lord of Blue Star. Now that I have spoken, whoever agrees or disagrees can do so. Someone was shouting loudly on a vast plateau. His last words were questions, but there was no one around him. He was asking about this world and the lofty will of heaven. In response to his question, this world did not respond, and neither did the lofty will of heaven. It seemed as if the whole world agreed with his conclusion. Chapter 112, Controlling Points. The loud shouts of praise for Qin Feng resounded and grew stronger among the mountains, creating ripples in the water of the lake, knocking down birds from the vast plateau, and disturbing the treetops in the dark fallen forest. They were then heard by Sivir, who had moved to another position, causing a faint smile to curl up on Sivir's lips. But not all those who support Qin Feng are so good at expressing themselves, and not all of them like to speak their minds and speak to the mountains, rivers, and streams. Those who remain silent are the majority. Most people are so excited that they burst into tears, and they don't even know why they are like this. At this moment, on the barren mountain in the south of Qin Feng's territory, there was a little girl who was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't control herself. Her hands, which were clasped in front of her chest, had been lowered silently, and the prayers and wishes she had been mumbling had turned into a series of meaningless mumblings without her even realizing it. I was shocked and excited for a long time, and let my tears flow for a long time. The little girl named Feng Guogua supported herself on the ice with her arms and stood up from the ice wall. She looked into the distance at the north of the territory. On the open space burned by the flames, a small black that was faintly visible. She had been there before, and she knew that it was Qin Feng's castle. Brother Qin Feng, you are such a bad person. Just stay in first place, okay? You've been playing with all the lords in the world by controlling the score and having exciting things. But you know, Guogua has been worried about you for a long time. Don't do that next time. I'm narrow-minded and have a small heart. I can't stand such excitement. Thinking silently, Feng Guogua couldn't help but recall the scene from dozens of seconds ago. At that time, there were less than 3 seconds left for Li Xiongyan's points to soar to more than 1 million. At that time, a voice came down from the sky, which asked Feng Guogua to sacrifice all his life and soul, and asked Feng Guogua to sign a contract with it. As long as the contract was established, it would immediately help Qin Feng and let Qin Feng overtake Li Xiongyan, who was coming from behind. At that time, Feng Guogua did not hesitate at all. She had already taken the invisible pen given by the gods, and was about to write her name on the parchment transformed from the divine power. But at this critical moment, Qin Feng turned the tables. 2 ice and fire formations appeared in the forest one after another, directly raising Qin Feng's killing points to more than 800,000. Combined with the killing points that had always been extremely stable and would jump every 10 seconds, he completely left Li Xiongyan behind. Not only Feng Guogua thought that Qin Feng was controlling the points before, but Li Yuero, who was standing in front of the entrance of a cave in Lila grassland, also thought so. Like Feng Guogua, a few seconds ago, Li Yuero also felt that Qin Feng was about to be surpassed by Li Xiongyan and was about to be pulled down from the altar and brought down to earth under the attention of everyone. At that moment, her whole body tensed up, and her inner emotions became more complicated than ever before. No matter how angrily she swung her knife, she could not vent the emotions that had accumulated in her heart and were weighing her down to the point of suffocation. But just when Liu was about to fall into an extremely crazy state because of the chaotic emotions in her heart, Qin Feng turned the tables, and turned the tables easily. He immediately shook off Li Xiongnian's more than 600,000 killing points and suppressed Li Xiongnian under him. Qin Shi Huang, you really know how to have fun. You simply don't treat challengers as human beings. You clearly have the strength and the ability to suppress challenges when they arise, yet you insist on giving them hope. Then, when their hopes and excitement reach their peak, you unleash all your might and personally destroy everything. You are really bad. You are so bad. When she said the last sentence, Liu Er's tone inexplicably took on a hint of anger, and her eyes, which were pinched by the tumor, also brightened a lot in this instant. But then she realized that something was wrong with herself. She looked down at the gauze that covered her whole body, the vaguely visible tumors inside the gauze, and the purple pus flowing from those tumors. Her eyes dimmed instantly, like a sun without light during a solar eclipse. When those who supported Qin Feng recovered from their state of infinite excitement, those who longed to see Qin Feng fall and hoped that Qin Feng would be pulled down from the altar by Li Xiongnian were still immersed in infinite shock and could not extricate themselves at all. After several dozen seconds, they stared blankly at the scoreboard in front of them for several dozen seconds, wiping their eyes countless times. Finally, these people were certain, or had to accept a fact they were not willing to accept at all. Qin Shi Huang was still number one. On the Shirehua Plateau, in the sky, on the back of the golden dragon, an absolute feeling of powerlessness rose from Wang Haoran's heart, then spread to his entire body, instantly draining all his strength. He couldn't even hold the ancestral cocoon in his arms. With a jolt, the ancestral cocoon flew out of his arms and fell to the ground. If the sharp-eyed golden dragon had not seen it and flew over to catch it, this ancestral cocoon, whose activation level had already reached 53%, would have collided with the ground and shattered into debris. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Qin Shi Huang, why can't you lose just once? Even just once. Just now, Li Xiongnian was only 90,000 points away from surpassing you, and you were about to collapse from the blow. How could your killing points suddenly skyrocket? How could the will of heaven in this world be so kind to you? Why would he help you when you were about to fail? Why would he help you when you were about to fall from grace? Wang Haoran accepted the fact that Qin Shi Huang was still number one. But at this moment, he sincerely believed that the reason why Qin Shi Huang was able to maintain his first position was that he must have triggered a special mechanism in the Beast Tide War and relied on the power of the will of heaven in this world. In the last few seconds, he tried his best to save the world and rescue those in danger. Although he saved his own sky, he only maintained his own position. But this could only be the treatment enjoyed by the Sons of Fortune in novels. It is a miracle that can only be created by the lords who are protected by the will of heaven in this world. It is definitely not something that can be done by human power. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Wang Haoran roared, and his eyes swept across the vast Shiriva Plateau. At this moment, jealousy had burned out all his rationality and calmness. He thought that if he could see the territory of Qin Shi Huang on the plateau, he would rush over and fight him to the death. Chapter 113. Just ignore it. Not only did Wang Haoran think that the reason why Qin Shi Huang was able to maintain his first position was because he benefited from the hidden mechanism of the Beast Tide War, but also because he was blessed by the supreme power of the will of heaven in this world. After recovering from the immense shock, countless lords who had hoped that Li Xiongnian could bring Qin Shi Huang down from the altar and bring him down to earth also believed that Qin Shi Huang was able to retain the first place purely by luck. In the big lake, on the floating island in the middle of the lake, a lord in shorts angrily broke the fishing rod in his hand. Damn it. It's so damn abominable. Li Xiongnian is clearly about to catch up with you. How the hell can you trigger the hidden mechanism? The lord with the ID level 8 Gale said this angrily, with a million expressions of dissatisfaction in his eyes. In his opinion, the points chase between Qin Shi Huang and Li Xiongnian had already begun. If Qin Shi Huang really had the ability to suppress Li Xiongnian in terms of killing points, he would never have waited until Li Xiongnian was about to catch up with him completely before taking action. In addition, when Li Xiongnian was about to kill the wild monsters near the territory again in seconds, obtain a huge amount of killing points, and surpass Qin Shi Huang in one fell swoop. The killing points of Qin Shi Huang suddenly soared 3 times in a row. The first time was more than 400,000, the second time was also more than 400,000, and the third time was something many people were accustomed to, with the killing points increasing by more than 800,000 every 10 seconds. If these 3 surges all originated from Qin Shi Huang himself, It means that Qin Shi Huang himself has the ability to kill wild monsters in 3 areas at the same time. This judgment is too outrageous, and level 8 Gale is unwilling to believe it at all. Damn it. Why are you so lucky? Why? You're about to be pulled down from the altar, you're about to be suppressed by others, your dignity is about to be shattered, and your face is about to be completely humiliated. Why on earth can your kill point skyrocket? And it's skyrocketed 3 times in a row. Don't tell me you have the ability to kill monsters in 3 areas at the same time. Is this even possible? This is impossible. At the northwest edge of the Huangshui swamp, Lu Guanghai, who was almost deformed by jealousy and anger, retracted his fist in frustration. 2 minutes ago, when Li Xianyan was only 3 seconds away from surpassing Qin Shi Huang, Lu Guanghai had already mobilized all the martial arts energy in his body, ready to deliver the strongest blow of his life to celebrate the fall of Qin Shi Huang, the son of destiny. Then, just when he was about to punch, the killing points behind the ID Qin Shi Huang skyrocketed in a way that humans could not understand. Not only did it reverse the predetermined outcome, it also directly widened the gap of 90,000 killing points to 630,000. This directly destroyed the fist intention that filled Lu Guanghai's chest, causing his blood to flow backwards, and he spit out a mouthful of black blood. Lu Guanghai couldn't accept all this. Like Wang Haoran and the level 8 Gale, he attributed the skyrocketing points of Qin Shi Huang to luck, the hidden mechanism of the beast tide war, and the favor of the will of heaven. If Wang Haoran, Lu Guanghai, the level 8 Gale, and others were so jealous of Qin Shi Huang's points that increased 3 times that they were almost like separation. Li Xianyan, who was directly competing with Qin Shi Huang, and using his real name to compete with Qin Shi Huang for the top spot in the points ranking, could be said to have been driven to an infinitely crazy state by this sudden change. What the hell? What the hell? Why? God damn it. Why the hell do you favor that hypocritical, stupid saint, Qin Shi Huang? I was only 90,000 kill points away from catching up with him. Why did you cause his points to skyrocket 3 times just when I was about to catch up with him, directly widening the gap from 90,000 kill points to 630,000? Just forget about it once. You keep giving him opportunities and benefits. Is he your biological son? Don't fucking tell me you didn't protect him, you old idiot. Hundreds of thousands of kill points means instantly killing wild monsters in droves. Qin Shi Huang has only been in this world for 7 days. How could he possibly have the ability to instantly kill wild monsters on 3 battlefields simultaneously? I can only kill 2. Looking at the score ranking list, behind the ID Qin Shi Huang, the killing points kept skyrocketing, increasing 3 times every 10 seconds. Watching the terrifying killing points gap between the first and second place continue to widen and grow, Li Xianyan roared crazily. He waved his tens of thousands of tentacle-like branches around recklessly, without any aiming, just shooting blindly, just venting his anger, without managing his physical strength at all, and not thinking about killing with precision like before. After a long time, when Li Xianyan recovered from this crazy state, 5 full minutes had passed, and at this moment his killing points lagged behind Qin Shi Huang by nearly 30 million. Seeing this, Li Xianyan's tree body shook, and a feeling of incomparable pain rose from his heart. Another 999 faces appeared on the huge tree trunk, and each face clenched its teeth tightly. I don't believe it. I don't believe your luck can always be this good. I don't believe there's no time limit for you to trigger those opportunities. I don't believe that every time I'm about to catch up with you, you're still as lucky as before. Qin Shi Huang, I must catch up to you. I must suppress you. I must tear your inner demon apart. Li Xianyan roared wildly, and as he roared, a series of dark red light balls suddenly exploded from his huge trunk. That was the Lord's heart that he had swallowed. He planned to use the method of self-destructing the Lord's heart in his body to forcibly enhance his own combat effectiveness and that of his puppet soldiers, open up a larger battlefield, and obtain more killing points. Even if he uses this most powerful ability, it will hurt his essence. Li Xianyan, who has fallen into a frenzy, has lost all his money and cannot leave the gambling table, will do anything. On the barren mountain, Feng Guogua looked at the translucent scoreboard in front of her with a smile. At this moment, the points gap between Qin Feng and Li Xianyan has widened to more than 30 million, a safe one. But just when Feng Guogua's smile became brighter and she felt safer, the change happened suddenly. On the points ranking list, Li Xianyan, who had not made any moves for more than 5 minutes, suddenly exploded. His points increased steadily, and in almost an instant, he soared by nearly 2 million kill points. Although he stopped soon, it was only because he killed all the wild monsters around him and entered the short refresh cycle of 10 seconds. Why did Li Xiongnian's killing points suddenly skyrocket? 2 million kill points within a wild monster refresh cycle? That's even faster than Brother Qin Feng. Could it be that this killing efficiency is Li Xiongnian's full strength? No. I have to warn Brother Qin Feng. What if he stops paying attention to the rankings after suppressing Li Xiongnian? If he's not careful, Li Xiongnian will easily steal his base. At this moment, Feng Guoguo's heart began to beat wildly. She nervously opened her friend panel and sent a message to Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng, check out the leaderboard. Li Xiongnian is charging forward again. Within one monster refresh cycle, he can earn nearly 2 million kill points. As if this hint was not enough, Feng Guoguo added, Brother Qin Feng, you must not control your points this time. You must always maintain your advantage. If you let your guard down for even a moment, Li Xiongnian might pull you down from the top spot. A small red dot appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision, and then it flashed rapidly, looking extremely urgent. Guoguo sent me a message. Is he in crisis? Qin Feng frowned suddenly, and then quickly opened the friend panel to check the message. Before the Beast Tide War began, Qin Feng paid special attention to Feng Guoguo so that he could receive Feng Guoguo's request for help as soon as possible. Feng Guoguo is not a clingy girl and rarely sends messages to Qin Feng. So the moment he saw the little red dot, Qin Feng subconsciously thought that Feng Guoguo had encountered an unsolvable danger and was asking for help. However, when Qin Feng opened his friend panel and saw the message sent by Feng Guoguo, he was stunned. Li Xiongnian is on the rise again. What do you mean by again? 2 million kill points in 10 seconds is a lot. Isn't this something that can be achieved with a few ice and fire formations? Score control? Am I overdoing it? Am I that boring? Negligence? I'll be pulled down from the top of the leaderboard? What the hell is going on here? I have Hela at the 9-star War King level. I have Eunice and Sivir, both of whom are 8-star military candidates. I have 20 grown Succubi whose strength has reached the military officer level. I also have a level 4 pleasure hall and a level 4 succubus reincarnation pool. There are so many cards in hand. How could I be pulled down from the top of the rankings? Please be clear and don't be vague. What exactly happened, and why are you so nervous? Qin Feng replied in confusion and surprise. Seeing Qin Feng's reply with a strong tone of doubt, Feng Guoguo was stunned for a long time, and then she followed Qin Feng's request and told him exactly what she was worried about and the reason for it. This is what happened. After listening to Feng Guoguo's story, Qin Feng took a look at the previous killing points chase from the perspective of an observer, which he had never paid attention to. He chuckled in surprise because of the accidents and coincidences in it. Guoguo, don't think about those trivial things. Don't worry, no one can snatch the #1 spot from me. Qin Feng comforted calmly. He then continued, also, I'm not as boring as you think. From the beginning, I haven't paid attention to the leaderboards, let alone your so-called score manipulation. No one is worth it. In my opinion, those so-called challengers are just a bunch of small fry. They are not even on the same track as me. This. Feng Guoguo was stunned. From Qin Feng's understated statement, she heard unparalleled self-confidence and arrogance, as if he didn't regard other lords on the leaderboard as human beings at all. At this moment, Feng Guoguo, a diehard fan of Qin Feng, thought that Qin Feng was too arrogant. However, at this moment, 2 large ice and fire formations lit up 3 kilometers outside Feng Guoguo's territory. Amidst the flames and ice, there were faintly visible flying figures waving at the thick ice wall where she was. At the same time, on the points ranking list, behind the ID Qin Shi Huang, the killing points, which were already extremely terrifying and close to 100 million, suddenly increased twice, and then increased 3 times. In less than 5 seconds, the killing points directly increased by more than 2.5 million, an alarming increase. Is this the confidence that Brother Qin Feng has in ignoring all challengers? Looking at Qin Feng's soaring killing points on the points ranking list, and looking at the extremely terrifying ice and fire formation outside the territory, Feng Guoguo no longer felt that Qin Feng was arrogant, but only felt infinite shock. Chapter 114. He treats me like a fool. When Feng Guoguo was shocked beyond words by the terrifying power of the 2 ice and fire formations in the north of the desolate mountain, those lords who sincerely believed that Qin Shi Huang could retain the first position by relying on a hidden mechanism in the Beast Tide War, and that he was favored by the will of heaven, also widened their eyes at this moment. Looking at the ID Qin Shi Huang on the points ranking list, the killing points steadily increased by more than 2.5 million every 10 seconds. The corners of Wang Haoran's mouth couldn't help but twitch wildly. What the hell? How can your kill points increase so rapidly? It's already over 2.5 million. Qin Shi Huang. What kind of bug did you find? What kind of outrageous bug could cause your kill points to increase to such an outrageous, abnormal level? Wang Haoran gritted his teeth and said this. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had already wavered in his previous judgment. If there really is a hidden mechanism in the Beast Tide War that can allow the killing points to continue to soar steadily, then it is impossible that among the tens of billions of lords on Blue Star, Qin Shi Huang is the only one who discovered this mechanism. If this mechanism really exists, and it was discovered by only Qin Shi Huang, and he used this mechanism 4 times in a row, the growth rate of killing points would have skyrocketed from 700,000 to 800,000 to more than 2 million. That was news that couldn't be worse, because it meant that except for Qin Shi Huang, all the lords who came here from Blue Star were fucking brainless idiots. Not only Wang Haoran, but also Lu Guanghai on the northwest edge of the Huangshui swamp, who was facing the level 8 gale above the floating island in the middle of the lake, had calmed down. Seeing the Qin Shi Huang killing points skyrocketing again, he began to doubt his previous judgment. At this time, more than 5 minutes had passed since the first strange surge in Qin Shi Huang's killing points. If there is a hidden mechanism in the Beast Tide War, 5 minutes is enough for some top lords to find a way to trigger this mechanism. After all, we are all human beings. When we first came to this world, all the shackles of our potential were unlocked by the will of heaven. The lords standing on the same starting line are not much smarter than anyone else, and no one is necessarily stupider than anyone else. However, so far, there has not been a person on the points ranking list whose killing points skyrocketing trajectory is the same as that of Qin Shi Huang, let alone the same. There is not even a similar one. At this moment, the only thing that ranks high on the points list is the killing points of Qin Shi Huang, which can jump drastically 5 times in a row within the 10-second wild monster refresh cycle. Could it be? Could it be that Qin Shi Huang could really kill all the wild monsters in 5 battlefields at the same time? Above the floating island in the middle of the lake, a Force 8 Gale tightly grasped the broken fishing rod in his hand. A feeling of powerlessness that was so strong that it could not be dispelled rose from his heart and gradually spread to his whole body. Before this, Level 8 Gale would never have been willing to accept this conjecture, but for more than 5 minutes no one had found the hidden mechanism of the Beast Tide War, and no one had obtained the exaggerated increase in killing points like Qin Shi Huang. No matter how unwilling he was to accept it subjectively, he could not stop the wavering of his ideas. Within the 10-second wild monster refresh cycle, the killing points have skyrocketed 5 times in a row. Can this really be explained by luck? Can this really be explained by the preference of the will of heaven for Qin Shi Huang? In the swamp mud, Lu Guanghai, curled up in a ball, stared blankly at the killing points ranking list in front of him, his eyes filled with infinite confusion. 1 or 2 sudden spikes in kill points can be explained as a hidden mechanism, but the continuous and extremely stable surge in kill points is definitely not something that can be explained by hidden mechanisms. Even Lu Guanghai, who was extremely jealous of the fortune of Qin Shi Huang, did not have the nerve to keep talking about luck. Even if he had to pinch his nose, he had to admit that all this came from the strength of Qin Shi Huang after a period of ideological wavering. If Wang Haoran, Level 8 Gale, Lu Guanghai, and others all began to waver in their previous ideas at this moment, then Li Xiongyan, who had always regarded Qin Feng as his inner demon, could be said to have lost his heart. Regardless of whether Qin Feng had ever paid attention to Li Xiongyan subjectively, in Li Xiongyan's own mind, he was always the only person in the world who was qualified to fight Qin Feng on the front battlefield. In order to get back everything he lost, in order to trample Qin Feng under his feet, and in order to vent the anger in his heart, Li Xiongyan did not hesitate to explode the Lord's heart in his body, did not hesitate to damage his own original power, and did not hesitate to reduce the grade of the castle from super to top. However, even after doing all this, Li Xiongyan still did not surpass Qin Feng. Not only was he unable to surpass Qin Feng in the total number of killing points, even if he only looked at the growth rate of killing points, he was still more than 500,000 behind Qin Feng, which made him feel desperate. I've already exploded over 500 lords' hearts. My kill points have skyrocketed to 2 million. Qin Shi Huang, how can you still suppress me? How can you still ride on my head? Could it be? Could it be that you did it on purpose that time before? You deliberately gave me hope that exceeded your own, and then tore my hope apart with your own hands. Looking at the Qin Shi Huang ID and the kill points that skyrocketed 5 times every 10 seconds, Li Xiongyan no longer wanted to believe that this surge in kill points was a sign of heaven's favoritism toward Qin Shi Huang. Nor did he believe that this increase in points stemmed from some bullshit hidden mechanism in the Beast Tide War. Because once he accepted this viewpoint, he would be a complete and hopeless idiot, having not discovered the hidden mechanism and being unable to use it to confront Qin Shi Huang. Li Xiongyan was an extremely arrogant person. He could grit his teeth and endure a defeat in terms of strength, but he could not accept being crushed in terms of intelligence. Yes, it must be like this. What a hypocritical villain Qin Shi Huang is. He's been treating me like a fool. I hate it. Why the hell am I being played over and over again by Qin Shi Huang? This hypocritical saint. This vicious villain. I should have seen that earlier. I should have seen it earlier when I was about to catch up with him, but he suddenly made a comeback. I should have seen it clearly. I should have thought of it earlier. Qin Shi Huang, this hypocritical saint, is using the rankings, the battles for points, and his repeated displays of weakness to test the strength of all the lords in the world. How could I be so stupid? How could he so easily test out all my war potential? How could I possibly explode the lords' hearts that I collected with such great effort? This was the trump card I was going to use to kill that bitch Qin Shi Huang. How could I have used it so easily in a meaningless fight? I'm so fucking stupid. He treated me like a fool, and he played with me for more than 10 minutes. I regret it. Chapter 115. A rider leaving the dust behind. Li Xiongyan talked to himself with great regret for more than 5 minutes, and finally calmed down. But at this moment, two ice and fire formations with astonishing killing power appeared at the foot of Wangshan Mountain, sandwiched between where Li Xiongyan was and Fengguoguo's barren mountain. The blazing fire made the air scorching hot. In almost an instant, in Li Xiongyan's sight, the moisture in the forest outside the ice and fire formation was evaporated by the tremendous heat, and then it began to burn fiercely. Immediately afterwards, the ice and fire formation transformed. A pure white ice fish swam to the location of the fire fish, emitting an incomparably terrifying freezing power. In an instant, it froze the burning forest surrounding the formation into dust. Seeing this scene up close and feeling the extremely terrifying and incomprehensible killing power in the ice and fire formation, Li Xiongyan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is this the true power of Qin Shi Huang's ice and fire formation? Two randomly arranged ice and fire formations are both worth 50% of my attack power, and this thing can last for at least 6 hours. Is this the reason why Qin Shi Huang's killing points have skyrocketed? As he spoke in shock, Li Xiongyan for the first time felt disgusted with his tens of thousands of tentacle-like branches. The killing power of his branches was indeed amazing, but in the final analysis, they still needed to be swung again and again. In terms of killing efficiency, they were far inferior to the magic formations created by top-level spell-based troops, not to mention the ice, fire, yin and yang fish formation that was standing a few kilometers away from him. With this kind of formation in existence, there's absolutely no way I can defeat Qin Shi Huang in the points battle. How can a manual one possibly be a match for a fully automatic one? Li Xiongyan really didn't want to admit this, but he had to admit it. After witnessing the power of the ice, fire, yin-yang fish formation, he became very clear about one thing. Even if he exploded all the Lord's hearts in his body in exchange for a brief period of peak combat power, he would not be able to defeat Qin Shi Huang, who could continuously create ice and fire formations in the 6-hour battle for points. Grass. Li Xiongyan gritted his teeth and stopped spitting out the dark red waves. He took his more than 21,000 surviving soldiers and charged towards the Araxi Mountains behind Wangshan. For him, if he cannot get the first place in the points battle and cannot suppress Qin Shi Huang in the points battle, all other rankings are meaningless and useless. Compared to continuing to be toyed with by Qin Shi Huang in tonight's points battle, the most suitable path for him is still the path pointed out to him by the gods in the apocalypse. That is murder. Kill those lords who, like him, came from Blue Star and obtained castles and military buildings. Devour the lord's flesh and blood to strengthen yourself. Devour the lord's heart to upgrade the castle's grade, collect military buildings, and breed more powerful soldiers. This is the best way for him, the evil genius Li Xiongyan, to develop. Qin Shi Huang, I will remember you. I will kill you sooner or later, Li Xiongyan said, gritting his teeth, with an extremely sinister and cold look in his ferocious eyes. I know what you meant by setting up the ice and fire formation on Wangshan Mountain. You were warning me and showing off your military prowess. I admit it. I can't beat you now. I can withstand your ice and fire formation, but my troops definitely can't. But sooner or later, I will get tens of thousands of top-level soldiers. When that happens, I will tear your ice and fire formation apart, and I will tear you to pieces, shredding you into pieces. After Li Xiongyan chose to withdraw from tonight's points battle and turned around to pick on the weak and kill the human lord in the Alace Mountains. Qin Feng began to truly take the lead on the points ranking list. 20 minutes into the Beast Tide War, there were 6 ice and fire formations near Qin Feng's territory, and his killing points exceeded 100 million. 30 minutes into the Beast Tide War, there were 10 ice and fire formations near Qin Feng's territory, and his killing points were approaching 200 million. Li Xiongyan, who ranks behind him, has only more than 50 million. Wang Haoran, who ranked after Li Xiongyan, had his killing points at over 13 million. At this moment, Wang Haoran's ancestral cocoon was full and no longer emitted light. The golden dragons under his command were also unable to compete with the wild monsters that had been amplified many times because of the debuff of the Black Moon's radiance. If Wang Haoran, who ranked third, was in this situation, then the situation for most of the remaining lords would naturally be even more miserable. Lu Guanghai never dared to walk out of the swamp mud again. Wang Dongshan, who was sitting on the shoulders of the 6-armed violent ape, was no longer calm. He always restrained his soldiers, fearing that those brainless monkeys would cause trouble for him and break the fog of fraud. Apart from Qin Feng, the only 3 people on the entire points ranking list whose killing points can be significantly increased are Feng Guogua, Li Yuero, and Teletubbies. Feng Guogua's killing points can still increase, mainly because except for tonight, she has not killed any wild monsters near the territory, and the monsters in her territory have frighteningly low combat power. Secondly, the ice wall that Qin Feng asked Shiver to erect for her territory directly solved the defense problem for Feng Guogua. Finally, it is because Bana is a mechanical soldier. Neither the Bana himself nor the electromagnetic kinetic machine guns will be affected by the Black Moon. The increase in Li Yuero's killing points came entirely from her own martial arts and the characteristics of a void creature. It could not be compared with Qin Feng's killing points, which skyrocketed by millions in 10 seconds. The growth rate of Teletubbies' killing points cannot be compared with Qin Feng's. Thanks to the special nature of the troops and the methods he had previously arranged, Teletubbies can gain points from countless battlefields. But these foreshadowings only lasted for half an hour, and there was still an extremely long period of time before the full strength was truly displayed. The battle for points at this moment is not his time to exert his strength. Not to mention that they can't threaten Qin Feng. The current Teletubbies can't even see Qin Feng's taillights. When you see such a points ranking list, and see the unique and unparalleled total number of killing points and the growth rate of killing points behind the ID Qin Shi Huang. On the Eternal Continent, in countless corners, countless Blue Star lords who supported and admired Qin Feng immediately reached climax right on the spot. His Majesty the First Emperor is unrivaled in the world, even in heaven. Someone shouted among the mountains, and the mountains answered him with an echo. Your Majesty the First Emperor, I love you. I want to marry you. Someone was shouting loudly on the vast plateau. When she shouted, she hoped that the person in her dream was nearby and could hear her voice. His Majesty the First Emperor is truly amazing. When everyone else has stopped, he alone can forge ahead with courage and perseverance. What a man. Someone spoke in the chat channel, saying that the Beast Tide had killed many lords, and the chat channels had become extremely quiet. However, words like this could ignite one chat channel after another in an instant, causing one lord after another to chant praises. I don't know what that idiot Li Xiongyan was thinking. Why did he race against the first emperor before? He didn't even know if he was worthy enough to take a piss and look in the mirror. In a chat channel in the Alaceii Mountains, a player disrupted the formation of the anthem and criticized Li Xiongyan for being ignorant of the immensity of the world. As soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted countless responses, and criticisms of Li Xiongyan's speech appeared on the public screen like snowflakes. The chat atmosphere in the group was instantly raised to an unprecedented level. So much so that no one noticed that the top announcement in the chat channel had changed. Because of a man named Shen Ya Li Xiongyan, the Wangshan area and the Yalongshan area have been integrated into one place. P.S. Daily votes. Golden votes. Collections. Reviews. Chapter 116. Li Xiongyan suffers another critical attack. I don't know what that idiot Li Xiongyan was thinking. Why did he race against the first emperor before? He didn't even know if he was worthy enough to take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. Yeah, isn't that Li Xiongyan just an idiot? And the fucking evil Li Xiongyan. He acts like a fucking elementary school student. Ha. The adjective primary school student is very accurate. Li Xiongyan's ID is really similar to that of an elementary school student. Exactly like some hell blood demon god or some bloodthirsty Shura. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. Actually, when I saw Li Xiongyan was just over 90,000 kill points away from surpassing His Majesty the First Emperor in less than 3 seconds, I was actually a little nervous. But after seeing His Majesty the First Emperor easily suppress Li Xiongyan and leave him thousands of miles behind, I finally reacted. His Majesty the First Emperor is just treating Li Xiongyan like a fool. Brother, is that what you wanted to say? I said it for you. Don't thank me. Holy crap. Internet bastard. Do you feel the same way as me? Ha ha. We're not idiots. How could we not see such a small thing? I'm not afraid of the master getting full marks. I'm just afraid that the master will manipulate the marks. What's this wave called? This wave is called Qin Feng. Personally gave Li Xiongyan confidence, and then tore it apart with his bare hands. Hey, I wonder how Li Xiongyan will react after realizing this. What kind of reaction can there be? His ID is so elementary school-like. I guess he's not even mentally mature yet. He's probably crying under his covers right now. Hey, that's too much. Li Xiongyan is at least the second highest ranked expert on the points rankings. Why would he be hiding under the covers crying? At most, he'd be hiding under the bed. Ha, you're the one who's being sarcastic, brother. Hiss. Look at you guys keep talking about Li Xiongyan. Why do I feel like this name is a little familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere, like in a post on the Hyperspace Exchange? Ha, did I see it in a food-selling post by that elementary school student Li Xiongyan? What bad luck. Brother, you are so unlucky. Why did you click on that idiot Li Xiongyan's post? I suggest you go wash your eyes. Looking at the insulting words on the public screen one after another, Li Xiongyan's already evil dark red eyes suddenly became even more evil. Endless rage burned in Li Xiongyan's eyes. He gritted his teeth and stretched his perception to the limit, looking for the lord closest to him. In order to fulfill the conditions of apocalypse before the Beast Tide War, Li Xiongyan has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. In tonight's Beast Tide War, he not only exerted all his strength, but also exploded more than 500 lords' hearts. He was exhausted to the extreme. After killing the first lord in the Yulong mountain area, he was ready to rest. But at this moment, seeing those words insulting him like a tide, the rage burning in his chest was like 800 cans of Red Bull, instantly dispelling his fatigue and giving him the strength to continue fighting and killing. Oh, that's a really harsh scolding. I admit that I was indeed played around by Qin Feng, but he is the #1 Lord of Blue Star, so it's understandable that I can't play him. But what the hell are you, a bunch of idiots? You guys are hiding away, not even daring to kill wild monsters, yet you dare to insult me? If I don't kill you all, I'm not called Li Xiongyan. While Li Xiongyan was thinking angrily, the lords in the chat channel continued to abuse him. One lord after another died in the Beast Tide, and the regional pinned announcement was updated rapidly, soon completely covering up the fact that the chat channel of the Yulangshan area had been connected and integrated with the chat channel of the Wanshan area because of Li Xiongyan. This made all the lords who spoke recklessly and splashed ink here unaware of the coming life and death crisis. They were all still immersed in the unparalleled joy of putting themselves in the shoes of Qin Feng and then trampling on Li Xiongyan's dignity, and were unable to extricate themselves for a while. While Li Xiongyan was extremely angry, they, in the Evil Moon Corridor, or the Teletubbies, were extremely happy. From the beginning of the Beast Tide War to now, all the lords who had eaten the special food had their minds affected by it, and then died tonight, exploding into foul-smelling green pus and rotten flesh in the Beast Tide, bringing him a large amount of killing points. However, these huge numbers of kill points, which directly lifted the Teletubbies into the top 10, were not his biggest gain this time. For the Teletubbies, for the extremely special top-level soldiers under his command, the most valuable thing is time from the beginning to the end. It is no exaggeration to say that the Teletubbies' luck tonight has reached its peak. The primary explosion of more than 100,000 corpses of overlords and the secondary explosion of nearly 1 million corpses of wild monsters did not kill a single human lord, nor did it allow the chat channels of any 2 areas to be connected. This allowed the Teletubbies to hide under the water, using the subsequent time to develop, waiting for the aftermath of the more than 1 million explosions to gradually sublimate into the main themes sweeping the entire continent. It feels so good. This is the trend now. This is the feeling now. I hide in the shadow of glory, but one day, I will become the darkness that sweeps the whole world. When that day comes, my name will strike fear into the hearts of lords all over the world. Whether it's the first emperor of Qin, Li Xiongyan, or the righteous Howren, they will all tremble in fear before my army and kneel down to beg for mercy. The Teletubbies imagine the arrival of that day and subconsciously clench their fists. The ambition that was almost condensed into substance dissipated from his gaze and spread to all corners of the world. 35 minutes into the Beast Tide War, when Hela was about to kill most of the wild monsters near the territory to the military level, Eunice, Sivir, and another 20 succubi just returned to the territory. In the past, they have set up a total of 10 ice and fire formations in the forest. These magic formations can operate continuously for 6 hours. While continuously providing Qin Feng with killing points, they can also continuously increase the strength of wild monsters in the ice and fire formations, laying the foundation for subsequent position changes to kill monsters. This is due to the increase in manpower and the enhancement of individual strength. The 10 ice and fire formations did not drain the magic power of the succubi. Even the 2 girls, Eunice and Sivir, who contributed the most and consumed the most, retained no less than 50% of their magic power at this moment. Their condition was good enough to make any human lord except Qin Feng dumbfounded. You go and rest first and recover to full condition as quickly as possible. In 10 minutes, we will have to fight against tens of thousands of military-level monsters. By then, you will all grow quickly and your strength will increase dramatically. After checking the conditions of the succubi, Qin Feng said with a smile. The moment the words fell, Cheryl, Nanasi, and other team-level succubi immediately nodded in agreement, and then jumped to the 3rd floor of the pleasure hall, bathing in the restorative effect of the spring of vitality and meditating. Okay. Zawir also answered yes. Although she had been extremely clingy to Qin Feng in the past 2 days, and had come up with countless plans to ask for credit, hugs, kisses, and lifts on the way back to the territory, she finally suspended the implementation of the plan when she received the order. No, Eunice, don't go to rest. Without the master's kiss, Eunice can't recover. Compared with the lonely and aloof Sylvie, Eunice was much more enthusiastic and direct. She acted coquettishly and stumbled into Qin Feng's arms. She floated into the peripheral vision of Sylvie beside her, and she was even more provocative and proud. Chapter 117, Succubus and Ranking Rewards. As light as a young swallow flying into the forest, under the gaze of 20 succubi including Cheryl and Nanasi, in the twitching eyes of Sivir, and in the sidelong sight of Hela, Eunice threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, reached out to hold Qin Feng's arm, and wrapped it around her slender waist. Master kiss. Eunice tilted her head back and offered her lips, her voice charming and seductive. Being stared at by all the girls and tempted by Eunice, Qin Feng's feelings at this moment were extremely complicated and indescribable. I want to kiss her, but I'm so embarrassed. The feeling of both embarrassment and excitement is instantly overwhelming. Master Eunice wants a kiss. Just when Qin Feng was hesitating and didn't know what to do, Eunice called out again in a delicate voice, and the look she gave Qin Feng became more resentful and charming at this moment. Sweet and hot air like orchid came out of her mouth and hit Qin Feng's face with a pa sound, which directly messed up Qin Feng's mind. Kiss, 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 Qin Feng replied, and then like a fool, he didn't care about the eyes of other succubi at all, and kissed Eunice passionately under the gazes of 22 pairs of eyes. It was not known whether it was active or passive, but Eunice used her skills. She naturally enjoyed it very much, but apart from the 2 of them, the other 22 succubi who had been watching all this subconsciously clenched their teeth. Without exception, they all cursed Eunice in their hearts as a little slut, and blamed themselves, why they had not been able to learn Eunice's cleverness after so long. After a long time, under the jealous and resentful gazes of the succubi, Eunice finally chose to let Qin Feng go. She jumped out of Qin Feng's arms, licked her lips, blew a kiss to Qin Feng, and then jumped to the 3rd floor of the Joy Hall. With the help of the restorative effect of the spring of vitality, she sat in meditation to regulate her breathing. Oh, this is really a sin. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed when he noticed the weird atmosphere in the scene, then continued with his work. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The corpses of wild monsters that died in Hela's singing disappeared from the battlefield and appeared in the dimensional warehouse of the Joy Hall. More than 10 minutes ago, Qin Feng started collecting the corpses and dropped items of wild monsters. So far, the food in the dimensional warehouse has exceeded 5 million standard units, and most of them are above the commander level. If you eat it yourself, it may take several years to finish it. If you sell it in the hyperspace exchange, you can exchange it for a huge amount of supplies. In addition to food, Qin Feng also collected a large number of soul particles and energy stones on the battlefield, especially energy stones, and harvested more than 200,000 pieces, which is equivalent to the consumption of 40 times of Paradise Illusion. Finally, there was the treasure chest. That's right, Qin Feng had a treasure chest, and 2 of them had appeared in a row. When he collected these 2 treasure chests, Qin Feng himself was stunned. He was not sure that such a precious item as a treasure chest was something he could drop. Time flies by as we collect the spoils in circles. Soon, the Beast Tide War reached the 45th minute, and wild monsters with military-level strength appeared one after another. At this time, the Succubi, who had recovered nearly 80% of their strength, all opened their eyes. Hellish chanting also stopped at this time, temporarily preserving the lives of the beasts near the territory. Amidst the roars of beasts, Qin Feng turned into a shadow and quickly returned to the third floor of the castle. After standing still, he spoke to the group of Succubi. Eunice, Sivir, from now on, you two will each lead a team. Make sure you kill the most monsters with the least amount of mana consumed. From now on, killing points are no longer your goal. Your core mission is only one, and that is to gain energy as quickly as possible and grow as quickly as possible. When saying this, Qin Feng's expression was extremely serious, and his voice was extremely decisive and firm, filled with a sense of unquestionable authority. This immediately caused the 21 Succubi, including Sivir, to subconsciously straighten their backs and answer with a serious tone, "Yes, sir." But at this extremely serious and critical moment, however, Eunice did something that was beyond everyone's expectations. She quickly walked up to Qin Feng and asked, "Master, if Eunice gets more energy than Sivir during this mission and grows faster than Sivir after the Beast Tide War ends tonight, can you reward me and fight alongside me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of all the Succubi in the audience became sharp, and all their eyes were focused on Qin Feng. The hunger in these eyes seemed as if they might not be able to satisfy Qin Feng even if they swallowed him whole. Even Hela, who was standing not far away with her hands behind her back and eyes closed to regulate her breathing, opened her eyes at this moment, staring at Qin Feng and waiting for his answer. In terms of combat power, Hela, who possesses the strength of a 9-star war king, is the best in the field. As long as Qin Feng agreed to Eunice's request, she would immediately stand up and say that she also wanted to participate in the competition and then compete with other women for the opportunity to fight side by side. Well, it's not impossible, Qin Feng said after hesitating for a while. To be honest, he himself was also a little bit addicted to it. Then I want to participate too, Cheryl said in a shocked voice. When she was injured, she slept peacefully in Qin Feng's arms for several hours. That feeling was truly unforgettable for her. Me too. I want to participate too. I also want the master's reward, Nanasi said, raising her little fist to her chest. That's right. Can the rules of the competition be changed? Can the growth rate be used as the standard? Master, my sisters and I who came later don't have the strength as strong as Sister Eunice and Sister Shiver. Cheryl added. Master, we all want to participate in this competition. We all want to get your reward. Please modify the rules of this competition, and please use the growth rate as the final judging standard. 18 Succubi said at the same time. In Qin Feng's ears, 18 different voices intertwined, making his heart pound wildly, and countless erotic images flashed through his mind. If possible, Master, why don't you create a ranking list based on the rankings of this competition? Set a number and order of rewards for the top 3, no, for the top 5. Wouldn't that motivate everyone? Sivir also stood up. She actually wanted to eat alone rather than share with other sisters, but she was worried that she would lose and not get first place, so she stood up at this moment and put forward the request of ranking. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the beasts outside the territory were approaching the Succubus reincarnation pool and the pleasure hall, so that he could clearly feel the shaking of the earth while standing on the third floor. But compared to the ground that was shaking under the feet of the beast's hooves, the vibration in Qin Feng's heart was more than 1,000,000 times greater. The top 5 is not enough. If you want to rank, you have to rank them all. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng waved his hand and said in a thunderous voice, "Let's do as you say. For this competition, we will use the growth rate as the final judging standard. The person who ranks first will receive 6 rewards. The top 3 will receive 5 rewards. The top 5 will receive 4 rewards. The top 10 will receive 3 rewards. The top 20 will receive 2 rewards. And everyone after the 20th will receive 1 reward. As for the order, it's based on the rankings. Come on, everyone. I can handle it." "Yes, sir." The moment Qin Feng finished speaking, the 22 Succubi in the field became excited. They responded to Qin Feng as quickly as possible, and then flew down from the third floor and killed the wild monsters that rushed into the territory. In an instant, the competition between the Succubi entered an absolutely intense stage. Chapter 118, Master. Hela wants to cut in line. Boom, boom, boom. A violent sound rang out, and layers of magic with astonishing killing power hit the wild monsters that had just been refreshed to the military level with incredible precision. At the very least, half of their body would be shattered. At the worst, they would be directly smashed into pieces and turned into 2 energy points. One would penetrate into the body of the succubus that killed them, and the other would flow into Qin Feng's body. A pleasant reminder sound suddenly exploded in Qin Feng's ears, and Qin Feng's Lord Log also refreshed frantically at this time. Because of the competition, the team tactics that Qin Feng had previously set were now dead in name only. Every succubus present was unwilling to be an assistant to other succubus. They all wanted to get the most energy points in their own hands, and then rush to the top of the rankings to get Qin Feng's rewards. But also because of the competition, the succubi's fighting spirit has never been higher, and their morale is as high as a torrent that can destroy the world. Each succubus turned into a killing machine, carrying out the final execution with precision and force. There were only 22 succubi participating in the battle. It was obvious that they were facing a large army of beasts that were advancing one after another, totaling over 10,000. The succubi firmly grasped the control of the battlefield, slaughtering tens of thousands of wild monsters that had only strength but no organizational and coordination functions. While the battle was in full swing, Qin Feng didn't want to be idle. At this moment, Qin Feng had already clearly thought out the tactics for the next 5 hours. There were actually only 2 things he could do. First, participate in the Beast Tide War and kill monsters together with the succubus. Second, take out the food from the dimensional warehouse and cut it into standard units for easy use or sale in the future. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng decided to cut the food. Before the Beast Tide War started today, Qin Feng had already digested all the energy he had previously gained and became a 9-star peak commander. In terms of strength level, Qin Feng is not even as good as the weakest succubus in the territory. But if we talk about real combat power, Qin Feng, who is only at the 9-star commander level, is enough to rank in the top 4 in the territory. After all, he practices both magic and martial arts, and at the same time cultivates 2 secret methods that are enough to reach the peak of martial arts and the source of magic power, which are enough to make him a god. If he exerts his full strength, he can even fight against Eunice, who is at the 8-star military candidate level, for at least 10 seconds. But for the growth of the succubi, and to ensure the fairness of the competition, Qin Feng finally suppressed his inner desire to fight, took out the corpses of wild monsters from the dimensional warehouse, and began to cut them up. Swish! The boning knife left a series of afterimages in Qin Feng's hand, so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. With his incredibly swift cutting skills, the food, divided into standard units, soon piled up into a pleasing little hill on the roof of the 3rd floor. During this process, the energy accumulated in Qin Feng's body was also being rapidly digested and transformed into Qin Feng's strength bit by bit, helping him break through the realm and enter a new level of combat. Although hard work like cutting food can help me digest the energy in my body, it's not efficient. It's far worse than being tormented by Eunice or Sivir. Qin Feng thought to himself, with some anticipation in his eyes. At the same time, he couldn't help but guess in his mind who between Eunice and Sylvie would be the only one to be the first, and who would be able to take the 6 rewards from him. However, just as Qin Feng was guessing with a wicked smile, Hela, who was also on the 3rd floor, walked slowly to Qin Feng's side. Standing next to Qin Feng, Hela's expression was no longer as dull and sluggish as before. She smiled slightly, with a cunning light flashing in her eyes. More than 30 minutes ago, when Qin Feng changed his mind and decided to take advantage of this Beast Tide battle to accelerate the growth of the succubi, Hela's mission changed. From the previous all-out killing of monsters until the end of the Beast Tide War, it became all-out killing of monsters for 35 minutes, killing the wild monsters near the territory to the military level, providing the best environment for the upgrade of Eunice, Sivir, and others. Since Hela is already a 9-star war king, she can only obtain half of the energy reward by killing a military officer-level monster. When the rules of the competition were first formulated, both Qin Feng and succubi like Eunice and Sivir subconsciously excluded Hela from the contestants. When Hela noticed everyone's tacit exclusion of her, she was actually very unhappy. She almost spoke up in public as she had thought before and announced that she would also participate in this competition. But after calming down and thinking for a moment, Hela finally suppressed the impulse in her heart. First of all, she had to maintain her original cute image in front of the 2 pioneers, Eunice and Sylvie. Only by doing so could she deal with the 2 women and let Eunice and Sylvie relax their vigilance against her. Furthermore, not participating in the competition is not necessarily a bad thing for her. It is easy to lose disguise in a head-on fight, but stealing the towers secretly can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So, Hela walked to Qin Feng at this time. She wanted to do something interesting and exciting during the boring waiting time. Master, Hela wants to cut in line. Putting her mouth close to Qin Feng's ear, Hella exhaled a breath as sweet as orchid and said seductively, "Huh? Cutting in line? Cutting in line for what?" The sound suddenly exploded behind his ears, coupled with the extremely charming and imaginative tone. Qin Feng's mind went blank for a moment. After reacting, he was a little at a loss, and subconsciously pretended to be confused and asked Hella a question. Cutting in line is cutting in line. If Master insists that Hella explain it more clearly, then? Hella put her arms around Qin Feng's neck and pressed her full weight onto him. Then, she spoke in a strangled voice, full of the air of a queen. Master, Hella wants to give the sisters a taste of the reward before the results of the competition are announced. This is not good. Although he was looking forward to it, Qin Feng didn't think of himself as a beast after all. The little bit of morality in his heart could not support him to engage in close combat with the idle Hella while Eunice, Sivir, and 20 other succubi were fighting hard. Ahem, Hella, if you have nothing to do, you can help Eunice, Sivir, and the others to beat up those wild monsters. That way, you won't be bored. Qin Feng tried his best to resist the throbbing in his heart and expressed his refusal as firmly as possible. Okay, Hella will do what the master tells me to do. Hella still held her voice. As she spoke, her eyes moved, and dark red rays suddenly appeared on the battlefield within 3 kilometers of Qin Feng's territory. In an instant, all the wild monsters on the battlefield were beaten to half-crippled. With just a little effort, Eunice, Shiver, and others could take the lives of these wild monsters and get energy rewards. Feeling the recognizable energy fluctuations around him that belonged only to Hella, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a faint sense of disappointment. Hey, Hella, can't you hold on a little longer? I'm just being reserved. If you hold on a little longer, maybe I can agree to you. Qin Feng thought in an extremely beastly way, and the moral bottom line in his heart jumped up and down. However, at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly realized a problem. Although Hella agreed to his request, at this moment, Hella was still lying on his back, with her hands around his neck, and she quietly reached down and slipped into his open clothes. Hella, what are you doing? Qin Feng lowered his voice, but raised his tone, saying with both surprise and joy. Cut in line. Hella said tenderly, licking Qin Feng's earlobe with her tongue. Master, I have done what you asked me to do. Can you also agree to Hella's request? Hella wants to eat you. How can this be? You are fighting. I can't influence you. Qin Feng said. He has been shaken. His refusal at this moment is just the last bit of morality left in his heart, a last glimmer of hope before death. It's all right, Master. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. There's no need to delay. Hella said, and then, like a boneless, beautiful snake, she swam from Qin Feng's back directly into his arms. Master, here, or on the second floor? Qin Feng hesitated for a while. Go to the second floor. He was determined and nervous. Chapter 119. Fighting against the war, king-level beast tide. Outside the territory, on the battlefield, the dark red threads of death energy vibrated rhythmically. Every time they vibrated, countless wild monsters were beaten half to pieces. Even the weakest Cheryl and Nanasi could kill these monsters very easily and obtain energy rewards. Under this circumstance, the pressure on the 22 succubi on the battlefield was suddenly reduced countless times, and their killing efficiency skyrocketed exponentially. At this moment, all the succubi, including Eunice Sivir, were grateful to Hella from the bottom of their hearts for secretly helping them. Sister Hella is such a good person. Although she's incredibly powerful, possessing the unrivaled strength of a 9-star war king, she's very self-aware. She knows she arrived last and has the least experience. Not only does she not rely on her strength to compete with us for the master's reward, but she even secretly helps us. She's much better than that little slut, Shiver. Controlling the fire line to pierce through countless wild monsters' heads and absorb the energy into her body, Eunice thought secretly and made up her mind at the same time. As long as she could get first place tonight and get 6 chances to fight side by side with Qin Feng, she must give one of the opportunities to Hella and completely make Hella her own. If Hella knew I was willing to give her a reward for free, she would be incredibly happy and grateful. After experiencing that wonderful feeling, she would definitely follow me wholeheartedly and become my little follower, helping me suppress that little bitch Sivir. Thinking of the surprise expression appearing on Hella's silly and slow face, Eunice couldn't help but want to smile. At this moment, she felt that she had predicted all of Hella's thoughts. While Eunice was thinking about how to bring Hella under her command and turn her into her own tool, Sivir on the battlefield had the same idea as Eunice. On adaptability, on acting cute, on passion and unrestrainedness. 10 Sivirs wouldn't be a match for Eunice. On the surface, the only thing that made her stronger than Eunice was the sentence Qin Feng wrote in her diary. which she accidentally found while cleaning. Sivir YYDS. I really didn't expect this girl to be so different. Smirk plus JPG. When she was born from the Succubus reincarnation pool, Sivir had mastered all the languages that Qin Feng knew. Whether it was Chinese or abstract languages like the Chinese initials pinyin, her level was at the same level as Qin Feng. The master likes contrasts. I am usually aloof, but when I am alone with the master, I am a bit unrestrained. The master likes me like this. If I could teach Hela this trick to please the master, Hela would probably be very grateful to me after she wins the master's favor. Yeah, that's right. Hela is cute and slow, but the contrast is definitely unique and will definitely attract the master. If I tell her this trick, I will not only repay her for her help today, but if I communicate well, I can even make Hela my ally and let her join me in fighting against that little bitch Eunice. Thinking of this, Sivir clenched her fists. She decided that if she could take first place in tonight's competition and receive 6 rewards, she would give one of them to Hela. With this two-pronged approach, Hela wouldn't be able to escape. Not only Eunice and Sivir, the two most senior succubi. All the succubi on the battlefield had the same thought. If they could get a good ranking in the competition today, they would share the extra reward with Hela, who had been secretly assisting them and making silent contributions. After spending a whole day together, the 22 succubi in Qin Feng's territory all thought that Hela was a silly and slow girl who would not fight for anything or grab anything. She was so stupid that it was heartbreaking. No one could see how charming and strange the frequency of the trembling of the dark red death energy thread was. In the entire territory, only Qin Feng, who was communicating deeply with Hela, knew Hela's true face and knew that beneath her cute and slow appearance, she hid a wild and unrestrained heart. On the second floor, on the red curtain, the two shadows that were close together separated. Master, Hela still wants a reward. Leaning against the wall, Hela stretched out her right index finger and wiped it from the corner of her lips to her mouth. Next, definitely next time, Qin Feng said tiredly. At this moment, he was a bit like a saint. You should go and kill monsters too. Eunice and the others have been fighting for nearly 45 minutes. They've probably collected almost all the energy they need. It's time to make it a little more difficult for them and let the War King level monsters appear. Qin Feng said to Hela after letting out a long breath. There's a lag in how soldiers gain energy and upgrade. A small portion of the energy is absorbed during combat and converted into strength, while the vast majority of the remaining energy can only be absorbed during rest or during special rituals. Therefore, Qin Feng never thought from the beginning that Eunice, Shiver, and others could break through the military candidate level in the battle, leap to the War King level, and directly master the strength to fight against tens of thousands of War King level beasts head-on. Hela, who possesses the strength of a 9-star War King, and the 4th level Succubus reincarnation pool that can release the blissful illusion and control all wild monsters below the War Emperor level within 10 kilometers, are the real killer moves that Qin Feng has prepared. I will obey my master's orders. Hela smoothed her clothes, composed her face, and then saluted respectfully. After the ceremony, Hela flashed and appeared on the rooftop of the 3rd floor. She leaned against the railing that Qin Feng often leaned on, her red lips slightly parted, and she sang quietly. The sound of chanting without any meaning suddenly rang out on the battlefield 3 kilometers around the territory. Hearing this sound, the roaring monsters in the battlefield were stunned for a moment, and then they collapsed to the ground, losing all life. Seeing this scene, no one, including Eunice and Sylvie, thought that Hela had changed her mind and wanted to participate in the competition. They all knew that the reason why Hela took action at this moment must have been because of Qin Feng's instructions, and was to usher in the War King level beast tide. The real challenge is coming. Everyone be careful. Eunice, who has been upgraded to a 9-star military officer, said in a rare serious tone. The competition is important, and it's also important to protect yourself in the beast tide. We are all the master's darlings, and no one can get into trouble. Sivir also spoke at this time, with a hint of tension and worry in her cold voice. Don't worry. We'll be fine. Nanasi, Cheryl, and other succubi responded. Because of Hela's singing, an expression of being on high alert appeared in the eyes of every succubus. In 5 minutes, the first batch of War King level beasts will appear. Hela's current strength is not enough to kill War King level beasts in groups. You must remember to be vigilant and support each other. Don't just think about the competition. Qin Feng's slightly tired voice also sounded at this time. The high morale that competition brings is indeed a good thing. But the safety of the succubi is Qin Feng's top priority, and no succubus can be left unharmed. Chapter 120, Rapid Killing. Energy value explodes. The 5 minutes passed quickly, and Hela killed many wild monsters in the beast tied to the level of War King. The rest of the wild monsters that did not reach the level of War King also had the strength of at least the level of 7-star military candidate. Under this situation, Hela naturally upgraded from an auxiliary to the main C. With a wave of her hand, she directly took over about 70% of the beast tide. Endless dark red death energy was emitted and quickly rushed into the battlefield, turning into thin but infinitely lethal silk threads. The silk threads crisscrossed in the battlefield, interweaving into a killing web. The net moved, and the wild monsters were directly cut into countless pieces of meat. The cuts were extremely smooth, and when the blood that gushed out was half solidified, you could still see the reflection of people. Seeing this scene, all the succubi except Hela were shocked. Before, when Hela chanted the death song, they did not have such a strong feeling. The wild monsters died silently and without any impact. But now it was different. Under the horizontal push of hundreds of killing nets, amid the shrill roars of wild monsters, clumps of flesh and blood jumped out, and bits of scarlet blood flew towards. This is a very shocking picture, extremely eye-catching. Not to mention that the succubi present all have the strength of military officers and extremely sharp perceptions. Without actively exploring, they can see all the details of the wild monster's life as it withers in an instant. Even if they only had the strength of combat soldiers and could not appreciate the ultimate violent aesthetics represented by the hundreds of killing webs, the scene of flying flesh and blood before them was still enough to shock them to the point of trembling all over. This is a bit perverted, Eunice said in shock. As she spoke, she secretly used all the abilities she possessed to fight Hela at the moment. She was completely defeated. She was sure that she would not last even a second in Hela's hands. Such powerful damage. Such exquisite control. Hela can be my master. Sivir silently admired him, and the thought of learning from Hela quietly emerged in her mind. She inexplicably wanted to become Hela's apprentice after the Beast Tide War. No, they were mutually teaching each other. She would teach Hela about contrasts and how to please Qin Feng, while Hela would guide her in combat, encouraging her to improve bravely. Sister Hela is too powerful. She can kill thousands of military-level monsters and hundreds of working-level monsters so easily. Nanasi said in shock. This was the first time she called Hela sister. In the past, she always believed from the bottom of her heart that she came first and had more seniority than Hela, and that Hela should call her sister. But at this moment, Nanasi blurted out the word sister very naturally, which showed that she was shocked by Hela to the point where she couldn't control herself and couldn't help herself. Is this the true strength of a 9-star War King? When will I be able to be like Sister Hela? Become a 9-star War King level warrior. Looking at the shattered bodies of wild monsters on the battlefield, and looking at Hela standing on the railing on the 3rd floor of the pleasure hall, Cheryl's eyes were filled with endless yearning. If I could possess the same powerful strength as Sister Hela, I would probably be appointed as the captain by the Master and become one of the people the Master trusts the most. Cheryl clenched her fists, her eyes filled with more expectations and yearning. Although Qin Feng never said it explicitly, Cheryl could see that when facing Eunice, Sylvie, and Hela, Qin Feng's patience was obviously much higher than usual. So, when everyone obeyed Qin Feng's order and went upstairs to rest, Eunice dared to run up to Qin Feng and ask for a kiss. Therefore, when Xiweir suggested that the ranking could be based on the competition results and then the rewards could be distributed according to the ranking, Qin Feng agreed without hesitation and gave a more complete ranking and reward plan. You must keep working hard. You must become a succubus that is useful to your master. While Cheryl was imagining the future, all the remaining succubi were inspired to make progress by Hela's terrifying killing power. They all regarded the position of captain as their goal. They want to gain Qin Feng's complete trust like Eunice, Sylvie, and Hela, and they all want to live in Qin Feng's eyes. Soon, the ambitious succubi woke up from the shock brought to them by Hela. They quickly threw themselves into the battlefield and started a violent fighting mode. The enemy has reached the level of War King, and the rest have at least the strength of a 7-star military officer. After realizing this, the succubi no longer held back and unleashed all their killing power. Among the 22 succubi besides Hela, Eunice and Sivir are the strongest, and their attack methods are the most direct and fierce. Eunice imitated Hela's method and condensed an advanced version of fire lines, which then intertwined into a large number of small fire tornadoes with strong personal characteristics. The fire tornado shuttled back and forth on the battlefield. Although it could not achieve the terrifying killing effect of Hela that could kill anyone who touched it, its damage ability was also extremely terrifying. 3 small fire tornadoes cut across each other, and could kill a 9-star military-level wild monster in an instant. War King-level monsters are stronger, but they can only be attacked by 30 fire tornadoes at a time. Compared to Eunice, Sivir, who has a better physique, has a more delicate control over magic power, which is about 30% of Hellas level. She lit up the magic patterns all over her body, increasing the speed of the magic power flowing in her body to the extreme, allowing each spell to release 120% of its previous killing power. However, such a terrifying increase in killing power did not speed up Sivir's magic consumption. Instead, because some unnecessary steps were omitted, it saved at least 30% of magic consumption. With this increase and decrease, Sivir's killing efficiency skyrocketed. Horrifying ice spikes whizzed out from the earth and the sky, piercing monsters and shattering into even more tiny ice spikes. In an instant, a continuous cascade of piercing flesh and blood was unleashed, raining blood-stained ice all over the battlefield. Compared with Hela, Eunice, and Sivir, the lethality of the other succubi is much lower. They have no special physique, no special magical energy, and no magical expertise. Compared to Hela and the other two, they are so ordinary that they are inconspicuous. But ordinary does not mean mediocre. Not having any special skills in any aspect means that one can practice any system of magic into one's own specialty, and will not be restricted by one's own magical attributes like Eunice, Sivir, and Hela. Cheryl liked wind magic. She had been hunted before, and she didn't want to face that situation again. So when she had nothing to do, she studied the power of wind. She practiced 2 magic moves, Wind Blade for attack and Gust of Wind for escape. Relying on the Succubus's incredibly powerful learning and evolutionary abilities, Cheryl's wind magic is advancing towards perfection every day. After witnessing Hela's exquisite magical control, she subconsciously incorporated her experience into her own fighting style. This turned her into an extremely light fallen leaf. Not only could she fly and dodge lightly in the beast tide, but she could also seize the opportunity when the wild monster exposed its weakness and attack boldly, sending the sharp wind blade into the monster's eyes, throat, and even more deadly lower body. Nanasi had also been hunted down, and during that almost desperate escape, she longed for the power of protection. So, after being safe, when Cheryl was studying wind magic, she chose to study the solid earth, chose to use the power of the earth, and then swept through the enemy and retreated to protect her relatives and friends. At this moment, she was waving and grasping on the battlefield. As she moved, the land burned out by the fires surged with waves. Not only did she provide extreme help to the succubus in crisis at critical moments, but she also found time to slam the wild monsters into the ground and squeeze them into meat paste. All the succubi were fighting in their own way, while Qin Feng was standing on the roof of the 3rd floor watching everything. He has made all the preparations. If any succubus is in danger, he can release the wind of revival to rescue them in an instant, or even directly activate the paradise illusion to control all the wild monsters. But given the current situation, the tricks he prepared are of no use. The competition still exists, but under pressure, the succubi who were originally fighting on their own subconsciously united and cooperated together. They took care of each other, supported each other, and had a tacit understanding. Not only did they crush the endless tide of beasts, but their killing speed was even faster than before, so fast that even the Lord Qin Feng was dumbfounded. 23 succubi can overwhelm an army of beasts. If I had an army of 200,000 succubi in the future, wouldn't I be able to crush all the strongest people in the world? Qin Feng thought happily, and at the same time, endless energy streams merged into his body. If the Lord had not been freed from all shackles by the will of heaven before coming to this world, he would have become a super species with unlimited potential and unlimited capacity. At this moment, he would certainly be inflated into a balloon by the energy torrent distributed by the 23 succubi who violently killed the wild monsters, and then exploded into pieces. Keep going at this speed until the Beast Tide War ends. Qin Feng can at least obtain enough energy to advance to the level of War King tonight. It is estimated that the succubus under his command can also leap from the military candidate level to the War King level. P.S. This is a 3,000-word chapter. Please vote. Please add it to your collection. Please read it again. Please rate it. The great support from readers is the greatest motivation for this young author to write this book. Chapter 121, Paradise Illusion. Suppressing the Beast Tide. The crushing victory did not last forever. At the 2nd hour after the Beast Tide War began, the war outside the territory became tense. Although succubi can digest the energy in their bodies during battle, but the speed at which they digest energy and increase their combat power is ultimately not as fast as the beasts that become stronger after death and regeneration. Looking at the wild monsters on the battlefield, the weakest one has the strength of a 4-star war king. Watching those 9-star war king level wild monsters that had to be suppressed by hundreds of succubi with concentrated magic fire, Qin Feng felt that it was time to activate the Paradise Illusion and let the wild monsters taste the power of the world wonder level military buildings. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Feng directly consumed 5,000 energy stones and 100 soul particles and launched the Bliss Illusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A huge buzzing sound suddenly exploded on the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, an unparalleled power emanated from the statue of the great Succubus, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire battlefield. The invisible force suppressed all the space within a radius of 10 kilometers, whether it was on the surface or underground, whether it was in the sky or in the lake. All creatures whose strength did not exceed the War Emperor level and all creatures that did not belong to Qin Feng's territory were suppressed and controlled at this moment. Smash them, Qin Feng said in a loud voice on the 3rd floor. When these words were spoken, all the monsters on the battlefield, including those 9-star war king level monsters, were in a state of absolute stillness. They could only withstand attacks and were unable to make any counterattacks. Even their thoughts and emotions were frozen at this moment. Yes, a strong and resounding voice responded to Qin Feng. At the same time, the succubi collectively unleashed their most lethal moves. In an instant, streams of light danced across the battlefield, dazzling the sky with brilliant colors. Elemental energies collided violently, exploding into terrifying elemental turbulence, tearing the monsters apart one by one. Hellas' unique death energy also flashed, taking the lives of the monsters one by one. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions, flesh shattering, burning, and collapse rang out one after another, and continued in a continuous manner. It was actually the same effect as against a war soldier level beast when fighting against a war king level beast. Endless streams of energy flowed into Qin Feng's body and into the bodies of each succubus. Seeing such a huge victory, Qin Feng trembled for a moment. Is this the power of the Paradise Illusion? Although this is just a test on clumsy wild monsters, and although these monsters were forcibly strengthened from the level of War Master, War General, and at most Commander to the level of War King by the will of heaven. But the defensive capabilities of these monsters are still at the level of War Kings after all. He can kill tens of thousands of War Kings in a few breaths, and even low-star War Emperors can be killed instantly with the same method. Is this the terrifying power of the level 4 Succubus reincarnation pool? Is this why the world wonder level buildings are of such high quality? If I can fly with the territory, if I can upgrade the Succubus reincarnation pool to a level high enough to control the gods, or even higher, doesn't that mean that wherever I go, the monsters, lords, powerful local forces, and even the almighty gods there will be controlled by me for 30 seconds and killed without them even realizing it? When he thought of this, Qin Feng remembered the almost infinite magic runes on the underground floor of the Joy Hall, as well as an equally large number of metal bars that could be used to connect certain objects. An extremely exciting idea appeared directly in Qin Feng's mind. Those runes, those metal bars and metal grooves should be used to connect the power device. Once the pleasure hall is upgraded to a certain level and equipped with enough accessories, he may really be able to take the territory into the sky. Oh shit. Sky Fortress. Qin Feng was shocked by his own imagination, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this thing was really possible. 10 seconds after the succubi killed this batch of wild monsters instantly, a new batch appeared on the battlefield. At this moment, the effect of the Paradise Illusion was still continuing. As soon as it was refreshed, these wild monsters were controlled and died in the blink of an eye under the concentrated fire of the succubi. Wave after wave of wild monsters refresh, and the Paradise Illusion is activated again and again. The number of wild monster corpses around Qin Feng's territory kept piling up, gradually forming dozens of small hills. If it weren't for the fact that most of the wild monster corpses were annihilated into nothingness in the elemental explosion, this number would have increased by dozens of times. More than an hour later, the wild monsters near Qin Feng's territory had been refreshed to the 4-star War Emperor level. They were no longer easily killed by the succubi. The massacre that had lasted for a long time finally came to an end. But then, Qin Feng's cool move came. He directly ordered Sivir to drive the weak water ice and take all the succubi to the battlefield where the ice and fire formation had been set up earlier. Except for the 2 at the foot of Wangshan Mountain, the other 8 ice and fire formations just surrounded Qin Feng's territory. If they killed their way along, They could kill the wild monsters inside that had been refreshed to the 9-star military level and could withstand the ice and fire formations. Soon, Qin Feng and others arrived in front of a large ice and fire formation. He asked Eunice and Sivir to put away the formation and then placed the Hall of Pleasure, the Aztec obelisk, and the Succubus reincarnation pool on the ground. Then, he continued with his previous tactics. First, kill all the wild monsters here to the War King level. Then he did not hesitate to use up the energy stones and soul particles and frantically opened up the blissful illusion, killing people wave after wave. Under this extremely violent instant kill, Qin Feng's killing points skyrocketed at an unprecedented rate. At the same time, Qin Feng also implemented a sustainable development strategy. He quickly shuttled through the battlefield and collected all the soul particles and energy stones scattered on the battlefield. During this period, Qin Feng also thought that wild monsters at the War King and War Emperor levels should be able to drop soul essence, but the wild monsters he killed were forcibly elevated by the will of heaven after all, and their souls were not that powerful to drop such high-level materials. They just killed their way through, suppressing them one by one. The 6-hour battle for the beast tide finally came to an end. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Qin Feng obtained more than 3 billion killing points. His killing points alone were more than the total of the first 5,000 Blue Star Lords. It's an absolute breakthrough. It is the unparalleled first. Such an achievement directly detonated all the Lords of Blue Star. One after another, Qin Feng's supporters began to cheer and spread the news. And when they were extremely excited and shocked, the prompt from the Heavenly Tao was also extremely timely, exploding in the ears of all the Blue Star Lords, and personally crowned Qin Feng. Chapter 122, Winning the Championship. Invincible. World announcement. The special limited time points competition, Tide of Wild Beasts, has ended. Rewards will be distributed based on the number of kill points. World announcement. Blue Star Lord Qin Shi Huang has earned a total of 3,673,265,437 kill points in the special limited time points competition, Tide of Wild Beasts, placing first. Lord Qin Shi Huang receives a triple kill point bonus. Lord Qin Shi Huang receives a unique special reward. After repeating the cycle 5 times, the Tiandao prompt sound stopped, and everything was silent in an instant. But this was only a moment of calm before the arrival of the violent wind and thunder. After a few seconds, countless chat channels became noisy, and countless voices of admiration and praise exploded on the hills, lakes, forests, plains, and plateaus. His Majesty the First Emperor is awesome. His Majesty the First Emperor is invincible. Single-handedly, he earned over 3 billion kill points. His total points are more than the top 5,000 lords on the leaderboard combined. How could such a remarkable man exist in this world? 3.6 billion killing points is just the base. If you include the bonus points for first place, His Majesty the First Emperor will have a full 11 billion killing points. I can't even imagine how rich a reward such a huge amount of killing points will bring to His Majesty the First Emperor. 3.6 billion kill points isn't the First Emperor's limit. His true strength lies in this. The Beast Tide War lasted 6 hours, and he led his troops in a killing spree for 6 hours. This kind of sustained combat capability is truly unparalleled. I dare to assert, if the Beast Tide War can continue for another 6 hours, His Majesty the First Emperor's killing points will definitely double. It's more than double. It's at least double. Maybe even triple. No bonus points needed. You can directly get hundreds of billions of killing points. Don't even mention tens of billions. Hundreds of billions is even possible. The only thing that can limit His Majesty the First Emperor's power is the duration of the Beast Tide War. His Majesty the First Emperor's name simply represents invincibility. Compared to His Majesty the First Emperor, we are just a foil. No, we are not even qualified to be a foil to His Majesty the First Emperor. Yes, many of us were unable to continue killing monsters within 20 minutes of the Beast Tide War starting. Even Li Xiongyan, who was so powerful before and once had the potential to surpass the First Emperor, was the same. He was weak after 20 minutes. He was a complete loser. His Majesty the First Emperor is here. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? In heaven and on earth, His Majesty the First Emperor reigns supreme. His epic, his legend, even the passage of time cannot erase it. When endless lower-level lords were praising Qin Feng crazily, many lords who were unhappy with Qin Feng and always wanted to surpass him felt incomparable pressure and despair at this moment. Among them, Wang Haoran's feeling was the most direct and harsh, almost crushing. Looking at the points ranking list, behind the ID, Qin Shi Huang, which is famous throughout the mountains and seas, the number is extremely terrifying, with a total of 3.6 billion killing points. Wang Haoran was completely exhausted, and his eyes suddenly lost all their light at this moment. Even the ancestral cocoon, which had digested a large amount of energy and was almost fully activated, could not give him the strength to cheer him up at this moment. It started from when Qin Feng posted the acquisition post that was filled with misleading information. Wang Haoran firmly believed that Qin Shi Huang was on the Shirehua Plateau. Wang Haoran controls the top-level military unit, the Golden Dragon, and considers himself a strong man on the Hiliva Plateau. His ranking in the top 10 of the points ranking makes him even more convinced of this. Therefore, he naturally regarded Qin Feng as his competitor and always compared his own achievements and growth rate with Qin Feng. In those repeated competitions, Wang Haoran was defeated again and again and experienced the increasingly huge and irresistible sense of frustration again and again. In order to get out of the frustration, sense of crisis, and helplessness that followed, Wang Haoran tried every possible way. He gambled his life by sacrificing a golden dragon and activated the cocoon of the ancestral. He mustered up his courage and launched a sneak attack with the golden dragon, and narrowly avoided exterminating a goblin tribe with silver priests. He frantically searched for excuses, trying his best to comfort himself and hypnotize himself. The reason why Qin Shi Huang was able to be ahead of the others at the beginning of the Beast Tide War was due to luck. Qin Shi Huang went crazy and continued to kill wild monsters. Sooner or later, he would be killed by the War King-level wild monsters. Qin Shi Huang is doomed. Li Xiongyan will soon surpass him, pull him down from the altar and bring him down to earth, forcing him to give up on himself in frustration. But no matter how he deceived himself, he weaved many layers of shield for his fragile self-esteem. In the face of absolute strength and the absolute gap in killing points, these shields were as fragile as paper and could not help Wang Haoran withstand the impact of 3.6 billion basic killing points and 11 billion bonus killing points. He was directly turned into a disabled person by Qin Feng's horrific performance. Not only did he lose the courage to compete with Qin Feng, he even lost the motivation to live. Now, although he is still alive, he is a dead body. When Wang Haoran was extremely desperate, so desperate that he wanted to commit suicide, Li Xiongyan, who was killing people in the Yulong Mountain area, was also announced to the world. Qin Feng's extremely terrifying total number of killing points shocked him so much that his scalp numbed and his eyes widened. 3.6 billion killing points. Counting the bonus for first place, that's a total of 11 billion kill points. What kind of reward is this? Li Xiongyan spoke in great shock. At this moment, he envied the supreme reward Qin Feng was about to receive, but was also glad for his own choice. He thought that giving up the battle for points and instead coming to the Yulong Mountain area to kill people was an extremely wise decision. Luckily, I ran away early. If I had continued to compete with him for points, even if I had exploded all the Lord Hearts he sent me, I would never have been able to surpass him. I would have been dragged to death by this old scoundrel. Li Xiongyan thought with lingering fear, then took a deep breath and commanded the army to advance towards the territory of the next victim lord. As he moved forward, countless lords in the Yulangshan Wangshan chat channel were harshly scolding him. Some people say that he is not a human being. He took advantage of the Beast Tide War and killed more than 30 lords. He deserves to go to hell. Some people cursed him, saying that sooner or later he would be taken away by God, suppressed in the endless purgatory, and his soul would be burned by the fire of karma forever. Some people say that he is a loser who only picks on the weak. Someone went a step further and provoked him. Li Xiongyan, you're a coward. You're a ballless thing. Bullying us is nothing. If you have the guts, go kill Qin Shi Huang. While marching, Li Xiongyan saw all the insults. In the past, with his crazy and ferocious personality, he would definitely be furious and run to the fallen forest to find Qin Feng for a fight to the death to prove his courage and greatness. But this moment was different. Li Xiongyan was convinced. He was sure that he was no match for Qin Feng. He even thought that it was normal for him to not be able to beat Qin Feng. There was no need to be angry about it, let alone go crazy. At this moment, he had made up his mind. Without getting 100,000 military buildings and an army of millions, I will never set foot in the fallen forest. Not to mention the abuse from just a few hundred lords. Even the revelation from the gods could not shake his decision. Chapter 123, Settlement Rewards. For Sacred Relics. After dozens of seconds of long calculation, the will of heaven finally figured out what kind of reward to give to Qin Feng in what way. In an instant, the overlapping sounds of heaven's prompts exploded in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng, who had been mentally prepared, felt an incomparable shock. Reminder, you won first place in the special limited time points battle, Tide of Wild Beasts, and you received a triple settlement points bonus. Your total kill points have exceeded 10 billion. You have 3 choices. Please choose 3 of the following 19 rewards as your spoils. Hint: you have stood out from the billions of Blue Star Lords and obtained an unprecedented 10 billion kill points. Your special reward has been upgraded to the level of Holy Relics and World Wonders. Please choose one of the following 19 rewards as your special reward. Hint: you have 30 seconds to make your first choice. If you cannot make a decision within 30 seconds, you will compete with 97 lords from all over the heavens and myriad realms whose killing points have exceeded 1 billion for the only 19 sacred and world wonder level items. Tip: count down to the preferred privilege: 30, 29, 28. Looking at the 19 items and the 19 light pillars in front of him and listening to the prompt sound of the 4 heavenly Tao in his ears, Qin Feng was shocked. From those prompt sounds, Qin Feng learned 4 crucial pieces of information. First, he obtained more than 3 billion killing points, and with the triple bonus, he now has 11 billion killing points. He is not only the number 1 among the billions of Blue Star Lords, but also the number 1 among the lords of all the heavens and worlds. He is a source of pride. Second, the prize pool of the Will of Heaven seems to be limited. After the Sacred Object level and World Wonder level prizes are taken away, no new prizes will appear to fill the gaps. The reason is very simple. The number 19 is too abrupt. If the Aztec obelisk that Qin Feng had taken away is included, the number 20 is a much more normal number. Third, the lords of all the heavens and worlds share the same prize pool. As the only lord whose total killing points exceeded 10 billion, Qin Feng possessed the enviable privilege of being the first choice, which enabled him to continue to expand his advantage and leave behind the lords and geniuses of all the heavens and worlds. Fourth, 97 lords with over 1 billion kill points are competing for 19 top-level items. It is inevitable that some lords will not be able to obtain the Holy Object level and World Wonder level rewards. In order to take back what belongs to you, or to collect other sacred objects or world wonders, the war between the lords of the heavens and all worlds will eventually be initiated by the lords who control the top items. Qin Feng concluded that that day could not come too late, and from this moment on, he needed to prepare countermeasures. Thinking of this, Qin Feng stopped wasting time. He quickly reviewed the information of the 19 items before him, and then selected 4 as his trophies, as follows. Decree of the Gods. Quality: 9-star Holy Object. Driving this item requires demigod-level strength. Features: this is a sacred item and is unique. Effect: command the gods. The gods' command can accumulate a supreme divine light every 100 years. Once the divine light comes out, all gods will bow down and dare not disobey. Original Staff. Quality: 9-star Holy Object. Equipping this weapon requires demigod-level strength. Features: this is a relic-level equipment and is unique. Attributes: 100x damage increase, 100x recovery, 100x mana increase. Additional effect: primordial power. When the wearer's magic power is attributeless, it is automatically converted into primordial power, which can be used to release martial arts, magic, spells, and divine arts. Additional effect: primal shelter. When equipped with this staff, heaven and earth will protect you. All attacks directed at you that do not exceed the saint level have a 90% chance of being invalidated. Insightful Eye. Quality: 9-star Holy Object. Powering this item requires the strength of a war king. Features: this is a sacred item and is unique. Effect: complete insight. By driving the Eye of Insight, you can see through all illusions and discover information about all things. Destruction Spirit Ball. Level 1, cannot be upgraded. Features: this building is a World Wonder level building and is unique. Effect: Light of Destruction. Detonates the destruction orb, creating a conceptual strike that destroys all defined targets. This effect cannot be paused, reversed, cancelled, or transferred. This effect does not work on units above the ancestral level. After the selection, the 15 rays of light dissipated, and the remaining 4 rays of light turned into 4 solid objects, floating in front of Qin Feng. These 4 items are of immense value and perfectly meet Qin Feng's needs. The Decree of the Gods carries a supreme, divine light. Qin Feng chose him for the future war between gods. Qin Feng's growth rate was too fast. Not only was he far ahead among the hundreds of millions of Blue Star Lords, he also crushed the lords of all the heavens and worlds by 10 times. He felt that he would soon be noticed by the gods and would most likely suffer an attack from them. The primordial staff is the weapon Qin Feng chose for himself. After obtaining the source of mana and reaching the peak of martial arts, Qin Feng embarked on the path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. In the future, he will definitely embark on the path of 4 cultivations of magic, martial arts, mind, and God. He has no reason not to get himself a top-level weapon. The Eye of Insight was a treasure that Qin Feng locked onto after thinking for several seconds. Qin Feng quite agrees with the saying that omniscience is omnipotence. With this thing, no object or creature can block his detection, which means that he will gain unlimited advantages. The last and most important thing is to destroy the consumable building, the Spirit Orb. The Spirit Orb of Destruction can only be activated once, but its power is extremely terrifying. As long as one has not reached the ancestral level and has not mastered the power beyond the god, the Spirit Orb of Destruction can define and then kill him. This means that Qin Feng will have extremely powerful table-turning abilities. With this trump card in hand, on the Eternal Continent, whether it is the ancient and decadent empire or the kingdom of God that is high and mighty in the eyes of mortals, before thinking of taking action against Qin Feng, they have to consider whether they can withstand the power of the destructive spirit ball. It's so comfortable. The Beast Tide War is really great. So is the points battle. It would be even better if we could do it a few more times. Looking at the 4 treasures in front of him with astonishing power and high quality, Qin Feng wanted to get more and more greedy. But he knew clearly that neither this Beast Tide War nor the previous Black Moon Tide War would be likely to appear again in the future. After all, the prize pools for the Relic and World Wonder levels have been emptied. No matter how rich the will of heaven is, it is probably difficult to come up with such rewards and hold another limited-time event like this. Chapter 124, World Mission. Dominate for Eternity. When the 30-second first choice privilege ended, Qin Feng had only chosen 15 of the 19 Holy Level and World Wonder level items. The Heavenly Tao prompt sounded in the ears of the remaining 97 lords whose killing points exceeded 1 billion. Reminder, you have won first place in the special limited-time points battle, Tide of Wild Beasts. You have received a triple bonus to your settlement points. Your total kill points have exceeded 1 billion. You have one choice. In 30 seconds, please choose one of the following 15 rewards as your trophy. Hint. In the universe, there is a lord whose kill points have exceeded 10 billion. He has obtained the sole first choice privilege and, within the 30-second first choice privilege time limit, has chosen 4 sacred and World Wonder level items: the Primordial Staff, the God's Command, the Eye of Insight, and the Orb of Destruction. Hint. Besides you, there are a total of 96 lords in the universe whose killing points have exceeded 1 billion. You will all compete for the only 15 sacred and World Wonder level items at the same time. Tip. If you don't get a Relic level or World Wonder level item, you can choose 3 from the following 200 ancestral artifacts and eternal level buildings as your points settlement reward. Hint. You and 96 other lords whose kill points have surpassed 1 billion have simultaneously received the world-class quest Dominate the Eternal World. Within 10,000 years, collect 20 Relic level and World Wonder level items, numbered 001, 020. Upon completing this quest, you will receive 1 Miracle Forging privilege, allowing you to sacrifice 20 Relic level and World Wonder level items to forge a Universal Treasure level treasure and a Universal Wonder level building. Tip. If you die during a mission, killing your lord or local faction will automatically grant you everything you own, including buildings, resources, territory, troops, and the world-class quest, Eternal Domination, along with its completion progress. Tip. The lord who has achieved a kill score exceeding 10 billion, obtained the first choice privilege, and obtained 4 sacred artifact level items and a World Wonder level building, is from the Blue Star world. The coordinates of the Eternal Continent are YDSCANDTHS 133.487.111. Reminder, there are 10 seconds left before the prize pool opens. 10, 9, 8. After hearing the eightfold heavenly path prompt tone in my ears, there are a total of 97 top-level geniuses from all over the heavens and worlds, each with different feelings. Some people are angry at the unfair will of heaven. Some people blame themselves, complaining about their pride and complacency for handing in the paper early. Some people were jealous and stared at the 15 Holy Relic and World Wonder level rewards in front of them that were locked, their eyes red. Some people were shocked and surprised that there was a lord who could obtain hundreds of billions of killing points in the Beast Tide War and get a quadruple settlement reward. Some people are afraid that they will not be able to obtain the Holy Relic level or World Wonder level rewards. They are also afraid that after obtaining the rewards, they will be attacked and killed by other lords. Some people gritted their teeth and vowed to fight their way to the far eastern wasteland, to the fallen forest, and to take away everything from the lucky guy who received the quadruple reward. But no matter what they think at the moment, once they come to their senses and realize their circumstances, they all go down the same path. That is the struggle for hegemony. There is absolutely no turning back in this fight for supremacy. It's a life and death fight. I will not stop fighting until I have collected all the rewards numbered 001, 020. It started from the moment he received the world-class mission, Eternal Domination. These people have been thrown into an absolutely dark forest where they cannot see the direction and have no idea where the enemy will come from or when they will come. The only light in the forest, the only thing you can use to see the way. The extremely long string of geographical coordinates in the penultimate hint is the only lord who has received the quadruple reward standing on those coordinates. After the 98 top lords in the universe had received their spoils, the will of heaven began to calculate rewards for the remaining lords. Endless pure white light pillars fell from the sky, bringing rewards and lighting up the dark night sky. Looking at the pillars of light floating in front of them, and the rewards of varying values within them, the Blue Star Lords all had different feelings. Some are happy, some are lonely, some are excited, and some are regretful. Liyuero was delighted. In this points battle, she jumped over 10,000 places and directly entered the top 5. She can choose one of the 3 mythical item rewards as her trophy. Liyuero chose a big knife. She possesses the strength of a 5-star war king. After digesting the energy gained from actively killing monsters tonight, she will definitely become a 9-star war king. With this mythical sword, this tigress has wings. She could lead her soldiers to gallop across the vastly Luo grassland, plunder resources, develop the territory at a faster pace, and snowball rapidly. In the last 3 years, she could build an orc empire for her amethyst behemoths and her wolf cavalry warriors. At the moment when her life is about to end, she can use her sword alone to wipe out all forces near the grassland that may threaten the orc empire. Looking at the mythical sword in her hand that was shining with light and had extraordinary killing power, Liyuero's eyes were filled with joy and melancholy. She was naturally happy because of the future that the sword represented, but what made her sad was a man with the ID Qin Shi. Qin Shi, I now have a mythical broadsword. Your kill points are far greater than mine, and your ranking is higher than all the Blue Star Lords. The rewards you receive will be at least 3 grades higher than this broadsword. Hey, please don't show up near the Lilua grassland. You'd better be on the Shirewa Plateau, as you said. Otherwise, I'll really have no choice but to find an opportunity to assassinate you before you attack me. In terms of territory strength, 10 of me, no, 10,000 of me, would never be your opponent. But I really want my amethyst behemoths to survive, and my wolf riders to survive. I promised them that I would build an orc empire for them and give them a peaceful and happy life. So, I beg you, my idol, the man I once pursued, please don't show up near Lilua grassland. Otherwise, no matter how much I hate it, I will kill you. You are too dangerous. After saying that, Liyuero swung her sword, and a fiery energy burst out, directly creating a terrifying ravine on the ground that was tens of meters wide, hundreds of meters deep, and thousands of meters long. With the support of the mythical broadsword, the power of Liyuero's ordinary sword strike is several times greater than her previous full-strength strike. If she could get a decent martial arts manual. She is extremely powerful, so powerful that her combat power can be said to be invincible in the same realm, and her combat power can increase exponentially to the point where she can cross borders and kill people as easily as drinking water and eating. Chapter 125, Long Live Brother Qin Feng. Wang Haoran, who also received a mythical reward but ranked 3rd on the points list, was extremely dejected. Collapsing on the back of the golden dragon, Wang Haoran's eyes were filled with infinite death. He didn't even look at the 3 reward light beams around him that moved with the golden dragon. His archenemy, the Qin Shi, who suppressed all the lords of Blue Star, won the 1st place in this points battle. Still the 1st in the fault. The foundation is more than 3 billion killing points. Counting the settlement points bonus exclusive to the 1st place, there are more than 10 billion killing points. The rewards that can be exchanged for such a huge amount of killing points are definitely several orders of magnitude and grades higher than his mythical rewards. Under such circumstances, Wang Haoran was sure. No matter how abnormal the reward he got from the light column was, he can never surpass Qin Shi, whose first mover advantage is extremely huge and will become even greater in the future. He firmly believed that he would soon be killed by Qin Shi. Even if the ancestral cocoon is successfully activated and a giant dragon that can grow to the ancestral level is activated, it is impossible for him to find a chance to survive under the iron hoof of Qin Shi Huang's army. He will eventually die at the hands of Qin Shi Huang, becoming a stepping stone for the other party to reach the throne of God, and a dry bone beside the other party's road to the top of the world. Therefore, he was unwilling to accept the reward. I'm going to die anyway, so what's the point of taking it? Giving gifts to Qin Shi Huang. Thank the other person for killing you? Oh, fuck. Fuck you. If Wang Haoran didn't want to face the pain of death, he would have wanted to commit suicide at this moment. Under such circumstances, how could he choose to be a warehouse keeper, temporarily keeping a mythical item for Qin Shi Huang, and waiting for the other party to come and claim it at any time? When Wang Haoran felt lonely and frustrated because of Qin Feng's lies, he chose to retaliate against Qin Feng by not accepting the reward, and even wanted to end his life. Feng Guogua, who was on the barren mountain, was overjoyed because of her ranking of 512th and a special epic treasure chest. Yeah, I got an epic chest. Brother Qin Feng is so mighty. Long live Brother Qin Feng. Long live Brother Qin Feng. Thanks to the double ice wall that Sivir set up in her territory. Thanks to Qin Feng's massive resources, he had thousands of electromagnetic kinetic machine guns. Thanks to the extremely primitive wild monsters near her territory, whose top combat power is only at the level of 9-star soldiers. Thanks to Qin Feng, after the rules of the Beast Tide War were announced, he formulated strategies and tactics for her based on her strength and the strength of the wild monsters near the territory. Feng Guogua persisted until the 5th hour in tonight's Beast Tide War. His endurance far exceeded that of his peers, and his total points also surpassed countless famous lords. After the settlement process was completed, she received an epic treasure chest with the prefix Forgotten, which had a 100% chance of revealing a unique item. Little people, come and see the treasure chest. On top of the high ice wall, Feng Guogua waved his hands and spoke to the exhausted Bana people around him. As soon as these words were spoken, the curiosity of all the Bana people was aroused. Inexplicably, a force emerged from their exhausted bodies, supporting them to move their short legs and run to Feng Guogua. Treasure chest! Treasure chest! I want to see it. The little Bana named Dawei said excitedly, his eyes shining. Sister Guogua, can you let me study the treasure chest? I want to take it apart. A little Bana named Sledgehammer was also extremely excited. Ever since he knew that there was such a thing as a treasure chest in this world, he has been full of curiosity about it, and always wanted to take it apart to have a look. Sister Guogua, I want a treasure chest too. Can this box produce small flowers? A little Bana figurine who looked like a little girl asked expectantly. She remembered Qin Feng saying that a treasure chest could produce all kinds of strange things. She thought that if she were allowed to open the box, maybe an extremely bright flower would bloom, which would make people feel happy just by looking at it. Sister Guogua, give me the treasure chest. I want to use it. One after another, the Bana little men opened their mouths to ask for the treasure chest. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation, and they all stared at Feng Guogua with burning gazes. However, Feng Guogua did not agree to them. She shook her head and wiggled a finger along with it. No, I can't give you the treasure chest. Feng Guogua said. Why? Said the Bana villains with bitter faces. Because this treasure chest is for Brother Qin Feng. It's a forgotten epic treasure chest that can produce unique items. Such a good thing can only belong to Brother Qin Feng. Feng Guogua said firmly, with an extremely firm expression and happiness in her eyes. Oh, so that's how it is. Then give it to Brother Qin Feng. After hearing Feng Guogua's explanation, the Bana people nodded in understanding. Although there was still reluctance in their eyes, no one raised any objection. In Teacher Guogua's classroom, in the short time we spent together, with the support of massive resources, under the protection of a thick ice wall, one after another, the Bana villains developed extremely deep feelings for Qin Feng. Some people regard him as an idol, just like Dawei who longs to grow up. Some people see him as a great protector, like the little girl who wants to use the treasure chest to make beautiful flowers. Some people regard Qin Feng as a kind, handsome, and always answering mentor, just like the sledgehammer that always wants to open the treasure chest. There are also countless Bana villains who regard Qin Feng as the most approachable and trustworthy person besides the Lord's sister Feng Guogua. The more extreme ones even put Qin Feng in the same position as Feng Guogua. It's settled then. Just take a few more looks at it, and I'll give the treasure chest to Brother Qin Feng. Feng Guogua said with great relief when she saw that Bana had no objection. Okay, Dawei nodded. Can I touch it a few more times before I send you away? Asked the hammer. Feel free to touch it. Feng Guogua nodded seriously, her smile blooming even brighter. Soon, The crowd was over. The exhausted Bana dragged his tired body back to the castle to sleep, while Feng Guogua opened the chat panel and sent a message to Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng, are you there? When sending the message, Feng Guogua's face turned red. She didn't know whether it was because of excitement, or because today was her first time giving Qin Feng a gift, or her first time giving a gift to someone of the opposite sex. Yes. Qin Feng answered quickly. Guogua, is there something wrong? Qin Feng continued. Chapter 126, Treasure Girl and Lucky Gem. Seeing Qin Feng's answer, Feng Guogua's breathing became unstable due to excitement. After a long time, she sent a message again, but she didn't mention the gift. She just asked about Qin Feng's gains. She was too embarrassed to bring up the idea of giving him a gift. Brother Qin Feng, you have so many killing points. The reward this time must be quite good. Can you tell me about it? Feng Guogua said. It's good. Qin Feng continued with a mischievous smile. Why, Guogua, do you want it? The Beast Tide War is over, and he is heading back to his territory. Eunice, Sivir, Hela and others were clearing the forest and killing wild monsters that had lost the blessing of the Black Moon, and collect the energy stones, soul particles, and other valuable loot. Under this circumstance, the bored Qin Feng decided to tease Feng Guogua. He knew very well that Feng Guogua was definitely not looking for him to ask for rewards or resources. Most likely, I got good grades because of his help, so I came to thank him. No, I'm not that kind of person. Afraid that Qin Feng would misunderstand, Feng Guogua hurriedly explained. Huh, then what do you want to talk to me about? Qin Feng pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. I just want to know what kind of reward Brother Qin Feng got, that's all. Feng Guogua continued to ask. After typing, she subconsciously checked her fingers and her cheeks turned red. At this moment, she was a little worried. She was worried that Qin Feng had received too many and too generous rewards and would not look down on her treasure chest. Oh, about this matter, wait a moment, Qin Feng said. And then he took a few photos, showing Feng Guogua all the treasures including the primordial staff, the god's decree, the orb of destruction, and the eye of insight. These are my gains, 3 9-star holy artifact level equipment, and a world wonder level building. Qin Feng explained, longing for Feng Guogua's shock in his heart. Holy object level. Is there such a level? Feng Guogua was puzzled. She knew all the grades from bronze to mythical, but she didn't know what the sacred grade meant. Of course there are. As far as I know, there are 15 grades of equipment on the Eternal Continent. From bottom to top, they are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legend, myth, exotic treasure, national treasure, supreme treasure, ancestral treasure, and sacred object. This is the latest equipment grade sequence list. Qin Feng figured it out when he used the Eye of Insight to check the decrees of the gods. Saying it at this moment has a bit of invisible pretentiousness. Qin Feng would never do this in front of other people, but he was interested today and wanted to see Feng Guogua's shocked expression. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Feng Guogua was shocked as Qin Feng expected. She said fuck 3 times in a row, and at this moment, she felt her scalp numb. Sacred level items are actually 5 levels higher than mythical level artifacts. And you, Brother Qin Feng, have 4 of these rewards. This is too exaggerated. Feng Guogua said this in great shock. After she finished speaking, she looked down at the epic treasure chest at her feet with the prefix, forgotten. In an instant, she felt that this treasure chest was not worth showing off. It's okay. Qin Feng's mouth was about to break from laughing, but he was still pretending to be very calm and indifferent. You are worthy of being Brother Qin Feng, worthy of being the first Lord of Blue Star, and worthy of being Guogua's idol. You are awesome. I give you a thumbs up. Feng Guogua praised excitedly and sincerely. Ahem, is there anything else? Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed. No, it's okay. Feng Guogua's face suddenly turned red. She looked at the treasure chest at her feet and couldn't take it out. Then I'll retreat. I have to go back and arrange my territory. Qin Feng said. Wait. Feng Guogua sent a message, then took a deep breath and sent the epic treasure chest at her feet to Qin Feng through the friend panel. Brother Qin Feng, this is a small gift, just a token of my respect. Feng Guogua typed tremblingly, her face flushed like a furnace. Then, she added, don't be disgusted, don't refuse. After saying that, she went offline and even canceled it. She came back online 5 minutes later and turned it off for Qin Feng. After confirming that Qin Feng did not refuse her gift, she breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled lightly, with infinite happiness in her smile. Fallen Forest, Qin Feng's territory. After returning to the territory, placing the 4 buildings in his hands, and putting the 3 holy objects in the dimensional warehouse, Qin Feng took out the treasure chest from the friend panel. You can open a treasure chest that can give out unique items, and you just give it away. Guogua, you're such a nice person. Qin Feng looked towards the barren mountains, a smile curled up on his lips. He felt that his efforts were not in vain, and Feng Guogua was a grateful person. Without hesitation, Qin Feng directly opened this epic treasure chest. With a flash of light, a gem appeared in front of him. The effect of the gem was simple and crude, but it made Qin Feng's pupils shrink, and he was extremely surprised. Lucky gemstone. Level, epic. Features, this item is unique. Effect, luck. Wearing this gem increases your luck by +5. Fuck. Feng Guogua, you're such a treasure girl. The treasure chest you gave me actually gave me something that permanently increases my luck. Holding the gem in his hand, Qin Feng felt that his bad luck had been reduced a lot in an instant. Qin Feng has no shortage of resources. He has the famous ID, Qin Shi Huang, and can reap the benefits of all the lords on Blue Star. Qin Feng has no shortage of weapons, especially epic weapons. He has the sacred level primordial staff. After obtaining enough lords' hearts and synthesizing the miracle workshop, his weapons can be said to be endless. Qin Feng has no shortage of low-grade architectural blueprints. He has a blueprint synthesis platform that can synthesize all the high-grade architectural blueprints that are exclusive to the Succubus clan. Qin Feng lacks props, especially lucky gems that can increase his luck value. When synthesizing blueprints on the architectural blueprint synthesis table, luck will affect its success rate. When breeding a succubus, luck will also affect the probability of the emergence of special physique succubi and multi-striped succubi. Killing wild monsters, getting treasure chests, energy stones, and soul particles, all of this is related to luck. It can be said that this lucky gem came at the perfect time. Although it only adds 5 points of luck to Qin Feng, this thing is not a temporary luck bonus card, but a magical artifact that can increase luck as long as you carry it. For an unlucky guy like Qin Feng, it is of particular significance. Increase investment. We must increase investment. If I don't make this precious girl, this invincible lucky star, the second most powerful lord in the world, I won't be called Qin Feng. P.S. I forgot to ask for votes in the last chapter. I'll ask for votes in this chapter. Please give me some golden votes. I'm almost dying. Please. Kiss. It would be even better if there were gifts. Matsu no Shame, JPG. Chapter 127. 1 million energy stones. Rich enough to rival a nation. When Qin Feng was thinking about increasing his investment in Feng Guogua and completely turning Feng Guogua into his own shape, Eunice, Sivir, Hela and others had just finished cleaning up the battlefield and returned to the territory with a huge amount of spoils. Master, our harvest this time is super rich, Eunice said excitedly. As she spoke, she shook her arms, and a huge handmade refrigerator began to shake, making bursts of crisp sounds. Through the translucent outer wall of the handmade refrigerator, you can vaguely see that it is filled with black, shiny stones, and the energy is extremely rich. Yes, we got more than 300,000 soul particles alone. Xiweir also shook her arms, and she was also carrying a huge handmade refrigerator. Compared to the ones carried by Eunice, the refrigerator in Shiver's hand was slightly smaller, but the value of the things inside was much higher. We've also found quite a few corpses of commander level and above monsters. If we cut them all up, we can make nearly 20 million standard units of food. Hela also laughed. She shook her arm, and a huge amount of kinetic energy came out and passed along the rope in her hand to the corpse of the wild monster tied into a long dragon, and then shook it into the air, making it fall like raindrops and ice cubes, piling up a huge mountain of meat on one side of the pleasure hall, which was enough to make all carnivores cry. And there are treasure chests. We found 12 treasure chests this time, 12 in total. Succubi such as Cheryl and Nanasi appeared, and with them, there were 12 treasure chests, 4 of which were gold and 8 were silver. The outrageous drop rate made Qin Feng open his mouth wide. Very good. Very good. Well done. After being shocked for a moment, Qin Feng clapped his hands in praise. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Eunice came close to him, smiled slightly, and said sweetly, Master, we have taken back the spoils you asked for. Where is our reward? When Eunice asked this question very bluntly, all the succubi in the room, including Hela, held their breath for a moment. Patches of red blush spread silently on the cheeks of each succubus, lighting up the night sky with a dazzling glow, which made Qin Feng dizzy and his legs weak. What a sin. Why did I lose my temper at that time? I said that nonsense about everyone getting a reward and everyone getting meat. Qin Feng thought angrily and rubbed his thighs secretly. At this moment, he has not distributed the rewards yet, but he can already see how soft and mushy his thighs and calves will be after distributing the rewards. Ahem, Let's talk about the rewards later. You haven't digested all the energy points yet, so it would be very unfair to rank you now. Qin Feng pressed his thigh and explained. While speaking, he also wanted to rub his old waist. Oh, master, so that's what you're worried about. Eunice nodded in understanding, then stroked her chin and said with a sly look, actually, it's not unfair. None of us have digested all the energy we've accumulated tonight, so doesn't that mean we've all digested it? We'll just be ranked according to our current performance. As she was talking, Eunice suddenly rushed to Qin Feng's side, hugged Qin Feng's arm, and acted coquettishly. Master, let's rank now, okay? When the extremely sticky sound sounded, Qin Feng also felt an extremely sticky touch with a milky fragrance on his arm. At this moment, Qin Feng's mind suddenly shook violently. He felt that his legs were no longer weak and his waist no longer hurt. He felt that he was super strong. Even the water he went into was evaporating white smoke with his strong firepower. Line up, line up, line up. Line up now. After you line up, I will deal with you and reward you. Tonight, none of you can escape, Qin Feng said, gritting his teeth, making a firm decision. Oh yeah, Cheryl said happily. Well, master, I'm waiting for you. But you said it yourself. None of us can escape. So don't give up halfway, or you will fail halfway, Nanasi said softly. Master, you are so brave. I love you so much. Eunice raised her fist to her chest, and her eyes turned into stars. Come on, someone cut up the food. I'll go make dinner for everyone. While everyone was excited and making a lot of noise, the cold and aloof Sivir was also shy and looking forward to it. She asked a few succubi to cut the meat, and then trotted to the kitchen. After arriving at the kitchen, Xiweir took out a small refrigerator made by Roashui from the corner of the kitchen and took out the precious medicinal herbs inside. She wanted to put these medicinal herbs in Qin Feng's dinner to nourish Qin Feng's body. Looking at the succubus in front of him who was happily cutting up the corpse of a wild monster. Looking at Eunice who was talking and laughing beside him. And looking at Hela who had a silly and sluggish expression on her face and was concentrating on listening to Eunice's bragging. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. What is this? Is this the last calm before the storm? Amidst fear and anticipation, Qin Feng opened his Lord panel and began to check the growth of his succubus in the Lord panel. After careful calculations, Qin Feng ranked the candidates and determined the rewards. In tonight's ranking reward battle, the contrasting Sivir stood out from the crowd, won the first place, and got 6 opportunities to fight side by side with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was very pleased with this result. Eunice and Nanasi came in second and third, and were given 5 chances to be rewarded. The 2 double-striped succubi took 4th and 5th place, and were able to fight alongside Qin Feng 4 times. Cheryl and the other 4 succubi occupy the 6th to 10th places, and each of them can fight alongside Qin Feng 3 times. Below them are 10 succubi who have been given 2 chances to fight alongside each other, and 2 unlucky little guys who can only be rewarded once. Seeing these 2 unlucky little guys who only had 1 chance, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for them, and then naturally felt sorry for himself. His calves couldn't stop trembling in pain. When Qin Feng's calf was cramping because of his ranking and the extremely terrifying number of rewards behind the ranking. The succubi had just cut up all the wild monster corpses into standard pieces of meat. Seeing this, Qin Feng walked over to organize and store them. After throwing all the supplies into the dimensional warehouse of the joyful castle, Qin Feng could see all the resources he currently possessed intuitively. He himself was shocked by the terrifying amount of resources. At this moment, in the dimensional warehouse, there are a total of 31 W soul particles, 214 W energy stones, 2714 W food, 1241 W wood, 1239 W stone, and 431 W iron ore. He is so rich that he can rival a country. Chapter 128. Rewards in Progress. Wow. A wave of beast war. It made me a super rich man. Not only did I get 4 super treasures, but I also harvested over 20 million standard units of commander-level food, over 2 million energy stones, and over 300,000 soul particles. Is this what it feels like to profit from war? This is so cool. Lord Heavens will. Can you hold another points competition? I don't have any other intentions. I just like participating. Qin Feng thought in shock. At this moment, he felt his whole body trembling. But then, Qin Feng remembered that in addition to the harvests of the holy objects and world wonders, there were also harvests of those materials. In this battle against the beast tide, he has 2 big gains, waiting for him to explore their value. One of them is 14 treasure chests, 2 of which were obtained by Qin Feng himself, and the others were brought back by the succubi. The second is the energy value in the succubus body. These energy values will be digested when they sleep or fight side by side, and eventually converted into their growth and strength. Especially the latter, its value may be higher than the 4-point rewards, and it is more direct and effective. We'll talk about the energy value tonight. It's still early now. I'll open the treasure chest first. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng directly opened all the treasure chests in front of him. White or yellow lights lit up layer by layer, and treasures appeared one after another, floating in front of Qin Feng. When Qin Feng saw the weapons, he threw them directly into the warehouse for future sale. Seeing the technology equipment, Qin Feng used the friend panel to send it to Feng Guogua. In the end, he left behind 3 things that were useful to him. A silver-level temporary luck value bonus card, a gold-level temporary luck value bonus card, and a gold-level pill. After taking them, you can increase the strength of the body and enhance physical fitness. Qin Feng kept the 2 temporary luck bonus cards close to him. For Qin Feng, whose luck is extremely bad, these 2 things are rare treasures, and their value is higher than epic weapons. As for the pill that could enhance physical fitness and increase physical strength, Qin Feng took advantage of the succubus around him not noticing and quietly swallowed it into his stomach. As the good medicine entered the stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current that spread throughout the body. In an instant, Qin Feng felt full of strength and energy. A buff appeared above his status bar. The buff lasted for 12 hours, which could speed up his energy recovery and continuously strengthen his physical fitness. This medicine is quite effective. If it were sold on Blue Star, it would definitely be much more popular than Cinefil. Feeling the effect, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. He thought that with the pill's boost to his physical strength, the buff, the vitality spring effect of the level 4 pleasure hall, and the wind of recovery that could instantly make him vigorous again, paying off all his debts tonight shouldn't be a big problem. Qin Feng decided to make a final move and pay off all his debts tonight, becoming a free man without any worries. Siver in the kitchen also finished her work. She prepared a large table of extremely sumptuous meals and invited Qin Feng and other succubi to go home for dinner. Returning to the pleasure hall, Qin Feng sat on the main seat, pushed away Eunice who came over, cleared his throat with a serious expression, and announced the ranking results of tonight's competition to all the succubi in the field. Ahem, the rankings are out. Shiver is first, Eunice is second, and Nanasi is third. After these words were spoken, some people in the audience were happy, some were sad, and some even had eyes that were about to spit fire. Master, did you calculate wrong? How could Shiver be the first? Shouldn't the first place be mine? Eunice glared at Shiver fiercely for several times, then turned her head and acted coquettishly towards Qin Feng. Master, my good master, please don't calculate carefully again. Please, please? It was you who asked me to calculate the ranking tonight. After I calculated the ranking, you were the first one to stand up and deny it. Eunice, what on earth do you want to do? Qin Feng pinched Eunice's nose and pulled it hard. After being pulled twice by Qin Feng and still not getting a positive answer from Qin Feng, Eunice pouted in grievance and burst into tears. While crying, Eunice secretly glanced at Qin Feng's expression. After making sure that Qin Feng had no intention of comforting her, she cried even harder, and even the kind-hearted Nanasi couldn't persuade her. Looking at Eunice crying in grievance, Shiver felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. She twisted her slender waist like a water snake, dragged a bowl of special meat soup, and walked to Qin Feng's side. She half-knelt to show off her attractive curves, and placed the bowl of meat soup in front of Qin Feng. Master, drink the soup. Qin Feng took the bowl and took a light sip. Then, he felt a strong herbal aroma. A sudden surge of heat surged in his lower abdomen. Although the effect was not as good as the previous pills, it was better than nothing. According to the ranking, you are the first to come tonight. Qin Feng said calmly, and then quickly drank the meat soup in the bowl. After drinking it, he handed the bowl to Ziweir who was serving on the side and gave her a look that said, "Fill it up." Ziweir understood Qin Feng's eyes, and a tacit smile immediately appeared in her eyes. She bowed slightly, and then returned to the kitchen. When she came out again, she was no longer holding the small bowl, but a huge iron basin filled with meat soup, which was rich in fragrance and the aroma of medicine. This is the rhythm of draining me dry. Looking at the pot of meat soup mixed with who knows how many herbs, Qin Feng's mouth twitched, but he did not refuse. He knew that tonight he would face the most difficult and arduous battle in his life. Master, I would like to give one of my 6 rewards to Hela. When Eunice was crying in grievance and everyone was busy eating with red faces, Shiver, who won the first place and got the opportunity to serve Qin Feng, spoke again and said the words that many people had fantasized about. At this moment, Eunice cried even more sadly. Everyone's gaze shifted from the food in front of them to the corner of the long table. They suddenly looked up at Hela, who had a look of astonishment and surprise on her face. Why? Qin Feng asked, not out of doubt, but out of fear. When he heard the words Hela and reward, he subconsciously felt the fear that he was about to be caught. Share it with me. Did I hear it right? Compared to Qin Feng, Hela's acting skills are much more awesome. She had clearly cut in line with everyone else before the rewards were calculated, and had secretly tasted the reward under the cover of the red curtain. She was already extremely familiar with and infatuated with that feeling. But at this moment, she still showed extremely appropriate surprise and shock, and there was even a glimmer of yearning in her eyes. Chapter 129. I'm going to die? Buxiang Wanla. Seeing the extremely surprised expression on Hela's face, Sivir felt a great sense of satisfaction. She smiled calmly, then cleared her throat, and said seriously, Hela, although you didn't participate in tonight's competition, you are actually the biggest contributor to tonight's Beast Tide War. Without your preparation, it would be impossible for the wild monsters near the territory to spawn a military-level monster in the 45th minute after the Beast Tide War began. Without your assistance, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the army-level monster swarm so easily. Without you holding off the vast majority of War King-level beasts, with the strength of just 22 of us, we would have no chance of being a match for nearly 10,000 War King-level beasts. Hela, you've made tremendous contributions. Regardless of whether you participated in this competition or not, you've been our greatest contributor. Therefore, I feel I should, and must, give you the opportunity to receive the reward. Sivir said with a faint smile. Every time she spoke a word, Hela's mouth would open a little wider, expressing shock, surprise, and flattery to the fullest. If it weren't for the fact that several hours had passed since she cut in line, with the way she opened her mouth, everyone would have been able to see the milk stains between her lips and teeth. Thank you, Sister Shiver. Hela stuttered. As she spoke, the muscles all over her body trembled slightly. The amplitude was very small, but to the succubus with extremely sensitive perception, it was extremely clear, just right. No one could doubt the authenticity of the tremor. They all believed that what Hela subconsciously expressed at this moment was her true inner feelings. Ha ha ha, Hela is so cute. It's just a chance to fight alongside her master, but she's so excited. If I teach her that secret later, won't she jump up 3 feet high with excitement? Sylvie was secretly delighted. At this moment, she felt that she had successfully lured Hela under her command. She only needed to wait until she taught Hela the contrast skills in the future, and suppressing Eunice would be a piece of cake. Amidst growing anticipation and excitement, the midnight snack time passed quickly. Pushed by Sivir, Hela Cricket Pupa lowered her head and pretended to be a quail into Qin Feng's arms. She carefully took Qin Feng's right hand and placed it on her waistline. Then, under the envious gaze of a succubus, she and Qin Feng walked towards the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. After the two left, the remaining succubi began to wash the dishes. The disgraced Eunice was naturally among them. She took her plate, picked up her chopsticks, and headed towards the kitchen. When passing by Sivir, Eunice twisted her, but angrily, and bumped into Sivir unexpectedly. After the bump, she didn't even show any intention of apologizing. She turned her head away, snorted, and left angrily. Seeing Eunice's extremely depressed gait and childish movements, Sylvie was not annoyed at all. Instead, she felt inexplicably happy. It had been 5 days since she came to this world, and this was the first time she saw Eunice lose her composure like this. She couldn't help but feel a sense of victory in her heart. When Sivir felt that she had won, Hela took off her mask as she walked into the bedroom on the 2nd floor with Qin Feng. She smiled faintly and walked towards the terrace, closing the red curtain that had been lifted. Then she lit the curtain, turned her head to look at Qin Feng, her eyes shining, and said, Master, Hela still wants to be here. Hela wants to be rewarded by the master here. There is a terrace outside the curtain, and since the curtain is close to the ground, the sound can be heard from far away. Although Hela has already obtained the qualification to fight alongside Qin Feng, but she still liked this feeling of almost stealing. She liked being heard, and it would be even better if someone peeked. Well, forget it tonight. Don't do anything fancy. If you really want to do this kind of thing in the future, and I have the time, I can accompany you. But I really can't do it now. I still owe a lot of debts. Qin Feng lay down on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, then activated the magic power in his body and shook it violently, shattering his clothes into pieces. Come up, move on your own. Qin Feng said sadly, his eyes gradually becoming empty. I'm in a hurry, you have to hurry. Puff. Hela chuckled, but did not reject Qin Feng's proposal. She felt that taking the initiative was actually quite fun. Okay, my master, Hela will hold you tight. As she spoke, Hela took light steps, twisted her waist, and walked towards Qin Feng. Halfway through, she stuck out her tongue to lick her lips, and with a few gentle licks, her red lips became even more crystal clear. Year 1 of Advent, flowing fire month, 8th, 2:30 p.m. Back pain. My legs are weak. My butt hurts. My mouth hurts too. I'm going to die. I feel like I'm really going to die. These women don't even treat me like a human being. They treat me like an animal. It's fine if they're just picking on me one by one, but now they're all on me at once. I can't even clone myself. Forget the herbal broth. Forget those little pills. Even 3 winds of resurgence can't withstand it. I really regret it so much. Why should I pretend to be cool in public and say nonsense that everyone can have meat to eat? God, let me go back to Blue Star. I can't stand it anymore. I'm almost turning into a mummy. Qin Feng wrote very slowly, and with every stroke he felt the muscles all over his body twitching in pain. Fortunately, before coming to the tactical simulation workshop, he successfully paid off all his debts with the idea of beating others to death as long as he couldn't kill them. For many days afterwards, no one could get into his bed or bother him unless he wanted to. If I say that kind of nonsense again in the future, if I act like that kind of idiot again in the future, my last name is not Qin. I wrote my name backwards. The wind is coming. The tip of the pen suddenly stopped, and Qin Feng shouted angrily in his heart, and secretly swore that from today on, I, Qin, and Huang will never reconcile. A huge whistling sound rang in Qin Feng's ears. His ears, which were already ringing due to weakness, were hit hard, and his eardrums were throbbing with pain. But soon, when the wind of revival brought infinite energy into Qin Feng's body and began to repair Qin Feng's almost broken body, his ears no longer throbbed, and the second brother gradually returned to his usual posture, quiet and peaceful. Alas, Qin Feng sighed secretly, lying on the reclining chair with his eyes closed for a nap, using sleep to fill the wounds in his heart that even the wind of revival could not repair. While Qin Feng was taking a rest to heal his wounds, in the fallen forest, 2 storms were brewing that were directly aimed at him and indirectly affected the lives of millions. A new war is coming. The sunlight that spreads across thousands of miles seems to foreshadow the raging war. Chapter 130. An army of 100,000 goblins. Fallen forest, goblin kingdom, royal capital, surface, martial arts training ground. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when the sun was at its hottest and the light was the most scorching, but at this moment the martial arts training ground was shrouded in a solemn and eerie atmosphere. Nearly 100,000 goblin warriors stood upright on the martial arts training ground, their spears flashing and their flags fluttering. Although they made no sound or move, the oppressive feeling was still so great that the air around them seemed to have dropped several degrees, making people feel cold all over. This is the Goblin Kingdom's Royal Guards, an invincible iron army forged with great effort by the Goblin Kingdom's King Gulbanga III. Once deployed, it means that they will definitely return in triumph and bring supreme glory and splendor to their homeland. In this army, the weakest warriors all possess the strength of a war master. After being equipped with the best alchemical weapons in the Goblin Kingdom, they can even fight head-on with war general-level monsters. Once the formation is set up, the resonance between the martial arts chi and blood can give the entire army a super powerful strengthening effect. When they exert their full power, it is enough for them to face the strong men at the level of 9-star War Emperor head-on without being at a disadvantage at all. This is an invincible army. With such an iron army, let alone a mere celestial lord, even the natural elf kingdom on the other side of the evil moon corridor wouldn't dare to disturb the glory of our goblin kingdom. Through the real-time images evolved from the statues of the Mother Earth in every tribe, millions of people in the Goblin Kingdom were watching the martial arts training ground at this moment, looking at the soldiers in the training ground with supreme admiration and worship, and looking forward to the appearance of their great king with even more admiration and awe. Amidst the distant exclamations of admiration from tens of millions of goblins, and amidst countless distant expectant gazes, the king of the Goblin Kingdom, Gulbanga III, dressed in a neat military uniform and holding a rusty long sword, walked out of the tunnel with an extremely solemn expression and walked up to the high platform that had been built at the end of the martial arts field with firm steps. Standing firmly in the designated position, before Gulbanga III could even open his mouth, a tremendous war roar erupted in the arena. Amidst this immense and unified war cry, every goblin warrior's face turned red, their hideous veins bulged, and terrifying little snakes snaked out on their faces and necks. His Majesty the King will win. The Goblin Kingdom will win. Layer upon layer of sound waves exploded in the martial arts arena, and then spread towards the surrounding dense primeval forest, shaking the trees as thick as buckets wildly. The green leaves fell like dead leaves in the dead of winter, and in a blink of an eye, a layer of green skin was spread on the ground. Amidst this huge wave of noise, the Goblin King Gulbanga III raised one hand, his palm raised high enough for the entire army to see clearly, enough for all the goblins in the country to see clearly. Then he suddenly clenched his fist, and in an instant, the roaring army stopped abruptly. The originally noisy training ground suddenly became extremely quiet, and if a needle fell to the ground, the sound would be clear and pleasant. Seeing such solemn and dignified military appearance, seeing such disciplined military appearance, all the people of the Goblin Kingdom felt a tidal wave of orgasms in their heads, layer upon layer, almost shocking them to the point of fainting. They roared and shouted from thousands and tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even though they knew that the army was far away in the royal capital and that His Majesty the King standing on the high platform could not hear them, they still roared and shouted. Long live His Majesty the King! Long live the Goblin Kingdom! Revenge! Revenge! Revenge on the human lord who killed our compatriots and the respected Lord Qin Feng. Such an invincible army will surely sweep away that human lord in an instant, and will surely retrieve his head and place it before the grave of the fallen warriors. For the glory of the Goblin Empire, for the glory of His Majesty. Soldiers, you must kill all those abominable human lords. Kill them all. Bring back their heads to build a memorial. Sensing that time was almost up, and sensing that the goblin people in the distance were shouting until their voices were hoarse, Gulbanga III took a deep breath, then opened his mouth in a trembling voice, shouting angrily, "Kill." Just one simple word, without mentioning who was to be killed, nor specifying where the killing was to take place, but it instantly ignited the emotions of all the soldiers, and even ignited the emotions of tens of millions of goblin people. In an instant, the entire martial arts training ground was filled with shouts and cries of killing. In the fallen forest that stretched for who knows how many kilometers, sporadic cries of killing could be heard, the sound so terrifying that it seemed to set the whole prairie on fire. After roaring for nearly half a minute, the entire army stopped. Then, a huge black pit suddenly appeared in the center of the martial arts field. This pit is like a spider web, and it is the entrance to the tunnel that leads to the entire fallen forest. With the help of tunnels, the army of the Goblin Kingdom can rush to any location in the country within 24 hours to avenge the dying goblin tribes, or start a war and plunder resources for the entire kingdom. After the pit was fully opened, the sound of clanging footsteps exploded above the training ground. The goblin soldiers took heavy and firm steps, walking towards the pit with solemn expressions. But just as the first group of soldiers were about to go down into the pit, an extremely terrified voice exploded in the training ground. The old chief priest of the temple, Kamag, shook an extremely long parchment and shouted in fear, "Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened." He stumbled onto the platform of the martial arts field and fell to his knees in front of Gulbanga III with a thud. Seeing this scene, the soldiers on the training ground were shocked. The images evolved from the statue of Mother Earth, and the millions of goblin people who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked beyond words at this moment, because they all knew the man kneeling in front of Gulbanga III. That man was the most respected servant of the Temple of Mother Earth, the high priest chosen by the Mother Goddess, and represented the glory of the Mother Goddess. How could one not be shocked and surprised when such a high-ranking person appeared in such an abrupt manner and then knelt before Gulbang III in an even more abrupt manner? "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. 1,032 villages on the northeastern border of the empire were attacked by human overlords, resulting in the deaths of a total of 127,642 members of the tribe. The settlements they had painstakingly built over many years were burned to ashes, and the ancestral halls were also destroyed in the fires set by the human overlords." Kamag roared in grief, turbid tears dripping from his wrinkled old face, wetting the wooden floor of the platform. The moment he finished speaking, the entire Goblin Kingdom, whether soldiers or civilians, showed expressions of shock, astonishment, and anger. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere of violence reached an unprecedented high. It not only appeared in the martial arts arena, but also appeared throughout the Goblin Kingdom. The violent and murderous aura that rose into the sky seemed to dye the white clouds in the sky into a murderous red. P.S. If you want to see how this army dies, leave a comment. The author will make appropriate adjustments based on the specific plot. Also, golden ballots please. Golden ballots please. Golden ballots please. Chapter 131, Gulbanga III's Battle Speech. 1,032 villages were attacked. More than 127,600 members of the tribe died. How could those lords from another world be so evil? Who gave them the courage? This is a declaration of war. This is a challenge to our goblin kingdom. This is a challenge to our entire goblin race. As the violent anger rose to the sky, roars of grief and anger were heard throughout the goblin kingdom and in all places where goblins existed. Millions of low-level goblins are roaring, and the goblin soldiers in the arena are roaring. The goblin guard with a golden emblem who was guarding Gulbanga III held his head in agony and let out a wail far more miserable than anyone else in and out of the arena. He came from the northeastern border of the goblin kingdom. He saw the name of his village on the parchment shaken by the chief priest of the temple. And at this moment when hundreds of millions of people were screaming in pain, a huge sound, as if with blood and tears, suddenly broke out, instantly covering up all the cries inside and outside the field. The terrifying energy rushed out along the trajectory of the sound waves, instantly cutting the 5-kilometer-long forest around the training ground into two halves. Amidst the sound of crashing, huge objects fell down one after another, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground one after another, as if a mountain was collapsing. All the goblins' gazes froze for a moment, and then converged on the king on the platform, who was roaring in pain and shedding tears of blood and grief. Listening to Gulbang III's extremely sorrowful roar, and looking at the tears and blood that suddenly appeared on his always resolute face, which was totally inconsistent with Gulbang III's usual temperament. In the vast goblin kingdom, tens of millions of goblin people, belonging to different priests, and millions of goblin warriors all felt the same pain and experienced a pain that was enough to tear their souls apart. At this moment, the distance between the lower-class goblin people, the lower-class goblin warriors, and Gulbanga III was infinitely shortened. At the same time, the image of Gulbang III who loved his people like his own children became more and more popular, and gradually became an indelible ideological stamp. Speech. It is an essential ability for a qualified politician. As the Goblin Kingdom's most powerful ruler in 1,000 years, as a king who wanted to change the situation that had lasted for 1,000 years and achieve unprecedented centralization of power, Gulbanga III's talent in oratory was incomparably outstanding. After successfully using that mournful roar and the blood and tears on his face to capture the attention of goblins across the country, Gulbanga III gradually calmed down his facial expression and turned back into the calm and decisive king he used to be. He swept across the entire audience with an extremely calm gaze, which was filled with murderous intent. His eyes not only swept over the soldiers in the training ground, but also over the faces of tens of millions of lower-class goblin people. He conveyed silent determination with his eyes. A moment of silence. After a long time, Gulbang III uttered the first words after his wailing, which was also his first order. As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin soldiers who had been staring at him immediately clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and scattered in the fallen forest. At this moment, tens of millions of lower-class goblin people also clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and silently mourned the death of their compatriots. After 5 minutes, the mournful silence ended. Under the gazes of thousands of people, Gulbang III drew the rusty long sword from his waist, grasped the blade tightly in his hand, and pulled it open with force. Clang! The metal blade rubbed against the flesh and blood body, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. Blood gushed out from the wound. Gulbanga III suddenly plunged his long knife into the wooden floor of the platform, then dipped his right hand in the blood and drew an ancient and eerie curse on his forehead. I, Gulbanga III, I swear in the name of all the kings of the Goblin Kingdom. I swear by my utmost devotion to Mother Earth. I will repay an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I will make those human lords who have harmed the goblin people pay with blood. If you break this oath, I, Gulbanga III, will never return to the capital while I am alive, and I will never enter the ancestral temple after my death. My soul will be condemned to eternal purgatory, suffering 1,080,000 calamities. The moment the words fell from his lips, the curse seal written on Gulbang III's forehead shone brightly, and a fiery blood light shot up into the sky and dissipated into the vast sky. Hearing the solemn oath and seeing Gulbanga III's steely face, goblins across the country felt Gulbanga III's determination, which was so firm that even the passage of time could not destroy it. In an instant, countless eyes began to shed tears, countless throats began to tremble, countless green arms were raised high, and countless mouths moved, uttering countless oaths similar to those of Gulbanga III. The solemn atmosphere of the blood oath permeated the martial arts arena and the countless goblin settlements in the fallen forest. In just a short time, it distilled an extremely pure hatred and fighting spirit. As his eyes swept across those pairs of eyes that were almost red, Gulbanga III was very satisfied with the drama he directed. This drama was supposed to be performed yesterday, but because of the oracle of the Mother Earth and the final black moon tide, it had to be postponed to today. But judging from the current results, the one-day postponement did not affect the performance of this drama. Soon, all the soldiers present had sworn a blood oath. It was predictable that the lower-class goblin people in the country, who were furious and eager to immediately join the army to dismember the human lords who had killed 120,000 of their compatriots, should have also finished their oaths and were in a state of intense emotional shock. Simply put, people's hearts can be used. With this thought in mind, Gulbang III spoke again, and he began his real speech, which was also the clarion call for the charge. Today I stand here, on the land of the Goblin Kingdom, standing in the capital, standing on this land watered with the blood and glory of our ancestors. Under my feet are the graves of my ancestors. They're looking at me. Under your feet are the graves of your ancestors, the graves of the ancestors of your fellow goblins who perished. They are looking at me, and even more so at you. Today, their descendants have suffered a disaster. A total of 1,032 villages were massacred. A total of 127,642 goblins died in the war initiated by the human lords of another world. For over 1,000 years, the ancestral tablets enshrined in those 1,032 villages were reduced to ashes and withered into mud in the burning flames. As a king and protector of the kingdom, I feel a grief I've never felt before. I believe that as guardians of the kingdom, you share the same feelings as I do, and have experienced the grief of the loss of your compatriots with me. I want to say that when our nation is bullied by foreign enemies, any step back is a betrayal to our ancestors and to our compatriots who have suffered. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. This is an eternal truth. It is also the unchanging creed of our great goblin people. So, we should take revenge. Therefore, we who have sworn a blood oath must use the most brutal means to achieve the most glorious revenge. Now, I issue the royal decree of the 67th king of the Goblin Kingdom. I issue the royal decree that all the goblins who died must receive from me. I issue the royal decree that my ancestors, your ancestors, must receive from me. All goblin warriors, listen up. A deafening sound was heard, and the 100,000 goblin soldiers in the training ground immediately stood at attention. The tears flowing from their eyes could not change their upright posture like green pines. They roared in unison. Gulbanga III raised his right arm, pointed northeast, and said in a loud voice, "Forward, towards those slain goblin tribes." Yes, thousands of roars were heard, shaking the sky. Kill all the human lords we encounter along the way, and use their blood and flesh to pay tribute to the heroic spirits of our fallen compatriots in heaven. Yes, a louder war cry was heard, and green rain began to fall in the forest within a 5-kilometer radius. It was the falling green leaves, and it also represented the endless lives that were about to wither under the iron hoofs of the army. From north to south, we will clear the land and leave no one behind. Kill, 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 kill. Chapter 132, Traitor. Through the live light screen evolved from the statue of the Mother Goddess, he watched the sincere and flawless performance of Gulbanga III in the light screen, watched the indignant and passionate goblin soldiers in the picture, and watched the tearful goblin women, children, and old men beside him in the shrine of the Mother Goddess. Fernando couldn't help but shake his head, and then, while no one was paying attention, he walked out of the shrine alone and walked towards his brother Fernando's grave. It has been 3 days since I returned to the tribe. Fernando has come out of the grief of his brother's death and has become a prospective priest who is highly expected by the women, children, and elders of the tribe. But these are just superficial calmness. Deep down in the heart, hatred has turned into a seed and quietly grew into a towering tree. Before leaving the royal capital, every word that the chief high priest of the Temple of Mother Earth, Kamog, said to him, every truth he revealed to him, and every hideous expression shown to him, were nutrients for the growth of the tree of hatred in his heart, watering his desire to destroy the entire empire. Before arriving at the grave, Fernando's brother Fernando's body, which was as dry as firewood when he died, appeared in front of Fernando. His eyes trembled involuntarily, and he whispered a promise. "Brother, you have been smarter than me since you were little. Whether it's magic or the wisdom that our family lacks so much, you are better than me. But you chose to sacrifice yourself, using your life in exchange for mine. Brother, you gave me this life. I will avenge you. I will send Gulbang III to see you in the hell of hell. I will send the so-called amiable chief high priest, who sacrificed his entire life and soul for you, to see you in the hell of hell. I will do it. I will definitely do it. Even if I have to give up the honor of a goblin. Even if I have to give up my faith in the Earth Mother. Even if I have to sell my soul to the demons of another world. I will avenge you. Brother, wait for me. After whispering this, Fernando filled his brother's grave with new soil. The elders in the tribe said that as long as the living remember to fill the graves of the dead, the souls underground will no longer be lonely. Fernando's soul was dedicated to the mother goddess of earth. According to the saying in the temple, such a soul will be pulled into the endless purgatory by an almighty force after all its spirituality has dissipated, and will replace the mother goddess to bear the karma brought by the war of gods. Fernando didn't know whether his brother in purgatory could feel the warmth of the new soil, but he did it anyway. This was his only way to pay tribute to his brother. After adding a thin layer of soil to every part of the grave, Fernando turned and walked towards his residence. He wanted to do the second thing to commemorate his brother. Returning to the room and sitting on the chair in front of the desk, Fernando opened a magic study notebook and exhaled towards the paper. The hot and humid breath sprayed onto the paper, and the words representing the magical experience disappeared, replaced by maps outlined by brushstrokes as thin as a hair tip. Fernando was very mediocre in magic, and he had no talent for social skills. But Fernando's memory is super terrifying. It can be said that he has a photographic memory. To describe it more appropriately, he is a camera with unlimited storage capacity. He could clearly remember everything he had seen, including the text, pictures, and the spiderweb-like underground passages built over thousands of years by the Goblin Kingdom. There was no specific route map, and it was impossible to use effectively. And in the Temple of Mother Earth, there are treasures accumulated over more than 1,000 years, some of which are gifts from gods, some are plundered in wars, and they have extremely strange, evil, and complex effects. He was now writing down all the information he remembered about the Goblin Kingdom. On the day he finishes writing, he will hand this notebook over to the demon lord from outer space who controls Succubi and easily killed the Goblin Kingdom's 10,000-strong army. He's selling his soul. He wants to avenge his brother and send all the rulers of the Goblin Kingdom to the endless fire of purgatory. As the Goblin army marched on the ground, pushing forward towards the northeast. At the southwestern edge of the fallen forest, in the upper reaches of the Huangshui River Valley, a force of wind and thunder was brewing, heading towards Qin Feng. One by one, the lords came from all directions towards the middle of the upper section of the Huangshui River Valley. This is a silent march. Some people are happy in the silence, while others are worried and fearful in the silence. This march, or grand gathering, was led by the 3 giants of the Hall of Fame and involved a total of 436 lords. Except for those lords who died in the Beast Tide War, and the evil Lord Qin Feng who the Hall of Fame coalition wanted to attack. Among the surviving lords in the upper reaches of the Huangshui River Valley, only Feng Guogua, who had an extremely excellent geographical location and could serve as a surprise force, did not participate in this gathering. Such terrifying organizational efficiency naturally cannot be easily explained by the light-hearted term appeal. Those who were delighted in the silent march were all looking forward to how large their sphere of influence would be and how much benefit they would gain after the end of this crusade. They will join this crusade without being called upon by others. Those who were worried in the silent march originally didn't want to come. In yesterday's Beast Tide War that affected the entire continent, they were supporting roles from beginning to end, and were just foils for the big guys on the points ranking list. Not to mention getting enough killing points to exchange for rewards. Just surviving was already a matter of dedication, coincidence, scheming, and the manifestation of gods. But they had no choice but to come. The 3 giants of the Hall of Fame all said that if they did not come to participate in this just war, then after getting rid of Qin Feng, the Hall of Fame coalition would wipe them out. After all, the incompleteness of justice means absolute injustice. So, during the silent and solemn march, these frightened lords racked their brains to think of a way to survive. Someone stared in a daze at the list of the top 10 strongest people in the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley that he had compiled. He decided to draw a lottery to pick someone who was powerful, easy to fool, and could protect him. Some people looked at their breasts with huge fruits hanging on them, and then looked at their slender waists below. The body is also a weapon. If used properly, it may not be less useful than soldiers. But she felt a little bit of a loss to hand over her precious body to a lord who could only be respected in a small area. Chapter 133. A grand gathering of people with ulterior motives. Some people speculated about the thoughts of the 3 giants of the Hall of Fame. In fact, there is no need to guess. The enthusiasm shown by the 3 is almost obvious to everyone. Anyone can figure out with their toes why the three giants gathered more than 400 lords to fight against the first lord who killed his compatriots in the upper reaches of the Huangshui River Valley. They did not allow any doubt or discussion and labeled that person as an evil lord. In fact, they wanted to use this march to see the strength of the lords who were still alive, so as to rank them and divide up the entire upper section of the Huangshui River Valley, which covers an area of 160,000 square kilometers. Take the best quality area with the fastest monster reproduction rate into your own hands. Yes, after the end of the Beast Tide War, the natural reproduction rate of wild monsters has become the value anchor for measuring whether an area has high value. When all the lords woke up this morning, they discovered an extremely terrifying thing. The wild monsters in the fallen forest no longer refreshed. Not only in the fallen forest, but also in all locations of the eternal continent, the wild monsters had lost the refresh mechanism. Some people think even further. They are very rational and know one thing very well. When resources are limited and the desire for development is growing endlessly, the fewer people who share the resources, the more beneficial it will be for those powerful lords. This is an extremely pessimistic judgment. This means that shortly after the end of the punitive war, or at the same time as the end of the punitive war, a new punitive war will break out, and the weak lords will be accused of false charges by the three giants. For example, why do you move your left foot first when you send out an attack? For example, why are we all charging forward, but you are slow and out of touch? For example, I heard that you feel pity for the evil Lord Qin Feng. If justice is not absolute, then it is absolutely unjust. You can go on your journey with peace of mind. I will take care of your troops. At a time when a large number of weak lords were worried about their future, wondering whether they should curry favor with powerful people, whether they should sell their precious bodies, how they should fight to avoid being assigned to remote areas, and how they should mobilize the masses to resist false charges. Qin Shaojia, one of the three giants of the Hall of Fame Alliance, who should not have any worries in the eyes of everyone and has no right to worry, is unprecedentedly anxious and worried. He is worried that the Hall of Fame Alliance is not strong enough, and he is worried that Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai are still the same old people before the Beast Tide War. Last night, the Beast Tide War ended and the points rewards were settled. Qin Shaojia was in the small group of the three giants, frantically trying to find out what Lu Guanghai and Wang Dongshan had gained from this Beast Tide War. At first, he hinted at it indirectly. After confirming that indirect hints had no effect, he directly said that he was willing to be a younger brother to the strongest person, but still failed to get any useful information out. In Qin Shaojia's opinion, those two old foxes were bastards who were not human and would not tell a word of truth. Therefore, Qin Shaojia had no choice but to propose that the three of them take the lead in organizing a grand military parade. All the lords in the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley were gathered together, and then the three of them would compete with each other for the absolute leadership of the Hall of Fame Alliance based on their own abilities. After expressing a strong desire to control the Hall of Fame Alliance, Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai, who had been pushing the ball with Qin Shaojia, finally fell in love. Amidst a business-to-business exchange filled with fear and suspicion, the three giants unanimously passed the proposal to gather all the lords of the alliance and expressed their attitude in an extremely stern manner in the crowd and uttered that extremely famous declaration. If justice is not absolute, it is absolutely unjust. All lords who oppose the grand gathering of the Hall of Fame coalition are lackeys of the evil Lord Qin Feng. Hey, you two bastards. You better show some strength. Don't be the same old idiots you were before the Beast Tide War. After all, your strength has declined. The letter of allegiance I, your servant, submit to His Majesty the First Emperor, will be greatly discounted. Qin Shaojia clasped his hands together and prayed silently. As he prayed, he suddenly laughed. He felt that praying that the enemy he was going to attack would be powerful was a very funny thing in itself. Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai were also on their way to the assembly point. At this moment, both of them had recovered from the shock of last night's points battle and were very confident. Last night, in the 6-hour battle against the Beast Tide, Wang Dongshan did not kill a single wild monster and did not get any killing points. But he did not gain nothing. On the contrary, his gains were enormous. He followed the Beast Tide for a full 6 hours last night and picked up a total of 731 lords' hearts. After the Beast Tide War ended, he commanded his soldiers to kill all the wild monsters that had been protecting them all the way without the blessings of Heavenly Tao and Black Moon Tide. This directly allowed him to harvest a large amount of soul particles and energy stones. At the same time, the most powerful and violent six-armed ape under his command received a large amount of energy value rewards, and today, It was successfully promoted to the level of 2-star military candidate. The other violent 6-armed apes also possess strength levels ranging from 7-star commanders to 9-star commanders. However, these are not Wang Dongshan's greatest gains. After he fed a large number of Lord Hearts to his castle and military buildings, both of his buildings were extremely lucky to complete the grade transition from the special level to the top level. Although the improvement of the building grade did not directly increase the combat power level of the troops, it did enhance the potential of the troops and endowed his violent 6-armed apes with more abilities. Several of the outstanding ones even gained extremely powerful combat talents. Sitting among the soldiers, on the shoulder of the only violent 6-armed ape of military officer level. Looking at the pitch-black forest, it quickly flew past his sight like a fleeting shadow. A faint smile and a sense of control gradually filled Wang Dongshan's heart and then emanated from his body. Now, I am already a top lord who controls military-level creatures. The absolute dominant position in the Hall of Fame will definitely belong to me, Wang Dongshan. I will definitely become the ruler of this area. All the lords who survive here will need to beg me for mercy in order to continue living. The beautiful woman will become my harem, and her castle and military buildings will be her dowry. As for men, as my strength grows, they will gradually transform from partners to subordinates, and eventually become my slaves. Qin Feng, I have to thank you. If you hadn't killed that idiot Lu Bo, we wouldn't have found such a good excuse to form an alliance. Even if we had an excuse, others wouldn't respond. Chen Xiaojia, I have to thank you too. If you hadn't been constantly instigating, pretending to be the boss, this grand gathering today might not have been held so early. Chapter 134, 6-star military officer and 9-star war king. When Wang Dongshan believed that he could take advantage of today's grand gathering, act with all his might and shock everyone with ease, and then become the absolute ruler of the entire Hall of Fame coalition, holding more than 90% of the power of the Hall of Fame coalition in his own hands. The last of the 3 giants in the Hall of Fame, the man named Lu Guanghai, ranked in the top 10,000 in last night's points battle, and is determined to win the position of the leader of the Hall of Fame coalition. In last night's points battle, including all the killing time, Lu Guanghai only killed for more than 20 minutes, which was far less than Qin Feng, who killed from beginning to end, a full 6 hours. But even so, Lu Guanghai still became one of the top 10,000 lords on the list, received a points settlement reward of 1 in a million, and obtained a warhammer of the 9-star diamond grade, which could increase Lu Guanghai's combat power by at least 30%. However, this warhammer was not Lu Guanghai's greatest gain. What really gave him confidence and made him believe that he could become the absolute ruler of the Hall of Fame Alliance was the huge amount of energy he gained from killing monsters himself. After a night, Lu Guanghai had completely digested the energy in his body. He directly jumped from the previous 2-star military candidate to the 6-star military candidate level. In the entire Fallen Forest, he can be regarded as a backbone of combat power. In the Goblin Kingdom, he can be a golden priest guarding a region. If we also take into account the martial arts skills mastered by Lu Guanghai and the 9-star diamond level hammer awarded to him in the points battle, he could even rely on the strength of a 6-star military officer to face off against a top-tier 9-star military officer head-on without losing the upper hand. During the battle, if he could find the opponent's flaws or weaknesses, he could even kill a 9-star military officer directly with his extremely rich combat experience. Gao Chang's strength gave Lu Guanghai extraordinary confidence. At the same time, under the conditions of today's large-scale gathering, some of Lu Guanghai's hostility was neutralized, making him more calm and composed. Sitting on the imperial carriage lifted by 4 slimes, Lu Guanghai stretched out his right hand to touch the breeze around him and subconsciously squeezed it, as if he was grasping the authority to dominate the entire upper section of the Huangshui River Valley. For no reason, an extremely comfortable feeling floated in Lu Guanghai's heart, and a carefree smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth. Now, I am already a 6-star military officer, and my actual combat power can even touch the peak 9-star military officer. Although my troops are a little weak, I should be able to easily convince all the lords in the Hall of Fame to make me their king with just myself and the hammer in my hand. Yes, I can definitely do it. After all, I, Lu Guanghai, have made it into the top 10,000 lords in the points rankings. I'm a top-tier expert, 1 in a million. And in a small area like the upper Huangshui River Valley, there are at least 5 million blue star lords. The chances of a lord stronger than me appearing here at the same time as me are extremely small. I must be the king of this land. Now I am the king of the blue star lords, And in the future, I will be the common king of all living things on this land. Chen Xiaojia, a foolish and greedy young man, is nothing to be feared. Wang Dongshan, a useless guy who only knows how to play tricks and act like a sly person, is nothing more than a traitor. He's not worth worrying about. As long as a super powerful person like Qin Shi Huang doesn't appear in this land. I, Lu Guanghai, am the epitome of invincibility. I am destined to be the supreme king who rules this land. Ha ha. When I think of that scene, when I think of the entire upper Huanshui River Valley, and even every living thing in the fallen forest kneeling at my feet, I feel so good that my scalp tingles and I can't help myself. In the Hall of Fame, the lords marched silently, without contacting each other, quietly opening the final results and waiting for their ranking order. Qin Feng just woke up from a short nap. The physical fatigue has been washed away by the wind of revival. In his heart, the psychological trauma caused by being ravaged by 23 succubi in turn was quietly healed by the extremely comfortable deep sleep. Hey, it feels good. Qin Feng stretched his body, and his joints made a crisp crackling sound. An immense force flowed through him, and he raised his hand unconsciously, making the sound of wind and thunder. Is this a breakthrough? Qin Feng was subconsciously confused, but then he remembered the energy value that almost never stopped and kept rushing into his body during the points battle last night. Thinking of this, Qin Feng was no longer surprised at the breakthrough in his own realm, but was curious about which level he had reached. Why don't we go out and try? Those silly girls are still asleep and won't cling to me like an octopus. Qin Feng thought about it and couldn't help it. He flashed and used his magic power to move from the tactical deduction workshop to a location more than 2 kilometers outside the territory. Qin Feng was shocked to see himself flashing so far away. Is a flicker at this distance still considered a flicker? Isn't this teleportation? Surprised, Qin Feng subconsciously opened his Lord panel to check his current strength level. Under Qin Feng's expectant gaze, the Lord's panel slowly unfolded. Qin Feng saw his own strength realm clearly and suddenly opened his mouth wide. Qin Feng. Status, Lord. Talents. Extraordinary charisma, extraordinary energy. Skills. Mana source, incomplete. Martial peak, incomplete. Equipment. Lucky gem, Eye of Insight. Potential, no superior. Combat power level, 9-star War King. Territory level, level 4. Territory buildings, level 4 Pleasure Hall, level 4 Succubus Reincarnation Pool, level 1 Aztok Obelisk, level 1 Destruction Orb. Territory troops, Succubus, this troop is unique. Territory soldier details, please open the secondary panel to view. Territory supplies, Primordial Staff, God's Command, Soul Particles 310,000, Energy Stones 2140, 000, Food 27140, 000, Wood 12410, 000, Stone 12390, 000, Iron or 4310, 000, several weapons, several forging materials, several daily necessities. I became the 9-star War King just like that. A battle for a beast tide. A war that only lasted 6 hours. And it directly allowed me to obtain 18 stars, leapfrogging 2 levels of strength, and ascending from commander to war king. This speed of development, this magnitude of strength increase, it's too freaking scary. Am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? Although he had already calculated that he would be able to leap to the war king level, Qin Feng was still shocked when he saw the 9 stars in front of the war king. At this moment, an unprecedented urge surged in his heart. He wanted to test how strong he was, and whether he could create the kind of devastating scene that Hela would create when she exerted her full power. Chapter 135, The Power of the War King. So terrifying. Qin Feng has always been a man who does what he thinks. Moreover, the position where he was standing at the moment was extremely strategic, right in the nest of a group of silverback giant apes that had migrated here. There are more than 30 silverback giant apes in this group. Through the 9-star sacred object level inside eyes, Qin Feng saw that the leader of this group of monkeys, who is the largest in size, has reached the 8-star military level. Attention! This is an 8-star military candidate without the blessing of heaven's will or the amplification of the Black Moon Tide. No matter how strict the standards, this thing is still the backbone of the fallen forest. Before today, facing such a strong man, Qin Feng would never think too much. He would run away and directly call his wives to come and suppress him. But now, Qin Feng has become a strong man at the level of 9-star War King. As long as he doesn't stand there and let these silverback giant apes beat him for a few hours, he will be absolutely safe. No matter how turbulent or wild the situation is, he will not capsize. A silverback giant ape at the level of an 8-star military officer? How come there are still monsters of this level? Shouldn't Sivir and the others have killed them all? I was secretly puzzled, wondering where on earth these monkeys had migrated from. Qin Feng walked towards the silver-backed giant ape leader, who was the tallest among the monkeys. His steps were slow, but the oppressive feeling was so great that it seemed to completely freeze the air around him. The reason for walking is to get close, mainly because Qin Feng wanted to test his martial arts ability. The killing range of the magical ability brought to him by the source of mana is too large. He is afraid that if he is not careful, he will not be able to restrain his power and will kill all the silver-backed giant apes in the field in seconds, thus losing the excellent material for testing actual combat power. When Qin Feng walked towards the silver-backed giant ape leader, the silver-backed giant ape leader felt a terrifying aura that was so powerful that it was almost irresistible. At this moment, his eyes changed from surprise to ferocity. Then, the fierce light in his eyes suddenly became brighter and fiercer. His mouth, which was big enough to fit dozens of basketballs, opened to the extreme at this moment, revealing 2 pairs of extremely sharp fangs that seemed indestructible. But while showing off his arrogance and power, the silver-backed giant ape leader retreated naturally. While retreating, he stretched out his hand to stop his people and forced them to retreat with him. "Wow, this battlefield high sense is quite powerful," Qin Feng exclaimed with a smile in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng mobilized his physical strength. A terrifying force surged from his lower back, and in an instant, it traveled tens of thousands of miles and completed countless cycles. When he reached the top, Qin Feng poured this strength into his calves. With the infusion of strength, the muscles on Qin Feng's calves suddenly became twice as thick. He suddenly turned his heels, and a huge force rushed out from the soles of his feet, rushing into the extremely solid soil with a bang, exploding with a series of thunder-like explosions. Almost at the same time, an enormous recoil force came from the soles of Qin Feng's feet. Feeling the power of this force, Qin Feng was intoxicated, but while he was intoxicated, he did not forget to utilize this huge force. The power-driven method of the peak martial arts training emerged in his mind, and he instinctively guided this power, first turning it into an extremely swift forward charge, stepping into deep pits on the ground, creating layers of explosions in the ground, and integrating the feedback shock force into the forward charge, bursting out at an even more terrifying speed. In an instant, Qin Feng took dozens of steps forward, stacking dozens of layers of terrifying power. When he was about to get close to the silver-backed giant ape leader, Qin Feng mobilized this power and guided it into his right arm along the spine that lay in his body like a dragon vein. The power entered his right arm, and Qin Feng instantly felt that his right hand was strong enough to tear the sky apart. Boundless heroic spirit suddenly exploded in his chest and abdomen. He roared, and then threw a jab. Boom. A loud noise like a million tons of TNT exploding in the air suddenly appeared in the forest. The limit of Qin Feng's fist clearly stopped 3 inches away from the retreating silverback giant ape leader's head. But the impact force that penetrated the flesh and bones shook the air and rippled countless spiderweb-like cracks, transmitting boundless power fluctuations, still tore apart. No, vaporized the silverback giant ape leader's head in an instant. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The wound where the silver-backed giant ape leader's head was severed was as shiny as a mirror. The blood that should have spurted out was more like a mollusk with its reflex nerves pulled out, lying on the wound without even spitting out a bubble. After more than 10 seconds, the mirror-smooth wound began to bleed. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for hundreds or thousands of years, erupting wildly with unprecedented intensity and infinite passion. Rustling, blood rushed into the sky, and then turned into blood rain falling from the sky, dripping in large quantities, shocking everyone. Immediately afterwards, the body of the silverback giant ape leader began to soften. The force that supported him to stand suddenly dissipated, like thin ice under the scorching sun, like fine snow before a blazing fire. The adhesive force was gone in an instant, and it collapsed and fell apart, until it completely disappeared like the head in a weak and powerless state. Seeing this scene, the other 30 or so silverback giant apes in the field were stunned. They opened their huge eyes one by one, all filled with disbelief. At the same time, their bodies began to tremble and shake unconsciously, like a sieve filled with chaff in the hands of a blue star farmer, shaking violently. As they shook wildly and unconsciously, the tiny branches and leaves on the monkey's hair, the dirt spots, and even the dirt accumulated on their sweat glands were all shaken to the ground in this huge and unstoppable shaking. Then, a series of extremely shrill screams broke out. The silver-backed giant apes looked ferocious as if they had seen a devil. They twisted their bodies almost out of control and fled to a location far away from Qin Feng, using the four-legged posture that they had not used for many years. But the fear in their hearts weakened their muscles, and their terrified roars consumed countless of their strength. This made the monkeys retreat extremely slow, like a snail moving on a snake's skin, winding forward. Not only these monkeys, but Qin Feng himself was also shocked beyond words by the power of the nine-star war king. He just obeyed the most basic fighting instinct given to him by the peak of martial arts training. He never thought that this punch, which only used less than 30% of his strength, would cause such a terrifying and horrifying scene. Chapter 136. Kneel. Is this the power of the nine-star war king? Qin Feng raised his fist and looked at it fiercely. His heart was shocked. A simple punch, using less than 30% of the force, can directly vaporize a giant of the military officer level. If I use my full strength and employ the techniques at the peak of my martial arts training, I can instantly kill monsters at the War King level, or even monsters below the 6-star War King level. Qin Feng speculated in shock. In the past, the thing that made him most proud was that the succubi under his command were not only good-looking, but also had top-notch skills and were extremely powerful. But at this moment, there was one more thing that made him proud. As the master of 23 succubi, he, Master Qin Feng, also possesses enough personal combat power to be the lone wolf in the fallen forest. It feels great. Comfortable. Qin Feng sighed twice. As he spoke, he swung his fist again, sending out streams of terrifying energy, and began to kill the fleeing silver-backed giant ape monsters from a long distance. Bang 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 bang. One after another, terrifying energies collided with the silver-backed giant apes, exploding with a deafening sound, followed by evaporation, an unstoppable evaporation. At this moment, Qin Feng can already make the announcement. For him, killing wild monsters in the fallen forest has become an unparalleled mowing game. After wantonly displaying his divine power, Qin Feng killed all the silver-backed giant apes around him. But he was not satisfied yet, so he started looking for other wild monsters to kill. He wanted to continue this extremely joyful game of mowing monsters. Boom boom boom. A series of terrifying explosions erupted in the forest and spread in a circle around Qin Feng's territory. While he was killing wild monsters like chopping melons and vegetables, he also woke up the succubi who had fallen asleep and had milk stains on the corners of his mouth, which he was reluctant to wipe off. Damn it! Which stupid dog monster is going crazy? How dare they disturb my sweet dream? Eunice said angrily, licking the corner of her mouth with her tongue, then shook her arms, put on her clothes that were almost torn to pieces, and rushed towards the place where the sound exploded. She thought that she must kill the stupid dog who disturbed her sweet dream today. My back hurts. Sivir also woke up, but she didn't get angry at the noise near the territory. Since you're awake, let's go cook for the master. Well, I'll add more herbs this time. The master paid too much last night. Thinking about the one-on-one solo at the beginning of last night, and the multi-on-one team battle later, Sivir subconsciously spat in her heart at Eunice, who took the lead in the team battle and almost hurt Qin Feng's body, and then left the bedroom and went to the kitchen to cook. Hella's sweet dream. No, Hella's brain can't have sweet dreams, only erotic dreams. Awakened from her erotic dream by the continuous sound of explosions, Hella subconsciously frowned, but her 5 senses were extremely sharp. Last night's battle and the sublimation ceremony after the battle helped her to be promoted to a 6-star war emperor, unprecedentedly strengthening her already powerful 5 senses. This made her quickly realize who had made the earth-shattering commotion. She chuckled softly and made herself a pot of tea. Then, she held the teacup and walked naked to the edge of the terrace. She tilted her ear to eavesdrop, and her delicate little hand quietly reached down to continue the erotic dream, and there was more interaction. More succubi were also awakened. They were all a little grumpy at first, some big and some small, but when they saw their companions lying down in Qin Feng's bedroom one after another due to exhaustion and still sleeping, their faces turned red. Then, they picked up their torn clothes and slipped away. You bastard! You're disturbing my sleep so early in the morning. Are you looking for death? Approaching the place where the sound came from, Eunice shouted loudly, gathered the fire line in a daze, and shot towards a vague figure. But just as the line of fire cut across like a knife, a pair of extremely familiar eyes suddenly appeared in Eunice's hazy vision. Then, the face where the eyes were located enlarged, revealing an extremely handsome and extremely familiar face that she had kissed and licked last night. Eunice's pupils suddenly dilated. She hurriedly retracted the fire line in her hand and suddenly changed direction. She suffered a great backlash, but she didn't care at all. She knelt down with a snap. The almost broken skirt formed by the flame armor fluttered and turned into a dark flower, embellishing her infinite panic and fear. Master, I was wrong. Kneeling on the ground, Eunice had no time to wipe the blood from the corner of her lips. She lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, with her head almost buried in her chest. You bastard. Eunice, how dare you call me that? It seems like you've been very dissatisfied with me these days. Qin Feng said coldly, but with a teasing smile on his face. He decided to take advantage of the opportunity when Eunice made a mistake to teach this stupid girl a lesson and teach this little pervert a lesson. Yesterday, if it weren't for the jealous Eunice running into his room to start a group, she would have brought in all the succubi, whether they had already received the rewards or were waiting to receive the rewards. How could he have fallen to such a state that even 3 winds of revival could not save him? How could his legs be so weak? How could he not even have the strength to write in his diary? I'm not dissatisfied. I don't dare to have any dissatisfaction at all. I'm serious. The first time Qin Feng treated her harshly, Eunice felt that she must have fallen out of favor in Qin Feng's heart, and it was an absolute loss of favor. It would be impossible to save it unless she behaved well. This feeling made Eunice extremely frightened, extremely uneasy, and extremely regretful. She cursed herself inwardly. Eunice, you're such an idiot. Why couldn't you be more discerning just now? The master's scent is so recognizable. Why didn't you react? And you actually called him a bastard. You're so bold. Don't dare. If you dare, can you have it? Qin Feng continued to exert pressure. He was actually in a very happy mood at the moment. It was so satisfying to mow down the enemies without any competition. But Eunice also had to be taught a lesson and punished. This little pervert is the kind of person who will tear down the house if he is not punished for 3 days. Confucius also said that women and villains are difficult to raise. If you are close to them, they will be disrespectful. If you are far away from them, they will complain. Last night, Eunice took the lead in the group, which was just disrespectful. This morning, I didn't know who was showing off their power, and I rushed out in a daze. When I traced it back to the source, I found that there was actually a reason for my resentment because I was alienated. Really not. Really. Master, please believe me. Eunice was about to cry. She wanted to crawl to Qin Feng, hug his thighs and act coquettishly, but Qin Feng's cold tone extinguished her thoughts, forcing her to kneel on the ground and bury her head like a quail. Kneel down. You are not allowed to go home without my order. The smile on Qin Feng's face became brighter, but his voice was extremely stern. After saying this, he walked towards the territory. Just now, when he saw Eunice, he had already seen Eunice's current level of strength. With the help of the sublimation ritual and deep sleep, Eunice has completely digested the energy in her body, and her strength has directly reached the level of a 2-star war emperor. Her progress is indeed great. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng naturally became curious about the changes of other succubi. Although he can get a panoramic view through the secondary column in the Lord panel, he still likes the feeling of opening treasure chests one by one. P.S. I forgot to ask for votes last chapter. I'll ask for votes this chapter. Please give me some golden votes. This book has started the 300,000 word beta. Golden votes are very important to young authors. Please, I don't want to be cut. P.S. One more thing. If I can get 200 votes a day, I will update 8 chapters. Without votes, I really have no motivation to write. Chapter 137, Big Surprise. 20 War Kings. Qin Feng did not use the flash magic, or the flash magic which is almost equivalent to teleportation, but walked towards the territory step by step. His pace and expression were just like taking a walk to digest food after dinner. Qin Feng did this on purpose. After being promoted to the 9-star War King, his perception ability was greatly improved. Every step he took towards the territory, every time he got further away from Eunice, Qin Feng could feel that Eunice was trembling behind him, and there was a suppressed sobbing sound in his ears, which was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, and became clearer and clearer. To be honest, Qin Feng's heart trembled several times when he heard the sobbing voice. The urge to turn back, help Eunice up, and then scratch her nose was running back and forth in Qin Feng's heart. But Qin Feng did not choose to do so in the end. He had made up his mind that he must establish his master's authority today. We must act with all our might and vigor. We must immediately rip out all the pride and arrogance in Eunice's heart. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's belief instantly became firmer, and his steps became firmer as he walked towards the pleasure hall with firm steps. Feeling the distance between herself and Qin Feng growing farther and farther, and feeling the resolute will that grew stronger and stronger as Qin Feng left, an extremely complex and indescribable feeling rose in Eunice's heart. Crystal tears quickly rushed out of her eyes, dripping down with a click, accompanied by a cry of extreme grief and regret. Wow, Kukuku. Master, please don't leave me. Eunice knows she is wrong. Amidst Eunice's crying, Qin Feng returned to the territory. When he arrived here, he saw 20 heads growing out of the gate of the Hall of Pleasure. Except for Hela, all the succubi born after Sivir ran out. They were all nervous and curious about why Eunice, who was so beloved by Qin Feng, was crying so miserably at this moment. What are you looking at? What's so good about it? Do you want to be like Eunice? Find a place to kneel down in the wild. Qin Feng said with a cold face that Eunice had changed from being cute and proud to being arrogant and domineering, and at least half of the reason was that he, as her master, was too indulgent. In order to prevent the 20 succubi in front of him from following Eunice's old path, one night, all the sisters gathered together to join him in a group, and Qin Feng had to put the issue of disciplining the succubi on the agenda. Go back, Qin Feng said in a shocking voice. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, sir. Qin Feng's suddenly raised voice exuded the authority of a lord and master. The moment he finished speaking, the 20 succubi present all shrank their necks, then trotted back to the dining room, sitting upright in their seats. Their arms, as white as tender lotus roots and jade, rested gently on the table, arranged perfectly, like elementary school students. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was very satisfied, but his face still maintained the previous majestic and indifferent expression. Walk into the dining room and sit down at the main seat. Before checking the strength levels of the succubi, Qin Feng decided to give 2 of them a little favor as a reward for the obedient succubi. With a quick glance, Qin Feng selected his target and said, Nanaxi, come here and massage my shoulders. Qin Feng stretched out his finger and pointed at Nanasi. His eyes were majestic, domineering, and full of sexual tension, which made Nanasi's delicate body tremble several times. Yes, master. Nanasi answered quietly, then reached out to pull the stool. In a panic, she tried several times but failed to make enough space for herself to pass, and her face turned red with nervousness. After struggling for a while, Nanasi finally walked from her seat to behind Qin Feng. Under the envious gazes of the other 19 succubi in the dining room, Nanasi raised her jade arms and gently placed her hands on Qin Feng's shoulders, nervously and gratefully massaging Qin Feng's shoulders. Evelyn, come here too. The task of massaging the legs is now given to you. You have behaved well these days. You are very well behaved. Enjoying Nanasi's massage, Qin Feng half closed his eyes comfortably, and at the same time called another succubus to come up and serve him. Quietly, he also clearly defined this service qualification as a favor. Me? Evelyn pointed at her nose in astonishment, a look of disbelief on her face. In terms of the number of magic patterns, she only has 2. In terms of combat power level, she is only at the level of a 7-star war king. In terms of beauty, she is not particularly outstanding among the group of stunningly beautiful succubi. In terms of charm, not to mention the most outgoing sister Eunice, the contrasting sister Sylvia, even the cute and slow Hela are more attractive than her. So, when she heard Qin Feng asking her to go up and serve, she really couldn't believe her ears. She simply couldn't believe that this 1 in 10 chance of grace would ever come to her. Yeah, Qin Feng hummed lightly. Evelyn's flattered, excited, and surprised expression made him extremely happy. At this moment, he had already thought it through. If after today, Eunice still took the lead in causing trouble as she did in the past, and continued to be arrogant because of her favor, and turned her love into a rampant one, he pampered other succubi in front of Eunice, and at the same time, he was tormenting Eunice's jealous heart. Okay, master. Evelyn stuttered as she spoke. At this moment, her eyes suddenly brightened dozens of times. She walked clumsily towards Qin Feng. When she got close, she got under the table and knelt on her knees, gently massaging the muscles on Qin Feng's thighs and calves. Enjoying the service of the 2 succubi, Qin Feng comfortably called up the succubi's panels and looked at them one by one. You don't know until you see it. When you see it, Qin Feng is shocked. All of Qin Feng's succubi have been promoted from the military candidate level to the war king level. Even the weakest single-pattern succubus has reached the level of a 5-star war king. But the improvement in strength was still small. What surprised Qin Feng the most was the upgrade in the potential of the succubi. Before the Beast Tide War, Qin Feng had a total of 8 double-striped succubi and 14 single-striped succubi. The Beast Tide War ended, the sublimation ceremony was completed, and the energy was completely digested. Under the passive sublimation effect of the Aztec obelisk, the number of double-striped succubi under Qin Feng's command soared to 16, doubling the number. In addition to these succubi, Qin Feng also discovered another surprise. His Cheryl had actually gained 2 more magic patterns under the influence of the Aztec obelisk. Her strength surpassed all the succubi present, and she had directly reached the level of a 9-star peak war king, only below Eunice, Sivir, and Hela. Chapter 138. 3 War Emperors from One Family. Hiss. 16 double-striped succubi. Cheryl even became a triple-striped succubus. Should I thank the points battle, the Aztec obelisk, or myself for this wave? After seeing the improvement of the succubi, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a breath and sighed in his heart. It was also at this time that Shiver walked into the restaurant carrying breakfast. Oh no, it should be considered a late lunch. Compared to yesterday, Sivir is more charming today. Even though Qin Feng is still in the sage time, when he sees Sivir's cold face and her shy and smiling eyes, he can't help but feel moved and wants to make Sivir look different again. What are you thinking about? Now is the time to get down to business. We need to see how Sivir is progressing. Qin Feng thought to himself that at this moment, not only was Sivir more radiant, but the icy aura on her body was also dozens of times stronger. Without even calling up the panel, Qin Feng could conclude that Sivir's physique had undergone another leap. Amidst surging anticipation, Qin Feng focused his gaze on Sivir, and in an instant, a translucent panel appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision. Ice Witch Sivir. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, Ice Power, Advanced Cooking, Do, requires mature form. Potential, Sublimit Ice Attribute, 3-striped Succubus. Growth Status, Growth. Combat Power Level, 3-star War Emperor. Complete Form, 8-star God. As expected, Sivir's physique has become stronger again. The Aztec obelisk truly favors Sivir. Her first transformation elevated her ice attributes to special ice attributes. This time, it's elevated her from special ice attributes to sublimited ice attributes. With 2 more steps forward, she'll be on the same level as Hela and Bertini in terms of physique. Qin Feng thought in shock. However, the improvement in physical fitness is not all that Sivir has gained. Her combat power soared directly from the 8-star military candidate before the Beast Tide War, leaping all the way to the War King level, and soared to the 3-star War Emperor level. She can be said to be the top powerhouse in the Fallen Forest. Not bad, not bad. Xiweir, you are very good. Taking the plate handed over by Xiweir, Qin Feng smiled happily, stretched out his hand, and patted Xiweir on the shoulder. Although Qin Feng did not explicitly say what was good about it, the clever Xiweir understood it instantly. She knew that Qin Feng was talking about her improved physique and soaring combat power. Thinking of this, Xiweir smiled and said, Master, you are too kind. All of this is thanks to you. Without your command and guidance, how could Xiweir be where he is today? As she spoke, Sylvie twisted her snake-like waist, and when Evelyn moved her small hand from Qin Feng's thigh to her calf, she sat down in Qin Feng's arms, holding up a spoon, and fed Qin Feng soup in small sips. Being served like this by 3 beauties, Qin Feng felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. In an instant, he forgot about Eunice, who was kneeling and crying in the wild. He laughed and stretched out his hand, hugged Shiver's slender waist, and enjoyed the happy time. After hugging Sivir and being intimate with her for a while, Hela went downstairs and into the restaurant. Before sitting down at her seat, Hela greeted Qin Feng respectfully. Good afternoon, master. After that, she looked at the other succubi in the restaurant. Good afternoon, Sister Sivir. Good afternoon, Sister Cheryl. Good afternoon, Sister Nanasi. Sylvie accepted Hela's greeting calmly. She winked at Hela, but did not stop feeding Qin Feng soup. Ever since she transferred a reward to Hela for free yesterday, Sivir had considered Hela her own, or rather, her younger sister. In her opinion, it was only natural for Hela to call her sister. Unlike Sivir, the other succubi who were greeted felt a little uncomfortable. Although they arrived earlier than Hela, their strength was far inferior to Hela's, and their potential was far behind Hela. So, after hearing Hela's greeting, they waved their hands repeatedly, saying, Sister Hela, please don't be like this. We should call you sister. After all, the one who has achieved success comes first. Looking at the happy harem, Qin Feng suddenly felt that making Eunice, the jealous, rotten apple, kneel outside was an extremely wise decision. At the same time, Qin Feng also admired Hela, who was not competitive in front of others, but charming and provocative behind others. With infinite admiration, Qin Feng praised Hela several times with his eyes. The girl still had her usual sluggish and cute expression, but when their eyes met, Qin Feng could sense a hint of cunning and a hint of something beating inside her. Master, a glance isn't enough. Hela wants a real reward. Let's talk about it later. Qin Feng also expressed his meaning with his eyes. Then, he called up Hela's panel to check Hela's progress. Death Witch Hela. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Talents, Absolute Death. Do, requires mature form. Potential, Ultra Limit Physique, 5-striped Succubus. Growth status, growth. Combat power level, 6-star War Emperor. Complete body, 9-star God Emperor. After reading Hella's panel, Qin Feng was greatly relieved. At this moment, Hella is already a 6-star War Emperor. In terms of combat power alone, she is already a mainstay among the War Emperors. If we also consider Hyla's extremely terrifying physique, which has reached the super limit level, and the 5-pattern Succubus's more original skills, Hyla's true combat power is estimated to be up to that of an 8-star War Emperor. Even if she were to face off against an ordinary 9-star War Emperor, Hyla would not be at a disadvantage for a while. Hella, you're great. You're all great. Qin Feng was so pleased that he couldn't help but applaud and praise everyone. At this moment, the combat power of his territory has become extremely powerful, powerful enough to shock the lords of all the heavens and worlds. Qin Feng has 3 combat forces at the level of War Emperor. They are 6-star War Emperor level Hella, 3-star War Emperor level Sivir, and 2-star War Emperor level Eunice. There are 2 people with the combat power of the 9-star War King level. One is Qin Feng himself, and the other is Cheryl, who has transformed into a 3-striped succubus. Qin Feng has 7 8-star War King level combat capabilities. Qin Feng has 9 succubi at the 7-star War King level. The remaining 3 succubi are all powerful beings above the 5-star War Kings. In the Goblin Kingdom, each of them is capable of dominating one side, but here with Qin Feng, they are just soldiers who have not even become captains. Chapter 139, Upgrade. Level 5 Reincarnation Pool. Master, thank you for your praise. It's all thanks to the Master's guidance. Without the Master's guidance and teaching, we wouldn't be where we are today. Wherever the Master's blade points, that is the direction we will pursue our whole lives. Being praised by Qin Feng, all the succubi in the field felt extremely honored. But when they felt honored, they did not forget to praise Qin Feng. They all believed from the bottom of their hearts that without Qin Feng's command and guidance, they would not have been able to grow so quickly. In their eyes, Qin Feng's status has long been more sacred than that of gods. All the glory belongs to Qin Feng and can only belong to Qin Feng. Hey, my succubus is so sensible. Well, except for that proud, domineering little pervert Eunice. Qin Feng thought with great satisfaction, and then said, since everyone is here, let's start the meal. As soon as the words fell, the succubi nodded, and Hella even raised her cutlery. However, Sivir asked in confusion, Master, Eunice is still kneeling outside. Aren't you going to call her? His combat power level was raised from 9-star military candidate to 3-star War Emperor, and his physique also transformed to the sublimit level. Sivir's perception became extremely sharp. Although she did not see Eunice kneeling outside the territory at this moment, she could hear Eunice's cries of extreme pain and regret, and learned what had happened outside the territory before. On weekdays, Sivir was very unhappy with Eunice. But when she heard Eunice crying, she couldn't help but feel compassion and wanted to persuade Qin Feng to take back his decision and forgive Eunice for this offense. What? You want to call her back? Qin Feng put down the cutlery in his hand, turned his head to look at Sivir, the only one who spoke in the field. His eyes gradually narrowed, and a cold feeling of oppression suddenly appeared. The temperature of the entire restaurant seemed to drop as Qin Feng's eyelids closed. Aye. Being stared at by Qin Feng, Sivir faced the pressure of almost 90% of the male host. She stuttered inadvertently, and her mind became blank at this moment. She didn't know how to organize her words and say a few good words for Eunice. Well, why don't you speak? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes even tighter, and a cold gaze flowed out from the narrow gap, focusing more sharply and with a more terrifying power. Beads of sweat dripped from Sivir's forehead, dripping onto the dining table with a clattering sound. A feeling of unease grew wildly within Sivir, threatening to overwhelm her in an instant. Under this overwhelming pressure, Sivir fell silent. Seeing that Sivir had stopped talking, Qin Feng immediately subsided and said calmly, Sivir, you have compassion, which is a good thing, and I am very pleased. But I really don't like your behavior of pleading for Eunice. To manage his harem well, Qin Feng needed not only the majesty of an emperor, but also the art of balance. Balancing the relationships among the succubi was the most important balance, and balancing a succubus's mentality was also crucial. Eunice is the girl who has been with me the longest and has done the most good things. I must admit that. But it's also true that this girl is spoiled and arrogant, and she offends others wantonly. This morning, I was testing my strength outside the territory. I woke you all up, but she was the only one who came out and tried to suppress me, the bastard who disturbed her peaceful sleep. Qin Feng emphasized the word bastard and asked, what do you think? Should Eunice be punished? Should she pay the price for her recklessness? It's your duty. The succubi lowered their heads and answered, at the same time keeping Eunice's reckless behavior in mind, reminding themselves not to overstep the boundaries. It's my fault. It's my fault, Sivir replied with her head down. At the moment she gave the answer, she also reflected on herself. Sivir, you use your compassion and try to be a good person. Then what about the master? The master becomes the bad guy. How can you be so ignorant? A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Even though we haven't established a country, we still have to have family rules. It's always wrong to change the rules every day. Seeing that all the women lowered their heads, Qin Feng's tone softened. He continued, if you do something wrong, you must be punished. If there is no punishment, then the reward for getting things done will no longer be meaningful. I hope everyone can learn from this and not make the same stupid mistakes that Eunice did in the future. Promise me, okay? Okay, master. The succubi responded. Yes, sir, Xiweir said with a face full of shame. Her request almost turned Qin Feng into a bad person, and she felt very guilty. Shiver, after the dinner, bring some food to Eunice. After she finishes eating, the punishment will be over, Qin Feng said lightly. He saw Xiweir's self-blame, so he gave her another sweet date. I obey, Sivir stuttered excitedly. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Xiweir was initially shocked. She knew that Qin Feng had implicitly agreed to her earlier request. Then, she felt a surge of favor, believing that Qin Feng treated her differently after all, deeply caring about her feelings. At that moment, she became even more obsessed with Qin Feng. Soon, the late lunch was over. One by one, the succubi began to digest the food in their own way. Some took a walk in circles on the third floor of the pleasure hall. Some chose to relax themselves by washing dishes. Hela ran to her room to exercise her body flexibility, and Sylvie followed Qin Feng's instructions to deliver food to Eunice, who was still crying in pain. Everything is very calm. In this rare calm, Qin Feng walked to the Succubus reincarnation pool. After the points battle ended, Qin Feng gathered all the materials to upgrade the Succubus reincarnation pool. It's just that the workload last night was too heavy, and when he woke up this morning, the emotional trauma was too deep, so he put off upgrading the Succubus reincarnation pool until now. You extracted 500 W stone. You extracted 50 W energy stones. You extracted 20,000 soul particles. With the dimensional warehouse, Qin Feng can store and retrieve supplies anytime and anywhere. As soon as the thought came to him, he extracted all the materials for upgrading the level 5 Succubus reincarnation pool and piled them around Bertini's statue. Then, he chose to upgrade. The moment the choice was made, a majestic light of sublimation descended from the sky, completely dissolving the materials, and then poured into the reincarnation pool, revealing an upgrade progress bar. While waiting, Qin Feng stepped forward, approached the statue, and reached out to touch the face of the Bertini statue. Bertini, how many levels do you need to reach before you can fully recover? The territory is becoming more and more prosperous, and there are more and more succubi in the territory. I really need a queen, and my territory really needs a mistress, Qin Feng said with deep affection, recalling the first time he met Bertini, her extremely powerful queen aura, and her beauty that was almost unrivaled in the universe. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Bertini in the dark space spat with disgust on his face. When Qin Feng did those ridiculous things last night, she heard everything clearly, and she was unwilling to believe a single word Qin Feng said. Chapter 140. Explosion of Troops. Despite Bertini's disdain, the Succubus reincarnation pool was successfully upgraded to level 5. At this moment, the chains bound to Bertini loosened a little, Bertini gained more freedom, and his damaged original power also recovered a lot. Not only Bertini herself, but also the large Succubus statue carrying her spirit, or the Succubus reincarnation pool, also achieved a leap in the sublimated light. All aspects of the capabilities have been greatly improved, as follows. Succubus reincarnation pool. Level 5. Upgrading requires 1,000 W stones, 500 W energy stones, 1 W soul essences, 5,000 moonlight dew, and 500 vitality beads. Features. This type of military building is unique and can only exist once. Effect. Succubus reincarnation. 16 young succubi can be bred every day, with a medium to high probability of breeding special physique succubi and multi-striped succubi. Effect. Accelerated growth. You can give up the opportunity to breed a succubus and accelerate its growth. When using this effect on a succubus, there is a medium to high probability of granting it a new magic pattern. Effect. Paradise illusion. Sacrifice 10,000 energy stones, 2,000 soul particles, 200 soul essences, and 20 moonlight, due to create a paradise illusion that covers a 50,000x50,000 area, ignoring resistance and controlling units of demigod strength or below for 30 seconds. Effect: Succubus activation. Sacrifice 100,000 energy stones and 1/4 of blood essence to activate the statue of Wuji Succubus. The activation lasts for 60 seconds. It's similar to when you upgrade from level 3 to level 4. After reaching level 5, the Succubus reincarnation pool still did not gain any new building effects. It seemed that all the building effects had been refreshed, and upgrading could only bring enhancements to the original skills. But even so, after seeing all the architectural effects of the Succubus reincarnation pool, Qin Feng was still so happy that he almost jumped up. First and foremost, the number of succubi that can be bred in the Succubus reincarnation pool every day, as well as the probability of bred multi-striped succubi or succubi with special physiques. In terms of quantity, it increased from 8 per day to 16 per day. In terms of probability, the probability of giving birth to a multi-striped succubus or a succubus with special physique has also increased from medium to medium-high, which is also a huge improvement. The other is the accelerated growth effect. The probability of this effect giving the succubus new magic patterns has also increased from medium to medium-high level. This means that once a succubus with a special physique like Hela is born, Qin Feng can give it new magic patterns through more than 10 consecutive accelerated growths. No, according to the information revealed by Bertini, the magic patterns provided by accelerated growth should be considered as recovery rather than empowerment. The magic patterns added by the Aztec obelisk to enhance potential can be considered as true empowerment. The third is the Paradise of Illusion, where one has made great achievements in the Beast Tide War and will continue to make great achievements in the future. The improvement in this building effect is the most significant. The control range was directly increased from 10,000 meters to 50,000 meters, which was equivalent to being able to control the battlefield within 50 kilometers around him. Qin Feng could not imagine how many soldiers such a magnificent battlefield could accommodate, and how huge the benefits would be after killing them all. The highest combat power unit that can be controlled has also been upgraded directly from the War Emperor level to the Demigod level. The only thing that made Qin Feng unhappy was that the materials needed to activate the 5th level Bliss Illusion were too many and too advanced. Not to mention the energy stones and soul particles, Qin Feng has a lot of these two things. But soul essence and moonlight condensed dew are much rarer. After 8 days in this world, Qin Feng has not seen a single soul essence, let alone the moonlight condensed dew, which is obviously of higher grade. Compared to the skyrocketing energy consumption in the Elysian fantasy, the increase in energy consumption from summoning the great Succubus Bertini is within Qin Feng's tolerable range. For Qin Feng, who now possesses millions of energy stones, the consumption of 10,000 energy stones is just a drop in the bucket. Being squeezed by the succubi every day, a quarter of his blood and essence is no longer a burden that Qin Feng cannot bear. He has long developed sufficient resistance. The last step is to continue upgrading the Succubus reincarnation pool. In order to upgrade the Succubus reincarnation pool to level 6, the materials Qin Feng had to consume became extremely terrifying. The amount of stone directly reached tens of millions, and Qin Feng could hardly bear it. The consumption of soul particles and soul essence was also not small. What gave Qin Feng the most headache was the precious moonlight condensate, and the even more precious vitality bead, which he had only heard of the name but had never seen a single one. With the upgrade material requirements, it seems I won't be able to upgrade the Succubus reincarnation pool for a long time in the foreseeable future. But, my dear, don't worry too much. I swore an oath that I will revive you as quickly as possible. You are the mistress of my territory. It's not right for you to be locked up every day. As he said that, Qin Feng held Bertini's face and kissed him. After the kiss, he reached out and pinched Bertini's cheek as if to commit suicide. In the dark space, Bertini bit his lips in great anger, but he failed to gather a strong wind that was strong enough to cross the two worlds and whip Qin Feng's butt. Doing so would consume her original power, and during the Beast Tide War last night, she had smelled 2 extremely dangerous auras. She felt that she needed to conserve her strength and help Qin Feng overcome the crisis when he needed her. Humph, I'll make a note of this. If you didn't have the resources to activate the Paradise Illusion, I would have slapped you in half. Bertini gritted his teeth and said this secretly, and made a big note of Qin Feng in the account book in his mind. Year 1 of the Advent, month of flowing fire, 8th day, Qin Feng owes Bertini a beating. Without waiting for Bertini's feedback, Qin Feng curled his lips in boredom. Boring. Totally boring. Qin Feng sighed, and then began to breed today's succubus. After obtaining the lucky gem, Qin Feng's bad luck dissipated a little. Coupled with the changes in the probability of the 5th level succubus reincarnation pool, Qin Feng's gains this time are far greater than before. Although there is still no succubus with special physique like Eunice, Sivir, and Hela. But among this batch of succubi today, Qin Feng saw a little succubi that had 3 magic patterns at the beginning, and there were more than one. This result made Qin Feng very pleased. The details of today's succubus breeding are as follows. 3-striped succubus, 4. Double-striped succubus, 8. Single-striped succubus, 4. After dozens of seconds, the light faded, and the little succubi floating in the air opened their eyes, then flew to the ground and saluted Qin Feng. Master, 16 succubi said in unison, looking at Qin Feng with passionate and loyal eyes. Everyone stand up, Qin Feng said with a smile. After dealing with succubi for so many days, he was already accustomed to the way the succubi looked at him. He was not as flustered as he was when he first saw Eunice. Nanasi, Evelyn, Cheryl, you 3 come here. When the succubi stood up, Qin Feng snapped his fingers and summoned the succubi whose names were called. As the words fell, 3 gusts of wind blew by, and Cheryl, Nanasi, and Evelyn appeared directly in front of Qin Feng. Then they half knelt down at the same time and said in unison, Master, what are your orders? From today on, the 3 of you are the new captains. Cheryl, you are the strongest, so you will lead 6 little succubi. Evelyn, Nanasi, the 2 of you will lead 5 little succubi each. Remember to take good care of them and don't let them get hurt. Qin Feng looked at Cheryl and the other 2 who were half kneeling in front of him and said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Cheryl and the other 2 widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. After several seconds, they finally confirmed that they were not hallucinating. Then they bowed respectfully and received the order in a loud voice. Thank you, Lord. Chapter 141, Shocking Change. Wild monster respawn mechanism disappears. Kneeling on the ground in front of Qin Feng, Shirley and the other 2 said excitedly. When Qin Feng called their names, the 3 of them had no idea that the captain's glorious position, the one closest to Qin Feng, could fall on them so easily. After they realized it, they instantly felt favored. The look he gave Qin Feng also became more passionate and sincere at this moment. The noises near the succubus reincarnation pool also attracted the attention of other succubi in the pleasure hall. After hearing Qin Feng's appointment, they all put down their work and ran to the door of the pleasure hall to peek, with envy in everyone's eyes. Due to the laws established by the will of heaven, every succubus will be 100% loyal to Qin Feng and 100% in love with Qin Feng from the moment they are born. During these days of getting along, they were even more impressed by Qin Feng's personal charm and physical fitness, and their love became more passionate and rapid. In this state of mind, each of them wanted to become the captain and become the one who was one step closer to Qin Feng. At this moment, they saw that Cheryl, Evelyn, and Nanasi were one step ahead of them. He became a captain whose status was comparable to that of the 3 great succubi, Eunice, Sivir, and Hela. They were almost crazy with envy. Qin Feng's perception was very sharp. He instantly understood the succubi's envy of Cheryl and the other 2, and saw through the desires in their hearts. So, he turned around and gave a promise to the succubi who were peeking out from the pleasure hall. Don't be envious, don't be jealous. In the future, each of you will have the opportunity to become a captain. If you do well, I may even appoint you as a legion commander. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the 17 succubi in the pleasure hall immediately lit up, as dazzling as the rising red sun, and as bright as the full moon on the 15th day of the lunar month. Master, don't worry. We will definitely work hard. Master, I will strive to become the captain. I won't be worse than Sister Cheryl. Master, my goal is to become the leader of your army. I want to be your sharpest sword. I want to clear away all obstacles in the world for you. Master, my ultimate goal is to become the legion commander. I want to use my hands to help you ascend to the supreme eternal throne. One by one, the succubi excitedly came up to Qin Feng to express their loyalty. Just at this moment, Sivir returned to the territory with Eunice, who looked discouraged, lost, and regretful. Seeing Qin Feng surrounded by a group of succubi, and looking at the bright and relaxed smiles on the faces of the succubus sisters around Qin Feng, Eunice regretted her recklessness again. The arrogance she had developed because of Qin Feng's favor in the past was crushed into dregs by the scene before her, and then evaporated into nothingness. Master, Eunice knows she was wrong. Please don't abandon Eunice. Eunice will definitely change for the better and be a good and obedient woman. She will never be as reckless as she was this morning, and she will never be arrogant or domineering. Looking at Qin Feng, Eunice suppressed the turbulent emotions in her heart and whispered an apology. Hey, It's good that you know you were wrong. Knowing your mistakes is the first step to improvement. Qin Feng turned around amidst the crowd of succubi, then walked out of the crowd and slowly approached Eunice. Qin Feng reached out and scratched Eunice's nose, just like he always did when they were alone. Then, he held Eunice's face, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb, and whispered, "Eunice, be good. Don't cry." "Yeah, Eunice, don't cry." Feeling the warmth of Qin Feng's fingers and listening to Qin Feng's voice, which was no longer harsh but gentle again, Eunice's pouting mouth quietly blossomed into a faint and bright smile. Eunice will never bother the master again. Eunice will be the master's little darling. From now on, if you cause trouble to the master again, I will be a puppy. As she spoke, Eunice bravely reached out her hand, grasped Qin Feng's big hand, guided it, pressed it on her head, and put it between her hair as soft as silk. The beauty showed weakness, and Qin Feng took advantage of the situation. He touched Eunice's head very naturally, and then pinched Eunice's succubus horns. Seeing that the relationship between the two had become as intimate as before, Sylvie's feelings suddenly became extremely complicated. She didn't know whether it was a good thing for her to let Qin Feng and Eunice reconcile. After spending some time being intimate with Eunice, Qin Feng made the second organizational structure adjustment of the day. In addition to Cheryl and the other two, and the 16 succubi that were just bred today, there are a total of 20 succubi in Qin Feng's territory, which can be divided into two top teams. The lowest combat power is that of a 5-star war king. The first team, led by Sivir, is composed of the first war emperor and the 9 war kings. Sivir is calmer and more thoughtful than Hela and Eunice, and has enough ability to lead a team alone. The second team, led by Hela and assisted by Eunice, is composed of the 2nd war emperor and the 8th war king. The reason why Qin Feng arranged the second team's personnel in this way was not only because of Hela and Eunice's own personalities, but also because of strategic considerations. Before the Beast Tide War began, Qin Feng smelled a bloody smell. This smell came from behind the barren mountain where Feng Guoguo was, which made Qin Feng very afraid at the time. At this moment, the strength of Qin Feng's territory has skyrocketed. It has the 5th level Bertini with extraordinary killing power, 3 war emperors, 20 war kings, and 16 little succubi, who will soon reach the war king level. There is no need to continue to fear the monsters in the mountains. But this does not mean that Qin Feng can ignore the evil creatures in the mountains. The defense barrier of heaven has disappeared, and wars between lords and local forces will soon take turns on this land, with one war taking place after another. In order to maintain his absolute advantage, Qin Feng would not let go of any lord who brought him a sense of crisis. Once caught, he would kill them like thunder, leaving no chance for the other party to counterattack. That's why Qin Feng configured the second team so luxuriously, letting Hela and Eunice, 2 war emperor-level powerhouses, join it. Everyone, take a break and digest your food. I will assign tasks to you later. After completing the organizational structure adjustment, Qin Feng said to the group of succubi. Then, he walked into the tactical simulation workshop alone and began to conceive today's development strategy. However, just as he was referring to the Lord's map and using flags to deduce the future, his friend panel jumped several times in succession. After opening it, he saw a series of messages sent to him by Feng Guoguo. Brother Qin Feng, something terrible has happened. The wild monsters near my territory no longer spawn. Many people in the hyperspace exchange have also encountered this situation, and everyone is discussing it. Chapter 142. May His Majesty the First Emperor rest in peace. Wild monsters no longer spawn. Looking at the message sent by Feng Guoguo, Qin Feng instantly realized the seriousness of the matter and couldn't help but frown. Wild monsters are the main source of soldiers' growth. Without the constantly refreshing wild monsters and the almost endless energy they provide, Qin Feng would never be able to possess 3 war emperor succubi and 20 war king succubi at the current point in time. The corpses of wild monsters are still the main source of Qin Feng's territory development. Without a large number of wild monster corpses, Qin Feng would not be able to produce a large amount of food and would not be able to exchange it for a large amount of materials. He would not be able to upgrade his castle to level 4, and he would not be able to upgrade the succubus reincarnation pool to level 5. Wild monsters are full of treasures. In addition to collecting food and energy gains, wild monsters can also provide soul particles and energy stones. High-level wild monsters can even drop weapon forging materials. There is a pile of gold-level materials in Qin Feng's warehouse, a small part of which comes from the priests and soldiers of the Goblin Kingdom, and most of them come from high-level wild monsters. It can be said that once the wild monster refresh mechanism disappears, Qin Feng will be restricted everywhere. If the situation gets any more serious, he won't even be able to expand his advantage and continue to rush in front of the Blue Star Lord with an absolute lead. Guagua, wait a moment, I need to verify this. Qin Feng sent a message to Feng Guagua, and without waiting for a reply, he flashed far away and arrived outside the territory, at the location where he had killed the monster before. At this moment, more than half an hour, almost an hour, had passed since Qin Feng started mowing the grass outside the territory. According to usual rules, the wild monsters should have refreshed long ago. But when he looked around, Qin Feng only saw the ground dyed red by the blood rain, and the corpses of wild monsters that were shattered by his martial arts energy. He didn't see a single living wild monster. This is actually true. Qin Feng took a breath of cold air. Besides being surprised, Qin Feng was extremely grateful for his habit of planning before taking action. If he had not let Eunice and the others rest, but instead released them out of the territory to kill monsters, he would have wasted the wild monster resources that could no longer be regenerated infinitely with zero energy gain. The wild monsters can't spawn anymore, so where can I get energy? Local forces? Or human overlords? Or should we kill both together? Qin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he thought about killing the human overlord to obtain energy, but he finally suppressed the discomfort in his heart and continued to think. During this process, Qin Feng's eyes gradually became cold and cruel, but in the deepest part of his eyes, there was still a glimmer of humanity that seemed indelible. The local forces are easy to deal with, just kill them. But if I'm going to go to war against the human lords, I've got to have a damn good reason. I've got to have a legitimate reason. After all, I am the Qin Shi Huang. I am the one who can harvest the leeks of lords all over the world. I can't ruin the reputation of the ID Qin Shi Huang. Qin Feng began to find excuses for himself. He attributed the little morality he had, the little morality that would limit his development speed, to the fame he had finally gained for the ID Qin Shi Huang. If he doesn't do this, his morality will affect his murderous intent and then limit his development. After hypnotizing himself several times in his mind, he transformed all the discomfort in his heart into his reluctance to give up the supreme fame that the ID Qin Shi Huang meant. Qin Feng began his hypocritical, cold, and cruel deduction. During this process, no matter how saintly a person is, he or she would not dare to say that he or she has a cure. He is so hypocritical that he even deceives himself. Success is due to reputation. Failure is also due to reputation. If Qin Feng was not the great philanthropist Qin Shi Huang in the hyperspace exchange, if he was not the idol in the hearts of millions of Blue Star Lords, then killing the Lord would be fine, and it would not have much impact on him. But the problem is, Qin Feng is the Qin Shi Huang. His prestige has long been at its peak. With a flick of his finger, he can easily mobilize hundreds of millions of lords to do his work. Under this circumstance, if Qin Feng cannot justify his actions, indiscriminately killing human lords will only bring him negative benefits, reduce his reputation in the eyes of the Blue Star Lords, and hinder his scythe to harvest lords all over the world. Hush! There's no reason. There's no reason. Can I make one myself? Use the information gap to force some of the lords into a desperate situation, forcing them to take the initiative to deal with me. Then I will kill them all and turn them into energy for the growth of my troops. Qin Feng stroked his chin and continued to think. The process is correct, but it needs some spice. I can imitate Genghis Khan and give them time to consider the triple ultimatum. If they don't hand over all their soldiers, lord hearts, and military buildings after the triple ultimatum, I will kill them. Qin Feng's inner morality trembled, reminding him of the extremely cruel Genghis Khan. But in reality, this thought is his last kindness to the Blue Star Lords of the world at this moment. After doing this, no one should be able to find fault with me. Even if my identity is exposed, the whole world will know that I am the Qin Shi Huang. Even if someone sees through my intentions, my crazy fans will come out and defend me. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and thought hard, his eyes becoming more and more ferocious. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Besides, this is a world of great strife. There is only one eternal throne. Before you reach the pinnacle, it's either you kill me or I kill you. There will be no mercy. Boss Chow also said, I would rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me. I have to protect my woman. I have to protect Guagua behind me. In order to protect them, in order to not be killed by others in this cruel and bloody world. I can only strike first and kill the other person first. This has nothing to do with morality. Qin Feng said this harshly, hypnotizing himself. When deducing, he was an absolutely calm overlord, almost treating all living beings as straw dogs. But at this moment, He was stimulated by the cancellation of the wild monster refresh mechanism. He became a man who, although cold-blooded, still had some conscience. He used self-hypnosis to turn himself into a sophisticated egoist, becoming hypocritical and cruel. Okay, Guogua, I've verified it. This should be true. The beast war that was triggered by the will of heaven last night was probably the wild monster spawning mechanism. Huh, it's the last afterglow. Qin Feng spoke helplessly, his eyes bloodshot. Cruelty is not only harmful to others, but also a form of torture for those determined to be cruel. Unless that person is an unforgivable evildoer, a born criminal. Do you have anything else to say? If so, please tell me quickly. I'm a little tired. Qin Feng was truly exhausted at this moment. He had placed a butcher's knife on his compatriots' necks, setting a trap for them to fall into. No matter how hard he hypnotized himself, no matter how cruel and hypocritical he became, Qin Feng would always be tortured by his inner moral court. He was exhausted. Well, there's one thing. It's a little small, Feng Guo said. You say? Qin Feng said. The people in the Hall of Fame have gathered together. They are at this location. Feng Guo said, and then sent a string of coordinates. YDS 133.5 87.171. Then, she continued, Brother Qin Feng, they are here to surround and kill you. They haven't moved yet, and haven't marched into your territory. The main reason is that they want to rank the troops and determine who will be the leader of the coalition based on strength. Hall of Fame, what is their current strength? Qin Feng asked with a frown. This matter was indeed a bit small. With his current strength, even if the top 10 lords in the points rankings besieged him together, he would have the courage to fight against them. But Qin Feng has always been cautious, and he wants to collect as much intelligence as possible. If he really can't collect it, then he will think of tactics and strategies without intelligence. I don't know. After the points battle last night, these people's mouths were as shut as if they had been sewn shut. They didn't utter a single word and hid their strength so tightly that I couldn't get any information out of them. Feng Guo said rather embarrassedly. Before, she told Qin Feng that she must collect enough intelligence to support Qin Feng in fighting against the Hall of Fame coalition, and she also made this promise in the name of the Red Scarf. Okay, it doesn't matter if I don't have any information. I'll just find someone to test their skills. Guogua, I'm leaving now. Qin Feng pressed his forehead and typed. Okay, Brother Qin Feng, don't be too tired, Guogua will feel bad. Feng Guo said with a blushing face that she didn't think the Hall of Fame coalition could cause any trouble to Qin Feng. In her heart, Qin Feng is invincible. She was only worried that Qin Feng was working too hard, exhausting his body, and wouldn't be able to see her grow up. Yeah, Qin Feng responded and was about to log off. But at this moment, a private message from a stranger popped up on his chat panel. When Qin Feng opened the private message, he was so frightened and embarrassed that his lips twitched. The private message is as follows. His Majesty the First Emperor, rest in peace. Your most devoted subject, Chen Xiaojia, comes to report to you and earnestly requests that His Majesty the First Emperor accept the humble gift I have prepared for you over many days. Chapter 143. What is it like to use a cannon to kill a mosquito? When Chen Xiaojia revealed Qin Feng's identity and imitated the TV drama to pay his respects to Qin Feng not only did not feel the slightest bit refreshed, but was extremely surprised and embarrassed. The reason for the surprise was that, whether in the hyperspace exchange or in the chat channel of the Huangshui River Valley, Qin Feng never mentioned the ID Qin Shi Huang from beginning to end, let alone admitting that he was Qin Shi Huang. Aside from the time when a group of lords went crazy over Lu Bo's death, he hadn't even spoken in the chat channel. He had no idea where Chen Xiaojia's confidence came from, or why he was so certain he was the Qin Shi Huang. The embarrassment was due to the way Chen Xiaojia greeted him. The moment this kid came up and started shouting, "May His Majesty the First Emperor rest in peace." At that moment, Qin Feng dug his toes so tightly that he almost dug through his boots and dug out a villa on the ground. Surprised and embarrassed, Qin Feng simply chose to remain silent, pretending not to see it, and waited for the other party's subsequent tricks. The saying goes, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make. Before you know how many cards the other party holds and what their true intentions are, the less you say, the more initiative you can take. With a way to deal with it, Qin Feng's mood suddenly became much calmer. He moved his eyes away from the opening remarks and moved them to the second private message. Your most devoted minister, Chen Xiaojia, comes to report to you and earnestly requests that His Majesty the First Emperor accept the humble gift I have prepared for you over the past few days. After reading the second private message, the embarrassing feeling that made his scalp tingle once again enveloped Qin Feng. making his body stiff for a moment. What kind of person is this? Why is he so abstract? He only knows how to mess up his work. Will he die if he doesn't have fun? Qin Feng secretly complained, and at the same time searched his mind for all the information related to Qin Shaojia. Soon, Qin Feng remembered who Qin Shaojia was. On the first day when the 10 billion lords came to the Eternal Continent, Qin Shaojia did a great job in the Huangshui Valley chat channel, performing a show of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in front of the 1,000 lords in the channel. Qin Feng was quite impressed by him. Apart from the label of a pretentious person who pretends to be a pig but actually wants to eat the tiger, Qin Feng also thought of another thing related to Qin Shaojia. After Qin Feng killed the king of Dark Night, Liu Bo, the Huangshui Valley and the Huangshui Swamp were integrated into one chat channel, and the killing announcement was pinned to the top of the new chat channel. Countless lords attacked Qin Feng because of this pinned announcement and formed the current Hall of Fame coalition. According to the information provided by Feng Guoguo, Qin Shaojia is one of the 3 giants of the Hall of Fame Alliance. He has a very high reputation among the hundreds of lords in the alliance and is a strong candidate to compete for the commander of the alliance. The Hall of Fame's big 3 are paying their respects to me. Heh, is this like a chicken wishing a happy new year to a weasel? Huh, they are weaklings, but weasels can't be compared to me. What a broken metaphor. Qin Feng secretly complained about his own rhetorical skills, and his mood became more calm at this moment. He felt that he had guessed the other party's intention. He concluded that there must be an extremely cautious person in the Hall of Fame coalition who shoulders the responsibilities of a military advisor. Before mobilizing the army to attack him, this person sent Qin Shaojia, a Hall of Fame giant, to pay him a visit. His purpose was to determine. He, Qin Feng, a lord who has withstood the test of the beast tide, a lord whose real name contains the word Qin, and who has something in common with Qin Shi Huang. Is there a 1 in a billion chance that he is the Qin Shi Huang, who is famous throughout the mountains and seas? If Qin Feng is Qin Shi Huang, the Hall of Fame coalition will find an excuse to give up the attack, hide away, and wait for an opportunity to escape. If not, then they have nothing to worry about. They just charge directly, and in the name of the expedition, they established their rule in one fell swoop and divided up the 160,000 square kilometers of the upper reaches of the Huangshui River Valley. Humph, you're more cautious than smart. You want to use my answer to determine whether I am the Qin Shi Huang, but if I ignore you and pretend I didn't see the private message, how will you judge me? It's not serious that you can't see my cards, but you sent someone to test me, which is actually pointing the way for me. If I were Qin Shi Huang, you would retreat. If I were not Qin Shi Huang, you would fight. So, can I assume that you firmly believe that you cannot defeat Qin Shi Huang on your own, and you are showing your weakness? Qin Feng's mind was working rapidly, and he felt like he was at a card table. He hid his cards tightly so that no one could see them clearly, but the coalition of Hall of Fame lords who were betting against him used an extremely stupid test, exposing the fact that their own cards were extremely rubbish. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer wanted to pay attention to Qin Shaojia, who was waiting for his answer. He had already seen through the other party's cards, so there was no need to test the other party any further. That would be completely futile. Zaiweier, come in, I need you to do something. Qin Feng said calmly. The moment the words fell, a stream of icy air rushed into the tactical deduction workshop and then condensed into a graceful body with icy skin and bones. Looking at Qin Feng leaning on the back of the chair with a calm expression and the magnanimity of a man who controls the world, Zaiweier suddenly felt dazzled. It is said that men are most attractive when they are working. Even someone as aloof and cold as Zaiweier could not resist such a soul-stirring attraction. Master, please give me your orders, Sivir said in a trembling voice. She was deeply attracted to Qin Feng and wanted to fight alongside him in the tactical simulation workshop. But she was also afraid to fight alongside Qin Feng. It was fine at night, but now it was daytime, and she didn't want to show her embarrassing side in broad daylight. Come here, Qin Feng said with a faint smile, his eyes and eyebrows showing the demeanor of someone who can control the world and make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Sylvie moaned softly, blushing on her cheeks, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. She walked to Qin Feng with a trembling body, stood still gracefully, and her body began to tremble slightly, and the amplitude slowly increased at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. In the restaurant, in full view of everyone, she dared to sit on Qin Feng's lap to show Qin Feng's favor to her. But when they were one-on-one, she couldn't help but feel shy, fearing that if she wasn't careful, she would get angry and be pushed down on the table by Qin Feng. It was broad daylight, and if the sound got out, wouldn't she be like a slut like Eunice? When Sivir was filled with infinite worry but had a faint expectation in her heart, Qin Feng stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped Sivir's forehead, sending the Lord map and a coordinate in his possession to Sivir's mind. Take your team and Cheryl's team to the location I marked on the map and kill everyone there. Before you kill them, remember to give them a triple ultimatum. Anyone who is willing to surrender and give up the Lord's heart will be brought back to do hard labor. Well, don't just focus on giving them a chance. Remember to be a little creative with your words and make as many people think they can beat you as possible. Chopping wood doesn't require much hard work. Opportunities are always reserved for those with brains. Qin Feng gave the order in an extremely calm manner. His order determined the life and death of more than 400 lords and tens of thousands of soldiers. But when he said this, his expression was as relaxed as if he had picked a leaf. Yes, sir. Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt a sense of loss that made her uncomfortable. However, just as Sivir bowed and was about to lead his team to the designated location to destroy the Hall of Fame coalition, Qin Feng's chat panel suddenly started shaking. After waiting for a long time without receiving any answer from Qin Feng, Chen Xiaojia could no longer hold back. He sent a long screenshot and a bunch of his inner thoughts to Qin Feng. The long screenshot captured a private post published by a private account in the hyperspace exchange. This post is extremely long. After every large paragraph of text, there is an editing date, which echoes the date at the beginning of this diary-style text. In this world without Photoshop, this is absolute solid evidence. In addition to the long screenshots, those short and sincere words are even more impactful. Through those words, Qin Feng seemed to see an ant on a hot pan, trying his best to express his loyalty to himself. Your Majesty, please look at the screenshot. I am truly your most loyal and devout follower. I have my diary as proof. Besides, I have a great gift for you. This gift is in my diary. Although I have joined the Hall of Fame Alliance, I only joined to gather intelligence for your Majesty. I have absolutely no intention of sitting on the fence. Your Majesty, my loyalty to you is evident to the heavens and earth, and the sun and moon can attest to it. What the hell is going on? Could it be that all my previous inferences were wrong? I was just using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Did this guy really come to join me? Looking at the message sent by Chen Xiaojia, feeling the anxious mood and sincere emotions in those words, Qin Feng reached out to stop Xiaoyu, who was about to get up. Then, he clicked on the long screenshot with a twitching expression. Chapter 144, Loyal Servant Chen Xiaojia. Shiver, wait a moment. The situation has changed, and the previous plan may need to be adjusted. Qin Feng frowned and said to Shiver beside him. His feelings were extremely complicated as he spoke. Since arriving in this world, his judgment had rarely been wrong, but a mistake as outrageous as the one just now was unprecedented. Yeah, Xiaoyu replied softly, and then quietly served Qin Feng. His eyes focused on the long screenshot, and the mental journey recorded in Chen Xiaojia's diary entered Qin Feng's eyes word for word. It not only explains why Chen Xiaojia is so sure that he is Qin Shi Huang, but also, together with those unchangeable editing dates, proves Chen Xiaojia's loyalty to him. Year 1 of the Advent, the moon of flowing fire, the first day. Hold. A great god appeared in Huangshui Valley. His territory is just south of mine. He is the first Qin Shi Huang to upgrade his castle and trigger the world announcement. A few minutes after the light of sublimation fell, the world announcement exploded. If that big guy in the south of my territory isn't Qin Shi Huang, I'll eat shit while standing upside down. Oh shit. This is a world of killing. Being neighbors with such a big guy? Do I die before I even accomplish anything? Mom, I want to go home. Year 1 of Advent, month of flowing fire, second day. Qin Shi Huang is too powerful. The amount of food he sold alone was 50 times more than all the food I caught. How much resources would this buy him? With so much food and so many resources, he was afraid that he would have to upgrade the buildings and trigger another world announcement. As expected, the second world announcement was still from Qin Shi Huang. Although I cannot see the light of sublimation in broad daylight, I can feel the majestic aura of that light. He's just south of my territory. I'm sure. The big guy in my south must be Qin Shi Huang. What should I do? Should I run away? But without the heavenly defense barrier, even if I run away, I will be killed by wild monsters. Otherwise, or should I try to join Qin Shi Huang? But how can I find him? Although I know his coordinates, I don't know who he is. Do I have to ask them one by one? Is that even something you can ask? Year 1 of Advent, month of flowing fire, third. When I woke up in the morning, I watched a great show. Someone mocked Qin Shi Huang in the hyperspace exchange, but was slapped in the face by Qin Shi Huang and was beaten so hard that he couldn't even fart. Qin Shi Huang is really awesome. When most people were still worried about their survival, he actually started selling weapons. Damn, this is a fucking weapon. And it's a fucking silver-level weapon. Year 1 of the Advent, the month of flowing fire, the third day, evening. The battle for points has begun. 50 million lords went out of their territories to kill monsters. We all started the battle for points tonight, but Qin Shi Huang turned this competition into a stage for himself to shine. He is a devil. His formation is set up right at my doorstep. As soon as wild monsters were refreshed, one after another, they were devoured by his formation. Damn. To achieve this level of monster-killing efficiency, what level of troops did Qin Shi Huang have to obtain? Top. No. It must be higher than the top. I checked in the hyperspace exchange. Top-level troops do not have such terrifying range-killing capabilities. Oh my god. I really don't want to be someone else's lackey. But my territory is so close to Qin Shi Huang. If I don't become his lackey, do I really have a chance to survive? Year 1 of Advent, month of flowing fire, 4th day? Qin Shi Huang is awesome. He actually destroyed the Goblin Kingdom's 10,000-strong army on the 4th day, directly triggering the two-world announcement. Up to now, all the Blue Star Lords have triggered 4 announcements in total, and it turned out that all 4 announcements were his. This person is simply too perverted. Fortunately, this big guy doesn't seem to be the kind of person who kills indiscriminately. When fighting against the Goblin Kingdom's army, he didn't kill a single human lord, especially me. Oh shit. I'm still scared when I think about it now. I was in the wild at the time, without the protection of the heavenly defense barrier. If the Qin Shi Huang boss was really a bloodthirsty person, I would probably have died at his hands. Year 1 of Advent, flowing fire month, 4th day, supplement. Qin Shi Huang killed Lu Bo. The Huangshui Valley and the Huangshui Swamp merged to become the new Upper Huangshui River Valley. A bunch of blind people are denouncing the big boss, Qin Shi Huang, and shouting that they want to kill the big boss, Qin Shi Huang. No, my majesty. Oh, just these idiots. There's no way they can do it. Haha. This is the opportunity God has given me. If I can become a big boss in the Hall of Fame coalition, and then find an opportunity to sell these people, then I can get on the good side of the first emperor. I was worried about not being able to find the true identity of the first emperor, but now he has revealed his coordinates. I am so lucky. Do it. Just do it this way. You know, not everyone is qualified and has the opportunity to be a lackey for the first emperor. I landed so close to him. I was also extremely lucky to see him gain the light of sublimation. This means, the identity of a lackey is a reward given to me by God. If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. I, Qin Shaojia, will definitely be this lackey. Read one diary after another. Read one piece of intelligence after another. Qin Feng was certain that there was no cautious military advisor behind Qin Shaojia, and he really came to join him. At this moment, Qin Feng hesitated. It was difficult for him to decide whether to accept Qin Shaojia as his younger brother. There is no doubt that Qin Shaojia is very smart. Not only did he discover the sublimated light with great keenness, but he also deduced that Qin Shi Huang was near his territory. He even consciously wrote a diary, especially starting from the second diary on the 4th day. This kid tried his best to show his loyalty. This kind of smart person is actually the easiest to control. He will judge the situation himself. As long as Qin Feng continues to become stronger, he will be the most loyal dog and the most determined knife. He will always be in Qin Feng's hand and will hit wherever he points and bite whoever he points. But accepting Qin Shaojia means that Qin Feng has to admit that he is Qin Shi Huang. This matter is risky. Once Qin Shaojia is a big mouth, Qin Feng's subsequent campaigns will be subject to greater restrictions. He must find a legitimate reason, an absolute reason, before launching any war between lords. It's a bit hard to choose. Forget it. Just take it. The identity of Qin Shi Huang will eventually be exposed. The surrendered lord also needs a loyal dog to manage for me and bear my hatred for me. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng made a decision. He carefully considered his words and then sent a concise reply. You put your heart into it. Very good. Chapter 145, Qin Shaojia. I want to be in the history books. Waiting in agonizing pain, Qin Shaojia felt that every second was as long as a whole year, like the epic of the birth and death of the universe. However, just when Qin Shaojia was about to be unable to bear the anxiety and torment in his heart, his chat panel vibrated, and a line of text that made him excited and tremble all over appeared in his sight. You put your heart into it. Very good. This was an extremely concise reply, only a pitiful 9 words including the characters. If ordinary capitalists say this to their employees, they must follow it up with some analysis. explaining how hard the employees work and how dedicated they are. Otherwise, the chicken blood will not have the desired effect. In the worst-case scenario, even the most taciturn capitalist will reach out and pat his employee on the shoulder when he says this to show closeness and approval. But Qin Feng didn't. He just said a word of praise that was as light as a feather. But even just like this, in an instant, Qin Shaojie, who was hundreds of kilometers away, was so excited that his scalp tingled, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Huh. His Majesty the First Emperor replied to me. Haha. His Majesty the First Emperor even praised my efforts and said I was pretty good. Ha ha. Does this mean he wants to accept me? Is this a sign that I'm qualified to cling to him? Ha ha ha. God, you finally opened your eyes for once. Thank you so much. All the agarwood I burned for you these days was not in vain. In the sky, on the way to the meeting place of the Hall of Fame Coalition, Qin Shaojie laughed wildly on the back of the fire griffin. He had never been so excited as he was at this moment. He felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life, and a bright future was beckoning to him. While excited, Qin Shaojie did not forget to express his loyalty. He carefully considered his words, exhausting all his literary talent, and said excitedly, "Thank you, His Majesty the First Emperor, for the commendation. Your servant Qin Shaojie will definitely remember this sentence. I will always be vigilant and spur myself on. I will exhaust all my abilities to resolutely implement every instruction from His Majesty the First Emperor, without even a fraction of a cent. Wherever Your Majesty points, that's where I will go, even at the cost of my life. Even if I have to climb mountains of swords or descend into seas of fire, I won't frown. My loyalty to Your Majesty is witnessed by heaven and earth, and the sun and moon can attest to it." Watching Qin Shaojie's endless chatter and feeling the undisguised excitement in those words, Qin Feng sighed helplessly and ultimately did not interrupt Qin Shaojie's expression. After several minutes, Qin Shaojie finally ran out of words, and the excitement in his heart subsided to a level that could be suppressed. After taking several deep breaths, Qin Shaojie started to get down to business and began to submit his letter of allegiance. He first sent a friend request. As soon as the request was sent, the anxiety and tension that had just subsided filled his heart again. But this anxious and nervous feeling did not last long, and Qin Feng quickly accepted Qin Shaojie's friend request. Qin Shaojie pinned Qin Feng to the top of his friend list and also set a special attention for him, fearing that he would miss Qin Feng's instructions due to negligence. Then he straightened his body, started the live broadcast, and showed himself to Qin Feng without any cover. Then, he said to Qin Feng on the other end of the live broadcast, "Your Majesty, the Supreme First Emperor, I am currently on my way to the gathering place of the remnants of the Hall of Fame. I would like to take this opportunity to report to Your Majesty on my recent achievements. I wonder if Your Majesty has the time to review my work." "Speak." Qin Feng typed concisely. Live broadcast is one way. Qin Feng can observe every change in Qin Shaojie's expression through the live broadcast screen, but Qin Shaojie can only rely on text to judge Qin Feng's thoughts. This is unequal. Qin Feng likes this inequality very much and admires Qin Shaojie's spirituality very much. "As you wish," Qin Shaojie said excitedly. "I will report all the information I have to His Majesty the First Emperor." Qin Shaojie began to tell the story respectfully. Through his narration, Qin Feng had a clearer understanding of the Hall of Fame Alliance. The current Hall of Fame Coalition has a total of 437 lords. Except for Feng Guogua, who has a special geographical location, the other lords have either arrived at the meeting place or are on their way to the meeting place. The military units of these lords basically have the strength of a general, and a small number of lords even have commanders under their command. Qin Shaojie didn't say much about the information about Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai. But since they had the courage to suppress more than 400 lords in the Hall of Fame and dared to say such words as incomplete justice is equal to absolute injustice, this means that they must have military-level power in their hands. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to command the Hall of Fame coalition of more than 400 people. By ordinary people's standards, the Hall of Fame Alliance is undoubtedly an extremely powerful force. 3 leaders wielding military-level power, a coalition of over 430 lords, and a combined force of 50,000 soldiers, all demonstrated terrifying destructive power. Few lords in the world could remain undeterred by the sight of such an army. But Qin Feng is not an ordinary lord. Not to mention the War Emperor-level warriors. He has a total of 20 War King-level warriors under his command. With such a terrifying military force, Qin Feng is not afraid of the Hall of Fame coalition at all. On the contrary, he hopes that the Hall of Fame coalition can become stronger, and even stronger. He was so short of energy. The 16 little succubi he had bred today were still crying for food. The stronger the Hall of Fame coalition was, and the higher the level of its units, the more valuable they were to him to kill. Soon, Qin Shaojia finished reporting all the intelligence he had. He said to Qin Feng respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Supreme First Emperor, please give me further instructions." Qin Shaojia was born into a businessman's family and had some white gloves. He knew how to flatter others. It was useless to just report. The important thing was to let the leader assign tasks to him. Only with tasks could he be considered a true friend of the leader. Qin Feng was not a fool. He immediately understood the implication of Qin Shaojia's words. "Keep the live stream going. I'll be watching you the whole time. I need you to find out the real cards of Lu Guanghai and Wang Dongshan for me." Qin Feng gave an unnecessary task. With his strength, he could easily kill Lu Guanghai, Wang Dongshan, and others. But in order to discipline Qin Shaojia and see how obedient this kid could be, Qin Feng still gave an order. "Yes, sir. I will complete the tasks assigned by your Majesty with guaranteed quality and quantity," Qin Shaojia said excitedly. He was a smart man, and he knew that the focus of this mission was not on Lu Guanghai and Wang Dongshan, but on his attitude. If he can risk his life to get to the bottom of the matter, no matter what the final result is, he will become a subordinate trusted by Qin Feng and a true member of the leader's family. Afterwards, he will follow Qin Feng and assist Qin Feng in conquering the world. In the end, he will be remembered in the history books by the historians of the Eternal Continent, and his name will be of great importance. Qin Shaojia, you must seize this opportunity. Whether you can be recorded in history, whether your deeds can be passed down to future generations forever, depends on this one time. Qin Shaojia encouraged himself secretly. A fire called ambition burned silently in his eyes. "P.S. Please give me some money. My child is almost crying from hunger. I really want to update more. Please, readers, give me a chance and let me update more until I die." Note: if the daily increase in gold votes is more than 200, 8 chapters will be updated the next day. Otherwise, only 2 or 3 chapters will be updated. Chapter 146, Campaign for the Hall of Fame Commander. Taking his eyes away from the live broadcast room, Qin Feng looked at Sivir beside him. "Did you see the man's appearance clearly?" Qin Feng asked in a calm voice. Replying to the master, Xiwei nodded. "I can see it very clearly. His name is Qin Shaojia. He has 3 moles on his ears. He is now the master's subordinate and is considered one of our own." "Haha, you reacted pretty quickly." Qin Feng smiled slightly and continued. "Take your team and Cheryl's team and head towards the coordinates I just gave you. Go slowly, don't rush. I need time to judge what kind of person Qin Shaojia is and whether he is capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. You can also use this time to count the wild monster resource points you encounter along the way, and it would be best if you could mark them on the map I gave you." "Yes." Xiwei saluted respectfully, then backed out of the tactical simulation studio. Qin Feng put his hand on his temple, lit up the communication rune, and gave orders to the rest of the Succubus team. "Eunice, Hela, both of you come to the tactical simulation workshop." The moment the words fell, 2 waves rippled through the space, and Eunice and Hela appeared in front of Qin Feng. "Master, please give your orders," Eunice and Hela said in unison. As they spoke, they both subconsciously stood up straight with extremely serious expressions. "Take your team and go to the mountain behind the barren mountain. You have 2 goals on this trip. First, search for someone covered in blood or with a strong smell of blood. Find him and kill him. Secondly, mark the wild monster resource points you encounter along the way. They'll be very useful to me." After saying that, Qin Feng stretched out his hand and tapped Eunice and Hela on the forehead respectively, sharing the Lord Map and Map Editing Authority in his possession. "Let's go." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Yes, sir." The 2 saluted and then backed out of the tactical simulation workshop. Eunice's movements when she retreated were even more cautious than Hela's. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Afterwards, Qin Feng called Evelyn and Nanasi into the tactical deduction workshop. Unlike the previous 2 teams, the tasks Qin Feng assigned to Evelyn and Nanasi were much easier. He asked them to take the little succubus to kill monsters near the territory, slowly killing them from low to high. The only requirement was to maximize the energy value gain and never waste any wild monster. At this point, everything Qin Feng needed to do was done. He leaned back in his chair, put his feet on the desk, and watched the live broadcast that Qin Shaojia had opened just for him with great comfort. Following Qin Shaojia's perspective, Qin Feng took a quick look at the scenery of the Huangshui River Valley, and finally saw a huge, artificially developed site. The trees in the venue have been cut down, and some scoundrels have used the wood to make an imposing throne, which they will present to the winner of today as soon as the election results come out. At this moment, This huge venue was already filled with lords. If you counted carefully, there were a total of 433 people. In other words, except for Chen Xiaojie, Wang Dongshan, Lu Guanghai, and Feng Guohua, who did not need to come here due to the special geographical location, all the lords of the Hall of Fame coalition were present. When Qin Feng saw a group of lords through Chen Xiaojie's live broadcast, the lords who had been waiting anxiously and nervously for a long time also noticed Qin Xiaojie, who arrived here on a fire griffin. After 8 days of fighting in the Eternal Continent, the weakest of the lords present had the strength of a general, and the stronger ones even had the status of a commander. This makes his perception ability extremely strong, at least when facing targets at the military officer level. Feeling the extremely powerful aura of the fire griffin that Qin Xiaojie was riding, the more than 400 lords in the field all widened their eyes. Having experienced the Beast Tide War and witnessed the pressure of military-level wild monsters, the lords present recognized at first sight that the fire griffin that Qin Xiaojie was riding was a military-level monster that could dominate an area. Holy crap! Is this the strength of the big three of the Hall of Fame? They actually have a military officer-level warrior, and they use it as a mount so luxuriously. They don't even consider a military officer-level beast as a strong person. Huh. Shit. If only I could have a soldier at the rank of military officer. I'd erect a memorial tablet for him. I'd worship him like an ancestor. It's not just a military officer-level soldier. Look at Qin Xiaojie. There are more than 50 commander-level flame griffins following him. 59 to be exact. Even the weakest flame griffin possesses the strength of a 3-star commander. Not only is it at a high level of strength, the flame griffin is also the top-tier special unit. It's even in the top 10 of the special unit strength rankings. A 3-star commander-level flame griffin can unleash a killing power that's no less than a 5-star commander-level wild monster. Damn it. I feel like I've found a great leader. Brothers, is there anyone willing to join me in a charge? As the saying goes, icing on the cake is not as good as helping someone in need. Commander Qin Xiaojie hasn't officially become the commander of the coalition forces yet. If we join him now, we will definitely become Commander Qin's confidants in the future. Brother, you're right. I'm going after you. I'm going with you. Let's line up in advance. Once we're firmly established, we'll all be loyal followers. As they talked, a wave of shouts of support for Qin Xiaojie emerged from the crowd. Amidst shouts, these people quickly gathered in an area, forming a hollow circle, leaving the empty space in the middle for Qin Xiaojie and his more than 50 fire griffins. This scene certainly did not arise spontaneously. As early as when he decided to use today's election to submit his letter of allegiance to Qin Feng, Qin Xiaojie contacted some lords in the original Huangshui Valley chat channel. He instructed these people to build up his momentum at this moment. As long as he became the final commander of the Hall of Fame Alliance, he would not be able to do without the benefits of these people. In full view of everyone, Qin Xiaojie landed on the open space circled out for him by his followers. He stood upright on the back of the fire griffin, his body straight like a spear reaching into the sky, and his imposing aura was extremely intimidating. This momentum is partly due to Qin Xiaojie's own strength. At this moment, he has the combat power of a 5-star commander. Looking at the lords present, he can be regarded as a top-notch strong man. The fire griffin under his feet is a huge creature of the military officer level, which invisibly amplifies Qin Xiaojie's momentum. But when it comes down to it, Qin Xiaojie's real confidence comes from Qin Feng, from the supreme majesty implied by the ID Qin Shi Huang, which is famous throughout the mountains and seas. At this moment, Qin Xiaojie was already Qin Feng's minion, a position of supreme honor and prestige. Even if he faced only 400 or so lords, or even 400 or 40,000 war king-level beasts, with Qin Feng's support, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Take a deep breath and type in the chat channel using your mind. Your Majesty, please forgive me for my subsequent offenses. What I said to these lords afterwards was not my true feelings. It was all a ploy to deceive them. After finishing these words, Qin Xiaojie looked at the 4 million lords in the field and burst out with all his strength the aura of the #1 lackey of Qin Shi Huang. He raised 3 fingers and shouted in a loud voice. At the same time, he was multitasking, typing to Qin Feng in the chat panel. I, Qin Xiaojie, came here only to do 3 things. Your Majesty, I have come here to do 3 things. First, become the commander of the Hall of Fame Coalition and seek benefits for the 436 families in the Upper Huangshui Valley. First, serve His Majesty the First Emperor. Second, lead everyone to defeat the evil Lord Qin Feng and establish a civilized order on this land. Second, be loyal to His Majesty the First Emperor. Third, announced to the entire world that the Hall of Fame Alliance has stood up on this land. Third, die for His Majesty the First Emperor. Chapter 147. Well done. I'm very pleased. The deafening declaration instantly made the atmosphere in the venue lively. The reactions of the dozens of lords surrounding Qin Shaojia were the most immediate and dramatic. They waved their arms and cheered, shouting Qin Shaojia's name, singing praises and praising his might and majesty. At this moment, neither Wang Dongshan nor Lu Guanghai were present. No matter how naked their cries are, no matter how obvious their ideas of winning over people's hearts, gathering popularity, and consolidating power are, afterwards, they all tacitly agreed to advance and retreat together. If Qin Shaojia won, they would be his loyal followers who recognized a hero with their discerning eye. If Qin Shaojia lost, they would just pretend nothing had happened, working in harmony and forgetting this dark history. In addition to supporting Qin Shaojia, these lords who were waving and shouting with almost crazy expressions had other thoughts. Already chosen the team, already made the choice. Once Qin Shaojia becomes the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, they will definitely benefit. Under this circumstance, they began to prepare a retreat for themselves. The so-called law does not hold everyone responsible. As long as they can infect more lords and get more people to join their ranks and become Qin Shaojia supporters, even if Qin Shaojia loses the election to Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai's men, the winner will find it difficult to find a reason to liquidate them. Brother Jia is awesome. Brother Jia is so domineering. Such a great aspiration qualifies one as a saint. I know a little bit about physiognomy. Brother Jia has a full and broad forehead, which means he will be blessed with great fortune and luck. Once he becomes successful, he will surely rise with the wind and become a king. Brother Jia is such a righteous man. If he becomes the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, everyone will have a good life. Brothers, don't hesitate any longer. Hurry and join Brother Jia. If you're a step ahead, you'll be Brother Jia's confidant. If you're too late, you'll miss the opportunity and lose it forever. While everyone was shouting and recruiting people, Qin Shaojia, who had just finished his campaign manifesto, didn't want to be idle. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. In the upcoming election for the Allied Forces commander, he had to risk his life to uncover the true strengths of Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai. He had to reveal his own loyalties to Qin Feng. To achieve this goal, relying solely on armed confrontation is not enough to achieve perfection, and it is even more impossible to get a high score in Qin Feng's heart. Those who do things mechanically are serfs and hard laborers. Those who use their brains to do things are the style of a top lackey. The so-called conquer the enemy without fighting. It is also said that the best military operation is to attack the enemy's plans. The next best is to attack their alliances. The next best is to attack their troops. And the worst is to attack their cities. War, or armed confrontation, is always an extension of politics. Before a battle begins, you can rally supporters, boost your own morale, and psychologically intimidate the enemy. This not only means you're on top, but also quietly influences the enemy's mindset, forcing them to reveal their true strengths. Furthermore, it creates the impression of a courageous, resourceful, and responsible lackey, leading to higher ratings. Thinking of this, Qin Shaojia took a deep breath and made a decision. He was going to show off his muscles. He mobilized the magic power in his body, activated the special communication magic, and sent an order to the military-level flame griffin under his feet. The fire griffin immediately understood, and it suddenly raised its front hooves and stood up. At the same time, it spread its wings, huge, flaming wings spread out, with a wingspan of 18 meters. The momentum was terrifying and shocking. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience. Just as all the lords were shocked by the sudden changes before their eyes and wondered what Qin Shaojia was going to do. The 3-meter-tall, cloud-covering wingspan military-grade flame griffin let out a deafening roar. The sound of the chirping spread and swept through the huge venue like a tide. At that moment, all the lords felt the magnificent power contained in the chirping. Some of them could not help but open their mouths wide and trembled all over. This is showing off your muscles. Qin Shaojia is showing off his strength. Similar thoughts emerged in the minds of different lords. Qin Shaojia's followers reacted the fastest, almost instantly understanding the purpose of Qin Shaojia's actions. They immediately used their respective communication methods to send instructions to the soldiers waiting outside the giant venue. In an instant, terrifying roars shook the vast conference hall. Shock, terror, yearning, the desire to join in, all sorts of emotions flooded through the air. With neither Wang Dongshan nor Lu Guanghai present, and no one capable of directly suppressing Qin Shaojia, More than half of the 400 or so lords present were considering lining up in advance. In Qin Feng's opinion, this was an extremely rough and aesthetically pleasing display of muscles. It was like two kids fighting. One of them took off all his clothes, revealing slightly bulging muscles and slightly shaped lines. But it was not Qin Feng that Chen Xiaojie wanted to shock. But the most effective way to deal with these people is to use the crudest means, which are the kids in the field who are the same as him, or whose physique is not as strong and healthy as him. So, when his military-level flame griffin roared first. So, when his followers ordered the soldiers to cheer him on crazily. A picture that was extremely shocking to the child was created. Manipulating a force that the children cannot stop, he drove them to move forward and walk behind Chen Xiaojie, becoming Chen Xiaojie's assistant to intimidate Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai, and then becoming Chen Xiaojie's tool to obtain high scores. Time passed by little, and the roaring and screaming sounds in the field continued. Countless tiny footsteps echoed in a patchwork pattern as one human lord after another stepped up behind Chen Xiaojie and lined up in advance. A rough count revealed over 300 of them, a remarkable display of muscle. Seeing this, a very relieved smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. When assigning the task to Chen Xiaojie, Qin Feng hadn't thought about what Chen Xiaojie could do to surprise him. He only wanted to see Chen Xiaojie's loyalty and wanted to know how far Chen Xiaojie could go for his task. Therefore, when Qin Feng saw Chen Xiaojie's rough but extremely effective muscles, and when he saw more than 300 lords standing behind Chen Xiaojie, he felt surprised. After the surprise, he was relieved. When he was relieved, he raised his rating of Chen Xiaojie. Well done, I'm very pleased. Qin Feng praised. When subordinates work hard and achieve results that satisfy his wishes, they should always be rewarded. This is the clear distinction between rewards and punishments. The moment the ding message was sent, Chen Xiaojie's friend panel gave a prompt. Upon hearing this reminder, the hundreds of lords in the Hall of Fame coalition immediately shifted their gaze from the seemingly unstoppable Chen Xiaojie to the message sent by Qin Feng. Well done, I am very pleased. Seeing this brief praise of only 10 words including punctuation, Chen Xiaojie's heart couldn't help but tremble several times. It's done. His Majesty the First Emperor praised me. Ha! God will not let down those who work hard. An uncontrollable smile rose from the corner of Chen Xiaojie's eyes and then spread to his entire face. Seeing that infinitely unrestrained smile and feeling the ease and happiness in that smile, all the lords present thought that Chen Xiaojie was excited about the popularity and initiative he had gained. No lord could have guessed that what caused Chen Xiaojie to lose control of his facial expressions to such an extent was just a casual word of praise. What they could not imagine even more was that the person who said this praise was the evil Lord Qin Feng whom their Hall of Fame coalition wanted to defeat. Chapter 148. The Hermaphrodite and the Old Enby. The wanton and wild smile touched the hearts of many lords, especially those who were hesitant, unable to make a decision at the moment, and unwilling to take sides in advance. In their eyes, the fact that Chen Xiaojie could laugh so arrogantly, without any attempt to hide it, could only mean one thing. Chen Xiaojie was absolutely sure of winning this election and becoming the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. People always admire the strong, regardless of gender. People are always worried about inequality rather than scarcity. No one wants to fall behind those at the same level. Even in a matter as crucial as choosing a team, the unconscious flow of public emotion can make people ignore the dangers and only see the possible benefits. So, the crowd started moving again. The sound of footsteps rang out again, and a crowd of people rushed towards Chen Xiaojie. By the time this commotion was over, 412 of the 433 soldiers of the Hall of Fame coalition had chosen to line up in advance. He became the weapon of Chen Xiaojie's psychological offensive, and also became a tool for Chen Xiaojie to get high scores. After a long while, when Chen Xiaojie recovered from his great joy and excitement, he was surprised to notice the more than 400 lords surrounding him, commanding the soldiers to roar and cooperate with him. What's going on? Why are there so many people here suddenly? Chen Xiaojie frowned and thought, and soon he got the answer. This situation must be because of the happy smile that came from inside when he received Qin Feng's praise. The lords present didn't know that he was a traitor, and even less did they know that he had become Qin Feng's slave. I just think that smile represents confidence, represents a terrifying trump card, and represents enough power to reach the top. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Xiaojie's eyes immediately lit up. He used his mind to type on his friend panel. Thanks to your Majesty's great blessing, I have already gained the support of over 400 lords. Once Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai arrive, I can leverage their momentum to pressure them, shake their mentality, and then force them to reveal their true strength. Then he added, My plan is certainly not perfect. I beg your majesty the first emperor to correct me. Born into a white-glove family, Qin Shaojie was a master at flattery. Whenever he achieved success, he would immediately report it to Qin Feng and ask for his guidance. His skill in licking had reached a state of mastery, practically the pinnacle of perfection. There's nothing much to advise you on. You can do whatever you want. I'll cover you. Qin Feng rarely spoke a few more words to Qin Shaojie. Having been tortured by Zhizhiliu for a long time, he knew very well what Qin Shaojie wanted, so he gave him what he wanted as a further reward. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. Qin Shaojie replied excitedly. Then, he told those who supported him about his policy agenda, or big plan, after he was elected commander of the coalition forces. With Qin Feng's promise, Qin Shaojie seemed even more confident. He began to speak at length, his words even more persuasive than before. This caused the remaining 21 lords who had not yet made a decision to waver one after another. By the time Wang Dongshan arrived, Qin Shaojie was surrounded by 429 people. Aside from the 3 lords who were quite confident in their own strength, only one lord, quite confident in his appearance, chose not to line up in advance and approach Qin Shaojie because of his self-assurance. I said before, I will restore order in the upper reaches of the Huangshui River Valley. Under this order, each of our soldiers will have the right to develop and grow as they deserve. I will lead people to search for wild monster resource points on this land, create a resource map, and grant each lord who joins the Hall of Fame an equal quota of wild monster resources based on the natural breeding cycle of wild monsters. In addition to this fixed quota, I will also lead my team to establish a new economic system. Based on their merit, points will be awarded to each lord who participates in the alliance. Everyone can use their points to redeem wild monster resource quotas and mineral resource quotas within the alliance. Listening to Qin Shaojie's long talk and looking at the more than 400 lords who gathered around Qin Shaojie, enthusiastically agreeing with him and praising him, Wang Dongshan, who arrived late, suddenly became nervous. His faith trembled and cracked, blooming into flowers of fear. Before arriving here, Wang Dongshan firmly believed that his military-level, violent 6-armed ape, possessing powerful combat talents, would surely help him become the absolute master of the Hall of Fame Alliance. It would surely allow him to stand out in today's election and become the sought-after First Lord of the Hall of Fame Alliance. But when he saw the scene before him, and saw the more than 400 lords who had chosen to line up in advance and come forward to lick Qin Shaojie's stinky feet, it was difficult for Wang Dongshan to be as confident and arrogant as before. Although I haven't revealed my true strength before, based on the information I've shared, these people should be able to guess that my subordinates have at least military officer-level combat capabilities. They must have guessed this. Since they were able to survive the Beast-Tide War, they must be normal people, not geniuses, not children of luck, but at least possessing a passing IQ. Why are they all running to Qin Shaojie's side and praising him before I even show up? Even among the soldiers surrounding Qin Shaojie, the strongest one only has the aura fluctuation of a 2-star military officer. He doesn't have an overwhelming advantage at all. Are these people crazy? Where do they get the courage to line up in advance? Could it be that before I arrived here, Qin Shaojie had revealed his trump card, giving these brainless lords the courage to take sides in advance? Wang Dongshan thought anxiously. At the same time, the voice of Qin Shaojie describing his policy program and the voices of more than 400 lords echoing and catering to him, like a surging wave, kept pouring into Wang Dongshan's mind, constantly increasing his uneasiness and deepening his fear of Qin Shaojie's trump card. However, just when Wang Dongshan was becoming more and more nervous and worried, Qin Shaojie's high-pitched and surprised voice suddenly exploded in his ears, instantly burning away the uneasiness in his heart and melting it into hidden anger. Dongshan, why are you here just now? Quick, come here. We are discussing how to build the Hall of Fame Alliance in the future, how to make the name of the Alliance resound throughout the hyperspace exchange, and let all the Blue Star Lords remember us. Dongshan, you have an empty mind. You have so many ideas. Come and give us some advice. We really need you. Dongshan, what are you standing there for? Come here quickly. Listening to Qin Shaojie's endless chatter, and feeling the unspoken feeling in his words, he already regarded himself as the leader of the Hall of Fame Coalition. Wang Dongshan couldn't help but clench his teeth, letting them rub against each other in his mouth, making a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Fuck, Qin Shaojie, you're a piece of shit. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? The campaign hasn't even started yet, and you're already treating yourself as the leader of the Hall of Fame and me as your advisor? Damn it. The development plan is something you can decide now, and it is something you can make the final decision on. You are too arrogant. You're the only one with a trump card, right? My violent six-armed ape is not bad either. If I don't knock out all your teeth today, I'll write your name upside down." While he was furious, Wang Dongshan laughed out loud. He half closed his eyes, looked at Qin Shaojie and the crowd with a cold gaze, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Wow, you think you're the chief conductor of the Hall of Fame. Brother Shaojie, if I remember correctly, Brother Lu Guanghai hasn't arrived yet, and the election for the commander-in-chief hasn't started yet. You're putting yourself in the position of commander-in-chief right now. Isn't that a bit too hasty?" Wang Dongshan emphasized the pronunciation of the word, and his tone was extremely provocative. At this moment, the whole audience fell silent. Countless eyes began to intersect in the conference hall, as if they were about to collide and create sparks. "P.S. I'm working on this. I still have 6 chapters to go. I won't go to sleep until I finish writing. You can see the chapters posted after 11:30 tomorrow morning. In addition, the rules for adding more chapters remain unchanged. Please continue to do it." Chapter 149, Let's Fight. "Do you dare?" In the dead silence, the two gazes met. Qin Shaojie stood on the back of a 3-meter-tall fire griffin, looking down at Wang Dongshan coldly with an air of superiority. The furious Wang Dongshan did not give in at all. He half closed his eyes and stared at Qin Shaojie with the same cold gaze. The two men's gazes were like fire and lightning. Although invisible, they seemed to ignite the air and explode like thunder. All the lords in the room held their breath unconsciously, including the woman who boasted of her beauty and the other 3 lords who believed they were too powerful and that their interests would not be affected no matter who was elected commander-in-chief. After a long silence, Qin Shaojie broke the silence with a sneer. Before joining Qin Feng, receiving Qin Feng's mission, and holding on to the strongest thigh in the world, Qin Shaojie would never be as arrogant as he is now, and it is even more impossible for him to utter such an irritating sneer when the conflict is about to intensify. But now it's different. His purpose in participating in this damn election today is to risk his life to prove his loyalty. For him, victory is not important, and the position of commander is not important either. The only important thing is Qin Feng's rating of him. That is to provoke the election for the commander-in-chief as soon as possible, so that Wang Dongshan or Lu Guanghai can reveal their true strength faster. Under these circumstances, how could Qin Shaojie be timid? How could he possibly have any thoughts of sharing the beauty, working together for mutual benefit, or negotiating in a friendly manner? All he wanted was to intensify the conflict and have a fierce fight. At this moment, Wang Dongshan has already brought the ladder over to him. How could he not climb up? As the chief commander of the Hall of Fame, I must have the courage to conquer the world, and no one else can do it better than me. Since I arrived at the meeting before you, and everyone is hoping someone can take the lead in discussing future development plans, I, Qin Shaojie, must step forward and be the leader. At least, everyone can call me Qin Shaojie the Giant. At least, I, Qin Shaojie, am also a candidate for the Hall of Fame's chief conductor. I think I should be qualified to hold a meeting with everyone. Everyone, let's talk about it, right? Qin Shaojie spoke excitedly on the back of the fire griffin. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high and waved them several times. Qin Shaojie himself is a person who likes to show off. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the chat group of Yuanwanshui Valley to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and put on a show of showing off on the first day of his arrival in the Eternal Continent. The reason why he remained silent for a few days was that he did not speak in the Huangshui Valley chat channel and did not pretend to be cool. It was simply because he knew that in the Huangshui Valley there existed Qin Shi Huang, the top boss among the top bosses, and he didn't have the courage to show off his skills in front of such a boss. But the situation is different now. He has already clung to the big and thick legs of Qin Shi Huang and has the backing of the most powerful lord in the world, so he is full of confidence. At this moment, he looked at other lords, including Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai, who were among the 3 Hall of Fame giants with him, as if they were ants. He pretended it. The pretense was natural and smooth, full of confidence. He directly used all his pretense skills to produce a 24-story pretense effect. Listening to Qin Shaojie's speech, or declaration, which was full of confidence and about to explode, the lord who supported Qin Shaojie immediately felt a surge of excitement in his head. Qin Shaojie's words were too blunt and direct. They didn't sound like something a Chinese person, who are inherently tactful and humble, would say. He was just about to say something like, "What's the matter? You're mad at me. Go ahead and beat me up," which is what street thugs would say in a fight. The leaders and people of status all stood in the front to start the group. Those lords who had been sold in advance and promised benefits by Qin Shaojie naturally did not want to fall behind. They immediately roared and cheered for Qin Shaojie. As they shouted, The lord who had already chosen to support Qin Shaojia also had the thought of not falling behind others in his mind and started shouting as well. Brother Jia, what are you talking about? If you don't have the qualifications, who else here is qualified to lead us in discussing development plans? Brother Jia, don't underestimate yourself. We all believe in you. You can definitely become the commander-in-chief of the coalition. We are all looking forward to you becoming the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame coalition. Everyone agrees, right? Yes. The position of commander-in-chief can only belong to my brother Jia. That's for sure. I told you before, brother Jia has a broad mind and a righteous look on his face. Once he gains momentum, he'll soar to the sky and become a great man capable of becoming a king. I know physiognomy, and my name, the Ma-E Divine Physiognomist, is no bluff. Shouts came one after another, suppressing Wang Dongshan's spirit infinitely. Amidst the waves of shouting and standing, Wang Dongshan's extremely cold eyes gradually began to tremble. He had just acted impulsively, unable to contain his frustration and anger, and had spoken harshly to Qin Shaojia. After he finished speaking, he felt a little regretful. Qin Shaojia was too confident. Lu Guanghai hadn't shown up yet, and the election for commander-in-chief hadn't even begun. He really didn't want to clash with Qin Shaojia at this point. If he had to find someone to test Qin Shaojia's confidence, he hoped it would be Lu Guanghai, the last one to arrive, rather than himself. Oh no, I didn't put that idiot Qin Shaojia up there, but I put myself up there instead. What the hell is this idiot's trump card? How can he be so reckless? He doesn't have the bearing of a leader at all. He's just like a fucking street thug. Wang Dongshan secretly complained, his eyes trembling more and more violently, almost afraid to look at Qin Shaojia. He really couldn't figure out where Qin Shaojia's confidence came from, and he didn't want to start a war with Qin Shaojia at this moment. He wanted to be a turtle and shrink his head back. But just when Wang Dongshan was thinking of backing out and was ready to laugh it off and let the matter go so that both sides could save face, Qin Shaojia spoke suddenly and asked a question that once again ignited the anger in his heart. Lao Wang, everyone recognizes my qualifications. Do you? Qin Shaojia said sarcastically. Hearing this, the corners of Wang Dongshan's mouth twitched. He now saw clearly that Qin Shaojia had no intention of giving him face and was determined to suppress him in front of everyone. Of course I don't. Who the hell are you? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience immediately burst into boos. The person who utters a curse word first usually means that the defense has been broken. Everyone is obviously aware of this, and the desire to watch the show suddenly spread throughout the venue. Then let's fight. Fight in advance, Dongshan. You won't be afraid, right? Qin Shaojia imitated Wang Dongshan's previous behavior, half squinting his eyes, and his tone was even more sarcastic. Come on. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'll write my name upside down, Wang Dongshan said angrily. He had no choice but to be angry. He had been forced into a dead end by the ladder set up by Qin Shaojia. It's almost like being roasted over a flame. P.S. There are still 5 chapters to go. Chapter 150, Fight. Sacrifice your life. Through the live broadcast room, Qin Feng watched the whole process of Qin Shaojia angering Wang Dongshan. He really felt that Qin Shaojia was a talent, at least in terms of being sarcastic and pretending to be awesome. The same is true in terms of inciting hatred. We found a treasure. Qin Shaojia is almost turning pretense into an instinct. With a little brother like this, managing those surrendered lords and diverting their hatred in the future should be incredibly easy and simple. Huh, that should be easy. This kid is a smart guy. He knows that his potential success depends entirely on my likes and dislikes. With his intelligence, even if I didn't point him out, he would have taken the initiative to be the villain, taking on the task of exploiting and oppressing the surrendered lords and bearing their hatred on my behalf. As he made the inference, Qin Feng looked at Qin Shaojia with great approval. At this moment, he was surrounded by a group of followers and was walking towards the battlefield of more than 10,000 square meters that everyone had cleaned up for him in Wang Dongshan. This man was still pretending to be cool and calm at the moment, shaking hands with his followers as he walked. He formed a sharp contrast with Wang Dongshan, who had a dark face and anyone could see the anger in his heart. Talent. A rare talent. This guy can't be wasted. He must be kept. Qin Feng praised again, and the idea of cherishing talent surged in his mind. He reached out and pressed his temporal corner to activate the communication magic. Then, he calmly ordered, Cheryl, I order you to speed up, break away from the main force, and head immediately to the Hall of Fame meeting place. There's a man named Qin Shaojia there. He's my man. Keep an eye on him and don't let him get killed. If you're sure you can avoid being discovered, you can even help him if he's in danger. Yes, sir. Cheryl's voice rang out. Then, the sound of a howling wind began to emanate. Although he couldn't see it, Qin Feng could tell from the sound that Shirley had already soared high into the sky, heading towards the gathering point of the Hall of Fame Coalition. This meant that Chen Xiaojie would not die. Fight with confidence and with all your strength. I will back you up. After turning off the communication magic, Qin Feng typed to Chen Xiaojie in the friend panel. The moment the message was sent, Qin Feng clearly saw in the live broadcast that Chen Xiaojie's body stiffened for a moment and then trembled with excitement. Immediately afterwards, a message that the licking force had reached the 9th level appeared on the friend panel, causing Qin Feng to laugh happily. I will repay your kindness on the Golden Terrace and die for you by supporting Yulong. Chen Xiaojie used up all the words in his heart to express his extreme gratitude. Soon, Chen Xiaojie and Wang Dongshan walked together onto the 10,000 square meter stadium that everyone had made room for them. It is called a competition venue, but it is more appropriate to call it a battlefield. Chen Xiaojie had already made up his mind to take advantage of the current opportunity to have a fierce fight with Wang Dongshan in order to express his infinite loyalty to Qin Feng. Wang Dongshan didn't want to lose face, nor could he. So he gritted his teeth and walked onto the battlefield, filled with endless resentment. If circumstances permit, if death does not bring any variables, neither of the two men on the battlefield would suppress their desire to kill each other. Old Wang, are you ready? I'm always ready. As long as you open your mouth, we can start fighting immediately. Looking at Wang Dongshan from afar on the other side of the battlefield, Chen Xiaojie was extremely provocative. Even on the fighting stage, he still had the mentality of messing with Wang Dongshan. As soon as he finished speaking, most of the lords who supported him echoed him and booed in a mocking manner. You still need to prepare for the fight. You have to fish harder. Being mercilessly mocked again, Wang Dongshan became even more furious. At the same time, the beating speed of his heart in his chest also increased a lot. It was the same reason again. Chen Xiaojie was too confident. Wang Dongshan couldn't help but feel a wave of fear when he saw Chen Xiaojie's extremely sarcastic and provocative look. To this end, he secretly gave his raging six-armed ape instructions. If he seized the opportunity, he must kill Chen Xiaojie's flame griffin with one strike. Before then, he needed to conceal his strength, be wary of Chen Xiaojie's trump cards, and quietly bide his time. Then let's start the war. Chen Xiaojie roared and jumped into the sky. He cast the wind spell on himself. This magic was obtained from a silver-level treasure chest. It can make one lighter and allow one to float in the air for a short period of time. That is, at the moment when Chen Xiaojie jumped into the sky, the military-level fire griffin that was crawling in its original position and 59 commander-level fire griffins flapped their wings and flew across the sky at the same time. As they appeared in the sky, 60 fire griffins roared collectively. The hissing sound is like the collision of metal, blowing the treetops and shaking people's hearts. The largest fire griffin quickly flew to Chen Xiaojie's feet and caught Chen Xiaojie on its back. The rest of the fire griffins formed multiple concentric circles, protecting Chen Xiaojie in the center. At the same time, they relied on their power over the air to cover the entire 10,000 square meter battlefield within their attack range. They also took advantage of the opportunity to prepare a magical attack with a strong, explosive, and scorching aura. When Wang Dongshan saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. The upgrade of the military building grade has promoted his violent six-armed apes from special troops to top-level troops. Some of them have also mastered combat talents, and their killing power is far greater than before. But his type of troops has a shortcoming. That is, before reaching the level of War King, they cannot rely on the power of martial arts blood and energy to float in the air for a long time. When facing the Flame Griffin, a special type of soldier that has the ability to fly and magical powers, this flaw is big enough to tilt the balance of victory. Fuck, Wang Dongshan cursed inwardly. Then he gritted his teeth and commanded the violent six-armed ape to enter the scene. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise exploded in the ears of more than 400 lords around the battlefield. 33 violent six-armed apes jumped into the battlefield and stepped out terrifying pits on the ground. Roar, roar, roar. When they stood still, the monkeys stretched out their 6 arms and beat their chests frantically. This wasn't just an instinctive action for the apes. It was also the ability of the violent six-armed ape. Every time they pounded their chests, their defenses were enhanced, allowing them to buy time and wait for their opportunity. Both sides entered the field, and a war was about to break out. The fire griffins had been accumulating magic for a long time. At the moment when the violent six-armed ape beat its chest, they roared loudly and released magic power crazily. Magical power surged, and shining runes materialized in the sky. The extremely blazing fireballs and the brilliant flaming feathers fell from the sky as if they were free, bringing with them boundless blazing firepower setting the entire battlefield on fire in an instant. However, this is not all of Qin Shaojia's tactics in this attack. Standing on the back of the military-level flame griffin, in the blind spot of other lord's vision, Qin Shaojia cut his wrists and gritted his teeth as he sacrificed the bright red blood that gushed out. This magic door carries a strong dark aura and can enhance the combat power of soldiers. It was opened by Qin Shaojia from a gold-level box. It is one of his 3 most powerful abilities. Using it once will consume at least 10 years of your life. But he doesn't hesitate. He was sure that as long as he could keep up with Qin Feng, not to mention 10 years of life, he could earn back 100 years, 1,000 years, or even tens of millions of years of life. Chapter 151, Life for Life. Wang Dongshan is scared. At the moment when the blood was steaming, an invisible energy spread out, covering all directions of the battlefield, blessing the fire griffin, as well as the blazing fire feathers and fireballs. It was also at this moment that Qin Shaojia's black hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, with one silver strand appearing among every 10 hairs. Seeing this scene, even the most clumsy person can immediately judge clearly that the amplification magic that Qin Shaojia just used must have come at the cost of his own life. Qin Shaojia stood in the audience, in Wang Dongshan's blind spot. These people couldn't see his movements clearly and didn't know what he had just done. But Qin Feng was able to see the battlefield clearly through the live broadcast and see Qin Shaojia's every move. Seeing Qin Shaojia's hair turn from black to white in an instant, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became melancholy. He was touched by Qin Shaojia's fighting spirit, and even more moved by his loyalty. Even though he knew very well that Qin Shaojia's loyalty to him came from his own strength, he couldn't suppress the emotion in his heart, and couldn't suppress his admiration for Qin Shaojia. Ruthless enough, smart enough, Qin Shaojia, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will grant you an undefeated family business and everlasting glory. Fire rained down. Flame sword. Qin Shaojia's black magic greatly enhanced the killing power of the fire griffins. On the battlefield, the flickering and crackling flames quickly rose to a height of more than 10 meters in just a few breaths. The color of the flame also changed, from red to deep blue, and the heat became stronger, powerful enough to make all the lords open their eyes wide. Wang Dongshan was so shocked by the flames that he widened his eyes. He clearly saw his violent 6-armed ape, which was burned black by the flames and looked miserable. He clearly heard the shrill and painful wails that were enough to tear a mortal's chest apart. I actually broke through the defense of the violent 6-armed ape so quickly. Using your ultimate move right from the start. Qin Shaojia, is that how you play it? Wang Dongshan's heart was trembling. At this moment, he no longer thought about conserving his strength and waiting for the opportunity. He could feel that Qin Shaojia had no intention of killing him. But the idea of killing his own soldiers was so outrageous that it was known to everyone and was not concealed at all. Under such circumstances, if he still wanted to wait for the opportunity to turn the tables, what awaits him is only the death of his soldiers one after another. Charge. Don't hold back. Tear those flat-haired beasts to pieces. Wang Dongshan gave orders in a low voice. The moment the words fell from the air, the violent 6-armed apes that were screaming miserably due to being burned by the flames gave up their defense. Those who have attack skills should cultivate their skills. Those who have talents should unleash the power of their talents. Then, they all bent their legs and stared angrily at the fire griffin in the sky. In terms of combat power level, these monkeys are basically above the fire griffins. If it weren't for Wang Dongshan's habitual cautious orders, they would have rushed into the sky and fought a decisive battle with Qin Shaojia's fire griffin. The charging was completed quickly, and the violent 6-armed ape with its skin and flesh burned let out an extremely fierce war roar. At the same time, they all jumped up and leaped into the sky in one step. Relying on their ability to stay in the air for a short time, they fought head-on with the fire griffin in the sky. The superiority in troop grade, combat power level, and combat talent combined to directly overturn the tide of battle. In an instant, the offensive and defensive dynamics shifted dramatically. The ferocious 6-armed apes hovering in the air unleashed a frenzied killing force, overwhelming the vastly outnumbered fire griffins. A violent 6-armed ape rode on the fire griffin, waving its 6 arms wildly, pulling out gorgeous and fiery red feathers, bringing out bright red blood, and causing shrill cries. A violent 6-armed ape pulled the fire griffin to the ground, held it down, and punched it one after another. In just a few breaths, he flattened the fire griffin's head. During this period, even if it was attacked madly and violently by other unsuppressed fire griffins, these frantic and violent 6-armed apes did not shift their gaze for a moment. as if they were determined to hammer the approaching fire griffin to death. Seeing this scene, all the lords in the field gasped. Before, they were all wondering how Wang Dongshan would resolve the crisis of losing heir supremacy and how he would fight back. They thought a lot and conceived a lot. But no one could have imagined that Wang Dongshan's response method would be so rough, so reckless, and actually a life-and-death fight. Holy crap, these two are so angry. They both want to beat the other's troops to death. Fuck, they're not afraid of quarrels. It's okay. Damn it, don't be a coward. This is a battle of honor. I don't know who will be the final winner, and I don't know who has the courage to persevere to the end in such a brutal battle. While everyone was shocked, they began to look forward to it eagerly. Not only the four lords who did not take sides, but also those lords who defected to Qin Shaojia, and even those lords who received promises from Qin Shaojia, were all looking forward to a scene of mutual destruction or even mutual destruction at this moment. A soldier who doesn't want to be a marshal is not a good soldier. Previously, with the three giants in front, they did not dare to compete for the position of commander-in-chief. At this moment, two of the three giants fought to the death. Seeing this scene, no matter how timid the lord was, he hoped that he could take advantage of the situation and seize the opportunity to take power. No exception, no matter how nice they said before. However, just when these people were expecting a scene of mutual destruction, on the battlefield, something strange happened suddenly. I saw a fire griffin that was suppressed by a violent six-armed ape, raising its head and wailing. Then, it transformed into an extremely fierce flame. In an instant, it exploded with incredible decisiveness. Not only did he blow the violent six-armed ape into pieces, but he also annihilated himself into nothingness. Then came the second explosion, the third explosion. Amidst these miserable explosions, Qin Shaojia stood on top of the military-level flame griffin, standing at a height that no violent six-armed ape could reach. He overlooked the entire battlefield. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an infinitely sharp spear, and his powerful momentum seemed to be able to pierce the sky. He used his second trump card. It is also a trump card that all lords have, but few lords have the courage to use, actively letting the soldiers self-destruct. When this trump card was played, all the lords present were stunned into silence. Watching his soldiers being blown to death one after another and listening to the constant notification of soldiers' death ringing in his ears, Wang Dongshan was so shocked that his whole body was trembling. Qin Shaojia, are you crazy? Stop it. I give up. I give up. Apology plus admitting fame, July 24th, 2:17 a.m. I owe you 3 chapters. I'll finish them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Great readers. I was too arrogant before. I'm a coward. Please allow me to be thick-skinned for once. Change the update rules. After completing the 3 chapters owed today, the number of new tickets received each day reached 200. 5 chapters will be updated on the second day. This time it's accurate. Liars are puppies. Chapter 152, Admit Defeat? Then kneel down. What did you say? I didn't hear you. In the sky, Qin Shaojia looked coldly at Wang Dongshan on the ground, who had a painful and anxious expression on his face. His eyes were extremely indifferent. While speaking, he still gave the order to self-destruct with great determination. One fire griffin after another exploded, not only blasting the nearby violent six-armed ape into pieces, but also killing other violent six-armed apes with the residual power, making Wang Dongshan's heart bleed. This kid must be crazy. He must be crazy. There's no other way to do this except to hurt both sides. Damn it, that piece of shit Qin Shaojia might have already defected to Lu Guanghai. He's irritating me and wearing me down, just paving the way for that old dog Lu Guanghai. In an instant, a guess that made him feel extremely disgusted flashed through Wang Dongshan's mind. Anger, humiliation, fear, terror, and all kinds of emotions appeared in his heart one after another, making him feel confused. But no matter how confused and angry he was, Wang Dongshan really didn't dare let Qin Shaojia continue to self-destruct. Just now, Qin Shaojia had already blown up more than a dozen fire griffins and killed more than a dozen of his violent six-armed apes. If this continues, of his 33 violent six-armed apes, only one will survive, and that is the one that has reached the military rank. If Qin Shaojia were to go even crazier, he might not be able to save this military-level violent six-armed ape. I said I give up. I'm a coward. I can't beat you. You're a ruthless person. I surrender willingly. Wang Dongshan said with a desperate attitude. As he spoke, he felt as if his self-esteem had been shattered to the ground. Not only could he not pick it up, but even super glue couldn't hold it together. Oh, you admit defeat? Then kneel down. In the sky, Qin Shaojia's expression remained indifferent, but within his indifference there was a hint of shrewdness that was difficult for ordinary people to fathom. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire audience gasped. At this moment, they were all shocked by Qin Shaojia's extremely arrogant request. Fuck. This is going to kill people and destroy their souls. Qin Shaojia is so bold. He actually asked Wang Dongshan to kneel down in front of him. You know, Wang Dongshan is a top lord who controls a military-level creature. Where does Qin Shaojia get the confidence from? Isn't he afraid that Wang Dongshan will fight him to the death? Oh my god, what exactly is Qin Shaojia's trump card? If he completely provokes Wang Dongshan, and the two of them fight to the death, the one who will benefit in the end will definitely be Lu Guanghai, who arrived last. This is beyond arrogant. Qin Shaojia must be crazy to make such a request. Too much. This is too much. He actually made Wang Dongshan, one of the three giants, kneel down in front of everyone. This is even more inflated than puffed food. The audience in the field was extremely shocked and guessed what cards Qin Shaojia had in his hand, and was terrified by Qin Shaojia's boundless confidence. Wang Dongshan, who faced all the insults and even the trampling of his personality by Qin Shaojia, forced himself to calm down despite his immense anger. He gritted his teeth and wondered where Qin Shaojia's confidence came from and why he was not afraid of a fight to the death. This Dogecoin must have defected to Lu Guanghai. Last night, the two of them must have conspired in private. Otherwise, Qin Shaojia would never use such a life-or-death fighting style to fight against me, let alone self-destruct his own soldiers to fight against me. Damn it, I actually capsized in the gutter. Qin Shaojia, right? Lu Guanghai, right? You two bitches, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will trample all of you under my feet and ruthlessly crush you 10,000 times. Wang Dongshan thought angrily, and then ordered the soldiers on the battlefield to withdraw from the battle and leave the battlefield immediately. After receiving Wang Dongshan's order, the violent six-armed ape roared in anger. Although extremely unwilling, it still followed Wang Dongshan's order and dragged its burnt and hairless body towards the outside of the 10,000 square meter stadium. However, it was at the moment when these violent six-armed apes retreated. The sounds of flapping wings accompanied by strong winds exploded one after another. The fire griffins flashed their flaming wings and directly blocked the way of the violent six-armed apes, as if the outcome was still undecided and the road was blocked. Qin Shaojia. Wang Dongshan almost couldn't suppress his anger after seeing this scene. He roared, "What the hell are you going to do? I've already admitted defeat. What else do you want from me? Could it be that you're so damn sure that I wouldn't dare fight you to the death? Kneel down." When Wang Dongshan was extremely angry, Qin Shaojia remained extremely calm as if he was not involved. If you don't kneel down and surrender, how can that be considered surrender? If you don't admit defeat, how can I be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces? Where is the dignity of the commander-in-chief? As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on Wang Dongshan's face twitched immediately. The blue veins twisted wildly on his neck and cheeks like newly hatched snakes. The corners of his upper lip also twisted up, trembling, twisting up, and sticking directly to his nose. Wang Dongshan felt an unprecedented insult. This insult brought about a huge impulse, tearing his sanity apart at an incredibly fast speed and hardening his fists bit by bit. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire venue suddenly became extremely anxious and tense. All the lords who were watching this scene held their breath at the same moment. Their thoughts seemed to freeze at that moment, turning into a cold and chilly icy lake. What if I don't kneel? After a long period of deathly silence, Wang Dongshan gritted his teeth and broke the silence. That proves that you are not convinced in your heart. We have to fight again until the winner is decided, and we win completely. Qin Shaojia's eyes were still cold. He said it with arrogance and contempt. He just wanted to provoke Wang Dongshan. The task Qin Feng assigned to him was to find out the true strength of Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai. In order to complete the task, Qin Shaojia didn't even care about his own life. At this moment, how could he care about Wang Dongshan's self-esteem, and how could he be afraid of Wang Dongshan's counterattack? Fight me if you want. Come on, I'm going to have a life-and-death match with you today. Wang Dongshan gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes shining red at this moment. Okay, Qin Shaojia said briefly, and then calmly ordered the injured fire griffin to self-destruct. Horrible, heart-pounding explosions sounded one after another. Not only did the explosion kill the violent six-armed apes that returned to the battlefield, it also destroyed Wang Dongshan's steps toward the battlefield and softened his knees. Listening to the overlapping death notification sounds of soldiers in my ears. Looking at the sky, on the back of the military-level fire griffin, there was Qin Shaojia, who was so cold and indifferent that he didn't even look like a human. Wang Dongshan closed his eyes in great pain. His knees went weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He lowered his head and shouted, Stop. I give up. Chapter 153. Where does the confidence come from? Stop. I give up. After hearing Wang Dongshan's extremely humiliating admission of defeat and watching Wang Dongshan kneeling on the ground with his head bowed in humiliation, Qin Shaojie immersed his consciousness in the chat interface and typed to Qin Feng. Your Majesty, the Supreme First Emperor, I have tested Wang Dongshan's true strength. My Flame Griffin's self-destruction has the same killing power as a full-strength attack from a 1-star military-level creature. Faced with the Flame Griffin's self-destruction, Wang Dongshan, utterly humiliated and furious, still didn't come up with a response. This can only prove one thing. He can't solve it. Also, the fact that this person knelt under pressure and allowed me to trample on his dignity in public, and that he didn't dare to let his violent 6-armed ape self-destruct, also proves one thing. Wang Dongshan doesn't have the heart of a strong man, nor the courage to burn his boats. He's timid and indecisive. As the First Lord of Blue Star, Qin Feng must be able to see these things. Not to mention Qin Feng, any lord can come to this conclusion. But Qin Shaojie still told Qin Feng his judgment. This was both a work report and a way to claim credit for himself. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk, and Qin Shaojie understood this well. He would not give up any legitimate opportunity to communicate with Qin Feng. Every time he communicated with Qin Feng, he would have a greater chance of gaining Qin Feng's trust and praise, and gradually become Qin Feng's true confidant. Well done. Qin Feng did not hesitate to praise, and directly raised the praise from the good level to the very good level. This is all thanks to the Supreme Emperor Qin Shi Huang. I am merely your humble servant. All this is due to your great blessings and the good fortune of heaven and earth. Qin Shaojie replied, trembling all over. He keenly grasped the upgrade from good to very good, and was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. After reporting on his work, Qin Shaojie couldn't help but feel excited for a while. Finally, he turned his gaze to Wang Dongshan, who was kneeling on the ground. Brother Dongshan, get up. You will be my right-hand man from now on. You deserve the honor of being second only to me and above everyone else. The winner has been decided, and those who should be insulted have been insulted. The sharp words can hardly stir up Wang Dongshan's emotions anymore, and are not enough to deepen the feeling of humiliation in his heart. Only the forgiveness of the victor, only the reward of the victor, can be the last straw that breaks Wang Dongshan's defenses and completely shatter his self-esteem. Just as Qin Shaojie expected and anticipated. After hearing his words of comfort, or rather sarcasm, which sounded like a winner, Wang Dongshan, who was kneeling on the ground with his head bowed, began to tremble all over and did not look up for a long time. Qin Shaojie chuckled and controlled the military-level Flame Griffin to fly to the ground. Then, he got off the back of the Fire Griffin, and under the protection of this military-level monster, he walked in front of Wang Dongshan, stretched out his arm, and personally pulled Wang Dongshan up from the ground. Brother Dongshan, you are such a fool. I told you to stop kneeling, but you refused to stand up until I pulled you up. Naughty. When Wang Dongshan was pulled up from the ground by Qin Shaojie, his eyes were about to spit out sparks. At this moment, he wanted to regain his face very much. He wanted to punch through Qin Shaojie's chest and crush Qin Shaojie's dark and creepy heart. But ideas are just ideas after all. No matter how intense they are, they cannot be turned into actions. Recalling Qin Shaojie's madness during the battle, after weighing the pros and cons, Wang Dongshan finally did not make up his mind to fight Qin Shaojie. He just snorted coldly to save his self-esteem, which was on the verge of collapse. However, after snorting coldly, Wang Dongshan became worried and frightened. He was really afraid that Qin Shaojie, who was like a mad dog, would use his cold snort to make trouble. He also said that he was not convinced in his heart, and we had to fight again, and humiliated him again. However, when Wang Dongshan was terrified, Qin Shaojie just looked at him meaningfully and did not insist on the topic. Then, Qin Shaojie walked out of the battlefield and walked towards those stunned supporters. Behind him, 43 fire griffins flew into the air one after another, with a terrifying power that covered the clouds and the sun. Looking at Qin Shaojie walking towards them step by step, and recalling the desperate fighting style of Qin Shaojie during the battle where he killed 1,000 and injured 1,000 enemies, the lords subconsciously trembled, their whole bodies shaking like sieves. Even though the battle was over, the shocking scene still left an extremely deep impression, or shadow, in the hearts of these lords. Qin Shaojie was so crazy and so powerful just now. That kind of courage to watch the fire griffin self-destruct coldly and remain as still as a mountain. The incomparable naked display. In addition to the 60 fire griffins, Qin Shaojie must have a more powerful and terrifying trump card. What exactly is Qin Shaojie's trump card? What kind of trump card does he have to have the confidence to order his flame griffins to self-destruct one after another? The flame griffins are a special unit, and they are all commander-level flame griffins. How could he be willing to let go of these hard-earned high-end combat forces? When the battle became tense, he blew himself up without a word. Isn't he afraid that after both sides are defeated, the position of commander-in-chief will fall into the hands of Lu Guanghai, who will reap the benefits? Frightened and shocked, more than 400 lords in the field were all guessing what kind of trump card Qin Shaojie had. Some people think the same as Wang Dongshan, that there is a connection between Qin Shaojie and Lu Guanghai. Qin Shaojie had long since defected to Lu Guanghai and became Lu Guanghai's helper. He received Lu Guanghai's promise, so he was not afraid of both sides suffering losses. Some people speculate that Qin Shaojie is the legendary super boss who controls two types of military buildings. The Fire Griffin is just the weaker one among his two types of military buildings, so it self-destructed. Some people think that Qin Shaojie has mastered some extremely powerful weapons, and even if all his soldiers are killed, Qin Shaojie will have the ability to suppress all the lords in the field. Some people think that Qin Shaojie has mastered some secret technique to resurrect soldiers. No matter how many soldiers die, he can resurrect them in full condition afterwards. One conjecture after another emerged in one head after another, and a brainstorming session without communication unfolded silently. But no matter how these people guessed, they could never have imagined that the reason why Qin Shaojie had the confidence to self-destruct as a soldier was actually just because of a word from one person. Before taking action, Qin Feng said to Qin Shaojie, "Don't worry, fight with all your strength, I'll back you up." This sentence is very short, with only 14 words including punctuation. But this sentence is also very long enough to become a ladder to heaven, allowing Qin Shaojie to reach a position of honor above millions of people. P.S. I owe 5 chapters. I'll update 7 chapters tomorrow. I'll make up for the update. Shamelessly begging for votes. I want gold tickets. I want gold tickets. Give me the gold tickets, Chapter 154. The same old trick again. Under the cover of 43 fire griffins, Qin Shaojie walked out of the battlefield and approached the audience outside. He turned over and stood on the back of the military-level flame griffin again, speaking loudly and continuing to preach his policy program. In the previous battle, Qin Shaojie was too ruthless and decisive. This made all the lords wonder where his confidence came from and what kind of divine power his hidden trump card possessed. Fear of the unknown is human nature. Unable to see through Qin Shaojie's true colors and guess his trump card, fear naturally arose, and as Qin Shaojie preached, it gradually turned into admiration. Under these circumstances, Qin Shaojie's preaching naturally triggered a greater and more passionate response. Almost every time he finished speaking or explaining a plan for the future, the lords surrounding him would applaud him enthusiastically, and a small number of them even had fanatical expressions. Seeing this scene, Wang Dongshan, who had shrunk to the corner of the venue, was stunned. Before this moment, he always believed that the reason why Qin Shaojie fought with him so madly was to weaken his strength and pave the way for Lu Guanghai, who arrived last. But judging from the current situation, his judgment seems to be wrong. Not only did Qin Shaojie not make any move to pave the way for Lu Guanghai, he didn't even mention Lu Guanghai's name during his eloquent speech. The entire speech was about how he would seek benefits for his family after becoming the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Grass. What on earth does this kid Qin Shaojie want to do? If he wanted to pave the way for Lu Guanghai, then why would he still be preaching now? Just say you've joined Lu Guanghai and tell everyone to follow his orders. If he didn't want to pave the way for Lu Guanghai, then why did he have the guts to fight me to the death? He even went so far as to self-destruct a commander-level flame griffin in order to completely suppress me. Doesn't this kid know that when two sides fight, the only one who benefits is the last fisherman to arrive? Wang Dongshan looked at Qin Shaojie in the distance with great surprise, and an uncomfortable guess emerged in his mind. This kid Qin Shaojie has a trump card, and it's a very big one. In terms of value and power, it is at least not inferior to 17 commander-level fire griffins. Otherwise, this kid would never dare to use the self-destructing troops to suppress, humiliate, and torture him. While feeling surprised and uncomfortable, an inexplicable feeling of jealousy also rose in Wang Dongshan's heart. At this moment, he was extremely convinced of one judgment. Qin Shaojie must have encountered an adventure and obtained some kind of trump card that was far more powerful than the commander-level fire griffin. This trump card was the source of Qin Shaojie's courage and confidence. Damn it! The lords at the top of the leaderboard have better things than me, and I'll admit it even if I have to pinch my nose. Who the hell is Qin Shaojie? How can he possess a trump card worth far more than 17 flame griffins? Oh my god, how can you be so unfair? Feeling jealous and upset, Wang Dongshan angrily denounced the unfair will of heaven for favoring shameless villains like Qin Shaojie. At this moment, he completely forgot that the will of heaven had favored him once and given him a unique item. It was because of that item that he was able to easily survive the Beast Tide War and pick up more than 700 lords' hearts. In addition to Wang Dongshan, some lords in the venue also began to doubt their previous judgment at this moment. These people, like Wang Dongshan before, all believed that Qin Shaojie had secretly defected to Lu Guanghai a long time ago. Lu Guanghai is Qin Shaojie's trump card. Lu Guanghai's promise was the reason why Qin Shaojie dared to suffer losses on both sides. But at this moment, after listening clearly to Qin Shaojie's policy agenda, these people were certain and convinced that what Qin Shaojie said was not to pave the way for Lu Guanghai, but to establish his own prestige and raise his own status. At this moment, all these lords changed their speculation. In surprise and shock, everyone wondered what kind of power Qin Shaojie possessed. Some people speculate that Qin Shaojie's trump card is a weapon powerful enough to surpass the combat power of other arms. Some people speculate that Qin Shaojie's trump card is a secret technique, similar to the resurrection technique in the game, which has the terrifying ability to revive all the dead military units. Some people speculated that Qin Shaojie might be hiding his own abilities, and his personal combat power might be even stronger than the sum of all the troops. The person who made this judgment also had his own theory to support it. Wang Dongshan did not dare to enter the battle formation in person, but Qin Shaojie did, so his body must be extremely strong. As they guessed more, Qin Shaojie's image in their hearts expanded, became more majestic, mysterious, and powerful. This directly led to a cluster of burning gazes being cast towards Qin Shaojie, which changed from surprise to envy, and then from envy to admiration, and finally gradually became fanatical in the midst of Qin Shaojie's infectious and persuasive speech. Long live Qin Shaojie. Long live Brother Jie. I've said before that you have a broad forehead and the appearance of a king. Once you gain momentum, you will surely soar to the sky and reach the sky. Brother Jie, you must remember what you said today. You must create a fair development environment for everyone. You must establish a civilized order in this bloody land. Brother Jie, do you have a wife? Do you think I'm okay? I'm from Sichuan. Judging from your accent, you sound like you're from Sichuan too. We're from the same hometown. Why don't you just marry me? I won't accept any betrothal gifts from you. As Qin Shaojie spoke and everyone speculated, voices filled with admiration and respect echoed throughout the venue, layer upon layer, one after another. In these voices, Wang Dongshan's head lowered lower and lower, almost sinking into the soil. The small group of four, far from the crowd, gradually dispersed. The three lords, who had always been proud of their military prowess and refused to take sides, unconsciously moved towards Qin Shaojie. The woman, who was proud of her beauty and unwilling to sell her noble body to a small local lord, also softened her gaze at Qin Shaojie, who was commanding the crowd. Everyone was influenced by Qin Shaojie and their attention was controlled by him. So when Lu Guanghai arrived late, riding on a sedan chair lifted by four slimes, no one in the audience went to greet him. Huh? Shouldn't the last one to arrive be the most popular? Why is no one here to greet me? I've already informed quite a few of the lords beforehand, haven't I? We've all agreed that when I arrive, they'll show me their authority, right? Puzzled, Lu Guanghai focused his gaze and swept across the entire venue. At the same time, he also tilted his ears to collect the sounds in the venue and obtain information. Then he saw the speech scene. I heard Qin Shaojie's passionate and generous speech on his policy agenda, and heard countless extremely harsh praises and commendations. At this moment, the corners of Lu Guanghai's lips twitched wildly. He was a little angry. While Lu Guanghai was angry, Qin Shaojie, who was waving his arms and giving a passionate speech in the crowd, chuckled silently. It is best not to use the same trick 3 times, but if you only use it twice, the effect will generally not be compromised. This wave of old tricks is repeated. Qin Shaojie made a lot of money. Chapter 155, Suicide Attack. Qin Shaojie, I haven't even arrived yet, and the election for Commander-in-Chief hasn't even started yet. You're already rushing around talking about some ridiculous policy platform. Aren't you being a bit too impatient? You really don't take me, Lu Guanghai, seriously. Compared with Wang Dongshan, Lu Guanghai is much more direct. In last night's points battle, Lu Guanghai broke into the top 10,000 of the Blue Star Lords ranking list, and is a top-level powerhouse selected from 1 in a million. Afterwards, he even got a diamond-level Warhammer. Combined with his 6-star military-level combat power and extremely rich combat experience, he was able to compete with 9-star military-level monsters. He felt that he was invincible in the upper reaches of the Huangshui River Valley. Therefore, he can be direct. If he has something to say, he can speak it directly without caring about anyone's face or anyone's thoughts. He felt that any lord in the alliance should be able to sense his confidence and force through his directness and tyranny, and then tremble and shake madly under his pressure. However, what he didn't know was the reason why Qin Shaojie kept talking and taking the trouble to say those heavy-handed words and those policy programs that even he himself felt sick of was because of him. In the final analysis, the purpose was to provoke him, ignite the flames of war, test his true strength, and complete the task assigned by Qin Feng. So, Qin Shaojie also became direct. He walked step by step to the top of the military-level flame griffin, looking down at the late-coming Lu Guanghai from high to low, showing contempt and disdain to the extreme. Yes, I really didn't take you seriously. To me, you, Lu Guanghai, are nothing more than a slightly larger reptile. You're not even on the same level as me. The so-called campaign is just a formality. The Hall of Fame's chief conductor can only be me, Qin Shaojie. It's only natural for me to announce my policy agenda at this moment. As soon as these words were spoken, all the lords present were shocked and intimidated by Qin Shaojie's almost unlimited confidence. Even Lu Guanghai, who had a high opinion of himself and had long considered the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Hall of Fame coalition forces to be in his pocket, could not help but frown at this moment and felt his heart throbbing. So fierce, so rampant, so arrogant. Qin Shaojie is too awesome. All the lords became excited, with a gleam of light in their eyes. They were extremely expecting Qin Shaojie to show his trump card in the next battle, suppress Lu Guanghai, become the Commander-in-Chief of the coalition forces, and then fulfill his promise. This kid must have a trump card, and it's a big one. Lu Guanghai gives me the impression that he's almost a 6-star military officer. Qin Shaojie can still be so arrogant. His trump card can't be small. Wang Dongshan was shocked. At that moment, he lowered his head even lower, and his eyes were red. He regretted deeply why he had been so easily angered by Qin Shaojie and became a stepping stone for Qin Shaojie to gain fame. Where does this kid get his confidence from? He's clearly only at the commander level, 9 stars at best. Of his fire griffins, only one has reached the rank of military officer, and it's only a low-star 2-star military officer. When I just said that, I clearly released my aura. He should be able to sense my realm. Under such circumstances, how could he still be so confident in facing me? Lu Guanghai reached out and pressed his violently beating heart, suppressing the inexplicable throbbing. He was a little worried about Qin Shaojie's trump card, but the tension between the two was already extremely strong. Any retreat would mean humiliation and loss of dignity, and damage to his dignity. Huh, you are so arrogant. How about a fight? Lu Guanghai asked provocatively. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, and the storage bag on his waist flashed with light. A diamond-grade sledgehammer suddenly appeared in his hand, directly increasing his already powerful aura by several points. Okay, go to the battlefield. Look, that place where the charred meat is piled up. Compared with Lu Guanghai, Qin Shaojie did not make so many moves. To be honest, he couldn't do much and couldn't take out diamond-level weapons. But he was still confident, because Qin Feng had promised him that he would back him up. He believed Qin Feng's promise and didn't think he would die. He firmly believed in the judgment of the charlatan that he, Qin Shaojie, had the potential to be a king and would surely rise to the top. Under the gaze of more than 400 lords and the attention of the woman with the largest breasts in the audience, Qin Shaojie and Lu Guanghai, one after another, led their troops into the battlefield and stood on the charred flesh. As he examined the pieces of meat, Lu Guanghai realized that before he arrived, Qin Shaojie must have already fought with Wang Dongshan and won. Thinking of this, the throbbing in Lu Guanghai's heart became even stronger. Do you need me to count backwards to 10? Looking at Lu Guanghai's slightly frowned brow, and then looking at the nearly 105-star commander-level mutant slimes around Lu Guanghai, who were on high alert, Qin Shaojie sneered. Fuck, you're so fucking arrogant. After being ridiculed several times in a row, Lu Guanghai went from being sullen to furious, and then to furious. He no longer thinks about confidence or trump cards. Now that things have come to this, after the fight, won't we know why Qin Shaojie is so arrogant? Die for me, Lu Guanghai roared, and the 6-star military-level martial arts blood and energy surged out, pouring into his arms in an instant, and then into the warhammer. A buzzing sound. The warhammer in Lu Guanghai's hand emitted a dazzling light, and then with a bang, it shattered the air and smashed straight towards where Qin Shaojie was. Qin Shaojie's reaction was also not slow. When Lu Guanghai was summoning his martial arts blood, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. When the warhammer flew towards him, he turned over and jumped onto the back of the fire griffin, and was then carried by the fire griffin and rose into the sky. Bang! The hammer landed on the ground where Qin Shaojie had been standing, creating a massive crater with a radius of over 30 meters. Upon seeing this, all the lords in the room cried out in astonishment and shock. Holy crap! The power of an ordinary hammer is even more terrifying than the flame griffin's self-destruction. Is this the killing power of a lord who is cultivated to the level of a military officer? Exclamations rang out one after another. At the same time, everyone in the field was looking forward to Qin Shaojie's response, eager to see the cards Qin Shaojie had been hiding. Amidst endless expectant gazes, Qin Shaojie took action. He took out a boning knife and made 3 cuts on his wrists. Hot blood gushed out, and he sacrificed 30 years of his life in one breath to enhance all his fire griffins to the level of military officer. Then, he drove these griffins and launched a suicide attack. P.S. Woof woof woof. I'm a dog repairer. I owe you 5 chapters. I'll make up for it later. I'll definitely make up for it. Please give me a golden ticket. Woof woof woof. Chapter 156. Report to the great Emperor Qin Shi Huang. In full view of the crowd, Qin Shaojie avoided Lu Guanghai's brutal attack and ascended to the sky on the flaming griffin. He decisively drew out the boning knife from his waist and slashed his wrist 3 times. Fresh red blood spurted out like a fountain. Unlike the previous time he performed the secret technique, Qin Shaojie did not organize the other fire griffins to surround him and provide cover for him. Instead, he ordered them to stay at a low altitude of about 100 meters. Firstly, Lu Guanghai was already the final target of the mission, so there was no need for him to continue to conceal this secret technique that sacrificed his lifespan. On the contrary, revealing the method and cost of the secret technique would actually be a huge psychological deterrent. The second reason was that Qin Shaojie needed to give his flame griffins ample room to charge. A suicidal charge, fueled by gravitational potential energy, would be the most terrifying, most likely to shock Lu Guanghai's mind and force him to unleash his full strength. While the sticky blood was spurting out from the wound and had not yet completely dripped onto the ground, Qin Shaojie gritted his teeth and sacrificed all the gushing blood to an unknown existence. Under the influence of an invisible force, blood beads the size of water drops suddenly scattered and spread into a terrifying blood mist that covered the sky. A heart-pounding rhythm suddenly sounded, and all the spectators in the venue couldn't help but hold their breath. In the terrifying, deathly silence, Qin Shaojie aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, his hair turned completely pale silver, and his sturdy body became hunched, his spine bent. However, Qin Shaojie's gaze was as firm as before, as if he didn't care at all about the 30 years of life that had been lost, as if his spine was still as straight as before, full of the rich and fiery vitality of a young life. Amidst gazes of infinite shock, horror, and fear, he gently raised his right hand. When he raised his hand, the scarlet blood mist around him surged violently, and then 42 commander-level fire griffins spread out under him. In an instant, the blood mist enveloped all the fire griffins in the low sky. Waves of extraordinary and majestic power spread out, magnifying the size of the fire griffin and increasing its combat effectiveness in a way that defied common sense. Bah! An extremely violent roar sounded, and in the boundless blood mist, 13 fire griffins, whose height grew to 3 meters, body length grew to 8 meters, and wingspan was 18 meters wide, and which had temporarily leaped from the commander level to the military officer level, flapped their wings, and soared into the sky. When it flew to the highest point, the fire griffin rotated its body 180 degrees, and in an instant retracted its wings that seemed to be able to block out the sun and clouds. With its extremely sharp beak, it used itself as a spear and swooped down towards the mutated slime on the ground and Lu Guanghai, who had the most imposing aura and the strongest combat power. Rumble. The sound of explosions breaking the sound barrier exploded in layers across the sky. Invisible air waves surged up, and the cotton-like white clouds were sucked out, forming a series of inverted ring-shaped holes. This was a deeply moving and powerful scene. Every lord who saw it was reminded of the fantasy films on Blue Star, where the transcendent sword immortal's palms formed a sword array that seemed to be able to destroy the world and destroy the world. Holy crap! Is this Qin Shaojie's true strength, his real trump card? Damn it! Qin Shaojie's trump card is actually a secret technique that can upgrade a commander-level soldier to a military officer level in one go at the cost of his lifespan. Holy crap! No wonder Qin Shaojia was so arrogant before. Turns out he possesses such an awesome secret technique. If I had such an awesome trump card, I'd be even more arrogant than Qin Shaojia. All the audience at the scene were shocked by Qin Shaojia. They made noises of great fear and shock, and many of them were so flustered that they bit their tongues. Among this group of people, Wang Dongshan was the most shocked. At this moment, his whole body was shaking unconsciously, like a sieve sifting chaff in the hands of an old woman. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly before. I didn't fight to the death with that lunatic Qin Shaojia. If I push him too far, this kid will use this secret technique on me. I'm afraid my troops and I will be killed instantly by this madman. I don't know if this secret technique has any other price besides lifespan. It has to be there. It's better to have it. Otherwise, I will never be able to suppress Qin Shaojia and regain my lost face in this lifetime. In fact, there were people at the scene who were more shocked and nervous than Wang Dongshan. That was Lu Guanghai, who faced the swooping array of fire griffins and took on all the pressure. Looking at the swooping array of fire griffins, which would dive down from an altitude of 6,000 meters to near the ground in a maximum of 8 seconds, carrying with them terrifying gravitational potential energy and about to launch a fierce attack. Lu Guanghai couldn't help but take a breath and frown tightly. At this moment, cold sweat seeped out of the palm of his right hand, which was holding the 9-star diamond-level warhammer. In terms of combat power level, Lu Guanghai is the highest in the field. He has reached the level of a 6-star military candidate. In the Goblin Kingdom, he is a big shot at the level of a golden priest. In terms of combat experience, Lu Guanghai had faced many lone military-level monsters in the Beast Tide War and killed them in the fight, turning them into his own energy value, thereby achieving a star-level upgrade. The combination of strength and vision allowed Lu Guanghai to see at a glance that those flame griffins, who seemed to have reached the military officer level and actually had the aura fluctuations of military officer level creatures, had superficial strength levels. At best, they were at the pseudo-military officer level and could not exert the full power of military officer level soldiers. But even though he could see it, Lu Guanghai couldn't help but feel scared when facing the swooping formation of fire griffins and waiting for the other party to attack. Although the quality of the flame griffins is slightly lower, there are more of them. There were 13 fire griffins in the first batch that rushed over, and there were 30 fire griffins in the sky watching him eagerly. Once he showed any flaw, those fire griffins would attack him fiercely and take advantage of his weakness to attack him. I have to be careful. I have to be precise. I can't make any mistakes. I admit, this illogical secret technique for increasing the combat power of a unit is powerful. But I also believe that this amplification effect won't last long. As long as I can withstand the strongest waves of attack, I will definitely be the ultimate winner. Lu Guanghai encouraged himself. At the same time, countless ideas for dealing with the situation emerged in his mind. He quickly issued a command, and his mutated slimes responded quickly. The slimes that had mutated to defensive skills spit out thin bubbles of extremely strong defense, covering the slimes one after another. The slimes that had mutated to have the ability to devour energy, at the critical moment, opened their mouths wide to breathe in air, stretching themselves into a ball, ready to swallow the flame griffin spell attack. The distance of several thousand meters was soon halfway covered, and the much-anticipated showdown was about to begin. Countless people were looking forward to it, fantasizing about seeing a thrilling fight. However, it was at this moment that Lu Guanghai was on high alert, and more than 400 spectators were eagerly waiting. An extremely abrupt change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. The flame griffin's swooping array accelerated. As they accelerated, their bodies began to burn with blue, frighteningly hot flames, as if they were gathering energy to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, the audience was stunned. This scene was too familiar. Qin Shaojia had done the same thing when he fought against Wang Dongshan before. He used the self-destruction of his troops and the life-for-life fighting style to force Wang Dongshan to kneel down and beg for mercy. As the first victim of such tactics, Wang Dongshan was also stunned. He seemed to have suffered from PTSD. His knees went weak involuntarily, and he fell to his knees with a thud, burying his head in the dirt. But soon, Wang Dongshan realized. This was no longer the same as before. The one who had fought Qin Shaojia and forced him to use his self-destructive move wasn't Wang Dongshan. Instead, it was Lu Guanghai, the Hall of Fame's strongest lord who had arrived last, had reached the level of a 6-star military candidate, and led nearly 108-star commander-level mutant slimes. Wang Dongshan quickly crossed his legs and adjusted his posture, not wanting others to see his embarrassing situation. Fortunately, at this moment, The audience's attention was all on the swooping fire griffins and the battlefield where a terrifying air wave was about to erupt. No one paid attention to him, who was in an extremely embarrassed situation. This is a suicidal trick right from the start. Is Qin Xiaojie crazy? Sitting cross-legged and massaging his still weak knees, Wang Dongshan looked up at Qin Xiaojie in the sky and made some guesses in his mind. But then he overturned his own guess. He did not see a trace of madness on Qin Xiaojie's face. As an outsider, he could clearly tell from the perspective of an observer that Qin Xiaojie, who was extremely old and seemed likely to die of old age at any time, was not crazy, but extremely calm as a machine that could only execute a set program. This kid isn't crazy. The reason he ordered the troops to self-destruct right from the start must be because his secret amplification technique can't last for too long. As soon as he thought of this, Wang Dongshan noticed the remaining 30 fire griffins, which were still hiding in the blood mist, and he made another guess. That must be it. Once we escape from that blood mist, the amplifying effect of the secret technique will be exhausted in a very short time. If Qin Xiaojie wants to suppress Lu Guanghai, he must immediately use the most powerful move, even if it requires the self-destruction of the warrior. After guessing this, Wang Dongshan suddenly became excited. A crazy smile rose from the corner of his eyes and then spread to his entire face. When Wang Dongshan saw the flaws of Qin Xiaojie's secret method through Qin Xiaojie's actions, Lu Guanghai, who was facing the fire griffin's self-destructive dive array, realized this extremely quickly. Withstand. I must hold on. Qin Xiaojie's crazy peak state won't last long. As long as I can hold on. The final winner, the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame, and the person who builds the gallows for Qin Xiaojie must be me, Lu Guanghai. Lu Guanghai roared nervously and excitedly. At the same time, he mobilized all his martial arts energy and used the strongest defensive moves in that martial arts book. He planned to withstand the self-explosion of the fire griffin first to see how powerful that thing was. Then, based on the details he had found out, he adjusted his battle strategy little by little and finally suppressed Qin Xiaojie violently and trampled him under his feet. However, it was when Lu Guanghai was extremely well prepared. Qin Xiaojie in the sky smiled coldly, and countless wrinkles suddenly appeared on his old face, and he looked cold and sinister. From the very beginning, Qin Xiaojie had never thought of testing Lu Guanghai himself right away. The target of this first batch of Flame Griffin self-destruct dive arrays was Lu Guanghai's extremely strange mutant slime from beginning to end. Today is the 8th day since the Lord of Blue Star came to the Eternal Continent. After 8 days of countless battles and endless discussions, all the surviving lords understood one thing. Slimes were the weakest military unit in all of Eternal Continent, bar none. Even at full strength, they were a useless unit, barely capable of the strength of an 8-star combatant. However, Lu Guanghai's slime broke this consensus. Not only was it not restricted by the upper limit of the 8-star combat soldier's strength, it was also strangely upgraded to the 8-star commander level. If we don't find out the true strength of these mutated slimes, can we still consider that we have completed the task assigned by Qin Feng? It was almost about to hit the ground and explode, bursting into endless blue flames. The self-destructing dive formation of the flame griffins separated like flowers scattered from the sky and smashed towards the mutant slimes in the battle formation that were either defending or accumulating strength, ready to counterattack at any time. Under Lu Guanghai's extremely surprised gaze and the even more surprised gazes of more than 400 spectators, 13 fire griffins exploded directly. 13 blue fire storms were directly set off on the battlefield. The extremely intense firepower rises with the roar of the explosion. One slime after another fell to the ground and died. Those who did not mutate to develop defensive abilities died faster. In less than 2 seconds, they turned into nothingness in the blue firestorm. The slimes that mutated with defensive abilities were not that strong either. Even if they covered themselves with a few more layers of bubble film, they were still burned to ashes within 5 seconds by the blazing blue firestorm, leaving no slime at all. In the entire battlefield, only a few slimes with tricky positions survived. However, they were also shaken out of the battlefield by the aftermath of the flame griffin's self-explosion and fell face down on the ground, unconscious. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaojie smiled contemptuously. If they couldn't even withstand the self-destruction of the fire griffin, these slimes would have no chance of surviving in the ice and fire formation created by Qin Feng, a powerful being under his command. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaojie no longer looked at the battlefield, nor at Lu Guanghai, who was in shock and astonishment. He immersed his consciousness in the chat panel and typed to Qin Feng. Report to the great Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Lu Guanghai's mutant slime can't withstand the self-destruction equivalent to a full-strength attack from a 4-star military officer, so there's no need to worry. P.S. A 4,000-word chapter. Please vote. There will be an update today. You can read it tomorrow. You can wait any longer. Chapter 157. Watching the fire from the other side? Someone's covering the situation. Looking at Chen Xiaojia's report in the chat panel. Recalling the 13 fire griffins swooping down from the sky, determined to die, they exploded and blew the slimes into pieces. Qin Feng's pupils trembled slightly. He was once again shocked by Chen Xiaojia's crazy and life-threatening loyal behavior, which pushed him to the extreme. Qin Feng knew better than anyone that Chen Xiaojia joined him just to curry favor with him. Chen Xiaojia has never concealed this fact. His own diary clearly records the changes before and after him in all his mental journey. But as the saying goes, judge by actions, not by the heart. If you judge by the heart, there is no perfect person in the world, and there is no filial son in the world. Qin Feng is not gay. He doesn't want Chen Xiaojia's true feelings. He only wants Chen Xiaojia's actions. He doesn't care about the motives that support his actions. Not only do they not care about the motives, they don't even care whether the motives are pure or not. Qin Feng also admired Chen Xiaojia's ruthlessness and decisiveness, and even admired him. Ask yourself, if there is a noble person in front of you, Qin Feng, who has a very strong self-esteem, can't kneel down and lick him like Chen Xiaojia. Even when facing the unfathomable strength of Bertini, Qin Feng's choice was to tease and provoke him. He could not crush his self-esteem and let others judge him. Thanks for your hard work. Qin Feng replied to Chen Xiaojia in the chat panel. Earlier, Chen Xiaojia was holding a boning knife and cutting a hole in his arm. Qin Feng thought about contacting Chen Xiaojia, but after thinking about it for a while, Qin Feng finally gave up the idea. Chen Xiaojia himself was willing to shorten his life to express his unconditional loyalty to him. As a superior, how could he hypocritically persuade the other party not to do that? Save Chen Xiaojia's life when he was weak. After this matter is over, it is his job as a superior to give Chen Xiaojia the reward he deserves according to his merits and use the water of resurrection to make up for his lost lifespan. It is my honor to die in the service of His Majesty the First Emperor. There is no way it would be hard. Chen Xiaojia typed a reply with an excited look on his face. I see your loyalty. Go ahead and do whatever you want. I told you I'll cover for you. Even if you die, I have a way to bring you back to life. In addition, if you win this battle, if you can crush Lu Guanghai and become the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame Coalition, I allow you to borrow my name and allow you to turn the Lord's present into your own soldiers. Chen Xiaojia was excited, and Qin Feng's reply was even more enthusiastic, with enough courage to save the world in one go. And he really did have such ability. Thank you, His Majesty the First Emperor, for your grace. I will obey the command of His Majesty the First Emperor. Chen Xiaojia's expression became even more excited. When he looked at Lu Guanghai, who was still extremely shocked on the battlefield, his eyes suddenly became colder and harsher. He took a deep breath and continued to carry out the task assigned to him by Qin Feng. He wanted to use his loyalty to make this meaningless test meaningful. Under Chen Xiaojia's command, 6 fire griffins soared out from the endless blood mist, roaring violently and flapping their wings to rise into the sky. Rising to an altitude of 6,000 meters, the 6 fire griffins rotated their bodies, clamped their wings, and raised their extremely sharp beaks to form a diving formation. With a thunderous charge, they rushed towards Lu Guanghai on the ground battlefield. A series of sonic booms exploded in the ears of the audience. Directly and forcefully, they were pulled out of their previous state of astonishment and then stuffed into a new level of astonishment. That's the same trick again. Chen Xiaojia, you really don't value the lives of the soldiers? Damn it. These are special troops, the Flame Griffins. The lives of Flame Griffins are also fucking lives. Okay. So cruel. Not only is he cruel to his enemies, but he's also extremely cruel to himself. Such a ruthless man has become the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame Alliance. Can we really live a better life than we have now, as he said? You're still carrying out this kind of suicide attack. Chen Xiaojia, don't you know that once all your soldiers are killed, your trump cards will be exhausted? A man in the crowd, with his facial muscles twisted and an extremely worried expression, thought secretly. Wang Dongshan, Lu Guanghai and their ilk are very likely to turn against you, directly deny your right to rule, and challenge you again. Damn, you should have thought of this. You must anticipate this and have a backup plan. Otherwise, not only will I not be able to wait for your promise to be fulfilled, but I might even be liquidated by Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai. The audience present were either shocked and cried out in surprise, or secretly worried and speculated. Wang Dongshan, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the venue, looked up at the flaming griffins swooping down on the formation, but he grinned crazily. Yes, well done. This is the kind of suicide attack that must be used. Qin Shaojia, you have to believe in yourself. You can definitely suppress Lu Guanghai. You can definitely kill him, or at least cripple him. Lu Guanghai, you have to stand up for me too. It's best to kill all of Qin Shaojia's soldiers. If you really have the ability, you'd better make him sacrifice again and turn him into an old dog with a short lifespan that can barely walk. Ha! That way, I can take care of both of you in one fell swoop, and then become the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame Coalition and the king of this land. As he imagined a bright future, the smile on Wang Dongshan's face became brighter and brighter, but within that smile there was a hint of madness and hideousness caused by humiliation. At this moment, he didn't know that Qin Shaojia's confidence did not come from the terrifying power of the soldier's self-detonation, nor from the secret technique of shortening one's life. His confidence comes from the promise of the famous Qin Shi Huang. This promise is Qin Shaojia's third trump card, and it is also the most unsolvable and terrifying trump card. Under this circumstance, anyone who wants to sit back and watch the fire and reap the benefits will not be able to withstand Qin Feng's protection. Looking at the 6 fire griffins forming a charging formation and swooping down from the sky, he recalled the scene of his army of nearly 100 mutated slimes being torn into pieces and burned into nothingness in an instant by the blue firestorm. After obtaining a diamond-grade warhammer and becoming a 6-star military officer, Lu Guanghai thought he was invincible, at least in the upper reaches of the Huangshui River Valley. Now he could not control himself and began to tremble. The wildly surging adrenaline could not suppress the fear in his heart in a short time. Qin Shaojia, you're a fucking idiot. In order to suppress me, you blew up your own troops and played all your cards. Don't you know that doing things this way will only benefit Wang Dongshan, that bastard who just watched the fire from the other side of the river? Lu Guanghai cursed in extreme fear and anger. The voice spread, but before it went far, it was suppressed by the overlapping sonic booms and had no effect at all. While he was cursing, a swooping formation of 6 fire griffins approached him. When there were still more than 700 meters away, the 6 fire griffins burst out with terrifying blue flames, and then expanded. As it expanded, the griffin was still diving, still accumulating power and gravitational potential energy. When they reached an altitude of more than 70 meters above Lu Guanghai's head, the 6 griffins exploded, forming a blue mushroom cloud that burned with flames and splashed with terrifying shock and tearing power. In an instant, smoke and dust are everywhere. Everything is quiet. The whole world was filled with the sound of an explosion that was too huge to be heard. P.S. I still have 4 chapters to go. This section is almost over. It's finally over. This was so damn hard to write. Chapter 158, Directing the Battle Situation. Breaking the Disguise. Is Lu Guanghai dead? Lu Guanghai is still alive. There's no kill announcement in the chat channel in the upper Huangshui Valley area. Damn it. Even 6 fire griffins exploding in midair couldn't kill Lu Guanghai. This guy's strength is too terrifying. Is this the combat power of a 6-star military officer? This defense and survivability are simply too damn top-notch. Watching the mushroom cloud gradually dissipate. Looking at the terrifying pit that suddenly appeared on the surface. Watching the thick smoke gradually dissipate. Looking at the man in tattered clothes, holding a diamond-grade sledgehammer, walking slowly out of the pit step by step, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. All the audience in the venue let out sounds of surprise. Everyone's mouth dropped open at that moment, some gaping in shock and emotion, others slightly cracking open in amazement. Compared with these people, Qin Shaojia, who faced Lu Guanghai head-on, appeared much calmer. He observed Lu Guanghai carefully, and at a distance of 6 kilometers, he tried his best to sense the other party's intentions and emotions. Then, based on the actual battlefield situation he had observed before, he made an assessment and sent the assessment results to Qin Feng. Report to the great Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The traitor Lu Guanghai's reaction speed is extremely fast. The moment the 6 flame griffins exploded in midair, he took evasive and defensive measures, not only moving away from the center of the explosion, but also quickly unleashing his defensive skills. He only looks disheveled now, but his true condition must be much better. I sense murderous intent from him. I feel that Lu Guanghai still has at least 50% of his strength left. He can at least withstand one more airburst created by the 6 flame griffins. You have good vision. Qin Feng first affirmed Qin Shaojia's judgment. Then, he changed the subject. But it's just good, not excellent yet. Possessing the 9-star holy level eye of insight, Qin Feng can easily read all the information about Lu Guanghai with the help of the live broadcast screen. At this moment, Lu Guanghai's retained strength was indeed above 50%. It was just a bit too much. He retained nearly 90% of his strength. Previously, when the fire griffin swooped down in formation, it exploded in the air. Lu Guanghai not only used the defensive skills recorded in the martial arts, but also activated the active ability of the 9-star diamond-grade warhammer in his hand. Although it was only a moment, it did not escape Qin Feng's insight, and Qin Feng saw the details clearly. Lu Guanghai still has about 90% of his strength at this moment. He is still very strong for you. Don't underestimate him. Besides him, you also have to pay attention to the hammer in his hand. This hammer is far more than just an ordinary diamond-grade weapon. It has two active skills. First, it's the semi-mirror reflective shield. Lu Guanghai just relied on this skill, along with the defensive skills recorded in his martial arts training, to withstand your griffin's airburst. Second, it's the air shock wave. This skill has a base attack range of 800 meters. Combined with Lu Guanghai's own abilities and realm, it can inflict damage to units within a 2,400-meter radius. Although the damage will be halved, it's not something you or your regiment-level flame griffin can withstand at this point. Remember to keep your distance from him. Qin Feng directly dialed the instant communication and gave Chen Xiaojie personal instructions. After finishing speaking, Chen Xiaojie on the other end of the line was stunned for several seconds, and then he replied to Qin Feng respectfully with a trembling voice and a tone of infinite respect and admiration. Thank you, His Majesty the First Emperor, for your guidance. Slave, your servant Chen Xiaojie respectfully obeys the decree of His Majesty the First Emperor. Chen Xiaojie had no idea what Qin Feng relied on to be able to make judgments from a bystander's perspective, hundreds of kilometers away, that were more accurate than his, an insider, and almost miraculous. And precisely because he couldn't figure it out, and precisely because of this unknown image of Qin Feng in Chen Xiaojie's mind, it expanded rapidly at an exponential rate. If we say that before this moment, Qin Feng was the mountain in Chen Xiaojie's heart, the strongest thigh among the billions of lords on Blue Star, and the man who had the hope of ascending to the supreme throne. At that moment, Qin Feng was the god in Chen Xiaojie's heart, and not just any god categorized by combat power. Instead, he possessed terrifying omniscience, a supreme god who could harness this power to achieve omnipotence. The eternal throne would no longer be Qin Feng's destination, but merely a mere stone tablet on his legendary journey. In a silent and tacit understanding, the meaningless test mission was directly declared over at this time. After all, even at a distance of hundreds of kilometers, Qin Feng could accurately judge Lu Guanghai's strength and current situation based solely on the live broadcast. Chen Xiaojie's so-called mission of testing his strength and investigating his background was no longer necessary. But this doesn't mean the fight is over. First, Chen Xiaojie has sacrificed 30 years of his life to activate the third level of the secret technique. Even if he stops now, the griffins in the blood mist will suffer great trauma. After all, his secret technique was only opened from a gold-level treasure chest. Being able to use 30 years of his life to enable more than 40 types of soldiers to cross a major realm was already a very profitable thing. How could he expect this secret technique to have no side effects? Secondly, the new mission, suppress the traitor Lu Guanghai and dominate the Hall of Fame, had already fallen on Chen Xiaojie's shoulders during the communication before this round. Qin Feng had promised him long ago, even if he died, he would be resurrected. He also promised, if he could suppress Lu Guanghai and control the Hall of Fame, he could use the prestige of Qin Shi Huang to turn all the lords present into soldiers of Chen Xiaojie. Your servant Chen Xiaojie will definitely not let down your Majesty's trust. I will definitely suppress the entire Hall of Fame and dedicate this army to the Supreme Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Before Qin Feng closed the communication, Chen Xiaojie said excitedly. After saying this, he heard a chuckle, and then heard the sound of the communication being cut off. He turned his attention back to the battlefield, focusing on Lu Guanghai, who was pretending to be seriously injured and gasping for breath. You're still pretending. Your true identity has long been seen through by the First Emperor. If I could be fooled by you, I deserve not to be able to eat 3 dishes in my life. Thinking in his heart, Major General Chen shook his arm fiercely and made a powerful and heavy chop. The sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. The next moment, 12 flaming griffins burst forth from the boundless blood mist. They soared to an altitude of 6,000 meters, then formed a thunderous self-destructing dive array and charged towards Lu Guanghai, whose face was trembling with disbelief. Fuck! How on earth did that crazy idiot Chen Xiaojie see through my disguise? What the hell? Not only did you not go to the air, you even gave me a super double attack and sent 12 fire griffins to blow me up. Qin Shaojia, you only have 30 flame griffins left, and you're using 12 of them to self-destruct and blow me up at once. Do you really not consider the flame griffins as combatants? Looking at the flame griffin's self-destruct dive array rushing towards him, it would only take 8 seconds for it to explode into a giant airburst mushroom cloud and pin him into the mud. The corners of Lu Guanghai's mouth twitched wildly. He was almost going crazy. P.S. There will be more updates later, but you won't see them until tomorrow morning. Readers, don't wait. Once you finish this paragraph, it should be much easier to write, and your speed will also be faster. Chapter 159. A Crushing Victory. Lu Guanghai was only a 6-star military officer, not a warlord. He couldn't rely on physical strength to traverse the sky. The martial arts he'd learned were just trash, and they couldn't sustain him for extended periods of time, let alone soar into the sky, reaching 6,000 meters and flattening Qin Shaojia with a single blow. For him, the only possible way to defeat Qin Shaojia was to stimulate Qin Shaojia's arrogance, make Qin Shaojia underestimate the enemy, and let him descend from an altitude of more than 6,000 meters to a low altitude near the ground. Earlier, while still in the giant pit, Lu Guanghai had made up his mind. After escaping, he would show the enemy his weakness and lure them deeper into the pit. To perfectly execute the tactic of showing weakness to the enemy and luring them deeper requires a high level of acting, meticulously choreographed movements and expressions. Even the angles at which the veins on the arms protrude, the heavy breathing that emanates from the mouth, all require meticulous design, with no compromises. So, even though he was not injured, Lu Guanghai still took heavy and slow steps when he walked out of the giant pit. So, even though he still had a lot of strength, when he pushed the hammer into the ground to support himself, Lu Guanghai still maximized the blue veins in his arms. He wanted to give Qin Shaojia the illusion that he, Lu Guanghai, was exhausted. So, despite the endless rage in his heart, Lu Guanghai transformed his gaze into a fan-shaped chart as he looked up at Qin Shaojia in the sky. 4 points of the fan-shaped chart were filled with fear, 3 points with hesitation, and the final 3 points with impotent and suppressed rage. So, although Lu Guanghai was in good health and could look up at the sky for a long time, he still coughed twice after looking up at Qin Shaojia for a while. While coughing, he covered his mouth with his left hand and forced out a mouthful of blood to smear on his palm. After doing all this, he even acted like a tough guy, unwilling to let the enemy see his injuries. He hid his bloodied left hand behind his back. He also suppressed the deliberate, bellows-like breathing. Outsiders could only see the subtle movements, unable to hear the subtle sounds. This performance consumed all the combat experience Lu Guanghai had gained from his mercenary career. If there were Oscars in this world, and if those Oscar noobs dared to award the lord who wielded the power of violence and killing, Lu Guanghai would probably be able to win an Oscar for Lifetime Achievement, or at least a Best Actor. However, just when Lu Guanghai was feeling complacent and thought he could definitely trick Qin Shaojia into flying low to the ground and then flatten him with a hammer, Qin Shaojia, however, easily saw through all his antics. Instead of descending to a low altitude near the ground, he deployed a new array of flame griffins, which were twice as numerous as before, leaving him no room to maneuver. What a draft! Qin Shaojia, not only are you a fucking lunatic, you're also a cowardly lunatic. I almost fell to the ground and didn't move. I'm already in such a miserable state, and you're still trying to blow me up with a griffin. Do you have any heart? Are you even a human being? Lu Guanghai cursed inwardly. At the same time, the corners of his mouth began to twitch more and more crazily as the flame griffin's self-destructing dive array approached. The self-detonation of 6 flame griffins was already an extremely difficult tactic to counter. The simultaneous detonation of 12 flame griffins at the same location would undoubtedly have a power not just twice that of 6, but at least 7 or 8 times greater. Once hit directly by the blast wave, no matter how rich Lu Guanghai's combat experience is or how tough the lord who has practiced martial arts is, he will not end up well. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Shit, I absolutely cannot get blown up by these griffins. If they do, I'm fucking screwed. Not only will I be trampled under the feet of that lunatic Qin Shaojia and insulted, but I will also become a stepping stone for that old dog Wang Dongshan to watch the fire from the other side of the river and reap the benefits. Think of a way. Hurry up and think of a way. I have to make it through this. The mutant slimes I worked so hard to cultivate are almost dead. I absolutely cannot die today. I have to survive, and I have to maintain my strength. If possible, I must become the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame and get myself a special level or higher level military building as quickly as possible. Lu Guanghai frowned tightly and thought hard. The more anxious you are, the more difficult it is to find a suitable way to overcome the difficulties. The same is true for Lu Guanghai at this moment. However, just when the flame griffin swooped down, the formation was only a second away from exploding into a giant mushroom cloud above his head again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 4 mutant slimes lying on the ground with their bellies turned upside down. At this moment, his eyes lit up. He became the last gambler left with only 1 chip. 3 vertical lines appeared on his nose at this time. He became as crazy as Qin Shaojie. No, at this moment, he was even crazier than Qin Shaojie. Under the gaze of more than 400 eyes, the self-destructive dive array composed of 12 fire griffins exploded above Lu Guanghai's head extremely smoothly and naturally, forming a huge mushroom cloud. The terrifying shock wave, along with the mushroom cloud, blew in all directions at an extremely fast speed, blowing lord after lord flying backwards, spitting blood as they flew. The audience around him were already in such a horrible state, and Lu Guanghai, who was facing the self-destruction of 12 fire griffins, was in an even worse situation. At this moment, only half of Lu Guanghai's body remained. Half of his head hung from the left side of his body, while the right side of his body had disappeared into thin air. He was lying at the bottom of a huge pit with his eyes closed. The radius of the crater was a full 99 meters, its walls smooth from the combined effects of the flames and the blast wave. The entire crater looked like a small, dried-up reservoir paved with reinforced concrete. But if you look at it a little longer, you'll feel like it's a prison modeled after the abyss, a cell from which no one can escape. Lu Guanghai, half of his body blown to pieces, exudes a kind of deathly despair. I watched it for a long time and was shocked for a long time. The crowd of spectators in the field never waited for Lu Guanghai to come out of the pit, nor did they wait for the regional top announcement of the will of heaven. They became curious. Gradually, some people walked towards the pit, then more people, and finally everyone ran together. Soon, all the lords rushed to the vicinity of the pit. Wang Dongshan ran the fastest and was the first lord to arrive. He was also the lord with the most anxious, expectant, and excited expression. Huh, Lu Guanghai is ruined, Wang Dongshan said excitedly. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and covered his mouth with regret. Lu Guanghai is ruined. An even more excited voice rang out. The voice came from a middle-aged man with a 3-star commander-level combat power, making him a master among the lords present. This man was also one of the people Qin Shaojie had contacted yesterday, and he was the first to express his support today, calling on everyone to support Qin Shaojie's diehard fans. Qin Shaojie is awesome. Long live Brother Jie. A supporter of Qin Shaojie shouted wildly and danced. First suppress Wang Dongshan, and then crush Lu Guanghai with ease. Brother Jie really deserves to be Brother Jie. Another supporter spoke, and after he finished speaking, he looked at Qin Shaojie in the sky with a face full of reverence and eyes full of admiration. Brother Jie is awesome. You are my god. You are so powerful. I've already said it before, Brother Qin Shaojie has a vast heaven and looks like a king. Once he gains momentum, he will surely soar to the sky and reach the sky. Chapter 160. Your Majesty, please give me some advice. I really want to improve. Amidst the sea of cheers and admiration, Qin Shaojie chuckled with satisfaction. If the live broadcast was not still on, and if he did not want to leave an immature and unstable image in Qin Feng's mind, he would have wanted to laugh out loud. He completed both of the tasks Qin Feng had assigned him. Not only had he tested the strength of the 2 strongest lords in the Hall of Fame, but he had also defeated Wang and Lu with lightning speed and ruthless determination, successfully shocking all the lords who had joined the Hall of Fame. He won the election and became the nominal commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame coalition. The reason why it is nominal is simple. First, suppression and subjugation are 2 completely different things. Qin Feng had previously stated that if Qin Shaojie could defeat Lu Guanghai and secure the position of commander-in-chief, he would allow Qin Shaojie to use his name to subjugate the lords present. This meant that in Qin Feng's eyes, subjugation was something that came after suppression, and it was also the most difficult aspect. Secondly, in the 2 previous battles, Qin Shaojie had self-destructed 4 batches of flame griffins. The bombing of Wang Dongshan consumed 17, and the bombing of Lu Guanghai consumed 3 batches, a total of 31. At this moment, Qin Shaojie only had 12 flame griffins left. Of these, only the army-level flame griffins were at full health. The other 11 would be attacked by the mystical arts within 30 seconds if they left the blood mist. At the very least, they would lose 3 stars, and in serious cases, they would even be demoted from commander to general. At this moment, these details are only known to Qin Shaojia himself and Qin Feng, who possesses the 9-star sacred eye of insight and can peek into everything in the world. But the lords in the field were no fools. They all had some guesses about this. There must be someone hiding in the dark, waiting for Qin Shaojia's form to decline, then jumping out from the crowd, suppressing Qin Shaojia, and finally replacing him as the Hall of Fame's commander-in-chief. Others may not be sure, but Qin Shaojia is 100% sure that Wang Dongshan, who was previously suppressed by him and knelt on the ground begging for mercy, must have had such thoughts. This person was the first to rush to the edge of the pit to check the situation. After crying out in surprise, he covered his mouth to hide his guilt. If Qin Shaojia couldn't even see this, he deserved to never have 3 dishes in his life. But even though he could see it, Qin Shaojia couldn't find a reasonable reason to deal with Wang Dongshan on his own. He also had no ability to solve the series of new problems that would arise after solving Wang Dongshan's problem. At this moment, in the blood mist under Qin Shaojia, there were 11 fire griffins that had been forcibly amplified to the military level. Without a doubt, this was an extremely powerful force. It could easily rip the 6-star military candidate Lu Guanghai into pieces. Killing Wang Dongshan and his 6-armed apes would be an incredibly easy task. But once this happens, Qin Shaojia will lose the power to suppress the other lords. At the same time, it will give other lords who are eyeing him covetously an excuse to roar. Revenge for brother Wang Dongshan. Revenge for brother Lu Guanghai. Brothers, follow me and rip off the skull of that butcher Qin Shaojia. But leaving Wang Dongshan alone would not be a wise choice. As mentioned before, this guy's mind is full of thoughts of overthrowing the superiors. He is just waiting for the effect of Qin Shaojia's secret technique to wear off and for the Flame Griffin's status to decline. Once you ignore this person, he will definitely look for an opportunity to cause trouble. By then, the one who would suffer and be pulled down from the position of commander-in-chief would be Qin Shaojia himself. From any perspective, this is a dilemma with a hungry tiger in front and a hungry wolf behind. No matter what choice is made, the person involved will only have one ending. His head will be chopped off by a butcher's knife and hung high on a flag to show off his power to the public. But facing such a deadly situation, Qin Shaojia was smiling. If he didn't want to leave a frivolous impression in Qin Feng's mind, he would even want to laugh out loud. This is certainly not because Qin Shaojia is a generous and magnanimous person like Tan Sidong, who was liquidated after the petition on the public bus. On the contrary, Qin Shaojia considered himself an extremely despicable villain. Among the more than 300 acupoints in his body, none of them was related to good words such as justice and generosity. He could laugh. He wanted to laugh. He had the right to laugh only because he was holding the thickest thigh in the world, a leg that was thick enough to hold up the sky and the earth. Qin Feng, the man respected as Qin Shi Huang by the billions of Blue Star lords, had already promised him. Not only would he be given a safety net, he would also be allowed to use the renowned name of Qin Shi Huang to intimidate the lords present and recruit them as his own soldiers. Therefore, when the happy smile and proud emotions in his heart were reduced to a suppressible level, Qin Shaojia respectfully initiated the final report of today's election. He was high in the sky, bending his old body with great piety. As he bent over, his old bones crackled, as if they were about to burst under such a sudden and dramatic movement. But Qin Shaojia, bending over, didn't care. He simply bowed 90 degrees to show his respect. If he was not at an altitude of 6,000 meters, if he was not standing in a small place like the top of the Flame Griffin, it would be really difficult to kneel down and kowtow. He would kneel down to Qin Feng without hesitation, even if there were 2 light curtains between them, even if they were hundreds of kilometers away. Report to the Supreme Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Thanks to your Majesty's great blessings and unparalleled luck, your servant Qin Shaojia has the honor to complete the task assigned by your Majesty. I am a dull servant, but I want to improve myself so much. I dare to ask your Majesty for some guidance. What should I do to subdue the lords of this place and make them serve the Supreme Emperor Qin Shi Huang as his soldiers? Qin Shaojia really doesn't know what to do? No, this guy knows exactly what to do. The reason why he asked this question was not because he had any other intention, but simply wanted to flatter Qin Feng. As the saying goes, flattery never wears out. When it comes to flattery, Qin Shaojia, who was born in a white glove family and has been influenced by it since childhood, can be said to be very good at it. What to do? It's simple. Speak my name and make them surrender to me. Give them 3 chances. If anyone still refuses to surrender, shout to the sky. You can shout anything you want. The moment you finish shouting, the heads of those lords who refuse to surrender will fall to the ground. After enjoying Chen Xiaojia's flattery, Qin Feng felt comfortable from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he finally understood why the leaders in his previous life would smile so happily when they heard the naked flattery from their subordinates. Therefore, it was extremely rare for him to say a few more words to Chen Xiaojia. At the same time, he gave Chen Xiaojia the extremely pretentious task of ordering all the lords to surrender as a reward for his loyalty. Understood. Chen Xiaojia felt the joy in Qin Feng's words, and he sincerely thanked his parents for teaching him the flattery skills. Without them, his progress would never have been as fast as it is now. Chapter 161. Allow me to start my new job with 3 things. 10,000 meters in the sky, above the weak water and solid ice. 17 succubi, each with their own graceful appearance and different styles, but all extremely beautiful and powerful, stood there. After walking in the fallen forest for more than an hour, collecting and counting a large number of resource points, and marking them on the map, Sivir finally brought a large army and met up with Cheryl, who had arrived here earlier. What's the situation? Is that kid being bullied? Shirley walked to Cheryl and asked softly. No. Cheryl shook her head, then said, this guy is a bit crazy. To complete the task assigned by the master, he did not hesitate to activate the secret method twice, sacrificing a total of 40 years of his life. From beginning to end, he was constantly suppressing and beating the other 2 people. I didn't even make a move, and yet he became the nominal commander of the Hall of Fame. Oh, is that so? Sivir's eyes lit up. Master, you found a treasure this time. Chen Xiaojia is not only loyal, but also has above-average strength. With him helping you, your life will be much easier, especially when you're doing something dishonorable. I think so too. Cheryl nodded in agreement. Since arriving here, she hadn't had the opportunity to help Chen Xiaojia, but she hadn't been idle either. As a 9-star war king, her strength far surpassed that of the commander-level Chen Xiaojia. She silently performed a mind-reading technique on Chen Xiaojia, and the results satisfied her. Did the master give you a new task? I mean, a task other than saving Chen Xiaojia's life? Zaiwei asked again. She thought that if Qin Feng did not explain, she would initiate a communication and ask Qin Feng whether he should cooperate with Chen Xiaojia to subdue the lord off the field, or follow the original plan and let them come forward directly to issue a surrender ultimatum to the lord off the field. I have. Cheryl nodded. Master told us to wait for Chen Xiaojia's signal for help. Today, Chen Xiaojia is the protagonist. Master needs him to take charge of the future lord's army. This time, Master is testing and cultivating him. Can this kid understand the master's thoughts? Zaiwei frowned, a little worried. He is very smart. I have even read his mind. He knows everything. Shirley smiled brightly. She was sincerely happy that Qin Feng had gained a great general. When Sivir and Cheryl were talking, Chen Xiaojia had already landed on the ground amid endless cheers, shouts, praises, and accolades. As soon as he got off the back of the military-level Flame Griffin, he was immediately surrounded by more than 400 lords. The lords, like fans visiting their idol, stretched out their hands one after another, lifted Chen Xiaojia up high, threw him into the sky, caught him, and threw him into the sky again. Long live Chen Xiaojia. Brother Jia is awesome. Brother Jia is awesome, plast, broken voice. Brother Jia, do you want a wife or not? My sister is right here. She admires your heroic spirit very much, Brother Jia. She wants to marry you. Brother Jia, you are my god. Amidst the crazy shouts, streams of energy silently passed through Chen Xiaojia's body, and then returned to the body of the leader who released this energy. It has been 8 days since the Blue Star Lords descended on the Eternal Continent. 8 days are enough for them to master more accurate detection methods besides naked eye observation and spiritual perception. That is to use one's own magic power, martial arts blood, or the original attributeless energy to touch the target to be detected, and then one can get the general condition of the target. At this moment, many people were cheering and admiring him, while using this method to detect Chen Xiaojia's current condition. Being able to pass the test of the will of heaven and survive the extremely brutal Beast Tide War with an 80% casualty rate, none of the lords present were idiots. The more powerful lords took advantage of this celebration cheer, with an extremely lack of sense of boundaries, to secretly spy on how much strength Chen Xiaojia still had, and planned whether to attack in public and pull Chen Xiaojia down from the position of commander-in-chief. Weaker lords, or those who have secretly joined Chen Xiaojia long ago. Once Chen Xiaojia is unable to serve as the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame coalition, they will be liquidated by the new commander-in-chief. They all took advantage of this opportunity to secretly probe into Chen Xiaojia's current situation and think about how to move forward in the future. Chen Xiaojia is not an idiot. He did sacrifice his 40 years of life to the secret technique, or rather, to Qin Feng's mission. He became old, his muscles became soft, his skin became loose, and his black hair turned into silver threads. His bones were no longer as tough as before and would crack and deform if he was not careful. But he was still a man with brains, and his brain had not weakened because of the shortening of his lifespan. On the contrary, he was extremely clear-headed at this moment. In almost an instant, he saw through the true thoughts of the lords who were cheering around him and laughed to himself. All right, stop abandoning me. My old bones can't stand you guys to keep tossing me like this. Amidst endless cheers and temptations, Qin Shaojie spoke in a very tired voice. The moment he finished speaking, the lords surrounding him immediately stopped what they were doing. The lords who supported Qin Shaojie didn't want him to get hurt. After all, he had made a promise to them. If he died, their efforts would be in vain. The lords who wanted to replace him were also afraid of the flaming griffins and the endless blood mist flying low over the ground, so they didn't dare to act too blatantly at the moment. As his feet landed back on the ground, the comfortable feeling of being down to earth came over him. The pride of representing Qin Feng in charge of the entire Hall of Fame coalition also filled Qin Shaojie's heart, giving him a bit of the majestic spirit. Clearing his throat, Qin Shaojie spoke loudly. Ahem, the election is over. I first defeated Wang Dongshan, and then suppressed Lu Guanghai. I, Qin Shaojie, will be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. I think everyone has no objection. After saying this, Qin Shaojie smiled and scanned the entire audience, his gaze lingering longest on those powerful lords who had previously spied on his situation. No comment. How could I have any objections? I've already said it before, the position of the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame coalition must belong to you, Brother Jie. Only you can sit in this position. Fearing the terrifying blood mist that had not yet dissipated, fearing the 11 fire griffins still existing in the blood mist, and fearing the military-level fire griffin that was carrying Qin Shaojie to the ground and was now watching everyone vigilantly from the side, no one in the audience dared to deny it at this time. Even Wang Dongshan, who was the first to rush to the pit to observe Lu Guanghai's condition, and whose mind was full of revenge and wanting to restore his face, and who later became the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, did not deny the nominal facts at this time, even though he was full of contempt and disdain in his heart at this moment. Since everyone has no objection, then I, Qin Shaojie, would be remiss in not refusing it. Qin Shaojie laughed and continued. Please give me some face and allow me, as a new official, to start my new job and give you some general orders. Qin Shaojie laughed. At this moment, he could already foresee how shocked the lord in the field would be after the 3 fires were burned out, and how wonderful the expression on his face would be. Chapter 162. I'm done pretending. I'm laying it on the table. Burn it. Burn it. Brother Jie, please burn it quickly. We are all so hungry and thirsty. Right. Hurry up and give us the overall command. Brother Jie, just tell us straight up, are we going to destroy that evil villain called Qin Feng now? Or should we put the matter of destroying Qin Feng aside for now and go to the coordinates that Brother Lu Bo announced earlier and find you a few succubi to be your wives? Hee. Succubus. Hee. My. Brother Jie, we've caught the succubus. You had a great time, but remember to give your brothers some fun too. We share the good times and the bad times together. All the lords present, regardless of whether they had the intention of rebellion, gave face to the thick blood mist in the sky and the 11 fire griffins in the blood mist, and did not subjectively make things difficult for Qin Shaojie. But to be objective, when Qin Shaojie heard everyone asking him to attack Qin Feng and capture the succubus as his wife, he couldn't help but feel scared. The lord in the field had no idea who Qin Feng was, and didn't know whether the succubus was a wild monster or a type of soldier. He was only 8 or 9 kilometers away from Qin Feng's territory, and he was lucky enough to be far away. He had seen the succubus and Qin Feng traveling together, so he knew it very well. Even if he had a trillion courage, he would not dare to do either of these two things. Cough. Qin Shaojie coughed to cover up his embarrassment, and then said, Don't talk about those distant things. What I want to say is more important and more urgent. Then tell me how to start the first fire. Our brothers are already thirsty and eager for more. It's time to tell us the big stuff, right? Someone spoke up in the crowd. The moment the words fell, they immediately attracted countless responses. Some people were waiting for Qin Shaojie's military orders from the bottom of their hearts. Some people were prepared to find faults, and then after the blood mist dissipated and the fire griffin landed, they would use these faults, or excuses, to attack Qin Shaojie. Okay, I'll give the first order right away. Everyone, quickly pull Lu Guanghai out of that giant pit. Anyone with healing abilities, please lend a hand and treat Lu Guanghai. Also, treat his 4 surviving mutant slimes. Chen Shaojia's eyes were filled with pity, and he said softly, Lu Guanghai is a powerful general at the level of a military officer. He is a very high-end combat force for the alliance. Nothing can happen to him. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the lords in the field changed immediately. The lords who supported Chen Shaojia wanted to rush over and bite him. Their reason was simple. You were the one who crippled Lu Guanghai. Now you're pretending to be a good guy and going to rescue him. What if he recovers and comes back to cause trouble for you? It doesn't matter if you die, but what about us who were the first to express our support? How can you guarantee that Lu Guanghai is a good person and won't settle accounts with us? The lord who was secretly planning a rebellion was also dissatisfied with Chen Shaojia's order. Chen Shaojia and a military-level fire griffin were already difficult to deal with. If they revived the half-dead Lu Guanghai, their path to the top position would inevitably be more difficult. Even if they took the position of commander-in-chief, they might not be able to keep it. Wang Dongshan, who is also one of the 3 giants of the Hall of Fame, hid in a dark corner and spat fiercely, secretly cursing Chen Shaojia for his hypocrisy. Unlike other lords who wanted to rebel, he was not worried about Lu Guanghai's challenge. At this moment, Chen Shaojia was the common enemy of him and Lu Guanghai. Under this situation, even if Lu Guanghai came back to life and regained some fighting power, the first person he would go after would definitely be Chen Shaojia. On the other hand, after following Chen Shaojia's orders and rescuing Lu Guanghai would never be grateful to Chen Shaojia for giving the order, but would only remember Wang Dongshan's kindness. This is a damn profitable business. There's no way to not do it. Understood. Lazy responses were heard from the audience. After all, Chen Shaojia was in the right path when asking everyone to rescue Lu Guanghai, and no one could find a legitimate reason to object. A small team slowly emerged from the crowd and walked slowly towards the pit. When they set off, Wang Dongshan also set off. He ran the fastest and rushed into the pit in just a few seconds. He carried Lu Guanghai out and placed him next to the mutant slimes that were lying upside down on the ground and unconscious. After putting Lu Guanghai away, he rummaged through his pocket, took out a bronze-level pill, and stuffed it into Lu Guanghai's mouth. Then, he called out to the lord who possessed healing abilities, asking him to quickly obey the commander-in-chief's orders and come over to heal Lu Guanghai. The half-dead Lu Guanghai was very surprised by Wang Dongshan's behavior. His lips moved, and he said thank you in a weak voice. He realized what was happening and then coughed violently a few times. The wounds on his body that had been stuck together were torn apart directly, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Apart from Wang Dongshan, not many people in the field heard Lu Guanghai's voice. They were just surprised by Wang Dongshan's actions and thought that Wang Dongshan could run so fast simply because he didn't want to cause grief for his fellow man or hurt his fellow man. Wang Dongshan's eyelids were twitching wildly at this moment. From Lu Guanghai's heartfelt thanks, he felt a sense of sitting on the mountain watching the tiger, waiting for the storm. At this moment, he regretted giving Lu Guanghai the healing medicine. When Wang Dongshan and others rescued Lu Guanghai, Chen Shaojia had already issued the second general command order. Under his organization, the more than 400 lords in the Hall of Fame were divided into 8 large teams and 32 small teams. Except for Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai, the rest of the team leaders were those who had previously defected to Chen Shaojia and were the first group of people to stir up trouble in the crowd. The selection of team leaders was not so nepotistic. 16 strong men and 16 supporters of Chen Shaojia together formed the grassroots officers of the Hall of Fame coalition. People who benefit from sharing the fruits always like it. The lord who was planning to go against Chen Shaojia had to give face to the fire griffin in the sky and Chen Shaojia's secret method at this moment and did not attack. The second fire has been lit, and it's time to light the third fire. After everyone recovered from the joy of dividing the fruit, they quietly gathered around Chen Shaojia, waiting for the last fire to be lit. Chen Shaojia smiled faintly twice, and then walked towards the fire griffin outside the crowd. The third fire is the most important and the most pretentious. You have to stand at the highest place to avoid blaspheming Qin Feng's reputation. Under everyone's attention, Chen Shaojia jumped onto the back of the fire griffin and walked step by step to the top of the fire griffin's head. This military-level fire griffin understood Chen Shaojia's intentions very well. It neighed and suddenly raised its front hooves to stand up, cooperating with Chen Shaojia to show off. Bang! The front hooves of the fire griffin landed heavily on the ground, and the sound shocked the hearts of all the lords present. Their intuition told them that Chen Shaojia was about to announce something of great importance. Amidst the extremely tense anticipation, Chen Shaojia finally spoke. As soon as he opens his mouth, his words are earth-shattering, and he never stops talking until his words are shocking. Brothers, I'm done pretending. I'm going to show my cards. Except for the positions of captain or team leader that I just promised you, everything I said before was a lie. The reason I announced my policy agenda to you before the election was simply to provoke Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai, to get them to fight me, and to allow me to complete the mission entrusted to me by the Supreme Emperor, the first Qin Emperor. In other words, I, Qin Shaojie, am a slave of the Qin Shi Huang. As my subordinates, you are also slaves of the Supreme Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Oh, no, you are still in the reserve force. If you want to serve as slaves to the great Emperor Qin Shi Huang, you are still a little short of the qualifications. His Majesty the First Emperor is merciful. He is willing to grant you this invaluable and rare qualification. Those who are willing to serve His Majesty the First Emperor, please place your lord's heart and military buildings in front of me, and then stand to my left. If you do as I say, all you will lose is your status as a lord, which will bring you disaster. But what you will gain is an incomparably bright future, a glory that will last for generations, countless wealth, unparalleled status, resources, women, power, everything. If you don't want to, or don't believe it, you can stay where you are and hold on to your lord's heart and military buildings. But I want to remind you that the dead are not qualified to be lords. Under the might of heaven, all rebels who refuse to obey will be annihilated. Chapter 163, Persuading Surrender. The crowd surges. When lighting the last fire, Qin Shaojie spoke very slowly and forcefully. He needed to ensure that everyone present could hear what he said. He also wanted to see expressions of shock, envy, questioning, etc. on these people's faces. When he said the first sentence, Qin Shaojie imitated the tone of Shen Datong, a famous movie star from Blue Star, which naturally caught everyone's attention and made all the lords in the audience look forward to what he was going to reveal. The second sentence, the third sentence. He immediately revealed his disguise and made it clear to everyone present. All the policy platforms and the extravagant words he had spoken about before and during the election were fake and deceptive. He was just treating the lords present as idiots, using a group of idiots to stir up the resentment of two other idiots, so as to complete the task Qin Feng had given him. The moment they heard these two sentences, the first reaction of all the lords in the room was unprecedentedly unanimous. Anger, extreme anger. Many people clenched their teeth. After all, no one in the world would want to be used as a tool in the hands of others, nor would they want to be treated like a fool by others. Especially Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai. Looking at Qin Shaojie's triumphant and smug look, thinking back to Qin Shaojie's extremely deliberate ridicule when he arrived, the ruthless and merciless beating during the fight, and the pretended magnanimous ridicule after the beating, Wang Dongshan couldn't help but twitching his nose. Damn it, you really are treating me like an idiot. Qin Shaojie, it's not enough that you kill me and destroy my heart. How dare you pour lava on my wounds? If it weren't for your griffin and the secret amplification, I would want to kill you right now and crush you. Wang Dongshan gritted his teeth in indignation and thought evilly. Lu Guanghai wasn't much better off. He was attacked even faster than Wang Dongshan, and his appearance after defeat was even more miserable than Wang Dongshan's. The casualty rate among his troops was even more alarming. Of nearly 100 mutant slimes, only 4 remained, and they were about to die. Qin Shaojie, you're so arrogant. I'm going to kill you in a minute. Just wait. I'm going to kill you. However, including Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai, the two lords who wanted to tear Qin Shaojie into pieces, none of the lords present remained angry for too long. When Qin Shaojie spoke the fourth sentence, explaining his relationship with Qin Shi Huang, these lords reacted instantly. The point that Qin Shaojie wanted to reveal was not on the word playing around, which made people want to grit their teeth, but on the mission assigned by the Supreme Emperor Qin Shi Huang. At this moment, the boundless, extreme anger that was brewing and piling up like a raging sea and was about to explode disappeared directly and was replaced by bottomless shock, the fear when the sky and the earth changed color, and the confusion and incomprehension when the whole world was about to explode in 3 seconds. The name Qin Shi Huang is too tall and majestic. In ancient times, when information was scarce, the very name of a villain was enough to silence a baby's tears. In the eternal continent, where information is incredibly advanced and everyone can access information and brag through hyperspace, the name Qin Shi Huang, having won 2 consecutive points championships, each time with a commanding lead, naturally carries a prestige as heavy as mountains and seas, unrivaled. Once it is spoken out, those who hear it will feel shocked and admire the person. And when this name appears on the opposite side of the audience, no, it doesn't even have to be an absolute opposite. It's enough to make people tremble, shake, be at a loss, and feel terrified. This is true for lords who join the Hall of Fame. This is true for captains of all sizes. This is true for lords who have ulterior motives and are thinking of usurping the throne. The same is true for Wang Dongshan and Lu Guanghai, who are the strongest in the whole field. At this moment, Wang Dongshan, who had been gritting his teeth to suppress the anger in his heart, suddenly lost the strength to do so. He looked at Qin Shaojia in shock, his whole body trembling as he recalled the title of slave, which was extremely insulting, but at this moment it seemed extremely tempting, proud, and reassuring. It was a title that lords all over the world would consider fighting for if they had the chance. Fuck. This guy is actually related to Qin Shi Huang. He's actually Qin Shi Huang's slave. Before, he targeted me and Lu Guanghai because he was carrying out the mission assigned to him by Qin Shi Huang. Damn it. How could such a great thing fall into the hands of this idiot? How am I not better than him? Why was he able to be picked by Qin Shi Huang among countless fans, but I wasn't? When the Beast Tide War began, Wang Dongshan, who thought he was the happiest person in the world, once thought with great complacency that even the famous Qin Shi Huang might not be as comfortable as he was. But in the hyperspace exchange, he was the same as most of the lords on Blue Star. He was a fan of Qin Shi Huang, and he paid special attention to him. It would be fine if he just said a few bad words normally, but when such a great opportunity as being a slave to Qin Shi Huang appeared in front of him, he really couldn't control himself. He would really envy and even be jealous of Qin Shaojia, a man he originally hated and resented, because his luck was so good that it was almost unbelievable. Lu Guanghai, who was left with only half of his body beside Wang Dongshan, was also extremely shocked, surprised, and jealous. During the Beast Tide War, Lu Guanghai once had an extremely vicious fantasy. He imagined that Li Xiongyan could pull Qin Shi Huang down from the altar. He imagined that he could learn from Li Xiongyan's methods and slowly climb to the top. For this reason, in that turbulent Beast Tide War, his mood had gone up and down like a roller coaster many times, and then he went off the track and fell into an extremely miserable, lonely, and painful wreck. After suffering a severe blow and realizing that more than 3 billion killing points were an insurmountable chasm and that he would never be able to catch up with Qin Shi Huang in his lifetime, Lu Guanghai adjusted his mindset and no longer regarded catching up with Qin Shi Huang as his goal. At the same time, his view of Qin Shi Huang also changed from a lucky guy to the top of the top strongmen, and he developed awe and even admiration for him. Fuck. How can this idiot Qin Shaojia have such good luck? He's actually a slave of the first emperor of Qin, a man of Qin Shi Huang. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law? Lu Guanghai gritted his teeth and thought painfully. Jealousy, shock, fear, and countless other emotions that made him extremely uncomfortable surged in his chest and abdomen. He suddenly didn't know whether he should sacrifice the last 4 slimes, use their mutated abilities to heal himself, and then find an opportunity to suppress the extremely coquettish and hateful Qin Shaojia. At this moment, he was confused. All the lords present were stunned and at a loss, extremely shocked and terrified. Qin Shaojia continued his persuasion and continued to show his cards. He lit the 3rd fire and, carrying Qin Feng's order, asked all the lords present to surrender to him, Qin Feng's only representative. The way to surrender is to voluntarily give up the status of lord and hand over the lord's heart and military building blueprints. Without a doubt, this is an extremely demanding requirement. If any lord other than Qin Feng made such a request, the lords present would spit wildly in disdain, turn into alpacas, and drown the person who spoke so arrogantly with their disgusted saliva. But when faced with the olive branch that Qin Shaojia extended on behalf of Qin Feng and the ladder to heaven, the lords present, who had passed the test of heaven's will and who had more or less some self-respect and arrogance, had a great tacit understanding and spontaneously thought about the pros and cons of this matter. Giving up their lord status, handing over the lord's heart and military buildings means they will lose the qualifications to compete for the supreme throne. But if you think rationally, they can't even make it into the top 10,000 in the Blue Star Lords ranking. Even if they have the qualifications to compete for the supremacy, it will be of no use. As Qin Shaojia said, as long as they are willing to give up their status as lords, they can really rely on Qin Shi Huang to achieve an extremely bright future. Their bodies were modified by the will of heaven, and each of them possessed unlimited potential. Although they could no longer gain energy by killing monsters and leveling up, they could still cultivate, and there were no bottlenecks in their cultivation. Once they became slaves of the Supreme Being, Qin Shi Huang, they could enjoy an extremely stable and secure environment for cultivation. After reaching a certain level of cultivation, they could even join Qin Shi Huang's army. After achieving great success, they could regain their own lord's heart, or take someone else's and become a lord again. The only difference between that future and the present was the difference between a free lord and a slave lord. Furthermore, this slave wasn't just any slave. He was a slave of the most powerful being on the entire blue star, a slave of glory, a slave many people wanted but couldn't. There are many advantages to being a slave to Qin Shi Huang. Apart from the unpleasant name of slave, there are basically no disadvantages. But if you become the enemy of Qin Shi Huang, that would be really scary. There is no need to really face Qin Shi Huang's invincible army, nor to face the man who is as majestic as mountains and seas and seems to have the power to crush the world. Just thinking about the tragic consequences, the Lords present could not help but feel terrified, fearful, and horrified. I believe it. I'll pay it. The first Lord, who was so shocked that his mind went blank, and who judged the pros and cons by intuition, walked out from the crowd. He stood blankly to the left of Chen Shaojia, then remembered that he had something to hand in, so he ran away quickly. He quickly ran to his soldier outside the field, and took out a round ball and a groundhog-shaped stone figurine from the backpack of a general-level groundhog. Then, he ran back at a faster speed and threw the ball and the figurine in front of Chen Shaojia. Finally, he stood at attention on Chen Shaojia's left, looking nervous but also full of anticipation. With the first person taking the lead, there will naturally be a second and a third. Chaotic and hurried footsteps rang out in the field, quickly turning into the sound of torrential rain hitting the ground. In an instant, the entire venue was filled with smoke and dust. Among the more than 400 lords, 2/3 were moved by the conditions proposed by Chen Shaojia. They did not even think about distinguishing the truth from the false, and chose to surrender directly. Among the hundreds of lords who surrendered, there was an extremely chaotic stampede. No one wants to fall behind others, even though Chen Shaojia did not say that there is a limit on the number of people who can surrender, and it is based on first come, first served. During the surrender process, these lords showed the ugliest side of human nature. Not only did he require himself to run fast enough, he also didn't allow others to run fast, turning the scene into a large-scale multiplayer violent racing game. He used his hands and feet to pull the person running in front of him, and almost used his mouth to stop them. Seeing this scene, Chen Shaojia, the director, was stunned. He knew that the name Qin Shi Huang was so famous that it shook the mountains and seas. Once it was spoken out, it would have a terrifying attraction and a heavy weight. But he really didn't expect that this group of lords would be so active, not even distinguishing the authenticity, and just surrendered directly. Damn it! Is it necessary to surrender so quickly? I prepared so many pretentious words, which I finally thought of, but they are useless. Chen Shaojia sighed inwardly with disappointment. However, just as he was feeling lost, an extremely discordant voice suddenly exploded in the room. The voice came from the corner of the venue, carrying with it the anger of someone who had been fooled twice and finally realized his mistake. You're a bunch of idiots. You're just a bunch of idiots. At the edge of the venue, next to the pit, Wang Dongshan pointed at the lords who looked crazy and excited as if they had won a 50 million lottery ticket, and threw the lords' hearts and military buildings in their hands in front of Chen Shaojia as if they were old shoes. He cursed. Chen Shaojia is a liar. You've all been fooled by him once. How could you idiots still believe that this idiot has any connection with Qin Shi Huang? Are your brains filled with pig brains? Brother Qin Shi Huang himself said that he is on the Silrawa Plateau. He wants the coordinates of the Goblin Kingdom's capital on the Silrawa Plateau. Where is this? This is the Fallen Forest, not the Silrawa Plateau. Where can Chen Shaojia find Qin Shi Huang? How can he establish a connection with Qin Shi Huang? Chen Shaojia, you're really good at flattering yourself. You're pretty smart. You know no one will believe the word allies, so you pretend to be Qin Shi Huang's servant, deceiving these idiots and stealing their lordship's hearts and military structures. Let me guess. Are you going to ride your flame griffin and run away with these lords' hearts and military buildings next? Haha, don't tell me you don't think so. You're already standing on the back of the flame griffin, and you still dare to say you don't want to run away? I admire your shamelessness. P.S. Thank you readers for voting, and thank you readers for taking care of this young author. I'll try harder to update next month. Today I'll just update once, but this is a 4,000-word chapter, so that's 2 updates. Hey, I'll try to update 4 or 5 times next month. Forget 8. That's killing me. By the way, please give me a good review. Good reviews are also very important, Moa. Chapter 164. Don't believe it? Then come and try it. Amidst Wang Dongshan's roar, the crowd that was rushing forward suddenly stopped. The lords who had no time to break bumped into the backs of the lords in front of them, making a series of ow sounds, and then covered their heads or rubbed their chests. The lord who handed over the lord's heart and the military buildings, the originally brilliant smile on his face, also froze at this moment. They realized that they had been very stupid before. They did not even distinguish the truth from the falsehood and believed what Qin Shaojie said without any evidence. They hurriedly handed over the lord's heart and military buildings that represented their lordship. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire venue became awkward. The stagnant crowd just stood there, unable to move forward or backward. The lords who hurriedly handed over the lord's heart and military buildings were all annoyed at this moment. They were all eager to take back their things, but they didn't want to be the first to stand out. They were all afraid of the dozen or so fire griffins with explosive power in the blood mist above the sky. Looking at the scene in front of him, paying attention to the eyes of the lord in the field who wanted to regret but did not dare to be the first to show up, and feeling the increasingly strong and heavy emotions of regret and annoyance around him, Wang Dongshan's anger at being deceived for the second time gradually subsided and was replaced by a kind of happiness when his vanity and desire to express himself were satisfied. They have all gone up and charged, and the lords in the field have also been shaken. Their vanity and desire to express themselves need to be further satisfied, and their own interests need to be more strongly defended. The position of the commander-in-chief is still waving and waving to themselves. With all these reasons combined, Wang Dongshan became even more reckless and stubborn than before. Perhaps he himself knew that once he stood up and questioned Qin Shaojie harshly to his face, he had no way out and had to continue questioning him to the end. Thinking of this, Wang Dongshan took a deep breath, stared at Qin Shaojie's eyes on the top of the fire griffin's head, and shouted loudly, "Qin Shaojie, old dog Qin, do you dare to let me continue to question your words and infer your motives? If you have the guts, don't blow me up with your fire griffin." Hearing Wang Dongshan's huge yet fearful voice, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of Qin Shaojie's mouth. Previously, when all the lords chose to surrender without thinking, he complained that this matter was too easy to accomplish and not challenging at all, and he could not use this matter to show off. At this moment, Wang Dongshan's questioning of him was tantamount to setting up a big stage for him to show off. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly use the fire griffin to blow up Wang Dongshan? He almost wanted to hug Wang Dongshan and kiss him. If Wang Dongshan doesn't mind. You speak, I listen, and I selectively respond. Qin Shaojie smiled and spoke. When he spoke, he was full of confidence, like a silicone doll that was about to explode, swollen. Humph. Selective response. I don't think you can respond. Wang Dongshan sneered, then pointed at Qin Shaojie's nose and asked, "Qin Shaojie, old dog Qin, let me ask you, the first emperor is on the Silverwa Plateau, not in the Fallen Forest, nor in the upper Huangshui River Valley. How did you get in touch with him? Let me ask you again, from the day he descended until now, a full 8 days, the first emperor has never publicly responded to anyone or paid attention to anyone on the hyperspace exchange. What is so special about you, Qin Shaojie? What qualifications do you have to deserve his response and acceptance as his slave? Qin Shaojie, do you think your face is made of gold, or do you think your knees are made of gold? Becoming a slave to the Emperor Qin Shi Huang? How can you flatter yourself so much?" After hearing Wang Dongshan's question, the lords present all began to think carefully. As Wang Dongshan said, on the Eternal Continent, there are really only 2 channels for lords to contact each other, the chat channel and the hyperspace exchange. As everyone knows, Qin Shi Huang is on the Hillowa Plateau, and the chat channel is directly blocked. They are in the Fallen Forest and have no way to contact Qin Shi Huang on the Hillowa Plateau. Like the chat channel, the hyperspace exchange was also blocked. Qin Shi Huang's fame was known throughout the land, yet he was also as aloof as a lone peak. From beginning to end, he had indeed never responded to any of the lords, let alone paid any attention. After thinking this through, the frozen crowd immediately retreated. As they retreated, everyone's expression changed. They were either thankful for their slow speed or grateful to the kind-hearted person who had knocked them down and stopped them earlier. At the same time, the lords who handed over their lords' hearts and military buildings and stood on Qin Shaojie's left became even more anxious. Everyone thought that Qin Shaojie was a liar, a big liar who used the name of Qin Shi Huang to steal their lord's heart and military buildings. But they were still afraid of the fire griffins under Qin Shaojie's command, and afraid of Qin Shaojie's decisiveness and madness. None of them dared to be the first to rebel, and they all hoped that among the surrendering lords, there would be a reckless man like Wang Dongshan who would stand up and take the lead. Seeing everyone's reactions, Wang Dongshan felt that his chances of winning had increased a little bit. He felt that in front of everyone, Qin Shaojie would not be as decisive as before to mobilize the fire griffin to fly high into the sky and then bomb him. Doing so would be tantamount to directly confirming the accusation of being a liar and would attract the siege and killing of all the lords, with a certain death outcome. Therefore, Wang Dongshan's voice suddenly became louder and stronger, and he shouted angrily, "Qin Shaojia, old dog, answer me. How did you manage to contact the first emperor? What qualifications do you have to earn the favor of a top figure like the first emperor?" The deafening, questioning voices resounded throughout the venue. If there were mountains here, it would surely resonate with the mountains, greatly enhancing the momentum. But in the face of such a powerful question, Qin Shaojia still had that nonchalant expression, pretending to be the best. "I can't answer this question for you. His Majesty the First Emperor hasn't given me the authority to do so. As a servant, I'm not qualified to speak on this matter. But I can guarantee that if you surrender and come with me, I'll ensure you can see the face of the Supreme Emperor." Qin Shaojia said this with firmness and confidence. Because what he said was the truth, before and during the mission, he never had the authority to answer the question, "Who is Qin Shi Huang?" Qin Feng always chose to hide his identity. Even when he was questioned and scolded by the lords of Huangshui Valley, he did not announce that he was Qin Shi Huang, and did not use this title to suppress others. This means that Qin Feng does not want to get rid of the Qin Shi Huang alias so quickly. As mentioned before, Qin Shaojia came from a white glove family and was very good at guessing what was in the minds of those in power. Qin Feng himself didn't take off his vest, so as a slave, he had no right to expose who the famous Qin Shi Huang was on Qin Feng's behalf. Do you really not have the authority to explain, or do you not know what excuse to find to cover up your lie? After hearing Qin Shaojia's explanation and making a sarcastic remark, Wang Dongshan burst into laughter. He laughed for a long time, and when he had laughed enough, he looked at Qin Shaojia with great contempt, and then continued to ask, "Forget it. I'll give you, old dog, a little face. I'll assume you don't have the authority and qualifications to explain the previous question. But for this next question, you can't fool me or all the lords present like you did before. Everyone is watching you with open eyes." Raising the volume of the last few words, Wang Dongshan continued speaking with high spirits. At this moment, he was already fully confident of winning. "You just said that the reason you participated in today's election and announced your policy platform before the competition began was to provoke Lu Guanghai and me, so as to complete the task assigned to you by His Majesty the First Emperor. That's what I really want to ask. What kind of mission did the First Emperor give you? To recruit us to surrender?" Just stop messing around. His Majesty the First Emperor is in the Silrawa Plateau, and we are in the Fallen Forest. What's the point of him trying to persuade us to surrender? Even if His Majesty the First Emperor really needed the lords to join him, couldn't he just issue a statement directly on the hyperspace exchange? Given his prestige and strength, I doubt many people would be able to resist the temptation of surrendering to him and becoming his subjects, right? Is it your turn, Qin Shaojia, to stand up and persuade him to surrender? How dare you, Qin Shaojia, stand up and ask for the surrender of the First Emperor? Not to mention you asked us to give up our lord's heart and military buildings. He's the first among the billions of Blue Star lords, and he earned over 3 billion kill points in last night's Beast Tide War. Does His Majesty the First Emperor lack these lords' hearts? These utterly useless military structures? He has no grudges against us, so how could he possibly attack us from thousands of miles away? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the lords in the audience changed drastically. Their rationality told them that everything Wang Dongshan said was fucking right. They had no grudges against Qin Shi Huang. Under this circumstance, it was possible that such a top figure would not even notice these small fry. It is even more impossible to assign slaves, especially the indigenous slaves in the Fallen Forest, to run to the election site to subdue these small fry and take away their lords' hearts and military buildings. If they were Qin Shi Huang, they would not do such a thing. How much free time does that person have? They could never have imagined that the Qin Feng they were roaring to attack was the Qin Shi Huang, whose reputation shook the mountains and seas. They could not even imagine how servile Qin Shaojia had to be to become Qin Feng's slave and get the task he was currently carrying out. Thinking. Most of the lords present were extremely shaken. They shifted their gazes away from Wang Dongshan's face and focused their attention on Qin Shaojia's face again. In the corner of the venue, Lu Guanghai, who was lying alone on the ground, suddenly had his eyes brightened up. He secretly controlled his last 4 mutated slimes, ready to call upon their mutated healing abilities at any time, sacrificing them all to himself to repair his own wounds. At this moment, Lu Guanghai was mentally prepared. Once all the lords in the audience began to roar and the voices of condemnation against Qin Shaojia burst out in the venue, He would rush up and beat Qin Shaojie into a pulp with a hammer, and then become a commander in the Hall of Fame with the reputation of suppressing liars and villains. Wang Dongshan also looked at Qin Shaojie. He hoped to see Qin Shaojie stammering, unable to speak a complete sentence, with all his ugly side revealed. However, even in this excited and stressful scene, Qin Shaojie, standing on top of the fire griffin, remained as calm as before. He even had the mood to straighten his sleeves and collar. He was still as confident as before. No, now that he's on stage, he's even more confident than before. For Qin Shaojie, Wang Dongshan's aggressive questioning was not a question that he could not answer. Because everything he said from beginning to end had only Qin Feng as his listener, there was only one thing he needed to do, which was to use the current question-answering session to express his utmost loyalty to Qin Feng, who was paying attention to this place. The life of a servant is always decided by the master. Under this circumstance, the master's pleasure is the only thing the servant needs to consider. Qin Shaojie, who comes from a well-educated family, knows this very well. To be honest, His Majesty the First Emperor actually gave me the task of recruiting a bunch of you rubbish. Honestly, I don't even know why His Majesty is so concerned about a bunch of you trash. Given your offense against him, he could have just killed all of you without any fault. There's absolutely no need for him to be so merciful to you. But it is well known that His Majesty the First Emperor is merciful. He couldn't bear to see his compatriots suffer, so on his first day in this world, he sold the food he had hunted to lords in need at a reasonable price. He couldn't bear to see his compatriots being hunted by local forces, so he posted a message to acquire information about the Goblin Kingdom. He is kind-hearted and magnanimous, which is why he forgives the offenses of you ants. That's why I, a servant, stand here and give you, a bunch of trash, a chance to survive. His Majesty the First Emperor is the strongest being on Blue Star. He certainly doesn't need your lord's heart and military structures, but he wants your loyalty. And loyalty is the price you must pay to survive, or in other words, the honor bestowed upon you. When all the lords heard the word offense from Qin Shaojie's mouth, their bodies trembled rapidly. They subconsciously pondered and went through their memories again and again. Especially Lu Guanghai and Wang Dongshan. During the Beast Tide War, they had all more or less complained, cursed, and rebuked Qin Shi Huang in their hearts. At this moment, they all unconsciously thought that Qin Shi Huang had some kind of mind-reading ability across space and heard the voices in their hearts. This effect was achieved, firstly, because the ID Qin Shi Huang had supreme prestige, and secondly, because of Qin Shaojie's confident speech. He was so bold and powerful, and he displayed the sense of honor of a lackey to the fullest. Even without producing any substantial evidence, he still shocked the lords present to the point that their scalps tingled and they almost believed it. However, just when everyone was trying hard to figure out whether they had offended Qin Shi Huang, Wang Dongshan woke up from his shock. He had offended Qin Shaojie to death by speaking out. Regardless of whether what Qin Shaojie said was true or false, as long as he couldn't kill Qin Shaojie today, it would be him, Wang Dongshan, who would die in the end, either at the hands of the Qin Shi Huang, who believed his slander, or at the hands of Qin Shaojie himself. Fuck you, Qin Shaojie. Old dog, how the hell can you act so well? If you really got the mission, why would you just say you couldn't do it right away? Why would you fight us so hard? I think you know that you only have 12 flame griffins left, and your own lifespan is not much longer, so you want to steal the Lord's hearts from all of us to make up for your lost strength. That's why you made up such a huge lie. Don't try to deceive us. How could such a formidable person as the First Emperor possibly be interested in you? Wang Dongshan scolded angrily, his eyes almost bloodshot as he spoke. As he roared, some of the lords who were frightened by Qin Shaojie also reacted quickly. Among them, he was sure that he had never offended Qin Shi Huang, and did not even curse in his heart. He walked directly in front of Qin Shaojie, picked up his lord's heart and military building, and made a statement. You guys can keep arguing. I'm going to take my things back first. Brother Jia, it's not that I don't want to serve the First Emperor. It's just that what you said is too unconvincing. You haven't produced any substantial evidence from beginning to end. We can't believe you. With Wang Dongshan leading the charge at the front, and someone leading the charge, naturally more people responded. The crowd surged, and a large number of lords came to Qin Shaojie and took away their lords' hearts and military buildings. Seeing this scene, Wang Dongshan thought he had won, and he burst into laughter. Lu Guanghai sacrificed 4 slimes and began to recover. Sensing his body's recovery speed, he was certain he would recover within 3 minutes. He secretly prayed that Qin Shaojie would hold on for 3 minutes, waiting for his explosive kill. The pressure like a tide rushed towards Qin Shaojie. If it were an ordinary person, Even with Qin Feng's support, his mentality would be affected by the scene before him. But Chen Xiaojie is not an ordinary person. He is a habitual pretender. Pretending is his hobby and also his specialty. Chen Xiaojie chuckled. He looked at everyone, and then looked at Wang Dongshan. He said confidently, "You want evidence? Wang Dongshan, you want evidence too, right? Okay, I'll give you substantial evidence. From now on, everyone who doesn't believe what I say, who doesn't believe that the first emperor has entrusted me with the task of recruiting you, you can all launch your most powerful attacks at me within the next 3 minutes. Try it. Come and hit me." The principle is very simple. If I were truly a loyal servant of the first emperor, he wouldn't have watched me get beaten to death by you. If I am not, and if your guess is true, can't you just kill me to vent your anger? Unbelievers, you can come and try it. Come on, everyone. When Chen Xiaojie said the last sentence, he roared. His voice was shaking and his momentum was overwhelming. P.S. A 5,000-word chapter. Seeking a gold ballot. Chapter 165. Shocking the entire audience. Transcendent power. Long article warning. 6,000 words long chapter. The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire venue. Looking at Chen Xiaojie's fearless expression and feeling the supreme confidence contained in Chen Xiaojie's request, all the lords in the audience froze for a moment. The retreating crowd stopped in their tracks. At this moment, regrets surged in their chests. Their intuition told them. Taking a small step back would make their lives take a big step back. Taking a small step forward towards Chen Xiaojie, or taking a small step forward towards the big man behind Chen Xiaojie, who is suspected to be Qin Shi Huang, their lives would usher in an epic leap forward. So, guided by intuition, the frozen crowd walked slowly and cautiously towards Chen Xiaojie. They subconsciously thought that if Wang Dongshan really couldn't kill Chen Xiaojie, all those who attacked Chen Xiaojie would not be able to penetrate Chen Xiaojie's defense. They would rush forward at the fastest speed in their lives, throw the Lord's heart and military buildings in their hands directly in front of Chen Xiaojie, and then stand on Chen Xiaojie's right-hand side, standing under the protection and shadow of the great Emperor Qin Shi Huang. At the same time, the surrendered lords who were anxiously and frantically searching for their lord's heart and military buildings were shocked by Chen Xiaojie's deafening roar and temporarily lost their ability to think. The arms reaching out to the light ball and the stone figure seemed to be covered with plaster at this moment, so stiff that they could not move at all. As I said, Chen Xiaojie is so bold and confident. If you don't have a powerful trump card and the support of a top-level expert, who the hell would have the guts to say that all the lords in the audience would burst out with all their strength and beat you up for 3 minutes? Brother Jia, I came here just to say hello to you. I have absolutely no intention of taking away the lord's heart or the military structure. I'm going back to my seat now. And one more thing, Brother Jia, you are my idol. Someone withdrew his hand in disappointment and tried to explain with a laugh. However, no one with eyes would believe what he said. Brother Jia, I just came over to say hello. What I really wanted to say just now was that there's no need to bother with that loser Wang Dongshan. We should just kill him. We all believe in your character, Brother Jia, and the power of His Majesty the First Emperor. You two are not someone a fool like Wang Dongshan can mess with. Someone laughed awkwardly and agreed with the first person who stopped, then ran back to his original position, drew a white circle around him, and defended his territory to the death. 2. More and more lords came to Chen Xiaojie, intending to take back their lords' hearts and military buildings, but they retreated in disappointment and explained with an apologetic smile when they returned. They changed so fast that even the chameleons on the blue star dare not compare with them. They themselves were aware of this and felt their faces flushed and burning, but they still made two completely opposite decisions within more than 10 seconds. There is no other reason. It was simply because Chen Xiaojie was too confident and his eyes were too determined, and there was no sign of disguise, acting, or fraud at all. This confidence shocked all the lords present, especially those who were the first to submit their lord's heart and military buildings. They all knew one thing. If everything Chen Xiaojie said was true, if Qin Shi Huang really was standing behind Chen Xiaojie, their actions just now would be tantamount to treason. Therefore, they must seize the current opportunity, while it can still be saved, quickly take off the hat of rebellion, and quickly return the lord's heart and military buildings that they have taken back. Many of the lords present had the courage to overthrow Chen Xiaojie, the commander-in-chief of the Hall of Fame, but if they were asked to betray Qin Shi Huang, even if these people were given 1,000,000,000,000 courage, they would only dig out their bitter gall and feed it to a black bear, and would never dare to have such a delusion even if they died 100 times. Besides, didn't Chen Xiaojie say that he would provide substantial evidence and let everyone beat him up for 3 minutes? If you really want to get your things back, it's not too late to wait until everything is settled and then take action. People like Wang Dongshan, Lu Guanghai, or those who are not as good as them, but have the potential to become the chief conductor of the Hall of Fame. After all, they can only act tyrannically within a small area and cannot defy the ancient rule of the law does not punish the masses. Looking at these fence-sitters, there is nothing they can do. There will be no way out at all in the short term. Except for those people who approached at first, paused in the middle, then retreated, and then moved forward slowly. Except for those who ran the fastest at the beginning, gave up their lord's status first, handed over the lord's heart and military buildings, and then anxiously and eagerly tried to get them back, and finally gave up in disappointment, those who were on the fence. There were two other people in the field who, at this moment, were so shocked by Chen Xiaojia's confident declaration that their whole bodies were trembling and their scalps were numb. At this moment, they both felt their heads were tingling, as if there were 10,000 cat claws scratching and rubbing them. Fuck. What that old dog Chen Xiaojia said is so damn true. To make the leader of the entire arena attack him with their most lethal moves for 3 minutes is such a perverted request. If this person doesn't have a trump card, if he doesn't have the support of Qin Shi Huang or a top-tier boss next to him, even a sow can stand upright in a tree. Fuck. I'd better lie down first. That idiot Wang Dongshan has already charged, right? Let this idiot go first. I'll play dead first. In the eyes of others, I'm no different from a dead person now. If he can kill Chen Xiaojia, I will jump out and kill him. If he can't kill Chen Xiaojia, and that proves that Chen Xiaojia is truly a slave of the first emperor, I'll just crawl over and surrender. I'm a disabled person, and I'm still crawling over to surrender. Compared to all the lords present, there shouldn't be anyone more pious than me. Shocked, Lu Guanghai prepared a way out for himself. At this moment, he completely forgot the gratitude that silently emerged in his heart when Wang Dongshan fed him the healing medicine. He directly called Wang Dongshan a charging idiot. He secretly felt lucky that he was crippled and disabled, and by some incredible coincidence, he became a woodcutter who sat on the mountain and watched the clouds, and a fisherman who stayed out of the situation and watched the fight between the snipe and the clam. Compared with Lu Guanghai, who was still quite comfortable, Wang Dongshan's situation could be said to be extremely bad. While Lu Guanghai was formulating a tactic that was extremely advantageous to him based on his own disability, Wang Dongshan was still immersed in the huge shock he had experienced before, unable to extricate himself and get away. Anyone who has played cards knows that people with small cards dare to bet their fortunes against people with big cards. Gamblers who have lost everything are likely to do this, as they hope to make a comeback. But there are very few gamblers who, knowing they have a bad hand, dare to gamble openly against the dealer, and even gamble their lives. Once this happens, there are only two possibilities. First, the gambler has the power to flip the table and has no intention of playing within the rules of the table. Second, the gambler has a 100% understanding of the dealer's cards and knows they can't beat him, so he's willing to gamble his life, hoping for a perfect outcome. At this moment, Chen Xiaojia was clearly not the latter. With over 430 lords present, even a blast from his hand alone would be no match for this lord. His confidence must have been the first scenario. Beyond his own strength, this young man must have had immense backing. That's why he dared to reveal his cards, taunt the crowd with his frail frame, and roar for a fight. Wang Dongshan is a card player and a famous gambler in his city. He knew very well what Chen Xiaojia's arrogant attitude, which was exposed without any concealment at the moment, and his evil and crazy invitation meant. It's over. I hit a wall. This guy is truly a slave of the Qin Shi Huang. He must be a servant of the first emperor of Qin. He must be here today because of a mission from the first emperor of Qin. Fuck. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Regret, fear, confusion. Layer upon layer of countless emotional pressures that almost made him collapse suddenly appeared in Wang Dongshan's heart. It made him unable to make a single movement or utter a single word. At this moment, he completely lost control of his body and mind. He was like a tourist whose rope broke while bungee jumping. He could only wait silently, anxiously and helplessly for his landing and the sunset. When Wang Dongshan was shocked and felt a mixture of despair in his heart. Standing on top of the fire griffin, Chen Xiaojia, with an expression of domineering spirit and the aura of suppressing the heaven and earth, did not even turn his head to look at Wang Dongshan. It seemed that in his mind, Wang Dongshan was already a dead man, an ant, and was not worthy of wasting his gaze. He simply watched the lord's retreat back to his left. After looking at it for a long time, he finally spoke. His Majesty the First Emperor spared you once, on the day you offended his great majesty. Today, when I first tried to persuade you to surrender, It was considered as a second chance given to you by His Majesty, a second chance to survive. But you are stupid. Very stupid. You actually believed Wang Dongshan's stupid words and dared to take back the Lord's heart and the military buildings. Do you know that this behavior is a betrayal? Huh. As a servant of His Majesty the First Emperor, I truly want to kill you ungrateful fools. I wouldn't mind cutting you into pieces. But all the lords in the world know that His Majesty the First Emperor is broad-minded and an extremely benevolent emperor. He has given you a third chance to surrender. No, I'm giving you idiots, trash, waste, scum, and salted fish a third chance to live. I hope you can cherish this opportunity and make good use of it. Otherwise, there's no need for His Majesty the First Emperor to take action. Even if I sacrifice my last life, I, Qin Shaojia, will kill you all. Qin Shaojia spoke with such great vigor that everyone who heard him was terrified. What he said had two main parts and four purposes. The first purpose is to establish his own image as a villain and make these lords hate him for taking advantage of others' power. The second purpose is to add the supreme benevolent light to the already glorious image of Qin Shi Huang. The reason is simple. Qin Shaojia, who comes from a well-educated family, had already thought these things through when he was studying abroad. First, the commander of the army should not eat and sleep with the soldiers, nor should he be generous and kind to win their hearts. Otherwise, he would be suspected of treason. Qin Feng said that after this incident, he would hand over the Lord's present to Qin Shaojia for command. Qin Shaojia needed to make his attitude clear, make these soldiers hate him, and offer their loyalty to Qin Feng, believing that Qin Feng was the one who gave them a chance to survive. Secondly, Qin Shaojia was always clear about one thing: whether his future would be bright, whether his name would be recorded in history books, all depended on Qin Feng's decision. Under this premise, Qin Shaojia would lick it if he had the opportunity, and if he didn't have the opportunity or the conditions, he would create opportunities and conditions to lick it like crazy. It would be a very simple matter to just subdue the Lord's present. But what Qin Shaojia wants is not to conquer, nor to lead the army. What he wants is Qin Feng's favor and praise. If he likes him, he has to be an obedient lackey and a flatterer. He has no other abilities except pretending to be cool, which is his hobby and specialty. He can only flatter. After talking about the first two goals, it's time to talk about the last two goals in Qin Shaojia's plan of killing 4 birds with 1 stone. The third purpose was that he wanted to use this lecture to wake up the Lord's present that Qin Feng had forgiven them 3 times. The fourth purpose is that Qin Feng's speech will lay the emotional and environmental conditions for the end of today's drama. Qin Shaojia saw it very clearly, especially the crowd of people slowly walking towards him. He knew clearly what these fence-sitters were thinking. He knew that they wanted to wait until the dust settled before rushing over to hand over the Lord's heart and military buildings. But he still chose these people as the targets of the final drama. He had already made up his mind. As soon as Wang Dongshan was unable to break the defense imposed on Qin Feng by his troops, he would order the advancing crowd to stop and then apply for permission to communicate so that Qin Feng could come out and personally pardon these people. Qin Feng had never told Qin Shaojia about this matter, let alone asked for it. But Qin Shaojia, who has studied the ways of dog-licking very thoroughly, has prepared all of this. He wants to label Qin Feng as the most glorious, the most majestic, and the most benevolent. He wants to give all the glory to Qin Feng alone. The more glorious Qin Feng is, the more respected and powerful he, as Qin Feng's first servant, will be. Qin Shaojia knew this very well, and for this reason, he was even willing to suppress the idea of showing off in his heart. All this was just for the infinite glory promised by Qin Feng. He scolded the Lord on his left. He also secretly nodded at the crowd of people walking slowly towards him. Qin Shaojia then turned his gaze and looked at Wang Dongshan, who was standing on the ground in a daze nearby. It's time for Wang Dongshan, the rampant villain, to step forward and be sacrificed. Wang Dongshan, what are you still standing there for? Aren't you always clamoring to kill me, expose me, and suppress me? I'm standing right here. I'm waiting for you to suppress me. I'll count down to 10. If you don't make a move, I'll kill you. 10, 9, 8. Qin Shaojia started counting down. As he counted down, Wang Dongshan's body began to tremble violently, and his lifeless eyes also showed a raging rage at this moment. Wang Dongshan resents. As a gambler, the moment Qin Shaojia's confidence fully exploded, he had already realized that everything today was the result of Qin Shaojia's guidance. Qin Shaojia just hopes that someone will stand up. As a result, Wang Dongshan took the bait and was trapped. Influenced by his greed, he embarked on a path of no return, a dead end with no exit. Qin Shaojia, you won't let me go, right? Wang Dongshan asked with gritted teeth. As he spoke, his eyes turned red, and turbid tears of regret flowed out, flooding his face. What are you talking about? It's you who won't let me go. Qin Shaojie was shocked, but he kept on pestering. Looking into Wang Dongshan's eyes and listening to his tone, he knew that the other party had guessed his intentions. He was a little worried that the other party would give up and ruin the situation he had set up with all his wisdom. Oh, you will never let me go. What am I asking? While Qin Shaojie frowned warily, Wang Dongshan chuckled. I've never been so bold in my life. I've always been calculating this and that. Damn it, today I fell into the hands of an idiot like you and became your knife. Humph. Doesn't this count as hunting geese all day and then having your eyes pecked out? Wang Dongshan said this with self-mockery. At this moment, he really wished there was such a thing as a regret pill in the world. If he had been less arrogant and irritable, less greedy and resentful during today's election, and had chosen to wait and see a little longer, then the person chosen as the sacrifice might not have been him, but Lu Guanghai. Thinking of this, Wang Dongshan glanced at Lu Guanghai with a meaningful look. He had originally thought of joining forces with Lu Guanghai, who had a backup plan, to start a rebellion, but now it seemed that all these calculations were no longer necessary. Wang Dongshan took a long breath. He still felt the powerlessness of despair in his body, but within his internal organs, a sense of heroism was growing. He was about to die, and he didn't want to be a calculating gambler anymore. He wanted to be a high roller for once. He took a big step forward, and then he roared towards the skyline. Qin Shi Huang. Today, I, Wang Dongshan, want to challenge you. Ha. I will use my strongest power to attack the defensive backhand you prepared for your minions. I want to challenge you, the strongest person on Blue Planet. Remember my name. My name is Wang Dongshan, and my military unit is called the Violent Six-Armed Ape. As he roared, a layer of dark light suddenly burst out from Wang Dongshan's body. At this moment, the remaining Violent Six-Armed Ape in his body dried up in an instant, turning into a black torrent that poured directly into his body. This is Wang Dongshan's trump card. Once it is used, it means he has to risk his life. No matter whether he can kill the enemy or not, he will die. This trump card comes from his castle that has been promoted to the top level, and from the castle's third building effect. It can be activated directly in the form of the Lord's heart without transforming into a castle. At this moment, Wang Dongshan's body suddenly swelled up, becoming hundreds of times taller and larger. He turned into a 9-star military level, supergiant, and violent 6-armed ape with a 4th level combat talent. Top level quality, quadruple combat talent, and the Lord's perfect physical fitness. The combination of these three makes Wang Dongshan only one step away from reaching the level of War King and becoming a true top powerhouse in the Fallen Forest. When he showed this trump card, all the lords present were shocked. All eyes were focused on him, wanting to see how terrifying the killing and destructive power he could unleash at this moment, having already reached the level of a 9-star military officer. In full view of the crowd, Wang Dongshan took action. He turned into an afterimage, and in less than a second, he rushed in front of Qin Shaojie. With endless hatred and malice, he threw a punch that broke the air and caused a sonic boom. Then came the second punch, the third punch, and countless punches. He waved his 6 arms, leaving afterimages, and streams of dark light shot up into the sky, as if even mountains could be destroyed in an instant. However, such a violent and terrifying attack was easily blocked by a sudden and timely breeze. This gentle breeze not only blocked Wang Dongshan's punch, but also dissipated the terrifying power in the fist, preventing it from dissipating any power. Seeing this scene, all the lords present were stunned. They subconsciously looked around, but did not see the person who made the move. However, that gentle breeze was real, and it blocked Wang Dongshan's extremely fierce attack in a way that none of them could understand. No, to say it was blocked wasn't even accurate enough. The ease and comfort inherent in this blocking was like humans neutralizing the ant's attack, a crushing blow with a natural disdain, a disarming effortlessness like gentle spring breeze and gentle rain, a dimensionality-reducing attack. This is a power beyond that of a military officer. Surpassing a military officer. Doesn't that mean there are War King-level warriors under Qin Shi Huang's command? Holy crap, War King? It's only been a few days. His Majesty the First Emperor actually has War King-level troops. No wonder His Majesty the First Emperor is number 1. This is simply too terrifying to comprehend. Amidst the endless shocking sounds, Wang Dongshan's body was eroded bit by the gentle breeze. It was said to be just a little bit, but in fact it was very fast, very quick. In less than 2 seconds, the mountain-like Wang Dongshan disappeared in the world, as if he had never been to the Eternal Continent. Wang Dongshan's disappearance touched the hearts of some people, especially some of the people in the crowd who had moved slowly before, but were now shocked and stood still. They still maintained an attitude of astonishment with their mouths wide open, but their legs were trembling violently as they were forced to move. Their steps were stiff and slow, but faster than the other lords who were stunned in place. They raised their hands high and began to gather strength, holding the lord's heart in one hand and the model of the military building in the other. Their eyes were fixed on the open space in front of Qin Feng, which was filled with lords' hearts and military building models, ready to throw at any time. All this happened subconsciously. They were shocked and still in shock at this moment. They were just subconsciously trying to find a way to survive, and unconsciously longing to be one step faster and grab the strongest thigh in the world first. P.S. 6,000 words long. I had a blast writing this. One chapter left to go. Please vote. Please give me a golden ticket. Chapter 166. Completely conquered. Long live the first emperor. As time went by and the distance got closer, the slow and stiff steps gradually became quicker and more agile. The sound of huge footsteps rang out one after another, and the lords who were in great shock woke up one after another. The frozen crowd began to move completely, stepping on the truth that Wang Dongshan had confirmed with his own life, and rushed forward desperately. Among the crowd of more than 100 people, no one was willing to fall behind. Even if their destination is the open space in front of Qin Feng that is filled with lords' hearts and military building models, even if they reach the end of this journey, they will lose their free lord status and become slaves of others. They were unwilling to fall behind and hoped to be at the front and be the first to surrender in this group. However, as the crowds were running and the tides were surging, countless pairs of hands holding the lord's heart and military building models were raised high, ready to throw the objects in their hands with force at any time. Qin Feng's voice, which was filled with extreme coldness, exploded throughout the entire venue. His voice was grand and majestic, carrying the glory that should be expected from the first servant of Qin Shi Huang, and also the coldness and ruthlessness that should be expected from a representative appointed by Qin Shi Huang himself. Stop it! A huge and cold voice spewed out from the old throat, and the sound waves spread in all directions, shaking all the lords in the rushing crowd, making their eardrums feel crazy and painful. The moment he was yelled at, the lord who was running wildly was actually a little angry. The feeling was exactly like when you are about to reach the pinnacle, but someone stops you and you instantly collapse. The lords were about to explode, to question, and to curse, but thinking of Qin Feng's identity and the profound and imposing figure standing behind him, they just opened their mouths, and in the end, no sound came out. After a while, someone finally couldn't help but look at Qin Feng, who had a cold face and was silent. He held his lord's heart, stood out from the crowd, and asked with an extremely humble attitude, "Brother Jia, do you have any instructions?" The man lowered his eyebrows, smiled, and half bent his waist. His posture was vulgar and insignificant. "It's not really an order. I'm asking you to stop simply because you're no longer qualified to surrender. You're no longer worthy of the honor of being a servant of the supreme first emperor." Qin Feng said this in a cold voice. He had practiced this sentence in his mind for a long time. When he said it now, it naturally carried a sense of resolute and unchangeable seriousness. What?" The man with lowered eyebrows asked in confusion, and the expression on his face changed rapidly, from shock to disappointment, and then from disappointment to fear. "They are not worthy of being slaves, not worthy of surrendering, so they are only enemies, and their only fate is destruction." Thinking of this, beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The man's face also changed drastically. It suddenly lost its blood color and became extremely pale, with an extremely miserable, deathly aura. Not only him, but all the lords in the stagnant crowd experienced similar emotional changes because of Qin Feng's words, and deduced very similar conclusions. Because of this conclusion, they felt almost bottomless fear, so terrified that their whole bodies trembled and their pupils constricted. "Why? Brother Jia, why are we no longer qualified to surrender? Can you explain this to us? We are truly willing to serve His Majesty the First Emperor. Brother Jia, what's the reason for this? How come we don't have the qualifications to surrender? Compared to those people on your left, our strength is actually not bad. They are all qualified, so why don't we have the qualifications?" Frightened questions came one after another. The scene suddenly became chaotic and turned into a big pot on the stove. The lords were like ants on the increasingly hot iron pot. Compared with them, Qin Feng, who personally led all this, was much calmer. He no longer looked at the lords, nor did he have the slightest intention of answering their questions. He turned around, jumped from the top of the fire griffin to the ground, and then looked up at the extremely high sky. When Wang Dongshan launched a violent attack on him, The gentle breeze that protected him and killed and consumed Wang Dongshan silently fell from the sky and blessed him. Although Qin Shaojie could not see the succubus hiding in the vast sky, but he knew clearly that Qin Feng's soldiers were high in the sky, always watching him, and they must be able to hear his voice. Respectfully invite His Majesty the First Emperor's heavenly soldiers. While speaking, Qin Shaojie's attitude was extremely humble. He knelt down directly towards the location of Qin Feng's territory, with his 5 heads touching the ground. Seeing this scene and hearing the words Qin Shaojie said when he knelt down, all the lords in the audience suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Especially those lords whose advance was blocked by Qin Shaojie and who were deprived of the right to surrender. At this moment, they all knew one thing. If Qin Shaojie wanted Qin Shi Huang to send troops, it must be aimed at them. Apart from Wang Dongshan, who had questioned Qin Shaojie's identity, obstructed the surrender, and was already dead, in the venue now, only those who were deprived of the right to surrender could be considered enemies and might be blasted into pieces by the upcoming soldiers belonging to Qin Shi Huang. As the lords felt chills on their backs, trembling with fear, and trying their best to find ways to survive, Sivir, Cheryl, and others in the sky frowned in confusion. Apart from the newly born succubi today, the 11 succubi above the weak water ice all have the strength of a war king, and their hearing and eyesight are extremely strong and sensitive. They clearly saw and heard with their own ears that the lords in the field had expressed their attitude of surrender. They couldn't understand why Qin Shaojie wanted to stop some of the lords from surrendering. They also didn't understand why Qin Shaojie would summon them at this moment to kill those lords who had no will to fight anymore and only wanted to surrender and survive. Because of hesitation, I hesitate. Because of hesitation, Zaiwei and the others did not move. They were anxiously thinking about whether to contact Qin Feng and let Qin Feng decide this matter of neither big nor small. However, just as they were hesitating and thinking, Qin Feng activated the communication magic and talked to them directly. Cheryl, Shiver, take your men down and cooperate with Qin Shaojie to put on a big show. Qin Feng's gentle voice rang in the ears of the succubi. At this moment, his voice was the same as usual, gentle yet carrying unquestionable power. But beyond the gentleness and firmness, the succubi all heard Qin Feng's joy and felt Qin Feng's happiness at the moment. Acting? Sivir asked doubtfully. How can I act? I'm not very good at acting, but killing people is okay. Leave the acting to me. I've learned some skills from Sister Eunice, so I have some experience, Cheryl added. Then she added, but I'm a little confused about how to act this scene. What kind of scene is it? Eunice is just a rookie. If you really want to learn acting, you can ask Hela for advice. Oh, I don't know how Eunice and Hela are doing now. Have they fought with that monster in the mountains? Hearing the name Eunice, Qin Feng immediately recalled the well-behaved look of Eunice when she became a good baby, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth involuntarily. It's not really a big show, and it doesn't require any acting. Your mission right now is to cooperate with Qin Shaojie on the battlefield to subdue the lords below, making them sincerely and gratefully hand over their lords' hearts and military buildings, and willingly become my soldiers. Qin Feng told Zaiwei and others everything that Qin Shaojie was preparing. The Eye of Insight, a 9-star sacred object, can peek into everything and explore people's hearts, so naturally it's no problem. Qin Shaojie had an idea and was ready to use today's surrender ceremony to build momentum for Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood all of Qin Shaojie's thoughts through the Eye of Insight, and at the same time, he also had the idea of cooperating with Qin Shaojie to play once. Even from Qin Feng's perspective, Qin Shaojie's arrangements were extremely perfect. Apart from the plan itself, Qin Feng also greatly appreciated and was pleased with the sincere loyalty contained in everything Qin Shaojie had prepared. Therefore, he was willing to give Qin Shaojie a chance to show his loyalty. At the same time, he also decided that after the territory's strength expanded greatly in the future, he would hand over some of the internal affairs to Qin Shaojie. Qin Shaojie may not be good at fighting. Apart from fighting with all his might, Qin Feng doesn't like his tactics or strategy. But this person is really good at managing personnel relationships. In this regard, Qin Feng himself feels inferior to him. If Qin Feng lets this kid handle internal affairs, he is sure that he will never become a wise man like Prime Minister Zhuge Liang, who can assist the country. But with training, Qin Shaojie can at least become a capable minister like Hua Guang, a talented person who can be of great use. He is very thoughtful, also loyal enough. Amidst endless shock, fear, and anxious gazes, a huge piece of weak water ice flew down rapidly from the sky. 17 succubi with double horns on their heads appeared in the sight of more than 400 lords in the venue. Of these 17 succubi, the 6 weakest ones all exuded the aura of a war general. The 10 stronger ones exuded a terrifying aura far exceeding that of a military officer. Everyone immediately recognized that these were all top-tier warriors at the level of a war king. As for the most beautiful succubus standing at the forefront of the weak water ice, she instilled a shudder in the lords present. Among the lords, Lu Guanghai, the most powerful, felt it most clearly. The first time he saw the blue-haired succubus, Lu Guanghai, who had already recovered all his strength, began to tremble wildly like a sieve. He is the only one among all the lords present whose hard power has reached the level of military officer. His perception was the clearest. He was certain that the blue-haired succubus leading the group was no ordinary strong man. His strength must be above the level of war king and must have reached the level of war emperor. When he realized this, Lu Guanghai was completely stunned. He was trembling with fear. To think that they even have a powerful warrior at the level of war emperor. We have only been in this world for 8 days. How could Qin Shi Huang be so awesome? Did he really come to this world with us? When all the lords present were shocked and terrified, they had no strength in their bodies and could not move at all. At the front end of the weak water ice suspended in mid-air, Sivir, whose temperament was as lonely and cold as a 1,000-year-old ice peak, spoke in a cold voice. Chen Xiaojie, where are the enemies? The words were extremely short, yet extremely powerful. Even without any magic, they were enough to make every listener feel as if they were falling into an icy cave at that moment. To reply, my lady, those more than 100 people over there are your majesty's enemies. Chen Xiaojie glanced at Xiwao. As a man himself, he was sure that Qin Feng would never let go of such a beauty without enjoying her. So he simply addressed Sivir as mistress to try to win her favor first. However, he failed to gain her favor. Upon hearing the title mistress, Sivir blushed. If she hadn't reacted quickly and disguised herself, everyone present would have seen her embarrassment. Those people didn't seize the 3 chances to survive that His Majesty the First Emperor gave them, and they didn't surrender before I could fully prove my identity. According to the rules, these people are all His Majesty's enemies and should be killed as sacrifices. After gaining goodwill, Chen Xiaojie got down to business. He seemed to be talking to Sivir, but in fact he was answering the Lord's previous questions, creating a sense of crisis for these people and making them beg for mercy. As Chen Xiaojie expected, the moment he finished speaking, the more than 100 lords who were sitting on the fence simply refused to do anything. They cried out for justice. It's unfair. Brother Jia, you've wronged me. I never gave up the chance to surrender. I've always wanted to surrender. Yeah, I was the first one to surrender, but I was dragged to the ground and then stepped on. When I woke up, I became a rebel who refused to surrender. I was even more wrong than Doi. Brother Jia, the rules are dead, but people are alive. Please be tolerant of us. Please talk to the mistress and His Majesty. We are not rebels. We really don't dare to be enemies with His Majesty. I feel wronged. Under Chen Xiaojie's stimulation, one lord after another cried out for justice. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiaojie was extremely happy, but on the surface, he acted as if he was extremely angry. Enough, he roared. Why are you yelling and howling? If you surrender before Wang Dongshan dies, I will mark you as enemies. Before letting Wang Dongshan take action, I warned you that this was your last chance. But you all just chose to ignore it, just chose to watch. His Majesty the First Emperor gave me 3 chances to select some smart people. What can I do? I'm almost telling you the truth. Now, the 3 chances are gone. The rules are the rules. The rules established by His Majesty the First Emperor can only be changed by him. As a servant, how can I have the right to intervene and spare your lives on his behalf? After saying this, the more than 100 lords became even more terrified. Under the irresistible and extraordinary force of Xiwei and others, they were all led into the pit by Chen Xiaojie. At this moment, they could only feel fear and had no mood to think about other things. They kept regretting and complaining. Listening to these people's cries of grievance, the other lords who had surrendered earlier were glad of their decision. Not only were they relieved, but looking at their compatriots kneeling on the ground and crying out for grievance, these people even felt a sense of superiority, thinking that they were slaves of the glorious Qin Shi Huang, and that those kneeling were enemies destined to be destroyed and wiped out. Thus, opposition is created. Once these people who beg for mercy on their knees become the new slaves, the old slaves who feel they are being overtaken will feel unhappy and think, you are a bunch of brainless idiots, damn idiots. How can you have the same status as us? With this kind of thinking, internal friction will arise. Once internal friction occurs, this group of people will become easier to control, and any slight reward will result in their death. Crying and howling. Gradually, some people understood the implications hidden in Chen Xiaojie's previous anger and roar. Their eyes lit up. We are all workers. Qin Shaojie cannot change the rules, but Qin Shi himself can. So, they asked the wrong person before. They should pray to Qin Shi. Brother Jia, please do me a favor. I know you are a good person. Please do us a favor. That's right. Brother Jia, please help us contact the first emperor. We should explain everything to him. The first emperor is so kind. He will definitely understand and forgive us. Your Majesty, the first emperor. Can you hear me? You must be able to hear me. I know I was wrong. I was just not smart. I really want to surrender to you. Your Majesty, for the sake of our compatriots, please accept me as your slave. I wish to serve you for eternity. There were cries for mercy, and pairs of people knelt down. Amidst these voices, Qin Shaojie's face showed an extremely embarrassed expression. But in the end, he still sighed, dialed Qin Feng's video call, and projected the image into the air, sharing it with all the lords. Of course, he was able to do this with Qin Feng's permission. If Qin Feng didn't speak up and was unwilling to accept his gift, he wouldn't dare to call Qin Feng even if he had 10,000 guts. Get up, everyone. In the video call screen, a man with a handsome face like a banished immortal and an aura as powerful as a mountain spoke. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the illusory light curtain in the air. Then, everyone was shocked. They recognized that this face actually belonged to the man named Qin Feng in the chat channel in the upper area of Huanshui Valley. At the same time, they also understood why they had offended Qin Shi Huang, because the Hall of Fame was established to attack Qin Feng, and all of them regarded Qin Shi Huang as the target to be attacked. If this is not considered an offense, then there is no such thing as an offense in this world. Your Majesty, the first emperor, we know we were wrong. We all know we were wrong. After the shock, one person stood up and begged for mercy. His emotion was sincere to the extreme. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I really shouldn't have joined the Hall of Fame. I really shouldn't have said in the chat channel that I wanted to catch a succubus. Another person stood up to apologize and beg for mercy. When he saw Qin Feng's face and those powerful succubi, he instantly understood how Lu Bo died. Your Majesty, I am your loyal servant Lu Guanghai. I want to surrender. I want to be your slave. Lu Guanghai jumped up from the ground, then slid to his knees at the front of the crowd and kowtowed. Qin Feng is Qin Shi Huang, which means that everyone in the Hall of Fame has offended Qin Feng to death. Among these people, the leader, Lu Guanghai, was the one who had offended the most. At this moment, he slid to his knees, terrified, and his whole body trembled as he apologized and begged for mercy. One after another, people began to apologize and beg for mercy. Those who had already surrendered also knelt down and apologized, fearing that they would fall behind others. Amidst the endless voices of apology, Qin Feng waved his hand gently. Get up, I forgive you. In an instant, the whole audience fell silent. 2 or 3 seconds later, an extremely loud voice of praise erupted in the field, reaching high into the sky and shaking the mountains and forests far away. Long live His Majesty the First Emperor. Long live His Majesty the First Emperor. P.S. 5,000-word chapter. Finale. Chapter 167, Great Harvest. Thousands of lords' hearts. Amidst the voices of praise and acclaim as if they had survived a disaster, the hearts of lords and the models of military buildings were thrown in front of Qin Shaojie like discarded shoes. Not only that, there were also people who showed their courtesy and ran to the place where Wang Dongshan had died before, collected more than 700 lords' hearts and military building models on the ground, and handed them to Qin Shaojie, who then handed them to Qin Feng. There is no doubt that the lord's heart and military buildings are both first-class precious items. It means the qualification to fight for hegemony and the status of a lord, which is something that cannot be bought with any amount of money. But when you give up your lord's heart and give up your lordship. However, none of the lords in the field showed any expression of pity or sadness. Their faces were all filled with smiles. Because from today on, they are the slaves of Qin Shi Huang, and they are the earliest batch. They could foresee that more lords would be conquered in the future and then join the army of slaves. By that time, they will be seniors. In addition to the status and the sense of superiority of first come first served, the surrendered lords also felt the long-lost stability. Before arriving on the Eternal Continent, each of them was a screw in modern society, and all they sought were mundane things like cars, houses, and money. Although this world has the ultimate temptation and achievement of the eternal throne. But after so many days, these lords also understood one thing. With their abilities, luck, castles, and arms, even if they were given 100,000 years, they would not be able to reach the top. Not only that, there is a great possibility that they will die on the road to the top of others, becoming the dry bones mentioned in the saying, a general success is built on the bones of thousands of people and becomes stepping stones for others. But now it's different. These people who were destined to be dominated or destroyed by others today clung to the strongest thigh among all the lords of Blue Star. In the days to come, even if the sky falls, there will always be a powerful Qin Shi Huang to hold it up. They will obtain invaluable peace in this world full of blood and killing. The only price is that they will change from free lords who may die at any time to so-called slaves dominated by the strongest person on Blue Star. Okay, stop. Amidst the layers of shouts and praises, Qin Feng softly called for a stop inside the floating, translucent light curtain. The moment the words fell, the more than 400 lords in the audience stopped shouting, and those who stopped a little anxiously even blushed. From now on, you are Qin Shaojia's soldiers. You need to obey his command. Disobeying him is equivalent to disobeying me. Qin Feng gave orders to everyone. His expression was still calm, but there was an unquestionable tone in it. Yes. More than 400 lords responded in unison, and Qin Shaojia, who was standing at the front of the crowd, shouted the loudest. Lu Guanghai was very sensible. He did not rely on his own strength to suppress Qin Shaojia in terms of volume and steal Qin Shaojia's limelight. At this moment, he was very clear about Qin Shaojia's status as the first loyal servant. Although he had an extremely strong urge to rebel against his superiors, he did not show it at this moment. He felt that he should wait for the right opportunity. Only after his talent was discovered by Qin Feng would he think about replacing Qin Shaojia and snatching the position of the first loyal servant into his own hands. Although you have lost your lord status and can no longer gain energy by killing monsters, the bottlenecks in your bodies are still open. In other words, you can all improve your strength through training. In the near future, you can keep an eye out for the 4 major systems of cultivation techniques and suitable weapons at the hyperspace exchange. Once you earn enough points by working for me, I will purchase cultivation techniques, secret techniques, weapons and equipment, and even consumable items for you, and give them to you as rewards. You can redeem all the skills, secret techniques, abilities, weapons, and equipment I've collected myself, even the Lord's Heart and military buildings, with your points. Qin Feng issued the second order. All the lords present have lost their Lord's Heart, and their Lord's panel is no longer complete. They cannot recruit troops, upgrade buildings, or do many things. But they were sent to this world by the will of heaven after all, and they themselves are miracles at the level of cosmic wonders. At this moment, they can still practice and upgrade, and can even use the 2 information collection tools of chat channels and hyperspace exchanges. Once used well, Qin Feng will have more than 400 combat forces and more than 400 pairs of eyes and ears. Yes, sir. All the lords in the audience shouted again, louder than before and more excited. Unlike the previous orders, the orders Qin Feng gave at this moment concerned the vital interests of each and every one of them. Once the points redemption system is successfully established, every bit of their effort will turn into extremely tangible benefits that will fall upon each of them. People with strong abilities, special talents, hardworking people, and smart and intelligent people will all grow rapidly under this points exchange system. If they put in their best efforts and work hard for Qin Feng, they may be able to win back the Lord's heart. Become a slave lord, with his own territory like Qin Shaojia, thereby creating military exploits, becoming Qin Feng's true confidant, and enjoying the hard-earned wealth and glory. Third order, I want you all to keep your mouth shut. I don't want to reveal my true identity yet. I don't want the lords of other regions to know that I'm actually in the Fallen Forest. Regarding what happened today, you must all keep your mouths shut. Qin Feng issued the last order. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience responded with thunderous applause. Yes, I swear to keep the secret for His Majesty the First Emperor until my death. If anyone can't keep a secret, I, Lu Guanghai, will keep it for him. If you don't want to become a dead person, keep your mouth shut. His Majesty the First Emperor wants to hide his identity. Remember this. After giving a lecture to more than 400 avatar lords, Qin Feng contacted Qin Shaojia in the private chat panel. Take the people back, leave all the soldiers behind, and remember to collect the Lord's heart along the way. Yes, sir. Your Majesty the Supreme First Emperor. Your servant Qin Shaojia guarantees to complete the task and will collect all the lords who died in battle, the lost lord hearts and military buildings in the upper part of the Huangshui River Valley. Qin Shaojia replied in a very serious and respectful manner. Then, he sent the more than 1,300 lords' hearts and military building models in front of him to Qin Feng through the chat panel. After receiving the goods, Qin Feng, who was in the tactical simulation workshop, immediately thought of the architectural drawing synthesis table. He remembered clearly that more than 1,300 lords' hearts and military buildings were enough to unlock the lowest level of blueprint synthesis. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes couldn't help but shine with brilliance. Chapter 168, Synthesis Blueprint. Danger Alert. After taking out the architectural blueprint synthesis table from the corner of the tactical simulation workshop, Qin Feng extracted all the lords' hearts and military building models from the private chat panel. There were a total of 1,372 lords' hearts and an equal number of military and building models, which formed two small hills directly in the tactical deduction workshop. There is no doubt that this is a huge amount of wealth. If the old guy Li Xiongyan saw it, he would definitely drool. Logically speaking, there are only more than 400 lords in the Hall of Fame. Each lord has a military building and a lord's heart, so there is no way to gather so many as there are now. But in reality, on the way to the venue, these lords were collecting lords' hearts and military buildings, hoping to use other people's lords' hearts to upgrade their own castles. But in the end, Qin Feng got the advantage. Among these lords who love collecting, Wang Dongshan has collected the most lord hearts. When he activated the lord's heart ability, drained all the vitality of his soldiers, turned into a super giant violent six-armed ape, and was then easily wiped out by Cheryl, including the ones he already had, he exploded a total of 732 lords' hearts, and Qin Feng contributed half of them alone. What a great kill. It's totally worth dying for. As a treasure bestowed by heaven at the birthplace of the Lord of all worlds, the Lord's heart has infinite uses. First of all, this thing is the core ability of the Lord. Without this thing, the Lord cannot obtain the territory recognized by the will of heaven, cannot obtain the territory buff, cannot rely on blueprints, that is, building models to build buildings, and cannot use the light of sublimation of heaven to upgrade buildings. There is no way to obtain energy value to improve the Lord's own strength level. In addition to the functions mentioned above, the Lord's heart, which has the attribute of spoils of war, also has the effect of improving the grade of the main city's buildings. This improvement takes different forms depending on the main city buildings. Li Xiongyan's castle can be slowly upgraded by continuously integrating the Lord's heart. Wang Dongshan's castle will have a certain probability of being upgraded to the main castle after sacrificing the Lord's heart. Qin Feng had no way to use the Lord's heart to upgrade the castle. This was not because the Vitality Castle was too bad. On the contrary, this just proved how precious and unique the Vitality Castle was. The initial grade of the Vitality Castle is the Wonder of the World level, which is already the highest level building in the entire Eternal Continent. Moreover, it is a world wonder, a top-level existence, with no room for further upgrading. At least in the foreseeable future, on the Eternal Continent, in this world dominated by the will of heaven, this is the case. Under this circumstance, the Lord's heart only has two functions for Qin Feng. First, as a distant reward, it was dangled before the surrendered lords, driving them to work hard and strive forward. Second, as a consumable item, activate the synthesis table and directly synthesize the blueprints of the other 7 buildings that belong exclusively to the Succubus clan, that is, the building models. Given the current situation, using the Lord's heart for its second purpose was clearly the wisest and most valuable option. As for the servant lord, they could just bluff a few words and be done with it. They wouldn't be able to get enough points to redeem the Lord's heart anytime soon anyway. As soon as this thought came to mind, Qin Feng took out the temporary luck bonus card that he had kept close to him, a card he had never taken out of his pocket even when he was fighting side by side with the Succubi. For Qin Feng, who has extremely bad luck, the temporary luck bonus card is simply a magic weapon. When used on synthesizing buildings, it can greatly increase the success rate of the synthesis. As long as any building is synthesized, Qin Feng will make a lot of money. You must fight for your courage. Qin Feng encouraged himself secretly, then rubbed the lucky gem on his waist. This was the only treasure that could increase his luck value besides the temporary luck value bonus card. You used a silver level temporary luck bonus card and gained a temporary luck bonus of 10 points. This effect lasts for 5 minutes. You used a gold level temporary luck bonus card and you gained a temporary luck bonus of 20 points. This effect lasts for 5 minutes. Lord's log refreshed. 2 prompt sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that the bad luck that had been lingering around him since the day he was born had dissipated, and something as illusory as Fuyuan appeared around him and surrounded him. Come on, whether it's a donkey or a horse, you have to take it out for a walk. Qin Feng waved his hand, and 1,000 lords' hearts, 1,000 military construction drawings, or military construction models, directly turned into streams of light and flew into the construction drawing synthesis platform. Boom, boom, boom. Like the sound of giant machinery operating in a steel rolling mill, it suddenly exploded in Qin Feng's ears. At the same time, a translucent progress bar appeared in front of Qin Feng. Synthesis countdown: 60, 59, 58. Seeing the synthesis countdown, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, when analyzing the blueprint, the synthesis table took a full 6 hours. The moment Qin Feng started the synthesis program, he became worried. He was afraid that the synthesis of the blueprint would take too long, and the 5-minute temporary luck bonus would not last until the end of the synthesis. Not bad. Luckily, the lowest level synthesis only takes a minute. If it took longer, the temporary luck bonus cards I used wouldn't be enough to cover the entire synthesis process. There's a high chance something will go wrong, and I won't be able to synthesize anything. Qin Feng touched his chest with great excitement, and his excited heartbeat gradually calmed down. But as time went by and the countdown shortened, his calm heartbeat began to beat wildly at a speed far more terrifying than before. A feeling of being out of control suddenly appeared in his heart. At this moment, Qin Feng became more worried than ever before. His stomach began to ache and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Qin Feng is too familiar with this feeling. Whenever this feeling appears, something big will happen around him, and it must be a super big thing that is big enough to hit his pain points. At the same time, a faint smell of blood appeared at the tip of Qin Feng's nose, but his emotions were so turbulent that he did not notice the smell of blood as keenly as before. Shit, is this synthesis going to fail? Qin Feng frowned tightly. If the synthesis failed this time, he would have to go to other areas to hunt the lords. In a short time, he was afraid that it would be difficult to find a reason to hunt other lords. While Qin Feng was worried, the countdown for the synthesis finally ended. His heart also began to beat violently at this moment. He looked at the synthesis table vigilantly. To his surprise, this synthesis did not fail. On the contrary, this time the synthesis was quite successful, and the miracle workshop of sequence 008 was directly synthesized. The blueprint, or architectural model, of the miracle workshop is a round stove with a burning fire. The temperature of the flame is not high, nor is it bright red. Instead, it is a gorgeous, colorful divine light that seems to have the ability to analyze everything and create everything. Hiss. The synthesis was actually successful. Qin Feng frowned, doubting his intuition, which had been extremely sharp for many years. Could it be that my feeling is wrong? Nothing bad has happened recently. I just have an upset stomach. The Lord's body has been modified by the will of heaven. Every one of them has the best physical fitness in the world. It is so strong that it is illogical. There is no possibility of such mundane things as getting a stomachache. However, before Qin Feng realized this, the magic communication rune on his temple corner lit up, glowing brightly and a little hot. Just like the succubus who contacted him on her own initiative must have encountered an extremely urgent situation. Chapter 169, Bloodstained Wangshan. Feeling the hot magic runes on his temples, Qin Feng instantly understood that his intuition was not wrong. The only problem was not the synthesis of the architectural drawings, but the troops of Eunice and Hela that he had sent to the Wangshan area. Fuck. Nothing can happen. Qin Feng's brows instantly twisted into a Chan shape, and he quickly connected the call. Then, Eunice's voice filled with infinite fear rang in his ears. Master, the mountain is empty. Not a single lord survived. Eunice said in horror. We saw the broken corpses of many lords here. Even the remains of their bodies bear the marks of human teeth. Master, I feel that among those lords who descended into this world with you, a monster has appeared. He even devours people, even his own compatriots. Earlier, when the town had killed the first batch of attacking goblins, Eunice had shown a strong appetite for the goblin corpses. In the eyes of a demon like her, as long as they are not of the same kind or the master they are loyal to, all other living things can be eaten. The more energy value concentrated in the meat, the more delicious it is. But when faced with human corpses that had obviously been eaten by humans, Eunice, who was almost unrestrained, still felt a physiological nausea and an extremely cold and harsh fear. This fear seemed to be engraved in her soul, and seemed to come from a memory that could not be erased but could not be remembered. Are you all okay? Qin Feng asked anxiously, the frown on his brows becoming tighter and clearer. No, it's okay, Eunice said in shock. At this moment, she was digging deep into her memory, trying to find the source of the fear in her heart, but she had no results. It's not all bad. The entire Wangshan mountain is covered in blood mist, and it's getting thicker and thicker, with a faint, sweet, bloody smell that seems to be able to hypnotize people. This blood mist can't affect the existence of the War King level yet, but as far as I know, if the concentration of this blood mist increases by 3 times, Eunice and I may not be able to withstand it. While the two were talking, Hela intervened and interjected. However, when Hela mentioned the word blood mist, Qin Feng's heartbeat, which had not yet slowed down, his stomach that was still aching, and the cold sweat that was still oozing out, all reminded Qin Feng in a much more intense way than before. Quick, get out of Wangshan, Qin Feng said urgently. Don't ask me why. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something. He quickly took out the Eye of Insight from his arms, and then used all his strength to activate the communication magic, directly turning Eunice and Hela's eyes into his external visual organs. In an instant, Qin Feng saw the scene of Wangshan. He saw the red blood mist wandering over the mountains, broken trees, and bloody corpses. He saw a thigh bone covered with human tooth marks. He saw a piece of red bark that looked like a snake's skin. Damn, what weird things. I want to see what your true appearance is. Qin Feng cursed inwardly, and then he transferred his visual image to the Eye of Insight in his hand. The power of rules was activated instantly, directly reading out the most bizarre information of the red bark that looked like a snake's skin. The old body of the evil god Li Xiongyan. The evil god Li Xiongyan was originally one of the billions of lords on Blue Star. By chance, he devoured the flesh and blood of his own kind, activated the hidden properties of the castle, and at the same time attracted the attention of the extraterritorial evil god, the Mother Tree of Desire. With the help of the Mother Tree of Desire, the evil god Li Xiongyan did not have his soul devoured by his own castle. Instead, he took over his own castle and became a combination of a human lord and a castle. The current evil god Li Xiongyan has devoured the flesh and blood of 1,781 human lords and eaten 1,781 lord hearts. Among them, 514 lord hearts are in a damaged state and cannot be used as activation materials for secret technique, foolish sacrifice. The evil god Li Xiongyan has now upgraded his castle to level 4, possessing the strength of a 5-star war emperor. He currently has 58,700 combat units under his command. Of these, 7% are combat soldiers, 26% are division commanders, 34% are generals, 17% are commanders, and 16% are military officers. The evil god Li Xiongyan is now in the Yulong Mountain area. Coordinates: its Gnalsils, 133.487.111. The evil god Li Xiongyan, formerly known as Li Xiongyan, Master Li, the Undertaker Xiangyu, and the killer of all pigs and dogs. The evil god Li Xiongyan has mastered 547 secret techniques. The evil god Li Xiongyan harbors an incomparable hatred for the Lord Qin Shi Huang. Initially, this hatred came from jealousy, and then it was deepened by humiliation again and again. Now, the deep hatred has taken root in the heart of the evil god Li Xiongyan. A huge amount of information appeared in Qin Feng's mind, including not only text but also data and images. Qin Feng processed it quickly. As the information processing deepened, his brows gradually relaxed. Huh, so you are the evil creature in the mountains. A tree that runs away? A lord who enjoys killing his own kind? A loser who spends all day thinking about suppressing me, killing me, surpassing me, and getting his hands on me? I can defeat you in the points battle, I can shake you off in the Beast Tide War, and for the next 10,000 years, I can still suppress you. I can even use you to train my soldiers, use you as upgrade supplies, and use you as a gun. I will move you wherever I am needed. Qin Feng did not feel the slightest fear because of Li Xiongyan's terrifying military strength, powerful individual cultivation, development speed only slightly lower than his, crazy and ferocious character, hundreds of secret techniques, and dual identities of lord and architect. He has now obtained Li Xiongyan's coordinates. He has calculated that as long as he uses them well, the faster Li Xiongyan grows, the faster he, the reaper wielding the sickle, will grow. Qin Feng has too many ways to take advantage of Li Xiongyan. First of all, Qin Feng has 3 War Emperor level combat powers and 20 War King level combat powers. But Li Xiongyan is the only one who has the power of War Emperor, and when it comes to the power of War King, Li Xiongyan doesn't even have one. The lack of high-end combat power and the military formation magic that has not yet gathered the strength of the entire army and concentrated it on one person to violently enhance his combat effectiveness. Then in front of Qin Feng, Li Xiongyan can only be a living Tai Sui who can continuously produce soldiers and help Qin Feng's Succubus upgrade. Apart from this, Li Xiongyan's competitive, aggressive, and cannibalistic character is also something Qin Feng can take advantage of. With Li Xiongyan's constant supply, Qin Feng could not see the day when there would be no hope for his troops to upgrade. In this situation, when an enemy appears in a certain area that Qin Feng wants to deal with, but he is embarrassed to do it himself, Qin Feng can drive Li Xiongnian to that area. This is the so-called driving a tiger to swallow a wolf, and then whipping the tiger's whip and soaking it in wine. Once he does this, Qin Feng will not only get a lot of practical benefits, he can even gain a higher reputation. He will appear in front of those lords who have escaped from Li Xiongnian's hands by chance as a savior, and then put on a kind face and recruit those lords with tears in their eyes as his own, and the other party will have to be grateful. Chapter 170, Mother Tree of Desire. When Qin Feng saw all the current information about Li Xiongnian through Li Xiongnian's old body, and thought of ways to deal with Li Xiongnian and use Li Xiongnian, Eunice and Hela just happened to leave Wangshan with the Succubus in their team. Almost at the moment they left Wangshan, the blood-red fog that covered the entire Wangshan mountain began to surge and flow. A heart-pounding feeling of terror filled the hearts of Eunice, Hela, and all the Succubi. Even Qin Feng, who saw all this indirectly through communication magic, felt an unbearable heart palpitation at this moment. Qin Feng understood that the reason why he was so nervous and felt so uncomfortable in his stomach, forehead, and heart was because of the sudden change in Wangshan at this moment. Holy crap! Why has the blood mist in Wangshan suddenly become so much thicker? It's dozens of times thicker than before. Watching the blood-colored mist rushing and flowing wildly, sometimes turning into a giant blood-colored snake coiling around the mountain, sometimes turning into a towering ancient tree, and sometimes turning into the image of a mountain, Eunice cried out in amazement as she watched the blood-colored mist change into countless forms in an instant. At this moment, she was extremely clear that if Qin Feng had not reminded her, she, Hela, and the other Succubi would have been controlled by the blood-colored mist that had suddenly become dozens of times thicker and extremely terrifying. As for what will happen after being controlled, that is not something Eunice can guess now, but it is probably not a good thing. What kind of being could possibly stir up such a dense blood mist? And what could possibly be the reason for such a being to cause such a commotion? Hela was also shocked by the blood mist surging before her. Compared with Eunice, Hela has more magic patterns, a stronger physique, and a higher level of strength. She can better feel the terrifying power contained in the blood mist. However, besides being shocked, Hela was also surprised. Qin Feng spoke to remind them to leave Wangshan, but before the concentration of the blood mist suddenly increased and the blood-colored airflow rushed wildly. Hela couldn't figure it out. She and Eunice were both in Wangshan, and both had the strength of the War Emperor level. Neither of them felt the changes in Wangshan. How could Qin Feng, who was hundreds of kilometers away, feel the changes in Wangshan? With something in mind, Hela blurted out, "Master, how did you detect the changes in Wangshan?" "Intuition," Qin Feng said without hiding anything. "My intuition has been very strong since I was a child. Every time I have a stomachache and sweat breaks out on my forehead, something bad is bound to happen around me. I can't explain the principle behind this feeling, but it always works. I've relied on it to avoid danger many times." After the explanation, the 10 Succubi, who were hundreds of kilometers away from Qin Feng, all showed expressions of surprise and disbelief. As a dominant troop born from a world wonder-level troop building, the Succubus has a knowledge inheritance far exceeding that of other troop types. They knew very well that being able to achieve such a level of accuracy was no longer something that could be explained by intuition. The source of this super-strong ability to perceive danger comes from the most fundamental soul of all living beings, which even the will of heaven in this world cannot create out of thin air and can only have a tiny influence on. In other words, it can sense the crisis that the Succubi in Wangshan are about to encounter from a distance of hundreds of kilometers. This means that Qin Feng possesses soul power far beyond that of ordinary people, even surpassing that of these Succubi. This is undoubtedly an extremely shocking conclusion. "Master, your soul power is very strong," Eunice said in shock, with infinite reverence in her voice. "Master, your soul power is stronger than mine, even stronger than baby's sister who lives in the statue of the Succubus reincarnation pool." Hela's expression was equally shocked. "We'll talk about whether it's strong or not later. All of you look at that blood mist. I need your eyes." Qin Feng said lightly that he had been in the Eternal Continent for 8 days, and he had long been accustomed to the Succubus's admiration and flattery of him. He had heard it so much that it was naturally difficult for him to react. Besides, the soul is too profound and far-reaching. Qin Feng thinks that he has not yet reached the level of understanding it. He was very rational and preferred to focus on reality and the near future, or a future that he could control. He was not willing to waste energy on something like his soul, which he could not control at all. He had just found out Li Xiongnian's remains and knew Li Xiongnian's current location, strength, and hatred for him. At this moment, there was only one thing left in Wangshan that deserved his attention, and he needed to use his insightful eyes to peek into its essence and origin. That is the blood mist that lingers and covers the entire Wangshan mountain. Qin Feng wanted to know where this thing came from, who was guiding it to dance and flow today, and what was all this for. When Qin Feng thought of this, in the sky outside Wangshan, Hela and 10 other succubi were all following his instructions, staring intently at the blood and energy flowing in Wangshan. With the help of communication magic, Qin Feng obtained their visual images, and then he passed these images to the Eye of Insight. At this moment, something extremely strange happened. The Eye of Insight, which had always been effective, failed to analyze the complete information the moment it locked onto the blood-colored mist. Instead, it only presented a very familiar name that Qin Feng had just seen. Mother Tree of Desire. After the name, there is a string of ellipses. Obviously, the blood and energy surging in Wangshan at this moment is not the Mother Tree of Desire itself, but the creation of the Mother Tree of Desire. In other words, from a holistic perspective, these surging blood and energy are a kind of ritual guided by the Mother Tree of Desire. Can't figure it out? Is it because my realm is too low and my magic output is not enough? Qin Feng frowned in confusion and then increased his magic output. In addition to the magic power contributed to the communication magic, he transferred all his magic power and even his martial arts blood into the Eye of Insight. With the influx of magic power and martial arts blood, the Eye of Insight shone brightly in Qin Feng's hands. The power of rules vibrated, and then pulled the web of rules surrounding the blood mist of Wangshan mountain hundreds of kilometers away to vibrate wildly. An analysis progress bar appeared in front of Qin Feng. Analysis: 1%, 1.1%, 1.2%.